This is a world where one awakens to martial arts through the appreciation of paintings. Some people appreciate a painting of a wild ox challenging a mountain, and from it they comprehend the powerful mountain breaking technique, becoming immensely strong and able to move mountains barehanded. Others, by observing a cold moonlight blade in a painting, grasp the peerless sword technique of thunderous half-moon slash, thereafter cutting down foreign enemies with their sword, their name resounding far and wide. And you happen to have crossed over into the body of a painter. Although the painter's status is noble, the original owner's skill is mediocre, unable to produce any masterpieces, now reduced to living off the relief money sent by his son. At this moment, at a small stall in Changqing town, you are devouring your breakfast. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. Li Huashi, you're here. It saves me a trip to your house to find you. Here is your letter. Curiously, you take it and see the 3 words Li Hengsheng written on the envelope. Knowing it's from your son, you don't know much about this son, as the previous host's writings barely mention him. You only know his name is Li Hengsheng, currently practicing in the Dao Mountain ancient site. Opening the letter, you find a piece of paper and a silver note inside. The letter is short. You have received several letters from Li Hengsheng at home, and each time the content is similar. Dad, I'm doing well in the Dao Mountain ancient site. This is this month's living expenses. I completed a sect mission this month, and the elder rewarded me with an extra 20 taels of silver for you to save. Take care of yourself while I'm away. Don't worry. You look at that silver note. It is a silver note worth 70 taels of silver. Although you do not understand the prices, you also know that these 70 taels of silver are definitely not a small amount of money. But for the original owner who is accustomed to a luxurious lifestyle and still needs to buy a large amount of precious paper and ink, it is simply not enough to spend. From the diary written by the original owner, you have seen the original host complaining that his son is a jerk, sending only a small amount of money every month. The original host also wrote letters asking for more, but Li Hengsheng did not send more. Although Li Hengsheng sends letters every month, the original host has not replied for almost a year. This Li Changqing is really a jerk. You curse as you pinch the letter. You know that the money sent every month must be scraped out by the son to send back. As a cultivator, the money given by the sect every month is definitely used to purchase cultivation resources. Li Hengsheng himself is probably not enough, and still has to send money back to support this beastly father. Taking a deep breath, you pinch the silver note, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Although Li Hengsheng is not your son, you have inherited this body after crossing over, receiving maintenance fees from your own son, which makes you feel very complicated. My son was unfilial in my past life. I feel bad. My son is too filial in this life. I still feel bad. You slam the table in anger. How much? You ask the stall owner. 8 copper coins. The stall owner approaches. Speaking timidly, you take out your money bag, pick out the smallest silver ingot and throw it out. So much? Li Huashi, wait a moment. The stall owner quickly turns around, busy for a while, and gives you 9 taels of silver and 92 copper coins. You then realize that 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. After finishing the meal, you decide to take a stroll in the town, to have a good look at this world, and not end up like the original host, living aimlessly. When you passed by a storefront in Baiting Lane, someone immediately came out and called out to you. It was a short and fat old man who came out, smiling and clasping his hands, saying, "Did my son send the money back today? Come in and have a look. I've just received a new batch of very good Yunlu paper. It's simply top-notch for painting. Very suitable for you." You took a glance at the store and surprisingly, it was a stationery store. You walked in curiously, looking around, and saw that the store had brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, all looking very exquisite. However, you didn't feel that these things had anything special about them. How much is this paper per sheet? You asked curiously. This flowing cloud paper is really rare. You've been wanting it for a while, so why not buy a little more now that it's here? Master Li is also a regular customer, so I'll give you a discount. How about 3 taels of silver for 1 sheet? The chubby shopkeeper squinted his eyes. You almost sprayed out the porridge you just ate, looking shocked, and said, 3 taels of silver for 1 sheet of paper? Yes, Master Li, you're a regular customer. Otherwise, for others, it's 3 taels and 5 chen for 1 sheet. The chubby shopkeeper looked at you somewhat puzzled, feeling that something was off with you today. If it were any other day, seeing this flowing cloud paper, you would have been drooling long ago, and you wouldn't have thought 3 taels of silver was expensive. What's wrong with you today? You looked at the paper for a while, unable to speak. You finally understood how the original owner's once wealthy family fell into ruin. Becoming a painter is really difficult, and the initial investment is too much. Excuse me, I remembered that the soup at home is boiling. You bid farewell with a bow, and Li Changqing also reacted at this time. The whole town 7 or 8 workshops, but did not see anyone selling wood carvings and other things. Would there be a market if I made some wood carvings to sell? The more I think about it, the more I think I need to try and at least make money to ensure that I have enough to eat. Otherwise, do I have to rely on my son to support me for the rest of my life? Li Changqing couldn't afford to lose this face. Thinking of this, Li Changqing directly turned around and ran towards a blacksmith store that he had passed by before. In order to do carving, you first need a special knife for carving. Chapter 003, The Prince of the Yin Family. The tools needed for carving are many. There are flat knives, round knives, beveled knives, medium steel knives and so on, as well as things that require axes, saws, wood thwarts and so on. Axes and saws were sold, but other things Li Changqing realized were simply not available in this world. So when he arrived at the blacksmith store, Li Changqing could only casually find a piece of paper and draw up the drawing, then let the blacksmith build it. Although the blacksmith didn't understand why Li Changqing wanted to build such a strange thing, but after Li Changqing took out 5 taels of silver, the blacksmith still agreed with a smile on his face and guaranteed that he would definitely send the thing to Li Changqing's house neatly within 3 days. Immediately after that, Li Changqing started to go and choose the wood. Wood is also very important for carving. Too hard wood is not suitable for carving. Too soft wood is also not suitable for carving. Not good for preservation. In the previous life, Li Changqing's favorite is wanwali or rosewood. But in this world Li Changqing is a problem, because this is a metaphysical world. The types of wood here are different from those in the previous world. For a few days, Li Changqing ran to many places in the town that sold wood before he finally chose a wood called Zijing wood, which was closer to Xiaoye Zitan. So Li Changqing felt that this was more suitable for his carving. The timber seller thought that Li Changqing wanted to make furniture and asked Li Changqing if he needed help making it, but he was rejected by Li Changqing. Kidding, not to mention I don't make furniture. Even if I do, then I'm a professional, and I can still let you guys earn away the handmade fee? A whole Zijing would also only cost Li Changqing 2 taels of silver. Had it brought back and then thrown out in the yard. After lunch, in the afternoon, the blacksmith had people send over all the tools that Li Changqing had bought earlier. After checking the tools, I also have to say that the blacksmith's level is really good, and things are made in 8 or 9 places. It's pretty easy to use. Li Changqing these days also thought, well, at first it is not suitable to carve some big things. That kind of thing is very time consuming, and for the time being it is not clear whether there is a market. So Li Changqing intends to carve a little bit of simple things first to try. After drawing some rough drafts on the paper, Li Changqing started to get busy. A whole lot of work cutting wood and then drawing lines and so on. Originally, when he suddenly came to this world, Li Changqing's heart more or less still carried a trace of panic. But after he started his familiar work, his heart at this time was exceptionally calm. The whole person was caught up in a metaphysical feeling. Even Li Changqing himself hadn't noticed that on his forehead brow, there was actually a blue mark flickering faintly. In just less than an hour's time, a lifelike wooden sculpture appeared in Li Changqing's hands. It was a spotted tiger. It was as big as a man's head, and the exquisite carving made the tiger seem like it was alive. The eyes were glazed over, seemingly staring at their prey. The word king on his forehead was even more pervasive and domineering. It was especially real with that tiger bowing and climbing on that strange rock, ready to pounce on it and tear its prey apart. Li Changqing nodded with satisfaction. He didn't know why, but it was as if he had just forgotten the passage of time. Carving something with such concentration hadn't been experienced in a long time, and not a bit of fatigue not to mention. The spirit seems to be a bit more full. It seems to be that my level has improved again. Li Changqing scrutinized his work with satisfaction, then muttered to himself, how is it going to be priced? Li Changqing rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time before finally deciding that he wanted to try pricing this thing at 5 coins of silver. I don't know if I can sell it. The sun is not easy. Cannot always rely on the sun to support. Let him feel at ease in the ancient land of Daoshan cultivation. They cannot help even if, cannot become the sun's worries. The evergreen painting studio hadn't opened its doors for days. The next morning Li Changqing cleaned the store, and then opened the door to ventilate the store. Looking at the paintings hanging on the walls, Li Changqing did not put them away. After all, it is still a painting workshop. You can't just have a carving. It looks too shabby. These crappy paintings aren't very good, but if someone wants to buy them, they'll sell them for a price. Making a point is a point. Placed his carved tiger on a shelf in the store. Immediately after that, Li Changqing could only wait for the guests to come to his door in boredom. But Li Changqing waited from the morning until the evening. Not to mention people, not even a ghost shadow. One was the remote location of the place, and another was that Li Changqing's level was also well known. Half-assed level. His paintings are a loss when you buy them back. Naturally, it's not much patronized. The store was open for 3 days in a row, and not even a single customer actually came. This made Li Changqing a little anxious to think of what to do to recruit customers. It's past noon. After eating, Li Changqing had thought of taking a nap. Who knew that just at this time, A figure actually appeared at the entrance of the evergreen painting workshop. The visitor poked his head in and looked in. It was a young man, 13 or 14 years old. His eyes were a bit obscure, and by looking at the clothes he wore, he knew that he was either rich or noble. "Welcome. Feel free to come in and take a look," Li Changqing hurriedly greeted. "It's just a teenager, but at least it's a customer." "You don't recognize me?" the young man asked out of the blue. "Does it matter if you know each other or not? Come to my store. You are my guest. Why should we need each other?" Li Changqing said indifferently. "Why should we ever meet each other?" The young man froze. That was a bit of a funny thing to say. He was from the Yan family of Changqing town. As one of the top families in Changqing town, the Yan family was so powerful that no one knew about it. And he, Yan Yueshir, was even the son of Yan Buotao, the head of the Yan family. Who doesn't know about the town of Changqing? It was a pity that Li Changqing didn't recognize it. Although Yan Yueshir was Yan Buotao's son, with an honorable status and a powerful family as his background, Yan Yueshir was extremely unsuccessful in his cultivation. The family had purchased a number of painters' paintings when they were Yan language. Nay, Yan Yueshir's visualization was never able to enter the country, let alone perceive from it a cultivation path of his own. It's been 3 years. The elders of the Yan family all began to propose that Yan Buotao reselect the successor of the Yan family. At first, Yan Buotao was still able to refuse, but after so much time had passed, Yan Yueshir had never made any progress, and even Yan Buotao was about to be unable to withstand the pressure of the elder core. Today in the family again by some people in the back of the yin and yang said some words. "He is only a juvenile mind. How can he bear it? Solely run out for a break." It was just that he was preoccupied along the way, and without realizing it, he actually walked to the deepest part of this Qing Feng, and came to the entrance of this evergreen painting workshop. So Yan Yueshir also stopped by to take a look. He heard that in Changqing town there is a painter called Li Changqing, but the paintings are very general. Today just to take a look. Chapter 004, Art Fanatic. Yan Yuji paced around the store, looking at the paintings that hung on the walls around him. All of the paintings are almost exclusively of various weapons or beasts, but the weapons were drawn without any charm, and the beasts were even more poorly drawn, without any semblance of aura. Yan Yueshir was not disappointed, because there was nothing to look forward to in the first place. He's just here to pass the time with nothing to do. The paintings here were so much worse than the paintings that the Yan family had bought at a high price. They were not in the same class at all. In his opinion, this Li Changqing hadn't even managed to reach the threshold of a painter. And these paintings are even more garbage. They don't even get people into the path. Not to mention people like him who originally had difficulty entering the path. Gently shaking his head, Yan Yueshir decided not to continue wasting time here and turned around, ready to leave. But the moment he had just turned his head, he was captivated by an object on the shelf. What's that? Yan Yueshir walked over with a surprised look on his face. A lifelike tiger. Yan Yueshir's entire body looked as if it was deeply attracted to something as she took a step to the front of that wooden sculpture. The whole thing froze in place. This is the first time to see this thing. When it is swallowed, Yan Yuji didn't know what it was, but the impact that this fierce tiger had on Yan Yuji was altogether much stronger than the impact that the painting had brought. At the moment, in Yan Yushir's eyes, the fierce tiger seemed to have come to life. Even in his ears, he could hear the sound of that tiger whistling in the mountains. It resounded through the heavens and shook the ears. The voice echoed continuously, shaking the heart and soul, and at that moment, it made Yan Yushu feel an infinite pressure. How did this thing get so powerful? Yan Yushir had a strong premonition that if he were to observe this thing, he would definitely have a chance of enlightenment. Step onto the path of upward mobility. There's actually such a treasure in this tiny store? Do you like my wood carving? At this time, Li Changqing also came up, and seeing Yan Yuyue staring at his wood carving for a long time, he felt that he could hopefully sell it. A wood carving? This thing is called a wood carving? Yan Yushir didn't even know how to evaluate it for a moment. As if any words of praise in the world were eclipsed by that at this moment. This thing really wowed him. Yan Yueshir's tone was also instantly respectful as he cupped his fists and bowed to Li Changqing. Senior, it was the brat who was being bashful just now. Ha! Li Changqing was stunned. What is this for? When did you become a wannabe? At this moment in Yan Yushir's eyes, Li Changqing simply became mysterious and unpredictable. This wood carving came from his hand. This is afraid that it is more powerful than those painters that his Yan family hired. Senior, is this wooden carving sellable? Yan Yushir asked timidly, fearing that such a treasure could not be sold at all. But Swallow Whispertime really wants it super bad. He felt that the wood carving was his hope. With this thing, one will definitely be able to become enlightened and embark on the path of cultivation. At that time, the young patriarch of the Yan family would still be himself. Li Changqing just wanted to say that this wood carving of course sells. The result just uttered a word. also did not think that this yen language when it is in acute, plopping a sound on the knees to the front of Li Changqing. I beg senior to fulfill me, Yen Yuesher said with an expectant face. As far as not? Like this would carving so much? Li Changqing couldn't believe that Yen Yuesher was such an art lover. Sell, Li Changqing hurriedly said. Get up. Many thanks, senior. Yen was thrilled to the core when he spoke. I wonder what the selling price of this wooden sculpture is, Yen Yuesher hurriedly asked. Li Changqing still followed the previous pricing and stretched out 5 fingers. 5 silver pennies. If Yen Yuji thought it was expensive, the bottom line in Li Changqing's mind was 3 silver coins. Any lower and it won't work. Seeing Li Changqing stretching out 5 fingers, Yen Yuesher didn't say a word, took out a silver ticket from his sleeve and slapped it directly onto the table. I'll buy it. After saying that, without even waiting for Li Changqing to come back to his senses, he only saw Yen Yuesher cradling that wooden sculpture in his arms and running out, fearing that Li Changqing would back out. So monkeyed up? 5 coins of silver also has a silver ticket? Li Changqing reached out his hand to pick up that silver ticket and took a look at it, and was dumbfounded. 5,000 taels. It was actually a 5,000 tael silver ticket. Asterisk 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 dot. With a sound of nationalism, Li Changqing's first reaction to this silver ticket was fake. Otherwise why did Yen Yuesher run so fast? But after looking at it carefully for several times, Li Changqing really couldn't see where exactly this silver ticket was fake. It seems to be true. Li Changqing sat paralyzed in his chair. At this time he was somewhat skeptical of life. A wooden sculpture. Sold for 5,000 taels? This isn't an art lover anymore. This is crazy, isn't it? He was well aware of the purchasing power of 5,000 taels of silver in this world. The average citizen can't make that much money in their lifetime. His own son, as a disciple of Daoshan ancient land, was afraid that he would only earn more than 100 taels of silver per month. Who was this person? So rich. Rich not to mention stupid. You can retire on your own after this job? Wait, Li Changqing calmed down again from under the ecstasy. Just now that was just a kid, and he didn't know why he could have so much money on him. But 5,000 taels of silver is not a small amount even for some families. If the adults in the family knew that a child spent 5,000 taels of silver on a wooden sculpture, they'd come to the door to ask for it. I'm afraid, if you don't give it to me at that time, you will be raked over the coals. This metaphysical world was not a place for reasoning. Whoever had the biggest fist was the reason. Hey, Li Changqing looked at the silver ticket in his hand and sighed lightly. Wait and see. If people come to the door to ask for it, he will send it back to them. If no one comes for it, then again. The Yen family. Late afternoon. Master, have you really made a decision? Inside the house, a gorgeously dressed woman with a pained look on her face begged the man in front of her. This man was none other than Yen Buotao, the contemporary head of the Yen family. He did not have the slightest expression on his face at this time, and the only thing in his gaze was perseverance. It's decided. Although I am the Yen family's patriarch, the Yen family, I am not the only one who has the final say. Yen Buotao said calmly. Yuesher will be 15 years old next year, and as a result, up to now, he has not even stepped into metamorphosis, unable to realize the Tao, and in the future, he will even be unable to lead the Yen clan. So I am also forced to make this decision. But it's too cruel for whispering time. The woman's face was distraught. He's not young anymore. There are some things that he has to bear sooner or later. Yen Buotao sighed softly. If only Ye Yun was a boy, she could have inherited the Yen family, and wouldn't have come to this point. Saying that, Yen Buotao walked up and opened the door. At this moment, in the courtyard in front of the door, there were already 6 figures waiting there. The gazes of all 6 men settled on Yen Buotao's body. Has the patriarch made up his mind? A man in a blue tunic walked up and said respectfully, if no decision has been made, we will continue to wait here. Go. Yen Buotao's cold and stern gaze swept over the crowd. Go and find Yuesher, to abolish his position as the young patriarch, and tell him to his face as well. Chapter 005. My son has a natural ability. The eyes of the 6 lit up as Yen Buotao finally made a decision. The 6 of them couldn't help it. Yen Yuesher was also the one they watched grow up and liked quite a bit, but Yen Yuesher was never able to enter the path. Unable to step into the cultivation path. Over the past few years, the Yen family had also utilized a great deal of resources to cultivate them, but unfortunately none of them worked. Only another Yen family can be chosen. Yen Buotao had 3 righteous sons that he had nurtured from a young age, and the strongest had already stepped into the Hotian realm. He is the first choice for the new young patriarch. Between Yen Yuesher and the Yen family, they could only choose the Yen family. Along the way, Yen Buotao's mood was heavy. How could he not know that Yen Yuesher had also made countless efforts, all of which he had seen in his eyes? He also knew how much criticism Yen Yuesher had endured over the years because of his status as a young patriarch. but he never gave up, not realizing that now it was he, as a father, who would have to give up. However, just as Yen Buotao and the others arrived outside the small courtyard where Yen Yushu was, the 7 of them suddenly changed their faces. A shocking intent unexpectedly erupted in the small courtyard at this moment when Yen spoke. The wind suddenly rose, and the door of the small courtyard was blown open on the spot, while at the same time the air was pounded with the sound of a tiger's whistle, which sounded like a loud bell, causing their clothes to hunt and rattle. The faces of several people were especially shocked. It's tiger intent. Yen Buotao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The haze in his gaze swept away as his entire body looked forward in excitement. It's whispering time. He's enlightened. The sound is so amazing. This tiger intent is enough to make whispering time step into the Hotian Jedi. Another elder was also quite excited. Posterior Jedi. Enough to hold up the Yen family. However, before a few people could calm down from this excitement, on that void, a huge tiger shadow unexpectedly appeared. The tiger shadow was like a mountain prostrate in the middle of heaven and earth. The half-squinted eyes slowly opened. The breath of the Beast King swept across the 8 wastelands, and that sense of oppression made the hearts of all the people present tremble fiercely. For a moment, the 7 men froze in their tracks. Couldn't believe the scene I was seeing in front of me. The tiger's body shook the sky. Even every whisker of the tiger could be seen clearly, and the crushing aura made people feel that the hairs on their body were going to stand up, and it was as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Even their blood wanted to freeze. The oppression is really too much. Intent transformation. Several elders were completely dumbfounded, so shocked by the scene in front of them that they couldn't even close their jaws. The same is true of Yen Buotao. It was impossible for those of them to not be clear about what the intent transformation represented. This was a sign that one was expected to step into the innate. At this point their heads were pretty much in the clouds. Whose paintings did Yen Yanshi actually enlighten? To actually be able to sense the path of the innate? Although the Yen family was a large local family, it was only the Yen family's oldest ancestor who had stepped into the realm of the innate. And since then, no one from the Yen family had ever entered the realm of the innate. Now, Yen Yueshi, who had never been able to cultivate, actually had the posture of an innate? How dare they believe that? This is not only the need for Yen Yeshi, this person has this kind of qualification. More importantly, Yen Yeshi into the road when the perception of the painting requirements are extremely high. Can into the innate painting? The Yen family really have? What the hell is going on? My son has the posture of an innate when he speaks. Yen Buotao was extremely excited at the moment. In that case, who else could be the future patriarch of the Yen family? Who dares to disagree? The future Yen Yueshi was an existence comparable to the family's oldest ancestor. And right at this moment, the huge tiger shadow in the sky began to slowly converge, turning into a ball of gas that shrunk into the room. At the same time, the door to the room opened, and Yen Yueshi walked out of the house. Although at this time, Yen Yueshi had not yet cultivated, but the tiger's intent around his body had not yet converged. His clothes were windless, and more importantly, in the sky above Yen Yueshi's head, there was actually a wooden sculpture floating, which was permeated with a murderous intent. It made people feel an unspeakable sense of oppression, as if they were really facing a modeled tiger. What the hell was that? The crowd stared at the wooden sculpture floating above their heads, revealing expressions of surprise. At this time, Yen Yueshi had just entered the Dao. Shouldn't he be accompanied by a painting by his side? Why, it's a strange thing. Father, uncles and uncles. Yen Yueshi stepped forward at this moment and respectfully bowed, but the excitement on his face was hard to conceal. Whispering time, you've entered the Dao? Yen Buotao couldn't help but ask excitedly despite having seen it. Fortunately, Yen Yushi's tone was also excited. However, at that moment, the eyes of the crowd fell on that wooden sculpture. What is this? Why was the aura emanating from this thing? But it was more powerful than even some of the finest paintings. Even Yen Buotao dropped his gaze onto this wooden sculpture. It seemed to be real and phantom, giving the impression that it was extremely extraordinary. Where did Yen Yueshi get such a treasure? Whispering time, where did you get this thing from? A red-robed elder came forward as he gazed at the wooden sculpture with gravity. Yen Yueshi stretched out his hand, and the wooden sculpture fell directly into Yen Yushi's palm. And immediately afterward, he told the crowd about what he encountered today. Li Changqing of the Evergreen Painting Studio? Several people had revealed their shock at hearing this name. Rumor has it that Li Changqing is nothing more than an unpopular painter. Where did he get such a treasure? This thing, he called it a wood carving? An elder studied the wooden sculpture in front of them, and they realized, to their surprise, that this thing, more than the painting, gave them a more shocking feeling. Could it be that this Li Changqing is someone with deep pockets? Yen Buotao swept a glance at the crowd. They looked at each other, but they couldn't tell, because it was something they had never seen before, and with such exquisite skill, It was simply not something that could be made by ordinary people. You sure? You're a bit reckless today. Yan Buotao looked at Yan Yushi. Yes, you brought the item back by dropping 5,000 taels, another elder said. Such a treasure that can help you break through the innate realm. 5,000 taels? You can't even buy a painting that can enter the Hotian realm. If this thing is really from Li Changqing's hand. Yan Buotao gruffly looked at Yan Yushi. Tomorrow with my father to apologize. In addition, to let Li Changqing see the attitude of our Yin family before. And in the meantime, test the reality. Yes, Yan Yushi also felt that he had indeed been reckless today. Early the next morning, Li Changqing got up and cooked himself a bowl of noodles. Then he found a place with good sunlight and sat down, holding a piece of wood in his hand and started a new carving. The only wood carving in the store had been bought out by Yan Yushi, and now he had to get some new goods before he could do so. As for those broken paintings hanging before, they were directly ripped off and put away by Li Changqing. The paintings were indeed bad enough to look a bit moody. I was thinking about carving a rock bird today. Just a fledgling only came out, when I heard a footsteps coming from the distance. When he lifted his head to look, it was the Yan family who had arrived. Sir, we meet again. Yan Yushi hurriedly came forward at this moment to pay a respectful obeisance. If it wasn't for Li Changqing, how could he have entered the way? So this deference is genuine. I already knew that you would come today. Li Changqing smiled and glanced at the several people following behind him. Yan Buotao then stood up and walked into the store. Come in all. Yan Buotao and the others looked at each other. Li Changqing had known that the few of them were coming? Sure enough, it's unfathomable. Chapter 006, The Yin Family's Goodwill. Li Changqing naturally knew they were coming. When a small child in the family took 5,000 taels of silver and bought a small wooden sculpture to go back and play with, the parents were surely going to bring their child to the door to ask for it. Li Changqing has been ready for a long time. For Yan language so respectful, Li Changqing did not feel surprised. After all, door to ask for money to return well, certainly to be a good attitude. A few people didn't say anything when they walked into the store and saw the sweeping view, while Li Changqing turned around and prepared to take out the 5,000 taels of silver checks from the money box and return them. Yan Buotao gave Yan Yushi a look. Poof! Yan Yushi knelt down on the spot. Ha! What is this for? Li Changqing heard the voice and was startled on the spot. Asking for money is not so much as performing such a great gift. Yesterday, it was the brat who was unintelligent and offended senior much. Today, the brat has come to give thanks plus give thanks for his offense. Yan Yushi spoke forcefully, kowtowing again when he finished. Ha! Li Changqing actually didn't react for a moment when he heard what Yan Yushi said. What's thankful and offended again? Elder, my Yan family has come here today to pay our respects, and to apologize for my youngest son's reckless actions yesterday. Yan Buotao also took a step back with the three elders at this moment before respectfully bowing. What's the situation? Li Changqing was very confused in his heart when he saw this. Could it be that several of them were not here to ask for money? Li Changqing's heart had many kinds of thoughts at this time, but he didn't say anything and was ready to wait and see what would happen. And the 5,000 taels of silver tickets were not taken out and put directly into his sleeve robes. He just said faintly, "Please take a seat. There is no need to be so courteous. Many thanks, senior." Several people clasped their fists and bowed. Then each found a chair and sat down. Yan Yushi also got up and stood beside Yan Buotao. Li Changqing didn't say anything and waited for them to speak first. He now wanted to know what was going on. I didn't expect that the small Changqing county actually hides such a high person like senior. Yan Buotao cupped his fists at this time and said, "Yesterday, the youngest child was naughty and actually took away such a treasure from senior. It was really not right. It's good that senior didn't have a general understanding with the youngest child." Saying that, Yan Buotao took out a box, and in the box was yesterday's fierce tiger wood carving. Li Changqing stared at the wooden sculpture, and in his heart, he also guessed that it should be related to the wooden sculpture. But Li Changqing still didn't say anything. He just smiled calmly and waited for Yan Buotao to continue on. Such a treasure. Naturally it can't be worth only a mere 5,000 taels. We had wanted to return this divine object, but since yesterday my son used this treasure to realize the Tao, but he also consumed a trace of the treasure's divinity. I, the Yan family, knowing that we are at a disadvantage, have come to the door to ask for senior's forgiveness. The three Yan Buotao hurriedly got up again and cupped their fists at Li Changqing. At this time, Li Changqing finally heard some of the reasons, but this also made Li Changqing's heart shake. His own wooden sculpture had actually helped this kid to realize the way? Doesn't enlightenment require sensing paintings to succeed? Could it be that your own wood carvings have such power? Yes, paintings, wood carvings, essentially all belong to a class, and their own wood carvings are more realistic and three-dimensional. The help to enlightenment may not really be comparable to ordinary paintings. Looks like they're not here for the money. You all are welcome. Li Changqing held back the excitement in his heart and said calmly, I and this kid are also considered to have a destiny. He can see this wood carving at a glance. It also proves that he is destined to have a destiny with this wood carving. Destiny is something that can't be forced, and is born in the flow of the situation. Everything is his own creation, and I'm also just going with the flow of the boat. Still, I have to pay my respects to Senior. Yan Yushir thanked Li Changqing from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Li Changqing, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to keep his position as the young patriarch of the Yan family. Fall into mediocrity and spend your life. And Evergreen Li changed his destiny. Senior, we also know that this wooden carving is worth countless amounts of money, and that 5,000 taels of silver is simply a joke. So we offer this gift in the hope that Senior will accept it. And even if it is not as valuable as this wooden carving, it will be considered as a small token of appreciation from my Yan family. Yan Buotao took out a pitch-black wooden box from his sleeve robe at this moment, and there was this red sealing clay seal on it. It looks quite expensive. And a windfall? How valuable is this wood carving of yourself? In his previous life, his own art of wood carving was simply no one's favorite, and he was even mocked for making videos on the internet. But it turned out that when he arrived here, he actually became the meat and potatoes. The pinnacle of one's life is coming? This is... Although Li Changqing didn't know what this was, but looking at the box, he knew that it must be very expensive. This is a 200-year-old blood ginseng, Yan Buotao hurriedly said. It's barely a treasure. I still hope that Senior Evergreen doesn't mind it. Since that's the case, I'll take it. You all have a good heart. Li Changqing naturally took the things. Although he couldn't use this thing, Li Hengsheng could definitely use it. Li Hengsheng every month routine money callback so much, where he still have money to buy resources to cultivate? For his son, who he has never met, Li Changsheng has a kind of inexplicable heartache. Heartache for his understanding, but also may want to make up for the original master's father's faults. So this 5,000 taels of silver and this 100-year-old blood ginseng, Li Changqing didn't intend to keep them. Instead he was going to send them to Li Hengsheng later. Seeing that Li Changqing had accepted it, Yan Buotao and a few others were also happy that Li Changqing had accepted the Yan family's gesture of goodwill. Being able to make the acquaintance of such a capable person would be of great benefit to the Yan family. If they could obtain more wood carvings from Li Changqing in the future, then it naturally went without saying that their Yan family's strength would take a qualitative leap. But they weren't in too much of a hurry now, fearing that they would make any demands now that would displease Li Changqing, so they decided it was better to leave first. The coming days are long, Elder Evergreen. Then we will leave first. In the future, if there is a need to use the Yan family, feel free to ask, Yan Buotao said, taking out a token and placing it on the table and said, this is my Yan family's token. With this token, you can come to my Yan family without hindrance. Have a heart. Li Changqing did not move and nodded calmly. Since he had already been treated as a high person, it was only natural that he should have a bit of a high person's demeanor. Li Changqing, who had also read a few novels in his previous life, understood this very well. We'll take our leave then, Yan Buotao said as the few people clasped their fists, sending a few people to the door. Li Changqing watched a few people leave and just turned around to leave, but he saw the purple-clothed man who had delivered the letter a long time ago running over again. Li Changqing, a letter for you, from the ancient land of Daoshan. The man in purple ran and handed a letter to Li Changqing. Another letter? Li Changqing was a bit surprised. A letter came just a few days ago. Why did it come again today? Did something happen to your son? Thinking of this, Li Changqing hurriedly opened the letter. Only after reading it did Li Changqing breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that something had happened to Li Hengsheng, but that Li Hengsheng had reminded Li Changqing to be more careful lately. It was because of the recent sightings of ghost cultivators in Minghongzhou. Li Changqing, who had originally seen that Li Hengsheng was fine and put his heart down, had a sudden thump in his heart. Wait a minute, Ghostbusters? There are ghosts in this world? Chapter 007, Ghost Cultivator Yan Dongchen. This instantly made Li Changqing sweat a little. Bones for ghosts and gods is with a kind of reverence. So hearing the existence of ghosts, Li Changqing was a little scared for a while. Seeing the half-carved wooden sculpture in his hand, Li Changqing pondered for a long time and simply didn't continue to carve it, but instead found a new piece of wood. Then he began to seriously carve a new wood carving. With the serious carving, the blue mark on Li Changqing's brow became more and more obvious. It was just that Li Changqing himself didn't even notice it at all. The movements are skillful and the use of the various tools is out of this world. Until the evening, a half-man tall wooden sculpture had appeared in Li Changqing's hands. Lotus base with a bald monk seated on it. The monk was wearing a robe, holding a golden bowl in his right hand and a string of Buddha beads around his neck. His eyes were tightly closed, and he had an unruffled air of authority. Phew, Li Changqing took a long breath and wanted to wipe the sweat on his forehead, but when he wiped it with his hand, he realized that there was no sweat whatsoever, which made Li Changqing a bit surprised. It seems that his stamina has become a lot better after crossing over. The Buddha was wiped clean, and then it was placed directly in the middle of the painting workshop. Bless 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 ah! All ghosts will not be invaded. Paying homage to the Buddha with folded hands, Li Changqing then returned to his small courtyard at the back. Li Changqing was going to have someone bring the silver check and blood ginseng to his son Li Hengsheng tomorrow. The night is slightly cooler. Dark clouds shrouded the bright moon, and the entire Changqing town appeared to be exceptionally silent, and occasionally the sound of patrolling night watchmen banging gongs could be heard on the streets. Outside Changqing town, a black light crashed into Changqing town as if it were a meteor, but in the blink of an eye, the black light disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had just appeared. And when that black light disappeared, but a figure appeared in the place where that black light just descended. The person is a middle-aged man. He is a tattered robe. The appearance looks a little woeful. Sharp eyes swept to the surroundings. In the darkness of the night, that pair of eyes is like a falcon. Yen Donchen, you won't be able to escape, the middle-aged Taoist priest slowly said. The next moment, he flipped his palm, and golden light twined out from his fingertips, as if intertwining a formation, as he stared at the golden light, which converged on top of the 8 positions of the 9 directions. This way? The middle-aged Taoist's gaze looked to the northwest. After saying that, his figure also quickly swept away as a golden light. Damn stinking Taoist priest, chasing me for 2 whole days and 2 nights. Underneath the black light, the figure of a hawk-nosed man stained with blood emerged, his gaze flickering with killing intent. The blood seeping from his body was particularly painful for him as well. When I, Yen Donchen, return to the 10th floor, I will surely step on your Daoshan ancient land one day, he muttered. But the pain of his torn wound twisted his expression. If this goes on, I definitely won't be able to escape. I need to find someone to replenish my qi and blood before I can do so. Yen Dongduan stepped into Minghong State. Originally wanted to keep a low profile, just to look for a thing. Did not want to hurt people's lives lest they attract others' attention. But it would not be possible to not attract attention now. If he did not refine some of his qi and blood, his injuries at this moment would only get worse and worse. And if he wanted to escape from the hands of the people of the Daoshan ancient land, he would definitely not be able to do so with just this body now. Yen Dongduan raised his head at this time and realized that there was actually a store behind him. Evergreen Painting Studio. This is it. Yen Dongduan knew that the people from the Daoshan ancient land would definitely be catching up soon, and he had to hurry up. He could sense the presence of someone's aura in the Evergreen Painting Workshop, so he directly pushed open the door of the Evergreen Painting Workshop and his figure directly rushed into it. Kill the person inside and refine that person's essence blood to fill their own injuries. However, just as he rushed into the painting workshop, Yen Dongduan was suddenly feeling an indescribable sense of crisis. This sense of crisis simply surpassed all the crises he had ever felt in his life, as if it were certain death. What the hell is going on? What's in this house? He was a powerhouse of the innate realm. How could he have encountered such a terrifying crisis? Suddenly, he saw that in the middle of that painting workshop, there was actually a huge wooden sculpture. Carved wood with green lotus, Buddha calms the world. At this moment that Buddha even violently opened his eyes. In his eyes, the boundless Buddhist law seems to envelop the entire painting workshop. A supreme might from above that Buddha crushed, so that Yen Dongduan, the whole person on the spot, was almost crushed by this Buddhist light. How is it possible? Yen Dongduan's face changed drastically. He had never felt such a terrifying Buddha's light before. What the hell is this? How could it be so powerful? Even a spiritual treasure can't be this powerful, right? However, at this time a majestic voice was diffused from that Buddha's body. The voice shook the 4 directions. The flood bells and great Lu General, bold demon, daring to trespass the painting workshop. I want you to show your original form. Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Boom. As soon as the words fell, the Buddha's palm and the Buddha's seal suppressed down. A kind of boundless might instantly let Yen Dongduan even have no power to resist, is enveloped by the intention of death. No! Yen Dongduan was horrified in his heart and wanted to fight against this Buddha, but he was unable to resist even though his cultivation had exploded at this moment, and he was annihilated by the Buddha's light on the spot. What's going on? At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist who had just chased after the Evergreen Painting Workshop also felt this boundless power, and at the same time, the golden formation in his hands unexpectedly collapsed instantly. Dead? The middle-aged Taoist's face changed. Yen Dongduan is dead. He looked at the store in front of him with incredulous eyes. Evergreen Painting Studio. He had absolutely no idea what was going on inside, but he could feel that a shocking aura had just erupted inside, and that aura was so strong that it was completely beyond his ability to resist. Strong as Yen Dongduan had already stepped into the realm of the innate, yet he was also instantly decapitated by him. The middle-aged Taoist's heart grew fearful, and his figure exploded out, hurrying away from the evergreen painting workshop, afraid that it will spill over later. What the hell is that? The middle-aged Taoist looked far away in the direction of the evergreen painting workshop, his heart still unable to calm down. Yan Dongguan was dead, and the Buddha also returned to his original appearance, closing his eyes tightly, as if nothing had just happened. Even Li Changqing was dead asleep, not even realizing what was happening in the painting workshop. Early the next morning, Li Changqing woke up and came to the middle of the painting workshop, and only then did he notice that something seemed to have happened in the workshop, because on the ground, there were actually more than 2,000 taels of silver tickets, and an iron plate. What is this? Li Changqing curiously picked up the thing, then walked to the door, looked around, and didn't find anything. Could it be that someone is robbing the rich to give to the poor in the middle of the night? Li Changqing rubbed his chin, looking again at the iron plaque. There was a big word written on it, GI. With just this one word, Li Changqing had absolutely no idea what it represented. Li Changqing. Just at this time, the man in purple once again came to the door, and it was Li Changqing who had asked him to come today. These purple-robed men were from the Tsong Yuan Dark Bureau, specializing in delivering letters and escorting goods. It was spread throughout the entire Tsong Yuan realm, and the background behind it was particularly astonishing. You said you were going to send a letter to the ancient land of Daoshan. Are you ready? The man in purple asked. All right. Li Changqing took out a letter. The envelope was not yet glued. Li Changqing put in the 2,000 taels of silver bills he just got along with the 5,000 taels from before, and the 200-year-old blood ginseng. Is that all? The man in purple looked at the things in front of him. That's all. Li Changqing casually threw the piece of iron metal he just got into the envelope as well. He didn't know what it was anyway, and sent it to Li Hengsheng along with it. Chapter 008 Huge Speculations. The Yen family is closed today. There were quite a few close friends of the Yen family who came on weekdays, but they were all turned away as well, which caused many people to speculate on what was going on with the Yen family. Could it be that some great big shot has come? And at this moment, on the Yen family's Yen Hong pavilion, including Yen Buatao, as well as the many elders, all stood there respectfully, as if they were facing a very honored guest. All sit, sit, sit. You're all standing there. Old Taoist, I feel weird. Sitting in the very center was the same middle-aged Taoist who had appeared in Changqing town last night. At this time he was unconventional, with one foot on the stool and a banana in his hand, eating it while speaking to the crowd. Yes, yes, the crowd chimed in. Then hurriedly all sat down. I didn't know that Peak Master Mu Hai had descended on our humble abode. None of us had any preparations. Making Peak Master Mu Hai laugh, Yen Buatao said respectfully. In the morning, when he heard people say that one of the 36 Peak Masters of the Dashan ancient land, the Peak Master of Mahai Peak, had descended, this had really given Yen Buatao a shock. The Peak Masters of the 36 peaks of the Dao Mountain ancient land. What kind of status was that? Moreover, Yen Buatao's daughter, Yen Yun, was also a disciple of the Daoshan ancient land. So naturally, she had to be properly entertained. There's nothing to prepare for. I'm not that pretentious, old Taoist. Saying that, the middle-aged Taoist casually threw the banana peel onto the table, and his face straightened up. I came to this Changqing town last night after Yen Dongguan. Yen Dongguan? The crowd couldn't help but sigh when they heard this name. Yen Dongguan's name is very loud. Ghost cultivator strong. Cultivation has stepped into the innate. In the Ghost Cultivator's Yin 10 building is also famous. Just Yin 10 building people have not appeared in Ming Hong State for a long time. How this Yen Dongguan suddenly descended on Ming Hong State? Could it be that there is something in Ming Hong State that he has set his sights on? The people of the Yin 10th floor, who robbed graves and dug up tombs, were scorned by the world, but they were so secretive in their movements that they were seldom caught. It was just a chance encounter, the Mu Hai Peak Master said casually. But that Yen Dongchen appeared in Ming Hong Prefecture. He must have been up to no good. The two of us exchanged blows once, and he was seriously injured by me. But naturally, this grandson ran away too fast, and I chased after him for 2 days and 2 nights before I chased him to this Changqing town. Originally, I had already tracked his movements and followed him last night, watching him enter a place called Evergreen Painting Workshop in your Changqing town. Peak Master Mu Hai murmured. Evergreen Painting Studio. The crowd was taken aback. Peak Master Mu Hai glanced at a few people in surprise, and the crowd's reaction was a bit large. Regarding that Evergreen Painting Workshop, do you guys know something? Peak Master Mu Hai looked at the crowd. From their reactions, it seemed that Evergreen Painting Workshop was afraid that it was not simple. Peak Master Mu Hai, that Evergreen Painting Workshop is inhabited by a high-ranking person. Yen Buatao spoke respectfully at this moment. A high person? The Mu Hai Peak Master muttered. No wonder. But what happened afterward? An elder also asked with curiosity. Yan Dongchen died after he entered the evergreen painting workshop. The Mu High Peak Master didn't hide anything and said directly, "Dead?" A few people's hearts were shaken. They knew that Li Changqing was not simple, but that Yan Dongchen was in the innate realm. He actually died in Li Changqing's hands without even having a chance to escape? What the hell did Li Changqing do? Tell me about this high person. Peak Master Mu Hai also came to be interested in Li Changqing. He was also curious to know what kind of high person had made a ghostly and thieving 10th floor expert like Yan Dongguan die in the evergreen painting workshop without even having a chance to escape. I'll say it. Yan Buotao didn't hide anything and told the story of Li Changqing. After listening to Yan Buotao add fuel to the fire and diabolize Li Changqing, the somewhat scruffy emotions of the Mu High Peak Master also collected themselves. Carving a piece of wood carving can actually awaken one's innate posture. One must know that the painters who could make people step into the innate realm that were all existences that could be called painting saints. This Li Changqing's ability is comparable to a painting saint? Yan Dongguan is kicking the bucket, the Mu High Peak Master muttered, and a look of scorn appeared in his eyes. Martial artists cultivate their bodies, and painters cultivate their souls. Those who were able to reach the level of painting saint were also particularly powerful in their divine soul cultivation. It was just that Peak Master Mu Hai hadn't thought that there was such an expert in this tiny Changqing town, within the boundaries of their Daoshan ancient land, and that their Daoshan ancient land was actually completely unaware of it. By the way, Lord Peak Master, although the senior Li Changqing is powerful, he is low-key and has been living in seclusion. And senior Li Changqing has a son who is said to be the very disciple of the Daoshan ancient land. An elder came up and respectfully said, these were some of the things that their Yin family had poked around, and when they learned that Li Changqing's only son, Li Hengsheng, was actually a disciple of the Daoshan ancient land as well, they were also a bit surprised, wondering why Li Changqing was so powerful that he had to send his son to the Daoshan ancient land. In the Dao Mountain ancient land? The Mu High Peak Master was also taken aback and couldn't help but ask, what is the name of this senior's son? Back to Peak Master. Elder Evergreen's son's name is Li Hengsheng. Yan Buotao hurriedly spoke. Li Hengsheng? The Mu High Peak Master frowned, trying hard to ponder this name in his mind. But after thinking for half a day and browsing through the names of all the elite disciples of the 36 peaks that he had heard of, there was actually not a single one that matched up. Such a mysterious and tall person snails in this Changqing town. And his son is silent in my Daoshan ancient land. Peak Master Mu Hai frowned down for a moment. What the hell is going on here? This person did not show himself at the location of the Daoshan ancient land and sent his son to the Daoshan ancient land. What exactly was his purpose? Could it be that he's an old friend from the ancient land of Daoshan? For a while, the Mu High Peak Master actually didn't have half a thought. He felt that he must go back to the ancient land to inform the patriarch of such an important matter. Thinking of this, the Mu High Peak Master didn't continue to stay much longer and prepared to go back to the Daoshan ancient land at a quick pace. 2 days later, Daoshan ancient land, Wanzai Peak. There were 36 peak masters in the entire Dao Mountain ancient land, but there were 37 peaks. It was only because all of the people living on Wanzai Peak were the miscellaneous disciples of the Daoshan ancient land. These miscellaneous disciples did not have proud natural talent, nor did they have a prominent birth, and did not have a huge family lineage to provide them with the treasures they needed to cultivate. So they could only cultivate in silence and painstakingly. Simply by reaching the threshold of entering the Dao, one could enter the Dao Mountain ancient land and become a miscellaneous disciple. If in the future there was a hope to metamorphose into the Hotian realm, then it would be possible to enter the 36 peaks and become an outer sect. It is just a slim hope. Wanzai Peak is huge, thousands of disciples, but the annual examination down can enter the outer door of the person, but the number of single hand. The trail was a bit muddy in the rugged mountains due to the recent rain. A teenager walked carefully down the mountain path carrying 2 large bundles of firewood on his back, his bare feet covered in mud. The 2 large bundles of firewood weighed 40 pounds, but the teenager was only a little out of breath. Senior brotherly. Just at this moment, a silver bell-like voice came, causing the teenager's eyes to light up considerably. When he looked up, it was a young girl looking at him with a smile. The young girl is dressed in plain clothes, but completely unable to hide her lovely temperament. Doll face has a pair of big watery eyes, eyelashes curved, as if that little neighbor girl. Senior sister dear, why are you here? Li Hengsheng asked with a smile. I just came back from the circular pavilion, and when I saw that there was a package for you, I brought it back for you. The young girl spoke. Chapter 009, a piece of relic. There's my parcel? Li Hengsheng's face was a little surprised, then hurriedly put down the 2 bundles of firewood on his body and took the parcel in Deer's quiet hands. Slightly heavier, he walked to the stone by the roadside and sat down. When he saw that the name written on the package was Li Changqing's name, his eyes first came out to reveal a flash of expectation, but immediately after, Li Hengsheng let out a bitter smile, and hesitated to unwrap it. Senior brotherly, Why don't you open it? Dear quietly came to sit beside Li Hengsheng and said with a smile, on weekdays, I still always hear senior brotherly complaining that your father doesn't even give you a letter back, and now that he's given you a letter back, you're frowning again. Hearing this, Li Hengsheng could only give a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. My father, this person, is obsessed with painting, but doesn't have that talent. Because I sent back less money. Several times he asked me to send more money back, but I also have to live. So I ignored it. So he hadn't written me a letter for more than half a year. Dear quietly just quietly listened and did not interrupt. She naturally knew that the teenager in front of her was not easy. Also as an odd job disciple, she knew that Li Hengsheng could only get the clan's cultivation resources of more than 100 taels of silver every month, and then had to send back half of it to that bottomless pit of a father. After entering the Dao Mountain ancient land for a little over 2 years, she, a later disciple's cultivation had already entered the 7th heaven of mortal transformation. But Li Hengsheng was still at the 3rd heaven of mortal transformation. Too few resources and slow progress. This caused Li Hengsheng to become a joke even on this Wanzai peak, and he was even often bullied. Dear quietly sometimes wanted to share some of her resources with Li Hengsheng, but Li Hengsheng never accepted it. This made Dear quietly have some admiration for Li Hengsheng but likewise some heartache. She always remembered that when she first came to Daoshan ancient land, it was Li Hengsheng who helped her through the toughest period. And it was also Li Hengsheng who gave her a helping hand when she couldn't finish a lot of things, but in the end, she couldn't do anything to help. My father's sudden letter made me more or less uneasy. Li Hengsheng looked at the package in his hand, never daring to open it. Open it and see. You have me with you. If there's anything, it's good to face it together. Dear quietly sat beside Li Hengsheng. Her voice was a little small but gentle. This sentence made Li Hengsheng suddenly blush a little, not even daring to look at Dear quietly's eyes. For his dear senior sister, Li Hengsheng was fond of her from the bottom of his heart. From the first time he saw Dear quietly he fell in love with this lovely young girl, but Li Hengsheng did not dare to say, more or less some inferiority complex. There is such a bottomless pit of the old man. The family did not have half a point of support. Their own is not what talent. Dear quietly although not what big family children. There is nothing particularly prominent identity, but behind the family is more or less some ability. Dear quietly qualification is also good. And then a year or two of time. There is every hope that beyond the metamorphosis realm, crossing into the back of the day, to become an outer disciple. Either way, one is not worthy. So Li Hengsheng did not talk, just red-faced and lowered his head, tearing the layer of paper outside the parcel, wanting to see what exactly was inside. Looking at a box and a letter inside. Li Hengsheng was a little surprised. This was the first time Li Changqing had sent something to himself. Without looking at the box, Li Hengsheng opened the envelope, wanting to see what was written inside the envelope. Who knows that just as the envelope was opened, an object scratched out of the envelope and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound that seemed to be that of a piece of iron. What is this? Dear quietly picked up the piece of iron, and found that the word Qi was written on it. The piece of iron seemed to be very old, and it was also engraved with very subtle patterns, which at first glance was quite artistic, but Li Hengsheng didn't even pay attention to the iron piece, but was surprised by the silver tickets taken out of the envelope. A full 7,000 taels. This, Li Hengsheng could not believe his eyes. So much money, where did it come from? Even Dear quietly covered her small mouth in shock after seeing so many silver tickets. In the entirety of the disciples of Wanzai Peak, I'm afraid that we can't find anyone with this much money, right? Uncle sent you money. Dear's quiet eyes lit up as she began to be happy for Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng opened the letter. The content of the letter did not have a few words. It just told Li Hengsheng to cultivate at ease. He had achieved something in painting. There was no need to send money to the family in the future. 7,000 taels of silver and that blood ginseng were given to him to cultivate, and he hoped that he would succeed soon. Li Changqing didn't dare to say too much for fear of exposing himself. Even the words he wrote were modeled after the original host's handwriting. Li Hengsheng was confused. He couldn't believe it was real. Senior brother, quickly put the things away. Don't let anyone see. Seeing Li Hengsheng dazed, Dear quietly reminded him hurriedly. 7,000 taels of silver. Not a small amount of money. In this Wanzai Peak if people know, it would be a big deal. Pitbulls are not guilty. Oh, Li Hengsheng also realized the problem and hurriedly looked around before putting away the silver ticket. Senior brotherly, there's also this. Dear quietly hurriedly handed the iron plate in her hand to Li Hengsheng. What is this? Li Hengsheng looked at the thing, not knowing what it was at all. I don't know. It fell out of your package. And it's a pretty nice sign. Dear quietly handed it over. I don't know what this thing is. If senior sister Dear likes it, I'll give it to you, Li Hengsheng said with a smile. When Dear quietly heard this, she suddenly teased and said, Is this considered a token from senior brother Li? Ha! Li Hengsheng was a bit rattled. Tokens? It's almost like saying a love token, isn't it? Li Hengsheng did not know what to say for a moment, but had to say, this thing counts. What token? Is a piece of broken iron just? Wait for tomorrow, I go to 100 Treasure Peak to buy a beautiful jade pendant for you. Senior sister. Seeing Li Hengsheng's nervous appearance, Deer quietly snorted out a laugh, her eyes transforming into crescent-like crescents. Alright, senior brother Li, I'm joking with you. Don't go and buy things indiscriminately. Cultivate well and improve your strength. If senior brother Li really wants to give me something, give me this iron plaque. I really like the color of the flower on it. Deer quietly took the iron plate and shook it in front of Li Hengsheng's eyes and said, I don't know if senior brother Li is willing to give it up. Deer asked with a quiet smile. Just take it if senior sister Deer likes it, Li Hengsheng hurriedly said. Then, thank you senior brother Li. Deer quietly put the iron plate away at ease. In fact, she didn't know what the use of this thing was. It was just that Li Hengsheng had given it to himself and he liked it. Senior sister. I have to go and send the firewood back first. Li Hengsheng hurriedly got up to carry the 2 bundles of firewood. If he sent it late, he would be scolded by the other senior brothers again. Okay, senior brother. You go quickly, Deer whispered hurriedly. And at this moment, on Daoyuan Peak, the figure of Peak Master Mu Hai appeared here. He had just returned to the Daoshan ancient land, so he hurriedly came to this Daoyuan Peak to see the patriarch. It wasn't just because of what happened to Li Changqing, but on his way back, he had discovered another ghost cultivator's trail, which made Peak Master Mu Hai feel a little uneasy in his heart. Chapter 010, just in order. On the Daoyuan Peak, a huge sea of flowers was situated here, and it was rumored that there were thousands of different kinds of flowers here, all of which were gotten from all over the world by Luo Xiaochuan, the patriarch of the ancient land of Dao Mountain. Each flower was vibrant and beautiful, as if it had colored the land and the sky with a brilliant color. A stone path crossed the sea of flowers. At the end of this stone road is a bamboo forest. Weekdays Luo Xiaochuan lives in the bamboo forest, and outside the bamboo forest, there are several stone turtle statues, each with a different shape. The turtle's back is engraved with a lot of unintelligible words. The Mu Hai Peak Master had just walked here when he realized that a person had walked out from that bamboo forest. The visitor was dressed in white, in his 40s, with starry eyes that seemed to condense supreme sword intent, and with the slightest hint of coldness mixed in with his extraordinary appearance. He was considered to be a handsome man. Vice Sovereign. Seeing the visitor, the Mu Hai Peak Master respectfully cupped his fists and spoke. Su Mu Hai? The visitor said calmly after seeing the Mu Hai Peak Master. Looking for the patriarch? Yes. There are important matters that I want to report to the patriarch. Su Mu Hai nodded. Seeing that the usually dangling Su Mu Hai was actually so grave, the white-robed man also nodded his head before saying, the patriarch has entered the world and is not in the clan, so if you are willing to do so, you can speak to me. Saying that, the man in white came and sat down on the green stone next to him. Su Mu Hai pondered for a while, and also told the 2 things. The man in white heard from the beginning to the end, always did not have any change of color, has been waiting until after Su Mu Hai finished, only then opened his mouth and said, that Li Changqing did not show hostility. I have never heard of this person's name. Tell people to keep an eye on at any time on the right, the necessary moment, you can show some goodwill. To be able to befriend a person of such great power will only be beneficial to my Daoshan ancient land, said. The white man's gaze slightly more stern up. Ghost things. Instruct the disciples outside to pay more attention. If there is no major thing, ghost repair will not be so loud. A yen donged one is but a pawn. Behind the back of the surely there are big fish will come. There are things to quickly notify back to the clan. Everything has me to solve. With these words from you, Vice Patriarch, I'm relieved. These ghost cultivator brats are really tired of living if they dare to come to my Daoshan ancient land's territory to cause trouble. Su Mu Hai laughed, then said, then I will leave first. Su Mu Hai didn't have any questions about what the man in white said. It didn't feel like he was talking big either. The deputy patriarch of the Dao Mountain ancient land, Shui Qianbai, was known as the Thousand Snow Sword Venerable. This name is not just a name. If there is really a ghost cultivator to the ancient land of Daoshan range of trouble, can live from Shui Qianbai's sword to leave? Look at the whole world is also only a handful of people. After Su Mu Hai returned to his Mu Hai Peak, he also instructed the disciples of Mu Hai Peak to pass the news to the outside and keep an eye on the movements of the ghost cultivators. At the same time, Su Mu Hai didn't forget to have people go to the other 35 peaks to look for Li Hengsheng as a disciple. However, a few days later, the disciples who went to the other 35 peaks also came back to report that there was no such person as Li Hengsheng. This made Su Mu Hai a little surprised. The Yan family had previously said that Li Changqing's son, Li Hengsheng, had left home 3 years ago to worship in the ancient land of Dao Mountain. But how come none of the 36 peaks had Li Hongsheng as a disciple? Could it be that Li Hongsheng didn't actually come? Moreover, if Li Changqing is so strong, his son's qualification must be good as well. 3 years is not as good as worshipping in the inner sect, and he should also be an astonishingly talented existence in the outer sect. What the hell is going on here? For a few days, Li Hongsheng went straight into cultivation. He had never cultivated such a rich refinement before. In the past, half of the hard-earned money every month had to be sent back to Li Changqing, and the money left for himself was simply not enough to buy any cultivation resources, and he could only buy some medicinal herbs whose efficacy was about to disappear to help him cultivate. The effect was minimal, so it caused Li Hongsheng's cultivation progress to be really slow. But this time is not the same. There is money in the hand. Li Hongsheng this time is also spending a large sum of money. Bought before can only look at the drooling resources to cultivate. Even their daily need to do the work is also spend money to hire someone to do it. Their own focus on cultivation is good. He's fallen too far behind and he wants to make up for it. Early on, he would surpass the mortal transformation realm, then enter the outer sect, enter the 36 peaks, and become a true disciple of the Daoshan ancient land. Metamorphosis is supposed to be as a process of improving the body, force, bones, organs, blood, the overall change, so that their own metamorphosis beyond the average mortal. This is a very important process, the only real metamorphosis, in order to step into the realm of the Hotian. It's been a few days since I've seen senior brother. Not far from where Li Hongsheng lived, Deer quietly gazed at the place. From that day onwards, Deer quietly had not seen Li Hongsheng. She knew that Li Hongsheng was closed, and she was also happy that Li Hongsheng had the resources to cultivate. But it was just that she hadn't seen Li Hongsheng for a few days, and Deer quietly's heart was still a little lost. Taking out a handkerchief from her bosom, Deer quietly opened it carefully. Wrapped in the middle of the handkerchief was exactly that piece of iron plate that she didn't know what it was. Deer quietly had a faint smile on her face. This was considered to be the first time that Li Hongsheng had ever given her something. Even though this thing didn't know what it was and looked like it was worthless, Deer quietly still cherished it. But at the same time Deer quietly is also a bit of curiosity. The material of this sign is very special, as if it is not iron. Iron is not so heavy, but also does not look like other materials. Deer quietly has never seen such a special material. Gently rubbing the corners of the token with his fingers, there was also a tingling sensation, as if the material was unusually sharp. Dear sister. Just at this time, a voice suddenly appeared and a palm directly slapped onto Dear Silence's shoulder. Startling Dear Silence, the palm of his hand shook, and his finger was actually cut by the token in his hand. Ah! Dear quietly yelped in pain. Dear quietly, this cry of pain will shoot her. People are also startled. The person is also a teenage girl, named Su Yu. Usually in Dear quietly relationship is very good. Just saw Dear quietly here. Days want to come to scare Dear quietly. Seeing Dear quiet's fingers bleeding also startled Su Yaya. I'm sorry. Quiet. I didn't mean it. Stop the bleeding. Su Yu hurriedly took out her own handkerchief to wrap up Dear quiet's finger. But Dear Silence didn't care about this. She looked at the token, hoping that it wouldn't be soiled by blood. But to Dear Silence's surprise, the token actually didn't have a single trace of her blood on it. Only what Dear quietly didn't know was that her blood was completely absorbed by this token. At the same time, in this Minhong state, the people in the shadows of several parties were violently changing colors. The Jisan order has been refined. In a deserted ancient temple, a man in rags sat on a dirty stone platform. His hair was dirty and his eyes were covered with thick cloth, as if he couldn't see the prosperity of this world. As soon as these words came out, the several figures standing in front of him also changed color. The Gizan order has been refined? Could it be that someone has made a move ahead of them? Who is it? Could it be someone from the 10th floor? A ghost cultivator powerhouse said incredulously. Chapter 011, Song Yunyang and the Blind Man. No. The blind man said calmly. The location of the Jisan order is in the Daoshan ancient land. It's simply impossible for Yin Shalu to enter the Daoshan ancient land unknowingly to get the Jisan order. Our people have been keeping an eye on the Daoshan ancient land, and there hasn't been any movement. Then how could it be refined? A few people were clearly in a bit of disbelief. Perhaps it was refined by a human race. The blind man slowly said. This is also all possible. The refining requirements for the Qishan order are not high. It can be integrated into the bloodstream. So it's not possible that it happened to be refined by any human race. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They came all the way to this Minhong prefecture at great risk just to come here for the Qishan order. And as a result, the Qishan order was actually refined by someone? As he was talking, a small sparrow fluttered in from outside, and the blind man stretched out his hand, and the sparrow landed obediently on the blind man's palm. The sparrow twittered a few times, and the blind man nodded, and with a lift of his palm, the sparrow flew away again. Elder, How is it? Someone hurriedly asked. Disciple of the Dao Mountain Ancient Land. Dear quietly. The blind man slowly stood up at this moment. The Qishan order has been refined by this person. How can this be? The crowd below all showed difficult colors. Since the Gizhan order has already been refined by this person, then it is just a matter of quietly bringing this deer back to our Destiny Star Palace, the blind man said to the crowd. Although things are different from what we expected, they are not insurmountable, as long as the Jisan order is under the control of our Destiny Star Hall. Right, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Since the Jisan order had been refined by Deer Silence, it would be the same to bring Deer Silence back. Apart from us, the other ghost cultivators must have also long noticed that the Qishan order has been refined, and I'm afraid that at this point, they will also have the same idea as us. A ghost cultivator below who had been silent said, if we want to take the deer away quietly, I'm afraid there will be some difficulty, especially the Yin 10 building. A ghost cultivator said with a flash of sternness in his gaze, they have always acted in a despicable manner, and I'm afraid that they will soon make their move. The scouts came to report that the person who came from Yin 10th floor was Song Yunyang, so maybe she is already preparing to rob people at this time. Song Yunyang is a nuisance, but to want to snatch someone from the Daoshan Ancient Land, you're really overestimating her. The blind man sneered, although Luo Xiaochuan isn't in the Daoshan Ancient Land, Shui Qianbai is still there. For Song Yunyang to want to snatch someone from the Daoshan Ancient Land, unless she's lived long enough. Hearing Shui Qianbai's name, even the people present breathed heavily. 1,000 snow sword honors. Once 1,000 snow sword killed into the depths of the cloud wasteland, killing until the ghosts and gods retreated and the 10,000 races did not come out. That's why the mention of the name gave the crowd in the room some chills. They would never dare to let them enter the Dao Mountain Ancient Land to rob people. What's more, the Dao Mountain Ancient Land was rich in heritage, so entering it rashly would only result in 10 deaths. Not to mention Shui Qianbai, just one of those 36 peak masters taken out at random was also a top expert. Wait for your chance. The crowd could only give up, and the blind man continued to sit down, his entire aura returning to calm. Minghongju, the city of no confusion. The largest restaurant located in the city was this Immortal Pavilion, and the peach fairy drunk from the Immortal Pavilion was the most famous wine. At this time in this restaurant, the people are sighing and looking at a woman sitting by the window. This woman is in her 30s, especially charming, but that wasn't the reason the crowd was staring at her. It was the jars of wine at her feet that really stunned the crowd. Since this woman came into the store, she had already drunk 60 or 70 jars, but she was still drinking now. How can one not be shocked by such a drinking capacity? Good wine, the woman said as she drank it with bright eyes, and the slightest hint of drunkenness appeared in those watery eyes. How come the cloud wasteland doesn't have such good wine? The woman murmured. Just at this time, a figure appeared outside the window. Song Yunyang, this is the news that just came in. The visitor respectfully handed a letter to the woman. Song Yunyang casually reached out and picked it up, opened it and read it, then grinned as the chi energy in her palm shattered the letter to pieces on the spot. So that dead blind man Jiang who came too. Song Yunyang burped and said, this deer quietly actually refined the Qishan order. That's really interesting. Song Yunyang, should we quietly arrest that deer? The visitor asked in a low voice. Hiccup. Song Yunyang glanced at him as if she was looking at a little cutie. The same look. Finally patted his shoulder and said, young man, courageous, I think highly of you. Go ahead. The man froze. Surprised. I'm going alone? Ah, you'll take the lead first. When the time comes you'll most likely encounter a man dressed in white with a long sword in his hand. When the time comes, you'll work hard to slaughter that man, and when we return to the Yin 10th floor, I'll talk to the Lord to seal you as the 9th hallmaster of my Yin 10th floor, Song Yunyang said with a heated smile. The man was obviously very heartfelt, but he was not stupid, or sardonically smiled and said. Song Yunyang joked, I'd better not go. Although he didn't know who the man in white with a long sword was that Song Yunyang was talking about. It was clearly not something he could mess with. Then don't get lost, delaying my old lady's drinking, Song Yunyang's low voice said. This way. Saying that, he hurriedly left. Otherwise if he made Song Yunyang angry, the consequences would be troublesome. Despite knowing that the Gizan order was in the ancient land of Daoshan, the ghost cultivators did not make any movements. They could only wait for an opportunity, like a patient hunter waiting for his prey to take the bait. They weren't worried about what the Daoshan ancient land knew, because the Qishan order could only be sensed by those of their ghost race, and the human race couldn't sense it. In the blink of an eye, 7 days flashed by. Things remained quiet. Even Su Mohai, who discovered the traces of the ghost race at the beginning, was a bit surprised. The traces of the ghost cultivators did appear in Minghong State, but how come after so many days, there was still no movement? It's not scientific, is it? From the time that Yan Dongduan appeared in Minghongzhou, Sumai guessed that the people of the 10th floor must have arrived in Minghongzhou, and he has been waiting for the people of the 10th floor to road out the horse's foot to, but for so many days, the people from the 10th floor hardly showed up. These ghost cultivators didn't come to Minhong Prefecture to cause trouble? Is it possible that you're still traveling to Minhongju? This matter really puzzled Sumai. And on this day, Li Hengsheng came out of the gate. My qualifications are still really average, Li Hengsheng muttered to himself. He had previously bought good cultivation resources with the money sent over by Li Changqing, but after 7 days of seclusion, he had only cultivated from the 3rd level of the transformation realm to the 4th level. Before the seclusion, he was already at the peak of the 3rd level of the mortal transformation realm. He knew that his qualifications were average, and that he belonged to the same category as his father, the kind that had 2 brushes but no bristles in them. It's already good to be able to enter the Tao and cultivate martial arts. Expecting a high level of attainment, Li Hengsheng himself had no expectations, but now that he had money and cultivation resources, Li Hengsheng believed that his future would definitely be bright as well. If one always had such resources to cultivate, one's future self might be expected to step into the realm of Hotian Jedi. And the reason why he left the gate today and did not continue to cultivate was also because today was the day when the handyman disciples on Wanzai Peak needed to go down the mountain to pick up resources. There's no shrugging this off. Senior brotherly, you've come out of the gate. Just at this time, a familiar sweet voice came. Chapter 012, is senior brother going to take me to elope? Hearing this voice, Li Hengsheng twisted his head to look, and a flash of joy appeared on his face as well. Senior sister dear, is there anything more pleasing to the mood than meeting your favorite girl after you get out of the gate? Li Hengsheng looked at dear Quietly's face. That delicate face was slightly haggard. Did senior sister not sleep well these past few days? Why do you feel a little haggard? Li Hengsheng said with some curiosity. Nothing is wrong. Senior brother, you don't need to worry. It might be that I've been a bit busy these past few days. I'll just come back and have a good night's sleep. Dear quietly squeezed out a smile and said. Li Hengsheng did not doubt him, and suddenly saw that Dear quietly was also carrying a back basket on her body. Li Hengsheng asked strangely. Senior sister, are you carrying a back basket to go down the mountain? I remember that there is no dear sister in the brothers and sisters who went out to buy this time. Yeah, there's no me this time. I'm switching with someone else. Deer quietly smiled and said, I've been a bit bored in the mountains lately, and I wanted to go out for a break. Well, it's good to spread out. Li Hengsheng nodded. Then senior brother, I'll go to the mountain gate to gather there first, so hurry over after you've gotten your things as well. Deer quietly finished speaking, carrying the basket on her back and left first. Li Hengsheng always felt that there was something wrong with the deer quietly, but he couldn't tell, and turned to go to the warehouse side to collect the basket. After receiving it, they went to gather at the mountain gate side, and the elders on Wanzai Peak led them down the mountain to purchase supplies. But when Li Hengsheng took his things and just walked out, he saw a figure standing there looking at him. Senior sister Su? Seeing the visitor, Li Hengsheng couldn't help but ask. Senior sister is also here to get the backpack? Why do I remember that senior sister doesn't need to go down the mountain today either? You're such a wooden head, Su Yeye said without a trace of anger. Can't you see that senior sister dear is in a bad mood? I can see it. It's just that senior sister dear didn't want to say anything about it, so I didn't ask. Li Hengsheng shook his head. That's why this young lady can't stand to watch. Su Yeye crossed her arms and said, Li Hengsheng, do you know that a few days ago, Master Deer's family came and wanted Master Deer to leave the Daoshan ancient land at the end of the month and return to the Deer family to join forces with the second son of the High family in Yifeng City. Hearing this, Li Hengsheng's eyes widened violently. A marriage? Li Hengsheng's heart was beating like crazy. Deer quietly going back to the Union? I can see that senior sister Deer likes you a lot. She doesn't want to go back, but due to the family's orders, she will have to go back when the time comes. When Su Yeye said this, she also bit her lip and said, Li Hengsheng, if you're a man you should make your feelings known to senior sister Deer. Then take her away and leave Minhong Prefecture. I think if you ask, senior sister Deer would definitely be willing to go with you. Su Yeye hurriedly spoke. Li Hengsheng's words caught in his throat. Why didn't he like Deer whisper? But who was he to like her? In terms of family history, he had nothing but a half-assed painter father. In terms of cultivation talent, his own talent was very average, and in the future he was afraid that cultivating to the Hotian Jiedong would already be the end of the road. The innate realm was just a luxury. If he really took Deer Whisper away, what could he bring to Deer Whisper? A life of purgatory? You? Su Yeye said without a trace of anger. How do you know that senior sister Deer won't be happy marrying the second son of the High family? Li Hengsheng muttered, his eyes not even daring to look at Su Yeye. With the Deer family and the High family joining forces, the two lineages will only be stronger when they join forces, and will give senior sister Deer better resources. So what's wrong with that? You mallet. Suyu cursed with some hatred, but Li Hengsheng was running in the direction of the mountain gate with his head down and his basket on his back, letting Suyu continue to curse behind him and not paying any attention to it. By the time they arrived at the mountain entrance, there were already 24 disciples waiting. A Linfeng elder at the very front glanced at Li Hengsheng, who came last, but did not say anything, just turned around and said, "Alright, go down the mountain." Many disciples followed behind Elder Linfeng. Li Hengsheng walked beside Deer quietly, and for a while he actually didn't know what to say. Deer quietly glanced at Li Hengsheng and seemed to understand something. "Did that little girl Su Yaya come to you and talk too much?" Deer spoke quietly and calmly. Li Hengsheng just nodded. "This girl is really something." Deer quietly laughed. Only that smile was mixed with a touch of bitterness. "Are you really going back to the Union?" Li Hengsheng pondered for a moment and asked this question with his head lowered. "Yes. What can be done without going back?" Deer quietly said faintly. "The ones who gave birth to me and raised me are the family. I can't disobey the family's orders. The children of the world's families are all destined to be like this. If I can enter the inner sect, perhaps I can still push off this marriage. But now it's obviously unlikely." Aha! Li Hengsheng didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only In his mind, he recalled what Suyu had just said. Bringing the deer to escape quietly? Elope? Shall senior brother take me to elope? Deer quietly suddenly whispered somewhat mischievously in Li Hengsheng's ear. Li Hengsheng's eyes widened as he looked at Deer quietly smiling face that was close at hand, and for a moment he actually didn't know how to answer. He. Just kidding with you. Senior brother. See how scared you are. Deer quietly covered her mouth and said with a smile. Li Hengsheng lowered his head and also laughed dryly to hide his inner embarrassment. Coming out from the ancient land of Daoshan, the picking had to be done to the nearest Bubu city, which was roughly a 2-hour walk up the road. Along the way, the two of them were preoccupied, and Li Hengsheng's thoughts were chaotic, not knowing what he was thinking about. And just as the crowd passed over the earthwork bridge, a sudden ray of murderous intent surfaced. Danger! The leader, Elder Linfeng, suddenly changed his expression. But the next moment, a rain of flowers flew from the front, densely packed and surprisingly a piece of concealed weapons. Elder Linfeng's sleeve robe shook on the spot, and his internal energy swept out, directly shaking down that large area of concealed weapons. There were still 2 concealed weapons that were missed, and 2 of the disciples from Wanzai Peak were shot through their bodies on the spot. The 2 men immediately collapsed. Everyone was aghast at what was happening. Li Hengsheng and Deer quietly also changed their faces, daring to sneak up on the disciples of the Dao Mountain ancient land in Minghong Prefecture. This kind of thing was really the first time he had seen it. "What a guy!" Elder Linfeng shouted angrily. His voice was powerful, and the anger it contained spread out. As soon as the words fell, the water under this Earth Square bridge unexpectedly jumped out of a full dozen figures. Their bodies were filled with eerie intent, and each of them had stepped into the Hotian realm. Ghost cultivator. Seeing the visitors, Elder Linfeng also changed his expression, not expecting so many ghost cultivators to appear here. "Kill all the others except for that female doll." A ghost cultivator at the head of the group pointed at the deer in the crowd and spoke quietly. Even Deer Whisper herself was confused. "Why yourself?" A dozen ghost cultivators leapt up. With their Hotian realm, the disciples of Wanzai Peak were simply like lambs to the slaughter in front of them. There was no way to resist. Escape. When Elder Linfeng saw so many people coming up, his first reaction was to hurry up and leave. He was not afraid of these ghost cultivators, but fighting with so many people, he would definitely not be able to take care of these disciples. Moreover, Elder Linfeng always had a vague feeling that there were even more terrifying guys hidden in the shadows. Maybe there are innate masters around. Divine steps. With a soft shout, Elder Linfeng's hands intertwined a pattern. A power enveloped Elder Linfeng as well as the many disciples, and in the next moment, the crowd felt lightness in their figures. The movement seemed 100 times more sensitive. Without hesitation, the crowd turned and ran. "The 5 seal scripts of the Taoist mountain ancient land? This is the first time I've seen it." Seeing the crowd trying to run, a calm voice came out. The voice seemed to travel in all directions, making the source of the voice completely imperceptible. But before the crowd could run 100 meters, something unexpectedly flew above the sky. A picture scroll. Chapter 013, The Long River Painted Treasure, requesting recommendations? Monthly tickets. Comments. Painted treasure. When he saw the scroll flying, Elder Linfeng's face finally changed. A person who could use a painting treasure must have a cultivation level above an 8. With such a strong person around, he wouldn't be able to protect these disciples of Wanzai Peak at all. Elder Linfeng couldn't figure out how these ghost cultivators had risked a great deal to come down the mountain of the Dao Mountain ancient land to intercept them. If they were to kill the personal disciples or inner disciples of the various peaks, they were just some odd job disciples on the Wanzai Peak, not even a single Hotian realm. so why should they take such a risk? In order to kill a few miscellaneous disciples, even the innate masters had made a move, and the painting treasures had been taken out. Why was this? Just at this moment, there was simply no time given to him to think. That flying scroll slowly unfolded, and the sound of a mighty river had already been heard in the ears of the crowd, only to see that what was painted in that scroll was actually a long, rushing river. The turbulent river seemed to flow at a rapid pace to the end of that void. What is that thing? Many disciples were dumbfounded as they saw that the long river unexpectedly flew out from the scroll, the turbulent river directly blocking their way, and in the next moment blocking off all the surrounding kilometers. Didn't leave them any way out at all. The crowd is like being blocked in a cage, blocked in front of a large river. Every drop of water in the river is condensed through the power. If someone dares to step into it for fear of a minute can be impacted to the whole body, bones are broken. It's a painting treasure. At this moment, Li Hengsheng also panicked. It was also the first time in his life that he had seen such a thing as a painted treasure. Other disciples have not seen, do not recognize, but Li Hengsheng on this thing. But no, after all, Li Hengsheng's father Li Changqing is a painter, although it is a half-assed. But from childhood, Li Hengsheng for the painter more or less understands some. Painters are powerful and can make paintings as treasures. Incorporating a piece of mountain and river into a painting gives it a powerful ability. However, wanting to paint a painting treasure is not something that happens overnight, and the requirements for the painter are extremely high, and the consumption of the painter is also very huge. So any painting treasure is a very rare treasure. Li Hengsheng didn't expect that he, who was a small waste in the transformation realm, could actually be dealt with by a painting treasure one day. The emotions at this point are just too mixed, and the appearance of the painted treasure meant that there must be a strong person of the innate realm among those present. Only the true chi of an innate powerhouse could manipulate the painted treasure, and even a supreme Hotian expert like Elder Linfeng could not catalyze the painted treasure. At this moment, Li Hengsheng despaired. The innate strike. They simply cannot top. The innate and the innate, just a line of separation, but the difference is huge. It was feared that they would already be thwarted before the strongest person from the Daoshan ancient land came. Seeing that he was stopped in his path by the painted treasure river, a flash of gravity swept across Elder Linfeng's gaze. I'm afraid there's no way to make things right today. Kill! Shouting and killing shook the sky, and at this moment, all 20 or so ghost cultivator experts killed up. The eyes of every single one of them were as if they were hungry wolves, wanting to cut down the disciples of Wanzai Peak. When had the numerous disciples ever felt such a terrifying killing intent? The killing intent pressed on their hearts like substance, and many disciples pissed their pants on the spot, while others had their knees weakened and sat down on the ground and could no longer get up. The helplessness and trepidation in his eyes had gone to the extreme. Stand behind me. At this moment, Li Hengsheng ruthlessly clenched his teeth and gave the stunned deer a quiet pull behind himself. Senior, deer quietly exclaimed. I'll protect you. Even though Li Hengsheng's face was also a little white, his stance was still upright. A pair of eyes stared ahead like a hungry wolf. It was a look of impending desperation, and whoever rushed up, Li Hengsheng would go up and tear off a piece of his flesh. With me here, I won't let you die before me. Li Hengsheng spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, deer quietly trembled. She looked at this figure in front of her. Not really tall, but this moment was something that made her feel so secure. Humph. Right at this moment, a muffled grunt suppressed all that shouting and killing sound. Elder Linfeng's internal energy exploded and his long hair danced as an equally rivaled killing aura filled the surroundings. Scumbags of the ghost race, do you really think that there is no one in my Daoshan ancient land? If you dare to touch the disciples of my Daoshan ancient land, then I will send you to become true ghosts. Indestructible. As soon as the words fell, a burst of golden light erupted from Elder Linfeng's body, which suddenly shielded the entire body as if it was shrouded by a golden ancient bell. Bang! A ghost cultivator had already killed in front of him, and a long stick descended from the visitor's hand, directly blasting into Elder Linfeng's shoulder. The heavy long stick combined with the strength of this ghost cultivator's Hotian perfection realm was enough to smash everything to smithereens. The dull sound made that ghost cultivator also revealed a cold smile. Resisting his own stick by virtue of his physical body? Wouldn't you be looking for death? But the next moment, the smile on his face came to an abrupt end, because this stick went down. It was as if he had blasted himself onto a piece of steel, completely unable to shake Elder Linfeng's body. 1,000 pounds of force. With another roar, Elder Linfeng's eyes were like electricity as he blasted out with a palm. That vast and heavy palm power seemed to condense invincible divine power. That ghost cultivator immediately felt a great danger. The long stick in his hand directly crossed his chest. However, what he didn't expect was that Elder Linfeng's palm directly blasted that long stick into two, and at the same time, his palm pierced through his chest. It directly shattered his heart. What a terrifying force! The moment Elder Linfeng made his move, he shocked everyone present. The other ghost cultivators were even more cold and sweaty. Was this still human? The sleeves of his clothes were already dyed with blood. Elder Linfeng had just shocked a group of ghost cultivators with a single strike. At this moment, he swept his eyes angrily to the surroundings. The smell of blood drifted with the wind, and the blood on his hands was still dripping. At this moment, he was like that huge mountain that could not be climbed, making the ghost cultivators who wanted to kill up just now not dare to move. The truth was that Elder Linfeng had just blown away a Hotian Perfection Realm ghost cultivator in such a strong manner and with extremely cruel means, making them fearful. Even the disciples from Wanzai Peak in the back were surprised by Elder Linfeng's strike. Elder Linfeng, who was usually so kind, turned out to be so fierce. Whoever still wants to die can come up now, and I'll send you to become a real ghost. Elder Linfeng's voice was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Trying to stall for time? Just at this time, an icy voice came out. A quick battle. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt a figure ghostly appear. His figure was like the wind, moving like a ghost, as he chopped out a sword, heading straight for Elder Linfeng. That sense of oppression directly caused Elder Linfeng to be horrified in his heart. It was the precursor who struck. Indestructible. 1,000 pounds of force. The golden light around his body flourished. At the same time, the power of ruling mountains and rivers erupted. Facing this sword, Elder Linfeng was completely unavoidable. If he dodged away, the disciples of Wanzai Peak behind him were doomed to die. Chapter 014, The situation is in chaos, requesting recommendations. Monthly tickets. Comments. An innate powerhouse with a sword. The seemingly ordinary sword caused Elder Linfeng to still feel extremely dangerous even though he had executed Undying. The palm of his hand received at that sword. At this moment, all the golden light on Elder Linfeng's body converged on top of that palm in a vain attempt to receive this terrifying sword. But the difference between acquired and innate is really too great. Under the sword, the golden light was sliced through as if it was tofu, and Elder Linfeng's blood collapsed as his entire arm was directly picked off by the sword. Elder! The many disciples of Wanzai Peak in the back were even more shocked when they saw the scene. Elder Linfeng's face turned pale. A muffled grunt of pain came out from his mouth. His entire body stomped and staggered backward several steps, his left hand covering the wound on his right arm where blood was still flowing down. And the person standing in front of him at that moment, with his eyes covered with cloth, was simply a blind man. You're Jiang Hu. Seeing the visitor, Elder Linfeng gritted his teeth and said, while his heart was somewhat desperate, Jiang Hu of the Hall of Destiny Stars, but a tough guy. By virtue of himself, he could not be stopped at all. There's still someone who remembers my name. Jiang Hu laughed lightly. It's a pity that you're not good enough to cultivate the 5 seals of destruction. Otherwise, you'd still be able to put up a fight with me for a couple of moves. What exactly do you Ghost Clan want to do? Why did you take away Dear Silence? Elder Linfeng asked angrily. This would have nothing to do with you. Jiang Hu shook his head, and as a dead person, it's useless for you to know that much. Take it away. After saying that, Jiang Hu said to the ghost cultivators behind him. A few ghost cultivators immediately went up and ran towards the deer quietly. Who dares? At this moment, Li Hengsheng growled. His eyes red, the whites of his eyes had collapsed with blood, and he faced the several ghost cultivators that were walking towards him, making a posture like a hungry wolf. However, in the face of Li Hengsheng acting in such a manner, the several ghost cultivators did not care in the slightest. A mere 4th level of the metamorphosis realm, they could kill a piece of it with a random slap. Senior brotherly. Dear quietly at this time, although she was afraid. She was more worried about Li Hengsheng. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The side of Jiang Hu's head that was standing there, as if he sensed something, instantly drew his sword. The figure was like electricity, leaping through the air and chopping out a sword into the sky. This sword was as tricky as a poisonous snake, but it directly shook back a golden long whip flying in the air. The two forces collided in mid-air, surprisingly making a sonic boom sound. That long whip was obviously running towards Deer quietly, but it was blocked by Jiang Hu. Madaka. The long sword returned to its sheath. Jiang Hu slowly said, You in 10th floor always only like to do this kind of picking up cheap things. Song Yunyan, you as a woman but so shameless, can be okay? As soon as the words fell, it was to see that from above that long river painting treasure unexpectedly came a person. This person's feet stepped on a wine altar, and her hands were holding a pot of wine. Her face was slightly drunk. It was Song Yunyan. You blind man is perceptive. Song Yunyan didn't care in the slightest about Jiang Hu's words that he didn't know shame, but said, if you can save your strength to do things, of course you have to save your strength. Your Destiny Star Hall is out to fight, and we, in 10th floor, are picking up the advantage. Isn't it good like this? What do you care about shame or not shame? Your Destiny Star Hall is here to bully the ancient land of Daoshan's servant disciples. Can't you know shame? In 10th floor, Song Yunyang? Elder Lin Feng's heart was cold at the moment. Another troublesome figure had come. Song Yunyang, not to mention just a woman, was extremely cruel in her methods, no worse than Jiang Hu. Having a Jiang who was troublesome enough, but there was actually a Song Yunyang, and Song Yunyang was actually running towards Deer Whispering as well. What secret did this Deer Whispering have on her body? The disciples of the entire Wanzai Peak he knew like the back of his hand, no matter if it was their family lineage or whatever. Daoshan Ancient Land had investigated them clearly, and there was nothing special about them. Even the Deer family behind Deer quietly was only an ordinary innate ancestor sitting in the town, and it wasn't at all worthy of the two major forces of Yin 10th floor and the Hall of Destiny Stars, was it? Song Yunyang, Deer quietly will take it from the Destiny Star Palace. You in 10th floor had better quit. I don't want to take a shot at you. Jiang Hu's aura was not weak at all. If you say it's yours, it's yours? Song Yunyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Your Destiny Star Hall is the robber, right? That item was obtained by us. Yin 10th floor. Yen Dongduan is already dead, and the item has been lost from Yen Dongduan's hands. That item has nothing to do with your Yin 10th floor anymore. Jiang Hu let out a cold smile. If you insist on robbing it, then I don't mind trying your tactics. TSK, then it looks like there's no way to talk about it today. Song Yunyang picked up the altar and took a sip of wine, then casually threw it to the ground. The wine jar fell to pieces. Song Yunyang burped and said with a smile, it's fine if you want to fight, but let's quietly give this deer away before we find a quiet place to fight. The Daoshan Ancient Land must have already sensed this place. If we wait for Shui Qianbai to come, the few of us won't be able to leave. Jiang Hu pondered for a moment, then looked at Deer quietly. He nodded. The Daoshan Ancient Land must have sensed that Shui Qianbai had come, and all of them were going to be planted here. It's not too late. It's time to give the deer a quiet takeaway. Deer quietly looked at the two people in front of her. Fear in her heart. She didn't know why these two had to take her. Exactly. Why are you guys taking me away? Deer quietly finally couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to the two men. What a watery girl. Song Yunyang smiled and said, you don't need to know for now, as long as you obediently follow me. I'm not going with you guys until you make it clear. Deer said quietly, shaking her head. This is not up to you. Jiang Hu shook his head and said, do it. Don't wait for Shui Qianbai to come. Yuki Chibai won't be coming. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice came. The voice caused both Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang to frown, only to see that at this moment, that long river painting treasure actually instantly collapsed, and that scroll flew up. Jiang Hu reached out his hand to grab the scroll into his hand, and there was even a touch of vigilance in his heart. His own painting treasure was actually shaken back into its painting form. The strength of the visitor should not be underestimated. The crowd looked, but they saw a tall figure walking slowly. The visitor was afraid to be more than 3 meters tall. The huge body was called a giant is not too much. He didn't wear a shirt, and his date red muscles were surprisingly entwined with traces of blood veins. The body seemed to contain an extremely strong explosive power. One punch is enough to annihilate everything. Giant clan. Song Yunyang was a bit surprised, not expecting to see people from the giant clan here, but that wasn't what surprised them. What surprised them was that on that giant's shoulders sat a young man in a black robe. The young man was 15 or 16 years old, leaning on the giant's head, with a somewhat languid appearance. His black robe was inlaid with gold trim, and a golden crown was hanging above his head. P.S. Everyone who likes to read it, please bookmark it. Chapter 015, The Ancient Kingdom of the Long Night, requesting recommendations. Monthly tickets. Collections. A vague sense of oppression came from above that crown, as if it contained a mysterious power. The young man yawned, somewhat bored. As the giant slowly approached, the entire ground trembled, and the terrifying aura that permeated from the giant's body made those present not dare to act rashly. Anu, just stop here. The teenager spoke faintly. The giant obediently just stood still and didn't keep going, and the teenager opened his eyes at this moment. With the moment he opened his eyes, everyone present was astonished, because the teenager's pair of eyes were not normal human eyes at all. That pair of eyes, yin and yang in half, was like a Tai Chi diagram. It looks very spooky. The teenager's gaze likewise fell on Deer quietly, then smiled and said, what a watery girl. Being stared at by this teenager in such a way, Deer's silence only felt an indescribable fear, especially that pair of eyes, which made Deer's silence feel uncomfortable. Who is your excellency? Facing this sudden giant and teenager, Song Yunyang and Jiang Hu were both a bit lost. They could sense that this teenager was likewise a ghost cultivator. But which side of the force did he actually come from? Only in the face of Jiang Hu's and Song Yunyang's questions, the teenager was not even bothering to pay attention to them, and just continued to say to Deer quietly, you're Deer quietly, aren't you? Come with me. Why should I go with you? Hengsheng was at this moment not the least bit fearless as he locked eyes with the teenager. His fists were clenched white, but his feet remained firm and didn't move away. The teenager looked at Li Hengsheng and laughed lightly. Want to protect the woman you love? The heart is good, but it's a pity that your strength is too weak. So weak that you're not even as good as a bug in my eyes. I was talking quietly with the deer, not with you. To be precise, bugs like you don't have the qualifications to talk to me at all. But this son of the world is in a good mood today, so I rewarded you with a couple more sentences. Why don't you thank me for it? The teenager smiled and said, being so humiliated, Li Hengsheng could not wait to go up and tear his mouth apart. But Li Hengsheng knew very well that if he went up, the one who would die would only be himself. Seiji? Upon hearing this title, Song Yunyang's pupils shrunk, then even her breathing quickened. You're from the long night ancient kingdom? Could it be that you are Chu Changqing? Chu Changqing? Hearing that name, even Jiang Hu was shocked. The long night ancient kingdom was once famous for a long time, but then I don't know what the reason is. The long night ancient kingdom disappeared out of thin air overnight, and then didn't show up for a full 50 years. And after 50 years, a powerful man from the long night ancient kingdom came out of nowhere. And Chu Bufei became the new generation of the Long Night Ancient Kingdom's Kingdom Master. He went to the door to challenge the strongest members of the various clans, and later traveled to Sky Sea City to challenge Song Yuan Realm Lord Jiang Tianyun, and no one knew how that battle was won or lost. The Long Night Ancient Kingdom reappeared in the world's vision, only that the people of the Long Night Ancient Kingdom seldom walked in the Song Yuan realm, and no one even knew where exactly the Long Night Ancient Kingdom was nowadays. And 15 years ago, the Long Night Ancient Kingdom gave birth to a supreme genius, born with yin and yang pupils, named Chu Changqing, stepping into the Hotian realm at the age of 6, entering the innate at the age of 11. It was rumored that this person had the hope of stepping into that legendary land immortal realm in the future, becoming the second land immortal after Chu Bu Bu Bu. No one expected to see Chu Changqing here today. How could Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang not expect that even the mysterious and unpredictable Long Night Ancient Kingdom would come to get involved? If Chu Changqing insisted on taking away Deer quietly, could they, Destiny Star Hall and 10th floor, stop them? Dear quiet. How about returning to the Long Night Ancient Kingdom with this son? Chu Changqing smiled and said, as long as you come, I'll have the State Lord appoint you as my Long Night Ancient Kingdom's holy daughter and enjoy the best resources. Humph. Our Fate Star Hall can do the same. Jiang Hu stepped forward at this moment and said, as long as you come to our Destiny Star Hall, in the future, I can guarantee that you will enter my Destiny Star Hall Star River painting realm to comprehend the Great Star Scroll. Seeing that inexplicably rolled up, Song Yunyang was also anxious and also hurriedly said, our 10th floor has countless painting treasures, and the top paintings are even more countless, as long as you come and fulfill all your requirements. The crowd was baffled by this sudden change in the picture. What is it about Dear Silence that makes it worthwhile for them to fight so hard? Unfortunately, Dear Silence is a disciple of my Daoshan ancient land. None of you can take it away. It was at this moment that several figures came running from the distance. He was wearing the clothes of the ancient land of Dosan. Seeing the people coming from the Daoshan ancient land, Elder Lin Feng finally felt saved. Song Yunyang was also shocked in her heart, but when she saw that there was no Shui Qianbai in the crowd, she was relieved. So troublesome. I didn't expect someone to come so soon. Chu Changqing also tilted his head and said helplessly, but he was not half worried. It's a strong person from our Daoshan ancient land. We are saved. The Wanzai Peak disciples cried out in joy, and Li Hengsheng was also relieved as he excitedly took Dear Quiet's hand and couldn't help but say, Senior Sister Dear, we're safe. Dear quietly looked at the Dao Mountain ancient land's visitors with an expression that was actually somewhat indifferent. Whoosh! Several figures surrounded the crowd, and there were hundreds of people coming. All of them were inner disciples of the Daoshan ancient land. One by one, their cultivation was already not bad. The 6 figures at the head of the group were even permeated with an innate aura. The Daoshan ancient land is really cautious. We are so few, yet we have alarmed the 6 peak lords of the Daoshan ancient land. TSK TSK. Chu Changqing chuckled. Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang also put their hands on their weapons. You Ghost Clan really do have a lot of guts. Coming to my Daoshan ancient land territory to spread your wildness. One of the red-robed peak masters walked up and spoke. Lin Feng, are you alright? At this moment, Sumohai walked out and saw that Elder Lin Feng's arm was still bleeding, so he hurriedly took out the wound medicine to stop the bleeding. If you're wild, you're wild. Do you want to make a move? Chu Changqing is not the slightest bit fearless, still smiling and said, unceremoniously, if it is Shui Qianbai personally come may still let me be afraid of some, but just by virtue of you 6 well, I knew a person can kill 3. This son of the world to kill 2 of you is also no problem. The 2 losers from the Destiny Star Hall and the 10th floor will have no problem joining forces to deal with one anyhow. What do you think your Daoshan ancient land's chances of winning are? Chu Changqing shrugged his shoulders. That's only known by trying it. Sumai still had a scruffy look. But what was different from his usual self was that his expression was extremely serious at this moment. The atmosphere of the scene became subtle. Just when the crowd was at swords drawn and ready to make a move, Dear quietly was the one who suddenly scattered Li Hengsheng's hand and stepped out to say to Changqing, "Don't make a move. I'll go with you." Chapter 016, A Man Must Control His Own Life. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Dear sister. Li Hengsheng couldn't believe his ears. Dear quietly? The Six Peak Masters also looked sideways at Dear Silence. How could they not expect that at this time Dear Silence actually chose to leave with the people of the Long Night Ancient Kingdom? A wise choice. Changqing smiled and said, "In this Daoshan ancient land, you're just a small servant disciple. Where would the Daoshan ancient land spare the resources to cultivate you? But it's a different story when it comes to our Long Night Ancient Kingdom. You'll become the holy maiden of our Long Night Ancient Kingdom, and you can have a great deal of resources to cultivate you." Jianghu and Song Yunyang's faces also turned ugly at this time. Dear quietly was actually going to the ancient kingdom of the Long Night. It's amazing that neither of them fought for Dear Whisper. Senior sister Dear, you can't go with them. The words of the people of the Ghost Clan can't be trusted. They are sinister and cunning and despicable. If you go, it's not good to say what they will do to you. Li Hengsheng went up and pulled Dear quietly's hand. His voice trembled. Go back with senior brother. Today there are 6 peak masters here. No one can take you away. Today, elder brother is sacrificing his life to protect you. However, after these words, Dear quietly was a flash of determination in her eyes, and raised her hand and fought to pull it out of Li Hengsheng's hand. Senior brotherly. Dear quietly looked back at Li Hengsheng. Don't be silly. Li Hengsheng couldn't believe it and looked at the Dear quietly in front of him. She seemed to be a different person. Go back? Go back and do what? Go back to Wanzai Peak and continue to be an odd job disciple. A crawler who can never finish his work and can only poorly receive a little bit of cultivation resources every month to desperately climb up the ladder? Or do you want me to go back to the end of the month when I'm called back by the family to marry the infamous second son of the High family? Li Hengsheng just wanted to speak, but when the words came to his mouth, Li Hengsheng suddenly realized that on Dear quietly's seemingly indifferent expression at the moment, tears were shed. This tear choked back all of Li Hengsheng's words. Senior brotherly, I've recently realized something. That is that without strength, you will be bullied. This kind of unchanging rule applies at all times. If it is with strength, I cannot have to marry the second son of the High family. If I had the strength, I wouldn't have to hide behind you and tremble in the face of these 2 ghost clans today. Make yourself strong so that you can do what you want to do. Isn't that right? Dear quietly forced out a smile. Just like you. Senior brotherly, if you were strong enough, you wouldn't have avoided the words I asked you, wouldn't you? These words really made Li Hengsheng's heart shake fiercely. Yes, if he had the strength. How could he not even dare to say a word of fondness when facing Dear quietly? How can you think you're not good enough for her? I hope that all the peak masters will make it. Dear quietly looked at the 6 peak masters as well, then bowed respectfully to the 6. The 6 people looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment they actually didn't know what to say. Since you're determined to go, then we won't stop you, but I hope you'll behave yourself. Sumai's robes hunted. In the future, if you do something that jeopardizes the human race, I won't let you off the hook either. Alright, holy maiden. We can go now, Changqing said with a smile. Dear quietly looked at Changqing. Although I don't know why you must take me back, I want you to promise me one thing. Holy maiden, no one has ever dared to ask me to do anything, but you tell me first. The smile on Changqing's face also suddenly chilled, and the slightest hint of impatience could be seen in his eyes. After we leave, you Long Night Ancient Kingdom are not allowed to make a move against Senior Li. Earlier, Dear quietly saw the killing intent towards Li Hengsheng in Changqing's eyes. It was a killing intent as if he was looking at a mole cricket, as if he wanted to casually stomp him to death. Li Hengsheng's throat rolled, and at this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. It was clearly himself who said he wanted to protect Dear Whispering, but it turned out that Dear Whispering was now the one who wanted to protect him. If I let me know that you guys made a move against Senior Brotherly, then I'll die in front of you in a minute, so that you guys won't get anything. Dear Silence's voice was cold, but it was unspeakably firm, making it impossible to doubt the truthfulness of Dear Silence's words. Fine, I promise you. Changqing helplessly spread his hands. With just such a mole, I'm really too lazy to kill it. Let's go then. Dear quietly took a deep breath, only to see Anu stretch out her hand and place it on the ground. The Dear quietly stepped forward and stood on Anu's hand. Quietly. At this time, Li Hengsheng could no longer hold back and called out this Dear quietly's nickname. I don't know how long it will be before we see each other again after this separation. This girl who has lived in his heart for a long time, is he going to part like this today? Senior brother. Dear quietly looked back at Li Hengsheng. As long as you and I are both in control of our own destinies, we will eventually have the day we meet again. And I hope that on the day we meet again, you will be able to give me a firm answer. Anu, let's go. Chu Changqing glanced at the 6 peak masters, and then he and Anu turned around to leave, looking at the deer quietly that slowly left the back. At this time Li Hongsheng felt that his heart was breaking. It's dripping blood. But deer's quiet words echoed in Li Hongsheng's heart for a long time. Li Hongsheng also understood the world. If a man does not control his destiny, he will be played by fate with abandon. The 6 peak masters did not act rashly regarding the departure of several people from the Long Night Ancient Kingdom. One was because the Long Night Ancient Kingdom had not made any moves to harm their disciples, and the second was that the giant Anu really wasn't too easy to mess with, and they might not be able to take advantage of their moves, not to mention that they might be seized by people on the side of the faithful Star Hall and the 10th floor. Moreover, the hearts of the 6 peak masters were worried about one thing at the same time. Why don't you see Xue Qianbai come after such a big incident here? Yuki Chibik should have realized it long ago. But although the people of the Long Night Ancient Kingdom could be let go, it wouldn't be so easy for Jiang Hu and Song Yunyang of the Destiny Star Hall and 10 building to leave easily. It seems that everyone from the Daoshan Ancient Land is ready to pick soft persimmons to pinch. Jiang Hu sensed the subtle aura and said with a smile, I didn't realize that the Daoshan Ancient Land was also a bully. It's not your turn to comment on how our Dao Mountain Ancient Land acts, Sumo Hai sneered, followed by the 2 peak masters guarding these disciples, while the other 4 slowly went forward. The hundreds of disciples from the surrounding Daoshan Ancient Land also slowly surrounded up. The big battle is imminent. The ancient land of Mount Dao, 1,000 snowy peaks. This is one of the few snowy peaks in the ancient land of Daoshan, and the climate is so extraordinary, with frighteningly cold temperatures, that few people are usually willing to come. In a snowy pavilion at the top of a mountain, Xue Qianbai was sitting here with a chessboard on the stone table, and across from him sat a red-bearded big man who was looking at the chessboard with an anxious face. Scratch your ears. You've lost again, Xue Qianbai calmly said. Chu Ba, you've already lost 5 games of chess. It's time for you to give me what I want. Chapter 017 Latecomer Li Hongsheng. You wait, let me see again. The red-bearded man scratched his head as he looked at the board, thinking hard about how to reverse it. No need to think, Xue Qianbai quietly picked up his teacup, which was steaming hot, which was especially noticeable in this icy sky. You've accomplished your goal of stalling, and the man is gone. Xue Qianbai took a sip. If you don't give it to me, I'm really going to draw my sword. He. It seems that I really did lose. Chu Ba grinned and stood up to bring out a letter. Here you go. This is the secret news of the Qingyang dynasty for the past half year, of which there is a part below that has to do with the eldest princess. After Chu Ba finished, he smiled and said, then I'll leave first. Xue Qianbai didn't say anything, ignoring what Chu Ba said. Only then did Chu Ba turn around and leave. Chu Ba arrives and holds Xue Qianbai back with information about the Qingyang dynasty. If it was someone else, Xue Qianbai would have directly drawn his sword and chopped it. But Chu Ba was a strong person, and even though he was not his own opponent, striking out in this Dao Mountain ancient land would easily injure the innocent. The things outside the mountain gate Xue Qianbai naturally knew, and with Sumo Hai and the others, Xue Qianbai didn't worry too much. If he really couldn't control it, Xue Qianbai would naturally step in. And at this moment, Xue Qianbai was more concerned about the Qingyang dynasty's intelligence. Or perhaps the person Xue Qianbai was more concerned about was the Qingyang dynasty's eldest princess. Finishing the information in his hand, Xue Qianbai carefully read over the part about the Rapunzel. After that, Xue Qianbai took out a piece of paper and wrote 4 big words on it with a pen. June came to offer a dance. After writing these 4 words, Xue Qianbai raised his head. Those eyes seemed to be able to shoot through the sky, only to see that from the depths of that ice and snow unexpectedly flew a snow-white white eagle. The huge white eagle landed directly in front of Xue Ting. White spirit, please. Xue Qianbai put the letter into the bamboo tube and then tied it to the feet of that white eagle. The white eagle looked at Xue Qianbai and flapped its huge wings to take off into the air, running off into the distance. The sun sets over the western mountains. The disciples of the Dao Mountain ancient land had finally returned. In a vicious battle before, the 4 peak masters of the Daoshan ancient land had attacked together, along with hundreds of Hotian realm disciples, and the Destiny Star Hall and the 10th floor hadn't been able to take advantage of them at all. It was fine that 10th floor was just Song Yunyang coming by herself, but there were quite a few people from the Hall of Destiny Stars. Almost all of them fell here. Jiang Hu fled away with his painted treasure, and Song Yunyang left with serious injuries. In line with the idea of not pursuing a poor enemy, the 4 peak masters didn't continue to chase after them. At the time of sunset in the evening, the crowd was finally back in the ancient land of Daoshan. Along the way, Li Hongxing didn't say anything, and the whole person became especially silent. The disciples who usually had a pretty good relationship with Li Hongsheng came up to talk to Li Hongsheng, and Li Hongsheng didn't pay any attention to them, and they could only comfort Li Hongsheng, saying that there would be another day in the future when they would meet with deer quietly. It's just that they say so with their mouths, and in their hearts they know there's little hope. The deer quietly went somewhere. That's Cloud Wasteland. It's the ancient kingdom of the long night, the land of the ghosts. I'm afraid that the hope of seeing him again in this life is really infinitely close to zero. Despite not knowing why Deer Whisper was chosen, Deer Whisper became the holy maiden of the ancient kingdom of the long night, while Li Hongsheng was merely an odd-job disciple of the Dao Mountain ancient land. The gap would grow wider in the future, and he was destined to be a person on the line of two worlds. Returning to the ancient land of Dao Mountain, all the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Someone sucked in the air greedily in one big gulp, taking in the reassuring flavor. In the distance, quite a few Wanzai Peak disciples came out to greet them, as if they already knew what they had encountered outside. Li Hengsheng saw Su Yeye in the crowd, and Su Yeye's gaze also looked towards Li Hongsheng. Only Su Yeye's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. I want to control my own destiny. I don't want to be at the mercy of anyone anymore. Li Hongsheng muttered. Senior sister dear, we will meet again. That answer you want? I will let the entire Song Yuan realm hear it when that day comes. All go back and rest well. At this moment, a Peak Master walked out, his gaze eventually landing on Li Hongsheng. Follow me. Yes, Li Hongsheng knew that this person was the Peak Master of the penal prison peak, named Li Ji, who was in charge of the disciples' punishment in the ancient land of Dao Mountain. The surrounding crowd whispered, wondering what exactly the Peak Master of Penitentiary Peak was looking for Li Hongsheng for. Follow me back to penal prison peak. I have something to ask you, Li Ji said calmly. Dear Silence had been taken away, and it was the Destiny Star Hall, in 10th floor desperately scrambling for it, and even the ancient kingdom of the long night, which seldom came out, had stepped in, which made them desperately want to know what was so special about Dear Silence. And apparently Dear quietly had a good relationship with Li Hongsheng, so maybe he could find clues from Li Hongsheng's body. Crossing the rope bridge, not only Li Hongsheng and Li Ji, but also the other 5 Peak Masters who had struck out today followed. They are also desperate to know the truth of the matter. Li Ji directly brought Li Hongsheng to his cave. Li Hongsheng was also looking around curiously. The environment here was beautiful, and it even felt like the true essence of heaven and earth were that abundant. If one cultivated in this kind of place, the speed would definitely be faster. This also made Li Hongsheng firm up the idea that if he wanted to become a strong person, it was impossible to just stay at Wanzai Peak. Got to get out of there. All 6 Peak Masters took their seats. Li Ji also did not waste time. Bluntly asked Li Hongsheng about the matter of Dear Quietly identity. Li Hongsheng did not hide, and gave all of Dear Quiet's life. But all 6 of them wore odd faces as they listened. The things that Li Hongsheng said were nothing special. They were all information that he had gotten from the Daoshan ancient land check. These ghost clans only appeared in Minghong Prefecture recently. So tell us what happened to Dear Quietly recently. Sumohai was prepared to look for clues on this. Not only this, there is the Dear Quietly and whoever has been in contact recently. Tell us what you know. That, a Peak Master with a somewhat chubby figure pointed at Li Hongsheng, then frowned. I still don't know what your name is. What name? Late generation Li Hongsheng. Li Hongsheng cupped his fists and said, Li Hongsheng? Hearing this name, Sumohai's pupils shrank. He's Li Hongsung? No wonder it has never been found. It turns out that it is working as a handyman on Wanzai Peak. He's the son of the mysterious Li Changqing? But how come it's so ordinary? I thought it was a person of amazing talent, but I didn't expect it to be such an ordinary person. But Sumohai was silent and didn't say anything. Everyone else didn't notice that Sumohai was out of place, and they all looked at Li Hongsheng. Li Hongsheng also had to say all the things that have recently encountered, said very detailed, until he received a package from his father. Said that the Deer quietly took that iron sign, wanted to make a token. Wait, Li Ji's expression was odd as he said, that iron sign, you said it had words written on it. What did it say? Gee, Li Hongsheng said truthfully. Chapter 018, Sumohai is here. At that word, all 6 people in the room intended to move. The 6 people looked at each other, and they understood from each other's eyes why all 3 ghost clans had come to fight for Dear Silence. It's because of that sign. Immediately after that, Li Hongsheng told the latter, alright, go back and rest. Li Ji stood up and casually beckoned a disciple, saying, give this senior brother a ride. Senior brother. This way please, that disciple said politely. Thank you, senior brother. Li Hongsheng turned around and left with that disciple. Keep waiting for Li Hongsheng to leave. Li Ji took a deep breath and said, Qishan order. I didn't expect the 3rd Qishan order to still appear. No wonder they all don't want to fight for Dear quietly. In that case, everything is explained. The explanation doesn't make sense. The chubby peak master frowned and said, "It's not something that is hard to understand that the Qishan order would appear. The thing I don't understand is that this Li Hengsheng said that the package was sent by his father. So why would the Qishan order be at his father's place?" A few others were feeling strange. "What's so strange about that?" Sumo Hai said with a smile at this time. "This Qishan order was definitely in Yen Dongwan's hands before. And then Yen Dongwan was hunted by me and was afraid that I would find the Qishan order. So it's not impossible that he hid the Qishan order in Sun Yuan Dark Bureau's parcel. As it turned out, it just so happened that this parcel was sent to a disciple of our Daoshan ancient land. And so the Qishan order appeared in Li Hengsheng's hands, and then by chance it was given to Dear Silence. I think Dear Silence must have accidentally refined that Qishan order. And when the Qishan order was refined, the nearby ghost clans must have sensed it, which is why today's scene came about." Sumo Hai eloquently explained to the crowd at this moment. Listening to what Sumo Hai said, it seemed like there was a certain amount of truth to it, and it was currently the only argument that made sense no matter how one thought about it. For a while, the crowd had to accept this. Before coming, they had already investigated Li Hengsheng's background. Li Changqing, though a painter, was down and out, with no talent and nothing to notice. Other than this explanation from Sumo Hai, they really couldn't think of any other explanation. They intended to fight for the Gizan order, but the Gizan order was quietly refined by Deer, so they had no choice but to take Deer away. The Gizhan order is owned by the Gizhan Ghost Lord. He has sent out 3 Gizhan orders in this life to cut off karma. The bearer of the order refines the Gizhan order to come to the Gizhan Ghost Lord is to be able to request the Gizhan Ghost Lord to make a move once. The first 2 Gizhan orders have long been used up, respectively by the Healer King Valley and Infingchi of the Northern Cold Kingdom, and the 2 Gizhan orders directly changed their lives, and this third dusty for a long time, but it was found by Yin Tenlu. Only rumor has it that the Ghost Lord of Qishan is now in seclusion. Want to find him? The shortest time will need a year. The chubby peak master laughed bitterly. If the other forces in the Cloud Wasteland were to learn that the ancient kingdom of the Long Night had obtained the Qishan order, then in this year's time, Deer quietly is afraid that she would have to encounter countless assassinations. That Qishan Ghost Master is rumored to have long been cultivated to the realm of the land immortals. If he strikes, there are very few people in the world who can block it, and the old enemies of the ancient kingdom of the longest night will surely try to find a way to get this Qishan order back. Seeing the crowd talking lively, Sumo Hai then yawned, smilingly stood up and said, "You guys continue to chat. I'll go back to my Mahai Peak to sleep first. Today's day is really exhausting." After saying that and ignoring the others, he simply left. Regarding Sumo Hai's maverick behavior, the crowd had seen it long ago, so none of them cared. They were now more concerned about the Qishan order. Since the Jizan order had appeared, then they definitely had to report the matter. It's a pity the patriarch isn't here. Moreover, they were not in a hurry. If the ancient kingdom of the Long Night had made any moves, it would not be at this time. The Ghost Master of Qishan was in seclusion for cultivation, and it would take at least a year before he would be able to come out of seclusion. That meant that within this year, the ancient kingdom of the Long Night could not ask the Ghost Lord of Qishan for anything. Li Hengsheng returned to his room, and the events that happened today made it impossible for him to calm down. He wants to get stronger. He wanted to become strong and meet up with Deer again someday quietly. That's what he promised Deer Whisper. But how exactly do you become stronger? Your own qualifications. Li Hengsheng knew that it could only be considered mediocre. Working desperately hard, it would already be great luck to reach the Hotian Jedi in the future. A Hotian Jedi is already considered an expert, but this is not enough to reach that level of Deer quiet. Li Hengsheng does not know what the Long Night Ancient Kingdom is, but Li Hengsheng is aware of that Chu Changqing. At the age of 11, he is an innate. That look that treated himself like a bug that could be crushed at any time to this day was something that Li Hengsheng could not forget. Just as Li Hengsheng was thinking about what to do, there was a knock on the door from outside. Who? Li Hengsheng walked over to open the door. He thought that it was one of his senior brothers who knew about today's events to comfort him, but when he opened the door, Li Hengsheng froze. The person at the door was actually Sumo Hai, the Peak Master of Mahai Peak. Moreover, Li Hengsheng was clear that among the Peak Masters of the 36 peaks of the Dao Mountain Ancient Land, Sumo Hai's cultivation could be ranked in the top 3. Don't look at Sumo Hai's big and unrestrained personality. The clothes on his body were tattered, and there weren't even many people on Mahai Peak. But Sumo Hai was one of the few people in the entire Daoshan Ancient Land who was able to comprehend the 5 extreme seal scripts to the 4th realm. Based on this alone, Sumo Hai was enough to stand proudly. How could Li Hengsheng not expect Sumo Hai to actually come to find himself? Mu Hai Peak Master, Li Hengsheng hurriedly said respectfully. Your name is Li Hengsheng? Sumo Hai looked at Li Hengsheng with a smile. Yes, disciple's name is Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng said. I've come to discuss something with you. Sumai walked into the house and brought the door to the room with him. Sect Master, please speak. Li Hengsheng was a bit surprised. What exactly did Sumai have to discuss with him? He's just a journeyman disciple. Come to my Muhai Peak and be my Sumai's personal disciple. Are you willing? Sumai asked as he looked at Li Hengsheng seriously. Ha! Li Hengsheng was petrified on the spot. Be Sumai's personal disciple? What's the situation? Did Sumai drink fake alcohol? Or did you bump your head while fighting with the ghosts during the day? Sect Master Muhai. You're joking, right? Li Hengsheng still couldn't believe it. This matter was too damn fantastical. Who knows that Sumai is shaking his head. There's no joking with you. Just asking if you're willing or unwilling. Disciple willing. Who wouldn't be a ing cutie for such an opportunity? Li Hengsheng was worried about how he could improve himself, but it turned out that Sumai had come to take on an apprentice. Following Sumai, is it still difficult for you to improve yourself? As for why it was himself, Li Hengsheng no longer cared. Good. Wait for me for a few days. Besides asking you, I also need to ask another person. He can agree before I can accept you. Sumai looked at Li Hengsheng seriously. Chapter 019, A Cozy Morning. The other one? Li Hengsheng was a bit surprised that Sumai wanted to take on a disciple and had to ask another person. Ask who? Is it hard to be the patriarch? But as the Sect Master of Muhai Peak, this power is there, right? Despite harboring doubts in his heart, Li Hengsheng did not ask more questions. In any case, he had currently seen the light. To be able to become Mu Haifeng's disciple, perhaps he really had hopes of reaching the innate realm. When you enter the innate, you are a first-rate powerhouse. When he faced Dear Silence again in the future, he had the ability to guard her. Early in the morning, the sun rises slowly. Bright yet not blinding light waved throughout the town of Changqing, and the town slowly began to bustle with activity. Doing business with people also began to come out. Lively, hawking yells make people feel comfortable with this city atmosphere. Boss, a bowl of clear porridge and a fried cake. A man in green sat down and spoke to the stall owner who was busy. Painterly, you're here. The boss quickly smiled and said, wait a moment, I'll serve you right away. Saying that, the stall owner hurriedly put down his hands, rubbed his hands on his body, and hurriedly picked up a clip and picked the biggest fritter and put it on the plate. Immediately after that, he slowly fished up the thickest rice porridge underneath with a spoon at the bottom of the pot, carefully put it into a bowl, sprinkled it with a pinch of salt and chopped green onions, and then came over with a smile and put the stuff on the table. After doing so, he turned around and brought over a small plate with some small pickles inside. Painterly, this is the pickle my mother-in-law made yesterday. You can taste it. Okay, thank you. Li Changqing nodded. He had gotten used to life here and found it less stressful and simply better than his previous life. Previously, although the vast majority of the silver had been sent to Li Hengsheng, the ones that were left were enough for Li Changqing to live a very nourishing life. After all, it wasn't like Li Changqing needed to buy that kind of expensive drawing paper and brushes right now. Every day shopping around, eating something, raising flowers, and occasionally doing some carving, the small life can be said to be very nourishing. Recently, Li Changqing had also bought quite a few books from the stalls, even though these books were all some kind of shichi novels. But from them, Li Changqing had also read and understood some news about this world's martial artists and painters of this kind. Especially for the painter, Li Changqing was very curious. The depiction of the painter in the book was simply divine. With the huge power of the divine soul, it seemed to be able to do anything, which made Li Changqing also curious. He was not a painter, but only a wood carver. So did he possess that kind of powerful power of the divine soul? If so, how should such things be utilized? If it was true that there was, then what level was one's divine soul power at? For these, Li Changqing was curious. Nah, I didn't know any painters myself, so no one even asked. There is no way to refer to it by virtue of these chirography novels alone. It seemed that this Changqing town was still too small, and one should actually go out and see more of the world. Generally speaking, in this Tsong Yuan realm, painters were going out on long journeys. Take a look at the scenery of the Tsong Yuan realm. See all the amazing scenery, see all kinds of weird creatures, see more, and be able to draw more. The painter can't paint things when he sees less of them, because he wasn't short of money lately. Li Changqing had only done a little bit of carving in the past few days and didn't do anything else, genuinely because his carving seems to have magical ability. Not worse than paintings. Li Changqing is worried that after he gets it out he will invite unnecessary trouble for himself. It was tantamount to seeking death if one was an ordinary person without the ability to defend oneself. It's so delicious. Boss, your craftsmanship is really good. Li Changqing ate the oil cake and porridge cleanly. This pickle is also good. Thanks for the compliment. Painterly, it's good that you like it. A smile appeared on the boss's face. Since Li Changqing always came to eat at his place, He had indirectly solicited many customers for himself. Even the painter thought his food here was delicious, and everyone else wanted to come and try it. Just at this time, the sound of carts and horses came from the distance, only to see a dozen large carts pulling goods slowly coming over. The carts were covered with burlap and piled with goods. So many goods. Li Changqing couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. It's the goods from the Yen Family Chamber of Commerce. They go to stock up on these days every month, and this just came back. The stall owner also explained to Li Changqing. Yen family? Li Changqing raised his eyebrows. Right. If he wanted to find information in this regard, the Yen family should have it, right? The Yen family was a big family no matter what. There should be quite a collection of books at home. Maybe there really is something he wants. As for how to get to the Yen family to read the book, Li Changqing wasn't worried because before, Yen Buotao had left him a token when he was on his way out. With the token given by the Yen family's head, it's easy to enter the Yen family? Thinking of this, Li Changqing threw down the money and ran towards Yan's house. In Changqing town, the Yen family was one of several top-tier families, and Yen Buotao was even at the Hotian absolute cultivation. That's why the number of gatekeepers visiting the Yen family every day was especially high. The Yen family had many industries in Changqing town, and there were those who came to the Yen family wanting to seek a job, as well as those who came to the Yen family wanting to enter to be added as guards by virtue of their strength. It can be said that there are all kinds of people and everything. When Li Changqing arrived outside the Yen family's gate, he found that there were already a dozen people waiting here. It's just that they can't get in at all. This Yen family is still really popular, Li Changqing muttered. Then he also straightened up his clothes and ran faithfully towards the Yen family's gate. Those who were waiting outside saw that Li Changqing actually wanted to go in with a straight face, and their eyes showed a look of watching the show. They were waiting here for the Yen family's butler to come out and screen them. And this person was good enough to look like he wanted to enter the Yen family without bringing any gifts? I'm afraid it's not a cutie, right? Stop. Wait outside. The two Yen family guards at the door saw Li Changqing trying to come in and directly shot out to stop him. However, Li Changqing didn't have the mood to play any piggybacking, and directly took out the token and placed it in front of the two men's eyes. The two guards were taken aback on the spot when they saw the token in Li Changqing's hand. It's not just a token. This is a top-notch offering order. You please. The two guards hurriedly spoke to Li Changqing. Thanks a lot. Li Changqing said a word of thanks before entering the Yen family. It made the crowd outside look dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why should he be able to enter and we can't? A big man roared angrily at the two guards. They only knew that Li Changqing seemed to have taken out some kind of sign and showed it to the two guards, but they didn't see exactly what it was. The Yen family guards didn't even bother with them. At this time, a man in plain clothes in the crowd walked up and smiled with a thief's eyes. I also have the license plate. Two big brothers. Be accommodating, he said as he held out a sign and handed it to the two men. The two guards took a look at the sign and it read one word. Phoenix. The man grinned. Green Phoenix House's discount sign. Two big brothers. Use my sign. 70% off. I'll take you there. Roll. Chapter 020, 10,000 books. After entering the Yen family, Li Changqing realized what a big family was. The size of this, simply in the Forbidden City have on a spell. Although in his previous life, he had seen the courtyard of those big families on TV, but the feeling of having seen and really walking in is completely different. There were busy underlings everywhere, and all kinds of pavilions, carved and gilded, revealed luxury everywhere. Li Changqing walked for a while crossing a bridge, a while around a courtyard, through a garden, totally have gone disoriented. There were quite a few underlings who saw Li Changqing. They showed curious looks, but no one came up to ask, because they are not surprised by such things. I'm afraid it's another confused person from nowhere who wants to enter Yan's house in search of a chance. If he wandered off, he would easily encounter the Yen family's patrol later and have them thrown out. Please ask. Li Changqing saw that he had just passed by a boy, and was about to ask, but the boy didn't even return his head and hurriedly walked away. Such a rush. The pace of life within this Yen mansion is so fast? Li Changqing was somewhat speechless. Just then, a sound of laughter came, only to see a group of teenagers dressed in yellow come over from a short distance ahead. All of these people were in high spirits and their faces were filled with smiles. Judging from their clothes, Li Changqing judged that they should be the children of the Yen palace. The teenager at the head was high and mighty, surrounded by three people with some fawning intentions on their faces. The others also showed more or less a hint of awe towards this teenager. Please ask. Li Changqing thought that it must be fine to ask them. They were familiar with the Yen mansion and must know where all the Yen mansion's collections were. It was just that Li Changqing had just opened his mouth, but the teenager at the head of the group frowned and glanced at Li Changqing, with a look of dislike in his eyes. Go away. Don't block the road. Where is the guy from who is so insensitive? Get out of the way. The teenager in the lead waved his hand impatiently. What are you waiting for? Brother Rise told you to get out of the way. Are you deaf or can't you hear me? If you delayed Brother Rise's cultivation, can you afford to pay for it? The few people following that teenager were also chirping and criticizing Li Changqing. Each one of them scrambled to be the first, blushing, afraid that they couldn't get the attention of this one called Rise. Damn it, are all the brats in this Yin palace so tough? This makes Li Changqing cannot help but think of his own previous life, that unfilial bastard son. Damn, simply a virtue. Ah, how rude. Li Changqing rolled up his arms and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to teach this tugging to the floor teenager in front of him a lesson. But just as he was about to make a move, Li Changqing suddenly remembered. No, this kid is a martial artist. Although it looks like the cultivation is average, but that also has the cultivation. Their own an ordinary person. Out of the words will only be beaten. Right? What? You still want to make a move? Seeing Li Changqing roll up his sleeves, a flash of cold light flashed through the pupils of the teenager in the lead. Ha! Li Changqing could only pretend to be surprised and said, "What hands? I am just the weather is hot, so I just rolled up my sleeves. Ha ha ha." This statement in turn caused a few teenagers to burst into laughter. The one who made Li Changqing was a bit stifled. He was an adult in 2 lives, but he had let a few little cubs mock him. Go away, go away. Ignore him. The crowd laughed and walked away. Li Changqing could only take a long breath and tell himself not to get angry. Did you come to the Yin mansion for something? Are you lost? Who do you want to find? It just so happens that I'll be fine this time and can take you there. While Li Changqing was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, a clear voice sounded beside Li Changqing. Li Changqing opened his eyes and realized that in front of him stood a somewhat clean-cut teenager. Li Changqing remembered that this clean-cut teenager had just been in the group, but he had always walked at the end of the group, as if he was a bit withdrawn and somewhat unable to get along with the others. Yen Hanzhou, you're really nosy. You haven't even dealt with your own affairs, and you're still in the mood to care about others. It's really deserved that you're going to be banished from the Yen family. The teenager at the head of the group glanced back and snorted up. Brother Rise, ignore him. I guess he knows he has no hope of staying, so he's degrading himself. Once a genius, yo. Ha ha, now he can't even stay in the Yen palace. Someone even whistled at the teenager called Yen Hanzhou. Hearing their taunts, Yen Hanzhou's brows furrowed, but he did not say a word. Li Changqing was somewhat surprised at this Yen Hanzhou's heart, but it looked like a 12 or 13-year-old teenager could be so stoic. Uncle, who are you here to see? Yen Hanzhou asked with a smile. Perhaps I can help you. I want to find places where I can read books. Li Changqing spoke out his purpose in the future. A place to read books? Yen Hanzhou froze. That is, where in your Yen mansion do you have the largest collection of books? Li Changqing changed his method of questioning. With the largest collection of books, that would naturally be the 10,000 books building. Yen Hanzhou subconsciously replied. Then could I trouble you to take me to the house of 10,000 books? Knowing that there were indeed a lot of hidden books, Li Changqing looked forward to it. Taking uncle there is fine, Yen Hanzhou said with a bitter smile, but the 10,000 books building is the important place of my Yen mansion, in which not only the many hidden books are collected, even many precious paintings are treasured in it, and even the children of our own mansion do not have the qualifications to enter. If you want to go in, uncle, I'm afraid it's unlikely, Yen Hanzhou truthfully told Li Changqing. I wonder if this token can get in. Li Changqing took out the token that Yen Buotao had given himself. The moment he saw that token, Yen Hanzhou's face changed. Greetings to the great provider. Yen Hanzhou took a step back and bowed respectfully. Grand Confessor? Li Changqing looked at the token in his hand in surprise, not realizing that this token was actually the token of an offering. But it didn't matter what it was. What Li Changqing cared about was whether or not this token would allow him to enter the house of 10,000 books. So can I enter the 10,000 books building? Li Changqing extended his hand to help Yen Hanzhou up. Can. Naturally. Yen Hanzhou hurriedly said. The position of the grand donor in my Yen family is second only to the patriarch. Naturally, he is qualified to enter the 10,000 books building, so my junior will show you the way. With that, Yen Hanzhou made a gesture of invitation. Thanks a lot, Li Changqing said with a smile, and at that moment, Yen Buotao was looking at a letter in his study. The contents of the letter made Yen Buotao frown as if something big had happened. What in the world? Yen Buotao murmured as he slowly lowered his heart. And just then, there was a sharp knock on the door from outside. Matriarch, a man's voice came. Is it the third elder? There's something to come in and say. Yen Buotao spoke calmly. The door opened and the third elder of the Yen mansion walked in through the door, saying in surprise, the people below have come to report that the grand supply order has appeared. It should be Elder Li Changqing who has come to my Yen mansion. Chapter 021, a little something for you. Senior Li Changqing has come? Yen Buotao's eyes lit up. He had been looking forward to Li Changqing's arrival all these days. The tokens of the great offerings were given before, but Li Changqing never came. and he hadn't even held out hope, thinking that after a while he could find some excuses on Yan Yuesher's body, and then go to Li Changqing and get close to him. Who knew today would finally come? He had been worried that Li Changqing would not be able to look at a small family like the Yan family. There still seems to be hope now. If the Yan family could obtain Li Changqing's support, Yan Buotao was confident that the Yan family would definitely become the #1 family in Changqing town. It might even have a place in this Minhong state. The Yan family's chance has come. Where is Senior Li Changqing? Yan Buotao hurriedly straightened his clothes and appearance, then prepared to meet Li Changqing. It is rumored that it ran towards the 10,000 books building, the third elder said strangely. I wonder what Senior Li Changqing wanted to do by going to the 10,000 books building. 10,000 books building? Yan Buotao's hand stopped. Then after a long period of contemplation, he said, keep an eye on the movements over at the 10,000 books building, and notify me if anything happens. And if Elder Evergreen needs anything, you notify me as well. We're not going over? The third elder couldn't help but ask. Elder Evergreen may have gone to the 10,000 books building because he wanted to read a book. We are not at liberty to interrupt, but we must make sure that Elder Evergreen reads comfortably. This is an opportunity for my Yan family, Yan Buotao said seriously. That's right. Order a blockade of the 10,000 books building, and don't allow anyone from the clan to enter the 10,000 books building until Elder Evergreen comes out. Yan Buotao thought for a moment. The third elder couldn't stop nodding his head after hearing this, and immediately afterward hesitated for a moment and said, there is one more thing. What's wrong? Seeing the expression on the third elder's face, Yan Buotao sat down. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. It's like this. The third elder whispered. This is nonsense. How lawless. Yan Buotao's entire body slapped the table in front of him with a handprint, almost shattering it. This Yan Dongxing is not intentional. He is just a teenager's heart. The third elder said sardonically. Non-seriously, Yan Dongxing is considered to be a clan member of his line. But the fact that Yan Dongxing had just offended Li Changqing, the third elder did not dare to hide it. This was, after all, about the future of the Yan family. Juvenile-minded? Yan Buotao let out a cold laugh. If he wasn't juvenile-minded, Elder Evergreen was afraid that he would have already made a move to crush him to death. Who gave him the guts to do so? Then, Patriarch, this matter, the third elder couldn't help but ask. Send him to Peizhou. Doesn't our Yan family have a farm garden over there? Let him go there to be a farm laborer, Yan Buotao said indifferently. Third elder, this is for your sake. Otherwise you should know very well what exactly should be done with such a child who jeopardizes the family. Many thanks to the patriarch for not killing me. The third elder bowed respectfully. And over there, Yan Hanzhou brought Li Changqing to the entrance of the 10,000 books building finally. It's not small. Looking at this 7-story tower in front of him, Li Changqing couldn't help but also lament the grandeur of this 10,000 books building. All you need to do is use your token to enter it and you'll be able to find the book you want to read. Yan Hanzhou spoke respectfully. Looking at the polite teenager in front of him, Li Changqing really liked him the more he looked at him. Just now, I heard them flirting with you, as if they were saying that you'll be going somewhere else soon? Li Changqing asked at this time. I know your patriarch. Do you want me to meet him to help you out? Hearing these words, Yan Hanzhou's eyes clearly flashed with a flash of piebald, but it was fleeting. Many thanks to the great provider. No need. Yan Hanzhou shook his head and said, I am a person without hope in the eyes of my clan. Staying would also tickle people's language, so it would be better to start afresh in a different place. What is a useless person? Li Changqing frowned and said, I once heard someone say such a phrase. Even a pair of underwear and a roll of toilet paper has his role, let alone you? Li Changqing looked at Yan Hanzhou seriously and said, Yan Hanzhou? Cough cough. Said it wrong. Only after Li Changqing finished speaking did he feel that this sentence was a bit wrong. Although the meaning expressed was right, it was more or less a bit buried. What I mean is, if you are born to be useful, 1,000 gold will be scattered. Young man, don't give up only, Li Changqing said with a loud laugh. Born to be useful? When Yan Hanzhou heard this, he couldn't help but chew on the words carefully. Elder, I am not really the scrapper they say I am. Encountering a person who appreciated himself so much, Yan Hanzhou was also a bit touched at the moment, so he almost said, in my Yan family, after reaching a cultivation level that reaches the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, it is necessary to perceive a set of gongfu within 3 years. If you fail to perceive it, you will have to leave the Yan family. Yan Hanzhou lowered his head and said, I had twice sensed the technique, but it wasn't what I wanted. So I chose to give up both times and didn't accept the inheritance. And it may also be because of the 2 rejections. So the third time has never been able to sense any gongfu, and soon the 3-year period will be up. So I can only resign myself to my fate. After the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, you can cultivate techniques? Li Changqing blinked. This Yan Hanzhou in front of him was quite picky. Virgo, right? I'm really sorry for delaying Senior. Senior had better quickly go in and read the book. Senior will leave first. After Yan Hanzhou finished speaking, he bowed respectfully to Li Changqing and was ready to turn around and leave. Wait, Li Changqing called out to Yan Hanzhou at this time. What else does Senior command? Yan Hanzhou asked curiously. You helped me. I don't have anything to repay you. This is a little trinket I usually make. Give it to you. Saying this, Li Changqing sent out a miniature small wooden sculpture from his sleeve and handed it to Yan Hanzhou. Recently, Li Changqing did not do any serious wood carving. Because of the money in the hands of the money, do not worry about food and clothing. Li Changqing also lazy to do. The big thing is to wait for the next month when his son needs money to think of their own way to get. It's just that when people are idle, they are easily bored. So Li Changqing simply carved some knickknacks that he had never carved before. Compare the weird and wacky cute and cuddly stuff. This is... Seeing the wooden carving that Li Changqing handed over to his hands, Yan Hanzhou could not help but freeze there. Li Changqing also turned around and entered the 10,000 books building, leaving Yan Hanzhou to look at the wooden carving in his hands in shock. What's this? Like an animal. But this kind of animal Yan Hanzhou had not seen. Is this a rat? But it didn't look like it. With a chubby body, a tail that looked like a thunderbolt, and two red, flushed cheeks. What's this? Naturally, he didn't recognize it. I'm afraid that no one in the entire San Yuan realm would recognize what this was, because this was a Pikachu that Li Changqing had sculpted when he had nothing else to do. Chapter 022, Entering the Hotian Realm. Naturally in this world no one recognizes this. Just holding this Pikachu in his hands, Yan Hanzhou had a different feeling at the moment. He felt as if the unknown animal in front of him was coming to life. The world before him had slowly dimmed. The whole world seemed to be covered by the night. Only this Pikachu was moving alive in front of him. In an instant, an amazing power of thunder erupted from this Pikachu's body. The power of thunder and lightning seemed like it could annihilate everything. Where thunder passes, nothing is born. Several thunderbolts flew past Yan Hanzhou's ears. Yan Hanzhou was dumbstruck at this time. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying creature. What the hell is this? Why is it so powerful? How is it that such a powerful thing has never been recorded by anyone in the books? This senior had actually seen something so terrifying. So what exactly was his cultivation level? Li Changqing didn't have the slightest idea that Yan Hanzhou had so many thoughts. And even more so, he didn't know that the Pikachu that he had casually carved had given Yan Hanzhou such a great chance. Li Changqing had originally thought that something that was not available in this world would not have any effect after he carved it out. But Li Changqing completely thought wrong. There was a Yin family's township elder in the book. And after Li Changqing came in and checked Li Changqing's token, he respectfully let Li Changqing in. This is really a lot of books. Li Changqing looked at the countless books on the shelves here, and simply suspected that this place was bigger than even the capital city's library. Casually, he pulled out a copy from a nearby bookshelf. The Book of Nations. Seeing the name on it, and flipping through it casually, it tells mostly about the customs and places the man encountered after traveling around the world. A few more books were found, mostly about martial artists, plus some punching and kicking. This kind of punching and kicking was merely suitable for ordinary people to exercise their bodies. For real martial artists, it was like a joke. In this San Yuan realm, there were very few true Gongfu inheritances. This place was not like the world that Li Changqing perceived, where a strong man told his disciple the secret of martial arts, and that disciple would be able to cultivate the know-how. The feats of the powerful were also realized from the paintings. If one really wanted to teach a disciple, there was only one way to do so, and that was to rehearse one's Gongfu in front of the disciple and tell the disciple the insights of the Gongfu. Then let the disciple use the same piece of painting to refer to it. Whether or not it could be enunciated, that would depend on luck. Moreover, for the same painting, after a person has realized the Gong method, the spiritual charm of the painting will also decrease until it will finally turn into an ordinary painting. At that time, if you want to continue to retain the inheritance, the only way is to find a powerful painter to copy out a picture. Although the effect will ultimately be worse, but it is still able to preserve the inheritance. Outside the house of 10,000 books, Yan Hanzhou had already been here for half an hour, sitting there, his body surprisingly faintly crackling with electricity around him. Moreover, in front of him, there was a small wooden sculpture floating, and Yan Hanzhou's consciousness completely sank into this wooden sculpture. It was as if nothing in the outside world had anything to do with him. It was at this moment that several figures hurried over from the distance. The person in the lead was none other than Yan Buotao. Yan Buotao originally didn't want to come here to the 10,000 books building to disturb Li Changqing, but when he heard about Yan Hanzhou's matter, he hurriedly brought someone over. A few elders from the Yan family also hurriedly followed. Patriarch, that's... A few elders' faces changed in shock on the spot when they saw the wooden sculpture floating in front of Yan Hanzhou. This treasure they naturally knew. Yan Buotao's son. Yan Yushi entered the state of enlightenment with this wooden sculpture and officially stepped into the mortal transformation realm. There was even hope of stepping into the realm of the innate. The small wooden carving contained the power of gods and demons, even more powerful than the painting. These elders were also coveting the fierce tiger wood carving from Yan Yushi. Today, they were surprised to see another wooden carving, right in the hands of one of the Yan family's disciples. What kind of luck did this Yan Hanzhou have? He's Yan Hanzhou? Yan Buotao had heard about Yan Hanzhou before he came. He was also a genius of the Yan family, but he had refused the inheritance both times of enlightenment, and now that the 3-year period was up, he would be leaving the Yan family soon. Just as the elder beside him wanted to speak, he was violently seeing Yan Hanzhou standing up. Immediately after that, Yan Hanzhou unexpectedly began to punch with his eyes closed. This was a surprise, and they all watched from the sidelines. Only Yan Hanzhou's punches were very raw and slow at first. However, as he punched out, his movements unexpectedly became faster and faster, and in the end, residual shadows appeared on his fists. Moreover, towards the end of the fight, Yan Hanzhou's breath surged, and from his body a kind of qi was actually born. As soon as this qi came out, the fist technique unexpectedly sublimated instantly, and the air was filled with the sound of thunder. The fist intent was even mixed with the momentum of running thunder. This caused Yan Buotao and the others to look directly dumbfounded. The punches were varied and fast as thunder. The interweaving of speed and power made each of these punches coalesce with power. More to the point, just for a moment, Yan Hanzhou had actually given birth to internal energy. Directly stepping into the Hotian realm from the 9th level of the metamorphosis realm, became a veritable Hotian martial artist. Holy, what does this make me say? An elder simply couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. He knew that Li Changqing's wood carving was very powerful, but this was also too powerful, right? What kind of punch is this? Several people speculated. In their Yan family, there were also people who had comprehended fist arts or sword arts related to thunder, but compared to the fist art that Yan Hanzhou in front of him had struck out, it was not worth mentioning at all. Yan Hanzhou's set of punches coalesced with an ever-changing mood. It seems like there are multiple variations. Spare a thought for the old guys like them who have never seen it before. Ha! Finishing the punch, Yan Hanzhou then opened his eyes. He first let out a gasp of surprise as he hadn't even noticed the change that had happened to him. He had thought that he had just punched in his consciousness. As a result, it looks like he's got the routine down. Patriarch, elder. Seeing Yan Buotao and the others beside him, Yan Hanzhou hurriedly paid his respectful respects. Congratulations, you've entered the Hotian, an elder said with a smile. Me? Yan Hanzhou froze for a moment when he heard this, and immediately afterward, he felt that there was actually internal energy surging through his body. I've entered the Hotian, Yan Hanzhou exclaimed. He couldn't believe it. All this because of that little wooden sculpture just now? What kind of treasure is that? Yan Hanzhou. From today onwards, you are my Yan family's core child. From today onwards, the cultivation resources you can receive each month will be doubled tenfold on top of the original. I hope that you can cultivate well and fight for my Yan family in the future. Yan Buotao looked at Yan Hanzhou with a pleased expression. Many thanks, matriarch. Yan Hanzhou was so excited that he simply didn't know what to say. 10 times the original. The treatment that other Yan family Hotian children simply didn't have. At the same time in his heart, he was also greatly grateful to Li Changqing. It was just that for all of this, Li Changqing was completely unaware of it, and he was still swimming in the sea of these books. Chapter 023, One Thought of Heaven and Earth. One Thought of Eternity. Even though the Yan family was merely a small family in Changqing town in comparison to the entire Song Yuan realm, but these collections of books from the Yan family were considered quite rich in content for Li Changqing, a Song Yuan realm's white boy. Li Changqing had never seen such a wonderful world. He immersed himself into the world of the book, looking at all sorts of light and strange things, and getting to know many of the once famous and powerful people of the Song Yuan realm. Li Changqing even knew that there was a person in this Song Yuan realm that stood at the peak of the Song Yuan realm. He was the Song Yuan realm lord, the first person in the Song Yuan realm. The sky is the limit. Legend has it that the Song Yuan realm lord resides in Tianhai City, and is the object that countless strong people want to challenge. And every 50 years, there will be an opportunity to challenge the Song Yuan realm lord. Whoever could defeat the current Song Yuan realm lord would become the new generation of Song Yuan realm lords. And legend has it that becoming a Song Yuan realm lord is to be received by an immortal. However, this is only a popular legend. Whether there are really fairies in the world, even those overwhelmingly powerful people who stand on the clouds have never seen them. Anything more is left out of the book. At the same time, Li Changqing even found a book that had a book about painters, which was exactly what Li Changqing wanted to read. Martial artists cultivate their bodies, and painters refine their souls. A painter's divine soul is strong in order to depict a whiter world. The cultivation of the divine soul comes from sensing heaven and earth in the process of painting. And to be able to paint a piece that contains the spirit is to be able to strengthen the divine soul. Use it to grow yourself. Could it be that those things when I was carving as well? Li Changqing thought about how when he was carving, it was as if a mysterious power entered his sea of consciousness. Could that be the power of the divine soul? Li Changqing continued to read on. The power level of the divine soul is divided into several realms. Entry into God, transformation of spirit, avatar, throne, immortality, great self. There are 6 realms in all. As for whether there are any higher realms left, no one knows. A painter with a powerful divine soul thinks of the heavens and the earth at the same time. One thought can become a Buddha, and one thought can even transform demons. All things in heaven and earth are ultimately in a single thought. One thought of life, one thought of death. You can even see through other people's martial arts at your fingertips. It can change heaven's fortune and reverse time. As long as your divine soul is strong enough, that is what you can do. Rumor has it that a strong person who is cultivated to the realm of the great self-realization can travel thousands of miles away with a single thought, divinely traveling to heaven and earth, unrestrained and at ease with eternity. Seeing what was written in the book, Li Changqing was simply shocked. Someone with a strong divine soul, so powerful? So what level is one's divine soul at? Is it possible that you are so powerful? Wouldn't that painter be invincible? What's the point of being a martial artist if you can learn it by looking at someone else's martial arts? But Li Changqing obviously overthinks it a bit. A master painter can indeed do this, but if you want to view other people's profound martial arts and turn it into your own body, at least you have to reach the level of a painting saint. So before reaching the realm of the so-called saint of painting, a painter could at best be said to have some magical abilities or the power of self-preservation. But spare a thought, the painter is never without his masters on his side. Making friends with a painter would be of great benefit to themselves. Leaving aside the being first, being able to obtain a powerful painting treasure is the best increase for a martial artist. But how come it's not written how exactly the divine soul is to be judged? Li Changqing flipped through the book nor did he see how exactly the divine soul was to be judged. What level was one's divine soul at? Into the gods? Or is it the spirit of transfiguration? It's elusive. This made Li Changqing a little anxious. If one didn't know what level it was and rashly used the power of the divine soul to learn another person's martial arts, it would be easy to suffer a backlash. Not to mention the fact that he didn't learn the martial arts. He was able to seriously injure himself. How is this going to be learned when you don't know what level you're at? However, Li Changqing still wanted to try to see what level he had reached. Since it was said that a painter could do everything with a single thought with the power of his soul, then try something easy yourself first. Li Changqing saw a small incense burner not far away, and the burner was filling with fragrance. Staring at that incense burner, Li Changqing stretched out his finger, hooked it at the incense burner, and said under his breath, "Come here." A sound over. That incense burner even. The lines are not moving. Li Changqing was a bit embarrassed. Fortunately no one saw it. Otherwise they'd think they were nuts. Right? Oh. A thought of heaven and earth is not just words that come out of your mouth. You need to mobilize the power of your divine soul to do so. Li Changqing frowned, then tried to feel the power of the divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Be still and the whole world seems to fall silent. At this moment, it was as if Li Changqing couldn't hear anything, and his world of consciousness was dark. He felt that this place was as if it was a side of paradise that transcended the Song Yuan realm. And when Li Changqing took a few steps, he realized that a lake had appeared in front of him. This lake was still there, every drop so pure. And when he saw this lake, he immediately realized that this lake was the power of his divine soul. Just seeing this lake, Li Changqing was still not sure what level this lake was actually considered. Standing in front of the lake, there is a sense of oiled intimacy that sweeps over you. Li Changqing immediately felt as if each drop of this lake water was his own child as they let out a cheering sound. It was a heartfelt delight, and Li Changqing was similarly touched. Each drop of lake water is more like his general at his disposal. At this time, Li Changqing opened his eyes, looked at that incense burner once again, and slowly said, "Come here." The incense burner gently trembled, and in the next moment it actually rose up in the air and flew towards Li Changqing. It was directly caught in Li Changqing's hands. Amazing! Li Changqing's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't a painter, he was a wood carver, and his divine thoughts were shared, and it was surprising that his divine thoughts could do such a thing. What else can one do when one has done it from a distance? Li Changqing was like a child who had discovered a new toy at this moment, full of curiosity about everything. It would be really good if we could reach the realm of great freedom. Li Changqing couldn't help but think of what the book said. Instantaneous. This kind of magical power, not to mention other things, go to the delivery of their own can be rolled to death other peers. From now on, all takeout in this town is mine. Unfortunately, one could only think about it, and Li Changqing realized that he currently did not seem to be able to reach such a realm. Even if he reached such a realm, Li Changqing didn't know how to use it. He was now like a supreme powerhouse with empty internal strength who couldn't perform a single move. You can only feel your way through it. Just as Li Changqing wanted to continue looking at other books, footsteps came from not far away. Li Changqing turned around and looked, but it was that elder from this 10,000 books building, only to see the elder's hands carrying a tray with various kinds of meals on it. He said with a smile on his face, "Elder, it's time to eat. The patriarch instructed me to bring the meal over to you." Chapter 024. Why aren't there any other paintings? Thanks a lot. It just so happens that I'm a bit hungry. Li Changqing didn't even notice that he was hungry. I didn't notice until I saw these meals, and it seems that I was so engrossed in the world of the book that I forgot to be hungry. The matriarch knows that you, senior, like to eat Jin Honglu's meals, so he specially had someone buy it. You eat slowly, just throw it to the side when you're done. I'll come over to collect it later, that elder said politely. Then I'll trouble you. Li Changqing was not polite either. Found a place to sit and ate straight away. That elder's expression was a bit helpless. This Wan Shu Lu is the important place of Yanfu. The children who come here on weekdays don't even talk about eating here. Whoever sneezes has to be thrown out and heavily punished. Because here, in addition to books, more importantly, there are many precious paintings that need to be well guarded. For someone like Li Changqing to dine in the 10,000 books building was truly the first person ever to do so in Yanfu. Is this the meal of Jin Hong House? Li Changqing looked at the dishes. The mold looked exquisite. He also remembered that when he had just crossed over to eat at the stall, he had heard the stall owner say that he used to go to Jin Honglu for his meals, and it seemed that this Jin Honglu was the best restaurant in this Changqing town. I just haven't been there since I crossed over, so I'd like to try it today. After tasting a few mouthfuls of each dish, Li Changqing realized that this so-called Jin Honglu was nothing more than that. The name was quite loud, but the cooking wasn't much better than the roadside eateries in his previous life. And that's what makes you so famous? But for food, Li Changqing was not so picky, as long as he could eat. After finishing eating and letting that elder put away the meal, Li Changqing continued to look for books to read. Meanwhile, the books on the first floor, Li Changqing also felt that there was nothing to read, and after reading for a while he went up to the second floor. Hanging on the second floor are some paintings. It was the first time that Li Changqing had seen this kind of painting that contained a spiritual rhythm. Looks like these are the paintings drawn by the painters of this world. Li Changqing looked around. There were dozens of paintings. There are weapons. There are animals. The painting is indeed better than the previous Li Changqing's painting, Li Changqing muttered as he looked at a piece of artwork. Suddenly, Li Changqing felt that something was wrong. Apart from weapons, the paintings here are animals. Swords and spears, tigers, eagles, bears and leopards. Why are there no other paintings? That who? Li Changqing shouted downstairs. Elder, please command if there is something. That elder hurriedly walked over. Yan Buotao had repeatedly explained that all of Li Changqing's requests had to be fulfilled, so naturally he didn't dare to slack off. It's fine. I'm just asking, why do all the paintings only have weapons and animals and nothing else? Li Changqing asked curiously. That elder obviously froze for a moment when he heard this. His brain didn't even seem to turn a corner, and he couldn't help but ask. Other? What other? Other? Like painting landscapes, drawing spiritual objects? Not even a character portrait, Li Changqing said in disbelief. Elder, must not be joking. That elder stuttered on the spot when he heard Li Changqing's words. Painting spiritual objects, painting the heavens and the earth. Those are all things that can only be done by very powerful painters. How could a tiny clan like our Yin family possess that kind of treasure? As for the figures, people are the masters of all spirits. Even painting saint powerhouses don't dare to easily put down their brushes to paint people. How could my Yin family have one? That elder couldn't help but say with a bitter smile. He even felt that Li Changqing was poking fun at himself. Like this? Li Changqing was also quite shocked in his heart when he heard this. Only a powerful painter could paint a picture like that? Even the saint of painting before he dared to start painting people? That is not right. How is it okay that he carved out a FA easily in the first place? Could it be that that FA I carved out isn't actually useful? It's just an ordinary wood carving? Or is it that wood carvings and paintings are two things altogether, seemingly connected but not actually, and that my wood carvings might not have such limitations? Li Changqing fell into deep thought. It's still a really tough road to travel on your own. In this world there is no such thing as wood carving, and making it yourself is simply a scorpion poop unique. There is no way to refer to it. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Li Changqing continued to read, and it was a look that lasted 3 whole days. During these 3 days, Li Changqing could be considered to have understood some of the Zhong Yuan realm, and during these 3 days, meals were given to be delivered to the house of 10,000 books. The entire Yin palace must be cautious. Thank you for seeing the guests. so as to save the people coming and going from disturbing Li Changqing's reading. Yan Hanzhou stepped into the Hotian realm, leaping to become the Yan family's genius son, enjoying the best resources, and was even taken in by Yan Buotao as his righteous son. As for Yan Dongsheng, when he heard that he was sent to Peizhou, he couldn't believe his ears, but the order had been given, and the next day Yan Dongsheng was expelled from the Yan family. Immediately afterward, another uninvited guest came to the Yan residence. Sumai is here. For Sumai's arrival, the Yan family naturally didn't dare to be slow. Others could thank the door, but not Sumai, one of the 36 peak masters of the Dao Mountain ancient land, but also a strong person of the innate realm. This kind of status is simply not something that their small Yan family can offend. It's just that Sumai was just here a while ago. How come he's here again? Greetings to Peak Master Mohai. Yan Buotao spoke respectfully to Sumai. I came to find you for one thing. Sumai held a banana in his hand and sat down on the chair again on all fours. While eating, he said, I came here this time because I want to meet Senior Li Changqing. I don't know him, but you guys have had a meeting before. I hope that you can help me with an introduction, to avoid any misunderstanding if I go to him so rashly. With that, the banana peel was given a smooth toss to the side. Peak Master, you want to see Elder Changqing? Yan Buotao raised his eyebrows. What's the problem? Sumai smoothly picked up another apple and ate it. No problem, but this is only possible with the consent of Senior Evergreen. Yan Buotao smiled and said, I won't hide it from the Peak Master. Senior Evergreen is currently a guest at the Yan mansion. Oh, Sumai's eyes were braced when he heard this. Li Changqing was in Yanfu? Elder Evergreen came to the Yan family a few days ago, then dove headfirst into the 10,000 books building to read a book, and 3 days have passed since today. Yan Buotao spoke truthfully. Sumai couldn't help but look at Yan Buotao one more time. How could he not see that Yan Buotao wanted to hit Li Changqing? But Sumai didn't say anything. When will he come out? Sumai asked in a deep voice. Can't say. Yan Buotao shook his head. If Peak Master Mahai is in a hurry, why don't I have someone go and ask Senior? Yan Buotao asked tentatively. Then you tell someone to go and inquire. Sumai also didn't dare to just wait. Like this kind of strong person, it was very likely that it would take years to close the door once. He himself couldn't afford to wait. Good. Then I'll have someone go and inform. Yan Buotao nodded. But Yan Buotao turned around and just took a few steps. But he stopped and said, by the way, Lord Mu Hai Peak Master, my Yan family's mind has recently experienced some strange things, and my senior can't make up his mind. I don't know if your senior can take a look at it and help the Yan family out. Chapter 025, First Meeting, Requesting Monthly Votes and Collections. What is it? Sumai at this moment is also not good to balk. Originally, like this kind of small family things, he is lazy to tube. But since Li Changqing and Yan family, he also gave the Yan family a face. Hearing Sumai's inquiry, Yan Buotao hurriedly handed a letter to Sumai, then hurriedly said, it's my Yan family's Nanshan mining side that had something happen, as written in the letter. Sumai casually shook the letter and sat down with a big horse, wanting to see what was written in the letter. And at this time, Yan Buotao was also hurriedly arranging for the elders to head to the 10,000 books building to ask Li Changqing's opinion on whether or not he wanted to see Sumai. Sumai, on the other hand, looked at what was written in the letter. Just as the content of the letter gradually went deeper and deeper, Sumai's face also revealed a look of gravity. There were quite a few Yan clan miners in the South Mountain mines who had seen a starfall, and immediately afterward, they fainted. Yet when they woke up, it was to find that they had actually aged a dozen years. It's amazing how some young people just become middle-aged. And the middle-aged man became even more of a gray-haired old man. Even the Yan family's elders who were based over there had suffered something like this. Not only was longevity lost, but even cultivation was reduced by a large portion. Originally, his cultivation was at the Hotian perfection realm, but now he was merely left at the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm. Also, several villages close to the neighborhood of the Nanshan mine were experiencing such strange occurrences. For a time the people are in a state of panic. Even the miners are running away. The entire Nanshan mine to now stop working down. This was making the Yan family a bit anxious. Anxious to be anxious, but cannot find what is the reason. So bizarre things, Rao Yan Buotao and others have never seen. After reading the letter, Sumai casually put the letter aside, slowly closed his eyes and murmured, could it be 10,000 books? Great confessor. The Yan family elder arrived at the 10,000 books building and saw that Li Changqing was reading a book, and after hesitating for a long time, he could only go forward and greet him. Calling me? Li Changqing came back to his senses at this moment, and seeing that it was someone from the Yan family, he politely said, may I ask what's the matter? It's like this. That elder hurriedly walked up and respectfully said, there is someone who wants to see you. Great confessor. I don't know if Great Confessor is visible? See me? Li Changqing froze. Who wanted to see him? Do I recognize it? Li Changqing asked in surprise. Should not have met before? That elder Geston said. After all, if he had met before, there would be no need for the Yin family to introduce him. Sumo Hai himself would have gone to Li Changqing. Li Changqing shook his head. That doesn't see. What's the point of meeting when you don't even know yourself? I hate socializing. That elder did not expect Li Changqing to actually refuse so dryly. That is the peak master of the ancient land of Daoshan. I don't know how many forces want to meet but can't. Thus, Yin Patriarch still couldn't help but say, Great Confessor, the person who wants to see you is the Mu Hai Peak Master of the 36 peaks of the Dao Mountain ancient land. Are you really not going to see him? Wait, Li Changqing raised his eyebrows. The ancient land of Mount Dao? Wasn't that the sect where his dutiful son practiced? Can you not see it? Your son goes to school there, and they come to visit you at home, and you say you won't see them? Then my son will be ostracized at school. Go, hurry up and take me to see. Li Changqing hurriedly gave the book back to the bookshelf and then spoke anxiously. The teacher's here, you've got to arrange it. Otherwise, what's the future of your son? I'll lead the way. That elder hurriedly said. Sumo Hai, who was waiting in Yin Hui Hall, was also slightly anxious. Can such a strong man see himself? Hey, Sumo Hai slammed his head as if he had done something stupid. Peak Master Mahai, what are you doing? Yen Botao looked at Sumo Hai in surprise and asked in confusion. I should have taken the initiative to go stand at the entrance of the 10,000 books building and wait for Senior to come out. How could I let him come to see me? What a blunder, Sumo Hai said with remorse. Take me to the house of 10,000 books, Sumo Hai said hurriedly. But just as Sumo Hai's words were finished, a loud voice came from outside. The Grand Confessor has arrived. Coming, Yen Botao said with a smile. It seems that Peak Master doesn't need to go. Elder Evergreen is already here. Grand Donor? Sumo Hai glanced at Yen Botao in a somewhat odd manner. The tiny Yin family could actually snub such a powerful person over as an envoy? If that was the case, wouldn't the Yin family soar to the heavens? But this was not the time to ask this question. Sumo Hai stood up and patted the already not-so-clean clothes. At this moment, Li Changqing walked in. The first time I saw Li Changqing, how can I say Sumo Hai's impression? A very ordinary man, like a depressed scholar. It gave Sumo Hai a very bland feeling, not like some kind of supreme expert, and he didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of the divine soul on Li Changqing's body. The ancient land of Daoshan also has powerful painters. From their bodies Sumo Hai can feel a kind of divine soul oppression. That is a kind of God melting heaven and earth. Heaven and earth is only me. However, Li Changqing was not in the least bit, and was completely like an ordinary person. And the first time Li Changqing saw Sumo Hai, the impression is that this ancient land of Dosan is still really poor. Why is the lord of a peak dressed like a beggar? And the clothes on his body haven't been washed for a long time, right? Even the peak master is living in such misery. Can my eldest son eat in the ancient land of Daoshan? You can't be starving and malnourished already. This Sumo Hai where is like the master of a peak. Said he is the 8th generation of the Beggars Association elders. Li Changqing feel more convincing. Li Changqing walked up and cupped his fists and said, Sumo Hai. Seeing that Li Changqing greeted him first, Sumo Hai also hurriedly said politely. Although he said that Li Changqing didn't give him the feeling of being a high-ranking person, Sumo Hai was still respectful. Not to mention the fact that the wooden sculpture that Li Changqing had given to the Yin family earlier had shocked him greatly, and was indeed a treasure beyond his knowledge. Let's say Yin Dongguan innate realm. Into that evergreen painting boat was even instantly beheaded. This is also not the average person can do. I've long admired you, Li Changqing hurriedly said. I heard that you are the peak master of the Daoshan ancient land, and my son is also a disciple of the Daoshan ancient land, so you should be considered as his clan senior. My son is naughty and mischievous, so I have made the peak master take a lot of trouble. You're welcome. Sumo Hai was somewhat flattered to see Li Changqing being so polite. This was considered one of the best talking powerhouses Sumo Hai had ever seen, and hurriedly said politely, Li Hengsheng was a very good disciple in my Daoshan ancient land. I didn't realize that he was the son of Senior Evergreen, and I only learned about it recently, so this is why I came to pay a visit. Well said. Please sit down. Li Changqing hurriedly greeted Sumo Hai and sat down. Yen Botao, who was on the side, saw that the two of them were about to talk, and also walked to the door in a very sensible manner. Chapter 026. No, my son can't learn to be bad again. Requesting for monthly votes and favorites. This time, aside from visiting Senior Evergreen, I have another matter that I've also come to ask Senior Evergreen for on purpose. Sumo Hai said seriously. You say. Li Changqing listened attentively. First of all, no matter how this Sumo Hai dresses, at least this person's attitude is really let Li Changqing feel very good. People are courteous and talk well. In such a place to cultivate at least do not have to worry about children learn bad. And then I think of my previous life, when I fought so hard to get my son into a good school that I was close to selling my blood. After arriving at the school to face the school director is even higher than the top of the eye. Know that you are just a carpenter. Talking are not with a positive look at you. There is no minimum respect. It is even more important that your child's homeroom teacher make a contribution on New Year's Eve, or else he or she is liable to be moved to a different seat, just for the sake of his children going to school. Li Changqing sold his most precious piece of wood at that time. In a roundabout way, the kid ended up learning to be that pussy. It's a big headache to think about. Now with a new life and such a filial son, Li Changqing said nothing to repeat his mistakes. Be sure to have a good learning environment for your child. Have a good future. Senior should be aware of the recent matter of ghost cultivators coming to my Minghong prefecture, right? Sumohai's voice lowered. After all, even Yen Dongduan was killed by Li Changqing, so Sumohai guessed that Li Changqing must know. I know, Li Changqing nodded. Li Hengsheng had written to remind him of this matter. Sure enough, Sumohai secretly nodded his head in his heart. Yen Dongduan was indeed beheaded by Li Changqing correctly. Recently, this matter has been involved a little bit with your son, but don't worry, it's not very relevant. Sumohai hurriedly spoke. Ha? Li Changqing froze. Something to do with his son? What that ghost race was Li Changqing wasn't very clear, but in Li Changqing's understanding, the name ghost race didn't sound like a good thing. A little involvement with your own son? Is my son going to be a bad boy? As the saying goes, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. In Li Changqing's understanding, wasn't this just an off-campus punk coming to the school to get to know his son? It's not going to get carried away, is it? The people who came this time include the Destiny Star Hall, the Een 10th floor, and even the Long Night Ancient Kingdom has appeared, Sumohai explained to Li Changqing. And 3 gangs of punks to bring up bad sons? How is this going to work? My son didn't learn from them, did he? Li Changqing asked worriedly. If you go out and learn something bad, this is not good. That's not true, because their target wasn't Li Hengsheng, it was Li Hengsheng's senior sister, called Dear quietly. Sumohai simply gave Li Changqing a rough account of what happened that day. There were just some things that weren't said in detail, and the matter about the Gizon order was glossed over. What? A cold color appeared in Li Changqing's eyes. Not only did those punks try to bring down their son, they took his girlfriend? Damn, this kid is only a few years old and he's actually falling in love early? Not only that, but later he's going to go after the girlfriend who's already been brought up short? A scene had appeared in Li Changqing's mind. The son in the Tao Shan ancient land study hard. C will graduate, go to the peak of life, and this time, the group of punks with Dear quietly that little too much sister came. Dear quietly mouth dangling cigarette rolls, arm and neck are tattoos, hands also holding 2 children. To their son Hook Fingers, said with a smile, little old brother, sister I wave back, tired of playing, ready to find an honest man married, just pick you. Let your father prepare 5 million taels of silver dowryat. Thinking of this, Li Changqing couldn't help but shudder. It's horrible. Absolutely not. Li Changqing looked at Sumohai with a grave expression before saying, Peak Master Mahai, this matter cannot continue to develop. When Sumohai heard Li Changqing say this, he blinked, pondering over the meaning of Li Changqing's words, but immediately after that, Sumohai understood that things couldn't continue to go on like this, meaning that Li Hengsheng was bullied by a few ghost clans into this state. That was definitely not okay. I understand what Senior Evergreen means, Sumohai nodded, then said tentatively, actually, I came here this time because I want to seek Elder Evergreen's opinion. I want to accept Li Hengsheng as my personal disciple and settle in my Mohai Peak. I wonder if Elder Evergreen can agree to be your personal disciple? Li Changqing's eyes lit up. Although the Sumohai in front of him said that he looked poor, but he seemed to be a good person. With a teacher like that, what's the worry? Agreed. I naturally agree. With you as my master I have nothing to worry about. Li Changqing hurriedly agreed with a smile. That cool? Sumohai originally thought that Li Changqing would fight for his son to get a lot of benefits or make demands on himself, but it turned out that things actually went so smoothly. Well then, Senior Evergreen, in the future, just rest assured that Li Hengsheng will be handed over to me. I, Daoshan Ancient Land, will definitely treat him with sincerity and give him the best treatment from my Mohai Peak. Sumohai hurriedly showed his goodwill to Li Changqing at this moment. The best treatment for Mohai Peak? Li Changqing frowned and scanned Sumohai again, sighing lightly. In the opinion of Li Changqing, Sumohai is poor to this dog. What's the best deal you can give? Can you get a meat meal in 3 days? No matter how poor one is, one cannot afford to be poor in education. And no matter how hard one suffers, one cannot afford to have children suffer. Li Changqing decided that he would make more money in the future and then train his son to become a successful man. Having read a lot of books recently, Li Changqing understood that resources were very important for a martial artist who wanted to cultivate powerfully. And the stronger the cultivation level, the more expensive the cultivation resources needed. Then I'll ask the peak master to worry about it. Even though Li Changqing resented Sumohai's poverty somewhat in his heart, he couldn't show it after all. Then he said boldly, "In the future, if my son encounters any problems in cultivation that he doesn't understand, I still hope that you can teach him more. And if he is naughty, disobedient, or does something bad, you should scold him and beat him." Hearing this, Sumohai faked a smile. I thought to myself, I have to be brave enough to fight, too. I beat up your son and you're not going to tear me down? Yen Dongduan, you can one move second. Eye in your eyes is still a dish? First time to meet. There is nothing on my body to send you, plus this condition at home. He. This is a self-made trinket. You don't mind if you don't mind. Keep it as a souvenir. Sometimes maybe also a little bit of use. Li Changqing said, fumbled for a moment from his sleeve robe and took out a wooden sculpture and handed it to Sumohai. Coming. For this magical wood carving, Sumohai could be said to be really looking forward to it for a long time. It would be impossible to say that accepting Li Hengsheng did not have its own purposefulness. Li Hengsheng's qualification is even a struggle to enter the outer gate, let alone reaching the standard of a prototypal. But Li Hengsheng has a good father. There's this amazing wood carving. Sumohai had been trapped in this realm for a long time, so of course he wanted to find a chance to break through, and Li Changqing's wooden sculpture was his hope. P.S. The new book is not easy. Please readers greatly support. Recommended votes, monthly votes, comments, reward, whatever, go up. Thank you for the support. Chapter 027 Wooden Cauldron, begging for monthly tickets. Collections, this is going to be given to me? Sumohai's heart was thrilled. Although his mouth was asking, Sumohai's hand was already uncontrollably grasping towards that wooden sculpture. This is? Sumohai couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the wooden sculpture in his hand, which was actually a tripod. Tripod. Seeing this thing, a flash of horror appeared in Sumohai's eyes, and his gaze towards Li Changqing became somewhat intriguing. Don't like it? Li Changqing looked at Sumohai's expression and thought that Sumohai didn't like it, and immediately wanted to feel around in his sleeve again to see what else he had. No, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that I'm surprised that you've actually seen a real tripod. Elder Evergreen. Sumohai took a deep breath. The small wooden tripod was held in his hand, but it was as if he was holding up a treasure that weighed 1,000 pounds. Could it be that you haven't seen it before? Li Changqing frowned. Was a tripod a very rare thing? Things like tripods have naturally been seen before, Sumohai said with a bitter smile, but the tripods I've seen are completely different from this one made of wood carvings by Elder Evergreen. In the Tsan Yuan realm, a tripod is a very ancient vessel that carries on the power of incense. But later on, the tripods somehow disappeared in the river of history, and the tripods that people make nowadays merely resemble each other in shape, but they are completely unable to withstand the power of incense and fire, and even the painters can't really paint the tripods. That's why I was so surprised when I saw a tripod so muddled in general. Sumohai carefully looked at the hands of the wooden tripod, hands carefully held, afraid to fall to the ground in general. There was also tiny text on top of that tripod, which was also carved on by Li Changqing, using a hieroglyphic script that had been used in the history of his previous life. Staring at that text for a single glance, Sumohai was so shaken that a whispering sound unexpectedly came from his ears. It was as if a god was speaking in his ear. The murmur of every word trembled, making Sumohai as if he was listening to the sound of an immortal voice in a big way. Peak Master Su. At this moment, Li Changqing's voice came, allowing Sumohai to get rid of that immortal sound. And in the next moment, Sumohai was directly scared into a cold sweat. He himself was unknowingly drawn in by that ancient text. Wouldn't you be in danger if you were somewhere else? What's wrong with you, Peak Master Su? Li Changqing saw Sumohai staring blankly at the wooden tripod he had given him, so he couldn't help but call out to him twice. The gift of the treasure. Sumohai keeps it in mind. Sumohai took a step back, then cupped his fists and bowed to Li Changqing. Such a treasure. Li Changqing actually gave it to himself just like that. This made Sumohai simply flattered. He also secretly vowed in his heart that in the future, Li Hengsheng would definitely be treated as his own son in his own place. This wooden tripod of Li Changqing's was of inestimable value. Peak Master Su is polite. You are Hengsheng's teacher. This small gift is not worth mentioning. Li Changqing hurriedly spoke. Right. There's one more thing. Sumohai suddenly frowned and said, Senior Evergreen, why did you become the Yen family's grand provider for no reason? This, Li Changqing told Sumohai about that token. This Yen family is quite calculating. Sumohai sneered. Senior Evergreen, no need to pay any attention to this tiny Yen family. It's just a small family in Changqing town. With your strength, Senior Evergreen, where are you not a star-studded existence? If Senior Evergreen is willing, why don't you come to my Daoshan ancient land? It will be more than enough to give you an elder position. And you can still see Li Hengsheng anytime you want then. How nice. Going to the Dao Mountain ancient land? Li Changqing's entire body trembled as he hurriedly shook his head. Just kidding. He hadn't brought his memories across with him, and it was fine to write a letter in the cold. But if he really came into contact with Li Hengsheng, it was likely that he would be dismantled by Li Hengsheng's identity in a matter of minutes. It was so hard to be reborn. So hard to feel what it was like to have a filial son. And he didn't want to lose it so quickly. So for the time being, Li Hengsheng must not be seen. Otherwise it's definitely wearing off. I won't go to the Dao Mountain ancient land, Li Changqing murmured. And there is also the fact that I hope you won't say anything about me to Hengsheng either. Ha? Sumai seemed to have missed the point a bit. What you mean is, right. He doesn't know that in fact his father is a supreme master. And he doesn't know that I have the craft of wood carving. I do this only because I want him to go on by his own efforts, instead of looking up to me to become a playboy. I have such good intentions. Do you understand? Sumai nodded in agreement after hearing this. However, Sumai was also a little incomprehensible. He was clearly a supreme powerhouse, but he was so low-key that even his own son didn't know that he was powerful, and gave to put into the ancient land of Daoshan to suffer. It's a little too odd, isn't it? Looking at Sumai's expression, Li Changqing looked Sumai up and down and said with a smile, "You haven't married yet, so perhaps it's not very understandable. Senior is really powerful, knowing that I have yet to marry." Sumai said with some admiration, "Not only do I know that you haven't married yet, but I also know that you are still a virgin." Li Changqing smiled. Senior is awesome. Sumai was becoming more and more impressed with Li Changqing. I didn't expect Senior Evergreen's divine soul to be so powerful that he could sense my essence solidity, chi and blood muddy source, and see through me from across the air. Truly he is a supreme master as well, Sumai thought in his heart. On the contrary, Li Changqing shrugged his shoulders. What's so great about this? Look what you're wearing. Poor as a dog. What woman would be blind enough to sleep with you? Don't worry, Senior. I definitely won't tell Li Hengsheng about this matter, Sumai promised. Li Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt that Sumai had a point. He should be worth a lot of money. And the Yin family wanted to tie himself to the Yin family's car with a broken token. It's a bit delusional. In his previous life, Li Changqing was obsessed with wood carving, and he usually gave people a feeling as if he was honest. But in fact, Li Changqing was not stupid. Lots of questions to think about. And one is capitalized to fight for benefits. Patriarch Yen, Li Changqing called out to Yen Butao outside. Senior Evergreen. Yen Butao heard Li Changqing call out to him and hurriedly walked in. These two bigwigs had finally finished chatting? I'm indebted to you for taking care of me and the Yin family these past few days. Thank you very much. Li Changqing spoke in a flat tone. Elder Evergreen is truly polite. Yen Butao hurriedly said. Elder's great kindness to my Yin family. His kindness to my son Yen Yushu is much more precious than this. Just coming to my Yin family to read a book is naturally nothing. Since that's the case, this favor of mine has been repaid by the Yin family. Then this token, please take it back. After saying that, Li Changqing placed the token of that grand donor onto the table. Chapter 028, Not Flying? Seeking monthly votes and favorites. Seeing Li Changqing hand back the token, Yen Botao's face changed drastically. Yen Botao had originally planned to use this token to bind Li Changqing to the Yin family's car. And with such a great god sitting in the Yin family, the future of the Yin family was immeasurable. But he didn't expect Li Changqing to actually return the token. Patriarch Yen, your wishful thinking is very good, but is a strong person like Elder Evergreen something that your tiny Yin family can afford to climb up to? Sumai shook his head. Eat as much rice as you can in as big a bowl as you can. Eat too much in a hurry. The rice in the bowl will spill out, not to mention that it's easier to prop yourself up. Peak Master Muhai is right to teach us a lesson. Yen Botao was truly desperate at this point. Indeed, it was his idea of whimsy to begin with. Li Changqing was such a strong man. His hand of wood carving was stronger than paintings. Where could such a person not go? How could he stay in his tiny Yen family? It's not impossible to stay in the Yen clan as this grand provider. At this time, Li Changqing tilted his head to look at Yen Botao. Yen Botao and Sumai both looked at Li Changqing in surprise. Things have turned around? But I definitely can't whore myself out for nothing. Since I'm the Yen family's grand provider, I have to pay a salary, right? Li Changqing stared at Yen Botao. His own son, Li Hengsheng, is in need of money today. Sumai, a poor man, definitely can't count on it. The Yen family looks rich, so let's get the first bucket of money for his son first. Naturally, Yen Botao agreed without even thinking about it. What's money? Is it possible to have money to hire such a powerful man? Elder Evergreen, you wait a moment. Yen Botao turned around at this moment and left the Yen Hui Hall. Senior Evergreen, you really want to stay? Sumai also felt incredible. then said, "This little Yen family, isn't it a bit to stay here? Hengsheng wants to cultivate. Of course I have to earn some money for Hengsheng's cultivation." Li Changqing sighed lightly. "Together, for the sake of the children. You don't have to worry about that, Elder Evergreen. You have me." Su Muhai slapped his chest loudly. "With my Mu Hai Feng's support, can Li Hengsheng still lack cultivation resources?" Seeing Su Muhai's face full of confidence, Li Changqing pondered for a long time, feeling more and more that while making money for Li Hengsheng, sometimes shouldn't he also donate some money to Mu Hai Feng? He was all afraid that Su Muhai would starve to death on the mountain one day. "Thank you, Peak Master Su. It's good to have this heart. What you give is what you give. What I give is a piece of my heart for my son." Li Changqing didn't have the heart to say it outright. "That's good." Su Muhai nodded. Not much later, Yen Buotao returned, a grave look in his eyes. "Elder Evergreen, as long as you are willing to be my Yen family's offering, all of my Yen family's business will be divided into 50% of your profits." 50%? Li Changqing's eyes lit up. The Yen family earns a 50-50 split with themselves? Then you'll be rich? The Yen family was one of the top families in Changqing town anyways, so their financial strength was definitely strong. "Looks like my son has money to practice. Okay, I promise." Li Changqing didn't refuse and directly agreed. Saying that, Li Changqing put back the token on that table. It was only after seeing this scene that Yen Buotao breathed a sigh of relief, but was immediately followed by excitement. The Yen family had truly embraced the big leg. Although Yen Buotao didn't know exactly how strong Li Changqing was, but it was at least at the innate level, right? Immediately after that, Yen Buotao gave Li Changqing a rundown of the entire Yen family's properties. Li Changqing was a bit surprised after hearing this. The Yen family really makes money from just a few mines? I see that the Yen family also has quite a few industries in Changqing town. Are they all unprofitable? Li Changqing asked in surprise. Great confessor. Several families in Changqing town. Among them, the one that does the best job in the restaurants is the Bai family. 70% of the restaurants in Changqing town are owned by the Bai family, including the Jinhong building, which you like to eat at. Great confessor, which is also the property of the Bai family. The cloth and silk farms and these belong to the Zhao family. And although our Yen family also has industries, we are obviously not doing as well as theirs. All the other industries have been pretty much split up as well, and our Yen family's industry is able to maintain a little bit of a fly in the ointment. Saying that, Yen Buotao brought up all the account books and directly showed them to Li Changqing. Li Changqing curiously opened it and looked at it. Indeed, it really didn't earn much every month. The only thing that was still good was the earnings from the mine side. Every month, the Yen family was able to gain 400,000 to 500,000 taels of silver. This month, the mine side, Li Changqing suddenly noticed that the mine's income this month was a little off. "This matter, I was just talking to Peak Master Mohai about it. Something strange appeared in the mine, so that side was affected." Yen Buotao quietly glanced at Su Muhai. "Well, there does seem to be a bit of a strange phenomenon over there, and since it's within the boundaries of my Minghong prefecture, I'm planning on going to take a look at it later." Su Muhai nodded. "I'll go too." Li Changqing closed the ledger and said seriously, "Senior will go too?" Su Muhai's eyes lit up. If he had Li Changqing with him, wouldn't this matter be a sure thing? Delaying me from making money. Of course I have to go and take a look. Li Changqing narrowed his eyes and said, "What in the world is it that has caused you to make so much less money this month?" Su Muhai directly made Li Changqing speechless, not realizing that this Li Changqing was still a financial fan. Li Hengsheng is really happy to the bone to have such a father, right? Then we'll leave in the morning? Su Muhai couldn't help but ask. It's not just a matter of going now. Li Changqing was worried about the long night and felt that it would be better if he should solve it earlier. "Well then, with Senior and my footwork, we'll be able to reach the South Mountain mining ground before evening." Su Muhai nodded. "Running?" Li Changqing's eyes went wide. "How else can we go?" Su Muhai looked at Li Changqing strangely. Li Changqing was a bit embarrassed. He himself didn't know how to do anything. But in front of him, Su Muhai and Yen Buotao both called themselves seniors in one breath. "If you say you won't your image as a high-ranking person crumble? Without the image of a superior man, would Yen Buotao just give himself the sack?" Su Muhai is no longer respectful, and it is unlikely that he will be indifferent to his own son in the future, so it can't be a show of weakness. Cough cough. "It's nothing. I suddenly remembered that your cultivation realm is low and you still don't know how to fly. So since that's the case, let's just run." Li Changqing's big carrot face said without turning red or white. "Senior can fly through the air?" Su Muhai was shocked. Rumor has it that there are people who can take to the air with their chi, but that requires the control of a powerful potential to be able to do so. Could it be true? Yen Buotao also looked at Li Changqing adoringly. "I wonder how far Senior can fly." "How far you can fly depends more on external factors. You guys haven't reached this realm yet, so there's no benefit in knowing too much. Li Changqing fooled around. He no longer wanted to stay on this topic. External factors? Sumo Hai and Yen Buotao looked at each other, and it dawned on the two of them, could it be that it depended on the strength of the momentum? However, Li Changqing's heart is slanderous. How far I can fly depends on how fast the car that hit me drives. Chapter 029, Snowfeather Zen Wind Technique. Then Senior Evergreen. Let's set off now, Sumo Hai said. I have some guesses about the situation over there, and I don't know if they're right, so I'll have to ask Senior Evergreen for guidance when the time comes. It's not too late. Let's go then. Li Changqing said this on his lips, but in his heart, he went to be helpless. Let yourself be instructed? I don't know, and then I'll show you the way to the ditch. Also, how far away is the South Mountain Mine? Why do you have to run? Isn't it good to go by carriage? Looking at this, Sumo Hai's body is not very slim. Li Changqing guessed that his running speed should be able to keep up with himself. After all, after coming to the Zhong Yuan realm, this body was quite a bit younger than his previous life, and his physical qualities were also quite a bit stronger. With this body now, Li Changqing felt that he couldn't even use 10 seconds for 100 meters. Anyway, we'll talk about it when we get to the South Mountain Mine first. Otherwise we'll delay ourselves from earning formula money. In addition, when he came back, Li Changqing felt that the Yen family should be properly reorganized. How could they only rely on the mines to make money? Wouldn't other businesses earn him more if he could make more? With the money, son can be well cultivated into a strong future to the community. Only have the bottom line. All the other sects would recruit and give high positions and high salaries. Or it would be good to stay in the ancient land of Daoshana. If you stay and get to be a peak master or something, you should be able to eat and drink for the rest of your life, right? But looking at Sumo Hai beside him, Li Changqing sighed softly. If it was possible, it would be better to work in another sect. Elder Evergreen. Then we're leaving now? Sumo Hai spoke to Li Changqing. Go. Li Changqing nodded. Both of you be careful in all things, Yen Buotao hurriedly reminded. Especially Li Changqing. He didn't want anything to happen to Li Changqing just after he became the Yin family's offering. Don't worry. Sumo Hai resumed the lazy look he had before and said, with Senior Evergreen and I around, how big of a deal can it be? Yen Buotao nodded. Sumo Hai's strength was in the top 3 amongst the 36 peak lords of the Dao Mountain ancient land, and he was also a renowned powerhouse amongst the innates, not to mention the mysterious and unpredictable Li Changqing. Senior Evergreen. Let's go then, Sumo Hai said, then only saw Sumo Hai's foot stomping on the ground. His figure unexpectedly instantly took to the air as if it was that of a stray arrow. That slightly chubby figure had actually been tens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Li Changqing was dumbfounded on the spot. That's too fast, isn't it? Bolt can't even reach the heels of his shoes. How is this going to run? In the time of a few breaths, Sumo Hai had actually taken off hundreds of meters in the air, and that figure was faster than even the lightness of a movie or TV show. Great confessor. What's wrong with you? Yen Buotao saw that Sumo Hai had left, but Li Changqing did not even move, which made Yen Buotao a little strange. Nothing. Li Changqing didn't even look at Yen Buotao, then took a deep breath. The silhouette instantly zigzagged out, so fast that it even left a residual shadow on the spot, and in the blink of an eye Li Changqing chased after him. This stance of the Grand Donor is really fast. Feeling that speed like a sudden wind, Yen Buotao sucked in a breath of cool air. Just now when Sumo Hai left, Yen Buotao felt that it was very fast, but Li Changqing's speed was actually even faster than Sumo Hai's. Not bad for a tall man. Just now, when Sumo Hai was leaving, Li Changqing used his powerful divine soul to observe Sumo Hai's stance. Because Li Changqing remembered that the divine soul cultivated by the painter was the one that could think of martial arts. As long as the opponent's martial arts proficiency is completely within the range of your divine soul, you can imitate it with a single thought. So Li Changqing just tried to cast it, not expecting that it actually succeeded. He himself leapt dozens of meters, and that magical footwork was actually able to move as if it were a shock. And his speed was astonishingly fast. It really is. Li Changqing completely got used to this kind of footwork just by taking 2 steps. Despite being a bit fearful in the beginning, there was only excitement in Li Changqing's eyes at the moment. How had he ever experienced such a life? What man hasn't had a dream of being a martial artist at one time or another? At this moment, this kind of light skill of his own is simply what he dreamed of when he was small, but he just didn't think that he could realize it today. What's more, Li Changqing's speed was however faster than Sumo Hai. With just a few steps, stepping on the roofs of some buildings he passed by, Li Changqing's figure instantly surpassed Sumo Hai. Sumo Hai then saw something whoosh past, giving himself distance in an instant. So fast. Sumo Hai was shocked. He wasn't surprised that Li Changqing's stance was faster than his, but he was surprised that what he saw after following Li Changqing was that Li Changqing was actually performing his stance. The Snowfeather Zen Wind Technique. one of the several profound body techniques of the Dao Mountain ancient land. This was something that the ancestors of the Dao Mountain ancient land had once realized in the midst of a snowy picture. Senior Evergreen, slow down, wait for me. Seeing that Li Changqing was falling farther and farther behind himself, Sumo Hai hurriedly shouted from behind. Li Changqing then noticed that he had gotten high, and as a result, Sumo Hai couldn't keep up. That's all, and you're still an expert? Li Changqing said breathlessly. I'm just learning to run faster than you myself. Li Changqing became more and more worried about whether handing over Li Hengsheng to Sumo Hai would work or not. This person's cultivation isn't working either. Not even a beginner like me. Li Changqing's figure was now on the spire of Changqing Town's Yanfei Tower. His toes were lightly pointing, and his body was as light as a feather. But letting the gale blow, it could only make Li Changqing's clothes hunting, and his body stood still. Li Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes swept around, and a feeling of grandeur swept over him. Is this the view those masters see? No wonder so many people wanted to cultivate and become strong, because the scenery they saw after becoming strong was really different. At this time, Sumo Hai also rushed up. Senior Evergreen, slow down a little. I can't keep up, Sumo Hai said with a bitter smile. At this moment, Sumo Hai recognized the gap between himself and Li Changqing. In his opinion, Li Changqing's speed could be ranked in the entire Zhongyuan realm. Alright, I'll slow down a little and continue to rush. Li Changqing's mindset had changed at this time. From a mediocre man with no ambition but to make money and feed his children, a heart germinated in his mind that also wanted to stand on top. The reasoning of the weak and the strong had long been understood by Li Changqing. It was just that for the first time, Li Changqing had come to see this phrase from the perspective of the strong. Even Sumo Hai seemed to sense some changes in the aura of Li Changqing's body at this moment. That kind of change made Sumo Hai a little surprised, a little familiar, but strange. While Sumo Hai's mind was pondering, originally wanting to investigate some of Li Changqing's background by virtue of the stance he had performed. However, he didn't expect that Li Changqing didn't perform the body technique that he was good at, but instead imitated the snow feather Zen wind technique of the Daoshan ancient land. Sure enough, Elder Evergreen has an unknown past, right? Chapter 030, Southern Mountain Range. To be able to easily see through the snow feather Zen wind technique and directly turn it into his own. Such a realm of the soul. In Sumo Hai's opinion, Li Changqing's soul power must have already reached the level of the painting saint. The saint of painting, but the top group of people in the Zhongyuan realm. It could be said that any painting saint in the Zhongyuan realm was a renowned existence. An existence that could make the earth of a state quake 3 times with a sneeze. Their cultivation is even more unfathomable, combining the strengths of 100 schools of thought and striking out at the wind and clouds. Such a person was simply a godlike existence in the eyes of ordinary people. A painting by a painting saint is hard to find. It's all priceless. Therefore, in Sumo Hai's opinion, Li Changqing must be someone with an unspeakable past. Otherwise, how could an expert at the painting saint level condescend to come to a small family like the Yin family as an envoy? What's more, he completely hid his gongfu, just for fear that others would see through his provenance. Sumo Hai sighed lightly. Raw cultivation to the painting saint level, but also had to succumb to fate? Li Changqing didn't have the slightest idea that Sumo Hai was looking at his back behind himself and had already brainstormed 120 episodes of a dog blood serial in his head. If he had known, Li Changqing would have vomited blood. He didn't use stances solely because he didn't know any stances at all. If he hadn't learned Sumo Hai's snow feather Zen wind skill, he wouldn't even have run out of the Yin family's front door by now. It was late in the evening. The two of them had finally arrived in the territory of Southern Mountain. Elder Evergreen, we've arrived. The two of them, Sumo Hai and Li Changqing, stood on an ancient tree and looked ahead. The view of the rolling mountains, majestic and tall, is something else now that the sun is setting in the west. Streams of clouds still circled the peaks, and the breeze still carried the smell of the lush forest. The Yin family's 2 mines are located here, Sumo Hai introduced. In this mountain range, there are 9 ditches and 18 villages, hundreds of villages big and small. On the way here, Li Changqing also heard Sumo Hai say the strange things that happened here. It is said that many people see meteors falling from the sky, and they faint, and when they wake up, they realize that their lifespan has been reduced. The miners have all run away, and no one will come even if they are paid more money. Things are too evil. Even one of the Yin family's elders had his cultivation sucked away, and was now only at the mortal transformation realm. What in the world is so evil? After hearing this, Li Changqing regretted coming. This horrible thing. You can't get it right and go back and become an old grandpa yourself. Do you have an answer in your mind? Li Changqing looked at Sumo Hai and asked. Probably. Sumo Hai nodded. He did have a guess, but he didn't dare to be sure. Senior should already have a good idea. Sumo Hai looked at Li Changqing seriously. In his opinion, Li Changqing should have already known everything about such a trivial matter. Aha! Li Changqing's big carrot face hummed without turning red. Please also guide senior. Sumai's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said. It's pretty much what you think, Li Changqing said seriously. And that's you don't call me senior in every mouthful. It's making me old. Just call me by my name. This. Sumai froze. Li Changqing such a high person. Where can he directly call out his name? If you're not used to it, it's fine to call me Brother Evergreen. Li Changqing nodded his head and said. Before Sumai could say anything, Li Changqing added in a pretense of sophistication. I don't know if you've noticed, but this thing was hidden in this southern mountain range, and it's still here. Sumai looked toward the middle of that mountain forest. Former Evergreen brother, but see what? The wind comes from the mountains, but there is no sound of walking animals. Enough to explain everything, Li Changqing slowly said. It's still true. Sumai hadn't really paid attention just now. It was reasonable to more or less hear one or two bird calls, but this was nothing. Go inside. Since he was here, Li Changqing could only go hard. He can only count on Sumai to step in at the critical moment to solve it. If Sumai cannot solve it, then Li Changqing is not afraid. Running is. Anyway, Sumai couldn't run as fast as himself. If there really was any monster, Sumai's size would more or less allow that monster to gnaw on him for a while, enough to escape on his own. Although I am sorry for Sumai, I will use all my life's learning to find a good piece of wood carving to carve a tombstone for Sumai. Sumai didn't even know that the two hadn't even entered the South Mountain yet, and the high person Li Changqing beside him had even thought of what words to carve on his tombstone. After the two entered the mountain, they likewise found that they could not find any traces of flying birds and beasts in the entire mountain forest, as if they were all hiding. It wasn't long before the sky dimmed and the two saw a fire in the distance, so they ran towards it. It was found to be a village. The village is not small, and I'm afraid there are 200 or 300 families. The two of them walked into the mountain village. The people in the village did not have much hostility towards the two outsiders, Li Changqing and Sumai. Only a lot of small children were looking at the two curiously. The atmosphere here is quite good. Didn't they say that there is some kind of demonic evil haunting the place, causing no one to dare to come out here? Li Changqing said with some confusion. Brother Evergreen, let's just find someone to ask. After Sumai finished speaking, he was ready to find a random person to ask. Who are you people? At this moment a stern voice came out. Sumai and Li Changqing followed the voice and found that on a rooftop, a young man holding a sword was looking at Sumai and the two of them intently. That young man was all heroic, dressed in white, and the sword on his waist was even more expensive. I've never seen you before. You are not from the village. Why are you here? After the young man finished speaking, he jumped off the roof with a single leap. Vigilantly, he looked at Sumai and Li Changqing. Sumai looked at the teenager in front of him, looked him up and down, and smiled lightly. Judging from your clothes and the kind of medicinal aroma on your body, if I'm not mistaken, you're a disciple of the healer King Valley, aren't you? The young man heard this but did not let his guard down. The long sword in his hand was already sheathed. Who the hell are you people? This is the jungle. Swords are drawn at the drop of a hat, and people are killed at the drop of a hat. Li Changqing looked at this teenager, but did not say anything. Already prepared for the fight later, he must hide away, lest you collapse all over yourself. No insolence. Just as the swords were drawn, a silver bell-like voice came. This was the best sound Li Changqing had ever heard since he came to the Songyuan realm. The voice seemed to enter one's heart as if it could wash the soul, only to see a figure floating in the air. It was a woman. The same white clothes fluttered, and a pair of eyes resembled stars, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Master, the teenager hurriedly put his sword away and spoke respectfully. If my daughter's expectations are correct, Your Excellency should be Sumai, the Mahai-Peak master of the Dao Mountain ancient land, right? The woman walked slowly, each step that subtle, as if her feet were stepping on a green lotus. Chapter 031 Love Song Fairy. The people were like a warm spring breeze, making people feel like they had temporarily forgotten their tension in this dangerous southern mountain range. Li Changqing watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but feel emotional. When I used to read novels, I always said that there were many beautiful women in the novels, and they were as beautiful as heaven, but I didn't think that once I saw it. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. The figure was exquisite, and every part of the body was just right, almost like a work of art. But Li Changqing also just appreciated it. For such a woman, Li Changqing did not have any thoughts at all. One was that Li Changqing habitually felt that he was not worthy of such a beautiful woman. The second one is that Li Changqing also does not have that heart. The kind of powerlessness that he felt when his wife died in his previous life is still a deep memory for Li Changqing now. Now I just want to properly train my son to grow up and become a talent. I don't want to do anything else. Manpower is sometimes poor. That kind of ordinary world I still have too much helpless things. In this fairy clouded foreign world, how well can I do it? The pain of that time was something that Li Changqing no longer wanted to experience. Green Lotus Shadow Tracer? Sumai looked towards the woman's stance and immediately cupped his fists. The one in the Healer King's Valley who can cultivate the Green Lotus Shadow Tracer to such a level at such an early age must be fellow Taoist Mueg, who is known in the Healer King's Valley as the Fairy of Love Song. Fellow Taoist Su actually knows me. That's quite an honor, Mu Shanga said with a light smile. This is my disciple. I hope that fellow Taoist Su understands after some offense just now. Mu Shanga looked at the teenager beside him and helplessly laughed. He is clearly a disciple of my Healing King Valley, but he is fond of swordsmanship, and he has to bring his sword with him everywhere, which really gives people a headache. Junior Yin Changli, meet Senior. The teenager also hurried up to greet him. After Yin Changli finished talking to Sumai, he glanced at Li Changqing beside Sumai, although he didn't recognize Li Changqing. Since he could come here with Sumai, he might also be a strong person from the ancient land of Daoshan. Seeing Yin Changli saluting, Li Changqing also nodded his head. It seems that fellow Taoist Su also sensed the extraordinary nature of this southern mountain and that's why he came. Mu Aigu asked to Sumai, even though Mu Aigu also saw Li Changqing beside him. But in Mu Aige's opinion, Li Changqing's body did not have the slightest fluctuation of true essence, completely immortal, most likely someone who was doing odd jobs around Sumai. So naturally, he didn't greet him. Aha, Sumai nodded his head, but he was a bit curious. It is normal for people from our Daoshan ancient land to appear in this southern mountain, but it's you, the Healer King's Valley. How could you appear here? Master is here to look for medicine. Before Mu Shanga could speak, Yin Changli, who was on the side, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Talkative. Mu Shanga shook her head helplessly. Your Healer King Valley is the Zhong Yuan realm's medical sect proper, and it is rumored that there are even divine medicines in the sect that can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. Is there any medicinal herbs that are still lacking in the Healer King Valley? Sumai was a bit surprised, since fellow Taoist Su asked. Then I won't hide it, Muej asked. Fellow Taoist Su has heard of the Three Lives Flower. 3 Lives Flower? Sumai's heart stirred. Isn't that just a legend? It's not just a legend, but someone has actually seen it. Rumor has it that someone in this world has actually seen the 3 Lives Flower, and that person is Gu Hanshi, who is known as the Painting Immortal. Mu Shanga also said seriously, Painting Fairy? Li Changqing, who was eating melon next to him, became interested when he heard this title. Most of the world's top painters are called painting saints. As for the title of Painting Immortal, the book had also once mentioned a mouthful of it. That is, it was recognized that the first strongest among the painters was qualified to be called the Painting Immortal. It seems that this Gu Hanshi was once the number one among painters. Our Healer King Valley has recently obtained a painting by Senior Painting Immortal, and it's none other than this 3 Lifetimes Flower. Unfortunately that painting has lost its spirituality, but this also shows that Senior Painting Immortal had once seen the 3 Lifetimes Flower. Rumor has it that the last time Elder Painting Immortal was known to the world as his location was here in the southern mountain range. So I've brought my disciple here to try my luck. Mu Shanga's expression was as usual, and she didn't seem to have any expectations of finding this 3 Lives Flower. After coming here it just so happened that we came across something spiritual that seemed to have happened in this southern mountain. So we stayed here for a few days, wanting to see what was going on, in addition to helping to heal the villagers who had their longevity taken away. After all, the 3 Lives Flower is only a thing of legend, and the Painting Immortal Gu Hanshi Sr. is also 100 years old, so I'm afraid it's not easy to find the 3 Lives Flower, Sumai said. Then regarding this spiritual thing, does Fairy Love Song have any clues? Having one's longevity taken away is rare, Muej said thoughtfully. In our records of the Healer King Valley, there have been cases like this before, and most of them were related to the Ghost Clan. For example, there was once a Ghost Clan powerhouse who had cast a means to draw on life essence. But the situation of these villagers was not like that. It was more like they were having their true essence drawn on, but they were just ordinary people with no true essence, and so they were drawing on their longevity. Listening to Mu Shanga's description, Li Changqing listened with great interest from the side. Drawing on true essence? That means sucking up internal energy. Doesn't this mean it's the same as the star-sucking technique or the North Underworld divine power in martial arts? If one recalled the clips of those movies and TV dramas, could one cultivate the martial arts in them? Li Changqing's eyes lit up. He could try it. If he could really learn it, he would be able to defend himself in this Zhong Yuan realm. Thus, Li Changqing's mind then began to recall clips of TV dramas he had watched in his previous life, such as Duan Yu's performance of the North Underworld divine power in the 8 books of the Heavenly Dragon, recall from the Chan Ho Man version to the Justin Lin version, and even a couple of bad ones after that. But his own divine soul was not half as responsive. It still doesn't seem to be working. Li Changqing felt that he was still being whimsical. After all, TV shows are all special effects, filmed for effect, so how can they be cast? Li Changqing recalled the novel again. Can only recall some bits and pieces? Because it is true that it is already hard to remember. And the novel is similar to the kind of literary language. It is already very good to be able to recall some of it. After a long time there was still no response. Sumai and Mu Shanga were also climbing up the ladder for a long time. But it was Yin Changli next to him who was a bit eager to keep trying to speak. Peak Master Su. Yin Changli finally found a word to say and hurriedly said excitedly, "Can I be a guest in the ancient land of Daoshan?" Sumai looked at Yin Changli in surprise. This tiny teenager's eyes were sparkling with light. "That's fine. Disciples of the Healer King Valley are naturally welcome." Sumai nodded and said, "You." A hint of helplessness flashed in Muage's eyes as she said, "You've practiced sword training, silly, haven't you?" "Master, I've heard that the Dao Mountain Ancient Land's Thousand Snow Sword Venerable Sword Art is one of the best in the world. I really want to go and see it. I want to challenge him," Yin Changli said excitedly. "Put." Sumai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Challenge Yuki Chibai? Chapter 032, the book is not as good as it used to be. You're just a small mortal realm? Peak Master Su, don't look down on me. My goal is to become the #1 sword immortal in the world. I believe I will do it, Yin Changli said with a firm face. Become your head sword immortal. The bold words had just come out, only to see Mu Shanga on the side reach out her hand and shine it at her head. Master, you're hitting me on the head again. You'll hit me, silly, Yin Changli said as he looked at Muage with an aggrieved expression. I'll heal you if you beat yourself, silly, Mu Shanga said in a bad mood. You are a disciple of my Hall of Healer King Valley, the body of Xuan Mu. You don't go to learn the art of healing properly. You want to practice sword all day long. You are having some kind of big disease. Being scolded so fiercely by Mu Shanga, Yin Changli was also aggrieved. Sumai also smiled. Like a teenager like Yin Changli, naturally there was some youthful valor and grandiose aspirations. Who wasn't like that when they were young? Brother Evergreen, let's find a place to rest first, Sumai shouted as he looked toward Li Changqing, who was sitting cross-legged on a green stone in the distance. However, Li Changqing didn't move, as if he didn't hear Sumai talking. Sumai was also surprised. Could it be that Li Changqing was cultivating? Hearing Sumai call Li Changqing his brother Changqing, Mu Shanga is knowing that Li Changqing should be more than just Sumai's follower. That's why Mu Shanga asked curiously, are they also from your Daoshan ancient land? Brother Evergreen isn't from the Daoshan ancient land. He's just my friend, Sumai smiled. Instead, he didn't say much, because since Li Changqing didn't say anything, then Sumai couldn't say anything more. Muaigu took a deep look at Li Changqing. It looked like just an ordinary man. There didn't seem to be anything special. Felt it again, but still didn't feel the fluctuation of true essence in his body. It seems like a martial artist's friend could just be a normal person. Fellow Taoist Su, since you're here, then our master and disciple will be leaving tomorrow as well. Muaigu laughed. After all, with you here, the villagers here will be able to be safe, and I really can't do anything about their loss of longevity. Master, are we leaving? Since we're here, aren't we going to be guests at the Daoshan ancient land? Yin Changli spoke with some anxiety. Go to what Daoshan ancient land? Mu Shanga raised her hand to hit again. Yin Changli hurriedly covered his head and was about to dodge. However, Muaige's punch did not land. Sumai also smiled and said, little fellow, if you want to challenge the Thousand Snow Sword Venerable, your current strength isn't enough yet. Wait until you become stronger in the future and then come back to challenge. My name is Yin Changli, not little guy. Yin Changli huffed. I know I'm not a match for Thousand Snow Sword Venerable right now, but I really want to see Thousand Snow Sword Venerable's thundering 13 swords. I heard that even though the Thousand Snow Sword Venerable is from the Daoshan ancient land, he has not sensed your Daoshan ancient land's 5 absolute seals of approval, and specializes in swordsmanship to get to where he is now. So I don't want to waste my time with the medical arts, either. As he spoke, Yin Changli was jolted. He seemed to be able to feel the uncontrollable anger in Muage beside him. So hurry up and shut up. Ha ha ha. Sumai laughed. Your master said that you are the body of Xian Mu. It would really be a pity if you don't study medicine with such a physique. And it's not as if you have to specialize in sword arts in order to become a powerful sword cultivator. Hearing Sumai say that, Yin Changli still muttered something in a low voice. Obviously neither of the two men's words could dissuade Yin Changli from practicing his sword. And just at this time, Li Changqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the green stone, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a light in his eyes. How could he not have thought that although it was said that he couldn't draw on the techniques from the TV series, he actually did draw on the same martial arts from the descriptions he recalled from the original story. At this time, Li Changqing was really remorseful, and understood what was called the book to the end. In the past, if he had been a bit more serious about reading and studying properly, wouldn't he have become a martial arts expert by now? It's a pity that those original books I read before can't even remember the descriptions of martial arts in them. But it's better than nothing, don't get greedy. And having a defense is better than nothing. Just at this time, Li Changqing suddenly raised his head to look into this night sky. Brother Evergreen, you're awake? Sumo Hai walked over. Mueigu brought in Changli over to the side as well. Mueigu was a little curious as to what kind of person this ordinary man was that he could call himself a brother with Sumo Hai. Li Changqing didn't say anything, just looked straight at the dark night sky. Brother Evergreen, what's wrong with you? Sumo Hai looked up curiously, but there was nothing in the sky. Li Changqing frowned and said, I feel something coming over. Something? Hearing this, Mu Xianga also looked up, but just like Sumo Hai, she didn't see anything. Could it be that thing coming? Sumo Hai's expression stared up. Li Changqing's divine soul was powerful and completely not comparable to their martial artists, so it was only normal that they couldn't feel it when something came over and Li Changqing felt it. There isn't anything. Uncle, are you sleepy? Yin Changli also said curiously. It's getting closer. Li Changqing stood up, his gaze fixed dead on that direction. On guard. Sumo Hai also said seriously. Mu Xianga looked at Sumo Hai and said the same, and likewise became serious. It had been about 10 breaths of time before a small golden light point unexpectedly appeared in the sky, which was running towards this side of the village as if a star had fallen. Calamity is coming. At this time, the villagers in the village also saw the golden falling star, and the faces of all the people were incomparably terrified, because they knew that every time this golden star appeared, there was a high probability that they would lose their longevity in age for decades. The villagers were in disarray and rushed to their homes. It's really coming. Muei's heart shook. She was shocked at how on earth Li Changqing knew that this thing was coming from so far away from each other. From the time Li Changqing said that this thing was coming, to the time it appeared, more than 10 breaths of time had passed. She and Sumo Hai, both of whom were experts in the innate realm, were unaware of it. Who the hell is this guy? The speed of that golden light grew faster and faster, and when it reached the sky above the village, it unexpectedly flew straight towards Muage. It was like a meteor strike. Mueigu performed the green lotus shadow trail, the lotus under her feet, quickly retreating out. At the same time, a wave of the palm, is several silver needles flying out, as if a torrential rain of pear blossom, directly bombarded to that golden light. But the golden light moved with incomparable swiftness and dodged in the blink of an eye. God's step. Sumo Hai's figure was also like a ray of light rushing toward that golden light, and his speed was even higher than before. At the same time, Sumo Hai suppressed a hand seal. Lock the elements. The palms of the true essence convergence blasted away, seemingly blocking everything. But the speed of that golden light was so fast that Sumo Hai was so fast that he was still a hair slower than him. With one palm, even the ground was blown out into a deep pit, but the golden light was hiding in the distance, and as the golden light stopped, the crowd was able to see clearly what exactly was in that golden light. P.S. Like the book friends to vote for a recommendation, plus a collection or monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 033 Goldenrod Beast. It was a spirit beast, its body suffused with golden light, and it was half creeping on the ground, showing its teeth as it looked at Sumo Hai's few people. It probably didn't expect that it had come out to hunt today and encountered difficult people. Just now when Sumo Hai struck out, it let it feel the aura of danger. If it wasn't for its speed, it definitely wouldn't have fared well after being hit by Sumo Hai's slap. And under Sumo Hai's slap, it already knew that that fat man couldn't be messed with. This is... Mu Xianga walked up and frowned. It's the golden silk liner beast. Even though it's a golden silk lineous beast, it's not a true spirit beast, but a painted soul, Sumo Hai said as he stared at the spirit beast. Painting souls? Mu Xianga fixed her eyes and couldn't help but say, it's really true. Only Li Changqing was a bit confused at the side. What a ginormous beast, talking so high and mighty. Isn't that a dog? Or a golden retriever? The previous life can be seen everywhere. How did this Tsang Yuan world name suddenly high up? And what is a painted soul? Li Changqing hadn't read about it in the book, but he was curious and wanted to ask so badly. But if I ask, Sumo Hai will surely be skeptical. How come a great expert like me doesn't even know what a soul painting is? Master, what is a painted soul? Yin Changli, who was following behind Mu Xianga at this moment, couldn't help but ask curiously. Good boy. Promising. Li Changqing couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance over at Yin Changli. This gold silk liner beast is not a real spirit beast, but a painting. As for the soul of the painting, it's the gold silk liner beast in this painting that was born out of the painting and ran out spiritually, and it took on its current appearance. Mu Xianga laughed softly. I now understand why the villagers lost their longevity. Sumo Hai also nodded. I'm afraid that this gold silk lineous beast is the masterpiece of an unknown powerhouse, and after it was born with a spirit, because it had endured for an unknown number of years, the spirit was missing. and so the soul of this painting ran out of the painting. Replenish yourself spiritually by hunting others for cultivation and longevity. Sumai was still a bit surprised. The painting souls that were born surprisingly all possessed innate level cultivation. Maybe it's a painting immortal powerhouse of a certain generation, or maybe it's even very likely that it's Senior Gu Hangxi who is also unaccounted for. Gu Hanxi. Mu Xiangge's eyes lit up when she heard this. This means that in the end, it's very likely that Senior Gu Hangxi really did appear here. No chance. Maybe we can also find clues to the 3 lives flower. Sumai laughed, rolled up his arms and rolled up his sleeves, then said, but first, we have to capture this painted soul first. Golden Silk Lin Beast. If this thing can be captured, and go back and let my Daoshan Ancient Lands floating map building master think of a way to block its spiritual power from collapsing. Wouldn't it be able to add a large battle force to my Daoshan Ancient Land? But fellow Daoist Su, this painted soul we at the Healer King Valley also want it. Mu Xiangge also said with a smile on her face. Peak Master Su, is this thing worth a lot of money? At this time, Li Changqing, who had been scrutinizing this golden hair, also couldn't help but speak. Worth money? Sumai was first stunned when he heard this description. The first time he heard someone use the words worth money to describe the painted soul. It's just that doesn't Li Changqing know the value of a painted soul? But immediately after Sumai also figured out, because Li Changqing walked not the way of painting, but out of a kind of road called wood carving by himself. If he did not understand the soul of painting, it is also reasonable. Brother Evergreen, this painted soul is not something that can be bought just because it's worth a lot of money. Especially this golden silk Linosaurus beast, which is already a rare spirit beast, not to mention that it's most likely made by the painting immortal, so it's an absolute treasure. Having an innate level spirit beast by your side makes a lot of things convenient. Even if you're fighting with someone, it can greatly enhance your strength, can't it? Sumai's eyes were glowing with light. This gold silkliner beast seemed like it was already in the bag. The strength of my Healer King Valley disciples is inherently inferior to your Daoshan Ancient Land, and it's best for this thing to follow me around. Mu Aigu clearly refused to budge and wanted it as well. An innate level battle power. Li Changqing rubbed his chin and stared at the golden hair, muttering, if this thing follows my son around, then wouldn't my son not even be afraid of an innate martial artist? Safety is guaranteed. Li Changqing looked at that golden hair. Oh no, the golden silk liner beast, and also looked forward to it. Fairy love song. The two of us will capture this thing first before we talk about anything else. This thing is too fast, and it will take us a bit of effort to catch it. Sumai moved his neck. Good. With a wave of her palm, Mu Aigu instantly had dozens of silver needles suspended in front of her. The golden silk Lin beast also sensed the aura of danger and looked at the two men warily. And the next moment, the two struck out together. With the divine steps in his body, Sumai's speed was astonishingly fast, his figure dragging out several residual shadows, while at the same time, his body's true essence flourished, and on top of his palm prints, a single rune appeared. Stasis, accompanied by a soft shout. The runes on top of Sumai's palm print unexpectedly instantly transformed into a huge palm print, even bigger than the one he had performed before, and descended to cover the sky and the sun. The crushing of the four light patterns made one feel an air of despair. Sumai's strength was evident. Fellow Daoist Su's 5 seals of determination is so powerful that he has actually cultivated it to the 4th realm of fixation. Mu Aigu marveled a bit. A low roar came from the golden silk Linlang beast, and its figure actually turned into golden light again, escaping hard under the strike from Sumai, and its speed was actually faster than before. At the same time the sharp claws grabbed in the air, rather like opening a mountain. Indestructible! Sumai shouted. His body was covered in golden light like a shroud, and at the same time, he killed with a punch, directly blasting against that gold silk liner beast. With the undying protector, the golden silk linnet's beast did not injure Sumai in the slightest, while itself was shaken back by Sumai for a split second. Good chance. Seeing that the gold silk liner beast had been shaken back, Mu Aigu, who was waiting for the right moment, finally struck. Dozens of silver needles in his hand quickly flew out, that silver needles even above the silk threads. In the blink of an eye and the gold silk linlang beast behind the intertwined into a net, and at the same time, Mu edged his finger a little. That many silver needles even ran to the gold silk linlang beast body of the various large points and go. Good guy. Eastern undefeated? Li Changqing looked stunned. Regardless of whether it was the 5 extreme seal scripts executed by Sumai or the Tai Shen needle of the Healer King's Valley, Li Changqing felt that it was very powerful. Whoosh! At this time, that golden silk linlang beast even tilted its head up and ran to fly above the sky. What shocked a few people even more was that golden silk linlang beast even grew a pair of wings. A golden hair that sprouted wings. Such a weird thing Li Changqing had really seen for the first time. Outrageous to the core. Chapter 034, Little Fellow. Lend me your sword. Wanna go? Sumai was anxious, and with a stomp of his foot on the ground, his body rose up in the air. Vertically, he wanted to grab the gold silk liner beast. However, the speed of the golden silk Linnaeus beast was too fast, and even though Sumai had the divine steps in his body, it was still difficult to capture it. Humph. The fact that her own silver needles hadn't kept up with the speed of the golden silk Linnaeus beast made it obvious that Muaigu was a bit unconvinced. With a soft grunt, Muaigu's sleeve robe flung out and a scroll unexpectedly flew out. The scroll opened up to the wind, and on top of that scroll, what was painted was clearly a mountain cliff. The vines on that cliff were densely packed, and at this moment, they even transformed into thousands of tentacles that extended out from that painting, transforming into several ropes that ran to grab at that gold silk liner beast. Painted treasure. Li Changqing's eyes lit up. He had only seen the description of painted treasure in books. It was the first time he had actually seen it. Court Cliff Thousand Vine Drawing? Sumai raised his eyebrows and seemed to recognize this painting treasure. Those numerous vines flew out at a surprisingly fast speed, directly keeping up with the speed of the golden silk liner beast. It directly blocked the path of the golden silk liner beast. Seeing that the front path was blocked, the golden silk liner beast actually didn't panic and opened its large mouth, spewing green flames from its mouth. The moment that flame came out, it even directly turned into a sea of fire, and those several vines were scorched by this green flame and instantly retreated away. Soul fire. Seeing the flames, both Sumai and Mushanga couldn't help but shout out. This painted soul is desperately trying to run, casting out soul flame, which is fatal to it that doesn't have much aura already, Sumai said with a frown. Obviously after spewing out this flame, the speed of that golden silk Linnaeus beast also slowed down quite a bit, but the vines also retreated, not daring to go forward again. Even Muaigu also hurriedly put away the painting treasure. Encountering this kind of restraining flames, it was very likely that her Court Cliff Thousand Vine drawing would be damaged. Ow! The golden silk Linlang beast let out a wail, turned around and ran away into the distance. Let him run away. Sumai and Mushanga were somewhat helpless, but it could only watch it run. After all, that thing could fly. Senior, just let it get away? Changli was also a bit regretful, then said seriously, if you let me go to the ancient land of Daoshan to learn the sword with the thousand snow sword venerable master, my sword skills are powerful, and if I could have stepped in to help you just now, the three of us definitely wouldn't have let that gold silk liner beast get away. Shut up, Mushanga said coldly. Well, seeing that Muej was angry, Changli had no choice but to obediently walk to the side. And just at this time, Li Changqing but suddenly came forward. Looking at the golden light that was getting farther and farther away in the sky, Li Changqing felt sorry. When this thing is captured and given to my son as a pet, my son's safety is assured. In the future, even if he wasn't in the Daoshan ancient land anymore and went to another sect to get an errand, having this golden silk Linlang beast by his side would definitely be a plus when interviewing for a job. So thinking of this, Li Changqing decided to give it a try. Evergreen brother, you? Sumai just wanted to ask Li Changqing what he intends to do. After all, Li Changqing came to Nanshan to help the Yin family resolve this matter. And now that this gold silk liner beast had escaped, the matter of the Nanshan mines would definitely not end. Little fellow, lend me your sword. Li Changqing looked towards Changli. I'm not called little guy. My name is Changli, and I don't lend my sword. Changli seemed to resent people calling him little guy, so he was very dissatisfied and protested. And even more so, he did not agree to lend his sword to Li Changqing. Thanks a lot. Seemingly directly ignoring Changli's words of not borrowing, Li Changqing pointed his finger. And the long sword at Changli's waist unexpectedly trembled slightly, then flew out with a whoosh. The long sword crossed the air. Li Changqing took one step, and the long sword was directly stepped on by Li Changqing. In the next moment, Li Changqing rose up with his sword. The long sword cut through the night sky. Li Changqing stood with his arms folded. The whole person was like a supreme sword immortal, chasing straight towards the golden silk liner beast. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Li Changqing's flowing movements and valiant posture were completely unlike that silent ordinary man. At this moment, he was soaring in the 9 heavens, with thousands of mountains and rivers speeding by under his feet, and with a sword that cut through the darkness of the night, he stood above the heavens. The figure was unbelievable to the eyes. Brother Evergreen can really fly. Sumai was dumbfounded as he watched this scene. Mushanga was likewise greatly shocked inwardly. This man can fly? Isn't he a regular guy? This was simply a supreme expert, right? It was just that the gap between himself and the other person was too great, so he was not qualified to perceive the other person's realm at all. Holy! Changli waited with wide eyes and almost bit his tongue off. Kenshin, this is definitely a sword fairy. Otherwise, how could this person manage to fly with a sword? Li Changqing didn't care about how much of a shock it gave them. He just wanted to capture this golden hair now and use it as a bodyguard for his son. The golden silk Lin beast felt something catching up behind him at the moment and turned around. He was shocked on the spot. He didn't expect this human to be able to control a sword. The two were one after the other, as if they were chasing a shooting star. Don't struggle. Stay. Make a pet for my son. You won't be treated badly. How about 3 neat bones a day? Li Changqing said with a smile. But where would the golden silk Linosaurus beast listen? Flapping its huge wings, it flew even faster. Only to see that at this moment, Li Changqing stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void. The claw prints blasted out, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar that roared heaven and earth. Tackle! Li Changqing let out a soft drink. Above the void, a huge dragon claw unexpectedly descended in the air. Its speed was as fast as the extreme. While that kind of mighty pressure crushed the heaven and earth, the golden silk Linlang beast's body was shaken. It itself did not have much spiritual power. And at this moment, when faced with this move of the dragon escapement, it had even less capital to fight against it, and was even directly grabbed by Li Changqing in that dragon's claw. But this scene was even more shocking to the 3 Sumuhai. Dragon claw. What kind of martial arts is this? Mu Xiangge and Sumuhai were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen this kind of martial arts before, and if they wanted to comprehend this kind of martial arts, they could only do so unless it was from a painting with a dragon. But dragons are divine beasts. Throughout the millennia, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to go to Dragon Island and draw a dragon. So where did this dragon escapement come from? Gotcha. Under Li Changqing's palm, that gold silk liner beast actually trembled. It was completely shocked by the dragon aura carried by Li Changqing's dragon tackle. Li Changqing looked at such a well-behaved golden hair and also showed excitement. He also did not expect that he had recalled countless martial arts, but none of them had been successful. The only thing that succeeded was this tackle. What made Li Changqing a bit regretful was, wouldn't it be better if he could learn the 18th palm of Dragonfall? Fellow Daoist Su, what exactly is this senior? Mu Aigu swallowed a mouthful of water and asked incredulously. I don't know how to say it. Sumohai realized that he really didn't see through Li Changqing at all. It's too mysterious. Even if Li Changqing had exerted his martial arts, he was still at a loss as to where this mysterious and powerful Li Changqing actually came from. Chapter 035, Southern Mountain Mystic Realm, Requesting Recommendation. Monthly Tickets. Collection. Li Changqing grabbed the neck of that gold silk liner beast like he was lifting a dog, and stepped on the long sword and returned. Lightly jumping down from the long sword, he casually threw the golden silk Linosaurus beast to the side and said, "Be honest. Don't run around." It was also strange. That gold silk liner beast was facing Li Changqing at the moment, and a timid look appeared in its eyes as it prostrated on the ground, completely like an obedient dog. With a vibration of Li Changqing's sleeve robe, the longsword flew out directly and was returned to Yin Changli's scabbard with a clanging sound. "Little guy. Thanks," Li Changqing said with satisfaction. "It's still really a good sword." Yin Changli had not come back to his senses from his stupor at this moment. Just now, Li Changqing's flowing movements were really handsome to Yin Changli's heart. That's the sword immortal in his heart. Stepping on the sword, waving the sword, killing the enemy thousands of miles away. What is this if not a sword fairy? Brother Evergreen, you've really opened my eyes. Sumohai looked at the well-behaved dog-like gold silk liner beast on the ground and simply didn't know what to say. Senior, Mu Aigu didn't know Senior's identity, and just now I was much too slow. Please forgive Senior. Muage also walked up and spoke in a generous manner. Being called Senior by such a beautiful woman, Li Changqing always felt awkward, as if he had become this Mu Shanga's uncle generation. Don't call me Senior. You can just call me a Daoist friend the same way you call Peak Master Su, Li Changqing said. Fellow Daoist Evergreen, Mu Shanga also nodded seriously. At this moment, the way she looked at Li Changqing was completely different, just by virtue of the flying sword technique that Li Changqing had just used. Muage had a guess. Li Changqing should not be a martial artist, probably the painter. Moreover, the realm was not low, and it was likely that it was a powerful existence at the painting saint level. It is just that there are not many painting saints in the Sun Yuan realm. How come this person is not half famous? Could it be a hidden power? Peak Master Su, would it be alright if this golden hair? Oh no! Golden silk liner beast is brought to Hengsheng for me when you return to the Dao Mountain ancient land? With him guarding Hengsheng's side, Hengsheng's safety issue is at least guaranteed. Li Changqing raised his hand and pointed at the golden silk linlang beast by his side. Ha! Suma Hai heard this, but shook his head and said, I don't really recommend doing that. One is that right now, Li Hengsheng's cultivation is still very weak and has just stepped onto the cultivation path. This painted soul is already at the innate level. Don't look at it being so well behaved in your hands, brother Evergreen. But when it comes to Li Hengsheng, I'm afraid it won't be that controllable. It might even hurt Li Hengsheng when the time comes. Then there's the fact that a martial artist's path of cultivation is inherently accompanied by danger. And with something like this to rely on, he's afraid that it'll be difficult for him to achieve anything. If one day Li Hengsheng steps into the innate realm, it might still be fine for this gold silk liner beast to accompany him around. Sumai analyzed it for Li Changqing. Li Changqing listened to Sumai's words and frowned in contemplation. It's also with this thing, that little guy should not study properly. Then I'll keep this thing for now. Li Changqing stretched out his hand and touched the golden silk linnet beast. The golden silk lin beast also didn't dare to move and looked at Li Changqing with bated breath, as if it was afraid that Li Changqing would erase it. Fellow Daoist Su, it's really a bit of a blow to have the gold silk liner beast, which you and I couldn't even catch by joining forces, behave like a dog in the hands of fellow Daoist Evergreen. Muaiga let out a bitter smile. I rarely step out of the Healer King Valley on weekdays. I didn't realize that there really are people outside of people. And there are heavens outside of heavens. Fairy love song, but it's also thanks to Brother Evergreen catching this golden silk linosaurus beast that there might be news of the Three Lives flower, Sumai said as he stared at the golden silk linnet beast. Right. Mu Xianga also came to a realization. Li Changqing squatted on the ground and stroked the golden silk lin beast and said with a smile, "You little thing didn't think that you would still be able to fly, so I'll give you a name and call you Fei. Okay? Ow." The golden silk linnet beast let out a small owl, as if it had no objections. Then Fei, take us to your lair. Li Changqing raised his head and said to Sumai, since this painting spirit appeared here, that means there should be a place where there is a painting of this golden silk lin beast, right? Then maybe there will be something else as well. That's what I mean. Sumai nodded his head and said, it's also possible that a certain secret realm exists within this southern mountain. A secret realm? Mu Xianga couldn't help but say, if a secret realm really exists, then it might really be left by the painting immortal. Secret realm? Li Changqing was not puzzled when he heard this word, because this kind of thing was very common in novels, so Li Changqing was able to understand it. Li Changqing's heart was also agitated. I didn't expect to come to this world for a short time before encountering something so exciting, and that I would be able to become a master in a single leap. The secret realm is afraid that there are a lot of treasures waiting to be searched for, and if there are treasures, they can be directly sold for their son's cultivation. Fei, lead the way. Li Changqing chortled. The golden silk lin beast didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly got up and ran to the distance. We follow it. A few people followed the golden silk linnet's beast. Senior Evergreen, aren't you going to fly? I can lend you my sword. Yin Changli followed behind, her excited little face reddening as she shouted at Li Changqing. You brat, Muaigu said breathlessly. Normally, your precious sword you hate to snatch back even if Master I touch it. Why are you still taking the initiative to send it up for people to use now? And if fellow Daoist Evergreen flies, what about the few of us? Can we keep up? Muaigu gave Yin Changli a fierce blank look, feeling that this disciple was going to be impossible to keep. Before, he had to go to the ancient land of Daoshan to meet Shui Qianbai. Now it's good that the idol has directly turned into Li Changqing. What a scumbag! Li Changqing executed the snow feather Zen wind technique. His body was as light as a feather at the forefront, and when he heard this, he just turned around and smiled. Little fellow, your sword is a good sword. Keep it well. I think you have hoped to become a sword immortal in the future. Really? Yin Changli was thrilled. You know it's polite any way you hear it, right? Muaigu was speechless. The crowd followed the gold silkliner beast all the way to the south for 2 incense sticks of time, and only at this time did they vaguely see a canyon in front of them. Wow! At the same time, from that hollow canyon came the sound of a river flowing, and what the eye saw was a long river flowing through that canyon. The river was fast and furious, and the average person who fell into it was afraid that they would be swept away in minutes. Who knew that at this time that gold silk liner beast would even dive headfirst into the river? Could it be that the entrance is in the river? Sumai said as he looked towards the rushing river. Just go inside and see, Mu Xianga said. Li Changqing was in trouble. He can't swim. Chapter 036, it's him who came, requesting recommendations. Monthly tickets. Collections. The river is so swift. If you don't drown in it, you'll be swept away by the current. Right? What about this? It's a shame to say you can't swim at this point. While Li Changqing was thinking about what to do, he only heard Yin Changli speak somewhat eagerly at this time. Master, I don't know how to swim. Good boy. Li Changqing couldn't help but glance at Yin Changli, suspecting that Yin Changli was the real son. No harm done. Sumai waved his large hand, and a palm seal instantly suppressed it. Set. With the sound of the word fixed, under that palm print, the monstrous river was even instantly fixed. And at the same time that palm print even gave a piece of the river a huge deep pit that went straight to the bottom of the river. The river around us no longer flows. Such a miraculous means was also a great shock to Yin Changli. The 5 great seals of the Dao Mountain ancient land really lives up to its name. Mu Xianga also spoke with emotion. Let's go in as soon as possible. I'm afraid we won't last long, Sumo Hai said hurriedly. Go! Without hesitation. Several people hurriedly stepped into that deep pit. Li Changqing took a deep breath and also gritted his teeth and jumped in. Li Changqing did not think that the bottom of this river is so deep, afraid that there are 50 or 60 meters. If a normal person jumped in, not drowned will also fall dead. Raising his head to see the river that was fixed above his head, Li Changqing's heart was jolting. At this time if Sumo Hai's 5 extreme seals of approval couldn't hold up and collapsed, it would be enough to roll him to death here. But the moment the crowd fell to the bottom of the river, at the bottom of that blackened river, they could actually see that there was a wigwam stone, and on the wigwam there was a blackened hole, and at that moment, the golden silk liner beast was waiting for the crowd. Seeing that the crowd had arrived, the golden silk liner beast was also the first to burrow into that cave entrance. Be careful, Mu Aigo reminded, while the silver needle in her hand was ready to strike if the situation was not right. Sumo Hai also gave a grave The crowd entered into the black cave entrance. The whole cave was winding and narrow. Li Changqing and Mu Xianga as well as Yin Changli were okay. Sumo Hai was a bit slightly chubby and walked with great effort. After walking for half a column of incense in 7 turns, Li Changqing finally saw a glimmer of light appear in front of him. Coming out, Li Changqing took a step and walked out from that narrow cave entrance. The scene that was reflected in front of his eyes was what made Li Changqing very surprised. There really was a huge cave here, almost too deep to see the end at a glance. Just this piece of cave in front of him was feared to be as big as 2 soccer fields. The top of the cave was studded with an assortment of brightly glowing stones that illuminated the entire cave without any darkness at all. What made Li Changqing feel even more amazing was that this place was clearly at the bottom of the river, but there wasn't even a speck of water. The ground was littered with all sorts of remnants of soldiers and precious armor, swords and spears and everything. It fell to the ground in disarray, while around it was a pile of rotting wooden shelves, as if they had been placed here before and had been rummaged through. There is indeed someone living in seclusion here. A few people from Sumo Hai also walked out and couldn't help but speak when they saw the situation here. Master, it seems like this place is like a treasure trove. There are quite a few divine weapons and armor, but it's a pity how they're all rotten. Yin Changli picked up a sword. Looking at the sword, it should have been a good one originally, but the sword was broken. Even the spike of the sword was rotten. Because it's been so long, there are very few divine weapons that can remain immortal for so many years. Mu Xianga said. It looks like someone came before us and messed around here for a while. Sumo Hai walked forward and saw several tattered scrolls lying on the ground not far away. The aura on the scroll was lost, and one could vaguely see that in the painting. There were several spirit beasts. The several spirit beasts in this painting should be the ones guarding this place. And the visitor flipped this place, then fought with the painted spirits and eventually left. Sumo Hai guessed. Then it looks like that gold silklin beast is the only painting soul that survived. Mu Aigu also wanted to walk up and take a look. But in the end, just after taking 2 steps, she stepped on something. Looking down, it was a red bead. This is, picking the red bead up, he realized that the bead was new and didn't look like something from this cave. Red waterstone? Mu Aigo raised her eyebrows. Red waterstones are only found in the Cloud Wasteland. How could they appear here? Sumo Hai also walked over when he heard this and looked at the red beads, seemed to think of something and hurriedly looked around at the ground. What are you looking for? Seeing Sumo Hai's behavior, Mu Xianga asked curiously. This is it. Sumo Hai walked a few steps forward and picked up an iron box that had rusted. And in that iron box, something square was missing. What is this? Mu Aigu was surprised. Something here was taken away. Sumo Hai took a deep breath. The person who came here was none other than Yen Dongguan of the Yin 10th floor. He took away the Qishan order here and decapitated a few painted souls. And in the end, he should have been injured by the golden silklin beast and had no choice but to leave. The Jisun order has appeared? Mu Aigu said with some surprise. Aha! Sumo Hai nodded, then stole a glance at Li Changqing, who was not far away. Li Changqing was still looking at the things in the middle of the great hall with great interest, not caring in the slightest what they were saying. This made Sumo Hai's heart puzzled. In Sumo Hai's opinion, Li Changqing had given the Qishan order to his own son, Li Hengsheng, and doing so would have been somewhat unreasonable. Letting a small martial artist of the transformation realm keep the Qishan order. Wasn't this looking for death? How could those people from the ghost race possibly stop? What exactly did Li Changqing plan to do? I'll tell you about the Qishan order in detail later, but I've come to be interested in the identity of the owner of this cave. Sumo Hai looked into the depths of the cave, and at this time, the golden silk liner beast also barked at a few people, seemingly wanting them to go inside. Go in and take a look. Li Changqing spoke to a few people. Seeing that Li Changqing had said so, the others also agreed. There is really nothing valuable here. All the rags, which makes Li Changqing a little frustrated. He is coming in to get rich, and not to collect scrap. As he went deeper and deeper, Yin Changli, who was following behind him, suddenly exclaimed, "There's a grass fragrance." "Grass fragrance?" Sumai asked as he sniffed. "But nothing. It seems like there should be herbs or something like that inside." Mu Shanga said with a smile, "My disciple is a body of Xian Mu. He is naturally sensitive and affable to herbs. He can smell it, but I'm afraid you, fellow Daoist Su, can't smell it yet." Xian Mu body, a natural alchemist. Sumai also said with envy, "Your healer King Valley is going to produce another marvelous junior." Chapter 037, The Everlasting Wood. Hopefully. Mu Shanga looked at Yin Changli and also revealed worry. Good qualifications, but it's not a good job. Thinking about practicing swords all day and becoming a sword immortal is a waste of this excellent qualification. As the crowd went deeper, even Sumai and the others could smell a strong medicinal fragrance, the smell of azure grass. And here's the soul-expanding incense. Such a strong flavor of qi and blood. Could it be the blood jade lotus? Smelling the various kinds of flavors, Mu Aigu was also excited, because these were all valuable heavenly materials. Even in the healer King Valley, there weren't that many of them, and the vintage of the treasures here definitely couldn't be short. At the moment into the eyes is actually a huge pond. The water in the pond is even vaguely some milky white. Numerous blood lotuses bloomed in the middle of the pond. It looks very sultry. At the same time, not far away was a medicinal field that was filled with green light, but in such a large medicinal field, there were merely so many medicines towering over it. The rest of the place was full of withered herbs, afraid that they had been dead for an unknown period of time. Pity. Mu Aigu walked forward, squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil on the ground and sniffed. This is all good spirit soil. It's perfect for the cultivation of heavenly herbs, but because it's been too long, this heavenly herb that survived has absorbed all the nutrients from the other precious herbs in order not to wither and die. That's all that's left today. Mu Aigu sighed softly. It's good that there are left behind. Sumai smiled and said, "There are so many blood jade lotus still alive here. It's also good." Originally, Mu Aigu wanted to reach out and pick these herbs, but the hand that had just reached out was stuck in mid-air, and seemed to recall something and retracted. "Fellow Daoist Evergreen. We were able to come here all because of fellow Daoist Evergreen, and the treasures here should rightfully be fellow Daoist Evergreens as well. It's the youngest daughter who has overstepped her bounds." Mu Shanga hurriedly spoke to Li Changqing. "No harm done." Li Changqing looked at these heavenly materials and treasures and knew that the heavenly materials and treasures here must be very valuable. But surely these things can't be kept to themselves. The things here fairy love song if you want to just pick them. What's the harm in giving them to you? Li Changqing said. "However, my son is also in the middle of his cultivation right now, and lacks spirit medicine. I still hope that the healing King Valley can send some pills for my son's cultivation. How about it?" "Naturally," Mu Shanga said in a hurry. "That's for sure." Mu Aig's heart was joyful, because it wasn't just that he had gotten numerous heavenly treasures, but more importantly, after doing so, it was considered that healer King Valley had made friends with an expert at the level of the painting immortal. It was not a loss for the healer King Valley or for her personally. Seeing Muage so happy, Li Changqing also froze for a moment. The way Muage smiles can really be said to kill the crowd. As a normal man, Li Changqing couldn't carry it. Cough. Li Changqing had little interest in the spirit medicine here, mainly because he couldn't read it, but when he looked sideways into the distance, an object caught his attention. It was a log. Half of that log is buried in the ground. It wasn't thick, bowl-sized, but the grain of the rounded wood was very beautiful. There was also a flickering green light, and in Li Changqing's eyes, that round wood was actually permeated with the breath of life. "What is that?" Li Changqing stepped forward, but just at this time, Li Changqing felt that the scenery around him had changed. The world has dimmed. Sumai, Yin Changli, Mu Shanga, and even Fei had disappeared. Everything in the cavern disappeared as if it had gone into one's soul. This made Li Changqing a little nervous. Is something wrong? Boom! With a loud bang, Li Changqing was startled as he raised his head to look and realized that a large river had appeared above the dome of the sky above his head. The enormity of this river spans the heavens. Above the long river, a figure emerged. These figures were seen and unseen, and countless fragments were condensed in each drop of river water. It's like going through a movie. Li Changqing was surprised. This is the long river of time? Li Changqing didn't know if there was such a thing in this world, but judging from the novels he had read before, this was very similar to the long river of time that had been written about in novels. One of those muumuus, all of which seemed like the passage of time. But why do you see yourself here in a long time? Li Changqing didn't understand. And just at this time, Li Changqing suddenly noticed something. He saw that there was actually a figure standing in that river of time. The man was short in stature, and his face was shrouded in time. making his face completely unrecognizable. He looked down at Li Changqing. The only thing he had was those scarlet eyes, as if he was a hungry wolf, being stared at by this person. Li Changqing's heart thumped with a very uncomfortable feeling. Just when Li Changqing felt that he was ready to come down from that river of time to behead himself, that person actually turned around and left. It disappeared without a trace. And at this time, that long river of time even slowly turned into fragments and fell down. The fragments solidified in midair and turned into flakes of snow. It was as if there was a cold wind blowing and snowflakes flying. Li Changqing was in the midst of this ice and snow for a long time. Brother Evergreen. At this moment, from Li Changqing's ears came Sumai's voice. Li Changqing then came back to his senses. The scene of wind and snow in front of him had already disappeared. Li Changqing was still standing here without any change. Brother Evergreen. What are you looking at? Sumai curiously looked at Li Changqing, who had just stood there in a daze. Look at that wood, Li Changqing muttered. Wood? Sumai also saw the wood that was buried in the earth in passing. But there's nothing to see in that wood. Li Changqing walked to the side of that round wood and carefully looked at the grain of the wood. Although he didn't recognize it, he knew that it was very great wood. Out! Li Changqing lightly shouted, and the dragon tackling hand was once again displayed. It was like a dragon's soul crossing the sky, and the dragon's chi swept across the 8 directions. Even Sumai was startled and hurriedly stepped back out. Li Changqing was just like a human-sized divine dragon, and with one grab of the dragon's claw, he was able to pull that wood out of the mud in a hard way. As the log was pulled out, an aura of life spread even more. That kind of aura made several people feel especially comfortable all over their bodies, as if even the cells in their bodies were awakening. Everlasting wood! Mushanga exclaimed in shock at the sight of the round wood. Obviously, he didn't expect to see this kind of treasure here. This is the eternal life wood? Sumai was also startled, then said, legend has it that the everlasting wood is part of the ancient tree of eternal life. And the ancient tree of eternal life is also something that only exists in legends. But I didn't expect it to appear here again. Li Changqing felt this everlasting wood and felt that it must be very good wood. Strange. Where's that gold silk liner beast? At this time, Yin Changli looked around curiously. The golden silk lin beast had actually disappeared. Leave it alone for now. Mu Shanga walked up at this time, staring at the everlasting wood, but the color of regret appeared in her eyes. It's a pity. It would have been better if this had brought so much as a single everlasting leaf on it. Chapter 039, The Sword Regulus. If there was an everlasting leaf, Mu Aigo really wanted to study this legendary thing, because legend has it that the leaves of the everlasting tree have the power to bring people back from the dead. It was a pity that not many people had really seen this thing, and no one in the entire history of the Healer King's Valley had ever gotten anything related to the everlasting tree. As for this everlasting wood, it was certainly also a treasure, but it was of little use. This section of the evergreen tree is no longer likely to grow any more leaves, only that this thing was useless to others. But it was a good treasure for Li Changqing. In the eyes of a wood carver, it would be a real shame if such good wood was not used to carve something. Little fellow, I'll give you a good thing. Li Changqing looked towards that Yin Changli. Ah, senior wants to give me something? Yin Changli's eyes lit up. Fellow Taoist evergreen doesn't need to be so polite. Mu Shanga hurriedly said. Li Changqing made a move. The things he gave away must be extraordinary. How could she bear such a great favor? Little fellow, you're going to be rich. Sumai's eyes lit up. He naturally knew that each of the things Li Changqing gave out were not mortal. Any wood carving can put a person on the right track. No calling me little guy. My name is Yin Changli. Yin Changli defiantly spoke to Sumai. Sumai froze and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You're really double standard. You didn't say anything just now when Brother Evergreen called you that, but not when I did. Humph. Elder Evergreen can. Yin Changli said with some small arrogance. Then wait for a while, Li Changqing said, and directly sat down beside that everlasting wood. And then took out all kinds of tools from his arms. All kinds of knives in his arms were turned out by Li Changqing, and both Mu Shanga and Yin Changli were surprised to see it. What kind of knife is that? How is it that all of them look so strange? All of them look like nothing they've ever seen before. Even Sumai also showed a curious expression, because it was also the first time Sumai saw this kind of knife, and at the same time, he didn't expect that he would be able to see Li Changqing making wood carvings on the spot. Looking at the unseen eyes of a few people, Li Changqing thought that a few people were surprised as to why he was carrying so many knives with him, so he coughed and said, as a wood carver, it's reasonable for me to carry 6, 7 or 8 knives with me, isn't it? A wood carver? Mu Shanga and Yin Changli revealed a puzzled expression. Fellow Taoist Evergreen is not a painter? Brother Evergreen is not a painter. He is a wood carver. Sumai explained from the side. This is an avenue that Brother Evergreen has come up with on his own. Although it's similar to a painter, the wood carvings Brother Evergreen creates are more impactful than paintings. After all, Sumai had really seen it, and the wooden tripod that Li Changqing had given him was still on his own. One could fall into it simply by looking at it. If not for the fact that he was now settling this southern mountain matter, he couldn't wait to go back to Muhai Peak and carefully sense this wooden cauldron. Mu Love Song. Two people just do not realize the bright calendar. At this time, Li Changqing began to make his move. Various kinds of tools operated on that everlasting wood, and Li Changqing took out the longer one. Every knife had its function. Li Changqing's movements flew fast, already skilled to a kind of master level. Watching, a few people dazzled. They realized that the wood in Li Changqing's hand 1 second and the wood in the next second were two completely different things. It was as if they were seeing the process of the creator creating an item out of an object, and it caused a huge shock to their minds, to the point that a few of them could not help but feel that the true essence in their bodies could not help but run on its own. The divine souls trembled with them, and several people watched the movements in Li Changqing's hands with complete fascination, forgetting about time and everything else. At the same time, a lot of feelings were added to the mind. It seems as if there are many heaven and earth avenues brought to them in this process of creation. Even the previous bottlenecks in martial arts loosened at this time. Gradually, as time passed, and the crowd didn't know how long it had been, an object formed in Li Changqing's hands. It was a sword. It's a wooden sword. The blade was wide, and the overall impression it gave was not quite the same as the thin swords you usually saw. On top of that wooden sword, the sun, moon and stars were engraved on one side, and mountains, rivers, grass and trees were carved on the other. Even though they hadn't touched the sword yet, for some reason, several people felt a kind of pressure from the wooden sword. It was as if they had met some higher power that was beyond their reach. Li Changqing carefully examined this sword in his hand. To be precise, this sword was merely a semi-finished product. Because Li Changqing did not want to finish carving this sword, he didn't need that strong aura of the emperor of the world. He merely needed this power of the mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, the sun, moon and stars to be the best for Hengsheng. Go! Li Changqing's palm loosened, and the sword actually stood in the air. But the wooden sword was trembling slightly, as if it wouldn't let go. Go on, Li Changqing laughed. Your master is that little guy. I don't know swordplay. I'm not suitable for you. Saying so, Li Changqing flicked his finger and the wooden sword flew out directly to Hengsheng. Feeling that wooden sword flying, Hengsheng's entire body was drank back 2 steps. His gaze revealed awe, but after that awe there was a light of longing hidden. This is a wood carving? Mu Shanga was also stunned, speechless. She was the daughter of the Healer King Valley Lord, the genius of the younger generation of the Healer King Valley, and thought that she had seen a lot. But after meeting Li Changqing, she realized that the world she had seen was actually so small. This wooden sword, although not to her hand, but she is still able to feel the kind of spiritual power coming from this wooden sword. Waves of vastness, seemingly endless. Taking a look at the pattern on that sword, the vastness of the stars, the miles of mountains and rivers, as if it contained a small world. Such a treasure. Simply amazing. Little fellow, take the sword, Li Changqing said seriously. The name of this sword is Xian Yuan. You are a body of Xian Mu. It is just right to match the sword. What I want to tell you is that medicine has the way of healing, and the sword has the way of the sword. But the 3,000 paths share the same path. Someone reading can step on the road to become a great power. Someone tasting wine to the extreme one day can be comparable to the immortal. The sword art is never just killing. Your grass and trees can still come out of the sword road belonging to your own. So in the future you can not only become a medical immortal, but also a sword immortal. Heaven and earth, nature, grass and trees, are hidden in your sword way. This sword is sent to you. Go well to feel belong to your own way. Li Changqing racked his brain thinking of the vocabulary from the online novels he used to read and messed up his words. But these words were like a thunderbolt to the few people present. And it was even more enlightening to Hengsheng. Is that the difference in realms? Many thanks to Senior Evergreen. Hengsheng gruffly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Li Changqing. This favor, Hengsheng remembers for 3 lifetimes. Hengsheng was truly moved. Giving himself such a treasure, he was even instructing himself to find his own sword path. Such a great favor is comparable to a regenerative parent. The future is the world of you youngsters. Li Changqing glanced at Hengsheng seriously. Maybe in the future, in the swarm of you youngsters, K9 Sun will also participate in it. I only hope that we will make a good karma. And if we encounter K9 Sun in trouble, you, the future sword immortal, will be able to give him a hand. Chapter 039, The Remains of the Painted Immortal, requesting recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, collections. Hengsheng didn't expect Li Changqing to say something like this. Sumai was also a little surprised. This Li Changqing is simply a child-spoiling devil. Investing in a teenager with a piece of treasure simply so that you can help your own son out in the future? But Sumai also saw that Li Changqing had invested in more than just Hengsheng. The investment is more of Yin Changli's background. Valley of the Healing King. Song Yuan realm's first medical sect, orthodox sect. The Healing King's valley had great power behind it. Yin Changli was the body of Xian Mu, and he was also Muege's personal disciple, so his future status in the Healer King Valley would definitely be very high, not to mention that Muege was the daughter of the Healer King Valley sect leader, so there was no need to talk about the collateral relationship. However, Sumohai still feels that Li Changqing is so strong, and even more so, he has such a miraculous ability. If he were to come out of the world, with a wave of his hand, the number of strong people who wanted to follow by his side would surely be as many as there were. When that time comes, his son will simply be a heavenly favorite. Wanting nothing? Why did Evergreen Li have to keep such a low profile? Sumohai could only guess that there were other convenient reasons that he was not allowed to know. Don't worry, Senior Evergreen. If I really encounter your son in trouble in the future, Yin Changli, will go through fire and water. Yin Changli said with a solemn face. Good. Li Changqing nodded. At this moment, the Regulus sword was still floating in mid-air. Yin Changli stared at the floating wooden sword and slowly extended his hand. Gently gripped the hilt of the sword. The moment he gripped this sword, Yin Changli's entire body surged like electricity as he felt the vastness of the sky. It was as if I saw the ancient tree of immortality before my eyes. Even his Xian Mu body bloodline began to tremble. Yin Changli saw the star worlds and grassy lands on that sword, as if a certain kind of rule was brewing. This rule was too subtle for Yin Changli, yet it made Yin Changli feel that close. This sword was not a weapon and could not really be used as such, but by comprehending this sword, Yin Changli knew that he could definitely achieve something. Thank you, fellow Daoist Evergreen. Mu Aigu also clasped her fists and bowed. At the same time, Mu Aige's mood was not calm. This Xian Yuan sword was such a treasure. She could feel the power coming from that Xian Yuan sword, just how thick it was, and know what a treasure it is. She wanted it just as much, but where was Mu Shanga to ask for it? One could only watch with bated breath as his disciple collected treasures that he could not even obtain. Sumohai was fine, although he also envied the sword, but Sumohai had gotten a tripod before, which had already made Sumohai happy. But in the same way Sumohai also laughed bitterly in his heart. Li Changqing really wasn't generally favored towards that son of his, Li Hengsheng. The son is still a martial artist of the metamorphosis realm, and he's already starting to pave the way for his son here. Such a spoiled brat, with his son as a disciple under his own hand. Sumohai suddenly felt Alexander. What's the difference between that and teaching the prince to read? If his son bumped under his own hands, Li Changqing's anger came down, but not to their own demolition? Thinking of this, Sumohai couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water and cold sweat broke out. Ow. Just at this time, the voice of the golden silk linnet's beast came from a short distance away. A few people turned around and realized that the gold silk liner beast had actually walked out from the deepest part of that cave. Similarly, the golden silk liner beast was actually holding a scroll in its mouth. Paintings? Sumohai was a little excited. There really is still treasure in here. The golden silk lin beast ran to Li Changqing's side, then gave the painting to the ground and looked at Li Changqing blearily. Li Changqing curiously stretched out his hand, and the scroll was a little warm in his hand. The paper feels even less like the kind of paper you touch when you're at home, so you can see that it should be very expensive. When he opened the scroll, what came into his eyes was actually a jungle. And in the middle of that jungle, a golden silk liner beast was actually lying there sleeping. The moment he saw the painting, Li Changqing almost subconsciously thought that it contained a world, because the painting is so realistic. Whether it's the mountains or the few clouds in the sky, it's an immersive experience. Not only visually, but even the air could smell the aroma of wild fruits from the mountains. It was all as if that breeze was blowing on his cheeks. As for the sleeping golden silk Linnaeus beast in the painting, it even had even breathing, as if it could wake up at any time. This kind of painting, Li Changqing even found it very amazing. Sumohai and Mu Shanga felt even more that the painting was several times stronger than any painting they had ever seen. Such a divine work. I'm afraid it was really made by the painting immortal. Mu Aiga nodded her head. Only Yin Changli on the sidelines but did not care in the slightest, in the hands of the Xian Yuan wooden sword to play with the fun, because in his view, any painting cannot compare to his hands of this sword. It's you in this painting, isn't it? Li Changqing looked at the gold silk lin beast, then said, I can feel that the aura contained in this painting has been almost depleted. If this painting is devoid of aura, you, the soul of the painting, will no longer exist. Ow. The golden silk Linosaurus beast gave an aggrieved cry, then rubbed its head against Li Changqing's leg as if it was pampering itself. No harm done. Li Changqing smoothly stroked the head of the golden silk lin beast, then said, when you return to Changqing town with me, I'll remake a body for you. After hearing this, the golden silky linnets turned around and called out a few times to the end of the cavern. There are still good things inside? Sumohai asked as he looked into the depths of that cave. The eyes of the golden silk linnet's beast were a bit hesitant, as if it wanted to say something, but then it closed its mouth. Since we're here anyway, let's go in and take a look. Otherwise wouldn't it be a waste to miss out on the treasures? Sumohai said with a smile. A few people thought it made sense too. Mu Shanga loaded up all the heavenly materials and treasures, and Li Changqing also waved his hand, and that remaining everlasting wood floated along behind Li Changqing. Wouldn't it be a shame to just throw away such good wood? However, as the crowd continued to advance, Li Changqing had a vague feeling of oppression. It was as if there was something unknown in the depths of that cave that made Li Changqing feel uncomfortable. But what is it, exactly, that can make you feel uncomfortable? Crossing several streams, the crowd finally came to the end of this cave. After a few people came in here, their eyes were captivated by one thing. On a stone platform in the very center of that cave, there was actually a person seated. Only this person had been turned into a set of white bones. Could this be Elder Painting Immortal? Mu Aigo looked far away, then her eyes surveyed this last cave, but she realized that there was almost nothing here. Would have thought there could be some kind of treasure here. Master, his hand. At this time Yin Changli was surprised and pointed at the corpse and said, Chapter 040 Mysterious Scroll, Requesting Recommendation. Monthly Tickets. Collection. The eyes of the crowd fell into the skeletal palms of the corpse. It's a scroll. In the palm of that skeleton's hand, it was actually holding a scroll tightly. The scroll was filled with a very ancient atmosphere, and the traces of the flow of time on the scroll could be felt even from a distance. Ancient paintings left behind by the painting immortal seniors? Sumohai and Mushanga even breathed heavily at this moment. This is a real treasure. If it were to spread out, it would likely cause many clans in the Zhong Yuan realm to fight. There's no telling how much blood will be shed or how many people will die. Both Sumohai and Mushanga used side glances to look at each other, and a wary look was even revealed in both of their eyes. It seemed to be in fear that the other party would suddenly storm off to kill at this point in time. Despite the fact that one Healer King Valley and one Dashan Ancient Land were both famous sects, the relationship between the two parties is also good. But in front of the ancient paintings left behind by the painting fairy, who dares to say that he has no selfishness? It was common to stab a blood brother in the back for the sake of competing for treasures, not to mention two people who were meeting for the first time. Fellow Daoist Evergreen, I still say that since you're the one who brought us here, you're more at the disposal. Mushanga took a deep breath and still kicked the ball to Li Changqing. Brother Evergreen, you decide. Sumohai also sobered up at this time. There's still a Li Changqing around. This is a treasure left behind by the painting fairy. If they really moved for selfishness, there was no guarantee that Li Changqing wouldn't make a move to strangle the two of them here. In front of such a treasure, a prodad can't be trusted. So the two of them also hurriedly made their position known and left it at Li Changqing's disposal. The two held the illusion that Li Changqing might not be interested in the painting. That way the painting would be the turn of both of them. Even though this was not very hopeful, they did not want to lose their little lives because of a treasure. Li Changqing didn't say anything when he heard the two men's words. He just looked at the corpse and the ancient painting in the corpse's hand from a distance. For some reason, Li Changqing's mind thought of the long river of time that suddenly appeared in his consciousness when he entered the cave. Think of the mysterious figure above the long river of time. At this moment, even as he looked at the ancient painting from afar, he felt a little uncomfortable. It's as if something is very wrong with that picture. It was just that Li Changqing didn't know if his feeling was wrong, or if there was really something wrong with that painting, because Li Changqing didn't know much about the painting. I'm not interested in this thing. You two can bring that painting over. Open it up, and whoever needs it can take it. Li Changqing said indifferently. It's true that he doesn't need this stuff. Li Changqing was already very clear about one thing, and that was that his wood carvings were much more effective than his paintings. So he didn't need to use the painting to help Li Hengsheng. So naturally he didn't need to take this. And as for taking this painting and selling it for money, Li Changqing felt that it would be better not to do so hastily until he truly grasped his strength and understood this world. It's easy to get yourself killed. Even though the Dao Mountain Ancient Land and the Healer King Valley both felt that they were some kind of supreme master, there was always that head of iron. And if they came to find their own trouble, with their own half-assed strength, they were afraid that it would still be difficult to preserve themselves. It's even likely to get my son in trouble. As for the wood carvings that were given out, no matter if it was Sumohai or Mushanga, they were both smart people and would hardly circulate them. The Yen family was also under their control now, so there was no need to worry for the time being. Li Changqing was also a little curious about what exactly was in this painting, but Li Changqing was a little resistant to this painting, so he didn't want to go up and take it. It always felt weird somewhere. Listening to Li Changqing's words, Sumohai and Mushanga simply didn't dare to imagine that happiness had come so suddenly. It's amazing that this kind of thing actually happens. The two looked at each other, then ran together in the direction of the corpse. But as much as the two men wanted the painting, they were wary of what a few hurdles were here. The distance was only a few dozen meters, but it was a long walk before the two arrived safely in front of the corpse. The corpse could no longer be seen, but Mu Shanga could tell that the corpse was at least 100 years old. Perhaps it really is Senior Guhanshi, Mu Shanga said with a complicated expression. If it's really him, then this painting really is the legacy of the painting immortal. Sumohai stretched out his hand and carefully pulled out the painting. Maybe this painting is a painting treasure. What could make Senior Painting Immortal grasp in his hands even before his death must be a supreme treasure. Mu Shanga thought so as well. I can't wait to open it. Sumohai couldn't even wait to return to Li Changqing's side before opening it. Sumohai knew that Li Changqing wouldn't blame him for this, and although he hadn't known him for a long time, he had also figured out some of Li Changqing's character. People are still very talkative and unpretentious. Thinking, Sumohai hurriedly unfolded the scroll, wanting to take a look at this unprecedented work. But just the moment Sumohai opened the scroll, Li Changqing's face changed. A sense of crisis sets in. This was the first time Li Changqing had felt such a great crisis since he came to the Songyuan realm. Dangerous, Li Changqing exclaimed. But at that moment, Sumohai had already opened the scroll. There was almost nothing in that scroll but a pair of eyes. A pair of scarlet eyes. The eyes seemed to be completely solidified by blood, and that pair of eyes covered the heavens and the earth, seeming to dye the heavens and the earth into blood red. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the entire cave dimmed. A boundless aura rose to the sky, and an extremely strong ghostly aura seeped out from that painting. Sumohai and Mu Shanga were drowned by this ghostly aura on the spot. It was as if the two had fallen into a sea of ghostly aura. They had never felt such a terrifying ghostly aura in all their years of cultivation, so powerful that the two men almost lost the desire to resist. What level of ghost race is this? The innate superstar? Could it be the legendary land god? And then what is their untouchable presence? It was beyond their knowledge. And this ghostly aura filled the entire cave, engulfing everything. Yin Shangli and Li Changqing were so far apart that they were actually engulfed by this ghostly aura as well. This is the aura of the ghost race. Li Changqing was in this boundless ghostly aura, and the space around him seemed to be distorted. Li Changqing was a bit scared, but at this time, a red light descended from the sky. Li Changqing couldn't help but raise his head and realized that there were two blood moons hanging in that dark night sky. Nope, instead of a blood moon. Rather, it was those two scarlet eyes. It seemed like there was some amazing power in those eyes, and at this moment, Li Changqing's divine soul lake was actually trembling madly. It was as if something had invaded one's divine soul. So strong, even though he still didn't know much about divine souls, Li Changqing could feel that the power that had invaded his divine soul lake was frighteningly strong. What exactly is sealed in this scroll? Chapter 041, Cold Temple. Right at this moment, Li Changqing saw that the ghostly aura in front of him seemed to have been ripped apart by something hard. A huge crack appeared in the ghost chi, which was suspended above Li Changqing's divine soul lake, which was very strange. At the same time, a shocking suction force was actually released from within that crack. Li Changqing's clothes were hunting, and it was as if his entire body was going to be sucked into that crack by this power. Humph! Li Changqing grunted angrily at this moment. His voice was like a flood of bells, even though it was said that he wasn't very familiar with the control of his divine soul. At this life and death moment, Li Changqing was also resisting the suction force by virtue of his powerful divine soul. Even though that suction force was extremely strong, it was not able to help Li Changqing. Li Changqing was as steady as a rock. Even though the wind was blowing, it stood as immovable as a mountain. This power released from this odd painting was powerful, but it wasn't so powerful that he couldn't fight against it. Li Changqing looked through that crack and realized that there was a small world hidden in that crack. He could vaguely see a huge monastery underneath that ghostly aura. Sect Master Su? There's also the love song fairy and that little guy in there. At this moment, Li Changqing saw that the three people were actually in front of that temple and were running towards it as if they were walking corpses. What exactly is that place and why is it sealed in this ancient painting? Li Changqing felt that there was a huge secret hidden in it. He watched as several people slowly made their way to the crumbling monastery. The sky is moonless. Only a pair of bloody eyes hung in the air, as if observing everything in heaven and earth. In the midst of the ghostly aura, the three Sumohai people did not have any consciousness, and their bodies were somewhat stiff as they walked towards that dilapidated ancient temple. Two stone lions squat in front of the ancient temple. The stone lion was already covered in moss, and the weeds around it were so thick that it looked like it hadn't been cleaned up for a long time. A cold wind blew the dead leaves on the steps in front of the ancient temple. Not only were the leaves withered, but even the old tree right next to the courtyard wall had been dead for I don't know how many years. A sense of bleakness permeated everywhere. The three of them slowly walked up the steps, their eyes looking blankly ahead. And at this time, the gate of that ancient temple unexpectedly opened slowly. the wooden door emitting a creaking sound, especially loud in this silent night. The three men stepped into the ancient temple. Li Changqing watched them enter the ancient temple at this moment. What exactly is that place? Li Changqing took a step out and came to the vicinity of that crack, carefully looking down over it. The moment the three entered the ancient temple, the eyes of the three gradually cleared. They felt the sound of ghostly cries coming from their ears. It's like falling into hell. What happened to us? Changli was startled at the moment. He looked around in confusion. There were broken walls everywhere. The place was eerie. No semblance of a living person could be felt in the sprawling courtyard, and it seems to have been deserted for an unknown number of years. This is the place. Mu Xiangge and Su Mohai also woke up from the ecstasy they had just experienced. When they saw that they had entered this courtyard, their hearts were incredibly alert. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ancient gate behind them unexpectedly closed viciously. The heavy voice seemed as if it had blocked their vitality. Not good. Su Mohai's face suddenly changed. Mu Aigu just wanted to ask Su Mohai what had happened, but before she could ask, her face likewise changed drastically. It was because whether it was Mu Xiangge or Su Mohai, both of them felt that the true essence within their bodies had actually been suppressed. The true essence in his body was like a wheel stuck in a quagmire, and it was incredibly difficult to move. That meant that they were surprisingly unable to exert half of their cultivation in this horrible place. If there is a cultivation is okay. No matter what horrible place is here, they still have the power to protect themselves, but here even the cultivation cannot be used. Then if they need danger, they are not only waiting for death. Our cultivation has been suppressed. Su Mohai turned back and pushed the thick gate with force, but it was completely impossible to push. What exactly is this place? It can actually suppress our cultivation. Mu Xiangge suddenly looked around. Right. Where did Taoist Evergreen go? Right. Su Mohai then remembered. Where's Li Changqing? Just now. Although Li Changqing and Changli stood a little farther away, the two men were neighboring. Changli had come in. Li Changqing should have come in as well. How come I don't see Li Changqing? Did Elder Evergreen not come in? Changli spoke carefully. It would have been better if Brother Evergreen hadn't come in. He would have found a way to save us. Su Mohai nodded. We'd better go inside first. I have a bad feeling standing here. I'm the same. It always feels like there's someone watching us. Mu Aigu took a few steps forward and subconsciously glanced back. With a single glance, Mu Aigu was able to see the huge plaque hanging on the eaves of the house. The plaque hung askew, the words on it rotting, but it was still clear to see four big words written on it. The Ancient Temple of Cold Shakti. Cold Shasta Ancient Temple. Seeing these four words, Mu Aigu's eyes revealed a touch of fear, and even subconsciously took a step back. It's really the Cold Shasta Ancient Temple. Su Mohai also raised his head to look at that plaque, similarly feeling incredulous. Senior, what is the Cold Shasta Ancient Temple? Changli saw the expressions on the two men's faces and knew that this place was definitely not simple. Mu Xiangge took a deep breath and calmed herself. The Cold Shasta Ancient Temple was once the most powerful Buddhist sect in the Zhongyuan realm. Mu Age said. Buddhist sect? Changli was surprised. What is that? They believe in the Buddha and perceive Buddhist scriptures from the scrolls, and their gong methods are very magical, especially restraining the ghost race. Many years ago, led by the Cold Chakra Ancient Temple, dozens of Buddhist temples throughout the Zhongyuan realm and the ghost race waged a battle for the ages. Su Mohai continued. That battle was ultimately won by the ghost race, but it was a miserable victory, while the other clans of the human race united to force the ghost race into the cloud wasteland. But the Buddhists were also almost completely exterminated, and since that battle, the Cold Chakra Ancient Temple has disappeared into the Zhongyuan realm, and it's been close to 1,000 years since I did the math. I didn't realize that the Cold Shasta Ancient Temple had been sealed in a scroll. It's truly unimaginable. Su Mohai felt at the moment that this matter was truly too unbelievable. We've been counted. Mu Aige's eyes narrowed slightly. That painting was used to count on us. We were transported here when we opened the scroll, although I don't know what purpose they have. I know that if we don't find a way to get out quickly, it will be hard for us to have a way back. Chapter 042 Corpse suddenly rises. Su Mohai also agreed with Mu Xiangge's words. Apprentice, follow me closely. Mu Xiangge spoke to Changli, who was beside her. Good. Changli took a very nervous step closer to Mu Xiangge. Since we can't get out here, we'll have to find another way out. The three of them ran ahead cautiously. The entire Cold Shade Ancient Temple was very silent. It was so silent that the only sound was the wind. Although the ghostly aura outside the Cold Chakra Ancient Temple was overwhelming, the ghostly aura merely wandered outside, but did not penetrate into the Cold Chakra Ancient Temple. I guess there is still something in the Cold Shasta Ancient Temple that makes these ghost chi more scrupulous. Senior, it's so scary here. Changli cautiously followed behind Mu Xiangge and said in fear. What's there to be afraid of? There's nothing here. Mu Xiangge laughed. With your guts, you still want to be a sword immortal? Who said I was afraid? Hearing this, Changli forcefully puffed out his chest to show that he wasn't afraid at all. The Temple of the Dragon Buddha. The three of them came to the front of a large hall, on which the plaque had fallen to the ground, but they could still make out the three words on it. Stepping into the main hall, this place had been deserted for a long time. The distant offering table had been knocked over, and even one of the pillars of this hall was broken. You can tell that this place must have seen some pretty heavy fighting. That's the Buddha? At this time, Changli saw the huge statue that was situated in front of him. The statue was huge in size, precisely the likeness of a Buddha. But this Buddha had no head, as if it had been decapitated by something. Without a head, the Buddha looked decidedly eerie. Master, is this a painting treasure? Changli walked forward and looked at the several scrolls scattered on the ground, but they were already tattered and torn, so he couldn't clearly see what was on them. The scroll has lost its spirit and has become a scrap of paper. A few people could hardly imagine just how gruesome the battle had been in this cold Shasta ancient temple in the first place. There are words here. Sumai walked in front of that Buddha statue, but he realized that there were black words on the body of the statue, and if he didn't look closely, it really wasn't easy to notice. The black writing could tell that someone had written it in blood. It's just that the color of the blood has turned black as time passes, but the handwriting is still legible. Don't enter the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Seeing those 6 words, the three of them thumped in their hearts. The Hall of 10,000 Buddhas should also be one of the great halls in this cold Shasta ancient temple. They had wanted to look around for an exit to get out, and they hadn't encountered anything strange along the way, which had also put their minds at ease a little bit. But this line was the one that gave them a creepy feeling. What's in the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas? Warned them so not to go in? Brother Evergreen isn't here right now, and I don't know how he's doing, so we'd better think of a way to leave the cold break ancient temple quickly. Sumai sucked in a breath of cool air. Here, it gives me a really bad feeling. Go! Mushanga turned around and left with Changli. Sumai followed suit. The entire cold shade ancient temple was huge, and several people ran around the Dragon Buddha Hall to walk deeper into the cold shade ancient temple. The more you walk, the more you can feel that thrill. After they walked up a flight of steps, the scene that appeared before their eyes was one that shocked them. It's even more tragic here. Corpses all over the place. All of them are skeletons and white bones that have been dead for an unknown number of years. As far as the eye could see, there could be at least hundreds of them. Just as a few people were shocked at the scene here, a voice unexpectedly resounded in the trio's minds. Who? Sumai angrily rebuked. They looked around, but there was nothing around. The voice was clearly visible, as if it were a little girl's giggle. Senior, who was laughing just now? Changli was on the verge of wetting his pants by this time. Mushanga was also pale, and she had heard that voice, but it's impossible to tell exactly where it's coming from. We must be more careful, Sumai hurriedly said. Several people hurriedly tried to walk through the area full of corpses. Who knows that just after walking up a dozen steps, Changli shouted as if he had exploded. Ah! What's wrong? Mushanga was also startled by Changli. What are you ghosting about? Master! Master! Changli's face turned pale, his legs trembled, and his eyes drifted straight down. Sumai and Mushanga looked down and were also startled. There was actually a hand on Changli's ankle. The white bony hand that grasped Changli's foot was the very corpse on the ground. Get lost! Sumai bellowed, stepping forward and kicking the skeleton out. But before he had time to wonder how that skeleton could grab Changli's foot, a thin, soporific sound came from the surroundings. Immediately after, the skeleton on the ground, which had long since decayed for an unknown number of years, actually slowly climbed up. Some of the skeletons were still holding broken greatswords in their hands, and all of the hundreds of skeletons rose up and directly surrounded the three in the center. Hiss! The three men sucked in a breath of cold air. They had lost all their cultivation now, so if they were surrounded, they would have no power to resist. Run! The three ran straight for a place with fewer corpses, and those corpses surprisingly chased after them with their swords and choppers. They may be skeletons, but they really don't run slow at all. There's a ghost! Changli exclaimed. These corpses are affected by these ghost chi outside. Mushanga also said anxiously, if they catch up with us, we'll be hacked to pieces. Just as the three of them had just rounded this courtyard, they realized that there were still numerous corpses crawling up in front of them, stared at by numerous corpses with empty holes, as if they were going to swallow them alive. A few people could only continue to turn direction and run to the other side. After 7 turns, passing through a tunnel and climbing up several flights of steps, there were more and more corpses behind them. More than 500 of them. Senior, it's almost impossible to run. Changli came up for air. Keep running if you want to live. Without being able to mobilize his true essence, it was indeed a bit difficult to escape with just his physical body. And at this time, The wind around them seemed to stand still. Surprisingly, they felt the world go quiet. That atmosphere was extraordinarily weird. The multitude of corpses in the back chased them here, oozing like a swarm of corpse tides, making one's scalp numb. Senior, they're close to catching up, Changli said in alarm. There's a large hall up ahead. The doors and windows are all fairly intact. Let's go in and hide for a while. There really is. Sumai looked up. In front of them, there really was a whole sort of very complete hall, unlike the ones they encountered before, which were all in shambles. The doors of the great hall were closed, and there was even some unintelligible writing on them. But above the main hall, the few words on the plaque were what made a few people fall from seeing hope into hell again. The Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. They still clearly remembered the words that someone had written in blood when they first entered the cold Shakti ancient temple. Do not enter the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Chapter 043, 10,000 Buddhas Hall, requesting recommendation, collection, and monthly tickets. You can tell this was written by a man on his deathbed with his last breath. It was evident that there were great terrors in the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. This 10,000 Buddha hall in front of them really made their minds explode a bit. Now if they didn't go in, the corpses behind them could split them all up. However, if they went in, there was a high probability that there was something even more terrifying in the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas, enough to plunge them into the land of doom. Wow! Dense footsteps slowly approached from behind. Master, to enter or not? At this moment Changli asked eagerly. If he didn't go in, those corpses were going to catch up with him. He could imagine himself being torn apart by those corpses. Apprentice son, Master will go in first to take a look. And if nothing happens, I will call you in. Muai Go clenched her teeth. Ha! Changli said in a hurry. But if there is danger inside, aren't you, fellow Taoist Su? Mu Shanga looked at Sumai. If something happens to me, I would still like to ask fellow Taoist Su to take my disciple to find a chance to run out and send my disciple back to the Valley of the Healing King. Would that be alright? Although I, Sumai, am not considered a hero, but how can I let a woman risk her life for this kind of thing? Wouldn't it be a great shame to spread the word in the future? Sumai laughed and said, you two stay here. I'll go in and take a look. If it's me who is unfortunate, please ask the fairy to tell the knowing mountain ancient land, Sumai said, turning around to go. But just as he turned around, Sumai's sleeve was grabbed by Mushanga. Fellow Taoist Su, you and I are both suppressed in our cultivation though, but I, Healer King Valley, am after all a medical sect. At the metamorphosis realm we cultivate fleshly body techniques that are no match for your authentic Taoist sects. I don't have a chance to leave with Changli. You still have a chance if you do. Mushanga looked at Sumai seriously. This, Sumai hesitated. What Mushanga said was also reasonable. Like normal martial artists, when they were in the transformation realm, they would focus more on the cultivation of their physical body, stepping into the Hotian with an overwhelmingly strong physical body. But the Healer King Valley was different. They purely and simply used pills or medicinal baths to strengthen their physical bodies, despite the fact that the effects were the same. Even the disciples of the Healer King Valley cultivated a little faster. However, in terms of physical strength, close combat and other abilities, the disciples of the Healer King Valley were far inferior to the disciples of other sects. If Sumai really fought to the death to kill his way out, he might still have a chance, but if he switched to Mushanga, there was really little hope. Taking advantage of Sumai's hesitation, Muaigu directly stepped out and ran towards the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Master, Changli had tears in his eyes on the spot, saying that he was going to go up and chase after Mushanga. I'll go with you. But before he could walk out he was grabbed by Sumai's arm. Don't you pull me. Changli spoke with a sobbing voice. Understand your master's peace of mind. Sumai sighed lightly. Then looking at the army of corpses that were still a few hundred meters away from him, Sumai said gruffly, if something really happens to Fairy Love Song later, I will send you out even if I have to fight for my life. Master, Changli shouted desperately, but Muaigu didn't turn around at all. She had already arrived at the entrance of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas at that moment. There was no sound inside, and likewise, she couldn't feel anything. Muaigu took a deep breath, then slowly pushed open the door of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Still nothing moves. It was just that the words engraved on the gate with nothing to read had turned into fine sand at this moment, and disappeared from the doorframe as soon as they were blown by the wind. Mushanga stepped into it. Then there was no movement. The eerie, dark Hall of 10,000 Buddhas, where nothing could be seen from a great distance, was like the maw of a giant beast that swallowed up Muaigu. The wait at the moment is like the hard kind of waiting for death. The corpses were getting closer. Sumai was ready to let go. However, just at this time, from that 10,000 Buddhas hall came Muaigu's voice. Come in. It's fine inside. Great. It's fine. Sumai breathed a sigh of relief and was about to pull Changli to hurriedly hide inside. but Sumo Hai had just taken a step forward, but was stiffly pulled by Yin Changli's arm. What's wrong? Sumo Hai looked back at Yin Changli. If we don't hurry up and go in, those corpses are going to catch up with us. Let's hide inside first and then figure out how to leave. It was just that Yin Changli's expression was a bit odd at the moment, even more terrified in his eyes. That is not my master's voice. Yin Changli's throat surged as he looked within that 10,000 Buddha hall with a look of fear to the extreme. Sumo Hai's heart also thumped when he heard this. To his ears, that was indeed Mushanga's voice all right, but it was only the first time that he and Mushanga had met. So how could he compare to a master and disciple like Yin Changli and Mushanga who had spent so much time together? You didn't hear it wrong? Sumo Hai still couldn't help but ask. It's not master's voice, Yin Changli said with incomparable certainty. He was all too familiar with his master's voice. Although that voice coming from the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas was said to be very similar, the subtle difference allowed Yin Changli to still hear that the voice was fake. Master. Yin Changli choked up. In his opinion, Mushanga had already been killed. Let's go. Sumo Hai pulled up Yin Changli's arm and blasted one of the surrounding stone pillars with a palm, then grabbed that stone pillar to use as a weapon to kill his way out of the corpse. However, it was at this time that Mushanga's voice once again came from the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Where are you going? It's so dangerous outside. Come in quickly. Shut up. Don't you dare speak in my master's voice. Yin Changli's face was red at the moment, and the veins on his neck were bulging as he yelled at something unknown in the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas at the top of his voice. He. A playful voice made both Sumo Hai and Yin Changli shiver all over. Wasn't this the same as the one they heard before? This Hall of 10,000 Buddhas is actually the place that suppresses that thing? No wonder it says not to enter the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. Hold on to me. Let's kill our way out, Sumo Hai said loudly. After saying that, he was about to bring Yin Changli to escape. However, that little girl-like voice in the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas said again. Want to leave? Can you still leave? I went to a lot of trouble to find you guys in here, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. After saying that, two blood-red ghost claws actually flew out from that 10,000 Buddhas hall, running towards Sumo Hai and Yin Changli to grab the two of them. Get out! Sumo Hai roared, and the stone pillar in his hand swung directly at the ghostly claw. The stone pillar shattered with a loud bang, but the ghostly claw was still moving forward, directly grabbing Sumo Hai's neck and lifting him up. The other ghost claw flew towards Yin Changli, who took a step back in fear. The ghostly claws were closing in, and he was powerless to resist. However, right at this moment, the Xianyuan wooden sword carried behind Yin Changli's back was suddenly trembling, accompanied by a hideous sword sound. It flew out directly and chopped at the ghostly claw. Chapter 044 Ghost Spirit Clan, Requesting Recommendation. Favorite. Monthly tickets. A peerless might permeated from the Xianyuan wooden sword. The ghost claw directly grabbed onto the sword body of the Xianyuan wooden sword, and in the next moment, intense white smoke unexpectedly appeared on the ghost claw, while the Xianyuan wooden sword was also trembling madly. It was as if he was using his own spiritual energy to counteract the erosion of this ghost's claws. What the hell? That voice was a bit urgent, and that ghost claw that stretched out also retracted when it touched the Xianyuan wooden sword, and that ghost claw actually bled. The bloody mess looked even more hideous. Regulus sword, Yin Changli said excitedly. He didn't expect the Xianyuan sword given by Li Changqing to be so powerful, but at this time, that Regulus sword also fell to the ground with a bark, and the Regulus sword even left a ghost claw mark. Yin Changli hurriedly picked it up and looked at the marks left on the wooden sword, realizing that although the Regulus sword had blocked this ghostly claw, it had also been eroded. Yin Changli realized that the ghost claw mark on it was recovering at a very slow pace. This made Yin Changli feel slightly more at ease, but he was also clear that although the Regulus sword was recovering, he was afraid that it would not be able to withstand another attack. Senior Su, seeing Sumo Hai being caught by that ghostly claw, Yin Changli was a little unsure of what to do for a moment. Little fellow, your treasure is really quite powerful, but I don't know how many times it can withstand my attacks. That voice came. The next moment, a tiny figure actually floated out from that 10,000 Buddha hall. It was a boy who looked to be 6 or 7 years old. The boy was dressed in blood. His eyes were red, as if it was the twin moons in the sky, and the weird thing was that it was clearly a boy, but his voice was like that of a little girl. Just taking a look at it made Yin Changli feel creeped out. Being looked at by those eyes, Yin Changli felt his legs go weak. I am called Yin Changli, not little guy, Yin Changli said with a deadly clench of his teeth. Whoosh! At this time, another figure also flew out, extending itself within the boy's body, and it was Mushanga who was grasped within that ghostly claw. Mushanga struggled desperately at this time, but how could she break free from this ghostly claw? Senior, you're still alive. Seeing that Mushanga was still alive, Yin Changli was thrilled. Changli, fellow Taoist Su, Looking at the two of them, Mushanga also shouted anxiously. How could she not expect such a terrifying existence to be suppressed in this 10,000 Buddha hall? These corpses were controlled by this boy, forcing them to come to the entrance of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas and unlocking the seal on the door of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. That's what set him free. Starting with this painting, and even starting with that Gizan order, it was all a conspiracy. Sumai was also in trouble himself at the moment. This boy's strength was really too strong. Even if he regained his cultivation, there was no way he could be his opponent. Originally, after suppressing your cultivation, I thought it would be easy, but I didn't expect that it would still take me some effort just like this. The boy's feminine voice said this, scarlet eyes staring at Changqing as that ghostly claw flew away once again. Changqing had no time to escape and was directly grabbed by the neck. 3 people, caught in the hands that extended behind this boy. The scene was particularly bizarre. There were supposed to be 4, but why only 3? The boy frowned at the moment. His gaze swept across the entire cold Shasta ancient temple, and none of them seemed to be able to find a 4th person. Just the 3 of you. You look like you have status too. You just fit my selection criteria. The boy sneered. The boy's expression began to turn grim. The features were also becoming distorted. A face that seemed to be twisted to the sky even at this time. It was an extremely agonized expression. And this time, from his throat came an ah-ah sound. The 3 watching were shocked. What was the purpose of this boy? The next moment, a scene that shocked the 3 appeared. From the boy's mouth, a small, fleshy hand actually reached out. The small hand was green in color, like a baby's hand. And in the next moment, a tiny head was even squeezed hard out of his mouth. It was really a green-colored baby, with a pair of white eyes and no eyeballs. Completely a ghost child. It's the Ghost Spirit clan. Sumai's pupils were wide at this time. There are also many branches among the ghost race, and throughout history, the Ghost Spirit race was a strange race that could take people's souls and relied on boarding hosts to survive. Because it was detrimental to the peace of heaven, it was exterminated many years ago by the human race as well as other racial powerhouses joining forces. Such ghost children are ghost spirits. The tiny ghost child's body is also crawling out at the moment. And that's not all. Just crawling out one, followed by a second, third. The appearance of the 3 ghost children caused the boy to be panting at the moment, and even his face became pale. Totally an old man with the body of a child. Extremely scary looking. Go on, my babies. The boy's voice also grew old, and the 3 ghostly children babbled twice, then crawled along the long arms of the ghostly claws towards the 3. No good. Mushanga's face changed. They want to parasitize us. If they are parasitized, their souls will die, and it is the 3 ghost children who occupy their physical bodies. What horrors will happen then is anyone's guess. They watched the 3 ghost children crawl over, but they were unable to do anything about it. One can only wait quietly for death. Great. The boy licked his lips and sneered. Have a good meal, boys. Then get out of here and go where you belong. My congregation of elders should already be waiting for you. Just when the 3 people were ready to wait for death, that ghost child went to be suddenly raised his head, and his expression suddenly changed color. Demon. A voice vibrated, only to see Changqing flying in the air with his feet on the everlasting wood. Elder Evergreen. Changli saw Changqing step on the everlasting wood and fly, excited and surprised at the same time. How come Changqing doesn't need a flying sword and can fly by stepping on the wood? Changqing originally did not know how to fly, and being able to fly was entirely a matter of harnessing the item with his powerful divine soul, making the harnessed item fly and then just stepping on it himself. So even stepping on a piece of might fly. The 4th person. Ghost Boy's eyes lit up when he saw Changqing arrive. Brother Evergreen. Save us. Seeing that Changqing could still fly and his cultivation had not been suppressed, Mushanga and Sumai saw hope. Whoosh! Another huge arm flew out from behind that ghost child and grabbed straight at Changqing. However, Changqing was casually waving his hand, and a wooden sculpture flew out horizontally. The moment that wooden sculpture flew out, it actually suddenly burst into golden light, and at the same time, a wisp of Buddhist sound came out, buzzing and chanting Mumu. Buddha's true words emanated from that wooden statue of Buddha, and the Buddha's light on that wooden statue unexpectedly swelled up instantly to become like a giant, and the Buddha's voice suppressed it. The ghostly claws that flew over turned out to be ashes in a matter of moments. Buddha! The boy's expression changed dramatically in an instant. P.S. There are friends who like historical text. Recommend to friends a new book Tang, Beggars Start How to Live. Chapter 045, The Light of Buddha. He seems to be particularly scornful of Buddha, so seeing that great Buddha suppressing down, accompanied by the sound of true words, made it especially difficult for him. Ghost claws under the Buddha's light, has encountered a great restraint. Even if the ghost gas rushes to the sky but also cannot carry the Buddha's light descending, directly broken. The 2 of them, Sumai and Mushanga, also fell down from the ghost claws. The ghost child climbing on the ghost claw's arm wailed even more when he felt this Buddha's light. The sound of a baby crying was interspersed with a miserable hissing, which was simply numbing to hear, and the sound penetrated to the bone, making it hard to bear. Creepy. From their bodies was even a black smoke that permeated out from their skin. The skin is also starting to fester. Li Changqing's wooden sculpture of Buddha was as radiant as the sun at this moment, and the boy was also in pain. His gaze was filled with resentment more than scorn for the Buddha's light. No way! The Buddha has long since disappeared. Who the hell are you? The boy hissed as the three ghostly children had been purified to dust by the Buddha's light. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you don't want to harm anyone. Li Changqing at this moment stepped on the everlasting wood and slowly fell. The Buddha above his head slowly descended. The boy was suppressed to the point where he almost fell to his knees, but his strength was undeniably strong. And despite being suppressed by the Buddha's light, he still wasn't directly annihilated by the Buddha's light like those ghostly children. Fellow Daoist Evergreen, thank you for saving my life. Mu Shanga felt the aftermath of the robbery at this moment, and thought of Li Changqing's miraculous appearance just now, as if he had descended from the sky like a heavenly god. Even though Li Changqing was an average-looking man, that scene just now had caused a ripple in Mu Aige's heart. Since ancient times, what beautiful woman doesn't love a hero? Brother Evergreen, you saved me once again. Sumai was also incredibly grateful. Oh, Elder Evergreen, I thought I was going to die. Changli rushed up at this time and hugged Li Changqing's thigh and wouldn't let go. You remember that? The boy suddenly grinned. Even though we didn't manage to parasitize a few of them, this matter isn't over, and we'll naturally have to deal with them again in the future. After saying that, the boy viciously glanced at the wooden carved Buddha above his head where the Buddha's light appeared, then he fiercely gritted his teeth, turned around and flew into the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas. With a bang, the door of the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas was also closed tightly. Li Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. His palm came out, and the wooden sculpture of the Buddha in the sky also fell into his hands, turning into the appearance of a plain wooden sculpture. This was something that Li Changqing had just carved out. He had heard the conversation of a few people earlier. Since the ghost clans were so scornful of the Buddhist sect, then he would carve a Buddha statue out to see if he could suppress these ghost clans. I didn't realize the results were actually unexpectedly good. It was just that the mysterious boy from the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas was unable to kill him. But Li Changqing didn't intend to enter that Hall of 10,000 Buddhas either. The hell knows what's in there. What if you go in and get ambushed? Who's going to raise your son after your accident? Are you guys alright? Li Changqing hurriedly helped several people up. Little guy, don't hug my thighs. My legs are strangling me numb. Li Changqing hurriedly tried to push Changli down. Hey, don't rub your nose on my pants. Elder Evergreen, over there. Suddenly Changli roared and pointed behind Li Changqing. At this moment, a vibrating sound came from the ground, and when a few people looked, it was the numerous corpses charging up once again, each one of them filled with a shocking killing intent. It seemed like it wanted to tear the few people from Li Changqing to pieces. Poof! Li Changqing's sleeve robe shook, and with a wave of his big hand, a kind of mysterious power waved out as if a clear wind had blown through, accompanied by a cry. Set! As soon as the words fell, all of those corpses were actually fixed there, staying in the position he came at. He couldn't even move. It was as if there were countless invisible threads binding them. Such a handful of people in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Sumai was even more unbelievable. Can't even say the words. Because this wasn't any other move. This was the 5 seal scripts of their Daoshan ancient land. Li Changqing surprisingly learned. Although it was said that Li Changqing cultivated the divine soul and followed a path similar to that of a painter, and had such an ability to replicate a martial artist's stance, the 5 extreme seal scripts of the ancient land of Daoshan was no more than an ordinary stance. The 5 extreme seal scripts were the first very profound martial arts that the founding ancestor of the ancient land of Daoshan had comprehended. Even if the painting sage himself came, it was unlikely that he would want to replicate it. If it was only the first divine step, the undying or thousand June power that had been replicated, Sumai might not have been so surprised. But that was the 3rd level of fixation of the 5 seals of destruction, and it fixed hundreds of corpses with a single wave of his big hand, an ability that even he could not hope to achieve. How strong was Li Changqing's divine soul? In addition, he was actually not suppressed by the ghostly aura of this place and was still able to exert his cultivation. There were really too many pungent secrets in this person's body. Shun, the Buddha wooden carving in his hand flew out, and a Buddhist sound killed. And where the Buddhist sound passed, all ghosts were silenced. Those corpses were surprisingly blasted into powder in a matter of moments. However, this was not the end. Li Changqing lifted his palm and that wooden carved Buddha rose up into the sky. Flying directly into the sky, the Buddha's light rushed into the midst of that sky of ghostly chi. Running towards that pair of blood-red eyes in the sky, Li Changqing knew that if he wanted to leave this place, That pair of bloody pupils was the real key. The blood pupil encountered the Buddha wooden sculpture and erupted with extreme red color. The blood light seemed to suppress the Buddha, but the Buddha light of the Buddha wooden sculpture was equally dazzling, and that bloody pupil were divided. The body of the Buddha's wooden sculpture unexpectedly appeared a large swath of blood color, as if it was about to be drenched, but at the same time, that blood pupil was collapsing. The whole world had a huge crack in it. Gusty winds blew through the crack, and several people could feel that it was the outside world in that crack. Go! Li Changqing grabbed Yin Changli and spoke to Mushanga and Sumai. A few people nodded and directly drilled into the crack and disappeared. At the same time, the Buddha in the sky also fell from the sky, but it was suppressed to the door of that 10,000 Buddhas hall with a boom. The whole world was back to dead silence. Hee, did you guys really run away? My eternal life sect. The rise is imminent. The voice returned to that of a girl, only it sounded even more oozing. Phew! In the middle of the cave, the ancient painting fell to the ground and surprisingly burst into flames on its own. The three Sumai people sat paralyzed on the ground, feeling the feeling of life after the robbery. Sumai hadn't remembered how many years he hadn't experienced this feeling of life and death being out of his hands. Is it alright? Li Changqing asked with a smile. Once again, I thank fellow Taoist Evergreen for the kindness of saving me. Mushanga pursed her lips, stood up and saluted Li Changqing. I also hope that fellow Taoist Everlasting will definitely come to the Healing King Valley as a guest, so that my little daughter can do her duty as a landlord. Chapter 046, Ghost Grievance Curse. Good to know. Li Changqing only thought that Mushanga was just being polite, so he nodded. Then when will fellow Taoist Evergreen come? Muaigu subconsciously asked. It was just that after this question, Muaigu herself froze for a moment. Li Changqing was even more confused. There was such a question? Sumai and Yin Changli were even a bit stunned as they looked at Mushanga. Healing King Valley's love song fairy, weekdays chasing her young handsome countless, can be lined up from the door of the ancient land of the Tao Mountain to the cloud wasteland. Countless people door to door to propose marriage were rejected by the Mu love song. Not to mention the Mu love song actually exported to invite others to be a guest, but also asked when people came. It's not right. Li Changqing was also a bit embarrassed, and for a while he actually didn't know what to say. Muage also felt that she was being abrupt and was just about to say something to get out of this awkward situation when suddenly Li Changqing's pupil shrank and his gaze was placed on Muage's neck. What's that? Is it something that the love song fairy originally had? Li Changqing asked in surprise. What? Muaigu subconsciously reached out and touched her neck, but she didn't touch anything, so she pulled out a bronze mirror from her bosom and looked into it. It didn't matter if he took this picture. Muaige's face changed color on the spot. It was because Muaigu realized that there was a strange mark on her jade neck, which somewhat resembled a baby's small paw, or simply exactly the same as the little paw prints of a couple of ghostly children they'd encountered earlier. Muaigu rubbed her hands together and realized that she couldn't rub it off at all. It was as if that thing was branded on her body. Fellow Taoist Su, there's one on your neck as well. Li Changqing looked at Sumai, and sure enough, there was one on Sumai's neck as well. Me too? Sumai frowned deeply. No way. Did I? Yin Changli was a bit anxious, hurriedly craning his neck to show Li Changqing. As expected, on Yin Changli's neck, there was likewise a small ghost claw mark. Seeing Li Changqing nod his head, Yin Changli's face changed. Do I have it? Li Changqing also hurriedly tilted his neck to show a few people, but a few people shook their heads when they saw that there was nothing on Li Changqing's neck. What the hell is this? Learning that he didn't, Li Changqing was relieved, but he was also curious as to what it was. What do you think? Fairy love song? Sumai didn't know much about this. He looked to Muaigu, who was an heir to the Healer King Valley and should understand more or less. Li Changqing also looked at Mushanga. Muage's face was still a little pale at this point. This is the Ghost Grudge spell. Muage's eyes were a little dull. Ghost Grudge curse? Sumai's gaze was also stagnant, and it was clear that he had also heard of the Ghost Grudge curse. Only Li Changqing waited for the two Kapits with a calm face, but neither spoke for a long time. Master, what is the Ghost Grievance curse? Yin Changli said somewhat anxiously. Will it kill people? For Yin Changli as a wingman. Li Changqing expressed his satisfaction. The Ghost Grudge curse originates from the Ghost Clan and is a secret technique of the Ghost Spirit Clan. Muage said. The Ghost Grievance curse is a curse released at the cost of one's own life force, and a special ghostly aura will lurk within the body of the person who has been struck by the Ghost Grievance curse. This kind of ghostly aura, if it erupts, will torment a person to the point of being worse than death. In the past, the Ghost Spirit Clan used the Ghost Grudge curse to control people, and now that we've been struck by the Ghost Grudge curse, it means that there must be someone who can control the ghost chi in our bodies to torment us. Mushanga looked at Sumai with a grave expression. Without having a ghost child replace us, you used the Ghost Spite spell? Sumai took a deep breath. It seems that these people have a big plot. Muaigu nodded. Remember that phrase that the boy in the Hall of 10,000 Buddhas said? He mentioned a name. And that was the Eternal Life Sect. Never heard of it. Sumai shook his head and said, Master, how exactly is this ghost grudge curse going to be cured? Changli asked in a hurry. The feeling of life being worse than death that Muej said he didn't want to experience at all. I don't know. I'll have to wait and ask my father after I return to the clan. Although Muaigu knew that this was the ghost grievance curse, but after all, this thing had been lost for many years, and it had not been documented in the Valley of the Healer King, so there was no way of knowing how to undo it. Seeing that even his own master teacher didn't know about it, Changli simply wanted to cry. It was very possible that one's path to sword immortality would simply die before one could rise. As he was talking, something seemed to be wrong with Sumai. He frowned, and the small hand on his neck unexpectedly began to spread, diffusing a black ghostly aura. Peak Master Su. Li Changqing was also startled when he saw this scene. Sumai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes were crimson, his bloodlines collapsed out, his entire body was trembling, and an agonizing low growl was emitted from his throat. Strong as Sumai, this kind of strong man, the strength of will is far from ordinary people can compare. But at this moment, Sumai unexpectedly collapsed. Fellow Taoist Su. With a wave of her palm, numerous silver needles flew out of her hand, directly stabbing into the various acupoints on Sumai's body. This is a move to help Sumai stop the pain. But after the silver needles were stabbed into Sumai's acupoints, Sumai's symptoms actually didn't have any reduction. Ah! Sumai roared out in pain, then suddenly seemed to be crazy as he climbed up and ran to the distant stone wall and crashed into it. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sumai banged himself on the head, and the ghostly aura that haunted him clearly caused Sumai to suffer to the extreme. Holy! Changli exclaimed. Was it so painful? What if you're like this yourself? Seeing that Sumai was going to desperately hit the wall again, Li Changqing was afraid that Sumai would just hit the wall and die here, so he performed a fixation move and rigidly fixed Sumai there. You guys watch him. Li Changqing dropped these words before the everlasting wood behind him flew over again. Li Changqing took out his tools and started carving. Sumai's entire body was tense and in pain at this moment. It seemed to break even the spirit. Mushanga also tried to use various methods to help Sumai alleviate his pain, but she realized that with her own medical skills, she could not help Sumai at all. This ghost grievance curse had left her, the heavenly pride of the Healer King's Valley, at her wit's end. Until a quarter of an hour later, Li Changqing's hand had a small wooden carved Buddha in it. This wooden carved Buddha had a Zen staff in his hand, while under his seat there was actually a spirit beast that several people had never seen before. Li Changqing and Mushanga asked for a silk thread, then strung that Buddha with the silk thread and hung it directly onto Sumai's neck. In an instant, the ghostly aura on Sumai's body faded away like a tidal wave. Sumai's entire body collapsed to the ground, and his entire body was already drenched in sweat. The pain he had just experienced had consumed his will, and although he was now no longer in pain, he was unable to speak for a long time, and his entire body had become deflated. It seems to work. Li Changqing carved a small wooden sculpture of the Bodhisattva Earth Songwang. It was only by hanging it around Sumai's neck that the ghostly aura was suppressed. Chapter 047, there will be a farewell, plus one more chapter. Requesting monthly tickets. Recommendation tickets. Senior Evergreen. I wanted to. Changli looked at Li Changqing blearily at this moment. This time, not to mention Changli, even Mushanga was looking at Li Changqing with eyes full of anticipation. They had all seen Sumai's agonizing appearance just now in their eyes. If it happens to them, then they simply cannot resist. Even Sumai this strong want to hit the wall and die. Not to mention they a child a woman. Aha! Li Changqing was also shocked at Sumai's behavior just now. So before Changli and Mushanga experienced this feeling, they were also planning to carve one for their master and disciple in a hurry. The two of them nervously waited on the side for Li Changqing to finish carving. They were all worried about what to do in case the ghost grievance curse on them kicked in during Li Changqing's carving. At least suppress it first, and then wait until we return to the Healer King's Valley to find a way to resolve this ghost grudge curse. Otherwise just relying on this wooden sculpture to suppress it is not a long-term solution. Li Changqing carved very seriously. Well, until Li Changqing had finished carving the two Earth Zangwang Bodhisattvas, and both of them did not have an attack of the ghost grudge spell. The two were relieved when they passed through the silk threads and gave the thing to hang around their necks. Fellow Taoist Evergreen, I really don't know how to thank you. I've been indebted to you for saving us many times, and this time I've sent us such a treasure to protect our bodies. Muaige's eyes were soft like water at the moment, so she couldn't wait to say something like simply I'll give my body to you. But Muaigu also ended up saying, in the future, if there is anything that needs to be done by my Healer King Valley, Elder Evergreen can just send a message. and the Healer King Valley will definitely help. It's nothing. Li Changqing patted the wood shavings on his body, then stood up and said, if my son Li Hengsheng encounters any trouble in the future, I still hope that the Healing King Valley will step in to help. And if he encounters a strong enemy and suffers a serious injury or something like that, I also hope that the Healing King Valley will do its best to save his life. How can a person have smooth sailing in this metaphysical world? Li Changqing understood this reasoning, who hadn't been injured yet, and it was natural to pull a good relationship with a medical sect proper like the Healing King Valley. When I used to read novels, the protagonists in them had a protagonist aura, and when they were in danger, someone would come to their rescue, but reality and fiction are definitely different. Where does one's son get the aura of a protagonist? And he might just hang up when he encounters danger. It was so hard for myself to experience what it was like to have a normal son, and I didn't want to lose it. So since there's no halo, it's just a matter of dad creating one for you. Hearing Li Changqing say something about his son, Mu Shanga then remembered that Li Changqing had a son and didn't know if he had a wife. If there was a wife, wouldn't she be a concubine in the future? Wait, what was I thinking? That's for sure. Mu Shanga smiled and said, with such a father, your son is truly blessed, and it seems that your wife must be very provincial as well. I don't have a ma'am. Li Changqing shook his head. No? Mu Aige's eyes lit up. Dare to ask the honorable lady. Mu Shanga wanted to know at this time whether Li Changqing had left with his lady or if she had passed away. These two results naturally represent different meanings, but this question directly froze Li Changqing. Yeah, where's your own lady? From wearing to this world to come after not seen all sorts of information is not half mentioned. Li Changqing subconsciously thought that he did not have a wife, is a single dog, but where did Li Hengsheng come from without his wife? But if there is a lady, where is she? Were they separated? Or did they pass away? It would be fine if they passed away, but if they were just separated and met again in the future and they didn't recognize each other, wouldn't that be embarrassing? It's easy to blow your cover? Seeing Li Changqing in deep thought, Muej hurriedly said, fellow Daoist Changqing, I'm sorry, I'm the one who asked what I shouldn't have. It doesn't matter. Li Changqing shook his head. The point is that I don't know where his mother went. It seems that if there's a chance, I'll have to get words out of Li Hengsheng's mouth. It was hard to regain his life, and Li Changqing was eager to guard his current life, calm with excitement and a struggling child in the distance. It was beyond the reach of my former self. Let's get out of here first. Li Changqing looked around and suddenly said curiously, strange, where is Fei? I haven't seen Fei since I came out. Previously, Li Changqing's few people had paid attention to the matter of the ghost grudge curse and hadn't paid attention to it. Ow! With a yell, the golden silk liner beast actually ran out from the scroll on the ground. The light on its body had already dimmed. It looked like if no one gave it a hand, it wouldn't take more than a few months for it to lose all of its aura and disappear. Fei, you hold Sumo high. We're ready to go. When I get back, I'll help you remodel your body. Li Changqing commanded. Fei walked forward and placed the unconscious Sumo high on his back, then led a few people to leave the cave from another direction. The road was actually a dry road and there was no water. It was just that when they came out, they didn't know where they were in the southern mountain range, but that's nothing for the likes of them. Fairy love song. Li Changqing looked at Mu Shanga and said, I'll take Peak Master Su back first. Good. Although Mue Aigu was a bit reluctant to part with Li Changqing so soon, she also knew that she didn't have much of a reason to stay. If I find a way to undo the ghost grievance curse after I return, I'll come to the Daoshan ancient land to look for Peak Master Su. Saying that, but Mu Shanga was more interested in visiting Li Changqing after coming this way. Good. Li Changqing seemed to have remembered something and said to Mu Shanga, the matter of the wood carving. If it's possible, please ask Fairy Shanga not to publicize it. Fellow Daoist Evergreen, don't worry. Mue Aigu also knew that there might be trouble if this thing was proclaimed. Naturally, I won't tell. Especially that Xian Yuan sword in Yin Changli's hand. If it was exposed, it might cause a lot of people to covet it and bring trouble to the Healer King Valley. Let's go. Love song Fairy. See you later. After Li Changqing finished speaking, he directly rode Fei into the air, flying high up. Naturally he knew the approximate direction of Changqing town. Mu Shanga looked at Li Changqing's departing figure from afar and didn't speak for a long time. Master, don't look. It's already gone far away. Yin Changli said with a smile, begging for a fight. Mue Aigu frowned and chided. In the middle of an underground cave, there was a huge altar here, and on top of the altar, blood flowed horizontally and hadn't dried up yet. In front of the altar there was a person clad in black robes. The person was somewhat short in stature, and although he couldn't see his face, he brought an eerie aura to the people. In front of him, there were even a few figures kneeling on one knee, as if at the beck and call. Although my lord's plan failed, the ghost grievance curse was planted. It's time for our eternal life sect to get active, the black-robed man said indifferently. You guys go and look for the person who was planted with the ghost grievance curse, and clarify the attitude of our eternal life sect. If they resist, let them experience a life worse than death. The black-robed man sneered. Chapter 048 Lin Lang Reborn. Yes, the figures spoke forcefully. Your Excellency's plan is about to be implemented, and the entire San Yuan realm is about to undergo a sea change. The black-robed man's voice was all agitated. Waiting for the day when my lord returns, everything will be rewritten. My lord is invincible. A few people down there cheered as well. Returning from the southern mountain range, since he was riding Fei back, it only took an hour's time to arrive outside Changqing town. Brother Evergreen, I'm already much better. Let's just walk in so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Sumohai's voice was still a bit weak as he spoke to Li Changqing. Good. Li Changqing also felt that he would attract too much attention if he just flew into Changqing town on the golden silk linnet's beast. So just outside the city, he found a hidden place for Fei to land. Come back. Li Changqing flung the scroll, and the gold silk liner beast flew directly into the scroll and then disappeared into it. It becomes a painting. Even though it wasn't the first time he had seen it, Li Changqing still felt that there was something magical to the point of being unbelievable about this kind of thing. I'll hold you up. Li Changqing wanted to assist Sumohai, but Sumohai waved his hand, stating that he was able to walk now without any problems, and was merely a bit weak. It wasn't just the spirit that had been tormented by the ghost grievance curse before, but also the body. The good thing was that after this hour or so of rest, Sumohai now had no problem walking normally, and wouldn't be seen. Following Li Changqing into Changqing town back to the Yen family, Peak Master Mu Hai, great provider, you've returned. Hearing that the two had returned, Yen Buotao hurried out with a few people to greet them. The matter of South Mountain has been resolved. Li Changqing said to Yen Buotao, Peak Master Su has also traveled all the way. It's been hard, so arrange a place for us to rest. Yes, Yen Buotao hurriedly agreed. The house has also been arranged for a long time. The large Yen family had arranged a very quiet small courtyard for Li Changqing. There was a small pond in the middle of the compound, and there were golden carp swimming in the pond. Behind the house, a dense bamboo forest swings with the wind, and the sound of the bamboo leaves clattering as the wind blows by is very calming. Yen Buotao Li Changqing had arranged quite a few slaves. These slaves and maids were all hand-picked by the Yen family. They were resourceful and knew their place, and the slaves were only responsible for cleaning in the courtyard every day. Li Changqing's small courtyard would not be entered without Li Changqing's permission, and the maids are even chosen young and beautiful. One is only 16 to 18 years old. Beautiful appearance, sweet voice, one is very eye-catching. If it was placed before, Li Changqing might have thought that these little girls were really good-looking. Each and every one of them was watery. But after meeting Mu Xianga, these people could no longer make Li Changqing feel any different from ordinary people. Moving from that place of evergreen painting workshop to such a luxurious place all of a sudden, Li Changqing was not uncomfortable, but rather enjoyed it. You've been carving wood all your life. Can't you enjoy it in this life? There was just no computer, no cell phone, no modernization, and Li Changqing was quite bored. The great confessor. At this time, a young man's voice came from outside. Li Changqing walked out to take a look. It was Yen Hanzhou who was found standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Yen Hanzhou was currently dressed in a golden-colored attire. The whole person was full of energy, completely different from his previous state. Upon seeing Li Changqing, Yen Hanzhou made a respectful bow from the bottom of his heart. It was the man in front of him that changed his fate. He had sensed a set of Raging Thunder 9 true fist techniques from the tiny wooden sculpture Li Changqing had given him, and even though he had just stepped into the Hotian realm, with this set of techniques, he already had few enemies among the disciples who had just entered the Hotian. Following Yen Hanzhou were the Yen family slaves, who were carrying some wood. It was Li Changqing who had ordered to come, asking the Yen family to find him suitable wood. Yen Buotao found the most suitable wood for Li Changqing and had it sent here. Thank you. Just put it in the courtyard, Li Changqing commanded. Yes. The people gave the wood to the small courtyard and left respectfully. Yen Hanzhou also left after paying his respects. Only then did Li Changqing take out the scroll and release the golden silk liner beast. As soon as the golden silk lin beast came out, it looked at Li Changqing with bated breath. The aura in its body felt like it was already getting lower and lower. Don't be in a hurry. Li Changqing stretched out his hand and stroked the golden silk linnet's beast's doggy head, then made him obediently lie down on the side. Immediately after that, Li Changqing carefully observed for a while, before he selected a huge piece of wood and began to start carving. Carving the golden silk Linnaeus beast was not as casual and fast as other carvings, because the golden silk Linnaeus beast itself was relatively large in size, and it also took a lot of effort for Li Changqing. But spare me the effort. Li Changqing had worked hard for 2 days, and on the third day, a wooden sculpture of a golden silk linnet beast still appeared alive and well in the small courtyard. Ow! Fei let out a loud cry as it looked carefully at this wooden sculpture in front of it, its eyes revealing an incredulous expression as if it had seen some amazing treasure. It had been watching Li Changqing carve an ordinary piece of wood carving into itself with that special knife, and it's practically identical. It even vaguely struck me how this wooden sculpture looked a little more handsome than himself. Such ghostly means made Fei once again feel that this master of his was extraordinary. Try it. Li Changqing spoke to the gold silk liner beast. Golden silk linlang beast stood up and walked around the wooden sculpture several times. It can feel the extraordinary of this wooden sculpture, and from the body of the wooden sculpture is permeated with a vast and unending spiritual power such as a river. An inexplicable attraction drew it in, like a dog to a meat bone. Unable to resist temptation, the golden silk lin beast leapt up and jumped towards the wooden sculpture. In an instant, the flesh of the golden silk linnet's beast instantly collapsed, directly transforming into little balls of light, all of which surged into that wooden sculpture. The entire wooden sculpture was enveloped in golden light, and at the same time surprisingly emitted an aura of life. It was the breath of true life. It was completely different than when I came out of the painting before. The feeling of that kind of pressure was even more different, and it seemed to have given this golden silk liner beast something more. Just what exactly was it? Even Li Changqing himself didn't know. However, the golden silk linnet's beast's aura was attuned to heaven and earth, and the god melted into all things, rather like a heavenly dog. Chapter 049 Li Hengsheng's Determination. Ow! The golden silk lin beast moved its body. It looked at Li Changqing with satisfaction. The scorn in its eyes disappeared and became more of an intimacy. It's good when it's good. Li Changqing laughed. But you're too flashy like this. You'll definitely get into trouble following me around. Li Changqing's hand rubbed his chin, pondering how to make Fei not so high profile. The golden silk lin beast understood Li Changqing's meaning. Its wings directly retracted, while the golden light on its body also disappeared. Even its size also became much smaller, completely turning into the appearance of an earth dog, staying obediently by Li Changqing's side. You still have this skill? Li Changqing was a bit in disbelief. Even he couldn't recognize that this dog in front of him was Fei. Brother Evergreen. Just at this time, Sumai's voice came from outside. Peak Master Su, please enter. Li Changqing looked outside. The words just fell. Sumai walked in. Look out, Sumai's spirit of recovery is good. Holding a chicken leg in the hand is gnawing. At the same time to see the arms actually also carry a roast chicken. Oily chicken will be clothes are given to the oil stains everywhere. This unkempt appearance was what made Li Changqing understand that Sumai should have recovered as before. However, seeing Sumai's gulping chicken appearance, Li Changqing let out another light sigh. Mohai phone is really poor. The head of a peak is mixed up like this. You have to make more money yourself, and you can't let your son get mixed up like this in the future. It seems like you've recovered. Peak Master Su, Li Changqing said with a smile. Sumai just walked up. He glanced at Fei, who was next to Li Changqing, but only glanced at him and didn't say anything because Sumai didn't feel Fei's aura in the slightest. Thought it was a small clay dog that Li Changqing had raised somewhere. I would also like to thank Brother Evergreen for the treasures. Sumai placed the chicken leg on a stone to the side, then rubbed his hand on the oil on his clothes and made a respectful bow. Peak Master Su was polite. The smile on Li Changqing's face also converged. But my earth sign Wang Bodhisattva can only suppress ghost chi. But there is no way to eliminate your ghost grievance curse. If you want to undo the ghost grievance curse, you still need to think of a way on your own before you can do so. Sumai nodded. After we return to the Daoshan ancient land, I'll go to the Patriarch to discuss it. He might have a solution perhaps. Is Peak Master Su preparing to go back? Li Changqing raised his head and asked. Yes, it's been many days since I came out. Originally I wanted to come and ask Brother Evergreen's opinion about my disciple Li Hengsheng, but I didn't expect to unexpectedly encounter so many things. Sumai was also feeling something. It was also unexpected that he had somehow been struck by the ghost grievance curse. From now on, my canine son will be counting on Peak Master Su. Li Changqing also said seriously. Brother Evergreen, you and I are also considered life and death friends, and you even saved my life. So don't worry, Li Hengsheng will definitely not be treated poorly with me. Sumai also looked at Li Changqing with great sincerity. This item, I still hope that Peak Master Su can help me give it to my canine son. Li Changqing took out a small wooden box and handed it to Sumai. This is? Sumai took it and felt a hint of weight inside, guessing that it should be a wooden sculpture. This thing? Peak Master Su just say that you gave it to him. There is no need to mention me. Li Changqing sighed. I hope this thing can help him only. In addition, if the canine son has any needs, Peak Master Su can also write to me. Sumai naturally understood what Li Changqing meant by this demand. Sumai felt the wooden box in his hand become heavy at this time. The wood carving that could be given to Li Hengsheng, his own son, Must be a treasure among treasures. Li Changqing trusted himself so much that he actually gave this thing to himself, which made Sumai very touched, and from the bottom of his heart, he also regarded Li Changqing as a friend. Don't worry, I will definitely bring it, Sumai said. Brother Evergreen, farewell, we'll see you again. Sumai finished speaking, picked up the chicken leg on that rock, and then left without looking back. Hey! Li Changqing sat on the recliner and raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was filled with white clouds, and Fei was quietly lying beside Li Changqing. The ancient land of Dazan, Wanzai Peak. These past few days, Li Hengsheng had been in closed-door cultivation, and he had spent money to find other masters and brothers to do the work on weekdays. Wanting to cultivate and become stronger, Li Hengsheng used all the pills and treasures he had bought for cultivation earlier, and cultivated while waiting for Sumai to return from outside. Li Hengsheng's heart was always a little curious as to who exactly Sumai was trying to find to inquire about. He, a peak master, wants to take a disciple and still needs to ask others? This kind of thing is really unheard of. After cultivating for several days, Li Hengsheng realized that although his was not hopeless, it was really considered to be of the middle to lower class amongst the 10,000 Zai peaks. If the same resources were given to someone else, he was afraid that it would be enough to cultivate to the 6th level of the mortal transformation realm. If one's qualifications were good, there would be no problem cultivating to the 7th level. But these resources were in his own hands, and he hadn't even been able to step into the 5th level from the 4th level of the mortal transformation realm. Li Hengsheng was a bit distressed. If it were before, I would have given up. But now Li Hengsheng was unconvinced. He wanted to retrieve dear Silence, the beloved dear sister. There was also that Chu Changqing. That look of contempt for him was still fresh in his mind even now. The kind of tone that treated him like an ant made Li Hengsheng, a bloodthirsty teenager, also have the heart to win. Even if his talent was not as good as others and his background was not as good as others, he himself had to put up a fight. Sumai's appearance gave him even more hope. He felt that he had hopes of stepping into the innate realm. In the future, he would definitely be qualified to compete with Chu Changqing. When my cultivation reaches the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, I'll be able to choose to view a scroll, and from it, I'll be able to comprehend the body refining technique. If I can comprehend a very powerful body refining technique, such as Senior Brother Sun's Tiger Prancing Blood Body or Senior Brother Zhou's Golden Pole Fist, after stepping into the Hotian realm in the future, I will also surpass the average martial artist of the same realm. Li Hengsheng contemplated that the feats that each person could comprehend from the scrolls were different. With a high level of enlightenment and a lot of luck, you can realize a very powerful martial art. It was even possible to not be able to comprehend anything if one's enlightenment was poor, and one would never be able to touch that realm in this lifetime in the transformation realm. Li Hengsheng decided that he must take advantage of this opportunity. Even if he didn't manage to comprehend a powerful body refining technique, there was still hope that he would be able to adjust it in the future. Stretching his waist, Li Hengsheng was about to go out to have a look. After all, he hadn't gone out for several days. Who knew that just as he stepped out of the door, he saw a figure approaching. The visitor was in high spirits, fluttering gentlemanlike, with gorgeous clothes, looking like someone's young master in general. Who is Li Hengsheng? The young male saw Li Hengsheng and asked, "Do you know where Li Hengsheng is?" "I am." Li Hengsheng sized up this person. He should be an inner disciple with a very powerful cultivation. "You are?" The young male was also stunned, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Come with me. Master Teacher wants to see you and asked me to take you to Mohai Peak." The young male was a bit puzzled as to what Master Teacher was looking for this Wanzai Peak disciple for. Moreover, the qualifications of the Li Hengsheng in front of him looked like a very ordinary kind at a glance. Chapter 50 Jun Zhou, Seeking Recommendation. Monthly Tickets. Favorites. Trouble Elder Brother. Looking at the young male in front of him, Li Hengsheng knew that this person must be a disciple of Muhai Feng. I just don't know whether it's an outer disciple or an inner disciple of Muhai Feng. However, the aura that Li Hengsheng felt from him was stronger than any senior brother he had ever encountered before, even compared to the outer door's Lin Feng elder. To be so young and have such a cultivation level, this person was truly not simple. The Dao Mountain ancient land was incomparably huge, and Li Hengsheng had only been on the main peak in addition to Wanzai Peak, and had never been to any of the many other peaks. The distance from Wanzai Peak to Mohai Peak wasn't close, so that young male directly mounted a precious horse and said to Li Hengsheng, "Come up. It's quite a distance from Wanzai Peak to Mohai Peak." Good. Li Hengsheng also came to the body of that precious colt. The precious colt was purple in color and several sizes larger than the average horse. The toned muscles and the ragged snort were extraordinary. Running up speed is even faster. That robust hind legs above the muscle explosion. Li Hengsheng suspect that this treasure horse, if you kick yourself a foot, can give yourself a kick to death. This is purple power, the young male said with a smile. It was a birthday gift from my family when I was small. At that time it was still just a pony. As I became stronger, then it was recovered by me as my mount. Purple electricity's bloodline has already tended to be close to that of a spirit beast. Spirit beast. This made Li Hongsheng envious. Having a big family as a background is indeed enviable. This kind of treasure fold that tends to be like a spirit beast people have at birth. Seemingly sensing Li Hongsheng's envious eyes, the teenage male then laughed softly. When your cultivation is strong in the future, you'll have these things as well. I hope. Li Hongsheng let out a bitter smile. That was still unknown in which lifetime. Right. I haven't introduced myself. The young male spoke. My name is Zhou Jun. I'm Mu Haifeng's personal disciple. A pro-disciple? Li Hongsheng was a bit surprised. No wonder this person is so strong. It's actually Su Muhai's personal heirloom. However, Peak Master Mu Hai also said that he wanted to accept himself as a protege. So if things really went well, this person would be his senior brother. Yes, I'm the third disciple of the master, Zhou Jun said. There's also an eldest brother and second eldest sister up there. Zhou Jun suddenly asked. By the way, do you know what master teacher called you over for? Normally, if master teacher looks for someone, he would just give an oracle. But today, he actually asked me to ride purple lightning to pick you up, which is a bit unusual. This, Li Hongsheng frowned and contemplated for a moment, and said, if there are no surprises in the matter, the Mu Hai Peak Master should be looking for me to talk about accepting a disciple. Some time ago the Mu Hai Peak Master wanted to talk about accepting me as a personal disciple. I think it should be about this matter. Oh, so it's to accept you as a pro, said Zhou Jun, who suddenly froze. His expression went dumbfounded. Zhou Jun's body sprang up, and his entire body jumped straight up to stand on top of purple lightning. Even though the purple electricity was running fast, Zhou Jun was extremely steady as he stared at Li Hongsheng with an incredulous expression. That expression was like seeing a ghost. This senior brother. You're not kidding, right? Zhou Jun couldn't believe it as he sized up Li Hongsheng, and even though he had done so several times before, it was still as if he was seeing Li Hongsheng for the first time at this moment. Looking at Li Hongsheng inside and out, he couldn't wait to strip Li Hongsheng naked and look at him thoroughly. That's what Peak Master Mu Hai said. Li Hongsheng felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Jun Zhou, as if he didn't even have a little secret in front of him. How? Zhou Jun still couldn't believe it. If we were to say that of the 36 peak masters in the entire Dao Mountain ancient land, who had the strictest criteria for accepting disciples, when Su Muhai said it was second, no one dared to say first, other than Mu Hai Peak. The peak masters of the other 35 peaks, they all had at least 5 personal disciples. Only Su Muhai has only 3. It was really because Su Muhai was too strict in selecting disciples, and such a strict Su Muhai actually chose Li Hongsheng to be his 4th disciple this time? No matter how much Zhou Jun looked left, right, up and down, he didn't feel that Li Hongsheng was qualified to become Mu Haifeng's personal disciple. Even with this qualification, entering the outer sect in the future is barely possible, right? Master is crazy? Has Master's taste changed? That, Master, if he really accepts you as a personal disciple, then you will be my 4th senior brother. He. I won't be considered the youngest senior brother. Ha ha, Zhou Jun suddenly laughed out loud. In the future, eldest senior brother and second senior sister will no longer be able to instruct me to do this and that. Ha ha ha, Zhou Jun was suddenly happy. The more he looked at the Li Hongsheng in front of him, the better he looked. Li Hongsheng also smiled when he saw this. Is it so painful to be arranged to do something by the eldest brother and the second elder sister? After all, it is a rich family son, can not eat bitter, as long as he can become Mu Haifeng's personal disciple. These are not problems. There was also quite a bit of work to be done every day on Wanzai Peak anyway. In 2 Ts, purple electricity brought the 2 to Mu Hai Peak. Beneath the huge mountain gate of Mu Hai Peak, there were some outer disciples patrolling. Senior brother Zhou, seeing that Zhou Jun had returned, the crowd all hurried to speak respectfully. Aha! Zhou Jun hemmed and led Li Hongsheng up the mountain. On Mu Hai Peak, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was abundant, and it was simply more than tens of times stronger than Wanzai Peak. Along the way, Li Hongsheng saw that there were also many disciples on Mu Hai Peak. There were outer disciples and inner disciples. Every one of them was practicing hard, and the atmosphere as a whole just felt very good. A mansion was also exceptionally beautiful, completely different from what Li Hongsheng had imagined. That's where the inner disciples of my Mu Hai Peak live. Zhou Jun introduced Li Hongsheng and said, on my Mu Hai Peak, there are hundreds of inner disciples and more than 2,000 outer disciples. The outer disciples live in the cave in the back of the mountain, and the inner disciples reside here. Then where do the pro-disciples live? Li Hongsheng was curious about this question. A pro-life? Zhou Jun laughed. It's natural for a pro-disciple to have their own affiliated peak. After you pay your respects to the master, You can come and play on my peak, and then I'll take you to second senior sister's peak to steal chickens. Stealing chickens? Li Hongsheng froze. Is it so exciting? A pro-disciple doing this kind of thievery? Second senior sister's mountain peak grows many spirit herbs. In addition, there are also quite a few imperial spirit chickens. They grow up eating spirit herbs. That meat. TSK TSK. Zhou Jun's mouth watered as he spoke, and with a hefty smile, he said, you must try it, but we can't let second senior sister find out, or we'll be screwed. Zhou Jun reminded. When Li Hongsheng saw Zhou Jun's look, he said, I'm not going to go. When the second senior sister finds out, you run away, and I can't run away from you, so won't I become a backstabber? Let's go see Master first. Zhou Jun rode the purple electricity and led Li Hongsheng all the way to the highest peak of Muhai Peak here. Chapter 051, The Fourth Progenitor, Requesting Recommendation. Monthly Tickets. Collection. Compared to the bustle at the bottom of the hill, this place is much more rustic. Master Teacher is usually unconventional, so that's why it's a bit simpler here. Zhou Jun introduced Li Hongsheng. On top of this mountain peak, there was merely a very ordinary mansion. Stopping outside the door, Zhou Jun led Li Hongsheng directly into the door, and from afar, he saw Sumai cooking something in a large pot. The smell of meat wafted from inside. Senior, I'm back, Zhou Jun shouted from a great distance away. Here, here. Shout what? Sumai didn't even look at it, seriously looking at the chicken in the pot to see if it was done cooking. After looking for a while, he then looked up and saw that Li Hongsheng had arrived. So Sumai put down his chopsticks and walked over and said, Hongsheng, the purpose of calling you here should be clear to you. Are you willing to be my Sumai's personal disciple? It's actually true. Even though Li Hongsheng had said it before, Zhou Jun still found it unbelievable to see this scene come true. Someone like Sumai, who had such high standards for accepting disciples, had actually accepted Li Hongsheng as a personal disciple. Zhou Jun couldn't figure it out. Li Hongsheng's qualifications were simply average in general. What exactly is the principle? Murphy, Zhou Jun was shocked to think. Could it be that Li Hongsheng was an illegitimate child that Sumai once had with some woman outside? That's a possibility. Because other than this possibility Zhou Jun really couldn't think of any explanation. Disciple is willing. Li Hongsheng's heart was also settled. Disciple pays homage to master. Li Hongsheng directly bowed to Sumai. Good. Sumai smiled and said, get up. Since you are my Sumai's disciple, then in the future, cultivate well on Muhai Peak. And if there's anything you don't understand feel free to ask me, or ask your senior brother, Jun Shou. In the future, you have to help Hongsheng more if he has anything, okay? Sumai looked at Jun Zhou. Disciple keeps this in mind. Zhou Jun cupped his fists and said, as a pro-disciple's rules, you have to teach Hongsheng well. Sumai looked at Zhou Jun. Also you make arrangements for Hongsheng to stay right here on Qingyu Mountain, where it will be given to him as a place of cultivation. Get someone to clean up and have Su Kuei follow. Green Rain Mountain? And have Su Kuei follow? Zhou Jun's tears were coming out. When he became a pro-disciple he wanted Qingyu Mountain to be a place of cultivation, but Sumai didn't agree. At that time, it was also said that Green Rain Mountain was kept for great use. You're saving it for your own son, aren't you? Ooh-hoo. Yes. Zhou Jun cried and left. Why is third senior brother so agitated? Li Hongsheng was a bit puzzled. Who knows? Maybe he's homesick. Sumai looked at Zhou Jun's back as he left. Then with a wave of his palm, the courtyard door directly closed. Hongsheng. Sumai took out several things at this moment. There was a jade bottle in it. Handing it to Li Hongsheng and saying, inside is the golden domain Dan. This is for you to cultivate. Your qualifications are average, but these golden domain Dan should be enough for you to cultivate to the 9th level of the transformation mortal realm. Golden domain pill? Li Hongsheng's eyes lit up. The golden domain Dan is a very precious elixir. Don't look at the fact that Li Changqing sent over so much money before, but the golden domain Dan needs thousands of taels of silver for a single one. Li Hongsheng didn't even bother to buy it. You are still at the 4th level of the mortal transformation realm and have not yet comprehended the painting realm technique, so for the time being, I don't know what weapon to give you. This is a piece of light condensing star iron, for you to use when forging your weapon. As long as you mix in some light condensing star iron, the weapon will be indestructible. Sumai took out a piece of condensed light star iron as big as a fingernail cap and handed it to Li Hongsheng. The iron was a secret silver color, and there were bits of starbursts glittering on it. It looks very precious. Li Hongsheng received it but was also shocked. The nail cap-sized condensed light star iron actually weighed more than 10 pounds. Such a treasure. Li Hongsheng is even more aware that there are many precious ores for refining weapons, and this condensed light star iron is considered one of them. It was considered a first-class weapon refining treasure, and it was rumored that even innate powerhouses wanted it. Li Hongsheng did not expect Sumai to give such a precious treasure to himself. Are Mulhaven's benefits that good? If Zhou Jun knew about it, Zhou Jun would definitely be convinced about the matter of Li Hengsheng being Su Mohai's illegitimate son. Such a small piece of condensed light star iron, that wasn't even something that money could buy. There is a price for it, not to mention that even if you buy it, it will cost 10,000 taels of gold. It's simply not something the average person can afford. And this thing, and, Li Hengsheng's heart was trembling at the moment. He had never seen so many treasures before. Su Mohai took out the wooden box and handed it to Li Hengsheng. This is a treasure that I have unintentionally obtained, and I am giving it to you, Su Mohai said gruffly at this moment. But you have to keep one thing in mind. Master, please speak. Sensing the seriousness of Su Mohai's atmosphere, Li Hengsheng also hurriedly spoke. Whatever is inside, you should not say anything to outsiders. This kind of treasure, hide it yourself. Never show it to outsiders. Understand? Su Mohai narrowed his eyes and spoke. Li Hengsheng's throat rolled a bit. Just like the golden domain Dan and the condensed light star iron, this kind of treasure Su Mohai didn't say that it couldn't be shown to outsiders. But the things inside this box, Su Mohai was so cautious. What the hell is in there? Disciple keeps this in mind. Li Hengsheng nodded repeatedly. The fact that Su Mohai was so careful and prudent meant that the things inside were incredibly valuable. And if they were shown to outsiders, they would surely incur a murderous fate. Li Hengsheng took this to heart. After your cultivation breaks through the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, you can go to the floating map pavilion to enlighten the paintings. Hopefully by then you will be able to enlighten powerful techniques. Su Mohai patted Li Hengsheng's shoulder. It doesn't matter if your qualifications are a bit poor. As long as you work hard and cultivate seriously, your future path will still be bright. However, Su Mohai couldn't help but think in his heart, what's a poor qualification? With a strong man like your father paving the way for you, qualifications are nothing more than floating clouds. But you have to practice hard. If you don't practice well, you'll just have to go home and be your strong second generation when the time comes. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely not let Master down, Li Hengsheng said respectfully. Immediately after that, Su Mohai encouraged a few more sentences, and his kind attitude was not at all the same as in the rumors, which couldn't help but make Li Hengsheng even suspect that he might even be as if he was Su Mohai's own son. At this time, there was a knock on the door from outside. Fourth senior brother. Let me take you to see your mansion. Zhou Jun's voice came. Go. Su Mohai spoke to Li Hengsheng. Then disciple will leave first. Li Hengsheng clasped his fists and bowed, then used the bag to put away the things Su Mohai had given him. Later on, I will notify the entire Daoshan ancient land that you are my personal disciple, and in the future, when those outer disciples and inner disciples see you, they will also have to address you as senior brother. Su Mohai spoke indifferently. Hearing Su Mohai say this, Li Hengsheng inexplicably felt a great pressure. His own qualifications were so poor, yet he had become a personal disciple. When the time came, he was afraid that he didn't know how many gazes would focus on him. Can you make it on your own? At that time, if he lost face, he would lose the face of Mu Haifeng. Chapter 052, The Treatment of a Personal Disciple, Requesting Recommendation Tickets, Monthly Tickets, Collections, led by Jun Zhou. The two of them, Li Hengsheng, ran towards Qingyu Mountain. Lao Si, Zhou Jun said. You don't mind me calling you that, do you? On weekdays, eldest brother and second senior sister also call me old third. No harm done. Li Hengsheng stated that he didn't care about that. Master is really good to you. Green Rain Mountain is the best conditioned affiliated peak on our Muhai Peak. When I wanted it, Master refused to give it to me no matter what he said. Zhou Jun said somewhat sourly. Ah, this. Li Hengsheng also didn't know what to say, because he wasn't very clear on why exactly Su Mohai did this to him. He was also clear about his own conditions. Being able to enter Mohai Peak as a pro-disciple was already a very mysterious thing. Why? Exactly. He really didn't understand. But he didn't care. After all, Su Mohai couldn't possibly covet anything for himself. There's nothing for yourself. Vegetarian 1. You need a family without a family. You need a background without a background. And you need money without money. Although his own old man was a painter, but not even a half decent. That kind of level. Su Mohai simply could not be in the eyes of the eyes. Old 4, it's fine. I understand. Zhou Jun had an expression of I understand it all. Looking at Li Hengsheng a little confused. What do you understand? I don't even understand it myself. Actually, our main task as pro-disciples is to cultivate on weekdays. Zhou Jun introduced Li Hengsheng and said, our status is of great convenience in the sect, especially in the 9 heavy battle pavilion and the 10,000 beasts collection. We pro-disciples have a great advantage. 9 battle pavilion and 10,000 beasts gathering? Li Hengsheng's eyes lit up as he said, I think I've heard of them, and it said that these two places are two powerful secret realms in our Daoshan ancient land that can be used to test one's strength. It's not quite accurate to say it's a secret realm. In fact, these two places should be said to be two painted treasures, Zhou Jun said contemplatively. Painted treasure? Li Hengsheng was a bit surprised. It's a very powerful painting treasure that has been passed down from our Daoshan ancient land from our ancestors. It's a great help to the enhancement of the strength of the disciples of my Daoshan ancient land, but it will also consume the spiritual power of the painting treasure while entering. That's why both outer disciples and inner disciples have a limit on the number of times they can enter it. And even though we pro-disciples also have a limit on the number of times, it's more than all of them, and that's our pro-disciples' special treatment. Zhou Jun smiled and said, but we pro-disciples also have to do a good job of taking the lead, and I think it would be troublesome after you become a pro-disciple. Old 4, as there will definitely be quite a few people who will come to challenge you. Challenge me? Li Hengsheng frowned as he thought that this would be the case. After all, he did give off the impression that he was a soft target to pinch. Right, because it's a great honor for them if they challenge a successful pro-disciple, and if they succeed in challenging which peak's pro-disciple, they'll receive a reward from that peak. But you don't have to worry. You are not allowed to be challenged within half a year of becoming a pro-disciple, and your trouble will only come after half a year. Zhou Jun comforted Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng looked curiously at Zhou Jun and said, "Third senior brother, you were challenged by many people back then as well?" "That's not true." Zhou Jun shook his head. "Not many, because they know they can't beat me at all in the same realm. After all, your third senior brother, I was a genius with a reputation back then." Zhou Jun was a bit smug. Aha, Li Hengsheng took a deep breath. Since virtue doesn't come with the territory, there must be some setbacks to be encountered. Li Hengsheng relaxed a bit. After all, there were still half a year to go, and the challenge only exists between the same level, and there is no such thing as a cross-level challenge. Let's talk about it 6 months from now. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at Green Rain Mountain. It's just a subsidiary peak though, but the scenery of Green Rain Mountain is very nice. Green hills and lush meadows. There were still small squirrels on those thick green trees that were nibbling on the fruits, curiously surveying the arrival of Li Hengsheng. In the distance, a somewhat extravagant mansion could be seen. Meanwhile, in front of the mansion there were already quite a few people standing and waiting for Li Hengsheng. The aura here is so good. Li Hengsheng could feel that breathing in a single breath here was incredibly comfortable. Throughout the 36 peaks of the entire Dao Mountain ancient land, this Qingyu Mountain can be ranked in the top 3, Zhou Jun said with an envious look on his face. In the future, senior brother, I'll have to come and find you here often for a small stay. Any time, Li Hengsheng also said with a smile. Greetings, young lord. When the two of them arrived in front of the mansion's gate, the crowd standing in front of the gate respectfully bowed to Li Hengsheng. This made Li Hengsheng refresh his perception once again. There were more than 20 slaves and maids here, and there were even martial artists with cultivation behind them, who wore battle armor like a patrol escort. From their bodies, Li Hengsheng could sense that their cultivation was at least at the Hotian realm. However, what surprised Li Hengsheng even more was the man in the lead. He had a head of greenish-black hair, and there was even a scar on his face that went from his forehead directly to the corner of his mouth, giving him a very hideous feeling. This person was dressed in cloth. Just standing there gave Li Hengsheng a feeling like the vastness of the sea. Masters, absolutely masterful. They will be the household servants and guards of your mansion from now on, while this one will be your butler. Zhou Jun pointed at the man with green and black hair and spoke. My name is Su Kuwei. The man with long greenish wu-colored hair walked up and introduced himself respectfully. In the future, I'll help the young lord take charge of the affairs of the Green Rain Mountain, and the young lord can also command me to do anything. You are welcome. Li Hengsheng's heart still could not be calmed. Is this a pro-disciple? This treatment is not a bit too good. Let's just say that poverty really does limit one's imagination. Old Fourth, Zhou Jun said with another envious face. The housekeepers of the pro-disciples are all people that Master Teacher trusts and were also his followers back then. They are loyal to him. And this person in front of me, Master Zun, saved his family's life when he was young, and only then did he follow Master Zun with his heart and soul, and likewise the strongest, with an innate cultivation. Master Zun really can't say anything about you. Innate. Li Hengsheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. His own housekeeper was an innate powerhouse. Who would believe that? It's a little too outrageous. He himself was only a 4th level of the metamorphosis realm, and the butler was on the ascendant. Even a random guard in the mansion was 100 times stronger than himself. Li Hengsheng could only let out a bitter smile. One seems to have to cultivate hard to do so. Senior Su, please take care of me in the future. Li Hengsheng said politely. Su Kuwei, this person does not look very talkative. At the same time, his expression is also a bit fierce. When he heard Li Hengsheng's name but shook his head, then calmly said, Young master, you can't address me like this. The word senior can't be taken. Let's call you Uncle Su then. Li Hengsheng pondered for a moment. Su Kuei didn't continue to retort, but simply said, "Young lord, come in first and take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll have someone rectify it." Chapter 053, My Sword. Very quickly, requesting recommendations, monthly tickets, favorites, walking into the mansion. The huge mansion and all kinds of perfect facilities completely exceeded Li Hongsheng's expectations. Anyway, it was simply a heavenly difference compared to the days in Wanzai Peak. Whether it was a place for cultivation, a secret room, or even a smelting bench, there were also some herbs planted in the medicinal garden, and there were even a few expensive ones. This is also all given by Sumohai to himself. After everything was satisfactory, Li Hongsheng didn't ask for anything to be rectified. Above a tower in the mansion, Li Hongsheng and Zhou Jun sat here on the second floor sipping tea. Li Hongsheng had never experienced such a pleasant feeling. How good would it be if Sister Dear could see the scene? Li Hongsheng was holding his teacup and thinking about people a bit. Old fourth, in a while eldest senior brother and second senior sister will be back. You are to go and meet them, Zhou Jun said. Eldest senior brother is a trenchant person. He must be very happy to have a junior sister, and he can definitely send you nice treasures. What kind of people are eldest brother and second sister? Li Hongsheng had curiosity. If the eldest senior brother is like a person, you'll know after you come into contact with him. Slightly different from others, but the second elder sister has a fiery personality. A little bit will blow up. It's better to be careful. But no matter whether it's the eldest brother or the second elder sister, the disciples under Mu Haifeng's door are very well taken care of. Zhou Jun picked up a cup and took a sip of tea and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen them for almost a small month. Eldest senior brother is now sitting over at the Jinguofu, and seldom comes back during the weekdays. Second senior sister, on the other hand, likes to hunt and kill and is often outside, and I'm the only one who rarely goes out." Jinguofu? Li Hongsheng asked. Well, if the cultivation of a pro-disciple steps into the innate, then he will be in charge of a fiefdom under the command of Daoshan ancient land. The main thing to prevent is the ghost race, while maintaining a side of the law and order. And if there are merits, then they can be exchanged into contributions for the things they want. Jun Zhou said. And this merit is not only redeemable in the Dao Mountain ancient land, it can also be exchanged for any treasures you want in the Heavenly Sea City. Theoretically speaking, if you have enough merit, you'll have no problem trading for the painting fairy scrolls if you want to. Painting immortal scroll. Li Hongsheng's eyes widened. Wait, eldest senior brother is already at the innate realm? Li Hongsheng blinked. So powerful? Yes, eldest senior brother already entered the innate 3 years ago, Zhou Jun said. Second senior sister is actually also an innate. Only that second senior sister's situation is somewhat special before she wasn't sent out. And now that the ones under Master's sect who haven't entered the innate are merely left with you and I. The two wretches. Ha! Li Hongsheng blankly glanced at Zhou Jun. The poor guy is himself, right? It was late in the evening before Zhou Jun left. He still looked at Qingyu Mountain reluctantly when he was leaving. Li Hongsheng and Su Kuei said a word and went into the secret room to cultivate. Su Kuei just nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, Su Kuei is also a little strange. Sumohai accepts the standard of discipleship he knows. Like Li Hongsheng, such talent, thrown to the outer door, are considered an exception. I can't believe I took it in as my own. What the hell was the idea? But since Sumohai had chosen Li Hongsheng, it would be fine for him, Su Kuei, to concentrate on being a housekeeper for Li Hongsheng. Not much else was asked. Entering the secret room, Li Hongsheng directly took out the golden domain pill. He decided that he would first enter the 5th level of the transformation realm. Then decide on the weapon you will practice and then go to your first martial arts sense. Your own path is going to start here. After consuming the golden domain pill, the medicinal effects instantly began to impact Li Hongsheng's body, and the 5 organs and 6 bowels in his body began to tremble. That terrifying medicinal effect was also integrated into Li Hongsheng's muscles and cells, and Li Hongsheng could feel his physical body changing at a rapid rate. Having already reached the peak of the 4th level of the mortal transformation realm, Li Hongsheng now had no difficulty at all in entering the 5th level. Even if one's qualifications were average, they wouldn't be able to carry a powerful elixir like the golden domain pill. Li Hongsheng felt that it wouldn't take more than a day for him to break through to the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm. 1,000 snowy peaks. Sumohai stepped onto this mountain peak, and despite being dressed in rags, he didn't feel cold in the slightest. Coming, a calm voice came. Sumohai looked up. A white dress is sitting in that snow pavilion, holding a wooden stick in his hand, not knowing what to write above the snow. Although he didn't raise his head, Sumohai always had a feeling that he was now in a kind of aura of Shueqianbai, or rather the entire 1,000 snow peak was in his aura. Everything in heaven and earth, every move, was controlled as if it was in his single thought. Vice Patriarch. Sumohai walked up. The Patriarch doesn't seem to have returned yet. Do you know when he'll be back? I don't know. Shui Qianbai shook his head. The last time the patriarch entered the world, he returned only 3 years ago. It's only been a few months. It's hard to say. Hey, Sumo Hai sighed helplessly. Something on your mind? Shui Qianbai said. Anything I can help with. Does the vice patriarch know how to solve the ghost grievance curse? Sumo Hai asked bluntly. The Earth Store King could only suppress it, not eradicate it. And if there was ever a change of heart, this ghost grudge curse was destined to kill him. Hearing the 3 words ghost grudge curse, Shui Qianbai raised his eyebrows. Before Sumo Hai could return to his senses, Shui Qianbai in the snow pavilion had unexpectedly disappeared and appeared in front of him the next moment. Directly grabbed off Sumo Hai's collar and saw the ghost baby-like handprint on Sumo Hai's neck. It's really a ghost grievance spell. Shui Qianbai let go of his hand. Has it seized? Aha! Sumo Hai shivered. That kind of feeling he never wanted to experience again in his life. Fortunately, I received guidance from a senior and was able to treasure to suppress it, so it shouldn't kick in for a while. Shui Qianbai turned around. Is that the one called Li Changqing? Right, because he had mentioned about Li Changqing with Shui Qianbai before. Sumo Hai didn't hide it. It is indeed a tall person who can suppress the power of the ghost grudge curse, Shui Qianbai said. I'm not sure about the way to lift the ghost grudge curse, but I know of one way. Who put the ghost grudge curse on you? Kill it and this ghost grudge curse will naturally be lifted. That still amounts to no solution. That painting has burned itself. The entrance is nowhere to be found. And even if he found the entrance, when he arrived in the cold Shasta ancient temple, his own cultivation was suppressed before he challenged the damn thing. Then it's not as simple as being under a ghostly grudge spell. The patriarch might have a way. It's just that he has entered the world and doesn't know where he is. So if you go out and look for him, you might be able to find him as well, Shui Qianbai said. Also if your ghost grievance curse kicks in and you can't stand it, you can come to me. Oh, the vice patriarch has a way to help me suppress it? Sumo Hai's eyes lit up. He was previously worried about what to do in case this Buddha statue failed. It seemed that Shui Qianbai had a way. My sword. Very quickly. Guarantees you no pain, Shui Qianbai said seriously. Chapter 054, Mysterious Doll. Sumo Hai walked away with a small curse. Shui Qianbai smiled and shook his head, then continued to use that broken branch to write something on the snow without knowing what. A cold wind blew and snowflakes came and covered the words written on the ground. Shui Qianbai didn't care and continued to write on 2 more words. Qin Yang. Looking at these 2 words, Shui Qianbai was slightly disoriented. It was at this time that a snow eagle flew in the sky, which was hidden in the white snow and was very hard to be detected. It landed near the snow pavilion, and Shui Qianbai walked up and took out a letter from the body of that snow sculpture. When I opened the letterhead, there was only one sentence on it. Woe is coming. Do not come. Seeing these 6 words, Shui Qianbai's eyes narrowed slightly, casually placing the letter paper in his arms before standing up. As a gust of wind and snow blew by, Shui Qianbai also disappeared. The lone snow pavilion was left alone, as if no one had ever existed here. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight waved into the ancient land of Dao Mountain, the door to Li Hengsheng's cultivation room was pushed open on Green Rain Mountain. Li Hengsheng walked out from the door. He closed his eyes to feel the sunlight on his body. At this time, Li Hengsheng was different from yesterday, and he could clearly feel a force of qi and blood revealed in his body. The blood is strong and its own power has increased. Metamorphosis was originally a process of shedding one's mortal body and transforming one's bones. The first 4 weights were merely a manifestation of enhancing one's strength and speed, but it was at the 5th weight that the real changes began. Using qi, blood and 5 organs to enhance overall strength. The only way to generate qi was to have thick qi and blood in 5 organs that could support a strong physical body. Only then can you step into the realm of the Hotian. That's why the 5th level of metamorphosis is considered to be a true step on the cultivation path. Having consumed an entire golden domain pill to enter the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, Li Hengsheng felt that it was a bit extravagant. However, since he had entered the 5th level, Li Hengsheng was qualified to perceive the gongfu. Good morning Uncle Su. Walking out and seeing Su Kuei watching the slaves work, Li Hengsheng went up to greet them. Su Kuei still didn't seem to be talkative and just nodded to Li Hengsheng. He also saw at a glance that Li Hengsheng had stepped into the 5th level of mortal transformation, but he just didn't indicate anything. Su Kuei suddenly remembered something and walked up and took out a golden token from his sleeve and handed it to Li Hengsheng. This is the young lord's personal disciple's token. It will be needed to walk in the ancient land in the future. Do not lose it. Thank you Uncle Su. Li Hengsheng received the token, which was heavy and had the word Hong written on it. Breakfast has been prepared. Young lord can go and eat at any time. After Su Kuei said this, he continued to watch the others work. After finishing his meal, Li Hengsheng was going to plan to go out for a walk. But Li Hengsheng suddenly remembered the box that Sumo Hai had given himself earlier. That treasure that can't be outsourced. Li Hengsheng then hurried back to his cultivation room. He wanted to see what the hell it was. Closing the door behind him and making sure there was no one outside, Li Hengsheng gently opened the box. The golden cloth wrapped an object. Li Hengsheng picked it up and weighed it. It was not very heavy. Well, the cloth and silk to open appeared in front of Li Hengsheng is actually a piece of wood. Although it was wood, the wood was carved into the shape of a man. What an exquisite thing! Just by taking a single glance, Li Hengsheng was shocked by this thing in front of him. It's really personal. It's so detailed that you can even see the eyes. How in the world is it possible to do such a spooky job? That person was an old man, who was leaning against the corner, holding a wine gourd in his left hand, as if he was drunk, while actually holding a pen in his right hand. Suddenly, Li Hengsheng felt that something was wrong. For some reason, looking at this old man, Li Hengsheng felt that an inexplicable and mysterious feeling had occurred in his own body. That's an attraction. It made Li Hengsheng couldn't help but want to feel this wooden sculpture. Could it be that the method of perception could perceive other things besides paintings? Li Hengsheng subconsciously sensed into it. That old man's figure appeared directly in Li Hengsheng's mind, and the figure seemed to have come to life from an endless river. Li Hengsheng seemed to have seen this old man's life. It was a very peculiar feeling. One could even say it's incredible. It made Li Hengsheng forget about time, forget about where he was at the moment, and even eventually made Li Hengsheng forget about himself. What a treasure! I don't know how long later, Li Hengsheng came back to his senses. He sat paralyzed on the ground. The wooden sculpture was still lying there quietly, as if nothing had happened just now. It's already dark? Li Hengsheng glanced back outside and was surprised to find that the sky outside had dimmed. Li Hengsheng put away this wooden sculpture and put it in the cabinet. That's when he opened the door and walked out. Young lord, you've come out? Sukuwei saw that Li Hengsheng had walked out and went forward to ask. I'm not in seclusion. Li Hengsheng smiled and said, didn't we just meet in the morning? Morning? Sukuwei's face said oddly. If I remember correctly, the last time we met was 5 days ago, right? Yes, early morning 5 days ago. Sukuwei nodded. 5 days? Li Hengsheng was stunned, but it didn't look like Sukuwei was joking, and it was obvious that Sukuwei as a person had no humor cells. How can you joke when you rarely even talk? During that time, Junzhou came once, but knowing that you were in seclusion, he went back. Sukuwei spoke. Got it. Li Hengsheng returned to his room in a muddle. To this day he couldn't figure out how 5 days had passed so quickly. It just felt like a moment had passed by myself. And what the hell is that wood? Who is that old man? I have not heard of such a character in the Tsong Yuan realm. And just for such a while, those things that he saw before Li Hengsheng actually could not remember them too well. As if his memory was passing, he could only remember the name of that old man until now. It seems to be called Wu Daozi. The name is unfamiliar. Li Hengsheng pondered for a night without understanding what kind of treasure this thing was. After consuming 5 days of my own time, nothing seems to have changed. His own cultivation level was, as always, at the 5th level of the metamorphosis realm. His own qualifications are still that bad too. It seems like I'll have to ask my master when I find a chance. Li Hengsheng planned to go to the floating map pavilion first after dawn, and he was going to sense a technique out. Li Hengsheng also set a small goal for himself in his mind. Within 3 months, he must perceive a technique. After eating early in the morning, Li Hengsheng ran to the floating pavilion and set off. The floating pavilion is located on the floating pavilion peak. Fortunately it is not far from the Muhai peak. Li Hengsheng rode an ordinary horse colt, also used an incense stick time to arrive. The Futu peak was bustling with people coming and going, like a temple fair. It was also the first time for Li Hengsheng to come here, which was refreshing. And at this time, what the two disciples on the side of the road were talking about caught Li Hengsheng's attention. Have you heard? Peak Master Muhai has taken in a new personal disciple with a mere mortal transformation realm cultivation. I've heard about it. Yesterday our senior brother Han even said that we must go and challenge him in half a year. Chapter 055, he's actually a pro-transmission. I've inquired about it before, and it said that it turned out to be a disciple of Wanzai Peak. Isn't Wanzai Feng a miscellaneous disciple? How on earth did he become a pro-transmission? I've heard that the qualifications are also very poor too. Can't figure it out. Then it seems like half a year from now I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter the Hotian. In that case, it will be difficult to challenge him. Hearing these voices of discussion, Li Hengsheng knew that the matter of him becoming a personal disciple should have already spread out. People who want to challenge themselves are starting to get their fists in the air. There is no time to lose. One must hurry to improve oneself to do so. At least half a year later, one should step into the Hotian realm. Li Hengsheng walked through the tidal wave of people. Those who came to the floating map mountain were all here to enlighten the scrolls in the floating map pavilion. From afar, Li Hengsheng saw where the floating pavilion was. This was also the first time that Li Hengsheng had seen the floating map pavilion. which really surprised Li Hongsheng. The magnitude of the floating pavilion far exceeded his imagination. Originally, I thought it would only be a building, but now it seems to be simply a huge thing. It's comparable to a big mountain. The amount of manpower and material resources spent on being able to construct such a huge building must have been quite a lot. The huge floating pavilion was like a huge mountain crushing down with a lofty momentum, and in the square in front of the floating pavilion, an unknown number of disciples had long been waiting. They were waiting in line to enter the floating pavilion. Despite the fact that the floating pavilion is huge, space is still limited, so you need to come and queue up to get there. Participate in the scroll. Some people participate in once or twice, cannot participate in the martial arts at all, so I do not know how many times to come. And the enlightenment of the martial arts, but also not once the enlightenment can end, will be a scroll to the enlightenment to eat through that is also a long way to go process. Only the difference between people was that some people needed to constantly refer to the scrolls to improve their martial arts realm. Some geniuses were able to penetrate martial arts with the help of heaven and earth as well as powerful enlightenment after they had participated once. There were a total of 6 entrances to the floating pavilion, and there were very large lines of people in front of almost every one of them, but the only place where there was no line was the 6th entrance. Despite some curiosity in his heart, Li Hongsheng knew that no one there must have his reasons, so he looked for the back of the line and lined up. As far as the eye could see, there were at least a few hundred people ahead. There's no telling how long the line will be. I haven't seen you before. Just at this time, a disciple in front of Li Hongsheng turned around and saw Li Hongsheng. He had a long sword attached to his waist and a straw stick in his mouth, giving him a somewhat frivolous look. I'm new here. Li Hongsheng opened his mouth and spoke. Which peak? The disciple asked. Mu Hai Phone. Li Hongsheng answered truthfully, hearing that it was from Mohai Peak. That disciple's eyes immediately lit up in surprise. What a coincidence. I'm also from Mohai Peak. I didn't expect Mohai Peak to actually come to the newcomers. I didn't even know. My name is Wu Santong. I'm also an outer sect disciple of Mohai Peak. I'm your senior brother. That disciple said smugly. Since you are a new junior disciple, then I should take care of you more. In the future, whoever bullies you in the outer sect, just mention my name, and when they beat you up, they might hit you a little lighter. Li Hongsheng instead looked at Wu Santong with some surprise. You're also at the mortal transformation realm. There's a mortal transformation realm amongst the outer sect? How come there can't be a mortal transformation realm in the outer sect? Aren't you at the mortal transformation realm? Wu Santong froze and said, disciples with good qualifications, even if they are at the mortal transformation realm, can still be absorbed into the outer sect. Could it be that you didn't come in directly? Senior brother? I used to be at Wanzai Peak, Li Hongsheng said. Wanzai Peak? That place does require one to step into the afterlife to be qualified to enter the outer sect. So you can come in. There's a connection, isn't there? Wu Santong clearly came to be interested in Li Hongsheng. By the way, senior brother Wu, how long do we have to queue here? Li Hongsheng changed the topic and spoke. This has to be 7 or 8 hours. Wu Santong laughed bitterly. It's not easy to line yourself up once. This kind of day you'll get used to it later. So long. Li Hongsheng frowned. It was at this time that a gust of wind swept by in the distance. A figure executed a marvelous footwork and came directly to the square. It is a woman. The woman was especially eye-catching in her fiery red dress. She walked directly towards the 6th entrance and then entered the floating pavilion. Who is that person and why was she able to go straight in? Li Hongsheng was a bit puzzled. It was Wu Santong who was somewhat surprised and explained to Li Hongsheng. The 6th passageway opening is for pro-disciples. That woman is called Lin Tong, a pro-disciple of Miao Yuan Peak. So naturally she can enter. So it is, Li Hongsheng said. Then he directly walked out of the group and ran towards that 6th entrance. Hey, where are you kid going? Don't go over there. You'll be scolded. Wu Santong hurriedly said. Didn't it say that pro-transmission can go that way? Li Hongsheng laughed. I'm also a pro-transmissionist, so I should be able to go in without having to queue up. Thanks to senior brother Wu La. Saying that, Li Hongsheng walked to the 6th entrance without looking back. He's crazy, right? The straw stick fell out of Wu Santong's mouth. This kid hypochondriac? There were also quite a few people in the queue who snickered when they saw Li Hongsheng's actions. The guards there were very bad-tempered, and there had been a new disciple who tried to enter from that side before because he didn't know any better, only to be reprimanded. So much for being bored in line and just having fun watching. The 6th entrance there stood a guard. He took a look at Li Hongsheng. Just a mortification realm cultivation. Thought it was just another newcomer who was not open-minded. Just wanted to open his mouth to rebuke. Li Hongsheng brought out his own proximity token. That guard took a closer look, and it really was a pro-disciple's token. It was the first time he had ever seen a pro-transmission of the metamorphosis realm. Although he was a bit surprised, He didn't make things difficult and let Li Hongsheng enter it. Seeing Li Hongsheng enter it, the crowd was all dumbfounded. Metamorphosis realm of a personal disciple? Asterisk 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 he's Li Hongsheng. Wu Santong suddenly understood something and exclaimed in shock. What? He's Li Hongsheng? That handyman from Wanzai Peak, the one who became a pro-disciple at the Metamorphosis realm? Li Hongsheng did not know in the slightest that after he entered the floating map pavilion, the entire floating map square exploded because of him. Passing through a dark corridor, Li Hongsheng entered the interior of the floating pavilion, but after coming in, Li Hongsheng realized that this place was very quiet, surrounded by all the rooms with one dark compartment. At the front, Lin Tong, who had come in earlier, was saying something to a man. Sensing that Li Hongsheng had entered, the two turned their heads to look. Metamorphosis realm? Lin Tong froze, then couldn't help but say to Li Hongsheng, "You're Mu Haifeng's new protege, aren't you?" Chapter 056 Show a mountain looking at the immortal picture, requesting recommendation. Monthly tickets. Favorites. Senior sister Lin Tong also knows about me? Li Hengsheng walked forward and cupped his fists at Lin Tong and the man beside him who was also looking at him. You can't even think about not knowing. Nowadays the entire Dao Mountain ancient land knows your great name. Li Hongsheng. Lin Tong smiled. Even when he saw that Li Hongsheng's qualifications were poor, he did not express surprise. After all, it had already been rumored outside long before. And this senior is? Li Hengsheng looked at the man next to him. The man was in his 40s or 50s, and had the temperament of a great scholar, with a blue and white long shirt, almost like a scholar. This is the floating map pavilion master, Lin Tong introduced. Lord Pavilion Master. Li Hengsheng respectfully paid his respects. No need to be polite, the floating pavilion master said calmly. This is your first time here, so I'll talk to you about the rules of the floating pavilion. Yes, Li Hongsheng listened attentively. The floating picture pavilion is the place where my Daoshan ancient land treasures paintings. There are two types of paintings. One is the original and the other is a copy. And a painting contains a limited amount of spirituality, so it's impossible for all of them to have been passed down from ancient times to the present day. So it is that there are painters who make copies of it, and the copies serve the same purpose as the originals, but the mood of the originals certainly can't be expressed as clearly. That is to say, the martial arts that are sensed in the work of copying are not all that complete, and this depends on one's personal enlightenment. Outer disciples and inner disciples can only perceive the copied works, but personal disciples are allowed to perceive the original works for 3 hours at a time, and they cannot stay for long. The floating pavilion master said quite a lot in one breath, and Li Hongsheng understood them all. If you can sense the painting, it is bound to be better in its original form. It wasn't easy for the ancient land of Daoshan to have been passed down for so many years and still leave behind a lot of original works. Then, Senior Brotherly, I'm going to go cultivate first, and when you have the chance in the future, come to my place as a guest. After Lin Tong finished speaking, she stomped the ground and her figure rose up in the air. With a few treads under his feet, he came to a place as high as the 5th floor, and then entered a room. Closed the door. This girl, still so fussy. The floating map pavilion master shook his head. There are good stairs not to go. Have to fly up with light energy. You're only at the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm. You're here to sense the first martial art, right? The floating map pavilion master said. Body refining is a crucial step for martial artists. This is a list of body refining techniques. See which one you're interested in and try it out. After saying that, the floating map pavilion master handed Li Hongsheng a book. Li Hongsheng opened the book and looked at the densely packed martial arts inside, and for a moment, even his breathing involuntarily stopped. Too much. A quick scan up there is afraid there are thousands of them. There are currently a total of 304 body refining martial arts that have been sensed in all the scrolls in the Dao Mountain ancient land, but there are also high and low levels of martial arts. The martial arts that can be sensed in different paintings are also different. More than 1,000 martial arts here are from ordinary painters, and there are more than 200 that are painted by senior painters. And the rest of those that are left, there are some unknown ones, and the rest are painted by experts at the level of painting saints. The floating pavilion master introduced himself. Li Hongsheng was dazzled by what he saw, and some of the more powerful martial arts were marked out in here as well. Li Hongsheng's first choice was of course to choose a painting that had a painting sense painted by a powerful person at the painting saint level. These kinds of paintings contained a very strong Dao, and although it was also quite difficult to sense it, it was always better to try, or to be able to catch a glimpse of the painting saint. If he let his old man know about it, he was afraid that he would be so envious that he would drool. As for the martial arts on it, Li Hongsheng was also prepared to take his chances first and try the strongest ones in the ancient land of Daoshan. I would like to choose this Xiaoshan looking at the immortals, Li Hongsheng said with certainty. The floating map pavilion master was not surprised by Li Hongsheng's choice. as basically all the pro-disciples who came to the floating map pavilion would choose to try out this picture. This picture also belongs to a painting by an unknown author in the ancient land of Dawson. It's been passed down for more years than I can count. However, 1,000 years ago, one genius in the ancient land of Daoshan actually perceived a set of martial arts from this Xiaoshan Wangxian diagram, named 5 Hope Shaking Immortal Hand Seal. Cultivating this martial art, that genius was invincible at the same level. It was a leading existence among the young generation of that era, but it was also too high profile and ended up being snuffed out before it could really grow. Ever since that time, almost no one had sensed any martial arts from this Xiaoshan. Looking at the immortals picture in the past 1,000 years, that 5 Hope Shaking Immortal Hand Seal was completely lost. It's also a great shame for the ancient land of Dawson's Hill. Countless pro-disciples had also come to sense, but no one had ever been able to sense anything from that painting. On the 9th level, is the Xiaoshan looking at the immortal diagram. The floating map pavilion master said, "You have 3 hours to try it." "Thank you, pavilion master." Li Hengsheng turned towards that staircase, then slowly went up to the 7th floor. Each floor has a different room with the name of the painting inside. After coming up, Li Hengsheng realized that this side was the exclusive pavilion for the pro-disciples, and those outer disciples and inner disciples came not to this side, but to the other side. The treatment of a pro-disciple really limits the imagination of the weak. There aren't many rooms on the entire 7th floor, because these rooms are all that top-of-the-line paintings in the ancient land of Daoshan. Some paintings were enlightened with 3 martial arts. Some were enlightened with 4. All of them are top-notch. These paintings are ordinary disciples are not qualified to contact. Only the personal transmission can contact. Ordinary disciples contact are just copying the paintings. Want to sense the top martial arts from it? That is even more hopeful. Arriving at the door of the Xiaoshan looking at immortals, Li Hengsheng took a deep breath, pushed the door and walked in. The room was very quiet and elegant. The fragrance was still bubbling in the incense burner, and the elegant room was soothing, while Li Hengsheng's gaze was fixed on a scroll in the distance. The scroll is not open. It is closed. But just by looking at it from afar, Li Hengsheng actually developed a feeling of closeness. Even Li Hengsheng himself didn't know why he felt this way about the painting. Walking over, Li Hengsheng opened the silk thread and the painting fell straight down. Swish! The Xiaoshan Lookout Immortal diagram appeared in front of Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng's pupils shook as he looked at the painting in front of him. It was in a mountain range, and the sky was filled with purple clouds that spread over half of the firmament. In the midst of that purple cloud, one could actually vaguely see a huge figure treading in the air. The figure was incomparably huge, as if it had its head in the sky. It was countless times larger than even that giant race from the Long Night ancient kingdom that he had seen earlier. Could this really be an immortal? Li Hengsheng was incomparably shocked in his heart. That huge figure unexpectedly brought about a grave pressure, and underneath that painting was also written this sentence: "When I traveled to Xiaoshan, I suspected that I was looking at the immortals." Chapter 057. Everywhere you look, there is a Tao rhyme, requesting for recommendations, monthly votes, and favorites. Just those 8 words. Li Hengsheng's heart inexplicably tightened. There was indeed a huge figure in that purple cloud, resembling an immortal, but that was just a shadow after all. That alone still makes this painting a work of heaven. That imaginary shadow that one didn't know if it was an immortal or not actually allowed one to comprehend such a powerful technique. There really is such a strange person in the world. Li Hengsheng looked at the painting and was quite impressed. Li Hengsheng looked carefully at the painting in front of him, holding an attitude of appreciation. This was because Li Hengsheng had not expected to be able to perceive any feats from this Xiaoshan looking at the immortal's picture in the first place. The entire Tao Mountain ancient land had lasted for thousands of years, and countless supreme geniuses had appeared, none of whom had been able to perceive a powerful martial art from it. How could a poorly qualified one like yourself do it? To come here is just to catch a glimpse of the immortal's face. However, just at this time, Li Hengsheng was surprised and looked at the painting. It was because he just seemed to have seen the huge shadowy arm and the purple cloud move a little. Li Hengsheng suspected that he had blurred his eyes. How can it move? However, at this very moment, Li Hengsheng was covered in sweat. The huge immortal shadow and the purple clouds unexpectedly turned around slowly. The shadow was facing Li Hengsheng. This made Li Hengsheng feel numb all over. Why? Why does this painting move? And at the same time, Li Hengsheng's divine thoughts unexpectedly involuntarily probed into the painting. A mountain, a water, a pale sky and purple clouds. What's more, it was that immortal figure in the purple cloud. I can't believe how realistic everything is. Li Hengsheng felt that his eyes were as if they were not his own, and he could see the flow of a Taoist rhythm in every trace of the painting. What's going on? This great world has become so different. Traces of life flowed over every flower and every blade of grass, and the sound of the river flowing in the distance was filled with rhythm. That rhythm is entirely a note that blends into heaven and earth. Li Hengsheng seemed to see countless rules and changes. What's more, that immortal came looking down, and that pair of eyes actually locked eyes with Li Hengsheng. You can see right through me. No wonder. You actually have such a powerful shadow in your body. A voice appeared in Li Hengsheng's ears. Li Hengsheng's heart shook like a thunderbolt. Is it the fairies talking? He was listening to the sound of a fairy? There's a shadow on me? What do you mean? You and I are destined to be together. So I'll teach you a spell. And it's up to you how much you can feel. After saying that, the world in front of Li Hengsheng's eyes changed. One could only see that the lanky and huge figure actually seemed to be stepping all over a side of the world. And at the same time, on that million-mile vast immortal body, a picture of the sun and the moon actually surfaced. Half of the body is the sun. Half of the body is the moon. The death of the sun and the moon. The gods and devils dance together. And 10,000 miles of stars and rivers are ringed for companionship. A scene looked at Li Hengsheng directly dumbfounded. Is this the legendary immortal? He actually met an immortal himself. The immortal's scene of change. Li Hengsheng saw it all in his eyes, and Li Hengsheng's pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through all laws. The whole person was also slowly sinking into that immortal display. Rumble. There was a slight tremor, and the tremor became more and more violent from slight, and in the end, even the entire floating map pavilion began to tremble. What's going on? Many of the disciples in the floating pavilion who were comprehending the paintings were awake from it, while the disciples in the floating pavilion's plaza were all a bit dumbfounded. Is it an earthquake? But it seems like it's only the floating pavilion that's trembling. The floating pavilion master also put down the book in his hands and took a step out of the room. He raised his head and looked at the entire floating pavilion. His face was very grave. This is... A flash of surprise appeared in the floating pavilion master's eyes. Someone has comprehended a new martial art. The floating map pavilion master spoke in surprise. It wasn't just the floating map pavilion master who felt it. The entire 36 peak masters of the Dao Mountain ancient land all felt that strong aura coming from the direction of the floating map pavilion at this moment. That kind of fluctuation they had felt before. That was a kind of fluctuation born from the painting when someone had realized a new martial art from within the painting. Someone has comprehended a new martial art? On the 100-mile peak, an eagle-nosed man gazed into the distance. It's been 13 years since the last time someone comprehended a new martial art. I wonder which one of the heavenly wizards from my Daoshan ancient land it is. A new martial art. Another new martial art has been born, and I don't know which painting it is. Someone murmured curiously as well. Ha! On a mountain peak, Zhou Jun was feeding his horse, and as purple lightning looked into the distance, Zhou Jun also sensed the fluctuations that were getting stronger at this time. A demon has actually appeared in the floating map pavilion. Zhou Jun scared. It seems like Old Four went to the floating map pavilion today as well. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of hustle and bustle just after arriving. Someone has really comprehended a new martial art. Heavens, the martial arts in a painting. Hasn't it long been realized by people? How can it be that there are only a few kinds of senses? Right, and someone can actually open up a new path? It's really some strength, a disciple said with an envious face. Senior brother, how can one perceive a new martial art? Why is it that for so many years, we haven't heard of anyone comprehending a new martial art? It's all been comprehended by others. An outer disciple asked the senior brother beside him with a curious expression. That senior brother coughed lightly, then said, imitating other people's paths is actually quite simple, but trying to get out of one's own path is difficult. The first one to do it, that's a true supreme genius. But if you want to perceive a new martial art from 0 to 1 from the painting, what that requires is an extremely deep understanding of the painting, which ordinary people simply cannot do, and those kinds of people are all heavenly gifted. That senior brother shook his head helplessly and said, don't look at the thousands of martial arts that our Daoshan ancient land possesses. But I'm afraid that the ones that truly rely on our Daoshan ancient land's own disciples to perceive them are no more than 100. And those are all accumulated by people from countless eras before. Although I don't know exactly which senior brother is the one who sensed a new martial art inside. I dare say that this person will definitely be the top pillar of my Daoshan ancient land in the future. That senior brother said with a smile. The crowd listened in awe. But they also all heard that going from 0 to something is indeed the hardest. To be able to understand a painting to an extremely deep degree. That person was afraid to have some attainments in painting as well. They became even more curious. Who is this heavenly wonder? It was at this moment that several figures from the distance were also flying in with light weight. It's Peak Master Bailey, and the Reverse River Peak Master. Ha ha ha, the sect has given birth to another genius. It's really a welcome sight. I'd like to see who it is and if it's a genius disciple of my Reverse River Peak. The Reverse River Peak Master patted his chubby belly and laughed. Don't be shameless, with those few goods from your Reverse River Peak. How could it be possible? The hawk-nosed Bailey Peak Master sneered. My personal disciple Zhao Woying came to the floating map pavilion today, saying that he wanted to comprehend a new painting, so I think it must be him. However, At this moment in the floating map pavilion, the floating map pavilion master was in a state of gravity and shock. That fluctuation was getting stronger. So strong that everyone could see the source of that fluctuation. If it had been any other room, it would have been fine. But the source of that fluctuation is on the 7th floor. Zhao Shan looking at the immortals. It's Mu Haifeng, that new pro. Floating map pavilion master couldn't believe his eyes. If it's someone else it's just a matter of time. But it's that little guy in the transformation realm? So much for sensing a new martial art. That's a picture of Zhao Shan looking at the immortals. Chapter 058, The Pride of Heaven. Only 1,000 years ago had anyone ever sensed martial arts from the Zhao Shan looking at the immortal picture. Nearly 1,000 years at all, no one can shake that Zhao Shan looking at the immortal figure a hair's breadth. Even himself has also personally tried. But there is no use at all. I didn't expect that nowadays. The Zhao Shan looking at the immortal's picture had been enlightened with a new martial art. It's unbelievable. He could tell when Li Hengsheng came to the floating map pavilion that Li Hengsheng's qualifications were very average, and it would not be too much of a stretch to even say that they were poor. It turned out that he did what no one else could do. It can only be described as a miracle. The several prodisciples within the floating pavilion also froze on the spot when they saw the room on the 7th floor. Well, someone's worked a miracle today. Who is it? Outside the floating map pavilion, the sky has even turned over, because people gradually realized something was wrong. A dozen years ago, there was also a disciple in the Daoshan ancient land who had comprehended a new martial art. But that fluctuation only lasted for half a pillar of incense before ending. What's going on today? Already almost one incense stick of time. That fluctuation actually did not have the slightest meaning to weaken, but instead became even more intense. With this, the Bailey Peak Master and Reverse River Peak Master, who were still bickering outside, also stopped. They looked seriously at the floating pavilion. For a while they actually didn't know what was going on either. What's going on? Just at this time, a few more Peak Masters came. They also sensed that this time, the matter was extraordinary. So they all rushed here in droves, wanting to see what was going on. There were more and more people on Fauda Peak. The noisy outside gradually became incomparably quiet, and they all stared at the floating pavilion, looking at the spiritual energy that rose up in the sky above the floating pavilion, which actually gradually turned from a light blue color to a golden yellow color. It's like a volcanic eruption. It was like a catharsis. That kind of spiritual power was so powerful that it felt oppressive. It is by no means an ordinary painting, the Reverse River Peak Master said gruffly. Could it be a painting by a painting saint powerhouse? The others couldn't help but nod their heads. In their opinion, it was also true that only a painting by a painting saint powerhouse could possibly give birth to such intense spiritual energy. Originally, he just thought that an ordinary painting referenced a new martial art, but it turned out to be very likely that it was a painting by a painting saint. Just at this moment, a figure walked out from the floating map pavilion. Pavilion Masterly. The many Peak Masters present walked forward and bowed respectfully. The person who came out was none other than the floating map pavilion master. They all had a sense of urgency in their eyes, eager to find out which painting had actually caused such a sensation. Everyone, disperse, there's nothing to see. It's not like this kind of thing hasn't happened before. The floating map pavilion master spoke calmly at this moment, as if it was a trivial matter. But this time it's completely different from before. The painting this time is obviously not ordinary, right? A Peak Master said as he gazed at the pillar of light. They were even more certain that this must be a painting by a powerful sage of painting. Where is Sumai? The floating pavilion master swept a glance at the people present and didn't answer. Only looking for Sumai. Seems to have gone out. The Reverse River Peak Master said. Not since yesterday. Could it be? It's a disciple of Muhai Peak? At this moment, a Peak Master came back to his senses and said in surprise. Could it be Jun Zhou? Who called me? At this time, a lazy voice came. The crowd followed the voice, but they saw Zhou Jun strutting over. Greetings to all the Peak Masters. Zhou Jun walked up and spoke respectfully. After saying that, Zhou Jun looked around, but did not see Li Hengsheng's figure, then smiled and said to the floating map pavilion master. Pavilion Master, my youngest junior brother should have come to the floating map pavilion today as well, but I didn't see him. Did he go in already? Yes, he's inside. The floating map pavilion master nodded. The commotion made today is a bit big. Zhou Jun also felt the oppressive feeling of this spiritual energy and knew that this time, the matter was very uncomplicated. Jun Shou, your master is not here, so stay here and guard your junior brother. The floating map pavilion master glanced at Zhou Jun and said, after all, it looks like your junior brother won't be able to come out for a while. He's made such a big commotion. And when he comes out and realizes that there's no one from your Mohai Peak to come pick him up as well, he's going to be cold-hearted after all. Saying that, the floating map pavilion master also turned back to look at the top of the floating map pavilion there, and the rushing spiritual energy did not look like it had weakened in the slightest. It was also the first time he had encountered such a big commotion. Zhou Jun first froze, not reacting to what was going on. But the next moment, Zhou Jun's face changed. The person who sensed the new technique is my senior brother? Zhou Jun's jaw nearly dropped. The voice is also a little louder. As a result, this sentence directly set off a furor. The person who comprehended the new technique was Jun Zhou's senior brother? Who is Jun Zhou's senior? I'm afraid that no one knows about the one who has been rumored to be the most boisterous and hot in the past 2 days. The most wasted pro-disciple in history. Ah, Li Hengsheng. The peak masters of the other peaks were also shocked in their hearts because they had all heard about Li Hengsheng as well. Having stayed at Wanzai Peak for many years without reaching the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that he was a wastrel. As a result, now he had actually realized a new martial art. It's still such a powerful martial art. Sumai really has eyes. I can't believe you found the treasure from the trash? Zhou Jun was even more dumbfounded as he looked at the floating pavilion. Before, he didn't understand why on earth his master was doing this. Li Hengsheng's qualifications were completely insufficient for initiation. As a result, it now seems superficial. Just with this comprehension of the painting. Not one in a million. There's no one who compares to the disciples in the entire Daoshan ancient land, right? I didn't realize that even I was looking away. The floating map pavilion master knew that this matter couldn't be hidden. As 4 of the personal disciples in the floating map pavilion had seen this matter, but it's a good idea to hide it for a little while longer. Merely letting these people outside know that Li Hengsheng had comprehended a new martial art. This would not cause any trouble. However, if it was known that what Li Hengsheng had comprehended was the Jiashan looking at the immortals, then there would be big trouble. 1,000 years ago, that supreme genius in the Dao Mountain ancient land who had comprehended the 5 hopeful immortal shaking hand seal was ultimately strangled in the cradle because of a large tree. So this is something to try not to leak out. It's good that a few people know. At this moment, Li Hengsheng didn't even know how much of a storm he had caused in the Dao Mountain ancient land. It was because Li Hengsheng was immersed in that immortal teaching at the moment. All sorts of martial arts changes directly diffused into countless Dao rhythms in Li Hengsheng's eyes. And Li Hengsheng found that it was surprisingly not difficult at all for him to understand. This comprehension of the paintings surpassed even Li Hengsheng's own imagination. Li Hengsheng increasingly felt that the reason why he was able to do this was completely related to the wooden figure that Sumai had given him, especially the one called Wu Daozi. Who the hell is he? Was the shadow that immortal said he had on himself Wu Daozi? The storm lasted a full 3 days before finally dissipating. Zhou Jun, on the other hand, had been waiting outside the floating pavilion for 3 days. The 4 pro-transmitters who knew the truth were also given a gag order by the floating pavilion master. Let them never spread what they saw in the floating pavilion. Not even his own peak master could say that. Anyway, hide it for as long as you can. On the 4th day, Li Hengsheng finally came out of the floating pavilion. Chapter 059, Sun, Moon, Immortal and Demon God Body. These past few days, Li Hengsheng felt like he was living in a dream. He himself had gone from a worthless journeyman disciple to a personal disciple, and then surprisingly and inexplicably had actually comprehended the martial arts in the Jiashan Lookout Immortal diagram. Like a dream, the teachings imparted by that immortal showed Li Hengsheng how big the sky was, the sun and the moon. This was the martial art that Li Hengsheng had realized from the Jiashan looking at the immortal's picture. It was a martial art that purely refined the body, and exactly how powerful it was, Li Hengsheng himself was not very clear. When Li Hengsheng walked out of the floating map pavilion, countless gazes immediately ran to look at Li Hengsheng. The flurry of gazes made Li Hengsheng feel what it meant to be in the limelight for the first time. Old 4, you came out. Zhou Jun had been sitting on the ground, but at this moment, he directly jumped up and came to Li Hengsheng's face in surprise. 3rd senior brother, why are you here? Li Hengsheng was also surprised to see Zhou Jun. Ha ha, that's true. A disciple of my Mu Hai Peak has comprehended a new martial art. Of course I, as a senior brother, have to come and defend you. Zhou Jun's gaze swept across all the disciples present, and he said loudly, saving that there will always be those unenlightened disciples who come to trouble you, and really think that my Mu Hai Peak's disciples are incapable. The voice was loud and clear and could be heard by almost everyone in the room. The many disciples present didn't dare to say anything. One was that they couldn't afford to mess with Jun Zhou, and the other was that Li Hengsheng had just entered the floating map pavilion and had actually comprehended a new martial art, and it was said that it was still a very powerful martial art. This enlightenment alone prevented them from saying anything provocative. After all, it's really less than human. Many thanks 3rd senior brother. Li Hengsheng was indeed sincerely touched by Zhou Jun's coming to support himself. Li Hengsheng. At this moment, the floating map pavilion master also walked out. Pavilion master. The two hurriedly paid their respects. The floating pavilion master's gaze was always placed on Li Hengsheng's face as he smiled and said, "You're very good. Go back and cultivate well. What I said to you inside before. You remembered everything, right? Upon hearing this, Li Hongxing's face also became grave. When he was out of the gate, the floating map pavilion master approached him to speak to him alone. Tell him not to say anything about the fact that he had realized the Jia Shan looking at the immortal picture. Otherwise, it's easy to invite trouble. Externally, he would put the word out that Li Hongsheng had only comprehended the 10,000 green winds in evening picture, although it was also a powerful painting that was made by the painting sage. But the martial arts that can be sensed from this picture are mostly a kind of cultivation technique that is not very threatening. It won't draw attention to itself. Disciple keeps this in mind. Li Hongxing nodded. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can always come to me. I'm always here. The floating map pavilion master looked towards Li Hongsheng, and that look was filled with admiration. Absolute beauty. In the floating map pavilion master's opinion, Li Hongxing's perception of paintings was truly overwhelming, in addition to his own failing roots, far beyond him. Many thanks, pavilion master. Li Hongsheng thanked again. This surprised many of the disciples present. The floating pavilion master was not a person who was usually very good at talking. How many times have the sect tried to get the floating pavilion master to take on a disciple? But the floating pavilion master had completely refused. I didn't expect to say something like that today. Go. The floating map pavilion master waved his hand. Disciple will leave first. Li Hongxing was also in a hurry to go back at this time, wanting to carefully comprehend the Sun Moon Immortal Demon Divine Body. Third senior brother. Let's go. Li Hongxing spoke to Zhou Jun. Let's go. It's a pity that the senior master isn't here, or else the senior master would definitely come in person. Zhou Jun smiled and said, if eldest brother and second eldest sister knew about this, they would definitely be surprised to death as well. Escorting Li Hongxing back to Qingyu Mountain from the floating pavilion, Li Hongxing had originally invited Jun Zhou in for tea, but Zhou Jun refused. You've just realized a new martial art. Strike the iron while it's hot and hurry up to cultivate. The effect is best at this time. I'll leave you alone for now and come back later. Zhou Jun finished speaking and then left. Li Hongsheng also didn't stay and went straight to cultivate. Young lord, you're back. Su Kuei had been waiting inside the door for a long time. Uncle Su, I'm going to close my eyes for a bit. If Master Su is looking for me, you can just call me directly, Li Hongxing explained. Good. Su Kuei looked at Li Hongxing differently at this moment. The things outside were making a lot of noise, so how could Su Kuei not know about it? The first time he entered the floating picture pavilion, he was able to comprehend a new martial art, or from the painting of the painting sage. Such an enlightened talent was 1 in a billion. No wonder Su Muhai wanted to take on an apprentice. It's really extraordinary. I'm still far from my master. Looking at Li Hongxing's distant back, Su Kuei sighed lightly. In the cultivation room, Li Hongxing sat down on his knees and began to try to run the sect according to the cultivation method in the sense. Sun and Moon Immortal Demon God Body. It is to cultivate one's divine body in accordance with one of the trajectories of the Sun and Moon's operation, forging one's body into an immortal demon body. This was a very powerful body refining technique, but just after cultivating on, Li Hongxing discovered the drawbacks of this technique. That's just too hard. Although it was strong, it required too much energy, and with one's qualifications, it would be incredibly difficult to cultivate to the point of initiation. After cultivating for half a day, Li Hongxing realized that he couldn't even do the simplest level of the first appearance of the Sun and Moon right now. Li Hongxing's heart crossed and he directly took out the Golden Domain pill and ate 2 of them in one gulp. The huge medicinal effect of the Golden Domain Dan entered into his body. If it were usual, 2 Golden Domain Dan would be enough to hold Li Hongxing up to the point of not even being able to transform well. But as soon as the 2 Golden Domain Dan entered his body, and Li Hongxing operated the Sun and Moon Immortal Demon Divine Bodies method, the majestic power of those 2 Golden Domain Dan was actually being consumed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Consuming too fast. Li Hongxing was dumbfounded. Not even at the introductory level. It consumes so quickly. If you want to cultivate to the minor achievement realm and the major achievement realm in the future, then it will not eat itself up? Originally, he thought that these Golden Domain pills given by Su Mohai would at least be enough for him to eat until he reached the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. Now it seems totally inadequate. But no matter what, one must first cultivate this Sun Moon Immortal Demon God body to the introductory level before doing so. So the rest of the Golden Domain Dan Li Hongxing did not save. Directly eat 2 by 2. No savings at all. But the effect is indeed good. Above Li Hongxing's body, the Sun and Moon appeared at first. The light of the Sun and the Moon could be faintly seen behind them. And between that Sun and Moon, there was surprisingly the same figure sitting cross-legged. The figure was still a blur. As the cultivation progressed, a line of blood surfaced on the figure's torso. The bloodline is thin. However, Li Hongxing was clearly feeling that with this first line of blood, his own body was also changed forever. Chapter 060, The Bottomless Pit. It was a stripped-down performance. It was a feeling that Li Hengsheng had never experienced before. The qi and blood in his body surged. Far too thick than when he had just stepped into the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm. The qi and blood in his body surged like waves, and Li Hengsheng felt as if he had inexhaustible power. And he couldn't wait to go to the field to let the cows rest and plow 10 acres by himself. I'm still at the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, and I haven't been able to reach the 6th level after eating so many golden domain pills. This root bone of mine is really too bad, Li Hengsheng said breathlessly. Although most of the golden domain pills' medicinal effects should have been absorbed by the sun and moon immortal demon god body, then this is a bit outrageous. But even though it's still the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm, I feel that my qi and blood are far more thick than the average 5th level of the mortal transformation realm. This was not an illusion on the part of Li Hengsheng. This was because before cultivating the sun moon immortal demon god body, Li Hengsheng was already at the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm. At this time, his realm was the same as before, but his strength was already worlds apart. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that if the current self were to meet the previous self, one would have no problem beating 10 of them. This change excited Li Hengsheng. One has begun to take the first step on the road to power. But immediately afterward, Li Hengsheng's face fell again. Looking at the golden domain pill in the jade bottle, it was a full half less than before. This was the golden domain pill that Sumai had given himself to use to cultivate to the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. But as a result, he had used half of it and had not even managed to cultivate to the 6th level. Even though the sun and moon immortal demon divine body was really good and powerful, the resources required were a little too terrifying. Previously, Li Hengsheng had also heard that powerful body refining martial arts required the use of many heavenly materials to supplement cultivation, and Li Hengsheng had also heard about the preciousness of the materials required for the cultivation of some of his senior brothers in the ancient land of Dashan. At that time, I thought that the materials they consumed were already precious, but it turned out that compared to myself, it was still not even close. Let's talk about future things later. A living person can't be suffocated by urine. Big deal. I'll go out to work. Li Hengsheng's heart was crossed and he continued to raise his cultivation. The remaining golden domain pills were all consumed as well. Then he quenched his sun and moon immortal demon divine body. Only after another 7 full days had passed did Li Hengsheng finally come out from the secret room where he had been cultivating. During these 7 days, Li Hengsheng had consumed the golden domain pill. At the same time, Li Hengsheng's cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the mortal transformation realm. If others were to know that Li Hengsheng had used a bottle of a full 30 golden domain pills to cultivate to the 6th level of the mortal transformation realm, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop. However, Li Hengsheng's own qi and blood power was terrifyingly strong, far beyond disciples of the same realm. Even Li Hengsheng had a feeling that just by sparring his own power of qi and blood, could he match the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm? The stronger the power of qi and blood, the more powerful the qi energy that would be born in the future when one stepped into the Hotian realm. The martial artist himself is like a container. The stronger the power of qi and blood became, the stronger the physical body became, the faster it was, the stronger it was, and the more qi it could hold in the future. It could be said that right now, Li Hengsheng's physical foundation was much stronger than all the other disciples. Young lord, you've come out of the gate. Seeing Li Hengsheng come out, Su Kuwei came up and greeted him. Although the Li Hengsheng in front of him was only at the 6th level of the mortal transformation realm, Su Kuwei felt that there was a vast power contained in Li Hengsheng's body. The power of qi and blood? Su Kuwei's pupils shrank. The power of qi and blood contained in Li Hengsheng's body was completely not something that should be found in his realm. Uncle Su, has anyone come looking for me recently? Li Hengsheng asked. No, master hasn't returned yet, Su Kuwei said. But I see that young master's qi and blood are surging now. I think he must have already accomplished something. I wonder if young master is going to cultivate fist and palm techniques or something like that. Or go to cultivate weapons? Weapons. Li Hengsheng did not hesitate. Although the palm fist technique was also very powerful, Li Hengsheng still preferred weapons. Not to mention that Sumai had given him a piece of condensed light star iron earlier. I just haven't figured out exactly what weapon I'm going to cultivate for the time being. If it's a weapon, the old slave has a suggestion, Su Kuwei said. Uncle Su, you say? Li Hengsheng asked. I see that young lord's physical body is very strong. Since that's the case, it would be better to cultivate some heavy weapons or long weapons to better utilize the advantages, Su Kuwei said. For example, a hammer, or a long spear, or something like that. Although it is said that weapons like swords are also very powerful. In the short term, heavy weapons are more advantageous when handled well. Su Kuwei analyzed it for Li Hengsheng. Well, Li Hengsheng pondered for a while. In fact, he understood what Su Kuwei said, and it was also true that Li Hengsheng liked long weapons. Some marksmanship? Good choice indeed. If the young master has chosen, he can go to the floating pavilion first, although we also have paintings on Muhai Peak that can be referenced, but that's only for the outer disciples to see. For those with extremely strong referencing abilities like the young master, it's better to go to the floating pavilion to look for them, Su Kuei said heartily. After all, Li Hongsheng was able to comprehend a new martial art the first time he went to the floating map pavilion. It shook the entire ancient land of Daoshan. Then it was natural to choose a better one if you were to participate in the weapon martial arts. Good. Li Hongsheng also decided to make another trip to the floating pavilion, but Li Hengsheng was in no hurry to go immediately. Counting the time, Li Hongsheng felt that it was time to write a letter to Li Changqing. Previously, Li Changqing had sent over 7,000 taels of silver to himself, and now he didn't know how he was doing. For his own rotten father, Li Hongsheng originally had some headaches, but the letter written by Li Changqing last time was what made Li Hongsheng feel a long-lost warmth. Father still cares about himself. In those previous years, it seemed as if he was a wandering child with no one to turn to. Complaints bear themselves. Bitter tears can only be swallowed. I thought I had gotten used to this long ago, but I still looked forward to the warmth of my father's love. Come into the study. Li Hongsheng took out a pen and paper, and after contemplating for a while, he wrote a letter. It is just that there is not much silver around himself for the time being. Although the pro-disciples have a considerable income from cultivation resources every month, but Li Hongsheng counted the days, and it has not yet come to the day. Counting the money he had on him, he still had more than 400 taels of silver left. This is still the money left over from the money Li Changqing sent earlier to spend on himself. Li Hongsheng finished writing the letter and stuffed the silver check into the envelope, ready to send it back together. He knew that Li Changqing should have made a lot of money last time, but his own father knew too much about himself, and with more money he couldn't afford to carry him that much of a loser. So he was afraid that he didn't have much money in his hands anymore. Moreover, Li Changqing needed to paint, and the paper and pens he bought were very expensive things. This money will be sent back to Li Changqing for the time being, and when his own cultivation resources come down, then he will send some back to his father. After writing the letter, Li Hengsheng handed it to Su Kuei and asked him to help him send it home. Then he left the Green Rain Mountain and traveled to the floating map pavilion once again. Chapter 061 Tyrant Immortal Gun Technique. It's not the first time I've been to the floating pavilion, and I'm already familiar with it, but when Li Hengsheng appeared on the floating figure peak, it still caused many people to pay close attention. This metamorphosis realm martial artist with mediocre cultivation, but it was Mu Haifeng's own, the person who had comprehended the awesome painting saint martial art on his first visit to the floating map pavilion. Therefore, Li Hongsheng's arrival caused quite a commotion, and even Li Hongsheng realized that there were surprisingly quite a number of female disciples who were looking at him with affection. Senior. From a distance, a loud voice could be heard, and Li Hongsheng saw someone running towards him. It's none other than Ing Santong. Wu Santong ran to Li Hongsheng with an excited face and said in surprise, "Senior brother, you're here. Last time, I didn't even know you were my senior brother, so I'm out of respect." "It's okay," Li Hongsheng smiled and said, "I came to Mu Haifeng late. It's normal that you don't recognize me, and I didn't say my name. Elder brother came here today to study martial arts again?" Wu Santong sized up Li Hengsheng in front of him, not knowing why. Li Hengsheng was only at a mere 6th level of the metamorphosis realm, but it gave him a strong sense of oppression. "Aha," Li Hengsheng nodded. "Then senior brother, you get busy first. We'll talk next time," Wu Santong hurriedly said. "Okay, let's talk next time." Li Hengsheng naturally understood that Wu Santong was so polite because of his status, but Li Hengsheng did not resent such people. People who live at the bottom know how to seize opportunities to seize life. It was as if he was once himself, and when he learned that he could enter Mu Haifeng, wasn't he just as eager to seize the opportunity? Entering the floating map pavilion from the 6th passageway opening under the envious gazes of all, Lord Pavilion Master. Seeing the floating pavilion master, Li Hengsheng respectfully bowed. For this floating map pavilion master, Li Hengsheng was very favorable. The floating map pavilion master looked at Li Hengsheng for a while before he said with some surprise, "The Zhaoshan looking at the immortal diagram is indeed not simple. The power of the 6th level of the mortal transformation realm Qi and blood is surprisingly so strong." The floating map pavilion master could see the change in Li Hengsheng at this moment. "It can be pretty amazing. Did you come here today to choose a matching martial art?" the floating pavilion master asked. "Yes," Li Hengsheng nodded his head and said. "Although it is said that the martial art sensed by the Zhaoshan looking immortal diagram is very strong, it is too difficult to get started, and I don't have any means of attack until now." "Ha ha," the floating pavilion master laughed and said. "Awesome martial arts are just like that. What martial arts do you want to choose? The old rules? You pick." Saying that, the floating pavilion master handed that roster back to Li Hengsheng. "Pavilion Master Senior, I would like to choose a set of spear techniques. Li Hengsheng spoke truthfully. Gunplay? The floating pavilion master raised his eyebrows, then also nodded approvingly. Indeed. With your current body, it is indeed suitable to choose a heavy weapon or a long weapon that can exert a very powerful might. But I also need to make it clear to you. The floating map pavilion master's voice gelled. A weapon is something that accompanies a person throughout their life. And throughout the Zhang Yuan realm, there are many short weapons, and swords are honored. And there are countless strong people who have walked out of the realm. With the path of those who have gone before, it will be a little easier to walk. And like some of the heavy weaponry, long weaponry, the strongest people who can get out of their own path are rarer. And there may be fewer references. Do you understand when I say that? Disciple understands. Li Hengsheng nodded, but he had already decided. Good. Since you understand, then I won't say anything more. There are 62 types of spear techniques that have been referenced in the martial arts of our Daoshan ancient land, and they're all here. After saying that, the floating pavilion master pointed out the names on the roster to Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng looked carefully and realized that there was a very detailed division here. And even the floating pavilion master had gotten rankings for these gun techniques. The top-ranked one is called the Mixed Air Divine Gun. The second one is called the Tiger 19. Li Hengsheng looked down a little bit. All the way to the end, all the shots are labeled on it as well, explaining the power advantages and disadvantages of that shot. Li Hengsheng took this look for a little more than half an hour. But the floating pavilion master was very patient, just quietly drinking tea on the side, letting Li Hengsheng slowly look at it. This roster was not qualified to be looked at even by inner disciples except for pro-disciples. Just when Li Hengsheng was all a bit discerning, Li Hengsheng suddenly saw that there was actually a category at the bottom of the roster. It's called taboo categorization. Inside were some martial arts as well, and Li Hengsheng likewise saw the name of a gun technique in the forbidden classification, the secret of the bastard immortal gun. Just look at the name. It's very dominant. Pavilion Master Senior. What kind of spear technique is this bastard immortal gun technique? Why is it categorized into the forbidden zone? Li Hengsheng asked curiously. Because everyone who learned this spear technique died without exception. The floating pavilion master glanced at the roster, then said indifferently, this spear technique is indeed very strong. My Dao Mountain ancient land has had 4 disciples practicing it, but none of them had a good ending. All dead? Li Hengsheng was a bit surprised. What kind of martial arts is this? You can still give people a practice death? The hegemonic immortal gun technique is indeed very powerful. It is a gun technique that can manage to explode its own power out through cultivation. The power needs no introduction. It can be said to be the most powerful of all gun techniques, but every time it erupts, the loss of one's internal energy or true essence is extremely vast, and it is also extremely exhausting to the physical body. Of the 4 disciples, one disciple was unable to accept the blow and hanged himself on the cliff because he had performed it too many times, and the loss of his flesh could not be reversed, and he ended up becoming an invalid. 2 disciples also died because they cast it too many times and eventually ran out of strength. And the last disciple was the one who, after executing the bastard immortal gun technique to kill 6 enemies while fighting with them, reached his limit and dried up from exhaustion, and was eventually beheaded by the last enemy. That's why this bastard immortal gun technique has become a forbidden gun technique. The floating figure pavilion master shook his head. Don't cultivate it easily. Like this. However, Li Hengsheng came to be interested in this bastard immortal gun technique. Li Hengsheng was a little curious as to whether the sun-moon immortal demon god body of his could manage this bastard immortal gun technique. Want to try? Seemingly seeing Li Hengsheng's mind, the floating map pavilion master smiled and said, second floor, the innermost one. Go feel it and see. Many thanks, pavilion master. Li Hengsheng went upstairs and walked to the innermost part of the second floor. There was a name written on the door. The bastard immortal gun chart. Li Hengsheng pushed open the door and entered it. The layout of the rooms were all similar. And at the first sight of the entrance, Li Hengsheng saw the picture hanging on the wall. The picture shows exactly one lance. Just by taking a look at it, Li Hengsheng couldn't help but take a step back because he actually felt a king-like domineering aura from this gun figure. Aggressive dominance. Breathtaking dominance. The hegemonic chi was like transforming into a wave of chi as it impacted up, causing people to drown in that sea of hegemonic chi. Chapter 062, A Letter from My Son, Requesting Recommendation. Monthly tickets. Look at the gun again. The tip of the gun carried a jagged shape, and the shaft was on the long side, with an imposing ring that resembled a swimming dragon. It was as if there was some ferocious beast sealed in the spear, wanting to break out of that spear. Just by taking a look at it, Li Hengsheng fell in love with this gun. I wonder where the gun's original body is, Li Hengsheng muttered. He knew that there must be this gun in the world, or else there was no way that someone could have drawn this thing. Li Hengsheng took a deep breath, then directly explored his divine thoughts out to refer to this picture. His love for the gun was so great that he couldn't help but feel it. He also wanted to see just how terrifying this bastard immortal gun technique was. The 4 people who were practicing died, and this was something that shook Li Hengsheng's heart very much. Immersed in the bastard immortal gun technique, Li Hengsheng felt that he was holding a long gun in his hand, as if the heavens and earth were trampled under his feet. Immediately after that, a shocking power unexpectedly erupted from that lance in his hand. The sudden outburst of this power shook Li Hengsheng's heart. It seems to be impossible to maneuver. The power of qi and blood in his body surged, and the lance was like a huge vent. As the lance came out from Li Hengsheng's hand, the force breaks through the mountains. As this shot was executed, Li Hengsheng felt his entire body's qi and blood rolling around, and was even somewhat unable to suppress it. Li Hengsheng instantly understood why someone would die of exhaustion from performing the bastard immortal gun technique. This stuff is really too consuming. Although that shot contained an extremely strong burst of power, the exertion was also terrifying. Not only that, the instantaneous outburst of numerous qi and blood forces, even the meridians couldn't withstand it. And if the cultivated physical body strength wasn't strong enough to perform it multiple times, the meridians would most likely rupture as a result. Li Hengsheng was also thankful that he cultivated the Sun and Moon immortal demon god body. If he were to replace it with an ordinary mortal transformation realm 6th level, that shot just now would have been enough to let them know why the flowers were that red. Only half an hour later, Li Hengsheng then completely sensed the true meaning of this bastard immortal gun technique from this painting. Li Hengsheng could be sure this time that the wooden man Sumai had given himself was really useful. He himself had actually comprehended the overwhelming immortal gun technique in one go. This bastard immortal gun technique was indeed a very terrifying martial art that contained the 33rd level of stacked waves, a heavy mountain and a sea of passes. The 33 heavens of stacked waves could execute a total of 33 shots. The power of each shot was particularly explosive, but similarly, the requirements for the physical body were also extremely perverse, as the power of executing one shot was extremely astonishing, and the second shot was even more consuming. That's why it was said that no one had been able to execute the 33 lances at all so far. The 4 people who had once cultivated this bastard immortal gun technique were afraid that they wouldn't be able to execute a few shots at all. Knowing this, Li Hengsheng knew exactly how they died. This gun technique should indeed be considered a forbidden art. Normal people really can't completely use their lives to cast again. However, Li Hengsheng felt at this moment that this bastard immortal gun technique was completely customized for him. Such a strong shot. You can challenge yourself to try it. So Li Hengsheng decided that he would cultivate this bastard immortal gun technique, and that other gun techniques would not be considered for the time being. When Li Hengsheng came out of the room, the floating map pavilion master froze for a moment when he saw Li Hengsheng's eyes, and he knew by looking at Li Hengsheng's eyes that Li Hengsheng had decided. Really decided? The floating map pavilion master still couldn't help but persuade. This overwhelming immortal gun technique is certainly very strong, but the side effects are also large. Have you thought about it? Disciple has thought about it, Li Hengsheng said firmly. Well then, since you've decided, then I won't say anything more. The floating map pavilion master said, you and I are also considered to be destined. It's not easy for me to see someone comprehending the Zhaoshan lookout immortal diagram in my lifetime, so I'll give you a small gift as a financial aid for you. Saying that, the floating map pavilion master took out a small bottle from under the table. This is? Li Hengsheng was a little curious. This is Yuan Shui spirit, the floating map pavilion master said. There are 3 drops of Yuan Shui spirit in here. When you forge your weapon later, have someone add these 3 drops of Yuan Shui spirit to it. It will enhance the toughness of your weapon. Weapons being strong is one aspect. If you can add a good amount of toughness, they are even more powerful and not easily damaged. The floating map pavilion master spoke. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. Li Hengsheng's heart was delighted. A weapon forged with condensed light star iron and Yuan Shui Ling itself was bound to be not bad. Li Hengsheng now needed to prepare a bit and then build his first gun properly. Changqing Township. Lately, Li Changqing has been having a great time. The status of the Yin family's Grand Confessor was practically treated like an ancestor by the people of the Yin family, and the Yin family's recent business was even more profitable. Because of Li Changqing's help, the Yin family's business in Changqing town, whether it was the catering industry or other industries, had taken off. Li Changqing originally felt that Jin Hong Lu's food tasted average and was sold at a high price. Solely, he helped the Yin family's restaurant to improve its menu. Not only that, Li Changqing asked the Yin family to focus on one aspect of the business, such as breakfast. It was because Li Changqing realized that the breakfast here was actually quite scarce, with very few varieties, small vegetables, white porridge, and then there's soy milk and fritters and buns and such. That was why Li Changqing had directly introduced the new breakfast at the restaurant under the Yin family. There's intestinal noodles, hot dry noodles, shrimp dumplings, and things like hoisin soup. introduced breakfast diversity. It was also accompanied by a tea for breakfast. In addition, they arranged for people to tell commentaries in the middle of the restaurant to attract customers. There are a lot of people who spend their mornings sipping tea, eating a slow breakfast, and listening to the storyteller tell interesting stories that they've never heard before. Of course, all of these stories were also copied by Li Changqing from his previous life, such as Cao Cao's 3 visits to a flat cottage to invite Wu Yazi to come out and Hatamachi's dislike of Pan Jinlian from the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon. No one in the world has ever heard of it anyway is all. Li Changqing had Fei go to the nearby mountains to catch the very difficult to catch amethyst chicken. This is a kind of chicken with the bloodline of a spiritual beast. Swift movements, very difficult to catch. The average person cannot catch, but in front of Fei, it is nothing at all. Amethyst chickens are auctioned off every 7 days. The Yen family had even publicized the utility of the amethyst chicken, such as eating it could replenish the kidneys. Not only that, but eating it also tonifies the kidneys. And eating it also replenishes the kidneys. This was a great attraction to some of the nobles of Changqing town, not only because of its efficacy, but also because it had become a status symbol. The Yen family's restaurant business immediately exploded. The same is true of the cloth business. Li Changqing personally designed some finished garments to sell in the store and gave the garments a brand effect, contacting several famous prostitutes in the greenhouses and giving the clothes to them to wear. Use it for live advertising. At the same time, with the addition of some marketing techniques from the previous life, the Yen family's cloth shop business was equally good. The Yen family's income had skyrocketed, which was a great good thing for Li Changqing. Li Changqing, on the other hand, continued to nestle in the Yen family's 10,000 books building to read books. Here's a book he hasn't finished yet, The Great Confessor. On this day, Li Changqing was reading a book when Yan Buotao's voice came from outside. Now anything about Li Changqing was Yan Buotao's personal responsibility. It also appeared to value Li Changqing. When Li Changqing walked out of the 10,000 books building, he saw Yan Buotao smiling and said, "Great Confessor, there is a letter from you. It's from the ancient land of Daoshan." "Oh, a letter from my son?" Chapter 063, Li Changqing's Temptation, Seeking Recommendation. Monthly tickets, single sisters. Although Li Changqing's hands weren't dirty, he still rubbed them on his clothes and then picked up the letter, sitting on his but on the front steps of the house of 10,000 books. "Great Confessor, there are chairs here." Yan Buotao hurriedly tried to move a chair over, but Li Changqing waved his hand, signaling that it didn't matter, and couldn't wait to open the letter. Wanted to see how this cheap son of his was doing these days. Li Changqing slowly read the letter, far more carefully than he had read in the house of 10,000 books. What was written in the letter was what had happened recently in the ancient land of Daoshan, including Li Hengsheng's statement that he had inexplicably been accepted as a personal disciple, and he actually sensed a new martial art and obtained a very powerful body refining technique. The resources for cultivation since becoming a prodisciple were far from what they could be compared to before. What's more, the letter thanked Li Changqing for the silver tickets he sent. He urged Li Changqing to take care of his health, and in addition, he sent back 400 taels of silver checks for Li Changqing to use for the time being, and then mailed them to Li Changqing when the resources for the prodisciples come down. "My son is well in the ancient land of Dosan. Don't worry, father. When he has established himself in the ancient land of Daoshan and has made some achievements, he will surely come back." The letter was sincere. Li Changqing read it 3 times from beginning to end, always with a faint smile on his face. This feeling of having a filial son, Li Changqing really enjoys it. Looking at the 100 taels of silver bills, Li Changqing knew that this should be all that Li Hengsheng could get out, all sent back to himself. Fear of living a bad life. Where can I find such a good son? Patriarch Yen. Li Changqing raised his head to look at Yan Buotao and asked, "I actually don't know much about cultivation. When I cultivate a body refining martial art at the transformation mortal realm, if it's a very powerful body refining martial art, are the resources required great? A very powerful martial art?" Yan Buotao didn't have any doubts about what Li Changqing he didn't know. After all, the cultivation styles of painters and martial artists were different, so it was normal to not understand. Yan Buotao pondered for a moment and said, "That's natural. The more powerful the body refining martial art, the more it requires a large amount of resources to perfect the physical body or enhance the strength of the qi and blood, which requires a lot of treasures or elixirs or something like that, or else it won't be able to satisfy the body's needs. In that case, if you can't reach the standard, it would be a waste of practice." Listening to Yan Buotao's explanation, Li Changqing froze for a moment, then said, "Then roughly how much does it cost?" "It's hard to say. From cultivating martial arts at the 5th level of the metamorphosis realm to the 9th level of the metamorphosis realm, if it's a really powerful body refining martial arts, the requirements would really be a bottomless pit. This is also related to the individual's qualifications." Yan Buotao spoke. "A bottomless pit," Li Changqing muttered. "However, Li Changqing was also determined that even if it was a bottomless pit, he would fill it himself. It's like many families in the past life had average conditions, but when their children got into Peking University and Tsinghua University, the parents really would rather go and sell their blood than send their children in. That's something that affects a child for the rest of his life. Li Changqing is also such a person. It is a pity that in his previous life, Li Changqing's children did not give him the opportunity to go to a technical school as barely up. Patriarch Yan, can the money for my offerings this month be settled to me in advance? Li Changqing looked up and asked. Yes, Yan Buotao didn't even hesitate. He definitely had to fulfill Li Changqing's request. If it wasn't for Li Changqing, how could his Yan family's business suddenly get so much better? Leaving aside the matter of the mines, the business of the restaurants and cloth shops and so on have been doing well lately. I'll have someone bring it to you in a moment, Yan Buotao said respectfully. Have someone send it to my courtyard later. With that, Li Changqing went back to his own mansion and took out a pen and paper, ready to write back a letter to Li Hengsheng. Peace be upon you for your father. Li Changqing wrote these 4 words to reassure Li Hengsheng. Recently Dad has made a breakthrough in painting, and the Evergreen Painting Studio is doing very well, earning a lot of money for father. At the same time, I have also become acquainted with a lot of powerful and noble people. The Yin family has now recruited me to go over to be the Yin family's envoys, and every month I am given an additional amount of income, so I don't have to worry about the money side of my son. Cultivate well in the ancient land of Daoshan. Listen to your master. Don't cultivate too hard, and remember to eat on time. If you encounter any danger, don't be foolish and rush forward. Hide as far away as you can and hide behind. It's not a shame, because people live to do what they want to do, don't they? Get on good terms with your masters and brothers, and when the future comes, you'll realize that walking in the world, besides being tough in your own strength, relationships are also very important. In addition, in the future, if you do not have enough resources for cultivation, write to me, and I will find a way for you to do so that you do not have to be embarrassed to ask for it, and I am still considered to be a person with some skills. Time passes like a shuttle, and in a flash you have left Changqing town for more than 3 years. Thinking about what happened between us father and son in the past, father is also quite emotional. All these years you are alone outside. It is really bitter. I hope you do not hold a grudge against father. The dark night will always pass. Things will get better for us, father and son, from now on. Writing here, Li Changqing pondered for a while and also wrote out the doubt in his heart in a different way. As the days go by, Dad misses your mother a little. Is Li Hengsheng's mother dead or divorced? Li Changqing was eager to know, and Li Changqing had asked around sideways before, but no one in Changqing town seemed to know. Li Changqing was alone with his son when he first came to Changqing town. No one even knew or paid attention to where this person Li Changqing actually came from. This made Li Changqing a bit headstrong, so he could only ask Li Hengsheng in this way. Not much later, Yan Hanzhou came to Li Changqing and sent Li Changqing silver tickets. Yan family's income and Li Changqing's 50-50 split. This month the mines have just recovered and the business of the restaurants and cloth shops have also gotten better. So Li Changqing actually has more than 500,000 taels of silver in his hand. Such a harvest made Li Changqing quite satisfied. Get someone from Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau to send 500,000 taels of silver in this letter to Li Hengsheng. Li Changqing was also relieved. The people from the Tsong Yuan Dart Board just wanted to leave, but they were stopped by Li Changqing. Wait for me for a moment. I'll write another letter. Li Changqing hurriedly took out a piece of paper, contemplated for a moment, wrote a letter, and then handed it to the person from Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau. Is this letter also for the ancient land of Daoshan? The man in purple asked. No. Send it to the Healer King Valley Mu Love Song. Li Changqing asked. How long does it take to send it from here to Healer King Valley? Probably less than a month. The man in purple said. It's too slow. Li Changqing shook his head. You can go faster if you add more money. We can skip the land transportation. It's faster if we go by air. The man in purple said. Just add 20 taels. Chapter 064 Ways to target the Yin family. And air transportation? Li Changqing looked at the purple-clothed man in surprise. Yeah, our Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau has specially trained flying spirit beasts that can be responsible for transporting things. If we fly there, 3 days is about the right amount of time. The purple-clothed man introduced Li Changqing and said, Hey, how about you guys don't call it Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau and call it Shun Feng Dart Bureau? Li Changqing couldn't help but spit out. Ha? The man in purple sounded confused. Then take the air transportation. Li Changqing took out 20 taels of silver and handed it to the man in purple, asking him to send this letter to the Healing King Valley as soon as possible. Jinhong House. Today's Jinhong building was not open to the public, and there were some people with cultivation guarding the entrance. The people who came to eat were also kept away one by one. At this time, a carriage stopped. From the carriage came down a fat man with gorgeous clothes. He looked around and then entered into the Jinhong building. Family Master Shui. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The shopkeeper of the Jinhong building hurriedly came up to greet the people as they watched them arrive. Got it. The Shui family head looked up at the upper floors, then walked up to the second floor with faith. And someone had already been waiting on the second floor, leading the Shui family head right to the front of a private room, pushed the door open. It had been filled with people for a long time, a dozen or so. Their eyes flicked to the visitor. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm late. The Shui family head clasped his fists and said politely, Family Master Shui really isn't slow and unhurried. An older man sitting at the innermost part of the room said in a deep voice, now that it's already on fire, I, Bai Jingfei, am also impressed that the Shui family master is still able to be so relaxed. Brother Bai is really joking. There was just a bit of a delay, the Shui family head hurriedly confessed. Well, take your seat. A man who looked like he had a stern gaze sitting next to White Mirror Face spoke. As soon as this person spoke, the Shui family head also sat down. The people sitting here today were all prominent figures in Changqing town. What is probably the matter that called you here today is clear in your hearts. The man with the stern gaze spoke. Family head Zhao, we are naturally well aware that the Yan family's actions have indeed gone a bit too far lately, but we are so small in number that there is not much we can do about it, and the only way to counteract the Yan family is to look up to you, the Zhao family and the Bai family. A family lord spoke respectfully. Humph. Our three families were originally at peace with each other, Bai Jingfei said in a cold voice. We do our restaurants. Zhao Ichou's cloth shop business is also very good, and that Yin family's mine business has also been well watered with us. Who knew that the Yin family would suddenly jerk like a wind and actually make so many moves, causing us to be severely damaged? Bai Jingfei was burning with rage at the moment. That's right, even our business is affected. Another family head also spoke indignantly. Shui Hong, what do you think? Zhao Ichou of the Zhao family asked as he looked towards the Shui family head who came in last. Me? The Shui family head froze, not realizing how the topic had come to ask about himself. But Shui Hong also slammed the table fiercely and said angrily, that's right, the Yen family has gone too far. They must be sanctioned. Everyone looked at Shui Hong with an odd look, as if they felt that Shui Hong's play was a bit too much. Shui Hong said somewhat sheepishly as he was given a look by the crowd. What are you all looking at me like that for? Shui Hong, someone said with a sneer. Your Shui family's medicinal herb business seems to be less affected. And you even went to the Yen family's restaurant to eat intestinal noodles this morning, didn't you? Look again at the clothes you're wearing. They're all of the Qing Yen brand produced by the Yen family's cloth house. The crowd looked at it, didn't they? On top of the dress was a green-colored swallow embroidered by the unique embroidery techniques of the Yen family's people. These are the clothes from the brand that Yan's family recently came out with. Originally, the Zhao family also wanted to follow suit, but the brand market had already been opened by the Yen family, and the Zhao family came in later with not very good results. The market isn't very recognizable anymore. Shui Hong smiled and heatedly said, there's no way. The business of the Yen family's cloth shop is too hot right now, and these clothes are also very popular among all those aristocrats in our Changqing town. Wearing them is very honorable. So naturally, I didn't hold back from buying a few of them. Okay. Shui Hong was called by me. Bai Jingfei said indifferently. The Shui family has some relations with our Bai family, and it is natural for the Shui family to contribute to this matter. How do I contribute? The crowd looked at Bai Jingfei in surprise. The Shui family was just a small family in Changqing town. What could he do? Shui Hong, I called you here. You should understand. Bai Jingfei looked at Shui Hong and said, now that the Yen family has done this to us, it is only natural for us to strike back. And if I remember correctly, your cousin's husband knows the people of the Zhanhe mansion and has some friendships with those in the Zhanhe mansion. Yes or no? Ah, yes. Shui Hong nodded. The House of Zhen and the House of Zhen? The crowd couldn't help but give Shui Hong a high look when they heard this name as well. Shui Hang's cousin's husband has this relationship? The Zhanhe mansion was not in the Minghong prefecture, but it was also a majestic strength, and even though it was not comparable to super sects like the Daoshan ancient land, its strength was not weak either. There are innate experts sitting within the gate. Then contact your cousin's husband. All of our clans will contribute money to bring in an innate expert from the Zhanhe mansion. We will negotiate with the Yen clan. Bai Jingfei spoke forcefully. Invite an innate master? Shui Hong was also startled. Are innate masters that easy to hire? Inviting an innate expert to just negotiate? A family head couldn't help but say, why don't we just do neither and remove the Yen family? Then not only will the business return to us, even the Yen family's mining business will be ours. No, Zhao Ichio said indifferently. The Yen family has deep roots. It's not something that can be removed so easily. And the main reason is that Yen Botao's youngest daughter is a disciple of the Daoshan ancient land. Even though it is said that his daughter is only an ordinary disciple of the Daoshan ancient land, and it is impossible to invite an innate powerhouse to avenge the Yen family, it is not easy to say what the future will develop into. We have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots, but we can't let that innate powerhouse go to the ancient land of Daoshan and kill his daughter. It's not like he's a land god. Listening to Zhao Ichou's words, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, it would be good if they could invite an innate expert to teach the Yan family a lesson. Good, then I'll go contact my cousin's husband. Shui Hong nodded. We, the Bai family and the Zhao family, will contribute 50% of the cost of hiring people, and you guys will share the rest equally. Is that okay? Bai Jingfei looked at the crowd. This is an interest we share. I hope you guys are more active. If White Mirror hadn't said so, then they could only agree to it. However, their hearts were still shocked that they had to ask the Ascendant to make a move. Then this thing has a high success rate. Yan family, you're really pissing off the crowd. Zhao Ichou hadn't said anything the whole time, and sat in the carriage on the way back with his eyes tightly closed, because Zhao Ichou always felt that things weren't that simple. Moved everyone. It would be targeted by everyone. Yan Buotao is such a sophisticated person. Can't he understand this reasoning? What's he got going for him? Chapter 065 Ancient Cave of Extreme Medicine. Nightfall. The Yan family was still incredibly lively. The servants in the mansion were busy, and the Yan family's children had recently raised their eyebrows. Because of the Yan family's recent business coming up, even the cultivation resources for the Yan family's children were much stronger than before. This gave them even more conviction to rise to the occasion and cultivate hard. Master. Today the Bai family and the Zhao family gathered some of the small family heads at the Jinheng building and then secretly held a meeting. Our people weren't able to spy on the content of the meeting, but it's not hard to guess that it should have something to do with our Yan family. In front of Yan Buotao, a Yan clan scout was giving Yan Buotao a report on what had happened in Jinheng building today. I knew they couldn't sit still. Yan Buotao was of course aware that the Yan family's recent moves would definitely cause other families to revolt, but Yan Buotao was not afraid. It's a world where a big fist is hard. Nowadays, the Yan family's grand provider was Li Changqing, an expert that even Su Mohai had to respect. So what did he have to be afraid of? And it is not that Yan Buotao wants to use Li Changqing to do these things. This matter was also discussed with Li Changqing before Yan Buotao. Li Changqing had no opinion at all. What's the point of being able to make more money for your son to practice? It's supposed to be a man-eat-man world. It wasn't like Li Changqing hadn't experienced it in his previous life. In the past, Li Changqing had heard the saying that the best way to not want to be exploited by capitalists was to become a capitalist yourself. Now that you have this opportunity, it is natural for you to become a human being. The Yan family wasn't afraid of what they might do, because in Changqing town, the Yan family's intelligence network was also good. In addition to having Li Changqing here, this was the presence that gave Yan Buotao the most peace of mind. Any plotting and scheming was futile in the face of absolute strength. Continue to keep an eye on their movements and report back when you have news, Yan Buotao said to the scout. Yes. After the scout finished speaking, he turned around and left the study. 3 days later, Valley of the Healing King. Mu Aigu had also been back for some time, and the first time he returned Mu Aigu went to find his father, the current master of the Healing King Valley. Mu Hengsheng told Mu Hengsheng about the fact that he had been struck by the ghost grudge curse. Mu Hengsheng was also very shocked when he saw the ghost claws on Mu Age's neck. As for the matter of that wooden sculpture, Mu Aigu did not say anything about it, but only said that for the time being the ghost grudge curse did not break out. Mu Hengsheng went straight into the ancient cave of absolute healing in the Healer King Valley to look for a way to crack it. The ancient cave of absolute healers was a forbidden place in the Healer King's Valley, and no one else was qualified to go in except for Mu Hengsheng. But it was rumored that many of the forbidden arts of the Valley of the Healer King were blocked inside. Regarding the Absolute Doctor Ancient Cave, Mu Xianga had been very curious since she was a child, and once she even sneaked to the Absolute Doctor Ancient Cave there wanting to see what was inside. As a result, Mu Xianga was discovered. Mu Hengsheng was so angry that Mu Hengsheng, who usually doted on Mu Age, had Mu Age grounded in her room for a month. It was useless even for Mu Xianga's mother to come and plead for mercy. It's just that Mu Xianga hadn't said anything to anyone until now. She saw it that day, in the middle of the ancient cave of absolute medicine. There's a kid. It was a boy, about the same age as her, 12 or 13 at that time, someone Mu Aigu hadn't seen before. Even up until now Mu Aigu had never seen that boy again. It was as if he had never appeared. Now that Mu Hengsheng had gone to the ancient cave of extreme healing, it made Mu Aigu couldn't help but think of that mysterious child. As he was thinking about it, a voice came from outside. Elder, there is a letter from you. My letter? Mu Aigu also lacked interest after hearing this and said, it must be another letter from a disciple of an unknown sect. Such a letter Mu Xianga received too much. A warehouse could be stacked at random. Elder, the incoming letter is from a place I've never seen before called Changqing Town. It seems to be from the Minghong Prefecture side. The visitor spoke. Minghongzu? Changqing Town? Mu Aige's eyes lit up. Opening the door, The maid at the door was holding a letter. Mu Aigu directly reached out and took it over. And when she saw Li Changqing's name on the envelope, Mu Aigu revealed a look of delight. Alright, you go down, Mu Xianga said. Yes, that maid's face carried curiosity. Who was Li Changqing? It actually made Mu Xianga so delighted. Is it a young talent from one of the families? Mu Xianga also did not expect Li Changqing to send himself a letter. Is it missing yourself? Mu Xianga hurriedly opened the letter to see. Love song fairy, long time no see. It's been a month since the last time we parted. I wonder if your healer King Valley has found a way to lift the ghost grudge curse. Remember that Jizo Buddha must not leave your body. In the middle of a lot of words written, Muej read it very carefully. Just looking at it, Li Changqing wrote about his own son Li Hengsheng in the letter, becoming Mu Haifeng's personal disciple. He had even sensed a new powerful body refining martial art. Things like that. At first, Mu Aigu was still looking at it seriously, but looking at it, she always felt that the flavor of the letter was a bit wrong. Became a pro-life? Cultivated a powerful body refining martial art? Oh yes, Mu Aigu suddenly realized, and suddenly her face reddened. After he came back, he had been researching about the ghost grudge curse, but he had forgotten that. Back in the cave, Li Changqing had given all the heavenly treasures to himself. He wanted himself to refine pills for Li Hengsheng to come. As a result, I forgot all about it myself. How do I? Mu Lovesong blushed, looking at the letter in front of her, actually feel some shame. What to do? He was afraid that he had lost his impression points in Li Changqing's heart now. I promised someone something, but I didn't do it, and I forgot all about it. It wouldn't be good for the elder of the healer King Valley to get a reputation for reneging on a debt. If he refined it now, it would also take a while to refine it. So Mu Aigu directly walked out the door and chose quite a few good quality elixirs from amongst the healer King Valley's treasury, packing a large box in one breath. Then he found someone from the Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau and had the Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau send it to the ancient land of Daoshan via air transportation and sent it to Sumai. It was only after she was busy with all of this that Mu Aigu wrote back to Li Changqing. Early morning, Changqing Township. Tokoyanzai opened its doors early. This is the Yen family's restaurant. There are 3 openings in the entire town of Chantilly. It was early in the morning, but it was already full. There was still a sweet smell in the hot fog outside. This is Tokoyanzai's breakfast specialty. Meanwhile, the people sitting on the first floor, who had ordered breakfast along with a pot of tea, listened to the storyteller tell the story that Li Changqing had written. The shocker slapped down. Mr. Storyteller is over 60 years old, but his voice is loud and clear. Today we are going to talk about the story of Water Margin Chuanqi Lu Jishan versus Nia Shaoqian. I hope to listen to the happy lords and others recommend recommendations, or run a monthly ticket in our place. Yes, the crowd below applauded and applauded. They came to hear it yesterday, and the story was just told of a monk called Lu Jishan who drank 18 bowls of wine on Jingyangang and then came in a daze to a place called Lanrua Temple. And the story of meeting a female ghost of the ghost clan called Nia Shaoqian. The story's development today is what they're most looking forward to. Cousin husband, please come inside. This is our new specialty in Changqing town. The food is especially delicious. Outside the door, Shui Hong led a man in brocade clothes in. Chapter 066, The Shui Family Conspiracy. The man's face always wore a comb. The golden satin on his body was obviously a very expensive fabric, and even the jade pendant pinned at his waist shimmered with a faint halo of light. That's a Ningyu. Usually wear on the body has the effect of meditation and concentration. Such a small piece of jade is worth a lot of money. Ordinary people can't afford it. He swept his gaze around and saw that the old gentleman who was speaking in front of him was talking soundly about the commentary. Cousin husband, second floor please. I've booked the elegant seats, Shui Hong hurriedly said. Aha, he nodded. In the elegant room on the second floor, Shui Hong ordered all the signature specialties. He loved to eat at Shi Yen Zhai on weekdays, and the intestinal noodle here was his favorite, especially the egg and shrimp intestinal noodle. Sticky rice noodle with minced pork, egg and shrimp, plus a little bit of fresh vegetables, and then served with a secret sauce like Shi Yen Zhai. In one bite, the smooth texture with the aroma of shrimp and egg, the texture of minced meat as well as the crispness of vegetables. With that sauce is really sweet in the mouth. When you swallow it, you can even recall a rice flavor of intestinal noodles. It didn't take long for a cage of what seemed to be a snack like breakfast to be brought up. Shui Hong, people often invite me to dinner, but it's really rare to invite me to breakfast. The man looked at these things on the table and said, but these were things he hadn't really seen before. Even in Zhanhe House, where there were just as many fancy breakfasts, there weren't as many variations as here. It's really because their family's breakfast is really delicious. Shui Hong smiled as he added up a shrimp dumpling and put it into the man's bowl and dish, saying, brother-in-law, try this shrimp dumpling. It's also one of their family's best. It's very good. The The man silently chucked the shrimp dumplings. The man let out a gasp of surprise as he realized that this little thing, the face skin, was actually translucent in color. How did this happen? Put it in your mouth and take a bite. The translucent crust has a different texture than regular crust, adding a stickiness and an indescribable toughness to it. In the mouth is the sweetness of fresh shrimp with a crisp texture, and it tasted smooth, without any dry texture at all. And when I fixed my eyes on it, it had a lot of chopped pork fat in it. The aroma of the lard permeates it. Not to mention it adds a smoothness between the shrimp. The man nodded. The breakfast here was indeed something. You wrote to me to find me here. What's the matter? Just tell me. The man took a sip of tea. Brother-in-law. It's like this. Shui Hong then gave a rundown of the recent events. Want to hire an innate expert? The man still had a calm face, as if he didn't care about such a request. Yes, Shui Hong nodded. It's mainly to be used as a deterrent to the Yin family, hoping that the Yin family won't go so overboard. The man took another bite of the intestinal noodles and said, it doesn't matter if you guys pay the right amount of money. I'll hire it for you, but my share, it can't be less. That's for sure. For sure, Shui Hong hurriedly said. But brother-in-law, innate powerhouse can it really be invited? Shui Hong still found it a bit unbelievable. The man let out a cold laugh. Zhou Sun, didn't spend so many years in the Zhanhe mansion for nothing. It's not good to invite an innate in the Zhanhe mansion, but it doesn't mean I don't know other innates. Brother-in-law is good at this. Since Zhou Sun had said so, then Shui Hong was relieved. Then, brother-in-law, this cost issue, Shui Hong hurriedly asked. For 300,000 taels of silver. You can ask the innate to make a move once. Zhou Sun spoke indifferently. 300,000 taels. This number did startle Shui Hong. It's really expensive. Although it was said that the Yin family's monthly income normally amounted to 500,000 to 600,000 taels of silver. This 500,000 to 600,000 taels of silver was needed for the operation of the Yin family's business as well as the cultivation expenses of the sons and daughters in the family. Now that it was split 50-50 with Li Changqing, the Yin family's income had been reduced by half, and the Yin family could be said to be currently relying on the wealth they had accumulated before. That's why the Yin family took this opportunity to win with Li Changqing to make more money. The Bai family and the Zhao family are not as good as the Yin family in terms of income. Is to be a little worse? Putting aside the cost of operation, every month can save a 70,000 or 80,000 taels of silver is not bad. For a small family like the Shui family, being able to save 20,000 to 30,000 dollars every month was already considered rich. So when it was said that it would cost 300,000 taels of silver to hire an innate to make a single strike, Shui Hong was indeed shocked. And this 300,000 taels of silver didn't include the introduction fee for Zhou Sun. But since this was an order from White Mirror Fei, no matter how expensive it was, they had to invite it. Anyway, it's the Bai and Zhao families who take the lead. So Shui Hong agreed. Is having the innate strike to kill the Yin family's patriarch? Zhou Sun opened his mouth and asked. This 300,000 taels of silver can help you kill one person. It's not good to kill someone, is it? Shui Hong hurriedly said. That Yen Buotao's daughter is a disciple in the Dao Mountain ancient land. Oh, Zhou Sun raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to ask. The Yen family's daughter is actually a disciple of the Dao Mountain ancient land? Is she an inner disciple? No, it's an outer disciple. Shui Hong responded. What's so scary about a mere outer disciple? Zhou Sun put his heart down. Even if he kills Yen Buotao, his daughter won't be able to invite an innate to avenge him. Moreover, the outer disciples of the Daoshan ancient land, those who will be able to enter the ascendant in the future, are 1 in 10,000. Don't worry, I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't kill someone, the innate powerhouse isn't hired for nothing. If you kill that Yen Buotao, the Yen family will be in chaos. Your Shui family may not be unable to get a piece of the pie. Zhou Sun picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, then gently pushed it in front of Shui Hong. There are benefits. We all get rich together, aren't we? Shui Hong heard Zhou Sun say this and was obviously moved. Originally, everyone meant to deter the Yin family and did not want to take action against them. Yet isn't it too much of a waste of 300,000 taels of silver to bring in an innate to merely deter negotiations? It's too much money not to kill someone. Moreover, what Zhou Sun said was reasonable. Before, all the clans were worried that the Yin family's youngest daughter would become a scourge. But what Zhou Sun said was also reasonable. How could a mere outer disciple of the Daoshan ancient land become an innate? It's simply a pipe dream. Good. I'll make the call then. Shui Hong also had a heart of gold. No poison. If we don't seize this opportunity, how can the Shui family develop and grow? Once Yen Buotao died and the Yen family was in chaos, then The Shui family could indeed step in to fight for this benefit. Then I'll be grateful to brother-in-law. And when my Shui family reaps the benefits from this, I'll definitely thank you heavily at that time. Shui Hong respectfully picked up his teacup. Aha! Zhou Sun also picked up his teacup and clinked it. After conferring for a while, the two of them walked down from the upper floors, and Zhou Sun was ready to go back to the Zhanhe mansion to operate. At this time, the storyteller is also talking about the wonderful place. The crowd are listening with rapt attention. Someone pouring tea overflow did not notice, completely attracted by the story, only to see that Nia Xiaoqian gasped. Her clothes fell off, and her whole body leaned on that Lu Zhishan's arms. Official, your pecs are so toned, she said with winks. Lu Zhishan, however, said with a look of regret, it's a pity that Sprinkles is a human being and you are a ghost. Are people and ghosts really that important? Nia Xiaoqian has a look of resignation on her face. So what if it's a ghost? What about people? Of course it's important. If you're human, Sprinkles must be your brother. Zhou Sun smiled. This place is quite interesting, and the food is quite delicious. Chapter 067, My father won't be taken over, right? Green Rain Mountain. The sky had just dawned, and in a bamboo forest at the back of Green Rain Mountain, a shuttle was like the wind. It was like a swimming dragon in the many green bamboos. The figure was none other than Li Hengsheng. After cultivating the Sun Moon Immortal Demon God body, Li Hengsheng realized that besides his physical body becoming stronger, Li Hengsheng's control over his physical body had also become very precise. Although he didn't try to comprehend any stances, but just by virtue of the explosive power of his physical body, he was actually able to be comparable to some ordinary steps. Fast and explosive. That was Li Hengsheng's physical state at the moment. At the same time, a long spear in his hand was waved in Li Hengsheng's hand. Li Hengsheng was getting used to the feel of the shot. Stacked waves, accompanied by a soft cry. Li Hengsheng's chi and blood tumbled, and an eruption of might instantly emitted from his body and transmitted to the lance. Boom! Terrifying power erupted out. But at this time, the lance in Li Hengsheng's hand unexpectedly bent in an instant, and this lance pierced through to a huge rock, instantly piercing a deep pit through that huge rock. Immediately after, the boulder boomed and cracked out countless cracks, densely running around and extending. The power is amazing. If people were to see it, they would even wonder if this shot was a power burst from a martial artist in the Hotian realm. However, not only that, after the first shot, Li Hengsheng's surging power of chi and blood did not calm down at all. It was like the waves rolling over, and an even stronger aura than before was killed from that iron spear. This shot seemed to tear apart even the air, and an ear-piercing sound came from the boulder that was pierced through by this power on the spot. It directly shattered into broken pieces, spilling out in all directions. Such a huge boulder was shattered by Li Hengsheng with just 2 shots. A change from the previous Li Hengsheng would not dare to think at all. Li Hengsheng fixed his body and felt the chi and blood tumbling in his body. Slowly pressed the power of chi and blood downwards. If it was possible, Li Hengsheng would still be able to execute the third shot. The power of the third shot was even higher than the second shot, but the power of chi and blood in his body really needed to be suppressed for a while when he executed the bastard immortal gun technique. Wasted another handful. Looking at the iron spear in his hand that had been bent beyond recognition, Li Hengsheng let out a bitter smile. The bastard immortal gun technique was indeed powerful, but that instantaneous burst of power was too much for ordinary weapons to withstand. In these few days, Li Hengsheng had already used up 4 ordinary iron spears. The condensed light star iron and Yuan Shuiling had been sent to the most powerful foundry master in the ancient land of Daoshan to build a gun. It just hasn't hit the spot yet. That was why Li Hengsheng used an ordinary iron spear to practice, tossing the gun in his hand to the side. It was bent out of shape. The churning chi and blood in his body had been calmed by now. According to the apparent power of the overwhelming immortal gun technique, the tumbling chi and blood didn't even calm down that quickly. But naturally, Li Hengsheng's sun and moon immortal demon divine body was also a perverted thing. The two go really well together. Young lord. At this time, Su Kuei's voice came from outside the bamboo forest. Uncle Su, what brings you here? Seeing Su Kuei walk in, Li Hengsheng greeted him and asked, Young lord's letter. Su Kuei gave the letter to Li Hengsheng and said, every day someone in the residence would go to see if there was a letter from the young lord. And today I found that there happened to be one. So I sent it to the young lord. Thank you Uncle Su. Li Hengsheng brought the letter over and took a look. It was from Li Changqing. It's my father's. Li Hengsheng grinned. Since the last letter, Li Hengsheng felt a father's love that he had not felt for many years. Seeing Li Changqing's letter again, Li Hengsheng was really happy from the bottom of his heart. Then young lord, take your time to look at it. Old slave will leave first. After Su Kuei finished speaking, he glanced at the boulder that shattered into quick pieces not far away, and his pupils also shrank, but nothing was said. Turned away. Li Hengsheng turned around to find the big green stone he usually rested on to sit down and watch, but ended up looking back halfway. Where's the stone? Oh yeah, I just broke it myself with a yawn. Had to find another shorter piece and sit down to open the envelope. The letter hadn't even been read yet, and the result was that 5 silver tickets fell out of it. Why did father send me money again? Li Hengsheng held the silver ticket up. I had thought that it would be at most 1,000 taels apiece. Perhaps Li Changqing had made money again and worried that he didn't have enough, so he sent money to himself. But when Li Hengsheng saw the numbers on top of the silver ticket, Li Hengsheng's eyes flew out. 100,000 taels. Li Hengsheng hurriedly grabbed up a few others and looked at them. 100,000 taels. Another 100,000 taels. It's all 100,000 taels. A full 500,000 taels of silver. My father went and robbed the money changer? Li Hengsheng couldn't believe it, and only immediately afterward remembered that there was another letter. That's why I took the letter and read it. When he saw that Li Hengsheng had now been appointed as a grand provider by the Yan family, Li Hengsheng felt that it was a bit of a mirage. Don't you know what level your father is at? Is the Yan family crazy? Or has dad really gotten the hang of it lately? The more I looked at the letter, the more incredible it became. However, the content of the letter made Li Hengsheng was a little touched. He could feel that kind of genuine concern from the letter. It was until Li Hengsheng saw the last sentence written by Li Changqing. As the days get better, father misses your mother a little. Li Hengsheng frowned, always feeling that something was not right. Meditate for a long time. My father wouldn't have been taken over, would he? Li Hengsheng had heard before that there were some secret techniques amongst the ghost race that would perform a seizing of the body, occupying that person's body and completely replacing another person. For Li Changqing's recent changes, Li Hengsheng could only think of this explanation. Otherwise, Li Changqing had really changed too much recently. Maybe I'm being paranoid? Thinking back, Li Hengsheng felt that what he thought was a bit unbelievable again. How could someone occupy his body when his own old man, a very ordinary painter, couldn't even get into the initiation? Taking him over? What do you want from him? Figure he doesn't take a shower? But what does that last sentence mean? You miss your mom? Li Hengsheng sighed softly. But who is my mother? For so many years, every time I asked you this question you punched me, and now I'm told that I miss my mother. And I do, but I don't even know what she looks like. Put the letter away. Looking at the 500,000 taels of silver bills, Li Hengsheng's mood was happy. He should cultivate hard and become a strong man in the future, so he would naturally have the opportunity to make a lot of money to honor his father. He's so short of money right now. The Sun Moon immortal demon god body was simply a little demon that couldn't be fed. Squeeze yourself dry. With these silver tickets, it should be enough. Li Hengsheng hurriedly took the silver ticket to buy something. The first thing was the golden domain pill, which was the thing one needed the most at the moment. Over 1,000 pieces of silver apiece. Li Hengsheng came directly with 200 pills. Li Hengsheng felt that 200 of them should be enough for him to cultivate to the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. After buying the pills and coming back, Li Hengsheng once again went into closed door mode. He decided that he would cultivate to the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm as soon as possible. Kaiananju. It's in 2 directions from Minhongju, outside the door of a tavern. On the ground in front of the doorway sat a fat man in tattered clothes with a small Buddha statue around his neck. Sumai had come out to find their sect leader for a long time, but there was never any news. Sumai decided that if there was no news today, he would return to the ancient land of Daoshan. But just when Sumai had eaten and drunk enough and was ready to take a nap at the entrance of this restaurant, Sumai was suddenly able to feel a hint of ghostly chi. Chapter 068, Everlasting Life Sect, Requesting Recommendation. Monthly Tickets. Favorites. It's not uncommon for there to be such a thing as a ghost tribe, but even if there were ghost clansmen hiding in the crowd, they would all be well hidden, as they were not much different from the human race in terms of looks, and it would be difficult to find them, actively leaking the aura of the ghost race. Such a thing was still rare. The ghostly aura slowly moved away. Sumai naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. This Jingnan continent was also the territory of the Daoshan ancient land. Within the boundaries of the Daoshan ancient land, was it okay for the ghost race to be so rampant? The people on the street almost did not notice. In the doorway of the restaurant that leaned against the door as if it were a beggar fat man disappeared. Followed this ghostly aura out of the city. Sumai quietly followed him out, wanting to see where this ghostly chi would eventually flow to. Sumai executed the snow feather Zen wind technique, but he didn't follow too fast, always keeping a distance. He saw a figure from afar enter the deep mountains outside the city. What a heavy smell of blood. From afar, Sumai frowned down. The smell of blood in this mountain was heavy, as if many people had died. Slowly, a cacophony of voices came from the distance. In a sunken valley, Sumai crouched on a cliff and looked downward, his gaze aghast. He saw a shocking scene. There was actually a very large altar in the middle of this valley. Around the altar, there were a dozen or so figures who were sitting there as if they were performing some secret technique. The spells in his hands were constantly changing, and around that altar, a corpse was even more shocking to the eyes. There are hundreds of them. These corpses were lying around horizontally, wearing plain clothes, and the chi and blood in their bodies seemed as if they had all been drained, and their deaths were very horrible. When Sumai saw the scene, the anger in his heart slowly rose. These ghost clans actually killed so many people. These people must be all the mountain people in this mountain. And at this time, the figure that Sumai had followed earlier also returned. The man was dressed in black robes and knelt directly in front of a figure. "My lord, I'm back," the black-robed figure spoke. And that figure turned around at this moment, revealing a slightly aged face. His sideburns were white, his pupils were greenish-black, and his thin body was like a bamboo pole, giving off a strong hostile aura. That old man nodded indifferently, then swept his gaze around and said loudly, "Peak Master Su, since you're here, show yourself." The sound traveled far. Sumai, who was on the nearby cliff's eyes narrowed slightly, but he wasn't much surprised, because the ghost clan from before was like guiding his arrival. These people in front of him were just some rabble, and as Sumai could see, there was only one innate realm. What does one have to be afraid of? So Sumai also took a long leap in his figure and flew down from that cliff in an idle manner, dropped down on top of the altar. As Sumai appeared, the crowd that was casting mysterious spells around the altar stopped their hands and stared at Sumai in front of them. They were all merely at the Hotian realm, but when they faced Sumai, there was actually not the slightest bit of fear in their eyes. It was as if Sumai couldn't pose any threat to them. "Welcome, Peak Master Su." When that old man saw Sumai's appearance, he gently clapped his palms, then smiled and said, "Daoshan Ancient Land Mohai Peak Master, it's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see you today. You're not a ghost race." Sumai looked at this old man in front of him, not feeling half a trace of ghost aura from his body. "I can't believe it's just a regular guy." But after finishing this sentence, Sumai's thoughts were stuttering as he looked at the face in front of him that looked a bit familiar. "If I'm not mistaken, you're Su Jing from the Zhanhe mansion, aren't you?" Sumai frowned and said, "I didn't realize that the experts of the Zhanhe mansion had also gotten involved with these rabble-rousers of the ghost race. I'm really ashamed to share the same surname as you. I didn't expect the famous Sumai to actually recognize me. It's truly an honor." Su Jing said smilingly, "There's no need to say that, because you'll all be one of our own soon as well. How can the living and the dead be on their own?" Sumai said in a salty manner, "You have done such a hurtful thing on my Daoshan Ancient Land's territory. None of you will be able to leave alive today." Ha ha ha. Who knew that Su Jing was laughing? "Peak Master Su, don't be angry. I haven't introduced us to you yet." Su Jing's pair of green eyes flashed with a cold aura as he grinned. "We, the Eternal Life Sect, welcome the arrival of Peak Master Su, and in the future, when we are all together, we should get along well." Eternal Life Sect? Sumai instantly remembered the cold Shasta ancient temple. Antique paintings. That ghostly child in the ancient painting also mentioned the word Eternal Life Cult. I didn't expect it to show up so soon. Previously, Sumai had thought that the Eternal Life Sect was a newly risen power of the ghost race, but now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. There was actually a human race in the Eternal Life Sect. The human and ghost races coexist. I don't even know if there are other races involved. The Eternal Life Sect, what exactly is it? Sumai didn't rush to make a move, but rather, he had to ask for clarification first. Su Jing stood with his arms crossed and said with a smug expression, "The Eternal Life Cult, as the name suggests, is naturally about seeking eternal life, and when we resurrect our ancestors, they will grant us eternal life, and at that time, we will eventually become an existence that stands at the pinnacle of this canyon realm, and we can become immortals and live the same life as the heavens and the earth." "Ancestors? What about the ancestors?" Sumai asked in a deep voice. "Who is the leader of your Eternal Life Sect, and how many forces are involved?" "Don't be anxious." Su Jing didn't answer Sumai's question and said with a smile, "You'll naturally understand all of this after you join the Eternal Life Sect." With that, Su Jing took out a small bottle from his sleeve robe. Spinning around, he said, "Our sacrificial ceremony has also been prepared for you a long time ago. As long as you sacrifice a sliver of your soul, you can formally join our Eternal Life Sect, and we will be officially our own people. What if I say no?" Sumai knew that he couldn't ask anything at the moment, but the little cutie, only then would he sacrifice his soul. "Not only will I not participate in your bull ***** Eternal Life Sect, I'm going to kill all of you sons of Es to avenge these mountain people." Sumai's killing intent had slowly seeped out. Ha 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 ha. Su Jing, however, laughed out loud. "Peak Master Su, I advise you not to ask for trouble. With you stinking fish and shrimp, are you also worthy?" Sumohai asked calmly. With my strength it is naturally impossible for me to be a match for peak master Su. Su Jing knew that although he and Sumohai were both innate, his own strength and Sumohai's were not a fraction of a star apart. But Su Jing wasn't afraid. Su Jing had cards in his hand that could checkmate Sumohai. Chapter 069 Masanjiao, Seeking Recommendation. Monthly Tickets. Single Sisters. Die. Sumohai did not bother to talk nonsense with Su Jing. His figure moved. The Snow Feather Zen Wind skill was performed to the extreme, and he raised his hand to kill with a palm. While at this moment, Su Jing was grinning. It seems like I need to make Peak Master Su understand your situation at this moment. After saying that, a talismanic seal appeared in Su Jing's hand. The talisman instantly burned up between Su Jing's two fingers. As that talisman burned, a wisp of black smoke flew up from that talisman, and at the same time, that black smoke unexpectedly transformed into a ghostly face that let out a mournful hiss. That thing is very creepy. With something so bizarre, along with Su Jing's smug expression, even Sumohai was on guard, withdrawing his palm and his figure exploding back 2 steps. After all, Sumohai was wary of things he hadn't seen before. Hell knows what the hell that is. Careful for the best. As the ghostly face and that black smoke continued to hiss, the tiny ghostly hand imprint on Sumohai's neck unexpectedly began to squirm stupidly. Just as that ghost hand had just made a move, the statue of Earth Zan Wang Bodhisattva hanging in front of Sumohai's chest likewise changed. Earth Zan Wang Bodhisattva actually slowly opened his eyes. As the eyes of the Earth Zan Wang Bodhisattva opened, that ghost hand no longer dared to move, so it obediently lay on Sumohai's neck. All of this was without Sumohai even noticing it in the slightest. Just as that one talisman seal was all about to burn out, Sumohai looked around as if nothing had happened. Scaring me? Sumohai said without a trace of anger. Su Jing as well as the surrounding ghost clansmen were also dumbfounded. What's going on? How come nothing happened? Impossible. Su Jing was a bit flustered and took out another talisman before lighting it. It's still the same scene as earlier, but this time the ghostly hand on Sumohai's neck didn't even move, as if it was saying to the carved wooden pendant of the king of earthly treasures, "Look, am I well behaved?" One more talisman seal was about to burn out, but Sumohai was still standing there unharmed. How is this possible? Su Jing really panicked. Why isn't it working? This was the bottom card against Sumohai. Without this, how could he, Su Jing, possibly fight against Sumohai? Why isn't your ghost grievance curse reacting? Su Jing looked at Sumohai with a face full of shock. Hearing this, Sumohai understood at this moment that the talisman seal was actually used to activate his ghost grievance spell. No wonder Su Jing was so confident before. The power of the ghost grievance curse. Sumohai naturally knew that it really made his life worse than death. He. Sumohai grinned. There was nothing to be afraid of if he knew what it was. With the wooden sculpture Li Changqing had given himself to suppress it. What kind of a little cutie was the ghost grudge curse? Seeing Sumohai step by step, Su Jing directly took out all the talismanic seals. To be on the safe side, he didn't bring a lot of talismanic seals with him, and at this moment, he took out all of them in his head. All of them began to burn. He didn't believe that Sumohai was really indifferent to the ghost grievance curse. Knowing that you're going to die, so you burn paper for yourself in advance? Rather a wise choice. Then I'll send you on your way. Sumohai snorted as he looked at Su Jing. In the next moment, miserable sounds were heard throughout the valley. Some of the Hotian's ghost race, they simply couldn't escape Sumohai's devastation. In just 2 breaths of time, they all died under Sumohai's palm prints. As for Su Jing, he fought to the death, but he was also slapped by Sumohai and had his legs broken. Sumohai wanted to force Su Jing to tell him about the Eternal Life cult. However, Su Jing just refused to say anything. Sumohai, the Eternal Life sect won't let you go. Those of you who have been struck by the ghost grievance curse are destined to become members of the Eternal Life sect. Su Jing's pair of green eyes were also filled with blood, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Ancestors will eventually descend to the Song Yuan realm, and at that time, all of you will die. After saying these words, Su Jing's pupils gradually lost their vigor, and then his life force faded as well. It was only then that Sumohai realized that Su Jing had actually taken poison and killed himself. The Eternal Life sect. Sumohai had a feeling that the calmness of the Song Yuan realm didn't seem to last long. This Eternal Life sect is a scourge after all. It would be fine if it was just the ghost race, but there was also the human race involved. This Su Jing was a member of Zhan Hefu, but Zhan Hefu actually didn't have the slightest awareness of it, so maybe there were such followers of the Everlasting Life sect in other sects as well. Thinking about this, Sumohai was a bit unnerved that the ancient land of Dao Mountain might also be there. Go back to the mountain first. Since he couldn't find the patriarch, Sumohai decided to return to the Daoshan ancient land first. The other thing was that Sumohai felt the need to clear this matter with Mushanga of the Healer King Valley. Tell Mushanga to be careful too. also instructed Mu Shanga to make sure to hang that wood carving pendant on her body. If it wasn't for Li Changqing's wood carving pendant today, he was afraid that he would have to plant himself here. The ghost grudge curse was so terrifying that a man like Sumai was chilled to the bone. 2 days later, Changqing Town, Jinhong Building, by Jingfei and Zhao Ichio and the others were gathered here. Yet at this moment, they could only stand respectfully and none of them dared to sit. In front of them, a man carrying an iron sword was slowly drinking tea. The pressure that permeated from this man's body caused them all to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. The crowd didn't dare to speak. After waiting for an incense stick of time until the man finished the tea in his cup, he raised his head to look at them. The silver is paid, and I will do the things for you. The man said, I, Ma Sandao, have always been true to my word, and tonight, the Yen family will be in chaos. Thank you, Elder Ma. The crowd rushed to speak. After the deliberation of the crowd coupled with Shui Hong's compulsion, everyone felt that decapitating Yen Buotao and causing the Yen family to be in chaos was a very good way for them all to take advantage of the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Also Yen Buotao's youngest daughter they are not even worried about anymore. It was like Joseon said, an outer disciple who wanted to become an innate in the future? The probability is too low, isn't it? No worries at all. In that case, they simply did not do it at all. The person in front of him was the innate powerhouse that Joseon had found for him. It's just that they originally thought that the innate Joe was looking for would be an expert from the Zhanha house. Who knew that it would be this person? Ma Sanjiao. This man is infamous and on the blacklist. The people on the blacklist were all vicious people who had committed countless crimes and were hunted by the hunters. And every place has its own blacklist. This Ma Sandao is on the blacklist of Zhanhe house. It was also rumored that this person was also a strong person of the Zhanha mansion before, only that he later killed the Zhanha mansion for a painting treasure and escaped. They were also emboldened to work with such a person. I only hope that after paying the money and killing Yen Buotao, I will no longer have anything to do with such a person. Where's the money? Ma Sanjia asked. The money was prepared long ago. Bai Jingfei hurriedly walked up and took out 300,000 taels of silver bills to hand over to Ma Sandao. Ma Sandao checked the amount and then put the silver ticket into his bosom. Tonight, let's watch the Yen family collect Yen Buotao's corpse. Ma Sandao took a sip of tea. Killing intent permeated out, causing the crowd to feel a sense of suffocation. Ma Sanjie is really scary. They seem to have some regrets about messing with this bloodthirsty guy. But the arrow had to be sent. On this day, the entire Changqing town seemed to look depressed. At nightfall, dark clouds in the sky shrouded the moon. The Yen family also slowly fell silent. Li Changqing had also long since fallen asleep. A figure entered the Yen family as if it were treading on clouds. It was Ma Sandao who came to kill Yen Buotao. However, he had just arrived at the Yen family, but he was looking around with a frown. The Yen family is so big. Where does Yen Buotao live? This courtyard in front of him looked very luxurious. Could it be that this was where Yen Buotao lived? Oh, just 2 steps away. Ma Sandao saw a cute little earth dog blocking his way. Blocking his way. Where did the dead dog come from? Get lost, Ma Sandao shouted coldly. Chapter 070, A Quiet Night. What Ma Sandao didn't expect was that the little earth dog, hearing his own chiding, was actually indifferent not to mention, but instead looked at Ma Sandao with a look of contempt. Fine, 300,000 taels of silver will only kill one person, Yen Buotao, but I don't mind helping them kill one more dog. Ma Sandao usually kills like a man, who sees himself not afraid. I did not expect that today was scorned by a dog. Just saw Ma Sandao draw a shiny iron knife from his waist, raised his hand and swung the knife at the small earth dog. Not only that, he will leave later also want to take this dog away to go back to stew and eat meat. However, the moment he swung his sword down, he realized that the little earth dog actually turned into a stump and then disappeared in front of him. Where's the dog? Ma Sanjie froze. However, the next moment, he was to see a golden light crashing in front of him, and in the golden light was actually the little earth dog, raising its paw to Ma Sandao's chest. The furry little paws look harmless and even a little cute, but it was just a flash of lightning. Ma Sandao didn't even have the time to react before that little dog's paw was pressed down onto his chest, so a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth violently. Ma Sandao felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain at this moment, and this innate body was actually completely unable to block it. The ribs shattered with a loud bang. Even as the shattered ribs had inserted themselves into the lungs, the whole person flew out with a whoosh, hard enough to knock down an ancient tree in the courtyard. At this time, Ma Sandao's consciousness was blurred, and just as he tried to struggle to get up, he spat out blood with a wow. He couldn't even get up if he wanted to. He couldn't move his body right now. The only thing that was showing was the light of fear in those pupils. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened to me? That little earth dog slowly ran towards Ma Sanjie, with an untamed look in his eyes and a 6-parent pace. Ma Sandao directly collapsed at this moment. Was it this little hyena that just nearly killed himself with a paw? What the hell kind of dog is that? For a while, Ma Sandao was extremely skeptical, doubting the reality of his cultivation, doubting the falsity of this world, doubting that this world is round, doubting that there are aliens outside of the Tsong Yuan realm. As his consciousness became more and more blurred, Ma Sandao almost fainted. And it was at this time that the dazed Ma Sandao heard a voice, "Fei, in the middle of the night, what are you doing out there again?" Wrapped in a piece of clothing, Li Changqing walked out of the house and saw the messy state of the yard. An ancient tree in the distance had been knocked down. Ow! Fei ran to Li Changqing's face and rubbed his puppy face against Li Changqing's pants leg, then raised his little paw and pointed to the distance. "Who's that?" Li Changqing also saw the dying Ma Sanjie lying there at this time. The iron sword flew far away and stuck on the ground. Ma Sandao's chest was covered in blood. Lying on the ground, already out of breath and in breath, he looked hard at Li Changqing in front of him, unable to believe that this ordinary-looking man was actually the master of this vicious dog, the innate realm. Taking a look at the person lying on the ground, Li Changqing was also a bit surprised. "Fei, well done. Actually caught a thief," Li Changqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Ma Sandao almost didn't die of anger. His own hallowed innate expert, the top 10 villains of Zhanhefu's blacklist, in Li Changqing's mouth actually became a thief? Soldiers can be killed but not humiliated. Ma Sandao then wanted to struggle up and spit a mouthful of big sticky phlegm on Li Changqing's face even if he couldn't beat him. However, Ma Sandao was just about to struggle to get up, but he saw Li Changqing frown and raise his hand. Ma Sandao immediately felt a power directly confined to his body. It was as if countless shackles had bound his body, and it had become exceptionally difficult for him to move his fingers even if he wanted to now. This is the Daoshan Ancient Land's 5 extreme seal scripts? Ma Sandao couldn't believe it. This person in front of him was an expert of the Daoshan Ancient Land? At least a peak master level. Although he was seriously injured, his realm was here. To be able to imprison himself with his hands. How terrifying was this person's cultivation. But Fei, you're also quite ruthless in your claws. Look at the injuries you've given to others. Li Changqing looked back at Fei, then smoothly touched on Ma Sandao's body, until he touched the 300,000 taels of silver bills on his body. It's true that an innate powerhouse is rich. Li Changqing grinned. "I'll take this money." Feeling around again, he was surprised to find a flying knife in his arms. Only when he came into contact with the flying dagger, Li Changqing felt a little strange, because this flying dagger unexpectedly came with its own spiritual power. It didn't look like a weapon, but rather like a painted treasure, with some odds and ends of silver. It was only a few hundred taels, and not much else. Ma Sandao watched Li Changqing ransack him. His eyes were red, but there was no way out. At the moment he was completely unable to move. What's going on? Just then, footsteps came from outside, and all the people carrying torches all came to Li Changqing's courtyard. Yen Buotao as well as a few elders of the Yen clan led the charge. They rushed in when they heard the loud noise as well as the sounds of battle. "Great Confessor, is everything alright?" Yen Buotao hurriedly cared if Li Changqing was alright. "It's fine. It's just a small thief who came in over the wall. He's already been subdued by me," Li Changqing said lightly. "Little thief?" One of the elders brought his torch up and saw Ma Sanjia's face. "He is Ma Sandao." That elder's face instantly paled. "It's Ma Sandao from above the blacklist." "Ma Sandao?" Yen Buotao was also jolted. The innate powerhouse, but they were also all slightly relieved when they saw Ma Sandao's situation at the moment. Ma Sandao was dying at this point. Could it be him? Yen Buotao recalled that today's scouts had reported that Bai Jingfei and the others had met with a mysterious person, but they hadn't gotten information on who exactly it was. Now that I think about it, it could very well have been Ma Sanjia. What exactly is this Ma Sanjia doing here in the Yen family? The answer is naturally self-evident. He just didn't expect that Ma Sandao was too unlucky, and just after arriving at Yan's house, he came to Li Changqing's yard. "Your friend." "Ha?" Li Changqing looked at Yen Buotao curiously. "Enlighten the great confessor." An elder came up and said respectfully, "This person is on the blacklist. He has done nothing wrong. He is already a wanted target. I don't know how many hunters and killers want his life, but this person is exceptionally cunning and has not been caught. I didn't expect that he has now planted himself in the hands of the great confessor." "Oh, just don't be a good person." Li Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Great provider, what should we do with this person?" Yen Buotao also asked Li Changqing. "You solve it. After all, this is your home." Li Changqing didn't bother with such a troublesome matter, and promptly lost interest in Ma Sanjie as well. After all, everything of value on this Ma Sandao had been touched by Li Changqing. Li Changqing didn't bother with the rest. "Go back to bed." With Yen Buotao and the others left, a few elders came up. "Patriarch, the Bai family and the Zhao family, they must have no good intentions in letting this Ma Sanso come to us in the middle of the night. And if they're not mistaken, They should be aiming at you. I naturally know. Yan Buotao stared at the immobile Ma Sanjie, a touch of coldness showing in his angry light. The innate powerhouse is terrifying. But an innate powerhouse who couldn't move and was about to die wasn't so scary. This night, the scouts from the various clans that were squatting outside the Yin family's door, waiting for the Yin family to be in a big mess, waited all night. But in the end, they didn't wait for anything. It's like nothing happened. It wasn't until dawn that the patriarchs of the many clans felt that something was wrong. They had likewise waited all night. Why hasn't Ma Sandao sent word yet? Bai Jingfei vaguely felt that something was wrong, and his heartbeat became a little irregular. It always felt like something was going to happen. Chapter 071 Reactions of Various Families. Not good. Just as Bai Jingfei was fidgeting, an urgent voice came from outside, only to see a Bai clan scout running in with a face full of fear. What's going on? Bai Jingfei rushed up to ask. Ma Sandao is dead. His head was hung on the city gate at an unknown time. The scout came up for air and spoke with a very panicked expression. Impossible! Bai Jingfei exclaimed before rushing out of the Bai family. A head hangs above the gates of Changqing town, swaying with the wind. Quite a few people were around there. Even the disciples of the Daoshan ancient land stationed in Changqing town had felt incredulous. When the hell did this head get put up? When Bai Jingfei came, he saw Zhao Yiqiu in the crowd from afar. Zhao Yiqiu likewise saw Bai Jingfei, but didn't speak and turned his head to get on the carriage. When Bai Jingfei saw that the head was indeed Ma Sandao's, his entire face paled. Ma Sandao is dead. Isn't he a powerhouse of the innate realm? In their opinion, the innate realm powerhouses were very powerful, so powerful that they were beyond their imagination. Innate and Hotian were a watershed. Even a group of Hotian Jedi realm powerhouses would never think that they could kill an innate powerhouse. The strength of an innate powerhouse's physical body was not even something that could be easily shaken by an acquired martial artist. How did Ma Sandao die so easily? Last night the scouts saw with their own eyes that Ma Sandao entered Yan's house. Immediately after seeing Ma Sanjie again, only the head remained. What's going on in Yan's house? Who killed Ma Sandao? For a moment, an unknown fear swept through White Mirror Fei's body. Could it be that there were even more powerful experts hidden among the Yin family? If that were the case, wouldn't we be in big trouble? Bai Jingfei almost sat on the ground with a soft leg and also hurriedly got on the carriage. It took a couple of stomps to get on the wagon before he could manage to get up there. On this day, the entire Changqing town was extremely calm. Even the ordinary civilians could feel the depressing feeling of Changqing town, but they didn't know what was going on, and Li Changqing didn't feel that this was something at all. Through this incident Li Changqing also roughly knew his position. The 5 great seals that he had copied from Sumo Hai was one of the styles. Fixation. An ordinary innate martial artist shouldn't be able to block it. The dog Fei was even able to cut down ordinary innates. As for the stronger ones, Li Changqing was still unclear. Sitting in the small courtyard, Li Changqing fiddled with the flying dagger in his hand, which struck Li Changqing as odd. The Great Confessor. At this moment, Yan Buotao walked in from outside and respectfully saluted Li Changqing. Sit down, Li Changqing said casually. Thank you, Great Confessor. Yan Buotao also sat down. Patriarch Yan, I would like to ask you, the innate who died last night, was he very powerful? Li Changqing raised his head and asked. Yan Buotao froze. What kind of question was that? What does it mean to be awesome and what does it mean to not be awesome? For me of course it's great, but for you, it's not even as good as your dog. Enlighten the Great Confessor. That person is a powerhouse of the innate realm. Still very strong. Yan Buotao spoke in a hurry. Since this person is an innate, how does he compare to Sumo Hai? Li Changqing asked. That naturally cannot be compared. Yan Buotao shook his head. Among the 36 peaks of the Dao Mountain ancient land, the strength of Peak Master Mu Hai is at the front of the pack. And even though they are also at the innate realm, this Ma Sandao is not even worthy of mentioning his shoes to Peak Master Mu Hai. This Ma Sandao is merely an ordinary innate realm, but Peak Master Mu Hai's cultivation should already be at the peak of innate perfection, or perhaps already at the innate great perfection realm, Yan Buotao guessed. After all, I haven't reached the innate realm yet, so I can't really say. I can only rely on guessing. Innate realm, innate perfection, Li Changqing muttered. I remembered that it was written in the book that there is the innate great perfection and innate extreme realm behind it. Yes. Are there many innate Jedi Masters? This is a phoenix-like existence, right? Yan Buotao pondered for a moment. This kind of existence was feared to be the top experts of the various great sects. Well, it's fine. I'll just ask. Li Changqing wanted to confirm how dangerous this world was. If innate Jedi were all over the place, then he would have to keep a low profile. Great Confessor, what you are holding in your hand is... Yan Buotao was surprised and looked at the flying dagger held in Li Changqing's hand. This one. Ah, it was recovered from that Ma Sandao. Li Changqing threw that flying knife to Yan Buotao and said, You recognize this? Yan Buotao picked it up and scrutinized it for a long time. And sked. This is a painting treasure. Painting treasure? Li Changqing froze. He had seen Mu Shanga take out painting treasures before, and had also seen some other painting treasures, and was surprised. Shouldn't all the painting treasures be in the scrolls? Not really, Yan Buotao explained. Normally, there is nothing wrong with the painted treasure being within the scroll, but the painted treasure can also exist apart from the scroll. It's just that after the detached scroll, the spiritual power contained in itself is fixed, and when it runs out one day, naturally this painting treasure will be ruined. But if you don't detach from the scroll, you can draw on the spiritual power of heaven and earth by virtue of the scroll, replenishing the spiritual power of the painting treasure at any time, and can use it for a long time. Li Changqing suddenly realized that this was the case. The scroll is like a rechargeable battery for the painting treasure. How is this thing going to work? Li Changqing asked curiously. Inject your own innate true essence into it, and you'll be able to use it. Yan Buotao returned this flying dagger to Li Changqing. Did you take care of last night's matter? Li Changqing put away the flying dagger. It's almost done, Yan Buotao said. We'll wait for the reactions of the various clans next. If nothing goes wrong, they'll be well behaved next. Well, for a small Changqing town to be divided into so many businesses, it won't work without someone to centralize the management, Li Changqing said lightly. Otherwise, how are we going to expand externally? Always living at a snail's pace in this town is not good for the Yan family's development either. Many thanks to the great confessor for his guidance, Yan Buotao said rather excitedly. This side of the ancient land of Daoshan, Sumai returned to Mohai Peak. Instead, he found out that Zhou Jun was actually living on Mohai Peak. Master, you're finally back. Something happened to junior brother, Zhou Jun hurriedly said when he saw Sumai return. What happened to Li Hengsheng? When he came back, he heard that Li Hengsheng had an accident, and Sumai was almost scared to pee. If something happened to Li Hengsheng, how would he explain to Li Changqing? The first time senior brother went to the floating map pavilion, he comprehended a new martial art, and it's still at the painting saint level, Zhou Jun hurriedly said. Ha! When Sumai heard this, he couldn't help but freeze. You call this an accident? And so on. A new martial art that comprehended a painting at the level of a painting saint? Who? Li Hengsheng? What painting? Sumai couldn't help but ask. Wan Qingfeng evening figure. This painting? Sumai frowned lightly. There wasn't much powerful martial arts in Wan Qingfeng's evening drawing, but to be able to comprehend the painting saint's masterpiece, that was also very powerful. I'll go to Qingyu Mountain to take a look. Sumai also wanted to go and see how Li Hengsheng's recent cultivation was going. Chapter 072, Sumai's Door. Promising Li Changqing to take good care of other people's children. He couldn't accept a disciple and then not even go there. It's true that I've been busy lately. As a result, Sumai did not expect that Li Hengsheng had actually comprehended a new martial art. It's still a painting at the level of a painting saint. This really was a big surprise to Sumai. It seems that Li Hengsheng is not useless. There are still belong to his genius place. Although the Wan Qingfeng evening drawing was not a powerful painting, yet it was also at the level of a painting saint, and to be able to do so was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Arriving at Qingyu Mountain, Sukuwei saw Sumai's arrival and hurriedly came to pay his respects respectfully. Master, you're back. Sukuwei hurriedly came up and said, how have you been lately? Sumai said with a smile, having you follow this little disciple, Li Hengsheng, and take care of him is really a commission for you. It's not aggravating. Master is flattering me for saying so. Sukuwei spoke with a smile. Then Sukuwei pondered for a moment. Besides, following young Lord Li Hengsheng is indeed not an aggravation. He will surely be a great man of distinction in the future. Hearing Sukuwei say this, Sumai glanced at Sukuwei with some surprise. This Sukuwei, who was somewhat arrogant, would actually say such words. Is he in? I'll call. Sukuwei rushed to find Li Hengsheng. Although Li Hengsheng had closed his eyes, he had explained before he closed his eyes that if Sumai came back, he would have Sukuwei notify him. Sukuwei then called Li Hengsheng's name from the outer door of the cultivation room, telling Li Hengsheng that Sumai had returned. Crunch! The door opened slowly. Sukuwei's expression changed at this moment, and at this moment, Li Hengsheng unexpectedly walked out of the house with his entire body red. The whole man was panting heavily, as if he was exhausted to the point of weakness, and his flesh felt much more robust than before, with a very beautiful flow of muscles. One could feel the amazing power contained within. The body was still bubbling with white gas, and the whole person was in a state where the qi and blood were rolling over for a long time and had not calmed down. What shocked Sukuwei was that in Li Hengsheng's body, he could faintly see the sun and moonlight diagrams. It only slowly dimmed and eventually disappeared. What's that? Sukuwei had never seen it before, and as Li Hengsheng breathed, the blood color on his body unexpectedly slowly faded away. and his qi and blood began to calm down. Master. Master is here? Li Hongxing took a deep breath, then spoke. Su Kuwei couldn't help but wonder what exactly this was cultivating in the cultivation room. The body is surprisingly loaded like this. Moreover, Li Hongxing's cultivation realm at this moment had also reached the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm. Master is here and is already waiting for you. Su Kuwei came back to his senses and spoke. Okay, I'll change my clothes and go see Master. Li Hongxing changed into clean clothes and went to the front yard and saw Sumai staring at the few chickens raised in the yard, not knowing what he was thinking. Master. Li Hongxing walked up and clasped his fists in obeisance. 7th level of the metamorphosis realm. Seeing Li Hongxing's cultivation level, Sumai nodded slightly, lamenting that Li Hongxing's cultivation qualifications were a little worse than he thought. With the golden domain Dan that he had given himself, normally, at this point, he would at least be at the 9th or 8th peak of the mortal realm. Like Zhou Jun, when he came out from the 5th level of the mortal transformation realm to the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm, it had only taken 7 days. Only. Sumai seriously sized up Li Hongxing but let out a cry of surprise. Li Hongxing's body vaguely that surging power of qi and blood is amazing. I heard that you have comprehended the painting sage's masterpiece, the evening drawing of the 10,000 green winds? Sumai walked around Li Hongxing twice. How did he look like he had comprehended the 10,000 green winds in evening drawing? What kind of martial arts could be realized inside that painting that could make someone strong like this? At this moment, Li Hongxing felt completely like a human-sized little ferocious beast to him. What my disciple is comprehending is not the 10,000 green winds evening diagram. Li Hongxing remembered that the floating map pavilion master had said that it was possible to tell the truth to Sumai. It's just that pavilion master Fauda said that because saying it out loud would cause some unnecessary trouble. That's why he asked the disciple to say so. Li Hongxing explained truthfully. It doesn't look like it to me either. It's not like the sect doesn't have disciples who have comprehended the 10,000 green winds evening diagram, but there are simply no ones who can cultivate to the point where they're as strong as you are. Sumai's dangling eyes were grave. The floating map pavilion master had given such an explanation, so the matter did not seem simple. Which painting exactly is the new martial art you've enlisted? According to my understanding of that Li Jinsong fellow, he is not one to make a fuss. Sumai scared. You were able to get Li Jinsong to exit to help you hide it, so I'm sure this fellow was also frightened by you. Pity, I wasn't around those days. Otherwise I really wanted to see with my own eyes what that guy Li Jinsong's expression was like. Sumai said with some regret. Zhao Shan looking at the immortals. Li Hongxing said seriously. Sumai was first stunned, then revealed a trace of incredulity. The Zhao Shan looking at the immortals? No wonder that guy Li Jinsong didn't let you proclaim it. Sumai also beat him to death as he didn't expect that Li Hongxing had actually comprehended the Zhao Shan looking at the immortals. That was a divine work that hadn't been touched by anyone in the entire Dao Mountain ancient land for 1,000 years. So it makes sense. Sumai knew how this terrifying qi and blood power of Li Hongxing in front of him came about. I'd also like to thank Master for giving me that treasure, Li Hongxing said with a smile. Treasure? Sumai blinked. What treasure? Yes, it's the wooden man inside that box, Li Hongxing whispered. Master, what exactly is the origin of that wooden man? Why is it that I couldn't help but perceive that wooden man, and immediately afterward I felt my enlightenment improve so much? Both times I have been able to comprehend the painting, I was able to easily comprehend it smoothly. Where does Sumai know anything about wooden people? That thing is from Li Changqing. One presses on without even knowing what's inside the box. Cough cough. For the master is still the same. The treasures inside cannot be told to outsiders, Sumai said gently. Yes, disciple, keep in mind. Li Hongxing was even more determined this time. If such a treasure was proclaimed, what would happen? Your body refining martial arts seem very strong. I think the golden domain pills given to you should not be enough. When my master goes back, I will have someone send you some more. Sumai scared. Li Hongxing's qi and blood power, in Sumai's opinion, had almost surpassed the mortal transformation realm. Originally, he thought that with Li Hongxing's qualifications, it would be good enough to be able to comprehend mediocre martial arts, but it turned out to be directly capped. Then thank you, Master. Li Hongxing also didn't politely talk to Sumai. After all, one can't always rely on his old man, and this when the teacher's father more or less has to mean it. Young lord. At this time Su Kuwei walked over, followed by 2 disciples holding a long box in their hands. This is from Candle Flame Peak. The guns that young lord ordered from them earlier have been shot, Su Kuwei said. Finally, Li Hengsheng had been looking forward to this gun for a long time. On the side, Sumai was also curious. What kind of gun had Li Hengsheng built? Li Hongxing went forward and lifted the long box with one hand. The box was very heavy, and reached out his hand to open the lid. The sunlight waved down. and the lance reflected a dazzling light. Silver-colored gun body. The tip of the gun is jagged. A touch of red tassel is even more gorgeous. The gun body even contains a faint water ripples. At a glance, one could feel the domineering aura of the lance. Bastard immortal gun? Sumai revealed a hint of shock. Chapter 073, the name of the gun is Immortal by Immortal. This gun was practically identical to the Bastard Immortal gun. The diagram of the Bastard Immortal gun in the floating diagram pavilion. Sumai had seen it before, and the gun was built exactly like the Bastard Immortal gun. Murphy, you cultivate the Bastard Immortal gun technique? Sumai looked at Li Hengsheng in shock. Yes, Li Hengsheng didn't hide it either. Nonsense. Sumai was really anxious. That Bastard Immortal gun technique is a forbidden gun art, and all the people who practiced it had accidents. What's wrong with this old thing Li Jinsong? Actually letting you practice this? Master, it's none of the pavilion master's business. It was my own request to cultivate this. Li Hengsheng also explained, my body refining martial arts are very strong. My fleshly strength and chi and blood are both strong and overpowering, and it perfectly fits with the explosive cultivation method of the overwhelming immortal gun technique. So my disciple chose this. Don't worry about it, master. Disciple will pay attention. Li Hengsheng added another sentence. He really liked the Bastard Immortal gun technique. Just now when Su Kuei went to find him, Li Hengsheng was cultivating the Bastard Immortal gun technique. Only that Li Hengsheng didn't have a suitable gun, and it wasn't too convenient for him to execute it in the cultivation room. So Li Hengsheng created his own way of cultivation, practicing with fingering. If this matter was known to the few people who had previously practiced the overwhelming immortal gun technique, they would be afraid that they would jump out of their graves in fear. The main focus of Bastard Immortal gun technique is an extreme burst. It could be said that every outburst of the gun was a violent release of one's own chi and blood power or internal energy from a small cathartic port in a vast and huge amount. Reach an explosive output. Using an iron spear to perform at full strength would cause it to become useless, let alone a human finger. That's even a finger blown off. However, when Li Hengsheng entered the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm in his cultivation, he found that the figure in the sun and moon divine light of his sun and moon immortal and demon divine physique unexpectedly had an additional line of blood. The increase in this line of blood did not only allow Li Hengsheng to become more powerful in his physical body and his chi and blood to flourish, but more importantly, Li Hengsheng clearly perceived that his use of the chi and blood power in his body had become more precise. After a few attempts, Li Hengsheng was also able to unexpectedly simulate the 33 levels of the overwhelming waves of the overwhelming immortal gun technique through the way of fingering. Li Hengsheng kept trying and was getting more and more familiar with it. Eventually, Li Hengsheng also gave this fingering a name. It's called the stacked wave finger. With Li Hengsheng's current level of control over his body, Li Hengsheng could accurately control the amount of chi and blood power that was being output, reaching a realm where he could utilize his finger techniques to the extreme, but without injuring himself. It was just that the power was naturally not comparable to the real Bastard Immortal gun technique. Moreover, stacked wave finger Li Hengsheng was already at his limit even now that he had executed it to the 5th finger. If he continued to forcefully execute the 6th finger, the tumbling of chi and blood was going to be too much to suppress. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to your father. This Bastard Immortal gun technique is really too demonic. It's better for you to use it sparingly. Sumai frowned and said, if you really like gun arts, it would be best to comprehend another style of gun art to use in conjunction with it. My father? Li Hengsheng said in surprise. Master, you still know my father? Ah. Sumai saw Li Hengsheng looking at himself strangely. Sumai remembered what Li Changqing had explained before, that he could not let Li Hengsheng know anything about him. Do not recognize. Sumai big carrot face is not red or white lied and said, I mean, you are your father's precious son. If something happens to you, how sad your father must be. Then how am I going to explain with your father? So that's what it means. Li Hengsheng had no doubt. If you think about it, it's also true that Sumai is who he is, the peak master of the Daoshan ancient land. How could one's father recognize such an identity? Thanks for your concern, master. I will remember, Li Hengsheng said, taking out that lance. The heavy strength was very comfortable in his hands. Moreover, when holding this gun, Li Hengsheng was able to feel the hardness of this gun, which was not at all comparable to an ordinary iron gun. If one were to exert the Bastard Immortal gun technique with all one's might, the gun would be completely able to withstand it in terms of hardness and toughness. Simply in love with this gun, Li Hengsheng tried to wield it a few times, and the feeling of the awe-inspiring wind knew that this was an excellent gun. Look at the water ripples on that gun. It should have been added to the Yuan water spirit. Sumai came up and spoke. It was given to me by Pavilion Master Faudu, Li Hengsheng said with a fond face. Count on that old thing having some conscience. Sumai snorted coldly. That's right, Master Teacher. Li Hengsheng suddenly looked at Sumai and said, Since there's the bastard immortal gun technique, then there should be a real bastard immortal gun. Right. Does Master Teacher know where the real bastard immortal gun is? Bastard immortal gun? Sumai raised his eyebrows. Naturally, there is. Otherwise, the hegemony immortal gun diagram wouldn't exist. But exactly where it is, I'm not very clear. And the hegemony immortal gun isn't that easy to obtain. The world's weapons have a lot of divine weapons, are well-known treasures. Some weapons are even born with the spirit into a real divine weapons. Non-supremacy of a party cannot control. Once the Tsun Yuan world of the 10,000 soldiers hall is discharged a list of divine weapons, the 7th ranked divine weapon on the divine weapon list. If I remember correctly, it should be the bastard immortal lance. Sumai spoke thoughtfully. 7th on the divine soldier ranking? Li Hengsheng's eyes lit up. That bastard immortal gun is really something. It actually ranks 7th in the world's divine weapons. However, the bad news is that such a divine weapon, I'm afraid that everyone in the world's experts want it, and the difficulty of one's desire to get the real bastard immortal gun is really not generally low. Don't even think about the real hegemony immortal gun. With your current strength, you won't be able to handle it. This gun in your hand is also very good. It will also accompany you for a very long time. So name it. Sumai laughed and said, the weapons on the divine warrior list, which is so easy to obtain, and it's still the 7th ranked bastard immortal gun. Even Xue Qianbai's 1000 snow sword was only ranked 11th. Name it. Li Hengsheng looked at the lance in his hand. The luster was dazzling. The domineering aura was internalized. Although the appearance was the same as the bastard immortal lance, but it did not have the overwhelming clamor of the bastard immortal lance. Li Hengsheng also pondered for a moment, then said, since it was built after the overwhelming immortal gun, then I'll also give you the word immortal. So I'll call you immortal by immortal. Immortal by immortal? Sumai nodded. It's a good name. Master, disciple wants to try out the 9 battle pavilion and the 10,000 beasts collection. Li Hengsheng held the immortal expelling gun and said with some eagerness, you? Sumai froze. You're only at the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm. It's too early to go to the 9 battle pavilion, but the 10,000 beasts set you can try if you want to go. Are there no disciples at the mortal transformation realm to challenge the 9 battle pavilion? Li Hengsheng asked curiously. There is, but it doesn't mean much, Sumai said. There hasn't been a new mortal realm transformation realm on the 9 heavy battle pavilions mortal realm ranking for hundreds of years, and the last one that made it to the mortal realm ranking was 430 years ago. There are a total of 7 people on the mortal realm list, but all 7 of them at least are at the 9th level of the mortal metamorphosis realm when they challenged the 9 heavy battle pavilion. You're only at the 7th level of the mortal metamorphosis realm, so you don't have a chance of winning. But if you insist on wanting to experience the experience, it's also possible. Sumai revealed a wry smile. The thought crossed my mind, just don't come back crying when you do. Chapter 074, Senior Brother takes you to find chickens, requesting recommendation, monthly tickets, collection. This inexplicable smile was the one that made Li Hengsheng not help but chill a little in his heart. What does that smile mean? However, what Sumai said made Li Hengsheng firm up the idea of wanting a challenge. I'll go and try later. Li Hengsheng wasn't so hot-blooded that he would go now without a brain. At least go and ask that third senior brother of his, Zhou Jun, first to hear what he had to say. Well, you cultivate well and come ask me if you don't understand anything. After Sumai finished speaking, he left. Previously Sumai on their own this disciple did not hold much hope, but today to see Li Hengsheng actually sense the Zhoushan Wangxian map and the cultivation of the Buxian gun skill after Sumai is interested, wanted to see just how far Li Hengsheng could go. With Li Changqing, the father of a big brother, quietly helping behind the scenes, the future innate is expected. After Sumai went back, Li Hengsheng first went back to use the immortal expelling gun to cultivate for a while in the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. There's really nothing to say about the feel of an immortal by immortal gun. Li Hengsheng liked it very much. Strong with toughness, it's really a perfect match with the bastard immortal gun technique. It was not at all comparable to the ordinary iron gun that had been used before. Li Hengsheng now cultivated 2 lines of blood. The bastard immortal gun technique could execute the 4th shot if it was exerted at full strength. But that's as far as it goes. Li Hengsheng felt that it was not impossible for him to execute the 5th spear if he spared his life. But then, I'm afraid I'll really hang up. The bastard immortal lance had more explosive power one shot after another. And while today's Li Hengsheng's flesh and blood were certainly strong, they had their limits. The power of the bastard immortal gun technique executed by the immortal by immortal gun has gone up a level. Feeling the churning chi and blood in his body that was about to become unstoppable, Li Hengsheng panted and said, but this gun skill is still really hard to cultivate. That's still because it's just started. In the back one shot is harder than the other. I shouldn't have practiced too badly, Li Hengsheng thought contemplatively. If they were to let the floating pavilion master in Sumai know that Li Hengsheng was able to execute the 4th shot when he was only at the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm, they would be afraid that they would be stunned speechless, because truthfully, those 4 people who had died earlier who had cultivated the bastard immortal gun technique, just someone was able to execute 2 shots. There's another one that can cast a 3rd shot. The last one with the strongest strength was only able to perform the 5th shot. However, these 4 people without exception had already stepped into the Hotian realm. Especially the disciple who could barely execute the 5th shot was already at the Hotian Great Perfection realm. In real life, just with these 4 shots, it's still really easy to get into trouble. Li Hengsheng now understood what the floating pavilion master had said at first. This gun trick was certainly overbearing and strong. When there was not much difference in strength, one-on-one was certainly an advantage, and one could even kill the enemy by crossing the ranks. But once the enemy is more numerous, it's dangerous. Late afternoon, Li Hengsheng came back from the back of the mountain, saw Su Kuei and said, "Uncle Su, I won't eat at home tonight, I'm going out." "Alright, do you need me to accompany you?" Su Kuei asked. "No, I'm not going out of the mountain gate, I'll make a trip to 3rd senior brother's place," Li Hengsheng said with a smile. "Aha," Su Kuei nodded. If Li Hengsheng left the Dao Mountain ancient land to go outside, Su Kuei would definitely have to follow. The personal disciples were each a treasure and could not afford to have anything happen to them. Zhou Jun lives in Sanjianfeng. It was the first time for Li Hengsheng to come. It was only after coming here that Li Hengsheng really felt that the Green Rain Mountain was indeed very good, and that the aura of the entire mountain was a notch worse. The one who greeted Li Hengsheng was the steward of Zhou Jun's residence. "You wait a moment, I'll go call the young master." The butler retreated after serving tea to Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng sipped his tea while surveying the entire house. Not much later, Zhou Jun's voice came from outside. "Ha ha ha, old four, is it you who came? What a rare guest. I was planning to look for you if you didn't come tonight." Immediately afterward, he saw Zhou Jun walking in from outside with a radiant look. Seeing Zhou Jun's excited face, Li Hengsheng couldn't help but stare. Was it necessary to be so excited to see himself? There's something wrong with that look. Third brother wouldn't be having some kind of dragon and yang affair, would he? Then I'm not shooting myself in the foot. Li Hengsheng was a little wary. "It's great to be here, Lao Si. Senior brother will take you out," Zhou Jun said with a big smile. "Out?" Li Hengsheng was surprised. "Where to?" "Of course I'm bringing you to find some excitement," Zhou Jun said with a smirk. "You kid. Since you've been under the master's tutelage, you've almost always been cultivating on Qingyu Mountain. Isn't it boring? Cultivation can't be too desperate. Combining labor and leisure is the best. I heard that in the past you rarely went out on Wanzai Peak as well, so that your heart wasn't enough to affect the speed of your cultivation. Senior brother takes you out to play." Zhou Jun was full of nonsense and told Li Hengsheng about all the benefits of going out to play. The corner of Li Hengsheng's mouth twitched. Affecting the speed of cultivation? Does this cultivation speed of his own still need to be affected? So is there room to fall? "Senior brother, I came to ask you something," Li Hengsheng spoke. "Anything is put on hold for now." Zhou Jun looked outside at this moment, then said, "It's almost time. It'll be dark soon. We're ready to go. Let's wait for anything until we come back." "Alright then." Since Jun Zhou had said so, then naturally, Li Hengsheng could not say anything. Zhou Jun took Li Hengsheng and rode out on his purple electricity. "Senior, where are we going?" "Elder brother will take you to look for chickens," Zhou Jun said mysteriously. "What?" Li Hengsheng was shocked. "Elder brother, I'm still just a kid. What's wrong with children? Children grow up sooner or later," Zhou Jun said with disinterest. "There are some things that one has to go through sooner or later. Otherwise how can one mix in the Song Yuan realm in the future?" But, Li Hengsheng stuttered a little. All that came to mind was Dear Quiet's face. Looking at Li Hengsheng's hesitant look, Zhou Jun laughed. "Senior brother, I was also hesitant the first time, feeling that it was somewhat wrong to do so, but after experiencing it, that flavor is really wonderful." Zhou Jun seemed to be reminiscing. "You brat will just follow your senior brother to enjoy the blessings." Zhou Jun looked at Li Hengsheng with a smile. Li Hengsheng's heart was flustered. The world of adults was really complicated. But indeed, sooner or later, he had to go through all this. Sooner or later, he had to grow up. Going down the mountain to the city? Li Hengsheng thought of when he was in Wanzai Peak. Every time he and the elders went down the mountain to pick up food. That warm love pavilion in the city. The little girl at the door who was flamboyant. Each one was watery and had a seductive look about them. Every time he passed by, the masters and brothers around him couldn't help but take a few more glances as well. Li Hengsheng had thought that this kind of place has no connection with himself in this life. Did not expect. I'm going through this myself today. "Senior brother," Li Hengsheng gathered courage and asked, I have heard that the first time will hurt. Is it true? Chapter 075 An exciting night, requesting recommendations. Monthly tickets. Favorites. This was something that Changqing had overheard two senior sisters talking about when they were at Wanzai Peak. Ouch. Zhou Jun unexpectedly glanced at Hengsheng. It does hurt, but not always, depending on the situation. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, and we don't go out. We don't need to. Just in our Daoshan ancient land, Zhou Jun said. What kind of goods are those outside? Can they be compared to the ones in our Daoshan ancient land? We have it here too? Hengsheng was taken aback. He had been in the ancient land of Dawson Mountain for years without even realizing it. I didn't realize that the entertainment programs in the ancient land of Daoshan were still quite exciting. Slowly, Zhou Jun brought Hengsheng to a mountain peak that was somewhat silent, with the sound of the wind blowing the grass, and when he lifted his head, he could vaguely see a large manor in the distance. Is that it there? Hengsheng felt his heart beating out of his chest with nervousness at the moment. Right. Zhou Jun directly jumped off of Dian's body before saying, let's walk over. Oh, Hengsheng obediently dismounted. Although he did not understand, he trusted Zhou Jun. After all, this third senior brother of his looked experienced. Following Zhou Jun's lead, he ran towards the mountain village. Only the more he walked, the more Hengsheng felt that something was wrong. Why isn't there any buzz around here? In his impression, this kind of place is redolent of lights. Everywhere is full of flamboyant ladies soliciting. How come this place is so silent? Just as he was thinking about it, the two of them had already arrived outside of the mountain villa, and Zhou Jun took a look around before scaling the wall and entering. Hengsheng followed suit. Tumble into that manor. There was a medicinal scent wafting in. Hengsheng fixed his eyes and realized that this place was actually a huge medicinal garden, which was even more enormous than the one on Xingyu Mountain and had a very wide variety of medicinal herbs planted in it. Elder brother, where is this place? Hengsheng was a bit confused. 100 Spirit Peak. Zhou Jun did not turn around, but crouched in the grass as if he was observing something. 100 Spirit Peak? Hengsheng blinked. The name was a bit familiar. Isn't this the legendary peak where the second elder sister lives? Elder brother, you said you brought me here to look for chickens? Hengsheng looked puzzled. Yeah, didn't this bring you here to find the imperial spirit chicken? Today's day, the full moon, is when the essence of the moon is in full bloom, and tonight's imperial spirit chicken even prefers to quietly absorb the essence of the moon. So catching the imperial spirit chicken is a little easier today, Zhou Jun explained to Hengsheng. Moreover, second senior sister hasn't returned yet, so we have a good chance. Hengsheng then felt that he had known his mother a big word. You've done all the mental building yourself, and this is what you get. Third senior brother, what was it you said about you being in pain the first time? The first time I stole the imperial spirit chicken I was discovered by second senior sister and hung up and beaten. Of course it hurts, Zhou Jun spoke slowly, but as long as it's not discovered, and second senior sister doesn't have any evidence, she won't be beaten. Don't worry, let's hurry up and catch two of them later while second senior sister is still back. At this moment, it could be seen from afar that as the moonlight shrouded down, there were quite a number of imperial spirit chickens coming out from their nests. The feathers on the sentinel chicken are blue, and the crown is even more colorful and looks very pretty. Each one was stocky and as big as a large dog. They came out slowly and methodically at the moment, and then quietly lay down and half squinted as if enjoying the caress of the moonlight. He, it's coming out, Zhou Jun whispered. We need to be more careful with our movements. Even though second senior sister isn't at home, there are still quite a few slaves in second senior sister's manor. Things will be troublesome if they see us. Oh, Hengsheng let out an oh, clearly lacking in interest. Action. As if he had waited until the time was ripe, Zhou Jun suddenly spoke. Then his figure scurried out as if it were an arrow off the string. Hengsheng was also close behind. Anyway, it's already on the boat. Grab one and go back and try it. It might be really good. They're all chickens anyway. Which mouth is not eating? The two of them quickly closed in on that imperial spirit chicken. Zhou Jun reached out his hand and grabbed the neck of a chicken, directly pinching the neck of the chicken, and that imperial spirit chicken violently fluttered its wings, trying to struggle. But who is Zhou Jun? How could a Hotian Jedi realm let a sentinel chicken break free? Hengsheng followed suit and directly grabbed one. Even though the power of the imperial spirit chicken was enormous, Hengsheng's sun and moon immortal demon god body was not practiced for nothing, and an imperial spirit chicken still could not run away. Ha, got it. Let's go. Go back and roast it, Zhou Jun hurriedly said. The two went out over the wall, mounted purple power and ran. Old 4, exciting, isn't it? Zhou Jun turned around and asked with an excited face. Hengsheng, oh. Once he was back on Sanjun Peak, Zhou Jun started to get busy. Kill the chicken. Plucking hair. then pack it up and start racking it on the fire immediately afterward. It didn't take long for the scent to waft out. Li Hengsheng's eyes also lit up when he smelled this flavor. Roast chicken is not unheard of, but this one smells really good. Next to the fire, Zhou Junsheng was sprinkling spices. The chicken meat was yellow, and as it was slowly roasted over a small fire, it was actually dripping oil down little by little. What's more, the aroma of the chicken is laced with an herbal flavor. Very tempting. Ha ha, big harvest, big harvest. It's been a long time since I've eaten. Zhou Jun looked incomparably excited. It took more than an hour for Zhou Jun to feel that the chicken was almost roasted, so he reached out his hand and tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Li Hengsheng. Old 4, try it, Zhou Jun said. You'll love it when you take a bite. Li Hengsheng took it and the aroma was overwhelming. The scent of the herbs was not at all overpowering, but instead inspired the meat, which was laced with a fresh aroma that completely sublimated the flavor. The meat was tender and the golden brown chicken skin was oily and looked very appetizing. Li Hengsheng took a bite. The full meat juice permeated out from the chicken thigh, and the aroma of the chicken skin's grease instantly filled the entire mouth, while that light herbal aroma directly neutralized the greasiness. Li Hengsheng also couldn't help but have his eyes light up. The chicken was so good too. Mouth full of flavor. Tender chicken without the feeling of half a point cheku. Did not put too much heavy seasoning, just some simple basic salt and so on. More limit to retain the original flavor of the meat. It made Li Hengsheng couldn't help but take a few more bites. Hey, it's delicious, isn't it? Zhou Jun winked. Didn't go for nothing, did you? Aha. Li Hengsheng also nodded. The two of them had a whirlwind of a meal, and the two chickens were soon in their stomachs. Li Hengsheng felt that this was the most enjoyable time he had ever eaten chicken in his long life. Zhou Jun's stomach also bulged. Lying on the ground with a happy face, it's so refreshing. Even if the second senior sister comes to beat me to death, I'll admit it. By the way, Lao Si, what kind of thing did you come to see me today to ask me? Zhou Jun suddenly remembered that Li Hengsheng had said he was looking for himself to ask something. If Zhou Jun didn't say anything, Li Hengsheng almost forgot about it. Senior suggested that I go out for a walk, so I can try to challenge the 9 Battle Pavilion and the 10,000 Beasts collection, but I've never been there, so I wanted to ask senior brother what you need to prepare. You, challenging the 9 Battle Pavilion? Zhou Jun was surprised. Is Master Teacher crazy? You're at the 7th level of the Mortal Transformation realm, and he's letting you try the 9 Heavy Battle Pavilion? Isn't Master Teacher afraid that you'll close yourself off? Zhou Jun rubbed his head. So many people have had their cultivation Dao heart destroyed in the 9 Heavy Battle Pavilion, and Master Teacher still really dares. Chapter 076, The 9 Truths Divine Spear Diagram. How? As Li Hengsheng listened to Zhou Jun say this, and associated it with the weird smile on Sumohai's face when he said this, he felt that there was a pitfall here. The 10,000 Beasts collection and the 9 Heavy Battle Pavilion. As I told you before, right? These two places actually tend to be closer to two very powerful painting treasures. Zhou Jun's face rarely looked serious. Li Hengsheng nodded. This was something that Zhou Jun had said before. The entrance to the 10,000 Beasts collection or the 9 Heavy Battle Pavilion is in the Reflecting Heart Lake, Zhou Jun said. The Reflecting Heart Lake is likewise a very powerful painting treasure. The function of the Reflecting Heart Lake is to allow one to enter a virtual illusion. And the 10,000 Beasts collection and the 9 Heavy Battle Pavilion are hidden in the Reflecting Heart Lake. In this way, disciples who enter the 10,000 Beast set or the 9 Battle Pavilion, even if they die in battle inside, they won't really die, but rather fall in a virtual sense. So magical. Li Hengsheng was a bit surprised that there was such a treasure. Regardless of whether it's the 9 Battle Pavilion or the 10,000 Beasts collection, that's a very, very dangerous place, and it can be said that the mortality rate reaches 99%. And if there's no Reflecting Heart Lake, no one would dare to go in at all. But with the Reflecting Heart Lake, the disciples of my Daoshan ancient land will be able to continuously enter it to grow themselves. However, although the physical body will not die in the true sense of the word, the destruction to the spirit is very great. Zhou Jun sighed softly. After all, the feeling of death is prone to cause psychological shadows, and the number of times one dies is also prone to create a feeling of numbness, which can even affect one's character in reality. That's why the sect limits the number of times disciples can enter it. Li Hengsheng seemed to understand that really if he died many times in a row, in the long run, it was likely that he would be indifferent to life. Anytime you're in danger in reality you forget you're in reality and it leads to a much higher mortality rate. The feeling of death in the 10,000 Beasts set is terrifying, but the 9 Battle Pavilion is the place that truly crumbles the Tao. Zhou Jun said helplessly. There are 9 guardians inside the 9 Heavy Battle Pavilion, and as long as you defeat the 9 guardians, you can pass. But the strength of the 9 of them is really. Thinking about this, Zhou Jun couldn't seem to help but win a cold war. I don't know how many disciples began to doubt their lives after challenging the 9 battle pavilion. And ultimately, their Tao was hindered and their cultivation stagnated. Zhou Jun's heart palpitated. Is that so great? Li Hengsheng was a bit surprised. Zhou Jun nodded. The guardians of the 9 heavy battle pavilion. Their strength is more perverse than one another. They almost represent the top combatants of each realm. And I also go to challenge them once a month. Senior brother, how many levels have you challenged? Li Hengsheng said curiously. 3rd layer. A touch of bitterness surfaced on Zhou Jun's face. 3rd layer? Li Hengsheng felt incredulous. Zhou Jun should be very strong and only hit the 3rd layer? The guardian on the 3rd floor is actually only truly a Hotian Jumbo. But even so, I barely managed to fight my way through last month. Zhou Jun sighed lightly. As for the 4th floor of the 9 heavy battle pavilion, that guardian whose cultivation is the same as mine, a Hotian extreme. I didn't even last a single move before he killed me. Zhou Jun shrugged his shoulders, as if he was already used to it. Li Hengsheng's heart shook fiercely. The same as the Hotian Jedi cultivation. Zhou Jun's cultivation in the Hotian Jedi should also be very strong. The result? You didn't even manage to block a single move? It's horrible, isn't it? It's no wonder so many people have had their hearts broken. I thought that my strength was not bad, but it turned out that I was easily killed by someone of my same realm. If I were to have a bad mindset, I would really fall apart, right? So old 4th if you want to go for a challenge, you have to be mentally prepared, Zhou Jun said as he sized up Li Hengsheng in front of him. I see that, old 4. Your chi and blood power is strong. And I've also heard that you cultivate the bastard immortal gun technique. The 9 heavy battle pavilion one-on-one may be able to challenge you, but you'll be at a disadvantage in the 10,000 beasts set. After all, the 10,000 beasts concentration challenges an uncountable number of spirit beasts. And your bastard immortal gun technique doesn't seem to have much of an advantage against group battles. Zhou Jun analyzed it for Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng himself understood. I know. I'll go back to the floating map pavilion tomorrow. Li Hengsheng decided to go find another set of gun techniques to try to practice and see. To make up for his shortcomings, there's no need to go to the floating map pavilion. Zhou Jun smiled and said, you wait here. After saying that, Zhou Jun stood up and left. After an incense stick of time, Zhou Jun came back, and there was an additional scroll in Zhou Jun's hand. Handing the scroll to Li Hengsheng. This is the 9 true divine gun diagram. It's not the original. It's just a facsimile. But I believe that you're oldest for your perceptive, and it shouldn't be hard to figure out the gun techniques in it. The 9 truths divine lance diagram? Li Hengsheng curiously opened the painting. What was found painted inside was actually a clay-colored lance. This lance was not the same as the Overlord Immortal lance. It was a few sizes larger, giving off an especially heavy and thick feeling. This spear art is wide open, thick and heavy based, and integrates attack and defense. Whether it's attack or defense, it's very powerful, Zhou Jun said. It's more suitable for you. The overwhelming immortal gun is certainly strong, but it consumes too much. If you can sense it, it will be beneficial for you to sense the 2 gun techniques. If it was someone else, Zhou Jun would definitely not have suggested this. It was already remarkable for a person to be able to comprehend 1 gun technique, and going through the trouble of comprehending a second one would only affect cultivation. But Li Hengsheng is different, amazingly perceptive. In Zhou Jun's opinion, the 2 types of gun techniques had no effect on Li Hengsheng. Many thanks to 3rd senior brother. Li Hengsheng was very moved in his heart. Although Zhou Jun looked out of tune, he really couldn't say anything about him. I can't use this thing either. Zhou Jun smiled and said, it would be best if you could use it. By the way, senior brother, is this 9 true lance also on the divine armor list? Li Hengsheng suddenly asked curiously. You still know about the divine armament list? Zhou Jun unexpectedly glanced at Li Hengsheng, then nodded and said, yes, the 9 truthful lances, 67th on the divine armament list, and rumor has it that the current owner of the 9 truthful lances is the Northern Cold Kingdom's protectorate great general, Zhao Baiming. North Cold Kingdom. Li Hengsheng had heard of this name. In the Tsan Yuan realm, the North Cold Kingdom was one of the top powers, extremely strong. Looking at the 9 true divine gun diagram in his hand, Li Hengsheng decided to go back and try to comprehend it. Otherwise, it was like what Jun Zhou had said. With the constant flow of the many spirit beasts and the 10,000 beasts concentration, one's own overwhelming immortal lance would not be able to survive in it at all. However, one could try the 9 heavy battle pavilion first. Having heard what Jun Zhou had said earlier about the horrors of the 9 heavy battle pavilion, it had instead made Li Hengsheng come to be interested. What is that kind of top-notch powerhouse really like? I really want to have a good fight to see what level I'm at now. Chapter 077, The Miserable Scream on Sanjun Peak. Looking at Li Hengsheng's eyes and that kind of leaping in the spirit, Zhou Jun is also a laugh. Did not challenge the 9 heavy battle pavilion of people? Go before are such an expression. their own when it is not. Another head iron. How many disciples had felt that they were the chosen one in the beginning and went to challenge the 9-battle pavilion, only to be beaten by the guardians to the point of self-absorption, and later even became heart demons. Eventually, his cultivation stagnated until he died, but that's the way it has to be. Old Fourth, take care of yourself. Zhou Jun patted Li Hengsheng's shoulder. But it's okay for you. You're only at the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm after all. It's normal to challenge, but, in response to Zhou Jun's comforting words, Li Hengsheng only nodded his head. Don't go back tonight. I'll arrange a room for you to stay, Zhou Jun said. Good, Li Hengsheng agreed. After eating the imperial spirit chicken at night, Li Hengsheng felt that this imperial spirit chicken was indeed very extraordinary. It's almost like a tonic. Li Hengsheng's cultivation at the 7th level of the metamorphosis realm had yet to be fully stabilized, but he had completely stabilized with the help of this royal spirit chicken's power. Meanwhile, in the room arranged by Jun Zhou, Li Hengsheng did not sleep either, but tried to perceive that 9 true divine gun diagram. I'm afraid that Zhou Jun himself didn't think that his little junior brother who had a wasteful qualification was still a little cultivation fiend. Not surprisingly, Li Hengsheng's expectations. In just the first instance of enlightenment, Li Hengsheng had directly sensed the entire set of the 9 truths gun technique. Each time, he was able to completely perceive the full set of martial arts once. This matter, if it were to be spread out, he was afraid that the entire Song Yuan realm would feel shocked. Even if one was a supreme genius, it was impossible for them to be able to perceive a complete martial art at once every time. And the norm is to sense a dozen times may not be able to sense anything. And with the passage of time, more and more understanding of the paintings can sense the martial arts contained therein. And it is not complete. It needed to be realized through constant perception, and it would eventually take a certain amount of time before the complete martial art could be thoroughly perceived. It's like playing a game and drawing cards. Others are drawing 10 in a row to only get shards, and rely on accumulating shards to redeem full cards. And Li Hengsheng is a single draw that produces 5-star cards every time. Who'd stand for that? This time Li Hengsheng seemed to have realized on his own that his perception of paintings was a bit too perverse, and decided to keep a low profile. Although it was said that the 9 truths gun technique had been sensed, Li Hengsheng did not intend to tell anyone for the time being. Too much shock is not good. It will invite trouble. However, when he sensed the 9 truths gun technique, Li Hengsheng also had a great interest in this set of gun techniques. The bastard immortal gun technique could be said to be a gun technique that gave the attack to the extreme. Although the side effects were great, the power was overwhelming, far beyond normal gunplay. The Jiuzhen gun technique is the opposite. The gun is wide open. The gun is muddy source. The thick feeling is like this pale earth, and it focuses more on defense. One move, one style, all natural and dripping with water. Similarly, the requirements for the physical body were also very high. Just far from the perverse level of the Overlord Immortal gun technique. The requirements for the strength of the physical body are all very high for gun techniques. Li Hengsheng muttered to himself. No wonder there are so few people practicing gun techniques. Most people choose swords and such. Swords and knives are not only light, but there are many predecessors who have walked out on countless paths, so it's relatively easier. Whereas gunplay or axe techniques or something like that are much tougher. Li Hengsheng was also clear that what most people could comprehend at the mortal transformation realm was nothing more than some ordinary body refining martial arts, and if they were to cultivate gun techniques, hammer and axe techniques, and the like, their physical bodies would not be able to reach the standard. He himself was also lucky that he had sensed the sun and moon immortal demon god body from the Jiaoshan-looking immortal diagram, otherwise he should have chosen one among the swords as well. Or maybe it's to sense the beast painting, to practice boxing or palmistry or something like that. Diffusing the 9 true gun technique in his mind a few times, only then did Li Hengsheng stop. It's dawn. Looking at the sunlight coming through outside, Li Hengsheng stood up and prepared to go out to practice his gun. Practicing marksmanship in the morning was already a habit for Li Hengsheng. However, just at this time, an extremely tragic and miserable scream suddenly came from outside. The voice was so miserable that it caused goosebumps to rise all over his body, and Li Hengsheng could hear that the voice was Zhou Jun's third brother. Li Hengsheng was taken aback. What's going on? Could it be that the Daoshan ancient land has suffered an attack from a powerful person? Li Hengsheng directly scurried out and followed the sound to the gate near here. The entire slaves on Sanjun Peak were kneeling on the ground shivering, only to see that Zhou Jun also had a bruised nose and swollen face as if it was a broken piece of being thrown to the ground. It's already been piggybacked. If it wasn't for the fact that he recognized that outfit, Li Hengsheng wouldn't have thought that this person was Zhou Jun. As bad as it's going to get. Third senior brother, what's going on? Li Hengsheng hurriedly stepped forward and asked. And, yen, $, hashtag and Zhou Jun muttered something in his mouth. But his expression was anxious as he pushed Li Hengsheng. Although Li Hengsheng didn't understand what Zhou Jun was saying, he guessed the general meaning that Zhou Jun was telling him to run fast. What kind of strong enemy could have injured Zhou Jun like this? Li Hengsheng raised his head wanting to see what kind of demon or devil the visitor was, but as a result, the moment Li Hengsheng raised his head, he directly froze on the spot. Where are the demons and devils in front of him? There was only one little girl who looked 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a flowery lotus dress. She had a particularly long and lovely face, with 2 ponytails, and large eyes as if they were 2 twinkling stars. There's a particularly youthful neighborhood feel to it. Little sister, who are you? Li Hengsheng looked around in surprise, then asked, did you just see who beat 3rd senior brother to the state? Woo woo. Zhou Jun's eyes were on the verge of tears, desperately pulling on Li Hengsheng's coat, then looking at the little girl with a terrified face. You are Li Hengsheng? That girl opened her mouth to ask with a particularly curious look at Li Hengsheng at this moment. The voice is sweet and spring-like. It gave one the urge to go up and protect her and pamper her. Sweetness melted Li Hengsheng's heart. I was even thinking that if I had such a cute sister, I would spoil her to death. I am Li Hengsheng. Do you recognize me? Li Hengsheng asked curiously. He, the young girl said with a playful smile. Sure enough, as rumored, the qualifications are really crap. You are the 4th senior brother that the master said. Then I'll introduce myself. My name is Young Sweetness. I'm the 2nd disciple of Mu Haifeng. That is to say, your 2nd senior sister. Ha! Li Hengsheng froze on the spot. This stunted-looking young girl in front of him was actually his 2nd senior sister? The very scary woman Zhou Jun talked about? But looking back at Zhou Jun's pig-headed appearance, it was indeed very scary. Junior senior brother. Yang Sweetness slowly paced up, her voice still playful and cute as she said, the ones who came to my 100 Spirit Peak last night to steal chickens. There should be one of you as well. Chapter 078. Sister, isn't that scary? Hearing these words, Li Hengsheng was jolted. Inexplicably a strong feeling of fear came over me. Looking at Yang Sweetness who walked slowly in front of him, Li Hengsheng actually vaguely felt a threat of death. This seemingly harmless young girl was extremely dangerous. Next to him, Zhou Jun was at this moment wailing with his mouth open, not knowing what to say, as if he was helping Li Hengsheng to explain. But Yang Sweetness pressed on, ignoring Zhou Jun. In 3 or 2 steps, he arrived in front of Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng at this moment even the heart is going to stop. Do not know why. From the body of Young Sweet clearly did not deliberately diffuse what breath, but just a look of Young Sweet. Let Li Hengsheng cannot move all over the body. Li Hengsheng turned around and tried to run. The legs seemed to be nailed to the ground. Move it! Move it! Li Hengsheng's heart was struggling, but to no avail. Young Sweetness sized up Li Hengsheng from a close distance, and these few breaths of time seemed as long as centuries to Li Hengsheng. She stood there in height just to Li Hengsheng's chin. This looked innocent little girl but let Li Hengsheng feel extremely strong oppression. Is this the strength of the 2nd senior sister? So scary. Is the imperial spirit chicken I raised delicious? Yang Sweetheart asked slowly, a smile akin to innocence spreading across her face. It was just this smile that made Li Hengsheng and Zhou Jun next to him feel shivering. Sweetie Yang wouldn't have moved to kill, would she? Li Hengsheng also couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water, but still subconsciously said, it's delicious. Yeah, Yang Sweetheart's smile was still there, and Zhou Jun could no longer help but close his eyes. I'm sorry, how could I not expect 2nd sister to return so soon? Blame me. May still not be cautious enough. Last night was seen by the people of the 100 Spirit Peak. Lao Si, you can rest assured. Senior brother will definitely give you a funeral in style. That's good. Yang Sweetness smiled and said, Junior brother, you want to eat imperial spirit chicken in the future? Come and talk to senior sister. Senior sister will have someone pack up and bake it and send it to Green Rain Mountain for you. Just eat it ready-made. Feel free to eat anytime you want to eat anytime you want to say. There's no need to be polite with senior sister. In the future, senior sister will raise more and ensure that there's enough for you to eat. Yang Sweetness blinked. Ha! Li Hengsheng's brain short-circuited for a moment. Zhou Jun next to him was even more stunned. It was almost as if he had heard a heavenly dream. He stared at young Tangtian with wide eyes and couldn't hold back from lifting his hand to give himself 2 big beady. I must have been awake. What did 2nd sister say just now? Did I just get hallucinated by 2nd sister? It's over. I must have been brain damaged by the 2nd elder sister. Damn it. I'm already hallucinating. What to do? Is it still curable? Who's got the drugs? It's outrageous. Zhou Jun didn't hold back from raising his hand to give himself a few more Davi pockets, hoping to beat his broken brain back. Regarding Zhou Jun's actions, Yang Sweetness turned a blind eye. His gaze was always on Li Hengsheng's body, and with a warm face, he said, I also just came back before I realized that my master had just accepted a young junior brother, and as a senior sister, I didn't have the time to prepare any gifts for you. So anyway, come to 100 Spirits Peak and look for me if you want to eat Imperial Spirit Chicken. If I'm not there, you can talk to Lao Hu. I've already explained to him, and he'll help you catch chickens at that time. Yang Sweetness had a gentle face. Li Hongsheng was a bit confused. This wasn't the same as the second senior sister in Zhou Jun's description. It's very cute. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Jun couldn't help but laugh out loud from the sidelines and said vaguely, "It's over. It can't come back. My hallucinations are getting worse. Ah ha ha." Many thanks to second senior sister. Li Hongsheng didn't know why, but since Yang Sweetness had said so, Li Hongsheng should be grateful. This second senior sister seems to be a bit violent towards the third senior brother, but she is also a very good person. Li Hongsheng thought in his heart. That's all for now then. Junior brother, sister, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. In the future, if anyone bullies you, report my name. After Yang Sweetness finished speaking, she gave Li Hongsheng a bright smile, and then gave a vicious look at Zhou Jun, which caused Zhou Jun to shiver, and then she turned around and left. Third senior brother, you're not alright. Seeing that Yang Sweetness had left, Li Hongsheng hurriedly helped Zhou Jun up. Zhou Jun's face swelled even more. Li Hongsheng felt that Zhou Jun was less like his third senior brother and more like his second senior brother who was going to fetch the scriptures. Zhou Jun whimpered a bunch of words. Li Hongsheng froze and did not understand a word. After hurriedly arranging for someone to take good care of Jun Zhou and then applying some injury medicine, Li Hongsheng left Sanjun Peak. A woman's heart, a needle under the sea. Although Li Hongsheng hadn't come into contact with many women, he did feel that second senior sister Yang Sweetness was really an elusive woman. Why are you being so kind to yourself? Is it because he's so handsome? Li Hongsheng wanted to take a piss and look at himself, but held back. After returning to Green Rain Mountain and taking the immortal expelling gun, Li Hongsheng ran towards Reflecting Heart Lake. He wanted to try to see the 9 heavy battle pavilion that Jun Zhou and his master said he wanted to try to see what level he was at now. Reflective Heart Lake. At the very center of the entire Daoshan ancient land, mountains surrounded a huge lake. The beauty of the area is breathtaking. A light mist hangs over the lake all year round, making that beauty even more hazy. Instead, entering the Reflecting Heart Lake required passing through a narrow valley, which was surrounded by flowers, making it seem as if one had entered a huge garden. The fragrance of the flowers and the scenery are breathtaking, and there are even a lot of Taoist couples enjoying a cozy time here, spreading dog food in the meantime. This couldn't help but make Li Hongsheng think of Dear quietly. In the future, he must bring Dear senior sister here once to see the most beautiful scenery. Along the way, he saw quite a number of disciples with different forms of service. From all peaks, there are outer disciples and inner disciples. There was even an unknown peaks pro-transmitter, just coming and going, but Li Hongsheng saw that the aura of the people coming and going was different. Basically, the people who were heading to Hengsheng Lake, one by one, were all majestic, with a beautiful expression, as if they were going to marry their wives. But most of the people who walked out of Hengsheng Lake wilted like frosted eggplants, like they had gone late for their daughter-in-law to marry their cousin. The gleam was lost in his eyes. Senior brother Li Hongsheng. Right at this moment, a voice called out to Li Hongsheng from behind. Hearing someone shouting his name, Li Hongsheng curiously turned around to see 2 young girls walking not far away. One of them didn't recognize, but the young girl at the head was dressed in a fiery red dress, and Li Hongsheng had an impression. Senior sister Lin Tong. Li Hongsheng said in surprise. Senior sister hasn't been seen for a long time and is here to challenge as well? Having had a one-sided relationship with Lin Tong at the floating map pavilion, Li Hongsheng remembered that Lin Tong was a personal disciple of the Miaoyuan Peak. Right. Lin Tong walked up with a smile. Pro-disciples have the opportunity to challenge the 10,000 Beasts collection and the 9 battle pavilion a few times a month. So naturally I came to sharpen myself. Only what I didn't expect was to see you here. Senior brotherly. Senior brother is only at the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm. Right. And he came to challenge? Lin Tong was a bit surprised. Just came to give it a try. Li Hongsheng said with a smile. Cultivating all the time is also boring. It looks like the end of the month is approaching, and the number of times won't accumulate until next month if we don't challenge it. That's true, Lin Tong said, but I hope senior brother still has a good mindset. At this moment, the young girl beside Lin Tong was looking at Li Hongsheng in front of her with a curious expression. The most wasteful pro-transmission in the history of the ancient land of Mount Dao, becoming a pro-transmitter at the mortal transformation realm, with a very poor qualification, but with a strangely high level of enlightenment. Many people in the sect were curious as to what Li Hongsheng was really like. Seeing that young girl staring at herself, Li Hongsheng couldn't help but ask, "This is..." Oh, Lin Tong suddenly raised her eyebrows. "I did suddenly remember that you two seem to be from the same place, both from Changqing town, right?" you're also from Changqing town? Li Hengsheng said in surprise, actually encountering an old hometown here. Greetings, senior brotherly. The young girl revealed a pair of tiger teeth and said with a smile, Changqing town Yen family, Yen Yen Yun. Chapter 079, The First Heavy, The Iron Masked Man, Requesting Recommendations, Monthly Tickets, Collections, The Yen Family? Li Hengsheng was a bit surprised. Yen Yuruan? This name seems to have been heard before. It seems to be the daughter of Yen Buotao, the head of the Yen family. Ah, so it's the Yen family's daughter. Li Hengsheng cupped his fists and bowed. The tone was unconsciously much more polite. In terms of status alone, he himself was a progenitor, and he didn't care about a Yin family at all anymore. But his own father is still working in others. This relationship must be good or one day Yin family is not happy. To his old man thrown out. Li Hengsheng was afraid that Li Changqing would turn into the usual jerk he used to be. In the Dao Mountain ancient land. I'm just your senior sister, Yen Yen Yun hurriedly said. He was a protege. He was just an outer disciple. How could he dare to let Li Hengsheng salute him? You two are polite. Lin Tong felt a little odd watching from the side. Li Hengsheng, a pro-disciple. Why is he so polite to an outer disciple of Miao Yuan Peak? Senior sister Yen is also here to challenge the 9 battle pavilion? As the several people walked inside, Li Hengsheng was chatting. No, I'm here to try out the 10,000 beasts set, Yen Yen Yun said with a bitter smile. The 9 heavy battle pavilion challenged me once, and I never want to challenge it again. There's no chance of winning at all. The 9 heavy battle pavilion is not that simple. Lin Tong smiled and said, Senior brother, you haven't been here. You're not clear. Don't look at the fact that Yu Eluan's senior sister is already in the Hotian perfection realm, but there are too many in this realm that can't even get past the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion. Hotian perfection can't beat the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion? Li Hengsheng's heart was truly shaken a bit. This first guardian should by all rights only be at the Hotian realm. Yet, it was not even able to fight against the Hotian perfection. Is it really that strong? At this time, the eyes opened up, and the reflecting heart lake had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the shore near the lake, there were many people sitting on their knees, and they all seemed to be in a state of tranquility. And on that reflective heart lake, there was actually a huge ancient tree that covered half of the sky, almost covering the entire reflective heart lake. The pink leaves are what make the scene even more beautiful. Instead, on both sides of the reflecting heart lake, there were several huge stone monuments standing there. What's that? Li Hengsheng looked at the stone monuments. There were 3 on the right and 1 on the left, which were densely filled with names. That's the list. Yen Yuyun explained to Li Hengsheng. On the left is the 10,000 beasts ranking, which corresponds to the trial results of the 10,000 beasts collection, which can change at any time, while the 3 lists on the right correspond to the 9 heavy battle pavilions, which are the mortal realm ranking, the subterranean dragons ranking, and the celestials ranking. If a disciple of the mortal realm can challenge past the 9 battle pavilion, then his name will appear on the mortal realm ranking, whereas the subterranean dragon ranking corresponds to Hotian martial artists, the celestial ranking corresponds to the innate realm. Each list only takes the top 100, and if it's the same number of tiers, it's sorted according to the time it took to clear the level. Yen Yenyun explained to Li Hengsheng in a serious manner. So that's how it is. Li Hengsheng curiously walked up as he looked towards that mortal realm ranking. The only one of the 4 lists that was the most empty was the mortal realm list, and there were merely 7 names on the large stone monument. The ones they cleared were all in the first level of the 9 battle pavilion. The first ranked disciple was called Galai. The time to pass is 13 breaths. The rest are almost always 20 breaths above. It is said that this Galai was a genius disciple of the Dao Mountain ancient land 400 years ago, and the name on the mortal realm list will be permanently preserved on it. But the subterranean dragon list and the celestial list will change according to your cultivation level. For example, you're on the subterranean dragon ranking, but when your cultivation steps into the innate from the Hotian, your name will disappear from the subterranean dragon ranking and appear on the celestial ranking. Yen Yenyun spoke beside Li Hengsheng. Yen Yenyun felt that it was important to have a good relationship with Li Hengsheng. Mohai Feng's own passport, backed by Su Mohai. Such a tie would be of great benefit to the Yen family if they could embrace it. So to Li Hengsheng, Yen Yuyun was very patient. Seeing that the two were chatting so much, Lin Tong felt that it was good for her not to be the light bulb and turned around and ran towards the lake. Many thanks to senior sister Yen for explaining. Li Hengsheng nodded. If he twisted his head again and asked, then how do I enter the 9 heavy battle pavilion? It's very simple. Come and sit down at the edge of the reflecting heart lake. Feel the water of the lake, and naturally, you'll enter it. Yen Yenyun said with a smile. Okay, then I'll try. Li Hengsheng jumped at the chance. Seeing Li Hengsheng's appearance, like a child who had found a new toy, Yen Yenyun smiled. and even thought about how she would comfort Li Hengsheng later after he was finished being abused. Then, Senior Brotherly, let's join together. I'm also going to the 10,000 Beasts collection to try out. Good. The two sat on their knees by the lake. Li Hengsheng's divine soul immediately felt an attraction pulling itself into the reflective heart lake. In the next moment, Li Hengsheng's eyes fiercely opened. He found himself appearing under the ancient tree that reflected the heart lake. Li Hengsheng looked around. This was the reflecting heart lake. There was almost no difference, but Li Hengsheng realized that he was the only one here. This is supposed to be the world in the reflecting lake. 10,000 Beasts collection. 9 battle pavilions. You each have 3 chances to challenge each other. Where are you going? At this moment, a voice actually came from that ancient tree, drifting into Li Hengsheng's mind. 9 battle pavilion. Li Hengsheng replied. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Li Hengsheng felt that the entire world was refreshed at this moment, and he himself appeared in a wasteland. Everything about the scene around me was so real. The wind blew on his clothes and they hunted. Li Hengsheng reached out his hand and touched it, realizing that the immortal by immortal gun was still on his body, which reassured him quite a bit. And at this time, Li Hengsheng saw a figure sitting on a rock not far away. The man's face was covered with a cold iron mask. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. It was very mysterious. The 7th level of the metamorphosis realm? The iron-masked man's voice was a bit icy, but he did not show surprise at Li Hengsheng's cultivation realm, probably because there should be quite a few of these kinds of life-threatening challengers in the past days, only to see him slowly extend his hand and pull out a curved sword from behind him. Seeing this person draw his sword, Li Hengsheng also flicked his wrist, and the immortal by immortal gun appeared in his palm. Although this person in front of him hadn't moved yet, he gave Li Hengsheng a pressure like a mountain. This guy, he's really strong. They say you're strong. Let me try how strong you really are. Li Hengsheng grinned at this moment, and the immortal expelling gun in his hand seemed to be hungry and thirsty. Li Hengsheng struck with his full strength. Bastard immortal gun technique. As he killed with one shot, the chi and blood in his body tumbled and roared like a dragon. With the explosive power of this shot, Li Hengsheng dared to say that no one would dare to take on even the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. Like a volcano erupting, the shot was pointed straight at the iron-faced man's chest. It was at this time that the curved sword in the iron-masked man's hand also struck out. With a seemingly simple lift of his hand, he directly blocked the shot from Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng's shot with amazing explosive power was directly blocked. The man in the iron mask, however, was immovable. Instead, the strength of the force of the swing was so strong that it caused Li Hengsheng's arm to shake, almost sending the immortal expelling gun in his hand flying out. What a terrifying force! Li Hengsheng was horrified in his heart. The strength of this person's fleshly body was so strong that it definitely surpassed the normal Hotian realm. Ha! The iron-masked man also let out a cry of surprise, as if he was a little surprised that he hadn't managed to send the immortal expelling lance in Li Hengsheng's hand flying with a single slash. The opponent was only a 7th level of the mortal transformation realm, and he actually blocked his own move? Boom! Li Hengsheng's chi and blood erupted once again. The bastard immortal gun technique was one shot stronger than the other. Li Hengsheng's second shot had already come out. He wanted to see how many times this iron-masked man was able to block his own shots. Chapter 080, Who Says a Scholar is Useless? New book on the shelves. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for the first book order. Second shot. Li Hengsheng felt the chi and blood in his body begin to surge, as if it was a giant wave tossing over the sea, heaving. The second shot was another notch stronger than the first. Guns boom like thunder. It seemed to obliterate everything, but in the face of Li Hengsheng's attack, the iron-masked man was still one man and one sword, swinging his sword to harden himself, as if his fleshly body was so powerful that there was no limit to it, and his internal energy was even more pure and incomparable. And under the sword, he directly shook back all of Li Hengsheng's second shot. Li Hengsheng's body trembled fiercely, and even his bones made a clicking sound, but that kind of unrelenting aura was not suppressed in the slightest. At this time also simply did not give that iron-masked man the opportunity to counterattack. The third gun directly killed. The sound is like the sky breaking up. Li Hengsheng's arm muscles violently contracted, and that explosive power in his cells gushed out, and this power even shook the surrounding ground. Li Hengsheng's face was like a tide, and his shot was invincible. Bang! The iron-masked man still didn't have any hesitation and swung his sword to kill, and the ground under his feet split apart and went out from the collision of the two forces. The chi ran around and burst out. That iron-masked man's chi was also violently shaken. The collision between the curved sword and the immortal-driven gun was so intense. That iron-masked man actually also blocked the gun without any damage. Li Hengsheng's heart was somewhat appalled. 3 shots in a row. This iron mask gave a light block. Then try the fourth shot. With a forceful me of the palm of his hand, his veins rippled, And the fourth shot was accompanied by Li Hongsheng's astonishing strength to kill. As soon as this gun came out, the sea of blood in Li Hongsheng's body rolled over as if an evil dragon was roaring, and the qi and blood shook. Li Hongsheng's internal organs were trembling. The muscles and bones are in unison. Li Hongsheng's entire body seemed to be falling apart. The power of the shot was even greater than before, and Li Hongsheng's eyes were crimson as he went straight for the iron-faced man's chest to kill him. Li Hongsheng could say with certainty that even for martial artists who had stepped into the Hotian perfection realm, there were not many who dared to take this shot from him. Boom! A clash of forces. The iron-masked man also did not hold back at all. His curved sword came across the sky to kill, sinking like 1,000 pounds, and his chi energy was as unreserved as a ferocious vicious dog at this moment. The power carried a strong sense of oppression that swept over Li Hongsheng, but Li Hongsheng didn't have the slightest fear. The immortal by immortal gun seemed to tear open a canopy, hardening and splitting this oppression, directly battling with that curved sword, and the power of the shot was even more amazing. The tiger's mouth holding the sword of the iron-masked man instantly crumbled, revealing white bones. His entire body was shaken back by this fourth shot of Li Hongsheng, and the powerful impact made the curved sword in his hand want to break. Stomp! The iron-masked man frantically backed out, resisting the impact of this fourth shot. This shot was just too strong. How could the iron-masked man not have thought that this shot could be unleashed by a martial artist of the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm? Even he was hurt. Even his weapon was finished. Only after retreating more than 30 steps did Iron Mask manage to stabilize his body. But his body was also turning over, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. 7th level of the metamorphosis realm. To be able to injure me? Awesome! The iron-masked man's emotionless voice unexpectedly carried a touch of incredulity. But the heart of Li Hengsheng at this time was even more shocked. The hegemonic immortal gun technique killed with 4 consecutive shots, but surprisingly failed to kill the guardian of this first level. Was he really just an ordinary Hotian realm? At this moment, Li Hongsheng's state of mind really collapsed a bit. He had thought that he had 2 powerful martial arts, the Sun and Moon immortal demon divine physique and the bastard immortal gun technique, and that with these he would be able to resist the Hotian realm. Yet this Hotian realm guardian in front of him was actually nearly injured. No wonder Zhou Jun said that many people challenged the 9 heavy battle pavilion, and many of them would end up having their Dao broken. And at this moment, Li Hengsheng was pretty much thinking the same thing. That's too strong, isn't it? His fleshly body was terrifyingly powerful, and his internal energy was even more ferocious, while his current self no longer had the power to fight. Li Hongsheng was panting heavily. Even standing was about to be unsteady. The qi and blood power in his body was already agitated beyond words, like a ferocious beast that was about to break the seal and come out. Li Hengsheng was tepid at the moment. You're strong, but it's not enough, the Iron Mask said. Then his figure flickered away. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Li Hongsheng. His sword came out like electricity. Li Hongsheng wanted to dodge, but his body was already disengaged. With a cold neck, Li Hengsheng felt his head fly out. Phew! A sharp intake of breath. Li Hongsheng suddenly opened his eyes. The whole man breathed heavily. He looked around in horror. He was still sitting by the reflecting heart lake. Yen Yen Yun was still in the middle of the trial and hadn't opened her eyes. Li Hongsheng subconsciously reached out and touched his neck, realizing that his head was still on his neck, but cold sweat had soaked through his shirt. That scene just now was really too real. Almost thought I was really dead. Sweeping around, Li Hengsheng realized that some people, like himself, had woken up suddenly. Some were breathing heavily, but others seemed to have gotten used to it. A mere light sigh and then nothing more. Someone shook their head helplessly, then got up and left. Li Hongsheng sat there and calmed down for a while, then thought back to the battle just now. The iron-masked man was indeed formidable, and he had failed to defeat him under his own 4 shots. But at this moment, Li Hengsheng's eyes were even more determined. He took another deep breath, then closed his eyes. He wants another challenge. He was a prodisciple and was allowed to challenge 3 times a month. Still in the same wilderness just now, Li Hengsheng looked into the distance. It's the same Iron Mask that was just there. It's you again. The iron-masked man saw Li Hengsheng and shook his head. You can't win against me. Try again. Li Hengsheng didn't say much. The immortal by immortal gun directly struck out. The iron-masked man snorted coldly and once again battled with Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng killed with 4 consecutive shots. The gunshots were like waves surging, shocking the shore. That iron-masked man was certainly strong, but he couldn't block Li Hengsheng's 4 shots in unison. But he didn't worry about it because he knew that Li Hengsheng's limit was only able to execute 4 shots. Although the power of the 4th shot was indeed astonishing, one was still able to block it. It was certainly possible to injure yourself, but there was no danger to your life at all. And just now, after Li Hengsheng's defeat, everything here was refreshed, and there were no injuries on the iron-masked man's body. so Li Hongsheng had no chance of winning at all. For guns like poisonous snakes attacked. This time the Iron Masked Man knew the power of the hegemonic immortal gun technique. And even more so, he didn't directly hit hard, and used some techniques, resulting in Li Hongsheng's fourth gun to play out the power than last time is not as good as it should be. But Li Hongsheng didn't care in the slightest. Until the fourth shot was finished, Li Hongsheng's pupils were violently jawed, despite the fact that his body was already turning over. Li Hongsheng let out a furious cry this time, and his expression became quite hideous. The veins on his neck bulged, and blood seeped out even from his skin. Li Hongsheng made another shot. It was as if one could hear the bones of Li Hongsheng's entire body crumbling, and blood seeped out of his pores, instantly coloring Li Hongsheng into a bloody man. The fifth shot rips through everything. This is the shot that Li Hongsheng stabbed with his life. It's almost like you're even gnashing your teeth. 4 shots was Li Hongsheng's limit, but it was not Li Hongsheng's true limit. If he held the belief of fighting to the death, Li Hongsheng was fully capable of executing the fifth shot. The sun and moonlight diagrams emerged, and all the blood lines on the villain behind them exploded at this moment, and the villain's body burst, as if emitting a mournful hiss, almost exploding all of his life force. Li Hongsheng killed this desperate strike, his strongest shot. The iron blade in the Iron Masked Man's hand directly crumbled, and his entire body submerged into Li Hongsheng's gun main. First level Guardian, dead. There's no suspense, but stabbing out the last shot, Li Hongsheng also spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound. His internal organs had been broken, and the bones of his entire body were scattered. Even taking a breath is a luxury. Life is fading away, perhaps dying in the next second. However, right at this time, the space around Li Hongsheng began to distort, and the scene around him changed, unexpectedly turning into a mountain stream. The brook is babbling and the birds are singing. The injuries on Li Hongsheng's body were also instantly restored as before. It was a very mysterious feeling, to be dead 1 second and then alive the next. But that feeling of death still left Li Hongsheng's heart palpitating. The 7th level of the metamorphosis realm? A gentle voice came. Li Hongsheng raised his head and realized that there was a white-robed man standing in front of him, who had a white face and carried an air of elegance. So bookish, with a sword at his waist. He is a fluttering gentleman, which makes him very appealing. Li Hongsheng knew that he should have arrived at the 2nd level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion. The 7th level of the mortal transformation realm can actually come here. The scholar's tone was very surprised, as if he was somewhat in disbelief. Although there had been a metamorphosis realm that had come before, they were all at the 9th level of the metamorphosis realm, and in the last 1,000 years, there were only 7 or 8 of them, and after many years, it was really magical to see that the mortal transformation realm had walked here again, and it wasn't even at the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. Senior is the guardian of the 2nd level, right? Li Hongsheng looked at the person in front of him, and he actually couldn't feel any aura from his body. It was as if he blended into this mountain stream. You can call me Scholar. Scholar spoke calmly. Show me what you can do. Li Hongsheng nodded his head, knowing that he was definitely no match for the scholar. He himself had spared the Iron Masked Man by dying in the same way, so this second-ranked scholar must be even stronger. Even if they were to repeat the same trick and similarly execute the 5th shot, they were afraid that it would still be useless. But Li Hongsheng also became curious as to how strong this scholar was. That's why Li Hongsheng took a direct shot at the scholar. A shot of shock. When this gun killed the scholar didn't even seem to have the intention of resisting, merely revealing a hint of a smile. In the next moment, Li Hongsheng was violently realizing that the scholar's sword had directly pierced through his throat. The movement was so fast that Li Hongsheng didn't even see it clearly at all. Powerful, but not enough. The scholar's voice came lazily. A body of brute force is ultimately inferior. Hearing these words, Li Hongsheng's consciousness also collapsed. In the next moment, Li Hongsheng woke up once again. A hint of awe appeared in Li Hongsheng's eyes. It's too fast. The scholar's sword was too fast. So fast that he had no time to react. Chapter 081, the first person on the mortal realm ranking since the 1,000 years. New book on the shelves. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for the first order. And that wasn't just a speed. It was as if it contained something in it. Something that Li Hongsheng had no way of understanding at this stage. Look. The list actually moved. Just at this time, someone suddenly realized that the list had moved. What's all the shouting about? If the list moves, it moves. What's all the fuss about? Someone was visibly upset after being clamored for. But it's the mortal realm ranking that's moving. The man's pupils were jaw-droppingly wide, pointing at the stone monument with an unbelievable look on his face. Normally, there was no big surprise when the list moved. The list changed almost every day, but the one that moved was the mortal realm list that was different. Because the list hasn't moved for centuries, Hotian martial artists wanting to pass the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion are all difficult, let alone the transformation realm. Being able to pass the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion with the cultivation of the transformation realm. This kind of thing only exists in the legends. There were even disciples who had once doubted the authenticity of the mortal realm ranking as a list. How could the metamorphosis realm beat the Iron Masked Man? Because it's too much of a stretch. And now that list has changed. It's almost as if it's blowing up in Reflections Lake. Countless people are attracted. Which metamorphosis realm was so strong that it could actually defeat the Iron Masked Man? Li Hengsheng? Number 1 on the mortal realm ranking? Many people were stunned to see the name. The name was not unfamiliar to them. Because the recent matter of Muhai Peak's Su Muhai accepting a waste disciple from Wanzai Peak had long spread throughout the sect, and the matter of Li Hengsheng's enlightenment of the painting saint's masterpiece some time ago had even made Li Hengsheng's popularity go up a notch. Today, Li Hengsheng unexpectedly challenged successfully the first floor of the 9 heavy battle pavilion. How does this news not blow up? What was even more frightening was that Li Hengsheng was ranked first on the list at this time. Gulai's record of challenging the Iron Masked Man for 13 breaths was actually set by Li Hengsheng, only to see that on the stone monument of the mortal realm ranking, the first place position of Gulai had turned into second. The first place was written, Li Hengsheng, 7th level of the metamorphosis realm. Challenge time, 9 breaths. The disciples of the entire reflective heart lake held their breath, and the place was suddenly quiet. It was as if their brains were down. Previously, everyone had ridiculed Li Hengsheng as the most wasteful personal disciple in the Dao Mountain ancient land in 1,000 years. Now look again. Does one look like a joke? And what made everyone feel even more incomparably shocked was that Li Hengsheng was different from the other people on the list at the mortal transformation realm, as he was only at the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm. Who among those present hadn't felt the terror of the Iron Mask? It's almost like it's become a demon for them. Time and time again, he was decapitated by the Iron Mask scimitar, and there were times when he dreamed about it. The 7th level of the metamorphosis realm? If they encountered the Iron Mask at this realm, they were afraid that they would be able to be second-guessed without even a crumb left. Even Li Hengsheng himself did not think that this list actually refreshed so quickly. Just after defeating the Iron Masked Man, his own name went up. 9 breaths? Li Hengsheng himself didn't pay attention to this time. 5 shots in a row. Indeed, it didn't take much time. Looking at the surrounding crowd so shocked, Li Hengsheng stood up and prepared to quietly leave. It was good to know that although his popularity was very high, there were really not many who had seen him. Li Hengsheng was prepared to leave quietly, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Senior brother Li, are you ready to leave? At this time, Yen Yuruan's voice suddenly came out. It was actually Yen Yuruan who had come out of the trial. Li Hengsheng couldn't help but feel a jolt, and this cry of senior brother Li caused everyone to turn their heads and focus their gazes on Li Hengsheng. In an instant, many people's eyes were glowing. Last name is Li, the 7th level of the metamorphosis realm. It all matches. He is Li Hengsheng, a disciple exclaimed. I've seen him on the floating map peak. For a time, Li Hengsheng was in the limelight. Each gaze seemed as if it was trying to see through Li Hengsheng. There is jealousy, envy, curiosity, admiration, and even lust in the eyes. Li Hengsheng felt that he was likely to be eaten by them if he stayed here. So right at this moment, his figure scurried out like an arrow off the string. Get the hell out of this place. Seeing Li Hengsheng run away, Yen Yenyun was frozen. What's going on? Is he that scary? Why did you run away when you heard your voice? But immediately afterward, Yen Yenyun felt that the people around her were out of place, all staring at Li Hengsheng. Why? When Yen Yenyun raised her head to casually scan the mortal realm ranking, Yen Yenyun's entire body froze on the spot, as if she had seen a ghost. Li Hengsheng quickly returned to Qingyu Mountain, which was a relief. It's really true that people are afraid of being famous, but this name, Li Hengsheng can't even think of it. It didn't even take half an hour for Li Hengsheng's name to spread throughout the entire Dao Mountain ancient land once again. Number 1 on the 9 heavy battle pavilion mortal realm ranking. The news spread throughout the 36 peaks. The first reaction of all the disciples who heard this news was that they found it very outrageous, followed by great shock. Senior, this junior brother, is he really extraordinary? On the Mohai peak, young Sweetie's face also spoke to Su Mohai with a shocked expression. When Su Mohai heard this news, he also felt if there was a mistake somewhere. But immediately after that Su Mohai was relieved and seemed to think that it was nothing to be surprised about. Sweetness, Su Mohai said to Yang Sweetness, there's nothing to be surprised about because Hengsheng is that man's son. When Yang Sweetness heard this, curiosity appeared within her gaze. She knew that the man Su Mohai was referring to was Li Changqing. When he came back from Yang Sweetie, Su Mohai talked to Yang Sweetie about Li Changqing. The only one who can help you is Li Changqing, so you have to get on good terms with your junior brother, and when the time is right, My master will beg brother Changqing for you to help you. Yang Sweetness still remembered the words Su Mohai had said to herself. So that was why Yang Sweetness knew that Li Hongsheng had stolen her royal spirit chicken. But instead of getting angry, she took the initiative to release her goodwill. Su Mohai hopes that Yang Dangtian can get on good terms with Li Hengsheng, and when the time is ripe in the future, ask Li Changqing to step in and help her solve the problems that have plagued Yang Dangtian for years, something that he, the master, could not do anything about. Fluff. When Zhou Jun heard the news, he came to Green Rain Mountain and smashed the door. Just outside the door, he shouted loudly, despite being beaten into a pig's head by young Sweetie in the morning, but they were all superficial injuries, and in the afternoon, they were much better. And learning that Li Hongsheng was famous again, Zhou Jun came to Li Hongsheng with a pig's head on top of him to say goodbye. When Zhou Jun heard that Li Hongsheng had actually become number 1 on the mortal realm ranking, Zhou Jun couldn't believe his ears. Thinking that his brain was still broken from being beaten by his second senior sister, Li Hongsheng actually defeated the Iron Mask. It's only the 7th level of the Metamorphosis realm. What kind of demon was this junior apprentice brother of his own? Senior brother, you're not at home recuperating properly. Why are you here? Li Hengsheng knew that Zhou Jun had arrived and hurried out to greet him. Fluff, you're cheating. Old 4. Elder brother, aren't you talking a bit leaky? It doesn't matter. Zhou Jun's eyes were full of light as he surveyed the Li Hongsheng in front of him, as if he was recognizing him for the first time. The Li Hongsheng in front of him had mediocre qualifications, and his cultivation speed was also slow, but he was actually able to challenge past the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion. Zhou Jun couldn't figure out how the hell Li Hengsheng did it even if he thought about it. Li Hengsheng also smiled without saying anything, then entertained Zhou Jun to the small building to have tea. Who knew that just after drinking for a while, Su Kuei came to Li Hongsheng. Young lord, Miao Yuan Peak Lin Tong is visiting. Senior sister Lin Tong? Li Hongsheng was curious. Why was Lin Tong here? Senior brother, you wait for a moment. Li Hengsheng asked Zhou Jun to wait for himself for a while and went to see what Lin Tong was looking for. As it turned out, Lin Tong came with nothing much to do but to give himself some gifts and then congratulate himself for topping the mortal realm rankings. Left immediately afterward. Li Hengsheng came back and spoke to Zhou Jun about this, and Zhou Jun smiled and said, just wait, it's not over yet. Someone else will come later. As expected, it didn't take long. Young lord, Reverse River Peak progenitor Zhang Xian is visiting. Li Hongsheng frowned. He didn't recognize it. I'm coming. Li Hengsheng decided it was better to meet first. Throughout the afternoon, there were actually a dozen or so pro-disciples from various peaks who came to visit. They all came and exchanged pleasantries with Li Hongsheng, then left some gifts and left. Old Fourth, you've become the meat and potatoes. The pro-transmitters from all the peaks have all come to flatter you. Zhou Jun smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. Just because I became number 1 on the mortal realm ranking? Li Hengsheng felt that he was a bit of a tree hugger. That's natural, Zhou Jun said with a smile. The vast majority of those protégés who came to visit today have no hope of breaking through to the innate realm. Zhou Jun said with a serious face. And you're different. You're able to become number 1 on the mortal realm ranking. This has already proved your potential. They're befriending you. Naturally they're investing in you. And befriending you will only do them good and no harm. Li Hengsheng nodded thoughtfully. Once people become famous, then a lot of things become complicated. Senior brother, you are not what you used to be. You will see more people and more things in the future. Take your time to learn. Zhou Jun smiled and said. Li Hengsheng didn't care about so many things. He asked Zhou Jun a question he was curious about. The scholar is very strong. How can I defeat him? Scholar? Zhou Jun raised his eyebrows, put the teacup in his hand down, and laughed. Looks like you fought him. Well, he didn't even block a single move and was defeated. Li Hongsheng said truthfully, his heart palpitating even now when he thought about it. The scholar's stance is too fast for me to dodge. Should I cultivate a faster stance in order to deal with it? Li Hongsheng voiced his thoughts. Who knew that Zhou Jun was shaking his head? It is not the footwork that makes the scholar fast. What makes the scholar fast is his sword. The scholar's sword has already surpassed the sword in the ordinary sense. His sword is integrated in his heart, truly moving with his heart, surpassing instinct. Naturally it is very fast. Zhou Jun seriously looked at Li Hongsheng and said, this is a subtle realm. It is difficult to defeat the scholar if you cannot comprehend it. Even quite a few of the clan's Hotian top disciples have not been able to defeat the scholar until now. Unable to dodge the scholar's sword. Li Hongsheng was very surprised to hear this. The Hotian Jedi actually couldn't even defeat the scholar's sword? The sword follows the heart? What kind of realm is that? By the way, you passed the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion. Later on, your rewards, the clan should send someone to you. Zhou Jun thought about it. What's the reward? Li Hengsheng asked curiously. I don't know. The odds are that your reward is different from others. Zhou Jun shook his head. Number 1 on the mortal realm ranking. Your reward must be very enticing. Li Hengsheng didn't really care too much about what the so-called reward was right now. He was even more curious about the kind of realm where the sword moved with the heart that Zhou Jun was talking about. What's that like? Chapter 082 Li Hengsheng's Suspicion. Late afternoon. The clan's reward had indeed come, and it was delivered by Sumai himself, which was something Li Hengsheng did not expect. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Li Hengsheng and Zhou Jun both came up to see them. Looking at the Li Hengsheng in front of him, Sumai simply the more he looked at the more he liked. Unaware that all day today, many of his close friends have come to Mohai Peak to congratulate him. Let Sumai gain face. Good. Sumai also couldn't help but praise. Then glancing at Zhou Jun, whose face was swollen like a pig's head next to him, Sumai couldn't help but froze. Who are you? Which one? Are you also a disciple of my Mohai Peak? Zhou Jun was about to cry. Master, I am Zhou Jun. Ha? Sumai had a look of disbelief. You're Zhou Jun? TSK. It seems like Sweetie is bullying you again. How come she gave you such a handsome beating? Zhou Jun simply wanted to cry. Was it a pro-disciple? He himself had been beaten to such a state and still had to be flirted with. Hengsheng, the clan has given you a reward for your achievements today. Sumai took out a treasure box, then took out a golden-colored treasure armor from the box. This is the golden silkworm armor, rewarded to you by the clan. With that, he handed the precious armor in his hand to Li Hengsheng. Golden silkworm armor. Zhou Jun's eyes went straight. The golden silkworm armor was a true treasure. There was no need to mention the preciousness of this thing. The entire Dao Mountain ancient land was said to have only 9 pieces. This is a very rare gold silkworm silk woven out of a very rare gold silkworm. Sword and gun invulnerable to water and fire. And even the gold silkworm silk itself has a resonance properties, able to reduce the force of 30%. Wearing the golden silkworm armor is equivalent to having an extra life. This is something that Zhou Jun is craving for tears. How could he not have expected the Daoshan ancient land to award this treasure to Li Hengsheng? Zhou Jun's mouth was watering. Envious? Sumai looked at Zhou Jun. Aha, Zhou Jun said as he stared straight at the golden silkworm armor. Then work hard. If you can challenge past the 5th level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion, I'll also talk to the clan about applying for one for you, Sumai said lightly. Aha, Zhou Jun didn't even seem to be listening to what Sumai was saying, and was just nodding his head. But looking back, Zhou Jun's face was bitter. Don't make fun of me, Master, Zhou Jun said bitterly. I can't even pass the 4th level right now, and you're asking me to challenge the 5th level. Isn't that making fun of me? Li Hengsheng touched the golden silkworm armor in his hand. This thing looked golden, but the weight was very light. It was almost like ordinary fabric. It is slightly cool to the touch and very comfortable. You can tell it's really a supreme treasure. Thank you, Master. Li Hengsheng was in love with this precious armor. Not only was it comfortable to wear on his body, but it was also a good defense. How good? Even Sumai was a bit envious. This golden silkworm armor was not even available to him. And even the entire Daoshan ancient land's 36 peak masters who had this golden silkworm armor were just one person. If Li Hengsheng hadn't defeated the Iron Masked Man today with his cultivation at the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm and the speed of 9 breaths, the clan wouldn't have rewarded such a powerful treasure. Although the sect leader was not present, Sumai was also not expecting that Li Hengsheng's matter this time had actually alarmed those people from the elders group of the Daoshan ancient land. It was a joint order from the entire council of elders. It seemed that Li Hengsheng had really caught the attention of everyone in the Daoshan ancient land. There are also these things that are also yours. Sumai pointed at a large box. Inside here are various kinds of cultivation pills, as well as injury medicines and so on. Enough for your cultivation. These pills were received by Sumai only in the afternoon. Sent by the people from the Tsang Yuan Dark Bureau, sent from the Healer King Valley to the ancient land of Daoshan. Sumai knew what was going on when he read Mu Shanga's letter, but saying that these things were given to Li Hengsheng by the Healer King Valley, Li Hengsheng would definitely be surprised as to why the Healer King Valley would send pills to himself for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. Sumai could only say that these pills were given to Li Hengsheng by himself as a reward for his achievements today. Seeing that box of pills, Zhou Jun beside him reinforced his previous thoughts. Li Hengsheng is definitely Sumai's illegitimate son. Didn't run. With these things, Li Hengsheng was also prepared to hit the peak of the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm in one go. So many resources. It's really something you wouldn't have thought of before. Li Hengsheng now couldn't help but have a desire to write to Li Changqing, letting him know that his son had really excelled. After dinner in the evening, Li Hengsheng wrote a letter with the recent events, and then prepared to send it out the next day. The entire night was spent in cultivation by Li Hengsheng. The many pills sent by the Healer King Valley, The ones used for cultivation accounted for most of them, and there were many precious pills that Li Hongsheng couldn't even name. Not only the ones that could enhance the activity of the physical body, there were even ones that could stabilize the divine soul, which were worth a lot. Li Hongsheng felt that within 3 days, he should be able to step into the 8th level of the transformation realm. Early morning, Li Hongsheng was just about to give the letter to Su Kuei and ask him to help him send it out. Who knew that before Li Hongsheng could open his mouth, Su Kuei's hand actually held a letter to Li Hongsheng. A letter for you, young master, from home. Another letter? Li Hongsheng was surprised and took it. Father's letters have become so frequent lately. Li Hongsheng decided to see what Li Changqing had written first. The last time Li Changqing's letter Li Hongsheng had not yet had the time to reply. But as a result, another letter came, which really made Li Hongsheng feel a little strange in his heart. Opening the envelope, 300,000 taels of silver bills fell out of the envelope. Seeing this 300,000 taels of silver bills, Li Hongsheng's heart jerked hard. Another 300,000 taels. This silver ticket couldn't have been drawn by Li Changqing himself, could it? How else would you be so rich? Although Li Changqing said before that he had made offerings in the Yin family and the business of the evergreen painting workshop had gotten better, but no matter how good it was unlikely that hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars of silver would be sent in a month, wasn't it? Although the Yin family was rich, it was ultimately a small family in Changqing town, not even innate, and the money they earned every month had to support the hundreds of family children in the family, so how could they have so much money to give to Li Changqing? Li Hongsheng couldn't help but look at the 300,000 taels of silver bills and fall into deep thought. Unreasonable. Very unreasonable. Then look at the letter in the envelope. What is written in the letter is that Li Changqing said that he recently met a big patron, bought one of his paintings and gave so much money. He also said something about the Yin family's recent situation, about the Yin family's cloth store and the Yin family's restaurant. Although they were all everyday things, the more Li Hongsheng looked at them, the more he felt that something was wrong. Especially when Li Hongsheng mentioned that the Yin family's Shi Yin Zhai had recently introduced some new and very tasty food, and that he must bring him to try it when he returned. Things like glutinous rice dumplings, egg and shrimp intestinal noodles, pork barbecue, and so on. The ocean of things written a bunch of things. To the end is also urged Li Hongsheng cultivation is not too hard. If one day tired, want to give up, aggrieved, come home. Father can afford to feed you. The last sentence caused Li Hongsheng's heart to tremble slightly. But Li Hongsheng fixed his gaze on those dishes just now at this moment. Egg and shrimp sausage noodle. I don't know what it is, but at least I know that it has both egg and shrimp in it. Li Hongsheng clearly remembers eating shrimp when he was small, and as a result, he was so uncomfortable and painful that he almost died for some reason. The groom said he had a somewhat special constitution and couldn't eat shrimp or crabs. Since then, Li Changqing also didn't give him any shrimps or crabs, and he rarely even ate fish. And now Li Changqing actually wanted to take him to try shrimp intestinal noodles. Is it forgotten? Or do you simply not know? This man, is he really his father? Li Hongsheng pondered for a moment and began to pack his things as he prepared to make a trip back to Changqing town. He wanted to see with his own eyes if this man writing to him was his father or not. Before leaving, Li Hongsheng went to Mohai Peak and looked for Su Mohai to ask for leave. You want to go home? Hearing that Li Hongsheng suddenly wanted to go home, Su Mohai couldn't help but say strangely, why do you suddenly want to go home? Li Hongsheng pondered for a moment, but he did not hide it from Su Mohai, but instead spoke out the doubts in his heart. You suspect that your father has been taken over? Su Mohai's eyes went wide. What kind of imagination is that? Why don't you write a novel? Well, because my father has been very abnormal lately. Li Hongsheng gave out some of the doubts in his heart. Su Mohai laughed bitterly in his heart. Your father is a big brother. Isn't it normal to want to get some money when you're taking 50% of the Yin family share? Not only that, your father is out there paving the way for you everywhere. Even the love song fairy of the Healer King's Valley is pulling the strings. And you still suspect that your father has been taken over? Don't think blindly, Su Mohai directly said. Taking over this kind of thing is not as simple as you think. Those who want to be able to perform this kind of art of taking over are also phoenixes and rare powerhouses in the ghost race. And at least they have to be above the innate Great Circle realm. Also, the person who takes over the body has a target. Either a martial artist with a strong physical body or a painter with a strong divine soul. Which one do you think your father fits? When Su Mohai asked this, Li Hongsheng was stunned. Right. Which one doesn't match? Su Mohai did know that Li Changqing was a strong divine soul and met the conditions for taking away his body. However, with Li Changqing's strong divine soul, looking for him to take away his body? Although the ghost race was ferocious, people were not stupid. But Su Mohai still had to seriously make up something for Li Hongsheng to make him give up this unrealistic idea. How does it sound like a ghost race with an innate great circle expending all their energy to take over your father? It doesn't sound like it's true. Su Mohai continued to persuade. Li Changqing had explained himself to let himself help him hide his identity, and Sumai was also worried that Li Hengsheng would suddenly go back and discover something, so he tried his best to discourage it. Then later on, he himself would write to Li Changqing to tell him about the matter, so that he could pay attention to it himself. Looking at Li Hengsheng silent, Sumai walked up and said gruffly, "Well, don't think too much. People always have a change or enlightenment. Your father is much better to you now, sends you money, and cares about you. How can you doubt him? He is also working hard for you. Your father was drunk on paintings before, plus you've been away from home for so long. It's only natural that you can't remember some things. Also it's dangerous for you to casually leave the Daoshan ancient land right now," Sumai said. "You passed the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion with the cultivation of the mortal transformation realm. The news must have gotten out, and there might be ghost clans who are jealous of your potential and want to finish you off." Hearing this, Li Hengsheng's heart fluttered. It is indeed possible. Cultivate well, and when you think you can defend yourself, then go down the mountain and go home, Sumai advised. Yes, Li Hengsheng also figured it out, but the matter of Li Changqing was still muttering in his mind. Chapter 083, Meeting the Daughter-in-Law. After returning to Green Rain Mountain, Li Hengsheng pondered over it and still felt that he had to test this matter of Li Changqing. The letter previously written to Li Changqing was torn up by Li Hengsheng and then rewritten. In the letter, Li Hengsheng similarly wrote about the recent events, only to end it with this sentence: "Father, you say you miss your mother? I miss her just as much. I still remember my 4th birthday. You made me a fried shrimp, and then my mother peeled the shrimp beside me. Life was cozy and warm. I was really happy that day. I still dream about this scene from time to time in my dreams. Father, do you remember that day? I'm craving your fried shrimp. Next time I go back, you make it for me. Uncle Su, help me send this letter home." Li Hengsheng handed the letter to Su Kuei. Li Hengsheng's gaze slowly gazed as he wanted to see how Li Changqing replied. If this man was really his father, then surely he would have realized that this statement was simply full of holes. One can't eat shrimp on its own. One hadn't seen his mother since he was a child, not to mention mother peeling her own shrimp. And if the man was not his own father, then he certainly would not have noticed the loophole. The words written in his letter last time must also have been a temptation. Li Hengsheng's thoughts were a bit disorganized. Changqing Township. The situation in the entire Changqing town had become very ambiguous in the past few days. Every day, people from various families came to the Yin family to send gifts, and the gifts they sent out were all very expensive. Even Bai Jingfei and Zhao Ichio came to the Yin family in droves. The words were curt. Obviously they are scared. It was just that the Yin family didn't seem to take them seriously, and the ones who received them were only Yin family elders. Despite this, they didn't dare to complain about the Yin family. Even a strong man like Ma Sandao had died in the Yin family, so if they wanted to kill them it wouldn't be like playing? Great Confessor, everyone has come in the past few days, not just those people from their previous gathering, but the families of Changqing town, and some of the nobles have come to send gifts. It seems that they are truly afraid. Yan Buodao stood there and reported to Li Changqing. Li Changqing held Fei in his arms, then nodded. It's about time. Then we have to start making some preparations. Yes, I'll act now. Yan Buodao was also delighted in his heart. Excitement flashed in his eyes. This day was finally coming. Turning around, he was ready to leave. But at this time Li Changqing was saying, "There's no hurry first. What else does the great confessor want?" Yan Buodao turned around in surprise. It's not a good idea to wait and implement the plan without taking advantage of this opportunity, is it? I heard from the people of the Yin clan that you cultivate a martial art called the Elder Eagle Technique, Li Changqing said. Yes, Yan Buodao nodded. My martial comprehension originated from a painting of my Yin family named Tiger Eagle Picture, a painting painted by a senior painter, which was obtained by our Yin family for a heavy price many years ago. Li Changqing slowly said. You've been in the realm of Hotian extremity for a long time. It's about time for you to step towards the innate. Otherwise how will you sit in the Yin family in the future? After all, the Yin family in the future will not be the same as the Yin family of now. Innate? Yan Buotao's eyes lit up. Only one innate had appeared in the entire history of the Yin family. Yan Buotao even stepped into the innate realm from the Hotian Jedi that was very difficult. He hadn't been holding out much hope, but Li Changqing saying this made Yan Buotao see hope. Only Li Changqing took out a piece of wood carving and placed it on the table. Above that wooden carving was a rock. The huge wings covered the sky. The waves below were floating and sinking, but they looked so small under this pair of wings. Just by taking a look at this wooden carving, Yan Buotao felt a sense of grandeur in his chest that was difficult to suppress. Long Eagle Kung Fu was also instantly agitated. Yan Buotao could barely control his hand before trying to grab at the wooden sculpture. The rock was getting bigger and bigger in Yan Buotao's eyes, and Yan Buotao felt like he was standing on top of the ocean. And when he lifted his head, he saw that the rock was charging 90,000 miles into the sky. The feathers swept across the starry sky, and that vast and boundless aura made people want to kneel down and worship. When Yen Buotao came back to his senses, he realized that his entire body was already drenched in sweat, and then the wooden sculpture was already grasped in his hands. Yen Buotao didn't expect that he actually took this wooden sculpture without control, and hurriedly apologized to Li Changqing. "No harm. It was meant for you." Li Changqing waved his hand. "If the Yen family wants to go far, your current strength won't do. Only when you break through the innate realm will the Yen family be able to develop." Li Changqing had also recently made some long-term plans for the Yen family. Although the Yen family was a family from a small place like Changqing town, it was only small families like this that were good to control. Like those big forces, it was not very suitable for Li Changqing to develop. The stronger the strength, the greater the ambition. Li Changqing was afraid that he would be undermined. "Thank you, great provider, for bestowing the treasure. With this treasure, I will surely be able to step into the innate soon." Yen Buotao's eyes glittered with excitement, itching to hurry back and comprehend this treasure now. He had long been at the realm of Hotian Jiepun, but he had always been a step short of the upper level for so many years. That senior painter's painting was able to give him a chance to step into the innate, but his qualifications still couldn't hit that level. Unless one gets a masterpiece from a painting saint, there is no chance at all. However, for the tiny Yen family to want to obtain a masterpiece of the painting saint would be tantamount to a fool's dream. "Well, go back first." Li Changqing waved his hand and said, "Yes." Yen Buotao hurriedly left. Immediately after that, Yen Buotao went into seclusion, telling people not to disturb him. Nothing today was greater than the fact that Yen Buotao was going to step into the innate realm. 3 days later, in the evening, Li Changqing received a letter from the ancient land of Daoshan. Faced with a letter from his son, Li Changqing couldn't wait to open it and read it. What was written in the letter was all about recent events, passing the first level of the 9 heavy battle pavilion, cultivating his own spear technique, and preparing to challenge the 10,000 beast set. The corners of Li Changqing's mouth couldn't help but rise as he watched things like this. The son has really come out on top. Number 1 on the mortal realm list. In Li Changqing's view, it was like a child telling himself that he had tested first in his grade. The joy in his heart was something that only someone who had been a parent could understand. And such joy had never been experienced by Li Changqing in his previous life at all. After every parent-teacher conference, one is the one left behind to be criticized. Parents were often called to school to be criticized on weekdays. First in the grade? Oh, it's not that Li Changqing looks down on his son. You put the answer on his desk for him to copy. He can't even copy a first. All the way to the end. The passage written by Li Hengsheng. Fried shrimp? Li Changqing smiled and said to himself, "I'm good at this dish." But in the end, it doesn't say whether Li Changqing's wife is dead or separated. Li Changqing didn't look for the answer he wanted in the letter. According to the letter, Li Hengsheng's wife was still around when he was 4 years old. Li Changqing pondered for a long time and still had no clue, but also took out the letter paper to write back to Li Changqing. Most of the replies to the letters were praising my son's excellence, congratulating him on his first steps to a strong man, etc. Let his son not worry about himself, cultivate well in the sect, and there is no need to hurry back, for father all is well. At the end of the writing, Li Changqing wrote, "When you come back, Dad will make you your favorite oil-blasted shrimp." After writing the letter, Li Changqing put it in the drawer, ready to wait for tomorrow morning to let the people from the Yen family send it out for him. It was getting late. Li Changqing went to bed. Although it was said that according to the strength of Li Changqing's current divine soul, it didn't matter even if he didn't sleep. Li Changqing had long been accustomed to sleeping. Besides, he didn't know what to do if he didn't sleep. Everywhere in the world is fine, except that there are no cell phones to play with and no place to swipe even short videos, so get in bed early. Soon, Li Changqing's breathing became even and he fell asleep. Midnight. Li Changqing vaguely seemed to hear someone shouting at him. "Seniors, seniors." The sound is very soft, but Li Changqing did hear it. Immediately after that, Li Changqing's consciousness sank into his divine soul, and that divine soul lake was still calmly there. But at this time, Li Changqing realized that there was actually a young girl standing on the opposite side of his divine soul lake. The young girl, in a white dress and bare feet, was looking at herself. The young girl was 15 or 16 years old, very innocent and cute. But spare me, things were still not right. "Who are you? Why were you able to enter the land of my divine soul?" Li Changqing spoke vigilantly. "It's not good to be invaded into the soul of a god. Senior is Li Changqing?" The young girl's voice was ethereal, and even at this moment, even that figure was tearing as if it could collapse at any moment. Only then did Li Changqing see that the young girl in front of him was also just a wisp of a divine soul. But this wisp of divine soul had clearly reached its limit and could collapse at any time. "Yes, why do you recognize me?" Li Changqing carefully recalled and determined that he did not recognize this young girl in front of him. Great! The young girl's face was joyful. Then she let out a sigh of relief and said respectfully, Junior dear quietly, is senior brother Li Hengsheng's fellow senior sister. Dear quietly? Li Changqing immediately remembered that he had previously heard Sumai mention the child that was taken away by the ghost race. Is it your own son's crush? Li Changqing was instantly curious as he sized up the young girl in front of him. Well, the looks are up to par. Bingo! It's not like a little sister either. Sound is good too. Li Changqing nodded, still satisfied. But Li Changqing suddenly remembered. Didn't he say that this deer was quietly taken away? How did it suddenly appear in one's soul? Is it possible that you are dreaming? Seeing the doubt on Li Changqing's face, Deer quietly said calmly, Senior should be puzzled. I was taken away by the ghost clan. How did I appear here? It's a bit doubtful. Li Changqing said truthfully, I am indeed in the Cloud Wasteland Long Night Ancient Kingdom right now. Deer quietly said, I was only able to find my way back to the vicinity of the Daoshan ancient land through the medium of a painting treasure that I unintentionally obtained. I obtained this painting treasure in the middle of an ancient country, injected my divine soul into it, and then used the Jisun order as a medium to sense the aura of those who had touched it. There should be a total of 4 people who have come into contact with the Jisun order. Only one of them is already dead. Another is me, and the other 2. One is Li Hengsheng, and the last one should be you, Senior. That's why I've come to find Elder. Deer quietly gave Li Changqing a truthful account of the matter. Then why don't you go directly to my son? Li Changqing was surprised. Deer quietly let out a bitter laugh. I naturally want to go to find Senior Li, but the Cloud Wasteland is too far away from here. That painting treasure is certainly magical. My divine soul drifting here just like it is also strong. Senior Li's divine soul is too weak to be contacted. It's good that Senior's divine soul is strong enough for me to appear here. Chapter 084, The Game Between Father and Son. Hearing this, Li Changqing probably understood what happened. Deer quietly discovers a magical painting treasure in the ancient kingdom of the Long Night, triggered by a medium, which allows him to find people who have been in contact with that medium. Then Deer quietly used this painted treasure to float his divine soul from the ancient kingdom of the Long Night to the Minghong state. Originally, he wanted to contact Li Hengsheng, but Li Hengsheng's divine soul was too weak, coupled with the bad signal on Deer Silence's side, so he was unable to establish a connection with Li Hengsheng. So then he found himself. His signal was stronger, and the deer quietly reached out, wanted to ask from himself how Li Hengsheng had been doing lately. This daughter, actually thinking so much about her family's brat, seems to be a dedicated person as well. Only that Li Changqing was also a bit curious. Wasn't it rumored that painting treasures required an innate realm to use? This deer quietly shouldn't have an innate realm, right? But Li Changqing didn't ask much. His own understanding of painting treasure was still too little. I see. Li Changqing nodded. I didn't expect that Senior would have such divine soul cultivation. It seems that Senior Li is also unaware of it. Deer Quiet's heart was also surprised. Li Changqing didn't know what to say. He could only say helplessly, there are some things that he doesn't know as a kind of protection for him. In the future, if there is a chance to see that kid again, I hope that you will keep it a secret for me as well, or else there is a high chance that it will cause disaster for him. After saying that, Li Changqing also had a frustrated expression, as if there was some great hidden agenda in it. When Deer quietly saw Li Changqing's appearance, she also nodded her head. In Deer quietly's opinion, Li Changqing is such a big shot. His background must be very complicated. It's also quite possible that there's a huge hidden agenda. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely not say anything. Has Senior Brother Li been doing well lately? Deer quietly whispered. After I left, the people of the Long Night Ancient Kingdom didn't look for trouble from him, did they? Don't worry. Everything is fine with Hengsheng. And he even wrote to me often recently. Li Changqing also didn't hide, and quietly talked about Li Hengsheng's recent affairs with Deer. Listening to the Deer quietly surprised, even the small mouth cannot close. I knew that Senior Brother Li was very powerful. Deer's eyes quietly glowed. He really is extraordinary. My son is bound to be extraordinary. Li Changqing also spoke proudly. It's just that I haven't had the time to care for him these past few years, and he's suffered as he drifted around alone. Thinking of Li Hengsheng, a teenager cultivating alone in the ancient land of Daoshan, without any support from his family and having to suck his blood, Li Changqing could imagine just how miserable Li Hengsheng had lived all these years. I heard that Hengsheng has been taken care of by you quite a bit over the years. Thank you very much. Li Changqing sincerely expressed his gratitude to Deer Silence. No, it's Senior Brother Li who has taken care of me in many things. Deer's quiet expression dimmed a bit. In the few years I've known Senior Brother Li, he's helped me too much. But it's good that Senior Brother Li is getting better and better nowadays. As Deer quietly said this, her eyes even flashed with a flash of splendor. Well, He is working hard for you, Li Changqing said. I also realized that what I did before was wrong. Our father and son relationship has eased a lot now. And he even said in his letter yesterday that he wanted to eat the fried shrimp I made. Deer quietly froze. Fried shrimp? Yeah, Li Changqing laughed. We talked about some things from the past, and he said that he remembered the time when he was little. For his birthday, when I made fried shrimp, and the time when his mother peeled the shrimp for him. Hearing this, Deer's silence was even more confused. What's wrong? Seeing Deer's quiet expression, Li Changqing felt that it was because he had said something wrong. It is a bit strange. Deer quietly pondered and said, Senior brother Li never ate shrimp, because Senior brother Li said that when he ate shrimp once when he was small, he was inexplicably unwell all over and almost died, and since then he has never eaten shrimp again, and occasionally when there are shrimp in the meals provided by the clan, Senior brother Li gives them to me to eat, and I heard brother Li and I said that he hadn't seen his mother since he was born, so how could he remember his mother peeling shrimp for him? Deer quietly cocked his head and spoke. Hearing Deer's quiet words, Li Changqing's heart thumped. This kid swindled me. Luckily, he had gotten the news from Deer quietly here. Otherwise, wouldn't he have let this kid swindle him out? Doesn't eat shrimp and hasn't seen his mother since he was a kid. Li Changqing got these two key pieces of information, but it also makes Li Changqing a little depressed. He really knows nothing about his past. Where his wife has gone even his son Li Hengsheng does not know. That's a bit of a problem. One could not go through life without telling Li Hengsheng where his mother was. I'm still really incompetent as a father. Li Changqing let out a bitter laugh. I even forgot things like this kid can't eat shrimp. I remember. In his letter he was saying that he dreamed of this scene. Hey, he hasn't seen his mother since he was a child, so I guess he wants to see his mother. Li Changqing slowly made something up. Deer quietly did not doubt when she heard this, and likewise nodded slightly. I feel that I'm ashamed of Hengsheng. Miss Deer, if you're free, tell me more about Hengsheng these past few years, okay? I want to give him more care. Li Changqing decided to poke around quietly here in Deer for information about Li Hengsheng now. Li Hengsheng is alone out there. He has a crush on Deer Silence, and there must be a lot of things to say to Deer Silence, so it's a good entry point from here. If it wasn't for the deer quietly appearing tonight, Li Changqing knew that his letter would be properly exposed if he sent it. Good. Deer quietly also nodded her head and agreed. Then said, it's just that the time I can come here is limited, and it's also because my cultivation has entered the Hotian realm that I can barely come out. And in the future, when my cultivation is a bit stronger, I might be able to hold on a bit longer. I came to find Senior today. I just wanted to know if Senior brotherly has been doing well lately. Knowing that he's doing well makes me feel relieved. Deer quietly said with a sincere face. Good. Miss Deer, you must be safe over there as well. Li Changqing was also concerned. Elder, don't worry. They temporarily need the Qishan order in my body, so they won't do anything to me, and basically respond to all of my requests. I'm doing very well, Deer quietly said here. Her face suddenly became grave. But after coming to this Long Night Ancient Kingdom, I also found out that something is not right. The entire Long Night Ancient Kingdom seems to be plotting something, although I don't know what it is. It's most likely unfavorable to the human race, so I still hope that Senior will pay more attention. Good, Li Changqing said good on his lips, yet in his heart, he was helpless. What could he pay attention to? One doesn't know them at all. I just want to work hard to make a good living with my son. They can conspire all they like. Anyway, there's Wu Dilang to take care of it when the sky collapses. Instead of knowing what they were plotting, Li Changqing was more curious about who the child's mother really was. By this time, Deer Silence's figure was on the verge of vaporizing to the point of not being able to see clearly. Senior, I will come back again, if possible, next time. I still hope that Senior will help me bring a message to Senior brotherly. Saying this, Deer's quiet silhouette then disappeared into Li Changqing's divine soul. Li Changqing also woke up from his sleep. Going to the front of the desk, he took the letter out of the drawer and tore it up. By sending this letter, one is admitting that one is a fake. Li Changqing also knew exactly why he was suspected. The first was that the difference between himself and the previous Li Changqing was really too great, simply two extremes. The sudden change in personality made Li Hengsheng suspicious. The second is that before he wrote a letter to test Li Hengsheng, mentioning his mother's matter, Li Hengsheng has never seen his mother since he was a child, and he does not have any knowledge about his mother, which means that the previous Li Changqing has never mentioned his mother's matter with Li Hengsheng, so he actually took the initiative to mention this matter. Li Hengsheng was naturally a bit skeptical. Thirdly, I think it was something like when I wrote my last letter, I mentioned that I would take him to try the egg and shrimp sausage noodle when he came back. He himself did not even know that Li Hengsheng did not eat shrimp such things, which reinforced the suspicion of Li Hengsheng. So Li Hengsheng wrote this letter over to test himself. There's no defense. Li Changqing reviewed things and pondered for a long time, feeling that he should be on his guard. Previously, he thought that this son was a silly white sweet, but it seems that his mind is also very meticulous. The content of one's future letters should also be deliberated over and over again to see if there are any mistakes. Plus get some more information from Dear quietly here to deal with Li Hengsheng. Li Changqing did not expect that the game between father and son actually started from this time. At this time also has no intention to sleep. After getting up to rewrite a letter, this time the letter is written very carefully, repeated many times, to make sure that there is no unreasonable content in it, before the letter will be sent out at dawn. And 2 days later, a fluctuation of true essence permeated the entire Yin family. Yen Buotao has entered the innate. It's quite fast. Li Changqing directly arrived at Yen Buotao's place of seclusion, and Yen Buotao happened to come out. At this moment, his true essence was fluctuating strongly. His face was flushed, and there was a hidden pressure that could not be controlled and spread out. But this pressure was nothing more than a breeze in front of Li Changqing. Congratulations to Patriarch Yen, Li Changqing said with a smile. Many thanks to the great provider. Yen Buotao was incredibly excited at this moment. If it wasn't for the wooden sculpture that Li Changqing had given him, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to step into the innate realm in this life. After stepping into the innate, Yen Buotao felt that the entire world was different. A powerful confidence. The difference between the Hotian Jedi and the innate realm was truly the difference between heaven and earth. But there was only one thing, and that was Li Changqing. At this moment, Li Changqing was still like that in Yen Buotao's eyes, without boundaries. It was as if no matter how strong he became, Li Changqing was like an unscalable mountain in front of him. It's out of one's reach. Since we have already entered the innate, our plan can be implemented, Li Changqing said indifferently. Yen Buotao's face froze. Yes, I'll arrange it. The matter of Yen Buotao stepping into the innate realm was not announced with much fanfare. Only a few elders of the Yen family knew about it. Several elders were also excited. The Yen family had finally produced an innate and had become a powerful family. Meanwhile, in Changqing town, all the big clans received an invitation in the afternoon of this day. The birthday of Yen Yushu, the son of the Yen family head. Invite the chiefs of the great families to come as guests. Everyone frowned down when they saw the invitation. The Yen family, what do they want to do? Zhao Ichio, who usually had the deepest mind, had a bad premonition in his heart when he saw this invitation. He felt that the Yen family was about to expose his wolfishness. Chapter 085, The Yen Family's Appetite. The Yen family is going to make a move. After reading the letter in his hand, Bai Jingfei also slowly stood up with a worried face. Previously, when they had visited their home with gifts, the Yen family had been calm and quiet. It was thought that the matter was just going to go away. After all, the Yen family hadn't lost anything. They thought that the Yen family had already put this matter aside, believing that they didn't want to make a big deal out of it either. Ma Sanjiu is dead, so they can only suffer a dumb loss. Giving up the bulk of the business to the Yen family was something that could not be helped. And this invitation from the Yen family today clearly proved that the Yen family was not satisfied with this. What exactly do they want to do? Bai Jingfei walked to the doorway, cupping the letter in his hand, and saw the busy family descendants of the Bai family outside, as well as the clansmen who had been busy for half their lives. White Mirror Fei was vaguely disoriented. Walking slowly through the family, some people greeted him on the way, and Bai Jingfei didn't hear them. His mind was very worried. He was worried that the Yen family would really do something heartless, causing the Bai family to be doomed. As he walked, White Mirror Fei came to a large willow tree. A fresh breeze blew through the willows onto White Mirror Fei's face. This big willow tree in the White family in the existence of how many years Bai Jingfei already do not remember. He vaguely remembered when he was small often in this big willow tree below the ball, with my own childhood buddies, and now those little ones of his own are long gone. Only this willow tree remains. This move, is it really the wrong move? Ever since the death of Ma Sanzho, all the clans regretted taking this step very much, which was equivalent to offending the Yen family to death. Even though it was said that Ma Sanjie was dead, and the Yen family had no proof that Ma Sanjie was sent by them, but was proof needed for this kind of thing? Isn't that a bald head louse, plain as day? However, the matter of the Yen family's youngest master, Yen Yueshir, having a birthday had spread throughout the already not very large Changqing town in a single afternoon. The Yen family had made a great deal of noise this time. Not only had they sent invitations to all the various families as well as many nobles, but they had even held a large banquet, inviting the entire town of Changqing to come and eat. Such a large sum of money really shocked the people of the entire Changqing town. It was impossible for so many people to sit inside the Yen family, so the banquet was even set up on the street. The people naturally don't care, they can eat wherever they want. Who wouldn't eat a free meal? What do you care where you eat? On weekdays, those slender men on the pier could only eat some coarse grains with salted vegetables. But today, Seeing the meat on the table, which was still filling, made them happy. The people were all lamenting the goodness of the Yen family. The Yen family was very lively with lights and colors, and those who didn't know thought that someone in the Yen family was getting married today. Yen Yueshir, however, was more confused because Yen Yueshir remembered that his birthday hadn't arrived yet, and that the Yen family had prepared a birthday party for him this time. Wasn't it a bit too ostentatious? But Yen Yueshir didn't ask too many questions. He knew that the clan must have his reasons for doing so. In these recent days, Yen Yueshir had received a lot of resources from the Yen family to cultivate him, and with the addition of that fierce tiger statue that Li Changqing had given him, Yen Yueshir's cultivation could be said to have skyrocketed. Nowadays, he was already at the 8th level of the metamorphosis realm, and from that fierce tiger statue, he even comprehended a set of Fu Hu Dizang Shen Fa, which was also a very powerful body refining martial art. In order to cultivate Yen Yushu, the Yen family could be said to be very willing to give up. All sorts of resources were constantly being given in the hope that Yen Yueshir would be able to step into the realm of the innate in the future. Noon has not yet arrived. The streets are bustling with activity. People from all the great clans had also arrived outside the Yen family. Congratulations! Entering the door to deliver the gifts, the patriarchs of each family had smiles on their faces, and the surface work was well done. The elders of the Yen family had been waiting for a long time, and then brought all the patriarchs of the great clans into the inner hall. Here the meal was already prepared and then you were invited to be seated. This place was relatively very secluded, and the people looked at each other after they were seated, all with doubts and worries in their eyes. But in the Yen family, they couldn't say anything. One can only wait and see what happens. The White family master has arrived. Master Zhao arrives. At this time, two voices came from outside. It was Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yichu who came. Hearing that these two had come, the heads of the many clans present were relieved. The Bai and Zhao clans were their backbone. If these two were not there, just by virtue of them, they really didn't know what to do. Watching Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yichu walk in, the crowd hurriedly stood up to greet them. Both of you, please take your seats. The family head is handling something and will be here soon. The Yen family patriarch said politely. Good, the guests have been seated, but the host family is not there. No matter where it is put, it is not in line with the rules. Especially the people present are all dignified characters, being so neglected. If they were anywhere else, they might have gotten up and left. But this was in the Yen family. They didn't have the guts. Having been waiting for a full incense stick of time, many people's faces had already lost their patience. Sorry, gentlemen, for being late. It was at this time that two figures slowly walked in. At the head of the group was Yen Buotao, and following him was Yen Leisheng, the Yen clan's grand elder. Brother Yen, congratulations. Seeing Yen Buotao arrive, the crowd hurriedly put away the discontent on their faces before standing up to congratulate him. Words time. This child is exceptionally gifted. I heard that he is already close to cultivating to the Hotian realm. With such achievements at such a young age, I'm sure it's not a dream for him to step into the innate in the future. The so-called tiger father does not have a dog son. That's what Brother Yen and the child Yushir are talking about, isn't it? From the time I grew up and met that kid from Whispering Time, I felt that this kid would definitely have a future. The crowd hurriedly opened their mouths to flatter. Zhao Yiqiu and Bai Jingfei both blacked out. You bunch of goods at home to memorize good words, right? You all are too kind. Yen Buotao smiled and said, I, Yen Buotao, am truly very grateful for coming to my canine son's birthday banquet in my busy schedule, so I'll toast you all first. Saying that, Yen Buotao picked up his wine glass, and next to him, Yen Leisheng poured a glass of wine. The crowd all hurriedly poured wine one after another as well, and then accompanied Yen Buotao to have a drink. As a glass of wine went down, the crowd was silent as well. They wanted to know what the Yen family was playing at today. Gentlemen, today, I called everyone here because there is also a good thing I want to say to you. Yen Buotao smiled and said, our several clans also have many years of history in this Changqing town, and all of us, we are all familiar with each other. So I wanted to call everyone to come and discuss this together. Here we go. The hearts of the crowd stuttered, but no one picked up on it. I wonder what good thing Brother Yen is talking about. Bai Jingfei glanced at the crowd before slowly asking. Naturally, it's a good thing to make our business bigger. Yen Buotao glanced at Bai Jingfei. Brother Bai, you and I are no longer young, and we have also passed our youthful age, but guarding the foundations passed down from the older generation until now, until it is passed down to our next generation. We are always stuck in this small place of Changqing town. Are you really contented, Brother White? Hearing Yen Buotao ask this, the crowd remained silent. Who wouldn't want to get rich if they didn't have to? Who wouldn't want to give the family estate a go and make it somewhere else? A small Changqing town is certainly peaceful, and their families are also dignified figures in this Changqing town. But who will recognize them when they go out? For so many years, not only them, But even great families like the Bai and Zhao families had never produced an innate. Is it really because of qualification issues? It's more of a resource issue, I guess. With their family's strength, it was already good enough to get a painting painted by an intermediate-level painter. The paintings of senior painters were few and far between, and that expensive price was not something they could afford. How can I enter the innate? Without an innate powerhouse, the family's desire to walk out of Changqing town was tantamount to a fool's dream. Brother Yen, there's no point in saying such words. Bai Jingfei snorted coldly. The Yen family has likewise not gotten out of Changqing town up until now. What exactly do you want to say? You might as well say it explicitly. Good. Since Brother Bai is so forthcoming, then I, Yen, won't hide anything. Yen Buotao put the wine cup down, then swept his gaze over the crowd present. In the final analysis, my Yen family wants to be the one to stand out and get out of Changqing town. It's not just our Yen family that wants to go out. I want to take all of you with me, Yen Buotao said. There is money for all of us to earn together. The crowd still didn't react much to that statement. Although their expressions did not change, in their hearts, they were each harboring their own thoughts, guessing the meaning of the words spoken by Yen Buotao. How is Brother Yen going to walk out? Zhao Ichio, who had never said anything, said calmly, and what does Brother Yen mean by this taking us with him? Yen Buotao did not say anything, but Yen Leisheng, who stood behind Yen Buotao, spoke up. The words spoken by the family head are very understandable. If you all want to get out of Changqing town, go further and make the family strong. First we have to unite, but it's definitely difficult to do so with the strength of one family. That's why the Yen family would like to seek an alliance with all of you. After all, we've all been neighbors for hundreds of years. We've known each other since the time of our ancestors. If we can unite, we'll be able to go farther. An alliance? Yen Leisheng's words caused the faces of the people present to change. To put it nicely, it's an alliance. But the crowd immediately understood the meaning of the word. The Yen family was trying to annex them. If there's going to be an alliance, there's bound to be an alliance leader. And who's going to be that alliance leader? Bai Jingfei angrily rebuked. He stared at Yen Buotao dead in the face. What if our Zhao family chooses not to participate? Zhao Ichio also clenched his fists. His eyes were livid. He had thought that the Yen family would do something before he arrived, but he hadn't expected the Yen family's appetite to be so large that they actually wanted to annex all of them. Aren't you afraid you'll die? Facing the two questioning families, Yen Buotao smiled faintly and said slowly, if we make an alliance, I, the Yen family, will be the alliance leader, and the vice-alliance leader can be made by the Zhao family and the Bai family, and we'll be united. If one does not participate, Yen Buotao's fingers toyed with the wine glass in his hand, and half-heartedly only uttered, what will happen? I don't know. P.S. And everyone said, the book on the shelves. Update the time also slightly changed, and not together more. The daily guarantee more 6,000 words. Time is about 8 o'clock in the morning a chapter. 4 o'clock in the afternoon a chapter. If it is plus more, 12 o'clock at noon will also add a chapter. I hope that everyone more support. Chapter 086, The Grand Confessor Summons, 4,000 words big chapter. Begging for monthly votes. The mouth says it doesn't know, but who can't hear the threat? If you don't agree, there's no guarantee that the Yen family will do something when the time comes. Yen Buotao, don't bully people too much. Our Bai family hasn't stayed in Changqing town for so many years for nothing. Bai Jingfei's face was also blackened. When had he ever been threatened like this? The Yen family really did figure it out today. But if the Yen family wanted to annex them just like that, there was no way they could just stand by and fight back to the death. I don't have a problem with the alliance, and I agree with wanting to get out of Changqing town. But this alliance leader, why should you, Yen Buotao, be the one to do it? Zhao Ichio stared at Yen Buotao dead in the face. Everyone watched as the two families were joining forces to fight against the Yen family, but it was obvious that they couldn't get involved in such a high endgame. They were now following the Zhao and Bai families in a boat. If they wanted to compete for this position of alliance leader, they were even less qualified. They didn't have the capital to counteract the Yen family. Even if they were to join forces, it would be useless. So the only thing they could do was to look up to the two families. The entire dinner table was already at swords drawn and the smell of gunpowder intensified. In the face of the two families' questioning, Yen Buotao smiled gently and was not angry. Yen Buotao knew very well that Bai Jingfei and Zhao Ichio knew that their Yen family had something to rely on. And now the two of them were just trying to make Yen Buotao reveal his bottom card. On what grounds? Yen Buotao raised his eyes at this moment, his aura permeating out around him. The innate true essence descended as if it were a sunken cloud, and the people present instantly felt their shoulders sink, and that general feeling of difficulty in breathing made them fall as if they were falling into an ice-cold lake. It's hard to struggle, while at this moment, Yen Buotao became incredibly powerful in their eyes. Just a single eye could shake their souls, and a single hand seemed to be able to crush the bones in their bodies. That feeling of being powerless to resist penetrated the blood and went deep into the bones. It's a total downgrade. It made the hearts of the crowd no longer rise to the thought of resistance. Even if they were as strong as Zhao Iqiu and Bai Jingfei, who were already Hotian Jiejie experts, at this moment, they still felt as if their bodies were being suppressed by a huge mountain. The two felt that they were so small in front of Yan Buotao. Innate. The two men stared in disbelief and spat out those two words. That mellow innate true essence had just about said it all. Yan Buotao has stepped into the innate realm. Yan Buotao no longer needed to state anything, as this was enough to prove everything. Even if the Yan family really wanted to annex the Bai and Zhao families now, they would still be powerless to resist, because if Yan Buotao wanted to, he could slaughter both families with a single strike. They had no ability to resist at all against an innate, and the fate that awaited them was his death. Need I say on what grounds? Yan Buotao retracted his aura, which caused the crowd to feel relieved. The patriarchs of those small clans were already in a cold sweat at this moment, greedily gasping for air as they looked at Yan Buotao with intense scorn in their eyes. The feeling of life and death being in someone else's hands, it's very scary. Zhao Iqiu and Bai Jingfei both looked at each other, and in the end, they could only look at each other and smile bitterly, as they saw great helplessness in each other's eyes. With the Yan family out of the innate, aren't they still fish and meat to be slaughtered? How do you fight it? My White family agrees to form an alliance. My Zhao family also agrees. The two could only agree. They had even thought that after forming the alliance, if the Yan family exploited them anymore, they would have no choice but to grit their teeth and endure it. The Zhao family and the Bai family had agreed. So what could the other smaller families say? They could only agree. I agree. I agree. The crowd chimed in. I agree. At this time, Shui Hong also stood up and clasped his fists and said come on. However, Yan Buotao was suddenly looking at Shui Hong at this moment and said indifferently, Shui Hong of the Shui family, right? Patriarch Yan. Shui Hong hurriedly came forward and cupped his fists. It's me. You found Ma Sandao, didn't you? Yan Buotao's voice was ancient. As soon as this question was asked, Shui Hong, on the other hand, thumped in his heart. The face was instantly ugly. Patriarch Yan. Shui Hong hurriedly explained. This matter is actually a misunderstanding. Ma Sandao he is. Shui Hong panicked and tried to explain, wanting to say that Ma Sanjia was the one that Bai Jingfei had asked him to find. Bai Jingfei's face also changed. He was going to be sold by Shui Hong. However, just in the nick of time, Shui Hong's voice came to an abrupt end. With a casual wave of Yan Buotao's hand, a bloodstain appeared on that Shui Hong's neck, and Shui Hong collapsed to the ground on the spot, no longer breathing and unable to say any words. Plotting against my Yan family, Yan Buotao sneered. Such a person with evil intentions also wants to ally with my Yan family? Only worthy of death. The whole scene went quiet. The crowd looked at Shui Hong, who was lying on the ground. Their sweat was soaked through their clothes, and some were even trembling with their legs. Bai Jingfei and Zhao Iqiu's hearts were also very shaken. Shui Hong was also a martial artist of the Hotian Great Perfection realm, but as a result, he was killed in seconds without even having the time to react when faced with Yan Buotao's strike. Yan Buotao's strength was truly terrifying, and none of them were cuties. They could hear that Yan Buotao was just making an example of them. The words were also addressed to them. At this moment, a few Yan family's children came in and carried Shui Hong's body out. Gentlemen, don't be spoiled by this kind of villain. Let's continue drinking. Yan Buotao looked at the crowd and said, and regarding the matter of the alliance, I don't know if you all still have any opinions? All can be raised. Just leave everything to the decision of Alliance Master Yan. Where did the crowd dare to say anything more at this moment? Then Mr. Yan won't push back. Yan Buotao nodded. And at this time, Zhao Iqiu asked, I don't know how the Alliance Alliance Master is talking about is an alliance method? We would like to hear the Alliance Master's opinion. Well, I do have a bit of an idea. Just in time for you guys to staff it as well, Yan Buotao said. The crowd laughed in their hearts. If you have an idea, just say it. What can we advise? Who dares to have an objection? Since we're going to go out of Changqing town, let's form an alliance to form a chamber of commerce and slowly grow into other cities and towns. Our small goal is to spread throughout the entire Minhang prefecture. When the time is ripe later, we'll go a little farther. Yan Buotao spoke eloquently. The chamber of commerce? When Zhao Iqiu heard this, he also pondered down. Let's just say that in our Minhang prefecture alone, there are several chambers of commerce. If we rashly try to enter another city to open a chamber of commerce and move the interests of others, we'll easily be ostracized by them. Zhao Iqiu said. Also among the many chambers of commerce, it has to be the Minghai Chamber of Commerce as well as the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce that are the biggest, and the power of the families behind them is not to be underestimated. Behind the Minghai Chamber of Commerce is the Hai family, and behind the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce is the Cloud Ridge sect. both of which have innate powerhouses in their midst. It's not too easy to shake their foundations. Zhao Ichio, you really know quite a lot, Yan Buotao said. Of course I know that there are many chambers of commerce that exist right now, most of the benefits of which are divided between the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce and the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. But our Chamber of Commerce may not be unable to get up and running. I'll talk to you guys about the specifics of that later on. Now since everyone has taken a stance and agreed to an alliance, then things will be fine. After you go back and discuss with your family internally, then negotiate an amount of your investment. At that time, I will give your family dividends according to the percentage of investment. Yan Buotao spoke to the crowd. As things stood, they had no choice but to do as they were told. For the time being, there was no more idea of drinking. They decided to go back here and then discuss with the family about how much to invest. These small families actually still wanted to wait for the decision of the Bai and Zhao families. Did they really agree to obey the Yin family? Or did they have other ideas? Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei also wanted to leave, but they were stopped by Yan Buotao. Wait a moment, both of you. Yan Buotao called out to the two. Allied Lord Yan has something else. The two men looked at Yan Buotao with suspicion and vigilance in their eyes. Come with me. Our great confessor wants to see you. Yan Buotao spoke calmly. The great confessor? Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei glanced at each other, and they vaguely felt that this great confessor Yan Buotao was talking about should be the person they had been trying to figure out. Why is the Yan family suddenly strong? How did Yan Buotao become an innate? Ma Sandao was killed when he entered Yan's house. Who did it? Could it be that this is the great confessor? Following behind Yan Buotao, the two of them kept speculating in their minds. The great donor is our Yin family's honored person. Without waiting for the two to ask, Yan Buotao then spoke. You guys are right in your thoughts. Ma Sandao died in the courtyard of the great donor. Only it wasn't the great donor himself. A great donor like Ma Sandao doesn't care to personally take action yet. Disdain? The two were even more shocked to hear that word. Ma Sandao is in the innate realm. Not only that, but it's someone on top of the blacklist. Such a person kills like a man, bloodthirsty, and his fighting ability is very strong. For such a strong person, this mysterious great provider didn't bother to make a move? What level of powerhouse was this grand confessor? Could it be the innate perfection realm? Or is it already a grand master of the great perfection realm? The two suddenly tensed up, and at the same time, they also lamented how the Yin family is so lucky, how everything good is their Yin family. There is such a big offering to send us one to us. Our two families as an ancestor to provide for it is not okay? Yan Buotao brought the two of them to the outside of Li Changqing's small courtyard and respectfully said, Great confessor, the people have been brought. Come in. Li Changqing's voice came from inside. At this time, Li Changqing was watering the flowers in the yard. There was really nothing to do every day, so Li Changqing planted a lot of flowers in the yard, and they were all the more rare flower species that the Yin family had gotten for them, not something that could be seen casually outside. Each flower is very beautiful in 1,000 different ways. The three of them walked in. Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei saw Li Changqing from afar. Only the two of them didn't feel any strong aura from Li Changqing's body. It was as if the person was just a normal, ordinary person. And the closer he got, the more Bai Jingfei felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Great confessor, the person has been brought, Yan Buotao said respectfully. Sit down. Li Changqing put the kettle down and looked back at the two. Upon seeing Li Changqing head on, Bai Jingfei immediately exclaimed, You're not Li Changqing of the Evergreen Painting Workshop? Evergreen Painting Studio? Zhao Ichio blinked, and then he also couldn't help but say, That's the very scrappy painter whose son cultivated in the ancient land of Daoshan, and then never produced any powerful paintings? Unbridled. Yan Buotao shouted angrily. A sound of licentiousness contained innate true essence. The two felt their heads buzzing. Their skulls were almost shattered, and they retreated a few steps back on the spot and paralyzed to the ground. Their faces were white. They couldn't even carry the power of Yan Buotao's mere roar. Well, there's no need to be so angry. It's not that big a deal. And it's good that they understand it that way. In the eyes of outsiders I am indeed the scrappy painter. It's nothing, Li Changqing said with a smile. I just can't stand to see them disrespecting you. Great confessor, Yan Buotao hurriedly said. Li Changqing in Yan Buotao's heart was just like he was already the Yin family's greatest benefactor. If it wasn't for Li Changqing, he, Yan Buotao, was afraid that he wouldn't even be qualified to step into the innate in this life. There's no harm in not knowing. Li Changqing stated that he didn't care at all. Yes, Yan Buotao respectfully stepped to the side, but he gave the two of them a vicious look, as if saying, I'll spare you two grandchildren if I have the Grand Confessor pleading for you. But the next one is not an example. Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei were dumbfounded, looking at how obedient Yan Buotao was, thinking that this Yan Buotao wouldn't be fooled by this Li Changqing, right? This Li Changqing has also lived in Changqing town for many years, not even at the level of a junior painter. and it is a loser. Not half of the ability. Painting out of the paintings are thin things. That year just stepped on the dog poop luck. There is a painting let a person by chance to break through to the realm of the day after tomorrow. And then was that Li Changqing bragged about the whole Changqing town. No. Since then, there have been no more scores. Not much ability, still likes to pretend. Poor preaching. Rely on the son of the ancient land of Daoshan to support. It had always been the same in terms of popularity. So how did it turn into a great provider in the Yin family? The difference between the two is too great. 2. Li Changqing said with a smile, "Don't sit on the ground. It's cool, please sit on the chairs." After he said that, he only saw Li Changqing wave his palm. In an instant, the sound of a dragon's whistle came from the ears of the two men, like a golden light streaking across the sky. When the two of them came back to their senses, they were horrified to find that they were already sitting on a stone bench on the courtyard. The fight is general. What just happened to the two of them, the Hotian Jedi, were actually moved from the floor to the chair without feeling anything, and they didn't even see clearly how the other party struck. Such a tactic. Even Yen Buotao couldn't do it, right? This is all Li Changqing's doing? What kind of cultivation realm does it take to do that? For a moment, the two men's hearts turned over. This Li Changqing, surprisingly, is an extremely deep hidden master? So many years in Changqing town. Are all performances? Chapter 087, I want to be a sword and chopper, the third shift is here. 10,000 words update today. Begging for monthly votes. Simply saying that this hand just now had broken their perceptions. Greetings to Senior Li Changqing. The two hurriedly stood up, then paid a respectful bow to Li Changqing. The two men's insides turned over, and seeing Yen Buotao who stood beside Li Changqing with a smile at the corner of his mouth, the two men understood everything at this moment. Li Changqing is the Yen family's bottom line. For Yen Buotao to step into the innate, he definitely had a relationship with Li Changqing. Both of them were not cuties. Understood that the scrappy painter was just an appearance of Li Changqing, but in reality, he was a supreme master. Don't be nervous, just looking for you guys to talk. Sit down. Li Changqing nodded his finger. The two hurriedly sat down, then looked at Li Changqing with a humble face. These clans in Changqing town have joined together to form an alliance. This idea came from me, Li Changqing slowly said. Being stuck in Changqing town for the rest of your lives, I don't think this is what you guys want either. So take this opportunity to unite and break out. A few of your families may not be unable to wrestle a better future, and by the time the resources are strong, your two families may not be unable to become an innate family, and the appearance of innate disciples in your families will no longer be a dream. Li Changqing exported and directly drew two big cakes for the two. What Senior said is true. Both of them nodded. They too agreed with Li Changqing's statement. With the power of the three families, the chances of breaking out were definitely there. Even if they were unable to counteract those few families with innate talent, they at least had a better chance of getting by than in Changqing town. But all three of their families had been well off before. Trying to make an alliance is even more of a pipe dream. Who can trust anyone? But it's different with Li Changqing today. With such a high-ranking person scheduling, they naturally agree. The other thing was that with Li Changqing sitting behind them, they all didn't have to fear those forces from other chambers of commerce. You have the precursors behind you? We have them too. Who's afraid? Moreover, looking at how respectful Yen Buotao was, it was obvious that none of Li Changqing's cultivation was an ordinary innate, and they had seen Li Changqing's strength, enigmatically strong. At this moment, the two men's eyes also showed a light. As long as they could get out of Changqing town, in the future, they might really be able to reach the kind of heights that Li Changqing said. Patriarch Yen should have spoken to you about the Chamber of Commerce, so I've come to see you in the hope that the two of you will treat the Chamber of Commerce as your own business. If you do well, it will be helpful to your own family. In addition, Clan Chief Yen can become an innate today because recently Clan Chief Yen has been doing things well. You two do well, and when the time comes, I will also step in to help you touch that realm. The two of them hadn't even swallowed the big cake they just had. Li Changqing stuffed another one into their mouths. This cake the two of them have to eat and not eat. If they don't eat, Li Changqing will really find someone to feed the two matriarchs to eat the cake. It was just that this pie drawn by Li Changqing was indeed to the liking of both of them. Innate. This is the realm of their dreams. Especially since Yen Buotao had entered the innate, they were even more piebald about this field. Following the teachings of Elder Evergreen, we will definitely work hard in earnest. Both Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yichu said sincerely. Then I'm counting on the two of you for the other families. Li Changqing looked at the two of them. He knew very well that those clans in Changqing town were now waiting for the Zhao and Bai clans to take a stand once they returned. Most people will choose to follow their choices, because they basically have no choice for these small families. The two understood what Li Changqing meant, then turned to leave, sending the two away. Yen Buotao returned to Li Changqing. Great confessor, I have discussed with the elders of the clan and would like to position the name of the Chamber of Commerce as Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. I don't know what the great confessor thinks about it, Yan Buotao said to Li Changqing. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Li Changqing raised his eyebrows. This name was certainly something that Li Changqing liked, but this was at least a chamber of commerce that many families had joined together, with the Yan family taking the lead. It wasn't a good idea to call it that, was it? Yes, signifying the longevity of our Chamber of Commerce, Yan Buotao said smilingly. Then I have no opinion. Since it was Yan Buotao's good intentions, Li Changqing agreed to it. The other thing is that there is the point about what the Grand Confessor said to me earlier. Is there really no problem? Yan Buotao asked. If our Chamber of Commerce wants to grow, do we really need to cut through this? That's natural, Li Changqing said. Regardless of whether it's the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce or the Ming Hai Chamber of Commerce, their model is almost set in stone, both focusing on similar goods. The reason why both of them have been able to operate for a long time is because both of them haven't been able to swallow the entire Minghong prefecture market and haven't been able to reach saturation yet. So they've given those smaller chambers of commerce a chance to breathe. If we forcefully try to go in and get a piece of the pie, it will be hard for us to grow bigger. Just like the branded clothes of our Yin family cloth villa, the Zhao family also wanted a piece of the pie, but they couldn't share it away. Changqing town is too small, and our Yin family saturated the market with a single family, and we didn't give them a chance at all. After so many years of development, Minghongzhou has long been divided up by them, and us joining in won't make any waves. It will only make the market force us back. So of course we have to find another way. Yan Buotao also understood what Li Changqing said. It's just that if we join in, those small chambers of commerce are afraid that it will be very difficult for them to survive. They still have soup for the time being. If we really kill them, they are afraid that they will only be able to lick the bones. Yan Buotao said with a bitter smile. The market is like this. There is no way around it. Li Changqing shook his head. The weak are the strong. Something they don't live in peace with themselves. They will eventually be eliminated. Speaking of which, Li Changqing was really touched. In his previous life, the profession of a woodcarver would have been very popular as well. The carvings can be called works of art. But with the later development of science and technology more and more prosperous, machine carving appeared. Carving things not only look good, fine, but more importantly, fast. It takes a month to carve a large wood carving yourself, but the machine can carve a bunch in a day. So after coming to this world for so many days, Li Changqing also thought clearly. In his previous life, he was an honest man who ended up being a fish for the chopping block. In this life, one has to take one's life into one's own hands in order to do so. If you don't want to be eaten, then you have to be the one who eats. Did you just kill someone? Li Changqing glanced at Yan Buotao. Yes, Yan Buotao nodded. If we don't make an example of them, I'm afraid that they will have other messed up ideas, and they must also give an explanation to our Yin family in this matter. Although it's true that they all had a hand in this matter, that Ma Sandao was found by Shui Hong, so it's only natural to take him. Shui Hong was able to find the innate. Did you check his background? Li Changqing asked curiously. Shui Hang's cousin's brother-in-law works in the Zhanhe mansion, Yan Buotao responded. His brother-in-law's name is Zhou Sun. Ma Sanjian is the one who found him. He used to know Ma Sanjian when he was in Zhanhe mansion. And then when Ma Sanjian left Zhanhe mansion, he was still in secret contact with Ma Sanjian. You won't get yourself into trouble, right? If there is trouble, talk to me directly. When Li Changqing heard about Zhanhe mansion, he also knew that Zhanhe mansion was not a weak party. Even though it was not in the middle of Minghong prefecture, it was not far away. Don't worry about it, great confessor. Yan Buotao laughed. Although that Joseon said that he was able to find Ma Sandao and was able to speak in the Zhanhe mansion, but with Shui Hong being killed, he was too scared to come looking for trouble from my Yin family. In the end, the innate and Hotian realms are two worlds altogether. There's no intersections. There's no way Joseon would come to seek revenge on our Yin family because of this matter. Aha! Shui Hong is dead, and the Shui family has arranged things? Don't worry, great confessor. From the time that Shui Hong went out, my Yin family's children have already traveled to the Shui family. Everything in the Shui family is now our Yin family's, and the great confessor's share. We have also long since given it to be prepared. Yan Buotao hurriedly spoke. There is one more thing, Li Changqing said. The corpse of Ma Sanjian. Have someone send it over to Zanhafu in exchange for the bounty. Isn't he on the blacklist? So killing Ma Sanjian, as a hunter, we should be able to get the money. Yan Buotao froze. Ma Sandao is indeed on the blacklist, and the bounty is also as high as 150,000 taels, but generally speaking, it is the hunter who has to go personally to. Wasn't it you who killed Ma Sanjie? Li Changqing said with a smile. Me? Yan Buotao froze. Ma Sandao infiltrated the Yin family to plot against them and was killed by you. Yan Buatao, what's wrong with you going to collect the reward? Li Changqing said indifferently. The Yan family has produced an innate and killed Ma Sandao. What faster channel than this to spread this news? If the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce wants to move into other cities, we have to let people know that we have an innate sitting behind the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in order to do so. We can't just go around telling people about it. I'm a person who doesn't like to show my face, and I also don't want Hengsheng to know about it, so that he shouldn't cultivate properly when the time comes. I as the Yan family's grand provider can give you a hand, but I won't be involved in anything else, Li Changqing said clearly. Yes, I understand. Yan Buatao understood what Li Changqing meant. It also felt that what Li Changqing said made sense. The only thing that Yan Buatao couldn't figure out was that he was so powerful, yet he had to hide it from his son. Why? Let your son experience suffering at an early age? What a quirky habit. But everyone had their own different choices, and Yan Buatao was not in a position to say anything. Things are in order. Early the next morning, Li Changqing had a good sleep and woke up thinking that he hadn't seen Deer quietly come for 2 days and wondered if something had happened. After all, he still had to get information about his own son from Deer quietly, and it was also this usual, not to be usual morning. The town of Changqing, however, has undergone a radical change. The Bai family and the Zhao family jointly sent invitations to the other families, gathered in the early morning hours for a meeting in the Tokoyansai. On this night, the people of the Yan family naturally slept soundly, but not those of the smaller clans, who had trouble sleeping and eating. The Yan family wanted to annex them, and they were contemplating the worst possible outcome while waiting for Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yichu's answers. The other thing was that the Shui family had disappeared into Changqing town overnight. The Yan family copied the Shui family, and those who obeyed were thrown out of Changqing town, and those who tried to resist were killed on the spot. Originally, such a thing should have been managed by the Daoshan ancient land disciples stationed in Changqing town, balancing the relationship between the various clans so that they would not kill each other too viciously. However, the strange thing was that none of the disciples of the Dao Mountain ancient land had made a move. One was that Yan Yun was working as a disciple in the Daoshan ancient land, and they were unwilling to pay attention for Yan Yun's sake. More importantly, who would want to offend an innate master? If the Yan family was still a family in the Hotian realm, they would have intervened, but the Yan family had already become innate, so they would have turned a blind eye. Chapter 088 Life Without Death, 4,000 words Big Chapter. When they received a message from the Bai and Zhao families to wait for them at the Shi Jai, they understood that the two families had decided to compromise with the Yan family. Why else would it be not at Jinhong Mansion, but at Shi Jai? That was the Yan family's place, and having a meeting there was tantamount to everything being transparent to the Yan family. Since the two families had already made a decision, they had no choice but to accept this fate. Otherwise it was likely that the Shui families today would be there tomorrow. A carriage stopped at the entrance of Shi Jai, and those who came down from the carriage were all the dignitaries of Changqing town, and most of them were still coming to Shi Jai for the first time. The head of the Ma family dragged his tired body into the Shi Jai. He didn't rest for a night last night, and after knowing the Shui family's downfall, he finally made it to dawn in fear and trepidation. At the same time, he was also weighing the pros and cons. If he really followed the Yan family, would it really be better for the future? If they didn't follow the Yan family, how on earth would they be able to defend their own interests? He just couldn't come up with any ideas even when he thought about dawn. Just as he walked into Shi Jai, he saw that the entire first floor was already almost full of people. Business is so good? Ma Chen looked around. A few people were sitting and chatting, ordering a pot of tea, and there were quite a few small snacks on the table. There were many familiar faces, being some of the nobles from Changqing town. It's a regular deal on a day-to-day basis. Fixing his eyes on a single table, he did see another familiar face. Sun Yue Ru of the Sun family. It was also the only female family head in Changqing town, who was currently sipping tea and staring at the storyteller on that stage without looking away. Only that her eyes were already red, looking like she had just cried. Could it be that the thought of the Sun family being annexed as well was so unacceptable that she cried all night? Yu Ru, why are you still here? Didn't you say you wanted to discuss things? Ma Chen walked up and asked curiously. The people aren't all here yet, so I'll just listen to the books downstairs for a while. Sun Yuru wiped her eyes, then said, the stories told here are all so nice to listen to. They're all ones I haven't read before. Come on, let's listen together. Is it really that good? Ma Chen was surprised to look at the storyteller on the stage. He had heard before that there were people telling all kinds of new stories in Shi Jai, but Ma Chen didn't care. The stories were just that, but they were all the same kinds. What could be new? But to be able to make even Sun Yuru so moved, it might really be something. Ma Chen sat down with curiosity, only to see that the storyteller was holding a shocking wood in his hand, and was telling a story in a colorful manner, and the people were listening attentively. as if they were students in a school. Good to hear, good to hear, Sun Yuru said. The story told today is called Yang Guifei Warm Wine Beheads Hua Xiong. It's simply too good to listen to. Oh, Macken also sat down curiously. Yang Guifei? Could it be a story about royalty? But which country? That Yang Guifei was the consort of an imperial emperor. Sun Yuru started to tell this story to Ma Chen with tears in her eyes at the moment. There's a very sick man in the story called Cao Cao. This Cao Cao is the emperor of this dynasty, but he has a quirk that only likes human wives. Hearing this, Macken muffled his voice. How is this perverted? What a short insight. Not noticing the change in Ma Chen's expression, Sun Yuru continued to speak colorfully. He fell in love with this Yang Guifei, also known as Yang Yuan, and eventually married Yang Yuan as his own Guifei, but in order to satisfy his own fetish, he actually made Yang Yuan marry a general who guarded the passes, also known as Hua Xiong, who was in the royal family, and could not help but be forced to marry Hua Xiong. Yang Yuan spent her days in tears, but Hua Xiong was a gentle and good man, accompanying Yang Yuan, never touching her. Finally one day, Yang Yuan felt Hua Xiong's love for her, and they fell into a dry spell, loving each other, and gave Hua Xiong a son, named Hua Tuo. And a few years later, Cao Cao felt that the time had come and actually asked Yang Yuan to come back to his side. But Yang Yuan refused and was determined to live and die with General Hua Xiong because after a few years of being together, Yang Yuan had long since become uncontrollably attached to Hua Xiong and had forgotten the feeling she had had with Cao Cao back then. But who knew that ruthless Cao Cao would actually use the lives of the people as blackmail? He came with an expert from the imperial family, and that expert's cultivation was already in the realm of the land immortals. And Cao Cao went so far as to have Yang Yuan behead Hua Xiong with her own hands, or else have an expert in the realm of the land immortals set off a tsunami that flooded the Changqing Pass. Let thousands of people be buried with them. Macken was also listening to the story, and the story was kind of exciting. Sun Yuru had long been in tears. For the sake of thousands of people, General Hua Xiong laughed and let Yang Yuan kill herself, and also said, life is not without death. Leave the heart of the Dan to shine on Changqing. Yang Yuan was broken inside, but couldn't get off the ground, while Cao Cao prepared a cup of hot wine telling Yang Yuan that if the wine got cold, all the people of Changqing Pass would die. In the end, Yang Yuan could only tearfully behead Hua Xiong for the sake of the people. Woo woo woo. Sun Yuru had already cried into tears. This Hua Xiong is indeed a great man. Ma Chen also sighed softly. Life has its own deaths, leaving the heart of a man to shine in Changqing. Well said. And by this time the story was coming to an end. With a startling clap, the storyteller smiled and said, to know how the aftermath will be, let's listen to the next decomposition. Gentlemen, please be early tomorrow. Tomorrow's story is even better. Sir, so Yang Yuan just went back with Cao Cao? Didn't you say that Yang Yuan and Hua Xiong had a son? What happened in the end? The crowd couldn't help but ask curiously. Mr. Storyteller smiled slightly, then said, since you all want to know, then there's no harm in revealing a little to you. Tomorrow's story is about the son of Hua Xiong and Yang Yuan who took the name Hua Tuo, who went incognito and changed his name to Hua Hero in order to pay tribute to his own father, who practiced his divine kung fu and held the divine red sword, who returned with anger to avenge his father's death, and was determined to kill all the Chao surnames, and who mistakenly fought against the uncle of Chao in the Valley of the End. Alright, time to go up. Ma Chen saw that the story had been told, and although he couldn't get enough of it, there was business to be done. So he and Sun Yuru came to the second floor. Everything is in order. At noon, the patriarchs of numerous clans came to the Yin family to show their loyalty and agreed to join the alliance, bringing their own savings with them. Yen Botao had also negotiated with Li Changqing, who did not need to spend any money, while also occupying 30% of the shares of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. The Yen family likewise took 30%. It's the remaining 40% that's for them to split. Li Changqing agreed to this, because in Li Changqing's opinion, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce would definitely make money, and this 30% share was much more profitable than the previous 50-50 split with the Yen family. At the same time, Yen Botao had traveled to the Zhanhe mansion, taking Ma Sandao's head with him. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The ancient land of Mount Dao, Li Hengsheng finally came out of the gate. At this time, Li Hengsheng was already at the 9th level of the actual mortal transformation realm. The Sun Moon immortal demon god body had also cultivated the 3rd bloodline. At this moment, Li Hengsheng's chi and blood majesty had reached its peak, and his strength had increased by a span. And at this moment, if he were to face the Iron Masked Man, Li Hengsheng was confident that he would be able to cut him down with just the 4th shot. However, when he thought of the guardian scribe of the 2nd level, Li Hengsheng still felt no semblance of certainty. Young lord, you've come out of customs. Seeing that Li Hengsheng had come out of seclusion, Su Kuwei walked up and gave Li Hengsheng a report on the recent events. Your second elder sister came to look for you, but knowing that you were in seclusion, she went back. But she sent a few imperial spirit chickens, saying that she would have the kitchen stew them for you to eat after you leave the gate. The other thing it also says is to go see her for a bit after you get out. And then there's the letter from your house. Su Kuwei will be things to say. Li Hengsheng did not expect Young Sweet really come to send chicken. Originally thought that just polite. Li Hengsheng didn't know what Yang Sweetness was looking for him, but he didn't go to 100 Spirit Peak because he was more anxious to read the letter now. Having tried this father of his in a letter earlier, I wondered what the result would be. Green Rain Mountain small upstairs. Li Hengsheng sitting here has been a tea time. In front of the letter, lying quietly on the table, Li Hengsheng pondered for a long time, are still not open, as if there was something terrible in the letter. Li Hengsheng's mood was a little complicated. He didn't know how to face this letter, or maybe a little scared. After this letter is opened, there are some things that may not go back to the way they were. What if Li Changqing was really taken over? Not having experienced a mother's love since childhood and not having seen a mother, Li Hengsheng envied other people's children at that time. He didn't want to lose even his father now, even though once upon a time, this father was very out of touch, but that didn't stop Li Hengsheng from relying on this father. If this last bit of dependence was gone, then one would really have no relatives in this world, truly alone, without even a single person to miss. After a long time, Li Hengsheng still opened the letter. The hand holding the immortal by immortal gun had never shaken, and it was surprising that the hand holding the letter was shaking as he read it word by word. Shrimp and oil? You're a confused kid. Can you eat shrimp? Or is it just that you've grown older and now you don't resist shrimp and crab anymore? Dad still remembers that you almost lost your life eating shrimp when you were little, so Dad never made shrimp for you to eat again. And by the time you were 4, your mother had. That's all. Some things in the past are in the past. Father knows you miss your mother. You have never seen your mother. You envy other children have a mother to love. Father understands you very well, but some things, do not tell you, is for your own good. You may not understand now, but one day you will understand what Dad meant by what he said. You and I, father and son, let's move forward with everything. You're at peace now, and that's better than anything to Dad. You feel at ease to cultivate. Don't stress too much. Or the same sentence. There is father to back you up. One day when you are tired, you come home. You get 3 meals and sleep without wind. Cheer up. You're daddy's pride. Seeing the end, Li Hengsheng leaned directly on the back of his chair and let out a sigh of relief. He grinned, but then had an urge to cry. The man was his own father all right. He remembered that he didn't eat shrimp. Maybe he hadn't paid attention to it before when he wrote the letter. He really was being sensitive. In addition, although the mother's matter Li Changqing did not say, but Li Hengsheng felt that there is no problem, because since childhood to this matter Li Changqing has always been evasive attitude. Li Hengsheng felt that one day Li Changqing would tell himself the truth, only that his current self was too weak to deserve to know. After leaning there for a long time to slow down, Li Hengsheng went out to look for young Tian. Yang Sweetness obviously looked for herself for something. For this inexplicable second senior sister, Li Hengsheng always felt that there was something indefinable. Once again came to 100 Spirit Peak. The 100 Spirit Peak in the daytime was different from the nighttime. The whole peak was in a kind of spiritual feeling, and the winds blowing from the mountain carried the fragrance of herbs. Junior brother is here. Seeing that Li Hengsheng had come, Yang Sweetness was obviously very happy, and then had someone bring up some strange fruits. These are all the ones I picked when I was outside. You can't buy them normally. You try them, Yang Sweetness said enthusiastically. This is the wine immortal fruit? Li Hengsheng picked up a purple fruit and couldn't help but speak. Yes, little senior brother knows quite a few things. Yang Sweetness laughed. I found this from a rift valley in Shuzhou. It tastes good, so I picked quite a few back. But rumor has it that this wine immortal fruit is guarded by a spirit beast. Oh, you said that monkey it was a bit troublesome, but I slaughtered 2 of them, and the rest all just ran away. Yang Sweetness lightly said, as if it was a trivial matter that was uneventful. Slaughtered 2. Li Hengsheng let out a laugh, thinking of the book records. Wine fairy fruit, next to the often accompanied by spiritual beasts iron bone apes and monkeys. Adult strength, sword and gun, comparable to the innate realm. This second senior sister of his own was truly terrifying, but eating one, the fruit actually contained a rich wine flavor, accompanied by a sweet and sour taste, which was really good. By the way, I heard Uncle Su say that second senior sister was looking for me. Is there something wrong? Li Hengsheng asked. Naturally there is something. You must have forgotten. You have been a protodisciple for almost 2 months now. Protodisciples need to do a sect task once a month, but you have not been doing it. If you don't do it for the full 3 months, you have to be punished. Young Sweetness explained. Ah, right. Li Hengsheng violently remembered that Zhou Jun had talked to him about this before. I forgot about it. Li Hengsheng was so focused on cultivation that he completely forgot about this matter. What Master Teacher means is that he wants me to accompany you to get the mission done, Yang Sweetness said. The tasks of a prodisciple are usually a bit difficult. After all, you're only at the mortal transformation realm. There are almost no tasks that prepare you for this realm. And if you don't have someone to accompany you, Master Teacher is afraid that you won't be able to cope with it. Chapter 089, Old Taoist Luo, your son is in danger of bloodshed. A nuisance indeed. Li Hengsheng said awkwardly, then are there any quests that are suitable for me to do? Very little. Yang Sweetness said, part of the mission of the prodisciples is to hunt and kill people on the blacklist, and there are also those who have to go and look for some heavenly materials and treasures or something like that, or investigate some things, but none of them have anything to do with you. And people on the blacklist, with your current cultivation, you can't kill them yet. Li Hengsheng agreed with this statement. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have any difficulty if he were to deal with an ordinary Hotian realm, but it would be hard for an ordinary Hotian realm to be on the blacklist, right? But today is very lucky, and really let me find one. Yang Sweetness took out a sheet and said, I took this mission for you. This kind of mission is rare. I just happened to see it. It's very suitable for you. It's not dangerous. And there's me to accompany you. Li Hengsheng took the sheet handed over by Yang Sweetness and carefully looked at the contents of the tasks on it. The location was surprisingly in Minghongzhou. In a mountain range called Gaolianshan in Minghongzhou, there was a village called Pangyun Village, in which a strange thing had happened recently. The people in the village made their living by picking medicines. One day, the mountain collapsed and they suddenly found a cave, which was very deep, and then the people in the village went into the cave to try to see if there was anything inside, in case there was any treasure. They wouldn't have to live so hard. But the strange thing was that after the villagers entered the cave, they never came out again. The people outside waited for a long time and did not see anyone come out, so they thought it was strange, so they sent another person in, and the result was that when they went in, no one came out. It was as if it had mysteriously disappeared. The villagers panicked, suspecting that some ferocious beast in the cave had eaten the villagers. So the villagers found their way to the nearest Flip Cloud city and approached the disciples of the Dao Mountain ancient land stationed there, asking for help. Learning that a villager might have been killed, the disciples of the ancient land of Daoshan also came to this Pangyun village. So there was an outer disciple of the Hotian realm who also entered it, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't come out. And what was even more frightening was that the disciples guarding the outside didn't hear any sounds of fighting inside at all. This attracted the attention of the ancient land of Daoshan, and it became a task for the prodisciples. Wanted to know what was going on in that mysterious cave. This mission doesn't see anything too dangerous. Li Hengsheng frowned. There should be some kind of ferocious beasts, or even spirit beasts, in that cave, so the people who entered it should have been killed. It would be well explained if there were spirit beasts inside, and there was no way for an ordinary Hotian realm martial artist to fight against a spirit beast. Who was that outer disciple who disappeared? Li Hengsheng asked curiously. Which peak? It's not written. Yang Sweetness had a double ponytail, but she said with a serious face, I have another guess. There might be a secret realm in the cave. Secret realm? Li Hengsheng frowned. If there was a secret realm, then things would become troublesome. There were secret realms that did not have any dangers, but it was rumored that there were secret realms that even innate supreme masters might not be able to get out of when they entered them. Don't think too much. If there is really a secret realm in it, we don't need to rush in. Just report this matter to the clan. Your task is considered completed, and it's easy to give you credit. Yang Sweetness smiled and said, this mission is not very dangerous, and if it's true that there are spirit beasts, there's your senior sister. So what are you afraid of? Li Hengsheng didn't worry about this. It didn't matter even if there was a spirit beast of the innate realm. Although the senior sister of his was like a small child, she was very strong. Then I'll take this mission. Li Hengsheng immediately decided to take this mission next. As a protege himself, he had to complete tasks every month. It was hard to have one that suited him. And also Li Hengsheng was wanting to leave the ancient land of Daoshan to take a walk. Before, Sumai was worried that Li Hengsheng would be in danger if he went out. But now that Yang Sweetness was following him around, what was there to be afraid of? This second elder sister of his own was very fierce. Then, junior brother, prepare yourself, let's set off right now. Yang Sweetness said, we'll first go to Flipping Cloud City, and after that, we'll enter Hylian Mountain and look for that cave. I'd like to see what's in that cave. Yang Sweetness' eyes were already bubbling with essence at this time. It was a very expectant look. It's like a long-starved child anticipating a big meal. Li Hengsheng whirled around and let out a helpless laugh. He felt that Yang Sweetness must go also because her curiosity was too great. This one looks like a person who is very much a mystery seeker. This second senior sister of his own looked like a child, had a childlike personality, and was extremely curious. This was the first impression young Sweetness gave to Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng simply packed up and set off with young Sweetness. Although it was also Minghong Prefecture, Flip Cloud City and Gao Lianshan were still far away, and it would take at least a day or so for the two of them to set out to get there. When we returned from the mission, let's go back to Changqing town on the way to see father, Li Hengsheng thought in his heart. For the past 3 years Li Hengsheng really didn't want to go home. Don't want to go back to that cold place. Facing a dad who daydreams all the time, and the hand that only reaches for money, and the drunken man who is drunk. This look pretty much filled Li Hengsheng's childhood, but not anymore. Li Hengsheng wants to go back and meet the person he misses deep inside. Changqing town was still bustling. The only people who knew what was going on were the nobles. For the ordinary people, Changqing town was still Changqing town. It's still the same place where the sun rises every morning and sets in the evening. The Yan family's alliance has been reached. The Yan family was also distributing the tasks of each family as well. And Yan Buotao was about to return. Li Changqing became idle again. It is no fun to stay in Yan's house all day. Li Changqing still likes to come out and walk around, and listen to the outrageous stories he wrote in Shi Yan Zhai. Or go to a street stall and get a bowl of wontons. Or maybe go to a theater and listen to a play. This kind of life was really cozy. And in Li Changqing's view, what fighting and killing and the conspiracy of the Ghost Clan had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to live a peaceful life with his son in the future. And he didn't want to worry about anything else at all. Nor did it have anything to do with him. It's not like the travelers are saviors. Brewing a cup of tea, Li Changqing sat on the tea stall, looking at the traffic around him, with Fei lying at his feet, and Fei was lazily basking in the sun, and his ears were listening to the person next to him chattering away. Whose Hans lost their money, whose wives lost their wives, whose kids their pants again. That's real life. May I sit here? At this time, a voice pulled Li Changqing's thoughts back. Li Changqing looked up and realized that it was actually a man in his 50s. He was dressed in cloth, with 2 goatees, and in his hands, he was even holding up a fortune-telling streamer. There are 2 words written on it. Sky Luck. You can tell by the look of it that it's a fortune teller. It was the first time that Li Changqing saw a profession like a fortune teller in this world. Please sit down. Li Changqing sized up the man in front of him. The man sat down, put the fortune-telling streamer to one side, as if he was very thirsty, and hurriedly greeted wanting a cup of tea. Li Changqing raised his hand and poured a cup of tea for the fortune teller. Please drink. Many thanks. Many thanks. The Hanyu seemed to be thirsty, and after thanking Li Changqing, he also drank the tea from his teacup. Li Changqing smiled and poured another cup. The Hanyu took another drink. Sir, this is from out of town? Li Changqing casually asked. Hey, walk around and make a living. The Hanyu hemmed and hawed. How do you call it? Li Changqing asked curiously. Just call me Old Taoist Luo. The Hanyu was busy saying. Where is brother? Li Changqing. Li Changqing looked at the dusty Luo Lao Dao in front of him and couldn't help but feel that in which world there are such people who run around for a living. Li Changqing had never refused to believe this kind of fortune teller before, because Li Changqing thought it was all a lie and untrustworthy. However, looking at the person in front of him, Li Changqing pondered for a moment, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, handed it to Old Taoist Luo, and said, Can you give me a fortune? Brother Evergreen wants to tell a fortune? Luo Lao Dao looked at the silver on the table and his eyes lit up. That silver ingot is 5 taels. With this silver, one would not worry about food and drink for the next period of time. Yes, please sir. Li Changqing smiled, wanting to see how the fortune tellers in this world fooled people. Luo Lao Dao picked up the silver, put it in his mouth and took a bite, then grinned a hefty smile and put the silver in his pocket. Immediately after that, he took out another thing from his arms. Surprisingly, it was something like a very worn-looking compass. Only that this compass was different from the compasses that Li Changqing had seen, and what was written on it Li Changqing could not understand. Luo Lao Dao stared at the compass in his hand with a pious face, and immediately after, Luo Lao Dao's 5 fingers grasped on that compass, and in an instant, from that compass even rose up pillars of light, and within the pillars of light even a star map was derived. Li Changqing's heart was shaken. This old Taoist Luo was a cultivator? But when he came back to his senses, he found that there was no light pillar on the compass and even no star map. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Li Changqing glanced down at Fei, who was still lying there quietly, as if he hadn't perceived anything just now. Otherwise, normally, but whenever someone with cultivation was near Li Changqing, Fei would be alert, but now Fei was still sleeping. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Li Changqing felt that he had blurred his eyes. Just a fortune teller running around for a living. Where would he have any cultivation? Moreover, one's own divine soul was very strong, and people with cultivation could not hide from these eyes of theirs. Ha! Just at this time, Elder Taoist Luo let out a cry of surprise. What's wrong? Seeing Elder Taoist Luo's deep frown, Li Changqing didn't pay too much attention to it, because most of the fortune tellers were like this routine. They would say something and then ask you to buy whatever he had to break your fortune and avoid disaster. Could it be that this Tsan Yuan realm was also such a setup? Brother Evergreen is a dragon and phoenix among men. Although his future is difficult, it is unlimited, Old Taoist Luo said seriously. Aha, Li Changqing smiled. It was largely these platitudes. There is a son, but he is not around. But it is not far away. The relationship between father and son is a bit discordant. But recently there has been a détente. Luo Lao Dao continued. When Li Changqing heard this, his gaze was revealing curiosity. Is this old Taoist Luo really a capable person? You can figure that out? The son has not seen his mother since he was a child. Because his mother, Luo Lao Dao said here. Suddenly his pupils shrunk violently, and his face suddenly changed. What happened to his mother? Li Changqing asked in a hurry. I don't want your money for this trigram. Old Taoist Luo took out the silver and handed it to Li Changqing, then stood up and was about to leave. Instead of walking, it looked more like he was going to run away. Mr. Luo, Li Changqing hurriedly called out to Elder Luo. Evergreen brother, you this trigram I do not count. The old Taoist I still have to life. But I can send you a trigram. Your son these 2 days. There is a bloodbath. I am afraid it will jeopardize the life. You take care of yourself. After saying that, Old Taoist Luo ran away without looking back. Chapter 090 Cloud Ridge Sect, today's 10,000 shifts arrive. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for support. Luo Laodao's last words made Li Changqing sit at the tea stall and freeze for a long time. If there is a fortune teller who says that he has a bloodbath in these 2 days, Li Changqing just thinks that this fortune teller is farting. Where can there be so many bloodbaths in a day? A barb on a finger is all blood and guts to them. Laugh it off straight away, and won't think about it. But when Elder Taoist Luo said that Li Hengsheng had a bloodbath in the past 2 days, Li Changqing couldn't bear it anymore. It can't really be dangerous. Li Changqing's heart rose with some trepidation. This kind of thing was better to be believed than not. What if something really goes wrong? Why don't I go and take a look? Li Changqing pondered. He could never feel at ease if he didn't go and take a look. But Li Changqing knew that it was definitely not a good time to meet with his son. The likelihood of seeing the light of day is very high. Previously, Li Hengsheng had already suspected himself. If he met, he was afraid that he would not be able to talk for more than 10 words, and he would easily fall into this kid's pit. Who knows which words out of this kid's mouth are true and which ones are testing himself? For the first time, Li Changqing felt that this broken boy cub was not cute at all. Fei, let's go to the Dao Mountain ancient land. Speaking to Fei at his feet, Li Changqing still decided to make the trip, sneaking himself without letting Li Hengsheng find out. As long as he was sure that he wasn't in any danger, then he could come back with peace of mind. Ow, Fei murmured, crawling lazily to his feet. Li Changqing took Fei directly out of the city. After leaving the city, Fei's size directly grew larger, turning into a golden silk liner beast, spreading out its huge feathered wings. At this moment, it was in a kingly posture, but in Li Changqing's eyes, the intimidating golden silk liner beast was nothing more than a golden hare with wings. Riding Fei, one man and one dog took to the air. Li Changqing calmed himself, hoping that nothing had happened to Li Hengsheng. It had been flying for 2 hours. Li Changqing still didn't see half a shadow of the Dao Mountain ancient land. Fei, are you sure this is the right path? Li Changqing asked doubtfully. Ow. Fei looked at Li Changqing with an innocent expression, as if saying, how would I know? I've never been to the ancient land of Daoshan either. I haven't been there either. Li Changqing was also helpless. Then what the hell are you flying around for? Just thinking, Li Changqing is suddenly overlooked not far away from the rising smoke. Li Changqing hurriedly let Fei fly over there. When he got close, Li Changqing was surprised to find that there was a good-sized plot of land right here in this depression. And there were quite a few people, looking even more imposing than the Yen family. Go ask them. Li Changqing decided to go ask the group. So Fei carried Li Changqing and fell directly from the air, landing on a square in this place. What's that? Many people stirred. When Li Changqing and Fei landed on the ground, there were even more powerful people running this way in the distance. Some of them had a strong aura and had even reached the innate level. Innate? Li Changqing couldn't help but think, this couldn't be any clan, right? Just now, the distance was too far to see clearly, and he barged into someone else's clan? I had thought it was just an ordinary family, or a small mountain village of some tribe. Whoosh! The 3 innate experts came directly here, and the many disciples around them all stepped back out with vigilance. It's the golden silk lin beast, an innate powerhouse exclaimed. The other 2 also nodded in shock. It was indeed the golden silk linnet's beast all right. It was the first time they had seen the golden silk linnet's beast. I had only seen it before from paintings or descriptions recorded in books. Ow! Fei saw a few innates, and a wary look appeared in his gaze, while that roar also contained an extremely strong aura, causing a few innate powerhouses to change their faces on the spot and hurriedly retreat. They sensed irresistibility from this gold silk liner beast. It felt like Fei could crush their skulls with a single claw. It was also because of Fei's roar that the people present were like enemies. Fei, don't be rude. Li Changqing also saw that Fei was scaring people and hurriedly scolded. Only then did Fei take 2 steps back, then immediately lay down beside Li Changqing. This senior. I don't know what guidance he has for descending to my Cloud Ridge sect. At this moment behind the crowd walked up a man. The man was in his 60s, and his eyes blossomed with a refined aura. A stronger aura than the other 3 innate powerhouses could also be felt from his body. Sovereign, seeing the visitor. Several innate powerhouses also spoke respectfully. I am Lin Shengnan of the Cloud Ridge sect. The man also bowed to Li Changqing. He had only just arrived, but even Fei's roar just now had given even him palpitations. Someone who could manipulate such a powerful gold silkliner beast must be even stronger. It was even strong enough for him, Lin Shengnan, to be unable to see Li Changqing's cultivation level. That's why Lin Shengnan put his posture very low. Li Changqing, seeing that the other party was very polite, and knowing that it was his fault for barging into someone's mountain gate, Li Changqing clasped his fists and said, "Oh, so it's Senior Evergreen. Long time no see." Lin Shengnan hurriedly said politely. Li Changqing knows that this is just polite. His own name is not known. Where to go to admire? Senior Evergreen's visit to my Cloud Ridge sect has really made my Cloud Ridge sect a place of splendor. It's my Cloud Ridge sect's poor hospitality that has slowed down Senior. Inside please. Lin Shengnan hurriedly greeted Li Changqing. No matter what Li Changqing was here for, he couldn't let anyone pick on his manners. "No, I'm really sorry to disturb your clan. I just wanted to come and ask for directions. I am going to the Dao Mountain Ancient Land for some business, but I don't know the way. So I'm intruding. So I'd like to ask you all to please be able to point me in the right direction." Li Changqing hurriedly spoke. Dao Mountain Ancient Land? The crowd was relieved when they heard Li Changqing's words. Before they knew Li Changqing's purpose, they had always suspected that Li Changqing had some plans against their Cloud Ridge sect and was here to find trouble. Now that they knew Li Changqing's purpose, they on the other hand were relieved. Just came to ask for directions. It's scary to make such a big deal out of asking for directions. Since we're going to the Daoshan Ancient Land, then running in the southeast direction will be fine. Lin Shengnan smiled and said, "So Senior is a guest of the Daoshan Ancient Land. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful." For such a strong person to go to the Daoshan Ancient Land, there was a high probability that he had been invited as a guest by one of the strongest people in the Daoshan Ancient Land, or that he had been asked by the Daoshan Ancient Land to do an errand. "No," Li Changqing hastily waved his hands and said, "Just going to the ancient land of Daoshan to do some business. I myself am just a person who runs a chamber of commerce." Chamber of commerce? A few people froze. Such a strong and powerful person was running a chamber of commerce? "Yes, my chamber of commerce is called the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce." Li Changqing smiled and said, directly giving his bottom, because Li Changqing suddenly remembered. Wasn't this Cloud Ridge sect the backer of the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce? When their own Chamber of Commerce opened up the inevitable encounter, at this time first to say hello. What a coincidence. Seemingly to close the distance with Li Changqing, Lin Shengnan politely said, "We also run a Chamber of Commerce under the Cloud Ridge sect, called the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce, so we are still considered peers." Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce is a veteran Chamber of Commerce. It's strong. My Evergreen Chamber of Commerce can't. It's still just a fledgling. I still hope that Patriarch Lin will give me more support when he has the chance in the future. Li Changqing clasped his fists and said, "Well said. In the future, there will be opportunities to interact more with Senior Evergreen." Lin Shengnan felt that the distance had been drawn in quite a bit, and it would be a great good thing for the Cloud Ridge sect to get closer to such a great man. "I'd like to thank a few of you for helping to show me the way, and I'll see you later." After saying that, Li Changqing directly rode on Fei's body, and Fei flew up with a flap of his wings, running in the direction of Daoshan Ancient Land. It wasn't until after Li Changqing left that the hearts of the crowd were truly placed in their hearts. "Patriarch, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. I haven't heard of it." An innate said, "I haven't heard of it in the several nearby states either. It's most likely from somewhere else." "Well, I haven't heard of it either. This person's cultivation is amazing. If our Cloud Ridge sect can befriend him, there will only be benefits and no disadvantages. We can also have our disciples ask around to find out where this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is, and in the future, if there is an opportunity for us to pay a visit to the door." Lin Shengnan commanded. Yes. A few people around the table nodded and spoke. It was not until it was getting late in the day that Li Changqing finally saw a city appear in front of him. Unconfused city. Fei, go down. When he came to the outside of the city and made Fei turn into a puppy, Li Changqing looked at the name of the city. Li Changqing had heard of Bewildering City, which was not far from the ancient land of Daoshan. I had previously read from Li Hengsheng's letter that Li Hengsheng said that every time the outer sect's purchases would come to this bewildering city to make purchases, and this bewildering city was also the way to the ancient land of Daoshan. Li Hengsheng didn't directly let Fei fly over there with himself. He also had some considerations. The Dao Mountain ancient land wasn't like any other place. It was full of experts. 36 peak masters. The elders. There were even prestigious and powerful people like the head and deputy headmasters. If he were to ride Fei over there with great fanfare, he would easily be discovered, and it wouldn't be good to be treated as an intruder at that time. Anyway, it was time to arrive at Bewildering City, so Li Changqing thought it would be better to walk there. It wasn't like it took much time to get from the Bewildering City to the ancient land of Daoshan. At this time, although it was getting late, Bufu City was still bustling with activity, which was quite a bit better than Changqing town. Li Changqing's face was filled with curiosity, as this was the first time he had come to another city since he came to this world. The streets are lined with cars. Quite a few carriages pass through the stream, and on both sides of the street, lanterns were hung high, illuminating the entire street with great light. The shouting was endless. On both sides, there were snack sellers, some small artworks, and even paintings and calligraphy. Li Changqing curiously looked at the paintings. There was no semblance of aura in the paintings. They were completely ordinary paintings. They didn't have any egg in them at all. From time to time, one could still see disciples dressed in Daoshan ancient land clothing passing by. Li Changqing's divine soul was wide open, and he heard all the contents of their conversation in his ears. But after listening for half a day, I didn't hear any information that had anything to do with my son. It seems like nothing should have happened to this kid yet, Li Changqing said to himself. Nowadays, his own son was the person on the tip of the wind in the Daoshan ancient land. If something really happened to him, all of these disciples would surely know about it, and then there would be more or less some of their discussions that had something to do with this matter. Since there isn't, that means the son is fine. Li Changqing's mood relaxed quite a bit and he wasn't in such a hurry. Instead, he was pacing in this street. Fei lay on Li Changqing's shoulder and wondered about this place together with Li Changqing. He came across something good. Li Changqing suddenly saw a small stall on the side of the road. The booth was actually selling metal masks. There were brass ones and iron ones that looked like they were in different forms. Li Changqing thought about it and walked up to pick up a white mask. Since he was going to go to the ancient land of Daoshan to sneak a look at his son, he couldn't let him find out. It was always good to wear a mask. Boss, how much for this? 20 coppers. No need to look for it. Li Changqing dropped a penny of silver. He really didn't have any coins. Seeing that Li Changqing had given so much, the corner of that stall owner's mouth grinned to the back of his ear. Putting that white mask on his face, Li Changqing silenced his aura as well, since no one could see his face here anymore. Li Changqing simply stopped pretending. The snow feather Zen wind skill was executed. His body was as light as snow, and after a few steps, he was hundreds of meters away. Chapter 091. It's all because of the roast duck. Senior brother. Am I right? What that person just performed seems to be the snow feather Zen wind technique of our Daoshan ancient land. A disciple saw Li Changqing's figure and exclaimed in shock. The snow feather Zen wind technique was a very powerful body technique in the ancient land of Daoshan, and basically only inner disciples could learn it. It was because their internal energy was strong enough to support them in performing such a powerful stance. It was like they, the outer disciples, only had envy to drool over. More of them were unable to comprehend this stance, and those who were enlightened enough to comprehend it, did not have enough internal energy in their bodies, and by performing it twice, they had already exhausted their internal energy. Chicken. That's right. It is indeed the snow feather Zen wind skill, and it's even faster than the outer sect elders I've seen perform it. The other disciple also nodded in dismay. It was just that Li Changqing was wearing a mask, so they couldn't tell who it really was. Perhaps it might be one of the 36 peak master lords, a few people speculated. Otherwise they really couldn't think of anyone who could cultivate the snow feather Zen wine skill so powerfully. It didn't even take an incense stick of time for Li Changqing to arrive before the mountain gate of the Dao Mountain ancient land. Coming to the ancient land of Dao Mountain for the first time, Li Changqing was really shocked by the mountain gate in front of him. The huge mountain gate appeared to Li Changqing as if it was a small boat in the middle of the ocean, so small and unreachable. At the same time, Li Changqing was also able to feel the surging spiritual energy as well as many powerful auras seeping out from the ancient land of Daoshan. It's really full of experts in here. Moreover, the Daoshan ancient land was so large that it literally spanned an entire mountain range, not to mention that the 36 peaks alone were incomparably open, and united together they were more vast than even a city. Li Changqing wanted to go directly to Li Hengsheng, yet was in trouble at this time. Where's Li Hongsun? I know from the letter that Li Hongsheng lives in Qingyu Mountain. But where is Qingyu Mountain? There's no navigation or signposting here either. What's more, Li Changqing realized that he didn't even know what his son looked like. This place doesn't have a picture of anything either. They do not have the memory of the original host Li Changqing. The son at the moment now walk with himself, a photo face themselves do not recognize. How can this be? He knew a Sumohai in the ancient land of Daoshan, but he couldn't find Sumohai now. Thinking of this, Li Changqing felt that there was a way to try. Li Changqing slowly closed his eyes and felt it earnestly. The whole world seemed to become ethereal. In the dark, Li Changqing sensed a trace of a familiar aura, and Li Changqing looked in the direction where this aura floated from. That should be the destination one is going to. There is the breath of the Bodhisattva Earth Zhangwang there. The Earth Zhangwang Bodhisattva that he had carved himself contained the power of his own divine soul, so Li Changqing could feel a hint of fluctuation on it. As long as he knew the direction, Li Changqing would be able to find Sumohai. Therefore, Li Changqing once again executed the snow feather Zen wind technique, and his figure disappeared at the entrance of the Dao Mountain ancient land. The disciple guarding the doorway of the Dao Mountain ancient land only felt a gust of fresh wind blowing by, but he didn't see anything. Did something just pass by? A disciple asked strangely. He touched his face, always feeling that something had just gone wrong. Where did anything go over there? Are you dreaming? A few other disciples laughed. I told you to drink less during the day. You didn't listen, and now you're actually hallucinating. A disciple scoffed. Could it be that you think there is someone else who dares to come and break into my Daoshan ancient land in the middle of the night? That's true. The disciple nodded, only thinking that he was experiencing an illusion. You, drink less tomorrow. It was only after entering the Daoshan ancient land that Li Changqing lamented the complexity of the entire Daoshan ancient land. An endless mountain range, a great hall, a courtyard, and mansions, caves. The list is endless. One could only perceive a general direction and could only proceed with caution. There were disciples patrolling everywhere, and there were even some strong people whose strength was close to innate, which was much more than what they had seen in the Cloud Ridge sect when they arrived. It's really big. After going over a few mountains, Li Changqing still felt that the end was still far away, and the few mountains that he just went over, Li Changqing could feel that there were strong people sitting in the mountains, and they all almost gave him away just now. Li Changqing decided that he would have to act a bit more carefully next. There's really no excuse if you're found out. Is it easy to be a father? Li Changqing said helplessly. This Sumohai lives really far away too. None of the patrols of the Daoshan ancient land seemed to have realized that someone had infiltrated. It was true that the snow feather Zen wind skill that Li Changqing had executed had indeed reached a very exquisite realm, and he was afraid that it could be considered top-notch amongst the powerhouses of the entire Daoshan ancient land. It had been tossing and turning for an hour before Li Changqing could feel Sumohai getting closer. It smells good. Suddenly, Li Changqing smelled a fragrance. Li Changqing leaped and hid in a grassy area. And from afar, he saw that on this piece of broken cliff, there were actually two figures drinking and eating meat here. The campfire shone around and a duck was roasting on top of it. The two men sat face to face and talked eloquently, the wine cups in their hands constantly clashing. Both of their cultivation levels were not weak, at least in the view of Li Changqing's perception. It was a bit stronger than even Lin Shangnan. An expert more powerful than Lin Shangnan? Or two? It's better to go around. Li Changqing had wanted to go up the mountain on a different route, then go over this mountain and take a straight line to Mohai Peak. Who knew that Li Changqing was just about to turn around when his nose caught the smell of that roasted duck? As Li Changqing, who hadn't eaten a meal all day, his stomach actually grumbled involuntarily. Even Fei, who had been lying on Li Changqing's shoulder without saying anything, gave Li Changqing a disgusted look at this moment. Finished, Li Changqing didn't hold on to the fluke that the two didn't hear it. These two were both strong at the innate level. How could they not hear Li Changqing's stomach growl? What a guy! As expected, a voice came out like a lion's roar, and wherever that voice passed, even the weeds were instantly chopped off. The sound waves shook the air, sending out ripples that impacted into Li Changqing's ears in a vain attempt to shake Li Changqing's divine soul. Dots of ripples were also flooding out on Li Changqing's divine soul lake, but this didn't have any semblance of effect on Li Changqing at all. With a movement of his figure, he ran off into the distance. Seeing that his Hengsheng lion's roar had failed to stop Li Changqing's body even halfway, that strong man was obviously taken aback as well. This person's divine soul was strong. Otherwise, even if his cultivation is higher than himself, just now under his own sneak attack, it is impossible for that person to be hit by his own move Hengsheng lion's roar without even half a reaction. Fortunately, when Li Changqing was preparing to escape, the other figure had already made a move. His figure was like a snake swimming in the water, directly blocking Li Changqing's path. The visitor's face was a bit pale, as if he was chronically malnourished, but his hand did not have a half-assed expression of kidney weakness. his 5 claws grabbed in the void, and the claw marks unexpectedly formed a large net in the moving air, cutting straight towards Li Changqing. "Come down dead!" Li Changqing exclaimed in shock. These two people simply didn't hold back a bit. A green light instantly glowed under his feet. Li Changqing suddenly exploded, and his divine steps were performed, so fast that one could not catch the shadow, and on the spot, he bypassed the giant net and came to a small hill behind him. Phew! Li Changqing also took a long breath. Neither one of these two is really a savior. It's the 5 seal scripts. Seeing Li Changqing execute the divine steps, the two of them were also taken aback. This mysterious man in front of him, wearing a bizarre mask and carrying a dog on his shoulders, was actually able to execute the 5 seal scripts of the Dao Mountain Ancient Land? Could this person also be from the ancient land of Daoshan? But whoever it was, sneaking around in a mask in the middle of the night just wasn't normal. "Who are you?" Hengsheng stared at Li Changqing and opened his mouth to ask. He wanted to determine who this person really was from Li Changqing's figure, but after looking at him for a long time, he didn't have any impression. Hengsheng is also the oldest of the 36 peak masters of the strong. The entire Daoshan ancient land of the people know, but only this person in front of him has no impression. "I'm just passing by and came to look for someone. I don't mean any harm to your sect," Li Changqing had to explain to the two. "This person's movements are strange, and he was even able to perform the 5 seals of extinction of my Daoshan ancient land, so it's really suspicious, so it's better to arrest him first." A cold color flashed in the gaze of the man with a somewhat pale face. Then he and Hengsheng exchanged glances. Both of them were peak master level experts, and at the same time, the two of them were also close friends, and they knew what they meant to each other just by looking at each other. Before they could wait for Li Changqing to continue explaining, the two unexpectedly struck out together. Hengsheng let out a deep cry. That robust body seemed like a bear as his Hengsheng lion's roar erupted once again. Only this time it was even more intense than the one before. And this time it wasn't just a lion's roar. There was a different kind of power in it. Li Changqing could see a chain unexpectedly running towards him, blocking off his surroundings. This scene had been seen by Li Changqing before, and it was the same as the palm seal that Sumai had executed earlier that had the 5 extreme seal scripts interspersed in it. This person was casting the same 5 extreme seals. Li Changqing also only had an understanding of this technique after copying Sumai's 5 extreme seal scripts. This is the unique martial art of the ancient land of Daoshan. The only way to realize it is in special paintings, and the so-called 5 great seals are 5 levels of realm. The first level was the divine step that all Hotian martial artists could perform. The undying, 1,000 pounds of force. Enhance your speed, defense and strength. It can briefly explode the potential of the physical body. The second locking of Yuan, on the other hand, was capable of blocking a person's own chi and innate true essence. The third level of fixation, as the name suggests, blocked a person's physical body. The fourth level was spirit sealing. Cultivating to this realm could block the enemy's divine soul, and this step was very difficult to cultivate. Even Sumai won't. And the fifth level was the legendary 1,000 ancient realm. It was rumored that when one cultivated to this level of the realm, one could even briefly block off space and time. However, this was only a legend. Looking at the entire history of the Dao Mountain ancient land, the only person who had ever cultivated to this realm was the Dao Mountain ancestor. Unfortunately, it was only written down, and no one had actually seen what realm it was to be able to block time and space. Even so, the 5 seals of destruction were extremely powerful by virtue of the first 4 levels, and when they really fought, the 5 seals of destruction were certainly not able to make a strong person of the same realm completely blocked, but a slight influence was enough to become an opportunity for an extinction. Right at this moment, Hengsheng and the white-faced man actually joined hands to cast the 5 seals of destruction in a vain attempt to immobilize Li Changqing. One person could not control Li Changqing by casting. 2 people joined hands. Stasis. The Hengsheng lion's roar had certainly failed to do anything to Li Changqing, but the 2 men's joint fixation had allowed Li Changqing to see that there were several thick chains directly bound to his body. However, Li Changqing did not feel a sense of binding. It was really because the difference in their realms was too great. Even though Li Changqing was unable to determine what level his divine soul had reached, it was a bit too much of a joke to want to trap him with the fixation that the 2 of them had jointly executed. Therefore, with a shock of Li Changqing's sleeve robe, that chain unexpectedly clattered and broke as tautly as it could, shattering as if it was made entirely of foam. The chains crumbled, and the 2 of them immediately retreated a few steps back. They didn't expect that they would be unable to shake this person with their joint exertion. "Gentlemen, farewell." Li Changqing was not interested in playing with them, and was also worried about attracting more people later, so he turned around and left. "Don't go." The hearts of the 2 were also quite shocked at Li Changqing's cultivation, but letting Li Changqing roam around the sect, they couldn't do that either. Chapter 092 Palazzo River Diagram 4. 000 words Big chapter. begging for monthly votes. What a couple of slimy guys. Li Changqing fled all the way, and on the way, he also encountered many disciples. Li Changqing simply didn't bother dodging. These disciples were no threat to him anyway. Before these disciples could regain their senses, Li Changqing was already hundreds of meters away, vertical up a long flight of steps, and at the top was a huge square. Li Changqing didn't even know what place he had come to. Anyway, the target now was Mu Haifeng. We have to see Su Mohai first before we can do that, and we'll talk about the rest later. Hong Xiaoyang and the other white-faced man were still chasing after him. These two people's stances were also good, and they actually didn't manage to be thrown off by Li Changqing, but they were also chasing after him with great difficulty. Just as Li Changqing was about to speed up his stance and completely get rid of the two, suddenly, as if sensing something, a danger signal came through. A master has descended. At this time of the night, when my friend comes to my Dao Mountain ancient land wearing a mask, what exactly is it that he desires? A voice particularly indistinct came from all around. It was almost as if the voice was elusive as to which direction it was in. However, this is for others. Li Changqing's divine soul is so strong that he immediately locked the direction of the person coming, so his eyes looked over there and opened his mouth. I'm bothering the clan. Just looking for someone. Can you let? Li Changqing just wanted to say let Su Mohai come out to meet, but Li Changqing also felt that he came to this Daoshan ancient land and fought two strong people, and made a mess. And now it's not very good to bring Su Mohai out a little bit, and I'm afraid that it will cause trouble for Su Mohai. Moreover, if he now made it clear that he had come to look for Su Mohai, his identity would surely not be able to be hidden, and the people of the Daoshan ancient land would surely pursue his identity. By that time, the uproar would be so loud that Li Hengsheng would most likely know about it. Li Hengsheng knew that his father had come to the ancient land of Dao Mountain on a big night and battled two peak masters. Don't even have to wonder. Surely you've decided you're a fake. Therefore, Li Changqing was still ready to leave this place of wrongdoing, as long as he found Su Mohai. Other people, Li Changqing couldn't care less. I didn't harm any of you. I really just came to look for someone. I still hope that you all will let me off the hook. I am grateful, Li Changqing slowly said. If it were not for the fact that your excellency has not injured anyone, I would not be here to speak to you in a slow manner. Please also take off your mask. Then state your identity and the purpose of your visit. As the words fell, a man came over from the distance. As if he was a Confucian, he carried his hands behind his back and looked at Li Changqing with a bland expression. I promise that I won't make things difficult for you. Your excellency can rest assured. In the Dao Mountain ancient land, what old me says is still of topical use. The visitor smiled. The frown behind Li Changqing's mask wrinkled down slightly. Another difficult ghost. Forgive me for not being able to follow orders. After I come to the Daoshan ancient land to finish my business, I'll leave and won't bring trouble to the Daoshan ancient land. Kill no one. Take nothing. Li Changqing's voice was similarly lowered. Please also release them. The visitor shook his head at this. It seems that reasoning with your excellency is not going to work. Is my Daoshan ancient land a place where I just let people fool around? It seems that I can only remove your excellency's mask myself to see who you really are. At this time, the two Hong Ziyangs also came here, directly blocking Li Changqing's back path. When they saw the person in front of Li Changqing, both of their eyes also lit up. Pavilion Master Li, I didn't expect you to be here as well. That's good. With you here, this guy can't escape, Hong Xiaoyang said with a smile. However, Pavilion Master Li, this person's divine soul cultivation is not if. Master Hongfeng's Hongzhen Lion's roar is actually unable to shock him. Be sure to be careful. The pale-faced man also spoke. Divine soul cultivation? Li Jinsong came to be interested. The divine soul cultivation was not weak. Either the martial artist had specialized in cultivating the divine soul in a special way, or this person could possibly be a painter. Pavilion Master Li? He is Li Jinsong? Li Changqing looked towards the man. There was a mention in Li Hengsheng's letter that this man had helped Li Hengsheng immensely. Hey, Li Changqing felt a bit difficult for a while. This person had been kind to his son, and now he had to reveal his true colors. Headache. Therefore, Li Changqing turned around and left. His figure was like drifting snow, as if he was going to transform into this dark night. But how could Li Jinsong give Li Changqing a chance? Only at this moment, Li Jinsong waved his arm, and from his sleeve robe, a scroll actually flew out. As soon as the scroll was opened, surging spiritual energy transformed into starlight and filled the heavens and earth. Painted treasure? Li Changqing's pupils shrunk. This old man was so ruthless. Out of the blue he was painting treasures. Palia River map. Upon seeing the contents of that scroll, Hong Xiaoyang and the white-faced man were also shocked, and they hurriedly took hundreds of steps back. It was as if he knew what kind of terrifying power this scroll actually contained. They also didn't expect Li Jinsong to use such a terrifying painting treasure right out of the gate. Before Li Changqing could understand what was going on, he realized that the entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed, and the stone slabs under his feet were actually flooded with waves. For a moment, the surrounding void was distorted, and above the sky, dark clouds pressed down, and raging rains blasted down. Li Changqing couldn't care less and wanted to execute the snow feather Zen wind technique to escape, but at this moment, he was shocked to realize that his feet were actually soft on the ground. When he looked down, the stone slabs under his feet were flooded with waves, rather like the entire ground had been transformed into a river. Li Changqing could even feel that the ground under his feet could swallow him up at any time in general. Swallowing him up. What a terrifying painting treasure. It actually has the power to change the sky and earth. Li Changqing felt his scalp go numb, but he still stepped out and stepped on a stone pillar not far away, then rose up into the air. However, Li Jinsong did not care. Li Changqing was definitely going to fall down. As long as he fell within the range of his Palazzo Rivers and Rivers diagram, he would eventually be devoured by his painting treasure. Li Changqing leapt dozens of meters high, his figure floating like an immortal, and he stretched out his finger, so much like a fairy guide. Not far away from the ancient tree directly flew a leaf. Li Changqing stepped on the green leaf and landed on the palatial river map. The leaf drifted above the river. Li Changqing stepped on the waves and went straight to the far side to hide. At the same time, the other hand was raised and a middle finger was raised at Li Jinsong. Old man. Too shady. What? The two Hong Zuyangs couldn't believe it when they saw the scene. Walking on leaves? Li Jinsong was similarly surprised by Li Changqing's operation. This person's divine soul cultivation could actually do this. I'm afraid that it's possible that he has already reached the level of a painting saint. Who the hell is he? Who the hell are you? A powerful person at the level of a painting sage, to act in such a villainous manner. What exactly is the purpose of coming to my Daoshan ancient land? Li Jinsong was moved to anger. A powerful person at the level of a painting saint in the hall, doing such a meddlesome act. What's the point? Not even fighting him until now. Was he looking down on him? And what was the point of holding up the middle finger to yourself? Li Changqing's identity seemed to have offended Li Jinsong. Li Jinsong raised his palm at this moment, and above the Palea river, the waves unexpectedly rose instantly. In the pouring rain in the sky, the many rains were like arrows. Each drop of rain coalesced with the power of piercing through the stone, pouring rain with 10,000 arrows, directly wanting to shoot Li Changqing to death here. Knowing that the other party could possibly be a painting saint expert, Li Jinsong didn't bother to stay his hand. Otherwise he knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep this mysterious person. Trouble. Li Changqing looked at the sky. The raindrops were like bullets killing. Each drop coalesced with an extremely strong killing power. Indestructible. With a cry of indestructibility, the golden light around Li Changqing was greatly superb, and the golden light enveloped Li Changqing in it, as if it had formed a huge armor, allowing the raindrops to fall onto his body, all of which crumbled. And surprisingly, he was unable to shake Li Changqing in the slightest. Stealing my Daoshan ancient land's 5 seal scripts and not even daring to perform my own martial arts. I must see who you are today. Li Jinsong leapt forward, similarly treading the waves. That Palazzo River diagram was spreading across the sky at night. Li Changqing stepped on the leaves and wandered under the starry sky, while Li Jinsong was in hot pursuit, the two of them chasing across several mountain ranges. This scene finally caught the attention of quite a few powerful people in the Daoshan ancient land. The sound of the two fighting was really loud. It's Pavilion Masterly. Isn't that Palea River map of Pavilion Masterly? What the hell is going on? And who is that masked man? To think that he could make Pavilion Masterly fight with such a painting treasure. Quite a number of strong people did not make a sudden move. They decided to wait and see what would happen. And they also did not think that Li Changqing could have the ability to escape from Li Jinsong's hands. At this time, Hong Xiaoyang two people have been unable to intervene. Li Jinsong's strength is too much stronger than them. If even Li Jinsong can't handle it, the two of them go up is also useless. What's more, in their opinion, although Li Changqing was fleeing, he had never been able to escape from the range of the palatial river diagram, and it was only a matter of time before he ended up in the net, and Li Jinsong hadn't even exerted his real skills yet. There is every chance that he will be tackled. 1,000,000 river soldiers, Li Jinsong bellowed. The divine soul filled the air, and the entire person seemed to have transformed into an invincible general. And even on this river, a kind of charging horn came from the river. At the same time, in the middle of that palatial river, countless water droplets flew up, surprisingly converging into a single water soldier. They didn't have looks, but they were wearing armor and holding long swords, densely packed, running towards Li Changqing to kill him. What is this? Li Changqing felt his scalp tingle. Was this old thing Li Jinsong so strong? Bang! One of the sailors slashed at Li Changqing's shield, and even though it said that it failed to cut through Li Changqing's shield, the heavy force was not weak at all. This thing was much more powerful than that water droplet. and it was feared that every water soldier possessed the power of the Hotian realm. Bang! 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 Dozens of sailors came to kill with their swords, slashing at Li Changqing's shield. Li Changqing felt that the green leaf under his feet was afraid that it would not be able to withstand the heavy blows of so many water soldiers, and it would shatter at any time. And at that time, when he sank into this river, it would be troublesome for him to try to struggle out. Not bothering with you is to give my son face, but old thing you're kind of giving your face away. Mudbloods have a temper. What's more, at this time, Li Changqing was worried about Li Hengsheng. If he continued to drag his feet here, it would be even more troublesome to draw out more experts from the ancient land of Daoshan. Such a sect, with thousands of years of inheritance, was afraid that it was hiding some perverted old monster, and it was no match for itself. Get out of here, all of you. Li Changqing looked back and roared with anger. The voice rolled out, surprisingly interspersed with the aura of a wild beast. The sound wave was turbulent, sweeping out 1,000 waves, directly sweeping the sailor lying on his shield, out. Moreover, a huge lion's head unexpectedly appeared behind Li Changqing, and that mane flew like the king of all beasts. The sound wave broke even the huge waves, as if a destructive storm had descended, suppressing the many shouts of killing. Countless sailors were swept across by the sound wave, and they flew to ashes on the spot at the sound of Li Changqing's roar. The voice exploded like thunder and shook the ancient land of Daoshan. Even Li Jinsong was shaken back dozens of steps. His head emitted a buzzing sound as his divine soul was shaken, causing him to experience a brief moment of dizziness. It's the Hengsheng lion's roar. Li Jinsong's face was particularly ugly at the moment. Another martial art from the ancient land of Daoshan. Painters with strong divine souls could learn other people's moves, but generally speaking, when they first learned them, they were only in their form and did not contain their spirit. However, Li Changqing had just roared this roar, and had actually refined the Hengsheng lion's roar to the absolute limit. Hong Xiuyan was dumbfounded at the moment. Li Changqing had cast it more authentically than himself. This person is too scary. Li Jinsong's face was particularly grave. This person's strength was too strong. In his opinion, the sect leader had entered the world, and Xue Qianbai was actually absent from the sect. The only people who could resist Li Changqing at this moment were the individuals from the Daoshan ancient land, but they wouldn't be able to make a move easily. If Xue Qianbai was there, he would definitely be able to subdue this person, but it was a pity that Xue Qianbai was nowhere to be found. Moreover, with this person's cultivation level, he would never believe it when he came to the Dao Mountain ancient land and said that he had no purposefulness, the god of the water suppressor gate. At this moment, Li Jinsong palms together, the power of the divine soul unexpectedly dazzling the world. Li Jinsong at this moment released the strength of the divine soul, directly shaking the river are trembling. This painting treasure seems to be to give the power to play out the extreme. Li Changqing had just finished executing this Hengsheng lion's roar, and he also felt that his chest cavity was trembling. This stuff seems to be used sparingly in the future. It made Li Changqing a bit unable to resist coughing after using it. If Hong Xiuyan knew, he was afraid that his eyes would fly out. Performing this martial art required extreme physical strength, at that level that Li Changqing had executed. If it were Hong Xiuyan would have been shocked to the point of vomiting blood by himself. As a result, Li Changqing just wanted to cough. However, Li Changqing at this time was able to see that above that river, a huge whirlpool appeared, which seemed to be able to devour everything. Immediately afterward, from that vortex stretched out a huge arm all the way, and then a giant actually slowly crawled out. The giant was tens of meters tall, with 2 flags planted behind his back and a huge axe in his right hand, his pair of eyes looking down in contempt of all beings. What is that thing? All those who saw this scene were shocked. Even the strongest of the Dao Mountain ancient land had never seen this scene before. Li Jinsong was really strong, and that Jinshui sect god gave them an unusually powerful feeling, so strong that it suffocated them. It was as if they could be torn apart at the drop of a hat, and by releasing this thing, Li Jinsong was also as pale as a sheet of paper, and was obviously also somewhat overconsumed by his divine soul. But in Li Jinsong's opinion, his own water-suppressing gate god was completely capable of delaying this mysterious painting saint powerhouse. It was because this painting treasure of his own was also a painting of a painting saint powerhouse, and moreover, this painting was still left by the Hun Tian painting saint that he was a master. The power is even more extraordinary. In the face of such a behemoth, Li Changqing appeared that small. He was a little winded. Summoning a Gundam this big, does that count as cheating? Chapter 093, Favored Fiend, 10. 000 word update arrives. When the water-suppressing sect god took one step, he set off a huge wave of water, which swept across the sky, turning out waves as high as 10 meters. At the same time, the huge axe in his hand was running towards Li Changqing. A muffled sound came from an axe. It seemed that even the air was suppressed by this axe. and Li Changqing clearly felt the pressure of the air suddenly increase. It was as if a mountain had calmed down. I'm afraid that this axe is enough to cut off this river and can crush himself into mush. Playing for real? Li Changqing felt the killing intent brought by Li Jinsong at this moment, and his heart jolted. It seemed like he had played a big game. Originally, he only wanted to sneak in to see if his son was okay, but he didn't expect to be discovered, and he was about to run away when he encountered such a strong guy. This ancient land of Daoshan is really not a good place to enter. After making such a big commotion, Li Changqing was a little bit weak. If he surrendered now, his son wouldn't have to mix in the Daoshan ancient land in the future. I came to the school to sneak a peek at my son, but I didn't see him and got into a fight with the principal. Is that okay? Why don't you leave yourself? I'll come back tomorrow with my mask off. It's quite a commotion, but the good thing is that no one knows it's me, and it doesn't affect my son, so as long as I can run out of here, nothing is a problem. Li Changqing took a deep breath, and in the next moment, golden light erupted from his eyes, as if a real dragon had emerged, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the valley. At the same time Li Changqing's palm came out. Above the void, a huge dragon claw was manifested and waved out. Under the huge dragon claw, even that Jinshui sect god didn't seem so big. The dragon's claws grabbed the huge axe of the water-suppressing sect god, and the heavy force hardened the river, just like two giants exchanging blows in the air. Rumble. The sound like explosive thunder seemed to collapse even half of the sky. The huge Jinshui sect god with such a body was actually hardened and overturned by one of Li Changqing's dragon arms. The water-suppressing sect god took 2 steps back and stepped on the mountains and rivers. What's that? The many powerful people from the Dao Mountain ancient land were directly dumbfounded when they saw the dragon escapement hand that Li Changqing had unleashed. It's dragon. At this moment, Li Jinsong was completely dumbfounded. Even though it wasn't complete, that one dragon claw was what made Li Jinsong truly see a dragon. This person's martial arts like this must have been referenced from paintings that possessed dragons, and this person had actually seen a dragon? Li Jinsong unexpectedly loosened his hands, and that Jinshui gate god also instantly collapsed. But Li Jinsong had no desire to fight again. Instead, he asked eagerly, "You've seen a dragon? You tell me. Who drew this?" Li Jinsong yelled. "I'm sorry, I'm forced to do this today. I'll come back to visit another day." Li Changqing was ready to slip away first, or else he really wouldn't be able to leave later. "Seize this man, don't let him get away." At this time, many powerful people from the Daoshan ancient land had also arrived at this place, just in time to see Li Changqing break away from the predicament of the painted treasure. Just as Li Changqing wanted to run in the direction of the mountain gate and leave, he suddenly felt the entire Dao Mountain ancient land trembling. In the distance, several pillars of light rose from all directions. Surprisingly, it was the opening of the sect's grand formation. Thunderclouds littered the articulation between the pillars of light and the pillars of light, as if blocking off all paths. "Can't walk away." Li Changqing looked around and could only bite his teeth fiercely and go deeper again. Seeing Li Changqing running away, Li Jinsong was the one who sat down on the ground as if his entire body was deflated. The scroll of the Palazzo River diagram also flew back, flying back to Li Jinsong's hand. Looking at the direction of Li Changqing's disappearance, Li Jinsong did not continue to go after him. He was a bit disoriented, looking like a child who had lost his favorite toy. The many powerful people in the Dao Mountain ancient land began to search for Li Changqing's figure, but Li Changqing's snow feather Zen wind technique was indeed exquisite, avoiding the sight of the many powerful people and disappearing without a trace. The crowd chased after him until they reached the vicinity of Muhai Peak, and then they could no longer see Li Changqing's figure. Several peak masters also arrived on Muhai Peak and came directly to find Su Muhai. They came to Su Muhai's door and knocked for half a day before Su Muhai came out to open the door. Su Muhai's face looked bad as he said in a deep voice, "I'm in seclusion. What is it that you guys called me for?" "Muhai, such a big thing has happened to the sect, and you still have the heart to be in seclusion?" Hong Xiaoyang said breathlessly. "The sect has been invaded by a mysterious expert. There might be a major calamity. Have you sensed someone coming from your Muhai Peak?" Su Muhai glanced at the few people in front of him and said in a muffled voice, "Besides you guys, no one came. Someone from the clan invaded to let law enforcement peak figure out what to do. Is he Wu Weining eating?" After saying that, Su Muhai directly closed the door. A few people ate a closed door and had no choice but to leave. Shutting the door behind him, Su Muhai turned around and saw Li Changqing, who was sitting in the courtyard looking at the sky. Su Muhai also had no choice but to let out a bitter smile. "Brother Changqing, you made too much of a commotion when you made a trip to my Daoshan ancient land. Accidentally discovered. Do you have any food here?" "It was just because I was hungry and screamed out that I was discovered," Li Changqing said helplessly. "There's only a bit of dry food. I'll get it for you," Su Muhai said. "You make do with what you've got. I'll have someone make you something else when it gets light. Your Daoshan ancient land is really dangerous. Came here and almost died here. Li Changqing spat out with a palpitating heart. You can forget it. Sumai was really in seclusion before, but when the fight happened, he also came out of seclusion and saw the fight over there from afar. The fight was hilarious, as Hong Xiuyang, the Peak Master of Wanshi Peak, as well as Wei Rider, the Peak Master of Wooden Cotton Peak, teamed up to deal with Li Changqing alone. Originally Sumai also did not care, just as which do not know the high ground of the small thief broke in. With two Peak Masters is not a matter of hand holding the pinch, and the result? The two were treated like monkeys by Li Changqing. Later when Li Jinsong made his move, Sumai also felt that there was no need for him to go at all. What kind of person can't even be held by Li Jinsong? What's more, at that time, Li Jinsong's outburst was the Palia River map. As a result, later on, the two parties fought passionately, and Sumai really realized that things were big, and the people who came seemed to really not be any kind of oil lamp. Sumai was also prepared to help Li Jinsong take this intruder down. As a result, he was just about to set off when he saw that mysterious man put down the Jinshui sect god with a dragon tackle move. Sumai was dumbfounded. There was only one person who knew this dragon tackle in his knowledge. The person who came was surprisingly Li Changqing. As a result, when Li Changqing came to the door, Sumai could only smile bitterly and hide it for Li Changqing, and sent Hong Xiuyang a few people away, bringing a few biscuits. Li Changqing first ate a few to fill up his hunger. Brother Evergreen came to my Daoshan ancient land in a big way, isn't it good? Why are you still sneaking around and wearing a mask? Won't anyone who looks at you think that you are an unsuspecting person? Sumai looked at Li Changqing, who was wolfing down his food with great curiosity. Didn't want Hengsheng to know that I came. Li Changqing took a bite of the burrito, then said, originally thought to quietly come to find you. The result was found by those two people. I thought it was nothing. Their stance was not as fast as mine. I shook them off, and at that time it was not far from you here. But I did not expect that Li Jinsong came out. And things came to a head like this. They told you to take off your mask. You just need to take off your mask and then say to them that you know me. I'll come to pick you up. Everything is done. As a result, look, now even the mountain gate array is open. This momentary period of time the Daoshan ancient land can't subside. Sumai said helplessly. Li Changqing muffled his voice and did not speak. When Li Jinsong found himself, Li Changqing also thought about taking off his mask and explaining clearly that he came to find Sumai. But at that time, there were so many people coming from the various peaks around, and there were numerous patrolling disciples down below, and they didn't recognize what Li Hengsheng looked like. So if their son was among them and saw their faces, wouldn't it be a direct game over? So what exactly is the matter that Brother Evergreen came to see me about? Sumai asked curiously. Missed my son. Came to see him, Li Changqing said as he ate. Sumai froze. Then what? Sumai looked at Li Changqing in dismay. Nope. Li Changqing stretched out his hand to bring the sesame seeds that were sticking to the corner of his mouth, then swallowed this mouthful of cake in his mouth. That's it. The corners of Sumai's mouth twitched hard. You just came to visit a son. The entire ancient land of Mount Dao is in a state of unrest? At this moment, Sumai could still faintly hear the clamor coming from outside, as well as the torches swaying everywhere on the various main peaks. So it could be imagined that the elders group might have been startled. The sect leader had not returned from his initiation into the world, and Xue Chenbai did not know where he had gone. The two peak masters were beaten to the point of being powerless. The lord of the floating pavilion has closed himself off. Even the painting sage painting treasure was out, but it was useless. The person who started it all was eating a burrito right in front of him or her, telling him or her that they just missed their son and came to see him. For a moment, Sumai simply didn't know what to say. That's actually what happened. Li Changqing told Sumai what happened today. You believe what a fortune teller says? Sumai stared wide-eyed, simply unable to believe that Li Changqing, such a hermit and a high-ranking person, had been snubbed to come to the ancient land of Daoshan because of a fortune teller's words. You haven't been a father. You don't understand. Li Changqing shrugged his shoulders. This kind of thing is spread over one's own body, but spread over a child, one must be anxious, and it is better to believe it than not. So I came to see how Hengsheng is really doing. By the way, where does my son live? Li Changqing asked. Hey, he's not in the clan. Sumai bristled. Pro-disciples have to complete a task every month. He went out. He should be back in a couple days. Not here? Li Changqing froze. His son was not there. Why did he make such a mess? Going somewhere? What kind of mission? Is it dangerous? Li Changqing hurriedly asked. Nothing dangerous. Sumai sat down. It's just an exploratory mission. Don't worry. I've asked my second disciple to follow. She's strong. There's definitely no problem with her protecting Li Hengsheng's side. Then I'll wait here until Hengsheng returns, and I'll leave if it's really fine. Li Changqing didn't have much to do lately anyway. Anyway, come also came. Then stay, but you made a commotion cannot be small. You will stay here in my place. Do not go around, Sumai explained. You're a father. You're really concerned. When it comes to your son's safety and security, you're really capable of anything. The more you think about it, the more outrageous it gets. Trouble for your clan. Changqing was also embarrassed. No harm done. It's also a wake-up call for them. The Daoshan ancient land has been peaceful for too long. It's quite good to make them a little bit crisis-conscious. Immediately after that, Sumai pondered for a moment and said to Changqing, Brother Changqing, there's something I didn't tell you. The everlasting sect's people appeared earlier. Eternal life cult? Changqing felt that the name was a bit familiar. Immediately after that, Changqing remembered that when he entered that mysterious ancient painting, that ghost clan had mentioned the Eternal Life Sect. Sumai spoke of his encounter with the Eternal Life Sect. If it weren't for the wooden sculpture made by Brother Evergreen to suppress it, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that everlasting sect. Sumai's heart palpitated. It sounds like some kind of cult, Changqing said helplessly. It's a pity that the Earth Zhanwang Bodhisattva I gave you can only suppress it. There's no way to get rid of it. Didn't Mushanga say before that she went back to find a way to do it, and that they don't have a way to do it in the Healing King Valley? I've written to the Healer King Valley, but there's no news until now. Sumai was also quite worried. Is Hengsheng really alright? Sumai. In Sumai's opinion, Changqing was considered a child-favoring maniac without a doubt. Dawn. Flipping Cloud City. When Hengsheng came out of the inn, he saw that not far away, young Sweetness was sitting at a roadside stall eating breakfast. Good morning, senior sister. Hengsheng walked up. Yesterday, they rushed to Flip Cloud City and were delayed on the road, and it was already evening when they arrived here, so the two of them decided to stay here for a day, and then go to Pingyun village the next day. You're up pretty late. Yang Sweetness raised her head and glanced at Hengsheng. Cultivation forgot the time. Hengsheng hemmed and hawed. Last night Hengsheng didn't sleep, but was cultivating. Cultivating was too mesmerized. When he came back to his senses it was also morning. Senior sister, are we going to ask the senior brothers stationed here to inquire about the cave? Hengsheng also picked up an oil cake. I've been there. Yang Sweetness suddenly stopped eating, then said, this batch of disciples also just changed their posts to come to Flipping Cloud City, not the previous batch, so for this matter, none of them are informed. Then it seems we can only go by ourselves. Hengsheng nodded. The two of them ate and ran out of the city in the direction of the Golian Mountains. The terrain of the Gaolian mountain range was steep and there were quite a few wild beasts in the mountains, so Hengsheng and Yang Sweetness walked for 2 hours before arriving here. And at this time on top of a cliff in the mountains, a dark shadow knelt down and respectfully said, Protector, the people have already arrived. Late enough. There was a lethargy in the voice, only to see a wonderful young girl sitting on top of a tree vine in front of her, with a small fox lying on the young girl's shoulder. The young girl's eyes were gray and her pupils were barely visible. It was very weird. Only to see the young girl roll over was to come to the edge of the cliff. Her eyes looked into the distance and she sat down. Beaver, protect me. The young girl spoke to the fox on her shoulder. The little fox barked, then climbed down from his shoulders. The young girl looked into the distance. That gray pupil actually instantly jawed open at this moment. A ripple diffused out from that pupil, and wherever it passed, it seemed as if everything had become different. It was just that Hengsheng and Yang Sweetness, who were currently searching for Pingyun village in the mountains, didn't seem to perceive the fluctuation at all. Senior sister, found it. At this time, Hengsheng pointed not far away and said, there's smoke from the cooking over there. There must be someone cooking. Pingyun village should be right there. Yang Sweetie took a look, and smoke was indeed rising from a cooker there. How did you not see it yourself just now? Staring at the smoke from the cooker, Yang Sweetness felt that things were a bit strange, but she couldn't say what was wrong. Let's go, Yang Sweetness said indifferently, taking the lead and walking in front of Hengsheng while being on guard. Chapter 094 encountered a psychic incident? When he came out, Sumai gave 1,000 instructions to ensure the safety of Hengsheng. Just now, Yang Sweethearts did not see a village in the distance, but now it is appearing. Yang Sweetheart felt that things are more or less a bit strange, but it's also quite possible that you just neglected to do so. The two hiked for a while, and the village was clearly visible in front of them. The rugged path led to the entrance of the village. The road slowly became well traveled. There was also an old yellow cow at the entrance of the village, chewing hay while craning its head to look at the arrival of the two men. It seemed that it was not curious about these two strangers who suddenly appeared. Senior sister, it looks like this is the place. Hengsheng looked towards the rows of houses in the village. Many of the homes already had cooking smoke rising above them. It seemed that they were cooking. It's the only village around here, so it should be right. Yang Sweetness sensed the surroundings, but she didn't find anything wrong either. Just at this time, An old man came out from the village, carrying a basket of herbs on his back, hobbling on his feet, and walked to the entrance of the village to put the herbs on the ox cart. Wiping his sweat, he suddenly noticed the arrival of young Sweetie and Li Hongsheng. "You are?" The old man walked up hunched over and asked curiously. "Are you disciples of the Daoshan ancient land?" "Old man, we are disciples of the Dao Mountain ancient land. We heard that something strange happened in your village, so we came to take a look." Li Hongsheng sized up the old man in front of him. "Great, you guys are finally here." The old man revealed a smile, the creases on his face squeezing together. Yang Sweetheart's perennial habit of observing the details of the old man in front of her, even the wrists, tiger's mouth and other places. It was indeed an ordinary person who did not have any cultivation, which made him feel slightly more at ease. "What do you call yourself, old man?" Yang Sweetness came forward and asked. "What a cute girl child." The old man smiled and said, "I'm the village chief of this Pengfei village. You can just call me Uncle Peng. You guys can be considered to have come. Several young lads in our village went into that cave and haven't come out until now. I don't know how they are doing." Peng Bo said here. With a worried face, their mother cried her heart out, and they both fell sick for two. "Uncle Peng, take us there now," Li Hongsheng said. "On the way, you also talk to us well about that cave." "Okay." Peng Bo put the herbs on the ox cart, then said, "Follow me this way, I'll show you." The three men left from the other side of the village and ran deep into the mountains. On the way, Peng Bo was talking to the two about the mysterious cave, and the two listened, but their eyes were also surveying the surroundings. "Senior brother, be careful," young Sweetness reminded in a small voice. "Well," Li Hongsheng also said slowly, "although there is smoke in the village, but in addition to Peng Bo, almost did not see anyone. It is reasonable to say that now is the time to cook." Surprisingly, no one came out to make a water or something. The other thing is that into the mountains when you can hear a lot of bugs chirping and birds chirping, on the contrary, now the sound of a lot less. Things out of the ordinary. There must be a demon. What Li Hongsheng said made young Sweetness' eyes light up as well, and immediately laughed. "Alright, junior brother, I thought you weren't vigilant at all. Not bad, a bit of skill. Anyway, be careful." Li Hongsheng also felt that since seeing this village, things had all become a bit off. Still talking to himself, Pember led the two farther and farther away. Finally, a cliff appeared in front of him, and on the mountain wall below that cliff, a dark cave could be seen. "Gentlemen, that's the place." Peng Bo pointed at the cave and spoke. The two of them walked forward to look at the dark cave. It looked like a very ordinary cave, and there was no special aura coming from inside. There wasn't even a hint of blood in there. "Two of you, be careful. If there's any danger, hurry out," Peng Bo said worriedly. Yang Sweetness and Li Hongsheng looked at each other. Then with a long leap, they reached a narrow platform on the opposite mountain wall. "Senior brother, hide behind me and walk." Yang Sweetness moved her neck, then took the lead and walked in. Li Hongsheng didn't try to be brave and walked in after Yang Sweetness. The cave was silent. The only sound was the droplets of water dripping from overhead to the ground. "There's no wind blowing. This cave should be a dead cave." Yang Sweetness touched the stone wall next to her with her hand and looked at her fingers. "Something's not right." Li Hongsheng suddenly had a slightly strange expression. "Where is it wrong?" Yang Sweetness turned back to Li Hongsheng. Li Hongsheng pondered for a while, but he couldn't say. He just felt that something was wrong, but he never figured out exactly where it was wrong. "Keep walking. Let's just be careful. Later if something happens, you'll leave quickly," Yang Sweetness cautiously said to Li Hongsheng. "Good." The two of them, Li Hongsheng, continued to walk forward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Another drop of water fell. Li Hongsheng reached out his hand and touched it, and he could still feel that cold touch. The two of them kept walking for a long time without seeing any traces along the way. There are no spirit animals. There is no beast. There's no sense of a secret world either. What's more, the deeper the two of them went, the more grave their expressions became. There didn't even seem to be any traces of people coming in here. Didn't they say a few villagers came in? And disciples from the ancient land of Daoshan? Why isn't there any sign of human entry here? That Pember is lying to them? Pengfei village is also cheating the ancient land of Taoshan? As they were thinking, the two realized that there was a dead-end road ahead. It had reached the end of the cave, and at the end of this cave, there was nothing. Empty. There was only a stone wall. The two were a bit dumbfounded. Was that really the end of the line? Looking around, it didn't look like there was a secret passage. We seem to have been tricked. Yang Sweetness was a bit angry. That Peng Bo is ting on us? Li Hongsheng felt around the surrounding stone walls, wanting to see if there were any hidden spaces or something. However, just after taking a few steps, his feet suddenly stepped on something. He looked down, and there was a golden dagger on the ground. The dagger was very beautiful, with a very precise pattern on it, and looked like it was worth a lot of money. Li Hongsheng subconsciously picked up that dagger. Li Hongsheng suddenly frowned as he felt as if his finger had been bitten by something. What's wrong? Yang Sweetness also noticed this grunt from Li Hongsheng. Li Hongsheng shook his hand. Then said, I picked up. Li Hongsheng stretched out his hand, wanting to show Yang Sweetness the dagger in his hand. But the next moment, Li Hongsheng was shocked. Why is there nothing in your own hand? Where did that golden dagger just go? Just now it was clearly still in his hand. Li Hongsheng looked down and found that it was not on the ground either. What the hell? What? Yang Sweetheart looked at Li Hongsheng in surprise. There was nothing in his hand. It's fine. Li Hongsheng only thought that he had misread the situation. But that strange feeling was getting heavier and heavier. Senior sister, I have a feeling that this place is not a good place to stay. We'd better get out quickly. Li Hongsheng felt his heart jutting out, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. Yang Sweetness felt the same way. When she was a hunter in the past, she had experienced countless life and death struggles, but none of them had this eerie feeling now. She's going to ask Pember what that means when she gets out. The two of them returned the same way and smoothly walked out of the cave, realizing that Pang Bo, who was originally guarding the opposite side, had actually disappeared. This old thing actually ran away, Yang Sweetness said without any good humor. Let's go. Go inside Pengfei village and look for it. See if I don't tear his old bones apart. Seeing Yang Tian's puffed up appearance, practically like a child who didn't get a candy cane, Li Hongsheng couldn't help but feel amused. But Li Hongsheng was also curious about what was going on in this matter, so he followed Yang Sweetie back to Pengfei village. On the cliffs, the young girl slowly closed her eyes. Her whole body leaned back. The black shadow hurriedly came up to assist the young girl. Protector, are you alright? No harm done. The young girl held out her hand, and the little fox climbed back up. It's just overexertion. The young girl kept her eyes closed. Let the bishop rest assured. That teenager is dead. It's hard for the gods to save him. Also tell the bishop to help me think of a reasonable explanation for the Ji family. Yes, Black Shadow hurriedly said. Inform Bloodleaf to clean up the ensuing mess. It wasn't easy for the Eternal Life sect to interpolate him into the ancient land of Daoshan. Don't expose yourself. For the sake of a teenager. Exposing Bloodleaf, it would be too unworthy, the young girl leisurely said. Don't worry, Protector. Bloodleaf will protect himself, the Black Shadow said. He has been hiding in the ancient land of Daoshan for so long. He has always been careful. Protector, you rest here first. According to what Bloodleaf said, this teenager is enlightened. Wait for him to hiss. He should be a good key. I'll go and recover him first. Don't worry, he won't survive. Go ahead, but you have to be careful with that girl. The young girl's voice was weak. After the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and clattering, the two disappeared into this bluff. When Li Hongxing and Yang Sweetness returned to Pengfei village along the road, the two of them were directly stunned by the scene in front of them. What about the village of Pengfei? Yang Sweetheart looked unbelievably at the ruins in front of her. The location here was indeed Pengfei village, yes. But at this moment in front of him this was merely a deserted village. The houses have long since collapsed, and there are broken walls everywhere, and in many places there are even traces of fire. It was nothing like the village they had seen before. The old yellow cow at the entrance of the village had also disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Li Hongsheng also felt unbelievable. This place was like two worlds. Just at this time, Li Hongsheng saw a burly hunter walking by in the distance, carrying a wild rabbit in his hands. Uncle, Li Hongsheng quickly walked over. That hunter was surprised to hear someone calling him and glanced at Li Hongsheng. Young man, something is wrong? I would like to ask if there is a village here called Pengfei village? Li Hongsheng pointed not far away. Oh, Pengfei village. Yeah, that's right, there was before, the hunter said, but on a rainy night half a year ago, lightning struck and ignited the houses, and a fire consumed the entire village. At that time, that fire was particularly fierce. It was rumored that the entire village of more than 130 people did not survive. It was too tragic. The hunter shook his head. When Li Hongxing heard this, his gaze went straight. Pengfei village has long ceased to exist? It was burned in a fire 6 months ago? We've been hit by an illusion. At this moment, Yang Sweetness walked up from the back and said with a grave expression on her face, everything is an illusion. Illusion? Li Hongxing violently remembered that he had felt something was wrong when he was in the cave. At this moment he finally realized what was wrong. It's that water drop. Li Hongsheng muttered. The rhythm and timing of the water drops from the two places, dripping down to the ground, are exactly the same. There is no deviation at all. How is this possible? So that cave is simply fake as well. No matter that much. Let's go back to the sect first and ask what's going on. Yang Sweetness decided to go back and investigate this strange mission. Good. Having just finished saying a good word, Li Hongxing's face suddenly changed. the whole thing fell straight to the ground. Chapter 095, Once a Painting Sage, today's second shift, seeking monthly tickets. Shidoshi. Yang Sweetness was startled on the spot when she saw Li Hengsheng fall to the ground. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly fall down? A bad feeling rose in his heart. Yang Sweetness hurriedly went forward to help Li Hengsheng up. However, when Yang Sweetness turned Li Hengsheng's whole person over that moment, Yang Sweetness changed greatly in color, because there was a very strong ghostly chi that began to spread from Li Hengsheng's chest. That ghostly aura was majestic and powerful, spreading very quickly. It spread to his limbs, and even more so, it ran towards Li Hengsheng's neck. That ghost gas was black as if it was a meridian, spreading Li Hengsheng's body all over, and soon it was going to devour Li Hengsheng as if it were ghost energy. Young Sweetie couldn't believe her eyes. Li Hengsheng was poisoned. What was poisoned was the ghost clan's poison. But when exactly was the poisoned? Young Sweet actually did not find out. The two of them clearly have always come together. Whoa! Li Hengsheng suddenly opened his mouth and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole thing became especially faint. Seeing that the ghostly aura was getting stronger and stronger, if it were to spread all over his body, it would be enough to take Li Hengsheng's life. Not good. The toxin is spreading too fast. Yang Sweetness really had no way at all at this moment. She took out the best antidote pills on her body and gave it to Li Hengsheng, but it was completely ineffective. This kind of poison Yang Sweetness had never seen before, and the strength of the toxin was simply frightening. It was not something that could be lifted off by the usual antidote pills. Just when Yang Sweetness felt that Li Hengsheng was dead, above Li Hengsheng's body, the sun, moon, and star charts unexpectedly emerged. In front of Li Hengsheng's chest, a shadow of light appeared, and a small person was situated in the middle of the sun and the moon, and there were 2 lines of blood on his body. The ghost chi felt the presence of the sun, moon and little man, and was surprisingly suppressed for a moment. However, when it was said to be suppressed, it only slowed down the speed of the ghost chi, and did not force these ghost chi out of the body. Seeing this, Young Sweetness didn't waste any time as she lifted up Li Hengsheng with one hand and performed her stance to the extreme, running towards Tumbledown City. For today's solution, one could only send Li Hengsheng back to the Daoshan ancient land as soon as possible to find a solution from his master. Otherwise, Li Hengsheng would not have long to live. This was also because Li Hengsheng was lucky to have the suppression of the sun and moon immortal demon god body. Otherwise, if he were an ordinary person, he would have been poisoned to death at this moment. Young Sweetness returned to Flipping Cloud City and couldn't care less about what everyone in Flipping Cloud City was feeling as they watched this lowly that was holding a man up and running all over the street. Young Sweetness directly brought Li Hengsheng to the Tsang Yuan Dark Bureau, allowing the Tsang Yuan Dark Bureau to send them back to the ancient land of Daoshan with the fastest speed by air. The Tsang Yuan Dark Bureau naturally responded to all requests. The price for delivery is definitely different. After Yang Sweetness paid the price of 500 taels, Tsang Yuan Dark Bureau directly took the 2 of them on a huge flying wand and then ran to the ancient land of Daoshan. Luckily it's all within the boundaries of Manhwaresumen, not far away. It took just over an hour to get there. On the way, looking at Li Hengsheng, who was lying unconscious on the back of the bird, Yang Sweetness was about to cry out. On normal days, she wouldn't be half afraid if she was asked to kill a person, or to kill into a group of spirit beasts, but at this moment, she was truly afraid. His own junior brother went out on a trip with him and died just like that. Sweetie Yang can feel guilty for the rest of her life. How will I explain to Su Mohai when I go back? How can I explain to Li Changqing? On the Mohai Peak, today is windy and sunny. Brother Evergreen, drink tea. Su Mohai brought a pot of tea and placed it on the table. What's with all the noise in your Daoshan ancient land? Li Changqing poured a cup for himself and a cup for Su Mohai. I had thought that your Daoshan ancient land was some kind of clean place, but it turns out that it's been noisy since last night. Is such a noisy environment really suitable for cultivation? Hearing this, Su Mohai almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Brother Evergreen, guess what they're doing and what they're making so much noise over? Su Mohai said without a trace of anger. I'm still looking for you? Last night you made a mess of the Daoshan ancient land. And during the day today the Elder Corps sent out 2 elders to lead the search for that mysterious person from last night in the sect, fearing that this mysterious person had some unknown purpose in the sect. Instead, the person in question is sitting here drinking tea. If the sect knew about it, I was afraid that Su Mohai wouldn't have a good time. As a result, Li Changqing is still talking smack. Oh, sorry, I gave oversight, Li Changqing said with some embarrassment. By the way, is your floating pavilion master alright? Li Changqing asked. I saw last night that he seemed to be devastated. How can he be your floating pavilion master with such a mental quality? He's fine. He just encountered something and has a knot in his heart. Su Mohai picked up the teacup and took a sip, smiled and said, he's not suffering from a blow because he lost to you. If I'm not wrong, It should be because of the dragon tackle. Dragon tackle? Li Changqing raised his eyebrows. What did his own dragon tackle have to do with Li Jinsong? Speaking of Pavilion Master Li. He wasn't someone from my Daoshan ancient land before, Sumai slowly said. Don't look at him as he is now. Once upon a time, he was an actual painting saint. Painting saint? Li Changqing was a bit surprised. This Li Jinsong is actually a painting saint? He hadn't really seen it himself, but he hadn't seen what a real painting saint really looked like. Yes, many years ago, Li Jinsong was also greatly famous in the Tsong Yuan realm. Sumai spoke eloquently. At that time, there were two of the youngest two painting saints in the entire Tsong Yuan realm. One was Li Jinsong, and the other was Yu Hanjun, and both of them had the potential to become painting immortals. The two of them have always been formidable rivals. They are at odds with each other and have fought several times. Neither of them has ever gained an advantage in anyone's hands. This Li Jinsong studied under the Han Tian painting sage, and is the Han Tian painting sage's most pleased disciple, and that Yu Hanjun is the son of the famous Yu family in the Tsong Yuan realm. The Yu family is a truly great family with great strength and an even more terrifying background. Over time, perhaps it is the loneliness of the strong? The two of them started out as hostile, and in the end became sympathetic close friends who recognized each other very much, often talking about the sky together, cutting up painting skills, and also joined forces to explore many powerful secret realms. 9 deaths have made the two men see each other even more as brothers. Then one day, the two made a big decision. They decided to travel to the Void Dragon Island to paint dragons. Sumai's eyes revealed a hint of scorn. Brother Evergreen should know that a spirit beast like a dragon is very mysterious and powerful. Once in the Tsong Yuan realm it also caused a bloody change. It was because of a dragon that countless strong people died, and it also annihilated numerous clans and families. In the end, if it wasn't for the Tsong Yuan realm lord's intervention, I don't know how much chaos would have been caused. Later on, the dragon race and the Tsong Yuan realm lord reached an agreement that the dragon race would not come out easily on the Void Dragon Island. But the other races would not be allowed to set foot on the Void Dragon Island either. So you should be well aware of how bold the decision made by the two of them. Han Jun and Li Jinsong. Was this month? Good guy. Li Changqing simply didn't know what to say. Was this bold? Aren't these two proper bears? Going to such a dangerous place to draw dragons? Shall I paint you another rainbow? And what if the dragons were angered and they came out to cause trouble again? However, from this matter, Li Changqing also learned a very powerful news. This Tsong Yuan realm actually did have creatures like dragons. In addition, there was another name that caught Li Changqing's attention. Tsong Yuan Realm Master. Who is this man? This place is called the Tsong Yuan Realm, and this person is called the Tsong Yuan Realm Lord. So he should be the top powerhouse of this world, right? Or perhaps a ruler? To be able to make the dragon race compromise. In Li Changqing's opinion, this person should be the legendary land god. What happened then? Did the two of them go? Li Changqing also asked curiously. Li Jinsong waited for Moon Hanjun for 3 full days, and Moon Hanjun didn't show up at the place they had agreed upon. Thinking that Yu Hanjun was afraid, Li Jinsong was so disappointed in Yu Hanjun that he went to Dragon Island alone. Li Jinsong secretly went to the Void Dragon Island to draw dragons, and as a result, he was discovered by the Dragon Clan, and escaped with 9 deaths, but he suffered a heavy blow from the Dragon Clan, resulting in a great loss of his divine soul, having fallen from the realm of the painting sage to that of a senior painter, and never being able to recover until now. That damage has long been irreversible. He thinks that no one can draw a dragon. He can't do it himself, and it is even more unlikely that others can do it. So when Li Jinsong saw the dragon tackle that you performed, Sumai did not continue, but Li Changqing had already heard it. Thwarted in the Dragon Clan, Li Jinsong thought that no one in the world could draw a dragon on the Dragon Island in the void, but finding out that he had performed the dragon escapement, he thought that someone had succeeded in drawing a dragon after him. Or else how could he have comprehended such a martial art? So Li Jinsong was very devastated, starting to question my life. What about Moon Hanjun? Li Changqing noticed another person in here. What exactly happened to Yu Hanjun? There are different stories outside. Sumai sighed lightly. There are rumors that Yu Hanjun died, while there are also rumors that Yu Hanjun made a big fuss about the Yu family because of a woman, completely flipped out with the Yu family, and even made an enemy of the Tsong Yuan Realm Lord, and was eventually suppressed by the Tsong Yuan Realm Lord. How exactly? I'm not very clear. The Moon family blocked the news and rarely revealed it. Sumai shook his head. Li Jinsong knew about his best friend's situation, but he was indifferent. His heart died, until after his master, Han Tian painting sage, passed away. He left the familiar place and came here. Then he befriended our sect leader, and I don't know what he talked about with the sect leader. So he came to our Daoshan ancient land. This Tsong Yuan realm is really complicated. Li Changqing lamented. two talented painting saints. As a result, one falls off the realm and hangs around. One didn't know what kind of wind he had drawn and had to go against the Zhongyuan realm lord, resulting in an unknown life and death. Isn't it good to be alive? Eating and drinking every day, watching the sun rise and set, and having a wife and children in a warm bed. That's what life is all about. Why isn't this child Hengsheng back yet? Li Changqing muttered, then reached out his hand for a teacup. Who knows just touched the teacup. The handle of the teacup is suddenly broken. Chapter 096, Ghost Eating Heavenly Cow, 10. 000 word update. Begging for monthly votes. Li Changqing's gaze went straight. The handle of the teacup was still rattling on the table. Ha! Sumai reached out and picked up the handle of that teacup, then said with a smile, I'm really sorry. I haven't changed anything new here for a long time. I also have very few guests here. I didn't even notice that this teacup is already broken. Wait for me to bring you a new one later. Li Changqing didn't say anything as he looked into the distance. The worried look in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Where did Hengsheng go? I'm going to look for him. As the handle of the teacup broke, Li Changqing also felt more and more panicked, always feeling that something was wrong. Putting the mask back on his face, he was ready to leave the place. He couldn't stay here any longer. Brother Evergreen, right now there are people everywhere outside who are arresting you. How are you going to leave? Is it hard for you to fight your way out again? Sumai hurriedly said. Besides, even my Daoshan Ancient Land's Great Formation has been opened. If you want to go out, you'll have to take off a layer of skin even if you don't die. And since you made such a big commotion before, it's not good to say anything now. Hold your horses. Wait here with me. They'll be back soon. And as soon as he's back, I'll have him come to meet me at Muhaifeng. Okay? Sumai felt that Li Changqing was good at everything about this person, but he was a little too sensitive when it came to the matter of Li Hengsheng. However, Sumai also knows that it's like what Li Changqing said. He hasn't been a father, so he can't understand his feelings of being a father, right? Only after good words did Li Changqing sit down and prepare to continue waiting. And at this moment, outside the mountain gate, the flying one of the Zhongyuan Dark Bureau had already arrived outside the mountain gate. What happened? How come even the mountain gate Grand Formation is open? Seeing that the entire periphery of the Dao Mountain Ancient Land had opened up the Grand Formation, Yang Sweetness, who was in Failwan's body, spoke incredulously. The mountain gate Grand Formation, as far as Sweet Yang could remember, seemed to have been open just once. Its senior sister Yang. At this time in the mountain gate near the patrol disciples see Yang Sweet, the head of the rush up to respectfully say, last night someone broke into the ancient land of Dao Mountain. People have not been captured, so will be the mountain gate array to open, to avoid him to run away, but into is at any time can enter. Just to come out from the inside is to be from the inside and the law enforcement peak master to apply for the only way. Good. At this time, Yang Sweetness couldn't care less. Someone invaded the ancient land of Daoshan, such a thing. She didn't have time to pursue this detail. Now it's important to save people. Li Hengsheng's breath was already getting weaker and weaker, so he had to be hurriedly sent to Muhai Peak for his master to figure out what to do. So the flying one directly rushed into that black cloud, spreading its huge wings and flying towards Muhaifeng. The flying Luan's long cry across the sky had attracted the attention of many people. When they saw that it was the Zhongyuan Dark Bureau's flying Luan, they also all revealed a curious look. What kind of urgent matter was it that required them to come back to the mountain gate in the Zhongyuan Dark Bureau's flying Luan? And as the flying Luan got closer and closer to Muhaifeng, the more Li Changqing felt uneasy inside. It was as if the blood was throbbing. Again, it's like a call from the bloodline. Li Changqing suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. He felt that very familiar aura approaching. At this time, even Sumai raised his head to look into the distance, and when he saw the flying Luan of the Zhongyuan Dark Bureau flying over, with an anxious young sweetness standing on the flying Luan, Sumai's heart thumped. What's going on? Something's not really wrong, is it? Young sweetness directly lifted Li Hengsheng up, then leapt down from that flying Luan's body, landing in Sumai's courtyard. She hurriedly said, Master, quickly save junior brother, he's dying. When these words came out, Sumai hadn't waited to react, but Li Changqing, who was on the side, almost didn't stand still. Even though it was the first time he had seen Li Hengsheng, that vague feeling between his bloodlines let Li Changqing know that the young man lying there who was already almost breathless was none other than his own son, Hengsheng. Li Changqing's figure moved and quickly came to Li Hengsheng's side. Seeing that Li Hengsheng's body was unexpectedly filled with ghost qi, which was eating away at Li Hengsheng's body. The whole body had almost been filled with ghost qi. The ghost qi had already reached the neck. Li Changqing guessed that he was afraid that if it reached the head later, the whole person would not be saved. How can this be? Sumai's heart was also half cold at this moment. Grabbing Li Hengsheng's wrist, his own strong true essence killing into Li Hengsheng's body, in a vain attempt to use his own powerful true essence to force the ghost chi out of Li Hengsheng's body. But when Sumo Hai's true essence entered into Li Hengsheng's body, the terrifying ghost chi counterattacked as if it were a ferocious beast, and Sumo Hai's true essence that had surged into Li Hengsheng's body was instantly nibbled away, and was simply useless. This ghost chi was ferocious and beyond Sumo Hai's expectations. Ghost-devouring heavenly bull. Sumo Hai said the name with difficulty. What is that thing? Li Changqing looked at Sumo Hai with an icy gaze. That is a kind of poisonous insect that grows in the cloud wasteland. The world's strange poison can be ranked in the top 3. This kind of poisonous insect feeds on ghosts, and itself also contains a shocking ghost venom. It can drill into the human body, and then release the toxin, and it won't take more than 10 breaths of time for the ghost venom to eat away at it, and it will die a violent death. But the reason for the body refining technique that Li Hengsheng cultivates, he was actually able to fight against the poison of this ghost-devouring heavenly bull, so he has persisted until now and is still alive. But according to this situation, I'm afraid that he won't be able to last for 2 hours. Sumo Hai could also see that Li Hengsheng's Sun Moon Immortal Demon Divine Body was playing a great role in suppressing the toxin, but when the toxin gets past the neck and into the brain, it's really a godsend. Peak Master Su, save him, Li Changqing hurriedly spoke. After coming in the door, Yang Sweetie hadn't had the time to wonder who this strange man wearing a mask was, but from the words Li Changqing had just said, Yang Sweetie realized that this man wearing a mask was actually Li Hengsheng's father. Isn't that the tall man that Master said he was? The poison of the devouring ghost heavenly cow. Sumo Hai was somewhat helpless, then said, this poison basically dies very quickly after being stained, and it is simply too late to configure the antidote. So how exactly should I antidote the poison? I am not very clear. After saying this, Sumo Hai could clearly feel the air go cold. That kind of coldness made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, as if Li Changqing was about to go on a killing spree in the next second. Sweetness, Sumo Hai hurriedly said, go get Pavilion Master Li. He definitely has a solution. Yes. Young Sweetness didn't dare to be slow, so she dashed out of the house quickly and went to look for Li Jinsong. Ghost breath. Ghost breath. At this time, Li Changqing suddenly thought, since what's in his body is ghost chi, then my wooden sculpture might be useful. It might be useful. Sumo Hai's eyes also lit up. Then, not caring about the danger, he directly took off the Jizo King from his neck and put it on Li Hengsheng's body. As expected, as soon as the Earth Hidden King came out, the ghostly aura on Li Hengsheng's body actually did vaguely look like it was being suppressed. But, the effect is minimal. How come? Li Changqing was a bit surprised. Something as vicious as the ghost grievance curse could be suppressed by his own wooden sculpture. How come this one didn't have any effect? His own wood carving failed. This ghost-devouring heavenly cow's poison, although it contains ghost chi in it, but more than that, it is a poison. Even though it can suppress the ghost chi in it, but the poison is the thing that kills the most, and with this thing, it can't suppress the toxin. Sumo Hai was also disappointed when he saw this scene. Li Changqing didn't speak for a long time. Sitting beside Li Hengsheng, he looked at Li Hengsheng with his eyes tightly closed, seemingly unable to even wake up, with pain between his expressions. Seeing this scene, Li Changqing felt a heartache. Even if it was said that this was the first meeting between the two, but that feeling of blood connection was what made Li Changqing not feel half strange to this child he met for the first time. Thinks he is his son. Bloodline to bloodline. Grasping Li Hengsheng's hand, Li Changqing also tried to use his divine soul to suppress the poison in Li Hengsheng's body, but after trying it, he found that it was also useless. It was as if all means were useless, and all one could do was to watch his child lie unconscious, or even to watch him just die slowly. Brother Evergreen. Sumo Hai was at a loss for words at the moment as he lightly called out, Peak Master Su, think about it again. Li Changqing's voice was calm, seemingly devoid of any semblance of emotional fluctuation. I'll think about it again. Sumo Hai had a lot of things he wanted to say, but when the words reached his mouth, he withdrew them and just promised Li Changqing to think about it again. But at this time, Sumo Hai had nothing else to do but wait for Li Jinsong to arrive. If Muej was here, there might be a way. But the Valley of the Healer King was so far away, and by the time Muej came, Li Hengsheng's first 7 days would have passed. Hengsheng, don't be afraid. Father is here. Wait for Pavilion Master Li to come. Then there will be a solution. Li Changqing grabbed Li Hengsheng's hand and sat on the edge of the bed, speaking softly. It's like an ordinary father guarding his feverish child. Fei, who was lying on his back by the table, watched this scene and also let out a soft wail. It could sense that Li Changqing's emotional fluctuations at the moment appeared to be calm, yet they were very strong. Even though it doesn't know what's going on, but it knew that it couldn't provoke Li Changqing now, otherwise it would be very velvet easy to tear itself apart. After waiting for a short while, the door of the house was also opened, and Li Jinsong walked in from the outside, with a disheveled appearance. like a degenerate fallen scholar. Originally, Li Jinsong was still in the floating pavilion EMO, but when young Sweetness came to the door and said that Li Hengsheng was going to die, Li Jinsong still rushed out of the floating pavilion to follow young Sweetness to Mohai Peak. For this child, Li Hengsheng, Li Jinsong's impression was very good. The kid who had surprised himself so much the first time he came to the floating pavilion. The first genius in 1,000 years to comprehend the Zhaoshan looking at the immortals. Why are you here? When Li Jinsong walked in and wanted to take a look at Li Hengsheng's injuries, he was the one who saw Li Changqing sitting beside Li Hengsheng. Li Jinsong's face changed on the spot. Let go of that child. What are you trying to do to him? Pavilion Master Li. Li Changqing stood up and saluted respectfully. Last night was my offense. I still hope that Pavilion Master Li will be generous. Don't bother with me in general. This matter will be explained later. Please ask Pavilion Master Li to save my son first. You son? Li Jinsong was stunned. Then you are. Brother Li. He's Li Hengsheng's father. He just wanted to sneak in last night to check on the child. You can check on Hengsheng first. Sumai also hastily explained twice. Li Hengsheng's father? Li Jinsong was very dismayed. He had thought that Li Hengsheng was just an ordinary disciple with little family background, but he did not expect Li Hengsheng's father to be such an expert. Absolute painting saint cultivation. Although there were too many doubts in his heart, Li Jinsong knew that now was not the time to ask about this and hurriedly came up to check Li Hengsheng's injuries. It really is the poison of the ghost devouring heavenly cow. Li Jinsong sighed. Being poisoned by the ghost devouring heavenly cow resulted in him being able to last until now, thanks to the technique he practiced and his physique. Can it be cured? Li Changqing hurriedly asked. There is one way. Li Jinsong stood up and said with a light sigh. Although the poison of the ghost devouring heavenly cow is very tricky, it can be said that it seals the throat at the sight of blood. But this ghost devouring heavenly cow's poison is also strong when it encounters strength. The toxin they produce in the human body is a toxin that is born in response to the person's cultivation. And the ghost devouring heavenly cow won't release the poison twice for half a year after it releases the toxin. That is to say, the poison in Li Hengsheng's body at this moment is fatal to him. But that is only for him at the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm, which is why his physique is able to suppress that toxin. However, for someone with a high level of cultivation, this poison isn't fatal enough. Only although it's not fatal, it's inevitable that your cultivation will be damaged. But that's still better than being dead. So as long as you find someone with high cultivation, mouth to mouth from Li Hengsheng's mouth to suck the toxin clean with your own strong power. As for the ghost devouring heavenly cow in the body, naturally it's not enough to worry about. I have my own way to dissolve it. After saying that, Li Jinsong swept a glance at the few people present, as if to say, which one of you will come? Ha? Does it have to be mouth to mouth? Several people froze. This antidote to poison is not a little too. I don't want it. My first kiss is still there. In the future, people still have to marry. Yang's sweetheart was about to cry, although she said she had the responsibility, but letting her mouth to detoxify Li Hengsheng. Yang's sweetheart still couldn't take that step, so she stepped back and went out. But Yang's sweet face flashed a struggle. If in the end there is really no other way, then, the big deal is that they also spell it out. Li Hengsheng was poisoned on his side, and he could not escape the responsibility. I'll do it. Sumai fully embodied his role as a master teacher at this moment. I'm his senior. This kind of thing this senior don't come. Who comes? Sumai took a step forward, rolled up his arms and sleeves, and even moved his mouth, taking a deep breath. Sumai was about to go on. The face behind Li Changqing's mask was green, and he could vaguely see Sumai with leaks in his teeth. Some of them are intolerable. Muhai, you can't. Just as Sumai wanted to go up and move his mouth, Li Jinsong was faintly speaking. Why? Sumai froze. You have the ghost grievance curse in your body, right? Although I don't know what method you use to suppress the ghost grievance curse. If you suck in the poison from the ghost devouring heavenly cow, and the two intersect, it will be difficult for the gods to save you at that time. Li Jinsong glanced at the little ghost claw on Sumai's neck. Sumai was also startled, then looked at Li Changqing with some difficulty. The other two also looked at Li Changqing. Since none of them are coming, it'll have to be you. Can I be the only one? Li Changqing is a little embarrassed, and his son mouth to suck out the toxin is nothing. The father kissed his son a bite. There is something, but that is small time is still okay. Now the child is so big. There are a lot of children of this age have children. Do you and your son have to make such an intimate gesture the first time you meet? But for the sake of my son's life, damn it, I'll give it up. 2. Kiss? Li Changqing walked up and looked at Li Hengsheng's lips, took a deep breath and did a little mental construction. Where's the baby's mom? Where's the kid daughter-in-law? Where's Fei? Fei, who was lying on the table, suddenly winced for some reason. Chapter 097, too much like him. Fei, You do it. Li Changqing looked at Fei. Fei, you let a dog come? Only then did Li Jinsong notice Fei on the table. He thought that Li Changqing was crazy to let a dog come to absorb the ghost poison for Li Hengsheng, but when Li Jinsong looked closer, he realized that there was something different about Fei. It's not just an ordinary dog. This is the soul of the painting. Li Jinsong was once a painting Sect Master. For the painting soul is naturally also understand. But say it is a painting soul. Li Jinsong and feel a little wrong. This painting soul gives him a feeling and previously seen the painting soul is still a little different. Can't say exactly what's different. As if it contained more life than the soul of the painting. Fei, help. Go back and give you meat bones. Li Changqing really didn't dare to try. Not really because he was embarrassed. After all, human life was at stake. The main thing was that although his divine soul was strong, he was not a martial artist. And he didn't know if he could resist after sucking that ghost poison into his body. Everyone else thinks he's a master. But he's still at the threshold stage of exploring his abilities. Will it be sucked into your body and karma itself? That's why it's trying to get Fei to come. Fei's cultivation was also strong, so he might be able to do it. And Fei wasn't a real life form, so he should be fine even if he inhaled the ghost poison. Pavilion Master Li, will this work? Sumai also looked at Li Jinsong in surprise. Li Jinsong nodded numbly. It was fine to let the painted soul come. And the painted soul itself was inanimate, much less afraid of this ghost devouring heavenly cow's poison. What a way to go. After receiving Li Jinsong's affirmation, Li Changqing explained to Fei what he was going to do later. Although Fei couldn't speak, he could understand what Li Changqing was saying. Fei was not a pretentious dog and didn't care about his first kiss. Jumping onto Li Hengsheng's body with a long leap and staring at Li Hengsheng's mouth. A few people thought about what was going to happen next, and it was more than a little weird. Senior, I'm going out to get some air. Yang Sweetness twisted her head and went out. Li Changqing silently closed his eyes. Hengsheng Father, sorry for you maybe your first kiss is so lost. But you do not worry. Today's matter father will keep secret. Anyone present who dares to say anything will be silenced by dad chasing him to the ends of the earth to protect your reputation. With a wail at this moment, Fei brought his mouth to Li Hengsheng's mouth, and then his spiritual energy surged, frantically sucking out that ghost poison from Li Hengsheng's mouth. The black ghost chi in Li Hengsheng's body at this moment seemed like it had found a floodgate, flying out of his mouth at great speed and being sucked into Fei's mouth. Luckily it wasn't a real kiss, it was just a stick up. Fei didn't stick out his tongue. Child, your first kiss is preserved. Seeing this scene, Li Changqing was also slightly relieved. After sucking for a while, the ghost poison in Li Hengsheng's body just faded away, and his previously blackened body had now become normal. Fei fell back and burped. These ghost poisons entered Fei's body and surprisingly didn't affect Fei in any way. This was all the more reason for Li Jinsong to sense that something was wrong with Fei. Even if it was a painted soul, being infected by the poison of so many ghosts devouring heavenly cow, its own spiritual power would definitely be damaged. But Fei was surprisingly not halfway okay. What's going on here? It's not just drawing souls? Li Jinsong of course could not have imagined that Fei was a combination of a painted soul and a wooden sculpture. And that this was the only one in the entire Song Yuan realm and even in the long history of the Song Yuan realm. Especially since Fei's body was carved out of everlasting wood. What's a ghost poison? Li Hengsheng's breathing became steady. Only the person was still unconscious. Li Jinsong went up to give a check, but also said with a smile, it's okay, just suppressing the ghost poison consumed too much physical strength. Make up a rest will be good. His body in the devouring ghost heavenly cow is still a trouble, but a little later on we'll be able to give it out. Great. Sumai was also relieved. Brother Evergreen, you can rest assured. Trouble Pavilion Master Li. Li Changqing's mood finally calmed down at this moment. Glancing at Li Hengsheng, he didn't continue to stay inside the house. Since Li Hengsheng was fine, then he was also relieved. Step outside and get some air. His heart was hanging by a thread, and now the dust had finally settled. Li Changqing leaped to an ancient tree in the courtyard. He leaned on the branches of that ancient tree and looked out at the white clouds on the blue sky in the distance. At this moment, Li Changqing felt the danger of the Song Yuan realm, which was something he had never really realized before. Almost lost my own son today. This kind of taste Li Changqing never wanted to experience once again. Senior Evergreen, how is junior brother doing? At this time, Yang Sweetness came under the tree and asked. It's already fine. Li Changqing looked down at Yang Tian. What's your name? Late generation Yang Sweetness. Yang Sweetness responded. Sweetness, who poisoned Hengsheng? Although Li Changqing's words were calm, Yang Sweetness could hear an indescribably cold intent in Li Changqing's tone at the moment. Even the late generation doesn't know. Yang Sweetness told Li Changqing what happened today, from beginning to end in great detail. Illusion realm? Li Changqing frowned gently. You didn't half realize it when you entered the illusionary realm? I sense that your cultivation is not low either. If they can cast an illusion that even you can't see through, why bother? Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill the two of you there? Late generation also don't know. Maybe it's using an illusion formation, or maybe it's using other means, but it's me who didn't protect my little junior brother. Later on, after Master is busy, he'll punish me however he wants. Yang Sweetness spoke forcefully. I don't blame you. That Song Yuan realm is too complicated, Li Changqing said indifferently. After saying that, Li Changqing slowly closed his eyes and pondered over this matter. Li Changqing felt that there was a great relationship with the ghost race, because that ghost-devouring heavenly cow was something from the cloud wasteland that was not found on the human side. The odds are that it's a ghost nation conspiracy. Li Changqing had once thought that he would not pay attention to any ghost race, any human race war. None of these had anything to do with him. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. If his son wanted to cultivate immortality, he would accompany his son to cultivate immortality. If his son didn't want to cultivate, the two of them, father and son, could buy a piece of land and keep the house and cultivate the fields. Such a day would be willing for Li Changqing. Wouldn't it be nice to get a wife for your son and a grandchild for yourself in the future? Enjoying the joys of heaven? But today's events made Li Changqing understand one thing. Just because you don't look for trouble doesn't mean that trouble doesn't come to you. You want to stay out of it and be normal, but there are people who won't let you be normal. Really got a quote I used to see in old TV shows. Know what it means to be a man of the world. That's probably what was said. At this time, Li Jinsong also walked out from the house. He swept a glance at the courtyard, but he didn't see anyone. But when he looked at the ancient tree, he found that Li Changqing was leaning against that ancient tree to rest. At this moment, Li Jinsong suddenly froze. As if Li Jinsong felt in a trance that Li Changqing's figure, the one leaning against the tree, particularly resembled a person, like the man he once knew so well. Thinking about what? Li Jinsong shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. A bitter laugh that seemed to mock his own ridiculous thoughts. The man, suppressed in that place isn't it? In fact, Li Jinsong's heart has an answer, but only in a trance. He feels that Li Changqing's figure is somewhat like Yu Hanjun. And Li Jinsong had long known that Yu Hanjun had been suppressed by that Song Yuan realm lord and was being watched over by many powerful people, and although his life or death was unknown, it was absolutely impossible for him to appear here. Originally, Li Jinsong had many questions in his mind, especially wanting to ask Li Changqing if he had ever seen a dragon. However, after he saw that Li Changqing's figure particularly resembled that of Yu Hanjun, Li Jinsong already had no desire to ask questions at all. Li Jinsong didn't greet Li Changqing and directly left Mohai Feng. Li Hengsheng fell into a deep sleep, and Sumohai also got some great tonic things to boil soup and medicine for Li Hengsheng to feed him, before he came out to find Li Changqing. Sumohai also heard about today's events from Young Sweetie. Sumohai is considered an old man, and hearing what Young Sweetie said, he probably guessed what was going on. This matter is coming against Hengsheng, Sumohai said gruffly. Hengsheng has recently risen to prominence amongst the clan, topping the mortal realm rankings at the 7th level of the mortal realm of metamorphosis. And indeed, he's attracted a lot of attention and has attracted the trouble of being killed. Only whether it's the several forces of the ghost race behind this or the everlasting life sect, I can't say. This matter can also involve the eternal life sect? Li Changqing asked in surprise. Aha, Sumohai nodded. I've asked Sweetness to look into it. Who exactly placed this mission in the Hall of Merits? No one knows at the moment. Even the Dark Shadow Peak that dispatched the mission doesn't know that it exists. So that means that this matter is a setup that someone has taken advantage of Hengsheng's need to take on a mission and set it up for Hengsheng. And the one who can know about this must be an insider of our Daoshan ancient land. Sumohai's gaze was awe-inspiring. Last time, I also learned from the mouth of the Everlasting Sect that the Everlasting Sect has its own people in Zhan and the prefecture. So there must be someone lurking in our Daoshan ancient land as well, and it must have been this person who leaked out the news. As for the matter of Hengsheng and Sweet unexpectedly being hit by an illusion, the probability is that they were hit by pupil magic. Pupils? Li Changqing froze. What pupil art? Sharingan? There's such a thing as pupil magic? Yes. Some people will be born with eyes that have powers that are different from normal people for some reasons. This is a very magical talent that is very rare, but it is also because this power is too powerful, so the limitations of using it are very many, Sumohai said. Being able to let people enter the illusion without realizing it. I've also heard of this kind of pupil art. The name is Phantasmagoria. The possessor is a Cloud Wasteland ghost clan, and it is said that this pupil technique, when performed once, can make a side of the area all diffuse into illusions according to one's own will, allowing one to be tricked unknowingly, but after performing it once, the price is blindness for half a year. This person is from the Eternal Life Sect? Li Changqing asked. Not sure. We know too little about the Everlasting Sect. Sumohai glanced at Li Changqing and said, When Hengsheng gets better, I'll personally travel to Tianhai City to purchase a piece of intelligence and return. I'll probe this matter clearly and personally give you an explanation. Brother Changqing. Good, since Sumai had said so. Then Li Changqing had nothing more to say. But there are spies of the everlasting sect in the ancient land of Daoshan. If they know that Hengsheng is not dead, will they come back a second time? Li Changqing asked worriedly. No, Sumai shook his head. The everlasting sect has always acted cautiously. It's not easy for them to plant a spy in the ancient land of Daoshan. They won't let the spy be exposed so easily. Otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths, even inviting an expert who possesses the illusory world to kill the everlasting sage out there. So in the ancient land of Daoshan he's safe. I will pay more attention to Hengsheng's safety in the future. Sumai also realized the safety of Li Hengsheng. In the view of the Eternal Life sect, Li Hengsheng was a great threat, and would likely become another powerhouse of the human race in the future. Things like potential human races being assassinated by the ghost race happened every day in the Yuan realm, but it's hard to get a second one after you've generally risked killing the first one. Sumai was now just curious as to who that hidden spy in the ancient land of Daoshan was. Chapter 098 Jiqing Z, today's second shift. Begging for monthly votes. After 2 days of guarding on Muhai Peak, Li Hengsheng indeed had nothing more to do. His breathing was always steady, and his face was slowly becoming rosy. And 2 days later Li Hengsheng did wake up from his coma. Although the person is still a little weak, but the body has been completely unhindered. The next just need to get well. Senior, I've caused you trouble and made you personally take care of me, Li Hengsheng said with some embarrassment. In the past 2 days, Sumai has been serving water and medicine, personally taking care of Li Hengsheng, which really moved Li Hengsheng enough. The Lord of a Peak, actually taking such good care of himself. No harm. You get better than anything. Sumai looked at Li Hengsheng as fine, also in a good mood. Otherwise Sumai cannot dare to guarantee that if Li Hengsheng really out of something, Li Changqing is afraid of really want to be angry, may do what heartless things to. I seem to have had a very long dream. Li Hengsheng's gaze was calm. Oh, what did you dream about? Sumai asked. I dreamed about my dad, Li Hengsheng said thoughtfully. In my dream my father took my hand and talked to me, telling me to be strong. He was by my side to keep me company and let me be strong. It might have been a long time since I saw my father, and that feeling was very real. Sumai did not move, but did not say anything more. I also dreamed of dear senior sister. Li Hengsheng suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. It was a kind of cheerfulness from the bottom of his heart. Dreaming about her? Sumai laughed. You kid. Your life is almost gone, and you still have the heart to dream about women. Li Hengsheng did not speak, but the smile on his face never retreated. He didn't say that he didn't just dream about Dear Whisper. He dreamed that Dear Whisper kissed him. Thinking of this, Li Hengsheng subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched his lips. That touch felt so real. Is that what it feels like to be in love? Mind-blowing. Stealing to see his son waking up. Li Changqing's heart was completely relaxed, but Li Changqing didn't go to recognize Li Hengsheng, and on the morning when Li Hengsheng woke up, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with his son, Li Changqing left the ancient land of Daoshan and went back to Changqing town. After a few days of searching, Li Changqing was never found in the Daoshan ancient land, and nothing out of place in the Daoshan ancient land, so the vigilance was relaxed a lot. The sect's powerhouse thought that such a mysterious powerhouse might have secretly bypassed the Great Formation and left the ancient land of Daoshan. Seeing that the wind had loosened up, Sumai had one of Mahai Peak's trusted outer disciples take Li Changqing with him when he went out to pick up some food, giving Li Changqing the disguise of an accompanying odd job disciple, and leaving the ancient land of Daoshan. By the time Li Changqing returned to Changqing town it was already evening, and the Yin family had no news of Li Changqing for a few days, making the Yin family anxious. As soon as Li Changqing returned, Yen Botao immediately came to see Li Changqing. You finally returned, great confessor. Yen Botao saw that Li Changqing was fine, and only then did he truly let go of his heart. Nowadays, Li Changqing was the backbone of the Yin family. If there was no Li Changqing around, the Chamber of Commerce would not be able to get things done. I'm sorry, something came up and I went out of town. Li Changqing looked at Yen Botao. When did you come back? It's been 2 days since I returned. Yen Botao hurriedly said. Ma Sandao's head has already been sent over, and Zhan Hefu's side has also given a bounty of silver. And the other thing is that the site for our new Chamber of Commerce has also been chosen, and our first evergreen merchant is going to open in Daotrace City. Daotrace City is good. Li Changqing nodded. Daotrace City is the #1 city in Minhang Prefecture. Since our Chamber of Commerce is going to open, we naturally want to choose this best location. Besides, Daotrace City has transportation in all directions and is close to the Daiyuan dynasty. Their merchants from there often come to Daotrace City to make purchases. The flow is very large. If it opens up, It won't be long before we can open a second one. You guys can arrange everything. You're more experienced in this aspect of business. Let Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei participate as well. And also, can we find a good channel for our Chamber of Commerce goods? How are they all arranged? Li Changqing is more concerned about this. Don't worry, Great Confessor. All the arrangements have been made together. In addition, according to Great Confessor's arrangement, we have also contacted a very large ice warehouse in Daotre City, which is definitely enough for our Chamber of Commerce to use. Yan Botao seriously reported to Li Changqing. Good. You guys just watch over the rest. Li Changqing was ready to rest, and hadn't rested well in the past few days. You can rest first, Great Confessor. Yan Botao finished speaking and prepared to leave. Right. Li Changqing suddenly called out to Yan Botao. Is there a fortune teller in Changqing town recently? The one called Luo Lao Dao. From the time he came back, Li Changqing first skipped around Changqing town and also went to the tea stall where he drank tea before and waited for a while. But there was never any sign of old Taoist Luo. Li Changqing mainly wanted to thank old Taoist Luo in person. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to know that something had happened to his son. At the same time, Li Changqing's heart was genuinely curious as to what this Luo Lao Dao was in the end. Fortune telling is so accurate. This man must be a man of great ability. Li Changqing also wanted to let Luo Lao Dao give another fortune. Moreover, Luo Lao Dao seemed to know about Li Hengsheng's mother, but Luo Lao Dao seemed to be very scrupulous about this matter. Li Changqing still wanted to know through Luo Lao Dao to know what exactly was the situation of Li Hengsheng's mother. Could it be that this Li Changqing's wife is actually the pearl of some big family? And Li Changqing fell in love at first sight. Then the two of them eloped, gave birth to Li Hengsheng, and finally was approached by the big family. And in the end, Li Hengsheng's mother fought to the death to protect them, but also followed the family back. This type of dogged to the core drama, right? But then I thought it shouldn't be. If it was really the pearl of some hidden family, how could the son-born be so poorly qualified? Hearing Li Changqing ask this, Yan Botao said, tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to go out and poke around. Well, go ahead. After Li Changqing finished speaking, he also entered the door to rest. midnight. Seniors, a soft call. Li Changqing found himself in his divine soul again, and waiting for him on the opposite side was none other than Dear Silence. Long time no see. Seeing that it was Dear quietly, Li Changqing said, recently, I waited for you for many days and you didn't come. I was wondering if you would be in danger. Using that painting treasure once, I also need to rest for a long time. I can't use it continuously. Dear quietly shook his head and said, the other thing is that the Long Night Ancient Kingdom has specialized people watching me. It's very strict, and it's not that easy to find an opportunity. Rather, it makes Senior worry. It's good that you're fine, Li Changqing guessed and said. I guess it wasn't easy for you in the Long Night Ancient Kingdom. According to what you said before, the Qishan order on you is very important. So there should be quite a lot of people in the Cloud Wasteland who want your life. So you have to be careful in everything. Thanks to Senior's concern, the Evernight Ancient Kingdom has protected me very well. Dear quietly laughed. The one who is guarding me closely is an elder ancestor of the Evernight Ancient Kingdom of the innate Jedi realm. Hearing this, Li Changqing's eyes went wide. Innate Jedi, that was an existence that was rare in the entire Song Yuan realm, and it could be said that the land immortals did not come out, and the innate Jedi was already invincible. This Long Night Ancient Kingdom was really big. Such a strong person to protect Dear quietly. Li Changqing was practically drooling with envy. If there was an innate supreme powerhouse who could be his son's escort, that would be great. Then in the future he would still be afraid of any assassination. Unless a land god himself comes, who can touch a hair on his son's head? What's wrong with Senior? Dear quietly felt that Li Changqing's eyes were not quite right. It seemed like there was a hint of jealousy mixed in those eyes. Right. How is Senior brotherly these days? Dear quietly hurriedly inquired about Li Hengsheng's recent situation. Rising from the dead, almost lost a life. Li Changqing told the truth. What happened? Dear quietly was shocked and her face became worried. What about now? Is Senior Li okay? Don't worry. It's already fine. Li Changqing didn't hide anything and told what Li Hengsheng had encountered. The Eternal Life Cult? Dear's quiet gaze sank as well. I've heard that name recently as well. You've heard about it too? Li Changqing asked. How much do you know? I don't know much. I only know that there are many strong people in the Eternal Life sect. They are mysterious. Their purpose is unclear, but they are related to the Ghost Spirit clan that had long been extinct back then, and they have planted spies in the forces of the human race as well as the forces of the Cloud Wasteland, controlling others to do things for them in a special way. The Evernight Ancient Kingdom has apparently also recently sensed the existence of this Eternal Life sect, and as for the person with the illusory world double pupils that you mentioned, Elder Evergreen, I know about it as well. This person is a member of the Cloud Wasteland G family, named Ji Qingzi, A daughter born to a mate of the Ji family after the second master of the Ji family got drunk. The Ji family originally disowned it. Then Ji Qingzi awakened her illusion world double pupils when she was 3 years old. And even though it is said that her cultivation qualifications were average and her cultivation level was not very high, with this pair of eyes, she was able to establish a firm foothold in the Ji family. Could this Ji Qingzi have joined the Eternal Life sect? Deer quietly analyzed. Li Changqing was also digesting this information that Deer quietly said, "Take all this information to heart. You can't be so confused anymore. One cannot look for trouble from others, but others will look for trouble from oneself. If one does not even know who is looking for trouble from oneself, then maybe one day you will lose your life and your son's life in a blur." Elder Evergreen. I'll go and poke around for this information later, and I'll let you know the next time there's any news about the Eternal Life sect, Deer said quietly and gruffly. Good. Then I'll trouble you, but you must also pay attention to safety and never get into trouble. Li Changqing said with concern, I will protect myself well, but if they hurt senior brother Li, I will naturally be at loggerheads with them. Deer quietly also spoke with a puff of air. After realizing that it might have been the everlasting sect that almost killed Li Hengsheng, Deer quietly had already sentenced the everlasting sect to death in his mind. Only after saying this did Deer quietly say cautiously, Senior Evergreen, I would like to write a letter to Senior Brotherly. I wonder if you could take over and help me send it to Senior Brotherly. Yes, but, Li Changqing said with a smile, Hengsheng knows that you have been taken to the Cloud Wasteland, and he may not be able to believe me if I write an anonymous letter to him hastily. So why don't you carefully talk to me about some of the things that have happened between you guys, and I'll write to the letter. In that case, Hengsheng will also believe that it's a letter from you. Good. Deer quietly naturally didn't mind. And Deer quietly had no doubts at all about this kind of request from Li Changqing. Immediately after the Deer quietly and slowly from entering the middle of the sect, the first time in Li Hengsheng how to recognize, many things have been given to say again. When talking about a lot of places Deer quietly will also show a heartfelt smile, as if remembering the happiness of that time. Li Changqing also listened attentively, frantically making notes in his head. What did Li Hengsheng say? What did he say about his family? What did he say about himself? What did he say about his childhood? Li Changqing was like a spy frantically memorizing, but at the same time, listening to the bits and pieces of how the two had met and gotten to know each other in the middle of the sect. Li Changqing also felt something. It's good to be young. Youth is great. But this silly boy is a little too self-conscious. It's amazing that when you meet someone you like, you don't even have the courage to confess. However, Li Changqing also understands that, spreading himself such a dead father, a family like that, Li Hengsheng where to get the bottom of it? Silence may not be a form of protection if it does not bring happiness to the other person. Before I knew it, it was getting light. Dear Quiet's divine soul could no longer support it and eventually collapsed. Li Changqing was also sleepless. After getting up, he first wrote down the important information about Li Hengsheng that Dear Silence had said, making notes carefully, and then wrote a letter according to Dear Silence's request. After doing this Li Hengsheng went out to eat breakfast, and in addition also wanted to try his luck to see if he could still meet that Luo Laodao. It doesn't matter if Luo Laodao refuses to say anything about Li Hengsheng's mother. The big deal is to find Luo Laodao to calculate again whether his son will still be in danger recently. Then find a ghostwriter on the street to help recopy this letter you wrote for yourself. If he had written it himself and sent it directly, Li Hengsheng would have recognized it as his own writing. Don't let your son suspect you of any more special fetishes when the time comes. Chapter 099, The Favor of Emil, 10,000 words updated. It was only just up the street, before it got much farther out. Li Changqing then saw a bunch of people gathered in the distance, not knowing what they were doing. Noisy. Li Changqing saw that there is a hustle and bustle, so he also curiously walked up, through the crowd, but he saw that the opposite side of the street of a Bowsy store fellows are cursing. Don't kids have to pay for what they eat? And I've got a drawer of buns on the floor, and you don't have the money to pay for it? Let me tell you, if you don't pay today, you don't want to leave. Come to my place to eat bully food. You don't look at whose business this is. Several fellows surrounded the two men aggressively. One of them was a man with a thin figure, who was actually wearing a fur coat, wearing something strange, and behind the man, a little girl was hugging the man's waist, with a somewhat frightened face. The man belonged to a very plain-looking kind of person, with some signs of vicissitudes above his face, and a few fellows disliked his chest with the rolling pin in their hands, but he ducked and didn't hide. I can do labor against my debt. The man held his tongue and uttered this. Doing labor? A couple people sneered. With you? You cut the crap. If you don't pay, you leave that knife on you. I see that one is still worth some money. One of the fellows had a thief's eyes, and saw that the man had a short knife on his waist, which had a very pretty blue sheath, and was worth a lot of money just by looking at it, so he set his eyes on that knife. Not this one. The man gave a decisive no. Pay for the knife or pay for it. It's not that complicated, the other fellow chimed in. There were quite a lot of people watching around. All of them were eating melons. And Changqing also learned the general picture of the matter from the people around him. It was the little girl behind the man who was so hungry that she went to the bakery to steal buns to eat, only to be discovered by the fellow and tried to catch the little girl, who, in her panic, accidentally snapped a whole drawer of buns onto the floor. I'll pay for the bun. Learning what happened, Changqing walked forward, although he didn't know what these two people were, but seeing the man so protective of his daughter, Changqing was also very touched. Another father who didn't have it too easy to make ends meet. It was just a cage of buns, and since Changqing saw it, he decided to help. Painter Li? Seeing Changqing walk out, the fellows of the Baozi store were a bit surprised that Changqing was actually meddling in this kind of idle business. When Changqing walked out, the man's gaze also fell onto Changqing's body, and his expression seemed to be somewhat surprised. Changqing didn't have any nonsense and directly threw out a penny of silver to that fellow. The fellow caught it with his hands and feet. Enough money for your buns? Also you fill some more buns for this father and daughter, Changqing commanded. Good, good. Enough is enough. A full penny of silver. Enough to buy 10 cages of buns. The fellow's face smiled. Thanks a lot. The man didn't seem to be good with words, but still managed to squeeze out those 2 words. Thank you, uncle. The little girl who had been hiding behind the man was also revealing half of her face. Although her little face was a little dirty, but her eyes were very watery. Only the person was a little afraid of being born. How old are you? Changqing smiled and squatted down to ask. 5. The girl whispered. At this time, the fellow came out with a bunch of buns wrapped in oil paper and handed them to Changqing. Changqing took the bun and handed it to the man and said, take it. The child is starving and you shouldn't have eaten for a long time either. Looking at the steaming bun handed over by Changqing, the man hesitated for a moment, but at this moment, he felt the little girl's hand gripping his own a little harder. Obviously the girl's desire for that bun. Thanks, again. Only 2 words were said. Eat. Taking a bun from the greaseproof paper, he handed it to the girl. The little girl has long been gagging. Also do not care about dirty hands. Took over is a big mouthful of food. Wolfed it down like he hadn't eaten in a long time. When Changqing saw this scene, he also let out a light sigh. Reaching out, he touched the girl's head. Don't go stealing in the future. Understand? Changqing patiently taught. Follow your father well. The future will always be better. The little girl nodded her head as if she understood. I'll leave first. See you later. Changqing glanced at the man and said. The man didn't say anything and just nodded to Changqing. The girl ate the bun while looking at Changqing's departing figure. Originally, he wanted to give this poor father and daughter a little silver, but after thinking about it, Changqing still gave up this idea. The sky is too big for such people to save themselves. People have their own destinies. Alms for a meal is already possible. Turning around in the street, Changqing did not find any trace of Luo Laodao, and then looked for a helper to write letters at the intersection. Changqing took out the letter he had written and asked the man to make a new copy. Another trip was made to the Tsong Yuan dartboard, and an anonymous letter was sent to Hengsheng in the ancient land of Daoshan. Only after doing these things did Changqing return to the Yin mansion. However, when Changqing walked to the entrance of Yin mansion, Changqing realized that he saw the father and daughter again here. It's you guys? Changqing looked at the two in surprise. How could these 2 people be here? Is it that there aren't enough buns? Changqing couldn't help but ask. I'm full. The buns are delicious. Uncle, you're really a good person. The little girl looked at Changqing. Those eyes were full of childish innocence. I'm the one looking for you. The man spoke at this time. Can you provide us father and daughter with a place to eat and live? The man pondered for a moment, then said, I can kill for you. Hearing this, Changqing simply suspected that he had heard wrong. Murder? But looking at the man in front of him so seriously, Changqing felt that he didn't look like he was joking. But Changqing also understood that this man mainly wanted to find a place for his daughter to eat 3 meals a day, right? Changqing could understand this mood. He could see that this man was a man of inner fortitude, afraid that he wouldn't be the type to beg easily, but at the moment there was clearly a touch of begging hidden in those eyes. Murder is even. Sighing with a sigh that the world has changed, Changqing shook his head. Seeing Changqing shaking his head, the man's eyes also revealed a hint of despondency, glancing back at his daughter as if he was apologizing to her. I can eat just 1 meal a day. 1 meal a bun. No, half a bun will do, the little girl said in a panic. She thought it was because Changqing resented how much she ate. There's no need for you to kill for me. Let's put it this way. Meeting each other is destiny. You father and daughter can just help me clean the courtyard and repair the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Although Changqing was not a lousy saintly father, He was really soft-hearted when he encountered this kind of father and daughter. Is there a shortage of people in the Yin residence to help him clean the courtyard? Li Changqing is more cannot bear to see such a small child followed by his father wandering outside. Cannot eat. Li Changqing thought of his son Li Hengsheng. He left home at the age of 11 or 12. Alone wandering outside a few years. And what kind of days it is. So Li Changqing decided to take in this father and daughter now. As for whether this man is a bad guy, Li Changqing didn't worry at all. Even if he was scheming, he had to have that ability to do so. And if there was really any dissension, it wouldn't be anyone else's fault if he let Fei eat it as a midnight snack at that time. Thanks a lot. A small smile finally appeared on the man's face. What's your name? Li Changqing asked. Zhang Fuguang. The man looked down at the small head below, then said, this is my daughter, Zhang Xiao. Come with me. Li Changqing brought the two of them into the Yin family, then had them change their clothes and arranged to stay in Li Changqing's courtyard, arranging for someone to put on hot water so that Zhang Xiao could take a good bath. After being washed clean, Zhang Xiao, the little girl, appeared even more hydrated, like a delicate doll. Seeing his daughter clean, even Zhang Fuguang's face showed a smile. Still, a daughter is good. Li Changqing is also a sigh of emotion. In his previous life, he also hoped to have a daughter. And then despite the opening of the two-child policy, but also that time Li Changqing has been unable to afford to raise. It's too expensive to raise a child. Uncle. Thank you, Dad and I have traveled all the way here. You are the best person to us, Zhang Xiao said sweetly. Many thanks. Zhang Fuguang also cupped his fists and said, you'll work well here, cleaning the yard, fixing the flowers and plants, whatever, and I'll pay you 5 silver coins a month for your work. Yes, Zhang Fuguang still had few words. By the way, where did you father and daughter come from? And why do I see that you are still wearing a leather jacket? Li Changqing was a bit surprised. The Great Yuan Dynasty, Zhang Fuguang said. The Dayuan dynasty has cold weather all year round, so you need to wear a leather jacket. Oh, Li Changqing raised his eyebrows. Surprisingly, it was from the Dayuan dynasty. It is not far from Daoxian city, over a river, over a high mountain to the territory of the Dayuan dynasty. Before Li Changqing read from the book, the Dayuan dynasty is a real snow dynasty, cold all year round, simply comparable to Siberia. However, this dynasty is very strong. The people there are also very physically fit. And the generals are valiant and capable of fighting in all kinds of harsh environments. Today was the day he saw a real person from the Dayuan dynasty. Li Changqing was immediately interested. Then he pulled Zhang Fuguang to sit down in the courtyard, called for a pot of tea to be sent, and chatted with Zhang Fuguang about the Dayuan dynasty. Zhang Fuguang also didn't expect Li Changqing to be so interested in the affairs of the Dayuan dynasty. And although he had few words, he did answer Li Changqing's questions. Zhang Xiao watched the adults chatting. A person also played on the side by himself, looking at the pond inside the yard fish. Very curious. So look at an afternoon. Li Changqing also wanted to learn more about it and then see if he could find some business opportunities there. It was getting late. Li Changqing let people send the rice to the courtyard. Specially let people make some more. Li Changqing can see. Before those buns were actually eaten by Zhang Xiao. Zhang Fuguang did not eat at all. Must have been hungry a long time ago. But this stoic man never uttered a word. Looking at a table full of dishes, Zhang Xiao's mouth watered. This journey was hungry and full. Where had she seen so many rich dishes? Come and sit down, Li Changqing greeted. Sir, I'll pick some greens for my daughter and just eat them off to the side, Zhang Fuguang said in a hurry. I don't have so many broken rules here. Get on the table and eat together. More people are more lively. Li Changqing shook his head. And what kind of green vegetables to eat? You see Xiao is so skinny. Surely you need to eat more meat in order to grow your body well. Xiao, don't you think so? Aha, Zhang Xiao hurriedly nodded her head. Many thanks, sir. Since Li Changqing said so, then Zhang Fuguang also nodded. My daughter is indeed growing up. Fuguang, come help me try this dish. At this time, Li Changqing pushed a dish in front of Zhang Fuguang. Trying out the dishes? Zhang Fuguang looked at the red dish in front of him, the flavor wafting in, very fragrant and appetizing. At the same time, Zhang Fuguang also smelled a very familiar flavor from it. It appears to be chili. Try to see if it suits the tastes of the people of your Dayuan dynasty. Li Changqing learned from Zhang Fuguang's mouth that the Dayuan dynasty was incomparably cold, and on weekdays people would use chili peppers to make some dishes. But there were very few types of dishes in the Dayuan dynasty, and the people there they preferred roasted meats of the same kind, which was also convenient to eat. Lots of meat for fat to make them better able to withstand the cold. So Li Changqing wanted to see if this boiled meat dish was to the taste of the people of the Dayuan dynasty. Chapter 100 Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's Killer App, 100 chapters seeking monthly tickets. Good. Then sir I'll move my chopsticks. After saying that, Zhang Fuguang picked up his chopsticks and picked up a slice of meat as well as cabbage, then put them together in his mouth. This boiled pork slices practice is naturally Li Changqing taught the Yan family's cooks. Originally in the time Yan Zhai did not have this dish. If Zhang Fuguang feel more in line with the taste of the Daiyuan dynasty, it is perfectly possible to get a mess. It's delicious. A shocked expression suddenly appeared from Zhang Fuguang's face. This was the first time Li Changqing had seen any expression from Zhang Fuguang's face. It was evident that Zhang Fuguang really liked this dish. The meat was tender, spicy and flavorful, and with the sweetness of one of the cabbages, the several flavors intermingled very well together. It goes down in the mouth and even carries a slight hint of warmth. Zhang Fuguang, who is used to eating chili peppers, had a feeling of being in the Daiyuan dynasty when he ate this dish. Zhang Fuguang picked up another chopstick and ate it, and the flavor was so refreshing that it simply blended into his bones. It was much more delicious than their Daiyuan dynasty simply making roasted meat. There were stir-fried dishes in the restaurants of the great Yuan dynasty, but they were few and far between. The weather there was cold, and most people chose to eat their food in a more convenient way. It's either fire roasted or boiled. So basically it's hard to get such a complicated dish. It's cold when you're hungry, and who wants to have to wait for that much hassle to get a dish on the table when it's cold? It's natural to eat whatever food is fast. Do you think it fits the taste of the Daiyuan dynasty? Li Changqing asked with a smirk. Well, they should all like it. It's more delicious than the dishes of our Daiyuan dynasty. Zhang Fuguang nodded his head and said. Zhang Xiao on the side also got curious, then picked up a chopstick and ate it. Although Zhang Xiao was only 5 years old, since she was also a native of the Daiyuan dynasty, she had a certain amount of tolerance for spiciness. The moment she ate it, her eyes also lit up, thinking that it was really delicious. It was better than any dish she'd ever had before. She loved it. Is Mr. trying to do business into my Daiyuan dynasty? Zhang Fuguang asked curiously. There is this idea. Li Changqing didn't hide it. Zhang Fuguang nodded, but didn't say anything. He doesn't know anything about doing business. All he has to do is clean the yard every day. At night, Li Changqing went back to his room. The other courtyard was cleaned up. Soft cushions and quilts were laid out, and Zhang Xiao fell asleep. For how many days? Zhang Xiao, a 5-year-old, had followed her father to sleep in the wilderness, on haystacks, on leaves, in caves, hard and cold. Where have you ever slept so well? So just after laying down on it for a short while, Zhang Xiao came up with even breathing sounds, and the expression on her face became very reassuring. When Zhang Fuguang saw his daughter's expression, a trace of tenderness appeared on his stiff face. After putting his daughter to bed, Zhang Fuguang walked out and cleaned up the yard again, then brought some meat bones to feed Fei. Fei was self-conscious and did not resist the man who fed him, but it was a painted soul who actually liked to eat meat and bones, which was something that Li Changqing found mind-boggling. The golden silk-lin beast really thinks he's a dog? Went to bed after getting everything cleaned up as well. Li Changqing had been using his divine soul to pay attention to this father and daughter, seeing that there was indeed nothing suspicious before entering dreamland. The next morning, when Li Changqing woke up, Zhang Fuguang was already cleaning the yard. Sir, someone came to look for you in the morning, only you weren't awake yet, so I had them wait in the side hall. Zhang Fuguang came up and spoke. Got it. Li Changqing came over here to take a look, and the visitors turned out to be Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yiqiu. The two saw Li Changqing arrive and hurriedly stood up respectfully. Mr. Changqing. Li Changqing still liked them to be addressed as such, rather than being addressed as seniors or something. Sit down. Have the two men sit down. It was only then that Bai Jingfei said, Mr. Evergreen, we have everything ready now. The stores of our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce over at Dao Trace City have been decorated and everything is ready. In addition to the fact that according to Mr. S orders, everyone is also ready at Dao Trace City. Zhao Yiqiu followed up with a report. I wonder when you sir intend to have the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce open? Then what are you waiting for? Since it's all ready, the fastest time to open will be fine. Li Changqing didn't like to procrastinate. Once everything was ready, then open the business. Yes, the two men also hastened to agree. Not only them, but all these big and small clans in the entire Changqing town were waiting eagerly for the opening of their Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. After all, they're putting up a ton of money to invest in this. Not only that, the entire Changqing town's manpower was also drained. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce had utilized a large amount of manpower, causing them to now need to start hiring for all of their industries in Changqing town. As for the president of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in Dao Trace City, it was also Yan Buotao, Zhao Yiqiu and Bai Jingfei as vice presidents. The big boss of the Chamber of Commerce was also a member of the Yan family, an elder of the Yan family, plus people from other families also served in the Chamber of Commerce. At this point, it appears that the chamber is just shy of opening. Since Li Changqing had given the word, the Chamber of Commerce would simply open. And so it was on the very next day that a very lively scene took place in Daotrace City. A large chamber of commerce opened. This drew the attention of the entire Daotrace City. As the #1 city in Minghong Prefecture, Daotrace City was very lively. Moreover, Daotrace City was not very far from Changqing town, and it was merely less than a day's ride if you made a carriage. When this place was decorated before, there were a lot of businessmen who were wondering what someone was going to do with this place. It opened today, only to find out that it is a chamber of commerce. Seeing that it was actually the opening of the Chamber of Commerce was a surprise to many people. The competition between the chambers of commerce is quite fierce. Those small chambers of commerce were all living a very difficult life, basically able to ensure their daily expenses and earn a little pocket money, which was already very good. It wasn't as if no one had come to Daotrace City before to open a large chamber of commerce, but they didn't even last 6 months, and they all went out of business in the end. In the view of many people, this evergreen chamber of commerce is also like this, and it will definitely end up going out of business as well. With the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce and the Bright Sea Chamber of Commerce here, the two were so dominant that other large chambers of commerce had no foothold at all. Many people already want to see how long this chamber will be open. 1 month or 2? The opening of the Chamber of Commerce was bustling with activity, and the staff came out to welcome everyone into the chamber to shop. Only around up to see the people watching more, but not many people into the Chamber of Commerce. Most of the people watching are heard that someone had iron dare to open a Chamber of Commerce in Daotrace City. So come to see in the end how iron. The people who had been purchasing in Daotrace City for a long time had already gotten used to the existence of the Ming Hai Chamber of Commerce or the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce, and were already old patrons. So why change chambers of commerce again? Most of the people going in at the moment are just curious. As a chamber of commerce, retail sales are small. With big partners and orders, that's where the big money is made. It's hard as hell to get an order from Dawnguard City. Seeing that not many people had come in, some of the patriarchs of the small clans in Changqing town who were present also had their faces flushed with worry. However, the Grand Master of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was none other than Yan Leisheng of the Yin family. Although Yan Leisheng was an elder of the Yin family, he had been the one who had done most of the Yin family's business for so many years. There's quite a bit of experience. Plus the Chamber of Commerce is open, and he's still got killer tricks he hasn't used yet. Before, Li Changqing had said that if one was just spelling out conventional goods, unless one was to fight a price war and open up the market with extremely low prices, in order to be competitive with the Minghai Chamber of Commerce as well as the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce. But they wouldn't use this kind of move that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt themselves 800 times. Even though they had raised a lot of money, it was still far from enough compared to the two major chambers of commerce, not to mention the money they had put together. Even if they had packaged up and sold all the clans in Changqing town, it would still not be able to compare to the two chambers of commerce's strong financial power. So if they want the chamber to stand, they have to have something that other chambers don't have. Bring it up. Only Yan Leisheng waved his hand, but a number of people came out from the chamber, their hands holding a large pot, in which was all sorts of food. Each pan is filled with beautifully prepared dishes. The scent hits your nose. It directly confused the people who were watching from the roadside. What's the situation? What's with the food? Chamber of Commerce opening or tavern opening? Everyone looked up and took a good look at the signboard. Yes, it was the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, not the Evergreen Restaurant. That's right, but what the hell? Only, looking at the brightly colored dishes, the people present could not help but swallow a mouthful of water. It looks like it tastes so yummy. What kind of dishes are these that they haven't seen before? Gentlemen, these are the specialties of this Chamber of Commerce, and as we open today, I would like to invite you to taste them. Yan Leisheng said smilingly. The crowd had already put those dishes on the table and then prepared a lot of disposable bamboo chopsticks. All the eaters came up curious. These dishes were also all made by Li Changqing based on the dishes that were not available in the restaurant. Although the food cultures of the two worlds are not so different, they are still different, relatively backward. So even if Li Changqing's level of cooking was not very high, he was still able to make a lot of delicious food. Several major cuisines and various kinds of dishes were enough to give the people of the Song Yuan realm a long look. Yummy! Hearing that it was a free taste, naturally some people couldn't help but taste their first chopsticks and immediately exclaimed, "This soup is so fresh." Someone savored a mouthful of the pork belly chicken soup and also exclaimed in admiration. Seeing someone take the lead, others came up to taste it. Only although they had a good meal, they still had questions in their minds. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is clearly a chamber of commerce. What's the point of letting them taste the dishes? Are you planning to open a restaurant on the side? I say this shopkeeper, a somewhat slightly chubby dignitary, walked up. He wore a silk cap on his head, and his clothes were polished and gorgeous, wearing gold and silver. He looked like a rich man. You say, Yan Leisheng walked up. Your food is delicious. Arguably better than even the restaurants. But you're a chamber of commerce, aren't you? What's this about? Is this something that you guys are planning to sell as a commodity? The fat guy didn't quite get it. That's right, we sell it as a commodity. One sentence directly aroused everyone's interest. The Chamber of Commerce sells stir-fries. What kind of new trend is this? And how is this thing going to be sold? Yan Leisheng looked at the crowd in disbelief and didn't say more nonsense, but turned back and said, "Bring it up." So someone in the back brought up a box. Everyone else came up and looked at the box curiously. Foursquare. No idea what's inside. Just see Yan Leisheng open the box. In an instant, a cold air from the inside penetrate out. It turned out that the box is sealed. The periphery is even put ice and some cotton wool. In that ice is the same in the middle of a wooden box. Yan Leisheng opened the wooden box, and within that wooden box was a dish. It's red meat. Only this red meat was apparently already frozen. This is called a pre-made dish, Yan Leisheng said to the crowd. The box is sealed. The ice inside can remain chilled for 5 days inside. This dish you want to eat at any time. Take it out at any time and throw it into the pot to light a fire to heat it up. Basically, half a tea time can be done well, and it is guaranteed that the flavor is the same as the new ones made. It won't save you from running to the restaurant. You can usually eat at home whenever you want. For example, if the restaurant is closed at night, wouldn't it be nice to heat up a dish of braised pork and warm up a small wine at home at this time? Yan Leisheng smiled and introduced it to the crowd. Still, the crowd was amazed. Won't the flavor go bad if this is frozen like this? Someone else questioned. Will it really taste as good as if it had just been made? This old gentleman, Yan Leisheng asked. I see you just ate this pork belly chicken of ours. What do you think of the flavor? It's delicious. The old man nodded his head repeatedly. The pork belly is soft and tender. The chicken is full. And the flavor in the soup is so fresh that I can drink a big bowl by myself. Ha! What you just ate is our prepared dish. We have an ice cellar at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. And the very fresh soup you just drank was stewed by us 5 days ago. Yan Leisheng's words caused those who had drunk the soup to stare in disbelief. This soup? 5 days? Chapter 101, I'll give the Yin family a chance. 5 days and it's still fresh? Freezing a stir-fry to eat later is clearly beyond anyone's knowledge. A question came to many people's minds at this time. This thing has lasted so long. This really makes it especially convenient. When you don't want to cook at home, you can take it out anytime you want to eat it. Just heat it up. The key and main problem is that this what is pre-made dish is really delicious. Their own home cooking who can do so good? There are a few people in the crowd watching the scene are open restaurants. There are also open restaurants. They have tasted it. They also feel that this thing is more delicious than the chef of their own restaurant. There are some restaurant owners are also feeling a sense of crisis. If this pre-made dish is so delicious, then why do they need their restaurant? But then someone had a brain. If this thing to buy back, placed in the restaurant in the ice cellar, both to keep this thing fresh and not bad. Guests want to order food directly out of a hot, but also very quickly on the food. It's perfectly possible to make the difference yourself. The more I think about it, the more feasible this becomes. So after thinking about it, a restaurant owner hurriedly walked up and quietly pulled Yan Leisheng to the side, chatting with him about the matter. I would like to order a batch from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce for the time being to see if it works well or not. If it's good, then keep ordering. For such a business, Yan Leisheng naturally come to the fore, and this order is also in Li Changqing's expectations. But all the restaurant owners who have the brains will be the first to eat a wave of this dividend. This is also the main orders in the early Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. The first order of business was taken immediately, and at the same time a number of people were interested in the pre-made dishes and wanted to buy some to try at home for their families, or save it for a late-night snack. The crowd flocked to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. The front of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was filled with cars and traffic for a while, and when they entered the chamber, they also realized that there were quite a few novelty items in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. For example, there were a lot of clothes with novel styles as well, which were also brought from Changqing town, and also designed by Li Changqing from the TV dramas he had watched from various dynasties before. Some of the styles look very dominant and do attract a lot of attention. It was naturally impossible to hide this news from the other chambers of commerce. The Beta Chamber of Commerce is just a small chamber of commerce. President Song Beta struggled for so many years. It is not easy to spell down this family business in the Dao Trace city, although the Chamber of Commerce to engage in a style, but only Song Beta himself knows. This is also just a lot of thunder and little rain, with the two behemoths, the Minghai Chamber of Commerce and the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce, pressing down on them. There was no way for a small chamber of commerce like the Beta Chamber of Commerce to rise. Every month can only earn a hard-earned money. To support his wife and children is certainly no problem. Can live more than ordinary people to be decent, but want to make a lot of money that is impossible. The price of some commodities to sell a little cheaper. Take the road of thin profit and multi-selling. which has accumulated some old customers, together with the newcomers that came to Dao Trace City every day, earning some added income. This was the main source of income for the Beta Chamber of Commerce. Master Tong, you take your time. Don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to send your batch of goods to the mansion as soon as possible. Song Beidou sent an old patron out the door. Just as he turned around, he heard someone behind him shout, "Boss, I'm back." When he looked back, he saw a fellow running up and down the stairs. "Well, what's the situation over there?" Song Beidou asked curiously. "It's the Chamber of Commerce. There's a nice new Chamber of Commerce over there. It's called the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce," that fellow hurriedly reported to Song Beidou. However, when he heard that it was a Chamber of Commerce, Song Beidou's face was not half worried. Instead he sneered. "Opening a Chamber of Commerce in Dao Trace City? Looking for death, right? How about that? Not even a few people went in when it opened, right?" Song Beidou sat down, picked up a cup of tea, and smiled. He could already predict how the door to that Evergreen Chamber of Commerce would look like. Dao Trace City was saturated a long time ago. How could there be any business with that whatever Evergreen Chamber of Commerce sticking its nose in? The fellow said with some embarrassment. "Not really. That Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's business is particularly good, and I saw that quite a few people have bought things with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and even placed orders." "No way." Song Beidou's face changed as he stood up and said, "How can a new Chamber of Commerce possibly stand in Dao Trace City? It couldn't be a trust that was found, right?" The mate gave a rundown of what he had just seen and heard. Listening to Song Beidou was a blur. A Chamber of Commerce that doesn't sell merchandise and actually sells stir-fry in the opening? What fairy came up with this fairy operation? Still selling frozen on dishes. Is this stuff even edible? This kind of creativity made Song Beidou think of peeing his pants. And listening to that fellow's description, it wasn't just as simple as selling frozen vegetables, but they had so many varieties of dishes and they tasted exceptionally good that several restaurants had given orders. This made Song Beidou a little skeptical. By virtue of a commodity to stand first, and then slowly compete for the market, this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is not simple. Song Beidou was all curious about who was behind this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. "I can't believe I have such a mind. But," Song Beidou muttered, "if you want to stand in Dao Trace City, just relying on these won't do. What's the point of your stuff being good?" The Minghai Chamber of Commerce and the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce have been dominating for so many years. They'll meekly cede a portion of their market to you? On the surface it's fine, but behind the scenes it's not so simple. Especially the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. That was no soft touch. Behind the Xi family was originally a famous family. The family has the innate sitting in the town. What a fight against the Xi family. No capital cannot And the president of the Minghai Chamber of Commerce, Hai Dongsheng, that was a ruthless character. At this time, the Minghai Chamber of Commerce as well as the president of the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wanghuan, had also received the news. A large new Chamber of Commerce had opened in Dao Trace City. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Miss, this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce suddenly appeared in this Dao Trace City, obviously competing with us for business. He shouldn't be unaware that in this Minghong Prefecture, it's all our Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce and Minghai Chamber of Commerce's territory. It seems like they have something to fall back on. In front of Lin Wanghuan, a woman was frowning as she spoke. Apparently it was the appearance of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce that made her feel disconcerted. Lin Wanghuan looked at the list in his hand, then raised his head and said to the woman, "Aunt Meng, this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have opened up hastily if it wasn't prepared. So write a letter to my father and have the Cloud Ridge sect help me check out what's going on with this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce." "Yes," the woman nodded. Lin Wanghuan squinted his eyes at the window and said with a smile, "Pre-made dishes? It's a bit interesting and very thoughtful. Only that you're not only offending all the chambers of commerce with such a move, but even some of the restaurants as well. There are certainly restaurants in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce that have bought pre-made dishes ready to go back and sell to see what happens, but for some of the more famous restaurants, the appearance of this pre-made dishes cannot be too big for their business. In the past, when people wanted to eat well, they had to come out and eat in one of their restaurants. But now what? Warm up the preps at home and they're ready to eat. It's holding up their business quite a bit. What's more, the pre-made dishes tasted really good and compared some of the signature dishes of those restaurants of theirs. The signage lost its edge, and then their tavern had even less of an edge. Therefore, Lin Wanghuan anticipated that this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce would be surrounded by enemies on all sides in Daoxian City, and she was in no hurry at all to make a move. So maybe it wouldn't take more than a month for her to leave in disgrace. Moreover, Hai Dongsheng of the Hai family was a careful man. He wouldn't just sit back and watch. "Miss, it's also noon. What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll have my subordinates arrange it." Aunt Meng spoke to Lin Wanghuan. "Eat what?" Lin Wanghuan blinked, then smiled and said, Then go to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and buy 2 pre-made dishes and come back to try them. Ha! Aunt Meng was clearly baffled by Lin Wanghuan's actions. I'm also more curious about what that pre-made dish tastes like, Lin Wanghuan said with a smile. Yes, I'll have someone get it. On the first day alone, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce had a good income. The patriarchs of the smaller clans were very happy to watch. I received a number of orders from restaurants today, and they ordered shares of 100 or more. In addition, some cheap goods in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce also attracted a lot of people's attention. Although it is said to be a new Chamber of Commerce, in the eyes of others cannot last long, but still some people in the chamber tried to place a small order want to try. Yan Leisheng looked at today's earnings and nodded with satisfaction. This was quite a bit better than Yan Leisheng had expected. But Yan Leisheng likewise knew that this was only the first step of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and that the real war hadn't really begun yet. Under the curved moon, in an exquisite courtyard, there was actually a hot spring pool with gushing water, reflecting the moon in the sky. At the moment in that hot spring pool, a man is naked body in the water immersion. Let that spring water hot enough to cook the eggs, but this man is not the slightest care. His strong physical body does not care about this high temperature. On the contrary, it is a kind of enjoyment for him. His eyes were like falcons, giving off a sense of oppression. It was because he himself was a martial artist of the innate realm. Grand Duke. At this time, an old man walked in from outside and respectfully came to Hai Dongxing's side. So the background of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce has been found out? Hai Dongxing asked lazily. It's been found out, the old man said in a low voice. This Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce that was jointly organized by the many families of Changqing town that had gathered together. And the name of the chamber's president is Yan Buotao, who is the patriarch of the Yan family of Changqing town. Changqing town? Hai Dongxing sneered. A bullet-ridden place. Nothing more than a bunch of rabble-rousers who actually have the guts to come to Dao Trace City to steal business? Grand Duke. That Yan Buotao is somewhat powerful. Having reached the innate realm, that old man said respectfully. Yan Buotao. Hai Dongxing frowned. Why do I feel that this name is a bit familiar? As if I've heard it somewhere before. Yes, this Yan Buotao had previously beheaded Ma Sandao on the blacklist, and Zhang Hefu gave him a reward. The old man reminded Hai Dongxing. Hai Dongxing came to a sudden realization. So it was him. So it's the one who beheaded Ma Sandao. Hai Dongxing, however, laughed, thinking that he has innate strength now. He wants to come to Dao Trace City for a cup of soup. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven. And he didn't even come to my high family to hand in his obeisance before coming to open the Chamber of Commerce. He doesn't even know the rules. People from small places don't know the rules, and it's natural for them to have a bit of arrogance when they enter the innate realm. That old man also said with a smile, if he knows his way around, I can still let him occupy an acre of land in this Dao Trace City and earn a little money. But well, if he's willing to know his way around now, I can give him a little bit of a chance as well. Hai Dongxing clearly already had an idea. Grand Duke, should we talk to his lordship about this matter? After all, there is an innate expert behind this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and it's not good to make the relationship too stiff. The old man kindly reminded. You're teaching me things? Hai Dongxing coldly glanced at the old man. Don't dare. The old man hurriedly bowed his head. It's indeed not a good thing to fall out with an innate, but a mere newly promoted innate is nothing in front of my high family. Hai Dongxing stood up at this time and walked up from the hot spring pool. The old man hurriedly brought a towel to drape Hai Dongxing. Hai Dongxing moved his neck for a moment, then said, tomorrow, have someone go and inform on behalf of my high family that our high family is offering 5,000 taels of silver to buy out all of their Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's recipes and buy out their family's business of pre-made dishes. And from now on, their Evergreen Chamber of Commerce can't be used again in the future. So let them move on to other businesses. Chapter 102, The Royal Family is Coming, 10,000 Shifts. Yes, the old man quickly bowed and said, tomorrow, I'll have someone convey the Grand Duke's wishes to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Also, his lordship sent someone today to say that the second Duke hasn't been in a good mood lately, and his lordship's intention is for the second Duke to find something to do. So he wants you, the Grand Duke, to transfer the Minghai branch in Bufu City to the second Duke. Meh, that waste. Hai Dongxing was clearly disdainful of this second brother of his, and said in a cold voice, growing up as a child is a waste. Growing up is equally a waste. Overall uninspired. And actually chose that place in Bubu City, for the sake of being close to that Daoshan ancient land, right? He still can't forget that woman from the Deer family, but she's already gone with the Ghost Clan, so he's still thinking about it? This life is doomed to be unproductive. The town of Changqing. A steed appeared from Changqing town, and riding on the steed was a woman in white. In front of him, leading the horse, was a man in armor. The man was majestic, with a resolute gaze, looking like a soldier who had fought in the battlefield. Fourth Miss, This is Changqing town. That Yen family should be here. I'll find someone to ask around later. The man turned around and spoke to the woman riding on the horse. Huang Xin. Be polite at the moment of questioning. Don't scare the people here. The woman spoke softly. Miss, don't worry. The man took a deep breath and gathered his own aura. Then it was off to find someone else to ask for directions. The woman was on her horse, surveying the surroundings. It was just that at this time, there were quite a few people who had noticed this woman. Not because of how overwhelmingly beautiful this woman was, but because the horse that this woman was riding was simply too beautiful. The body is snow white and not half blemished. Even that mane is pure white, stocky and very beautiful. Meanwhile, the woman on the horse was similarly instrumental. Many speculated as to which family's daughter this woman really was. At least in the town of Changqing, there was simply no one whose family could have such a beautiful horse. Although many people were curious, there was no one who dared to come up, to have such an aura and horse. Such a person was not someone they could provoke. Miss, asking, this way. Huang Xin's gaze swept the surrounding crowds watching the horses. And when these people saw Huang Xin's gaze, they immediately had a feeling of being intimidated. This person's eyes were truly terrifying. The two men and a horse arrived in front of the Yin family's door. Stand still. The Yin family's guards directly stopped the two. I've come to see your family head, Yen Buatao. Huang Xin stepped forward and spoke. Is our family lord something you can see just because you want to? Although that guard saw that the two men were extraordinary, it was not like anyone who wanted to meet Yen Buatao could do so. Huang Xin looked back at the young girl. The young girl nodded slightly, then stepped forward and whispered in the guard's ear. The guard's face changed slightly, and he glanced at the young girl from afar, then hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I don't know the identities of the two of you, but our patriarch isn't here, and has gone to Dao Trace City. No? Huang Xin frowned. When will you be back? I'm not really sure about that. The guard shook his head. Fourth miss, what should we do? Huang Xin turned back to the young girl and said the situation. No harm done, the young girl leisurely said. Then since Yen Buatao is not at home, let's see someone from your Yin family who can take charge. Yes, I'll go look for it. That guard turned around and hurriedly went to find someone. Miss, what's the point of not seeing Yen Buatao to see someone else? Huang Xin asked in surprise. That Ma Sandao was not killed by Yen Buatao at all. The woman shook her head. Although I wasn't there that day, I had also heard my master say that Yen Buatao had only just bought his way to the threshold of the innate, and in terms of strength was not a match for Ma Sandao at all. So how could he have killed Ma Sandao? In this Yin family, there is definitely an even more powerful character hiding, and that thing is definitely still in his hands, the woman said with certainty. This tiny Yin family in Changqing town can be so hidden and talented? Huang Xin was a bit unconvinced. For such a small family to be able to produce a single innate is already smoke from their ancestors' graves. How could there be other experts? Li Changqing was doing carving in the bamboo forest. This is in the backyard of the courtyard. This bamboo forest, is Li Changqing does not allow others to come? Also has Fei outside to guard. Li Changqing knew that his carvings were powerful, so he also began to be cautious to prevent being targeted by others and could not be easily seen. Every day, Li Changqing also had to practice, fearing that if he didn't do it for a long time, his hands would be rusty by then. Moreover, Li Changqing also began to realize that as he did the carving, his divine soul was actually accumulating an increase, which was like a kind of cultivation for him. It's the same thing as a painter painting. Mr. Evergreen. At this time, Zheng Fuguang's voice came from the distance. Two elders from the Yen family have come and want to see you. Got it. It's coming. Li Changqing put down the work in his hands. Also curious, usually nothing Yen family people will not come to disturb themselves. When Li Changqing walked out, he saw the two elders of the Yen family waiting respectfully for him. Something's wrong? Li Changqing wiped his hands. Great confessor. The matriarch is not here. Someone from outside is seeking to see the matriarch. One of the elders hesitantly said. The identity of the visitor is too big for our Yen family to not see. We hope to find someone in charge. I wonder if it is convenient for the great confessor to see him. What person? Li Changqing was a bit surprised. What kind of distinguished guest could come to the Yen family? Another elder said mysteriously. The visitor is a woman. According to the identity reported by the people around him, this person is a painter from the Zhanhe mansion. Not only that, but we've also heard of this person before. Her name is Yin Shuyu, and she has a great relationship with the royal family of the Northern Cold Kingdom. Painter? Li Changqing came to be interested. Coming to this Zhang Yuan realm, apart from Li Jinsong, Li Changqing had not seen any other painter. And what exactly was the matter with this person coming to the Yen family? Mentioning the Zhanhe mansion, Li Changqing couldn't help but think that could it be related to the matter of Ma Sandao? Then invite her in, Li Changqing said. Just have her come to my place. Yes, The two men hurriedly agreed. Really tired to come to a pillow. Li Changqing did have a lot of painter above the question want to find someone to ask, but then they really do not have a familiar person. Relationship with Li Jinsong. Also not good. Before that, without even waiting for his own thanks, Li Jinsong just left. Li Changqing is not good enough to find Li Jinsong to ask. Today there was actually a painter. Li Changqing wanted to see if he could get some information out of his mouth. After all, there were secrets about painters that were just too advanced, and there were quite a few books in the tiny Yin family's 10,000 books building, but there simply weren't too many that depicted painters. It was also true that because of the level of the painter, the Yin family simply couldn't come into contact with it. Li Changqing had already prepared tea in the small courtyard. It didn't take long for the two elders to bring the people. The woman at the head looked to be 25 or 26 years old, and although her appearance wasn't exactly stunning, that kind of temperament wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary people. As for the one following the woman, Huang Xin, at a glance one could tell that he was from a military background, strong and powerful, and vaguely had a subdued momentum. In Li Changqing's opinion, this person was at least a general. The two walked into the courtyard. This is our Yin family's grand provider. The two elders introduced Yin Shuyu and Huang Xin. Yin Shuyu and Huang Xin sized up the Li Changqing in front of them, but saw disbelief in the eyes of both men. To them, Li Changqing was simply an ordinary person. Such a person is the Yin family's grand provider? Please sit down. Li Changqing smiled lightly. For people who met for the first time to see themselves like this, he was already used to it. He wasn't a martial artist, so he couldn't be judged from his own scent. The only way to know that he was similar to the path of a painter was to feel his divine soul cultivation. But ordinary people couldn't feel Li Changqing's divine soul yet, because the strength of Li Changqing's divine soul surpassed them by too much. After the cultivation of the divine soul reached the level of a painting saint, the divine soul would converge so that no one could feel the oppression, which was why the vast majority of people felt that Li Changqing was an ordinary person. Yin Shuyu didn't say anything and sat down calmly. Her gaze swept across the small courtyard, which was clean and otherworldly. Li Changqing similarly sat down and poured Yin Shuyu a cup of tea. Huang Xin, on the other hand, was standing not far away. He glanced at Zheng Fuguang, who was trimming the flowers over there. Huang Xin looked at him a few more times and realized that there was nothing unusual. The Grand Confessor is a man of deep secrets. Yin Shuyu spoke slowly. What makes you say that, Miss Yin? Li Changqing was a bit curious. It's just a feeling. Yin Shuyu looked at Li Changqing. Although she looked at Li Changqing as an ordinary person, but how could an ordinary person allow an innate family to be used as an offering? Moreover, Yin Shuyu had a feeling that Ma Sandao's death must have had a great deal to do with this person in front of her. I don't know what business Miss Yin has come to my Yin family today? Li Changqing didn't beat around the bush and asked bluntly. Then I'll be blunt as well. Yin Shuyu took out a piece of paper, then put it on the table and asked. I don't know if you've seen this before. Li Changqing took it over and looked at it. His eyebrows raised slightly. What was painted on that painting was exactly the same flying dagger painting treasure that he had previously obtained from Ma Sanjiao's body. Seen, Li Changqing didn't hide it. Yin Shuyu's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she just wanted to ask where this was. He just wanted to ask Li Changqing where this thing was, but it turned out that Li Changqing stretched out his hand and actually took out that flying knife and put it on the table. It is. Yin Shuyu was slightly agitated. This painting treasure Li Changqing also studied for a long time. It was indeed an ordinary painting treasure. There was nothing special about it. However, Li Changqing also tried it out. The power of this thing was indeed not bad. It could be used for sneak attack or assassination. It's just that it's of little use to Li Changqing. Miss Yin wants it? Li Changqing asked with a smile. After Yin Shuyu's excitement, her expression calmed down and she looked at Li Changqing and said, Name a price. What price can you give this thing back to me? Cost? Li Changqing played with the flying dagger and said curiously, I heard that Miss Yin is a painter herself, and is also a member of the royal family of the Northern Cold Kingdom, and would come to the Yin family specifically for such a painting treasure? It's hard not to let me suspect that there are secrets on this painting treasure that I haven't penetrated. Unbridled. Before Yin Shuyu could say anything, Huang Xin, who was on the side, gave a deep shout, and a majestic aura of heaven and earth instantly surged out. Hand over the item to my lady and I'll keep you alive. Huang Xion's killing intent around him swept over Li Changqing like a wave. Chapter 103, Li Changqing's 3 questions. Huang Xin. Don't be rude. Yin Shuyu frowned at Huang Xin. 4th Mississippi. This person obviously wants to make a lion's share of the money. What is there to say to a small family in such a bullet-ridden area? This thing was originally yours. It's only natural for us to get it back. Huang Xin snorted angrily. At this time, Fei, who was asleep in the courtyard taking a nap, had quietly opened his eyes to look at that Huang Xin. Zheng Fuguang, who was silently trimming the flowers and plants, also glanced coldly. The movement of the scissors held in his hand was similarly slowed. Surrounded by Huang Xian's aura, an ordinary person would have long been scared white, yet Li Changqing remained steady, as if they didn't feel it. In terms of aura, this Huang Xian's aura was certainly good, but a few days ago, he himself had just broken into the ancient land of Daoshan, exchanged blows with a few peak masters, and even resisted a former painting saint. This bit of aura was still not enough compared to the experts of the Daoshan ancient land. Li Changqing picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. I still have small children napping in this courtyard. Don't disturb the children sleeping. This bit of your momentum, just put it away. After saying that, the teacup in Li Changqing's hand gave a gentle tap against the table. In an instant, a force under the teacup ran around and diffused out, like a wave, directly suppressing Huang Xian's aura. Huang Xian's chi was at its peak, but when this ripple swept across, Huang Xian was horrified to realize that the chi in his body was disappearing like a flood. At the same time, the body's true essence was as if it was stuck in a quagmire, and no matter how much Huang Xian mobilized, it didn't move. At this moment, it was as if Huang Xian had turned into an ordinary person. Such a feeling he had never experienced before. Couldn't help but have a great deal of trepidation on his face. Yin Shuyu naturally sensed the change in Huang Xian, and she too revealed an incredulous expression. Looking at the elegant middle-aged man in front of him, the snap of his fingers actually made Huang Xian, an innate expert, unable to even release his true essence. Look away yourself. It wasn't that this person didn't have cultivation, it was that the cultivation was too high, causing them to not be able to see it at all. Yin Shuyu hurriedly stood up and took a step back, clasping her fists and pleading for mercy. Please be merciful, Senior. Fourth Miss, Huang Xian was very embarrassed. Originally he was the one who wanted to protect Yin Shuyu, but he didn't expect that at this moment he would have to ask Yin Shuyu to plead for himself. Tell me about this painting treasure. Li Changqing ignored Yin Shuyu's words and just placed that painting treasure on the table. Yin Shuyu looked at the flying dagger and had to say, this painting treasure does not have any heavenly secrets on it. It is only because this painting treasure was passed down to me by my master, and it is also the first painting treasure that my master painted back then. When I arrived at the Zhanhe mansion, I passed on this painting treasure to my youngest senior brother as well. It's a pity that my junior brother was killed by that Ma Sanjian, and Ma Sanjian also took away this painting treasure. At that time, I also chased after Ma Sanjian for a long time, but I was never able to find Ma Sanjian. I went back to the North Cold Country, and so after I came back, I heard the news that Ma Sanso was killed, so I thought of this painting treasure to find back. Senior, this painting treasure in fact is not so great value, just an ordinary painting treasure, and my master painted this painting treasure, but also is only a senior painter. For me, this painting treasure is important is its meaning. What the late generation said is true in every word, and there is absolutely no concealment. Yin Shuyu looked at Li Changqing with a sincere face at the moment. If that's the case, then it's not like this painting treasure can't be returned to you. Li Changqing did believe that this Yin Shuyu was telling the truth, and that the power of painting treasures created by experts of different realms were different. Although this painting treasure was good in terms of power, it was completely incomparable to a painting treasure created by an expert at the painting saint level. Spare you for now. If there is a next time, it won't be so easy. After Li Changqing finished speaking, he waved his palm, and that Huang Xian immediately took 2 steps back, as if a cold wind had blown over him, and at the same time, he could also feel the true essence in his body returning. Why don't you thank Senior for being merciful? Yin Shuyu chided at Huang Xian. Thank you Senior for being merciful, Huang Xian hurriedly said. The eyes that looked at Li Changqing were also quite scornful. This person was too strong. This painting treasure can be returned to you. Li Changqing looked at Yin Shuyu. Senior can make conditions, and if Senior can do so, Senior will definitely do her best. Yin Shuyu's posture was also lowered at this moment. I want to know there are some things about the painter. I think you can tell me about it. Li Changqing said, if you help me solve the confusion, I will return the painting treasure to you. It was Yin Shuyu who froze for a moment. Is that all? She had thought that Li Changqing, knowing the significance of this painting treasure to her, would definitely ask for a lion's share of the money, so she was prepared to be ripped off. Who knew that Li Changqing merely wanted to ask the painter something? That's it. Li Changqing nodded. Yes. Yin Shuyu sat down and said, however, Senior is only an intermediate level painter. Many things are not very well understood, and can only try my best to answer Senior's questions. If there is anything that the answer does not understand, Senior can go back and ask my teacher later, and write a letter to give Senior an answer at that time. Could be. The first question I would like to ask is, the realms that painting masters are divided into are said to be 5, right? Li Changqing said, primary painter, Intermediate painter, advanced painter, painting saint and the legendary painting immortal? Not really. Yin Shuyu shook her head before explaining to Li Changqing. The first three are correct. The painting master does have these three realms in front of him, and it is also true that he has reached the realm of the painting sage when he reaches the fourth level. But the painting saint realm and the previous three are a huge watershed, and it can be said that 99% of painters, after reaching the realm of a senior painter, rely solely on enhancing their divine souls with painting. To want to advance to the painting saint realm is no longer possible. To reach the realm of the painting sage, I heard from my teacher that what is needed is more of a sense of realization. This sense of realization is an understanding of this world, of this heaven and earth, and it is similarly different after reaching the realm of the painting sage. How painting saints are specifically divided. This is something that the later generation does not know, only that the difference between the levels of painting saints and painting saints alone is also quite large. As for the painting immortal that Senior said at the end, that is not considered a realm, but rather, it is the painting saints who are at the peak of their abilities in an era that are called painting immortals. So the painting immortal is not a realm, but a title, an honor. Li Changqing nodded. If he followed the division of painter, then his own strength should also be at the level of painting saint. But exactly what level among the painting saints? This point Li Changqing himself did not have a concept. Where do I need to go to test my divine soul level if I want to test it? Li Changqing asked the second question in his mind. Measuring the level of the divine soul? Yin Shuyu said strangely. This thing doesn't need to be measured. One should have a very clear concept of what level one's divine soul has cultivated to. The point is I don't have one myself. Li Changqing let out a bitter smile. His own divine soul was like this when he crossed over. If you have to test it, I heard that Heavenly Sea City can test it. Yin Shuyu thought for a moment and said, the Song Yuan Realm Master can help you. Song Yuan Realm Lord? For some reason, hearing this name made Li Changqing a little scornful. He didn't know this Song Yuan Realm Lord, but every time he heard this Song Yuan Realm Lord mentioned, Li Changqing was instinctively somewhat repulsed by him. There is another important question. Li Changqing wanted to ask the one question he was most concerned about. Elder, please, how can I paint a painting treasure? Li Changqing was curious to know this. His wood carvings should follow the same path as the paintings, but Li Changqing couldn't figure out exactly how a painting wanted to become a painting treasure. Even his wood carvings are. Some of them are just ordinary wood carvings, but something like his carving of the Bodhisattva Earth Sangwang should actually fall into the range of painted treasures. It directly suppresses ghost energy. Li Changqing wasn't very clear about this boundary. It was so hard to find someone who wanted to come and ask Yin Shuyu. Hearing Li Changqing ask this question, Yin Shuyu also pondered for a while before saying, I have not personally experienced this question, and it's not too good to answer you senior, but I have also heard my master once, so I can only answer you senior in accordance with the understanding of what my master said. You say. Li Changqing listened attentively. Yin Shuyu knew even less. It was something rare and valuable for himself. First is the material. Yin Shuyu said gruffly. The materials for painting are important in the first place. It's best to use tools that contain spirituality. Painting is nothing more than three things. One is the pen. One is the ink. And then there's the paper. The better the materials, the higher the probability of being able to create a painting treasure. Li Changqing's eyes lit up. This thing had something to do with materials. No wonder the original host painting is so costly. The material itself is very expensive. Before that sky-high price of paper Li Changqing still remember. There's also the fact that in order to create a painted treasure, one's own painting ability and divine soul realm are also necessary. Yin Shuyu said, at the very least, it's only possible to create a painted treasure if you're a senior painter. Li Changqing nodded. This was also very understandable. In addition, I've heard Master said that painted treasures are also divided into two types. Yin Shuyu said, innate painting treasures and acquired painting treasures. Hearing this, Li Changqing came to be interested. This was something he had never heard of. Innate painted treasure is a scroll that forms itself into a painted treasure when it has just been painted. Yin Shuyu said, the number of innate painting treasures is actually very small, because if you want to form a painting treasure innately, the requirements for the painter are also very high, and luck plays a certain part, so the success rate is not great. Most of them are acquired painting treasures, meaning that the person who participates in the realization has reached an extremely high level of understanding of the scroll, and the scroll becomes a painting treasure. There is also a kind of acquired painting treasure where the scroll itself is nourished by spiritual energy and then develops an autonomous consciousness and becomes a painting treasure, which is also more common. So amazing. Li Changqing's eyes lit up. And a painter who wants to run towards making a painting treasure. Then the requirements are even higher. First of all, the realm of the divine soul requires a very high level. Exactly what kind of realm needs to be reached? This latecomer is not very clear, and the family master has not reached that level either. Except that when a painter wants to work on making a painted treasure, the heart must first be immersed in it. It must possess a direction with sincerity of heart. That way a painted treasure can be formed, as well as an orientation towards the ability to paint a treasure, in order to be successful. Chapter 104, The High Family has come to buy the formula. 4,000 big chapters begging for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Yin Shuyu didn't know if there was anything wrong with her explanation. She herself felt that her explanation was abstract, but that was all she could understand. Her master's father had explained it to her in the first place. When a painter's divine soul level and understanding of the painting reaches that level, this painting treasure can be made. But when the painter's divine soul level can't hit that level, then this painting treasure definitely won't come out. Yin Shuyu pondered for a moment and explained to Li Changqing. For example, if a powerful person at the level of painting sage wants to create a painted treasure with a great killing power, then he paints a knife, and he positions the painted treasure in such a way that this knife can sneak attack and kill an ordinary ascendant realm powerhouse. Then it's possible for his painted treasure to succeed. And if he's positioned that this painted treasure can kill land gods, then this painted treasure won't succeed at all. Listening to Yin Shuyu's explanation, Li Changqing could probably understand. Of course, I'm just giving an example. The use of a painted treasure still needs to depend on how strong the person using it is. Even if there really is a painted treasure that can injure a strong person of the realm of a land god immortal, that's only the upper limit. And to reach such an upper limit, an ordinary innate martial artist certainly can't do it. Perhaps a strong person of the Hotian Jedi realm can. Yin Shuyu guessed. Li Changqing didn't say anything. He digested what Yin Shuyu said there for a while. Her words weren't hard to understand. With his modern thinking he could actually still understand these. Just now, Li Changqing was just shocked that the original painting treasure was made like this, since there was a clear target. Then Li Changqing couldn't help but want to try it out himself. If one's wood carving can make a treasure, is it also called painting a treasure? It's not appropriate, is it? What should it be called? Carving treasure? Li Changqing almost laughed at his own thoughts. Lifting her head to look at Yin Shuyu eyeing herself as if asking if there were any more questions, Li Changqing didn't have too many problems for the time being. Then he handed that flying dagger painting treasure to Yin Shuyu. Many thanks, Senior. Yin Shuyu's face was delighted as she respectfully accepted it with both hands. It's nothing. It was originally yours. Returning the painting treasure to Yin Shuyu, immediately afterward, Li Changqing said, "Thank you for telling me so much information. It was very helpful to me. It's good to be helpful to Senior." Yin Shuyu nodded. Although he didn't know why he was asking so many questions that had to do with the painter. But this person in front of him was mysterious and unusual, and Yin Shuyu was thinking of making a good relationship. After another brief chat, Yin Shuyu decided to take her leave. Li Changqing didn't stay either, and Huang Xian didn't speak again till the end. Only bowing to Li Changqing on his way out, he followed Yin Shuyu. He was uncomfortable and insecure staying here, especially after he knew that Li Changqing could easily decapitate him. Fu Guang, later on, you pack up these things, Li Changqing commanded as he looked toward Zhang Fuguang who was feeding the fish in the pond in the distance. Good. Zhang Fuguang put down the fish food in his hands, then walked over and brought down the tea set that he had just drunk. But when Zhang Fuguang looked at Li Changqing's back, a flash of surprise also swept across his gaze. When that Huang Xian was about to make a move today, Zhang Fuguang had wanted to kill that Huang Xian if he went further. But the result was that when Li Changqing made his move, it made Zhang Fuguang startled. He didn't expect that Li Changqing, a gentle-looking person who didn't even have a strong aura at all, had such a thick cultivation, a true deep concealment. But immediately afterward, Zhang Fuguang was relieved. No wonder Li Changqing said he didn't need his help to kill people. Zhang Fuguang originally wanted to help Li Changqing to solve some bad trouble to pay off the debt, but the result is now found that the kindness owed to himself in this life can only be here to clean up the flowers and plants to pay off the debt. Thinking of this, Zhang Fuguang let out a bitter smile. He also has a scandalous name, but now he is reduced to a gardener. But thinking that his daughter likes this place very much, Zhang Fuguang thinks that this is also quite good. He once also aspired to the life of ordinary people, but that is his unattainable world. And now he can experience this kind of day is also very good. Just don't know, this kind of day, how long he can experience with his daughter. Back in the bamboo forest, Li Changqing gave a good summary of what Yin Shuyu said today. Then Li Changqing had a preliminary idea. This was also an idea that Li Changqing had been having since he came back from the ancient land of Daoshan. Only that this idea was just a prototype. And only now after listening to Yin Shuyu's explanation did he feel that there was still hope that this idea of his could be reached. The matter of his son gave Li Changqing a sense of urgency. He had to hurry up and figure out his own strength, or he had to make awesome wood carvings. At least he couldn't be like this time. When his son was in danger, he could only be beside him helplessly, watching his son being poisoned, but there is no way to do it. That kind of feeling makes Li Changqing realize what is called despair. It was the same feeling as in my previous life when I watched my wife take her life and I couldn't do anything about it. That's why Li Changqing had a plan to make his own treasures. Owning a wood carving is not the same as painting a scroll. A scroll needs good paper, ink, and a good brush. But you don't have to. You just need good wood for your own wood carving. Li Changqing also had a good piece of wood in his hand. The everlasting wood that was brought out from that ancient painting world. But at this point there wasn't much of the everlasting wood left. At a glance, eyeballing this size is still enough to make a painting treasure for my son. In Li Changqing's own understanding of painting treasures, there were active and passive types of painting treasures. Like the ones that needed to be catalyzed by the innate realm with innate true element were the active type of painting treasures. Those that did not need to be actively catalyzed, like the Earth Zhang Wang Bodhisattva that he had carved out, belonged to the passive type of painting treasures. Li Changqing's purpose this time was to carve out a passive type of painting treasure. One that will give your son a sense of security. Thinking of this, Li Changqing began to carve in earnest. Dao Trace City, Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Business at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is exceptionally good today. The same people who bought back the prepped vegetables yesterday are back. They went back and discovered the benefits of pre-made dishes that really heat up, and in just a few minutes the flavorful dishes are ready. Someone bought it back and had a big dinner with their family. Someone had a midnight snack. More still, they run restaurants, and when they buy them back, they add the dishes to their menus, which turn out to be well received by their guests. A lot of people still don't know about things like pre-made dishes and think it's a new dish that restaurants have drilled into them. So today's order has increased again. The restaurant owners who have tasted the sweetness before have come to place orders. Usually restaurants and taverns have their own ice cellar, and there is no need to worry about the pre-prepared dishes being bad at all when they are bought back and put in the ice cellar. According to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, if placed in an ice cellar, these prepared dishes can even last for more than a year. These 24 types of pre-prepared vegetables have sold very well, and the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce has also promised to follow up with more types of pre-prepared vegetables so that they can buy them with confidence. All of them were satisfied and placed their orders at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and paid the deposit. Just after noon, Evergreen Chamber of Commerce came a few people. The leader of the man in a leather jacket, mouth with a straw stick, waist with a knife, walking posture is very casual. The road encountered this person, passers-by have to get out of the way, as if they are all avoiding the plague. This man was followed by a few people, all of whom were also high-eyed and arrogant. The crowd was so aggressive that they had just walked into the Chamber of Commerce and attracted the attention of many people. The merchants in the Chamber of Commerce all showed scorn when they saw the visitor, and even rushed to hide to the side. Isn't that Hou? What's he doing here? He looks like he's coming. This Hou is a traitor of the Hai family, arrogant and unreasonable, coming to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce at this time of the year. He's definitely here to find trouble. That's right, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce has opened up in Dao Trace City. The Hai family couldn't have just sat back and watched. The surrounding crowd whispered. They felt that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was going to be in trouble. This Hou was a very disgusting character. This guest, what would you like to see? I'll introduce you. Our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce has just opened. The prices are fair and cheap. A young man from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce came up and asked politely. He was the son of the Sun family from Changqing town, and was now working here as a guide. Ha, 2A. Without speaking, Hou stuck a mouthful of phlegm before spitting it onto the ground, his eyes recklessly surveying the surroundings. Such a provocative scene caused the face of that Sun family youth to change. This looks like it's here to pick a fight. This guest, we don't allow spitting here, the Sun family youth patiently reminded. Oh, is that so? Then I'm really sorry. When Hou heard this, he let out a cold laugh, then turned back to his several juniors and said with a smile, hear that? No spitting. A few of the boys laughed at this and actually started spitting on one of them. Blah 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 blah. One of the minions, presumably salty in the morning, threw up 4 times in a row. Ha ha ha. Hou laughed out loud, looking at the blackened face of the Sun family youth in front of him, and laughed. Less ing bull. Call out your steward. Laozi is here today on behalf of the Minghai Chamber of Commerce to discuss business with you. It's to take care of you and send you money. This guest, our president, is not something you can just see when you want to. You need to make an appointment, the Sun family youth said after a moment of contemplation. Pop. As soon as the words fell, Hou raised his hand and slapped it, sending the Sun family youth flying several meters away on the spot. How do you hit people? Someone shouted angrily. Guards, said several guards running from all directions. What? Want to make a move? Don't even look at what kind of person this grandpa is. You guys make a move and try it. Hou's expression was very arrogant, a cold smile on his face, completely not putting the people present in his eyes. The merchants present were all on the sidelines, not daring to say anything. The people of the Hai family were just so arrogant. But who dared to be unafraid of the Hai family in Daoxian City? Only the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce dared to break bread with the Hai family. These guards also looked at each other. They looked at this person in front of them arrogant to the extreme. Like extremely background. For a while they did not dare to make a move, for fear of causing trouble for the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Hurry up and call your president out, or else I'll smash your trashy store now, Ho Wu said loudly. Saying that, one of the juniors stepped to the side and directly kicked the cloth on the shelf to the ground. Stop. At that moment, a voice came. Only a few figures came out from the inside of the Chamber of Commerce. The person in the lead was clearly Yan Buotao, followed by Bai Jingfei and Zhao Yiqiu. Yan Leisheng also just followed behind. Yan Buotao had thought that someone would come to cause trouble, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. It was also Li Changqing's authorization that he came here to sit on the town, because Li Changqing knew that there would soon be trouble coming to his doorstep, and it wouldn't do if there were no innate powerhouses sitting on the town. So Yan Buotao came. Who knew this would happen in the afternoon? Zhao Yiqiu and Bai Jingfei followed behind and frowned when they saw the scene. Back in Changqing town, who would dare to come to their house and do such a thing? It had been how many years since they had encountered such a headstrong person? Minghai Chamber of Commerce. So arrogant? Yo, you're the president of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Ho Wu looked at a few people walking towards him. Although he said that he felt Yan Buotao's aura was very strong, but when he thought that it was the Hai family behind him, Ho Wu did not have any worries. No matter how powerful the person in front of you is, he dares to offend the Hai family? Yan Buotao glanced at Ho Wu, then at his beaten employee, the spit that had been spat on the ground, and the scattered cloths. You did this? Yan Buotao asked faintly. It's master, I made it. Ho Wu came forward and took out a silver ticket from his pocket. I'm here today on behalf of the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. In the future, whatever pre-made dishes your family has, you're not allowed to sell them anymore. All the recipes go to our Minghai Chamber of Commerce. This is the buyout money for your recipes from our Minghai Chamber of Commerce. 2,000 taels of silver. Originally, the Minghai Chamber of Commerce gave 5,000 taels, but Ho Wu felt that 5,000 taels was too cheap for the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, so he left 3,000 taels for himself privately. In the past, such things Ho Wu did not do less. After all, behind the Minghai Chamber of Commerce, is the Hai family? There are two major innates sitting in the family. Who dares to say more? Why don't you fawn over me and send the stuff up? With that, he tossed the silver ticket with his hand. The silver ticket floated down to the ground. Ho Wu raised his chin. I think I've made things clear. No need for me to repeat myself, right? Now then, pick up the silver ticket and bring me back the formula. For a time, the entire Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was silent. All the merchants' faces changed. The Minghai Chamber of Commerce is really too reckless. This is already considered open robbery, isn't it? And they could imagine that if this business of pre-made dishes was given to the Minghai Chamber of Commerce, the price would at least double. Gee, it looks like you'll have to spend more money if you want to eat pre-made dishes in the future. So what can be done? The Hai family has opened their mouth. Does this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce dare not give it? The gazes of the crowd were focused on Yan Buotao. Chapter 105, Sculpting Blocked. The people from our Chamber of Commerce, did you beat them up? Yan Buotao looked towards the youth who had just been beaten. The youth's face was already swollen. Where had he suffered such an indignity before when he was in the Sun family? He was the grandson of one of the elders of the Sun family, and had purposely fought for this opportunity, thinking that he would be able to make something of himself here. But who knew that he would be beaten up on the second day of his arrival? At this moment, he was covering his face and looking at Yan Buotao in aggravation, hoping that Yan Buotao would make a decision for himself. What did you say? Ho Wu froze, somewhat beyond his expectations at Yan Buotao's question. Yan Buotao seems to be asking if this man hit himself. I'm the one who hit it. Everyone present saw it. Ho Wu looked with a surprised face and said to the surrounding crowd, am I right? You should have all seen it. I'm the one who hit this man. The surrounding crowd was embarrassed and didn't say anything. Yes, it was our brother Wu who hit him. We can all testify. The few juniors behind him also spoke cheekily, completely ignoring Yan Buotao's few people. After saying that, Ho Wu turned around and narrowed his eyes at Yan Buotao. See? So many people can testify that it was little Master me who hit him. So what? So what? I'll tell you the truth. Master, I'm in a good mood today. So just give him a slap. Just be thankful to go. If you do it normally, he'll still be able to breathe this time. Still don't know it. After saying that, he saw that the youth of the Sun family was still looking at himself. Ho Wu laughed and said, what? Little brat, don't you want your eyeballs? I'll pick them out for you later. The Sun family youth's face turned white and hurriedly looked to the side. The familiar people around them all believed that what Ho Wu said was true. There were many people who died in Ho Wu's hands when someone offended him on weekdays. There are not a few families that have been broken up by Hou. A lot of people know that Hou is backed by the Hai family and works in the Hai family, but not only that, there are a lot of people who know the insider clearly. This Hou is still a brother-in-law of Hai Dongsheng, although arrogant and domineering on weekdays, but Hai Dongsheng handed him things he can basically give to do a solid. So Hai Dongsheng to their own this brother-in-law is also quite care. He had offended people outside, but no one dared to say anything because of the Hai family's favor. It's just a matter of patience. This also made Hou more and more arrogant and lawless. What's wrong with an 8? Dare to offend the Hai family? How dare you offend my brother-in-law, Hai Dongsheng? That's the bottom line for Hou. However, just as Hou was looking at Yan Buotao in triumph, feeling that he had given Yan Buotao a downward spiral, Yan Buotao was suddenly kicking out, directly onto Hou's knee. There was a crisp click. Hou's leg bone was shattered on the spot by Yan Buotao's kick, and it was visible to the naked eye that Hou's leg was actually reversed. Ah! Hou fell to the ground on the spot, screaming in pain. Hou's veins rippled in pain. Sweat swished through his shirt. Hou couldn't believe what was happening at the moment. Even the dead Hou hadn't thought that Yan Buotao would actually dare to take a shot at him. Takeshi. The juniors who followed Hou were also baffled, and they even felt their legs go numb when they saw Hou's legs. What is this? I've never encountered this before. Who dared to fight back when they used to bully people? Hiss. The other customers present also sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at Yan Buotao with shocked faces. Yan Buotao had dared to hit the Hai family's people with his hands. Doesn't he know what the Minghai Chamber of Commerce represents in Daoxian City? You dare to break my leg. Hou's face grimaced and roared. Do you know who I am? Do you know who is behind me? I'm telling you that you're dead, and your evergreen Chamber of Commerce will never be able to open again. You are behind whoever you love. Yan Buotao indifferently looked at Hou and said, but in my Changqing Chamber of Commerce to injure my Chamber of Commerce, I broke one of your legs has been considered that I'm in a good mood today. If it was in Changqing town, you like this would have long been thrown by me to the street to feed the dogs. You're ing looking for death. Hou covered his leg and said with wide-eyed murderous intent, I'm telling you now, behind me is the Hai family, and my brother-in-law is Hai Dongsheng, the eldest son of the Hai family. Really ing blind your dog eyes. You wait for me to go back and call people to kill your whole family. You what Yin family? Let your family chicken and dogs. You this Chamber of Commerce everyone will die. The reason the dog is still barking is because the beating didn't hurt. Yan Buotao's eyes sank. Ka-ching! Yan Buotao stepped forward and crushed the ankle of Hou's other foot with another kick. Hou's bones were as brittle as a cookie under Yan Buotao's soles. Hearing that voice, everyone present felt a cold air rise behind them. They realized that this Yan Buotao was really a ruthless character. The downward spiral. Oh no! The downward spiral is really vicious. And knowing that Hou's back was the Hai family, he was still so ruthless. Could it be that he's really not afraid of the Hai family? Does it have something to offer? Or is it just that its newborns are not afraid of tigers? Ah! I'll you up! Hou hissed in pain. He was on the verge of fainting. He was like a shrimp being plucked from its whiskers as he bowed on the ground and kept tossing and turning. That pain swept through his entire body. It hurt so much that he shivered all over and his face turned white. How could Hou not have expected that he had moved out of the Hai family, moved out of his brother-in-law, and had been stepped on more than once? Where had this happened to him before? Do you know it hurts this time? Yan Buotao said coldly, if you still don't feel the pain, I don't mind scrapping those hands of yours as well, and from now on feel at ease lying in bed waiting for someone to feed you. Don't. I'm wrong. Chairman Sama, I'm wrong. It's all my fault. I'll roll this time. Hou was really scared this time. He was originally a bully by nature. Since moving out of the Hai family was useless, then Hou really didn't have a single thing left to do. He could see that if he continued to be arrogant, then Yan Buotao could really waste his 2 pairs of hands, and if he didn't beg for forgiveness at this time, when would he wait? If you lose all your limbs, you're really an invalid. Go back and tell your master that my Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's recipes are not for sale, so he'd better die. Behind him, Bai Jingfei also stepped out and said, Yes, I'll go back and talk to my brother-in-law. After saying that, Hou was about to reach out and pick up the silver tickets on the ground, but just as he stretched out his hand, the silver ticket suddenly flew up and into Yan Buotao's hand. Coming to my Chamber of Commerce to cause trouble, beating up my people, and overturning my goods. This amount of silver is considered compensation. Yan Buotao collected the silver ticket without changing his face. It should be. Hou hurriedly said with a fawning smile. A few juniors rushed up to give Hou a hand up. Hou's leg moved with a sharp pain, but still gritted his teeth and stood up. However, the moment he turned around, Hou's gaze revealed a ferocious expression. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, wait for me. I want each and every one of you to be worse off than I am. What I've suffered here today, I'll make you pay back tenfold. 100-fold. 1,000-fold. Hou was just about to leave when he heard Yanbuotao behind him speak again. Wait. Hou's heart thumped. But he still stood still and said with a fawning smile on his face as he was helped to turn around. Is there anything else, Mr. Chairman? Yanbuotao pointed to the ground and said, don't you need to clean up the soiled floor? Clean up. Clean up, Hou said in a hurry, then hurriedly scolded a few of his men. Don't hurry to clean it up for others. No need to be so troublesome, Yanbuotao said with a smile. It's been so long it's all dried up. Rubbing it is afraid that it's not good enough to wipe it off. Just kneel on the ground and give it a lick to clean it up. What? Hou couldn't believe his ears, and his expression revealed horror. Everyone else present looked at Yanbuotao in shock. This Chamber of Commerce's president was really good at playing. But why is it so disgusting that everyone is kind of looking forward to seeing Hou on his knees licking the floor? Was it not heard? But I'm a person who doesn't like to say things twice. Yanbuotao's voice calmed down while his gaze looked between Hou's legs. It was like a wave of death sweeping over. Hou immediately felt a cold crotch, and hastily said with a jolt, I'll lick. Guarantee to give a clean lick. After saying that, the whole thing fell to the ground. The images are more or less disgusting and some people can't bear to look at them. Even a few of his minions frowned down. Not to mention Hou. You Moncler, who just spit out several more mouths. Hou broke out. The little brother who had poo-pooed several times didn't even dare to make a sound at this time. Only after Hou had cleaned up the ground did he take the men and run away with them. We've sort of completely offended the Hai family. Zhao Ichio walked up and said, I don't know how the Hai family will react. The Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce hasn't made a move yet. Nothing to worry about. Yanbuotao said confidently. The great confessor has said, soldiers come to block, water comes to cover the earth. What moves the Hai family wants to make, we will just follow. As for the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce, there is even no need to worry. The great confessor said that the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce will not stand on the side of the Hai family, and will not be an enemy of our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce either. The Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce won't be our enemy? Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei were a bit curious. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce had come to their territory to steal their food. How could the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce not be an enemy of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? The Cloud Ridge sect isn't that nice, is it? That's what the great donor said. He had greeted the Cloud Ridge sect in advance. Yanbuotao shook his head and said, since the great donor said so, we believe it is. When Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei heard this, they were also a bit surprised. Li Changqing and the Cloud Ridge sect still had an old relationship? Thinking of the mysterious and powerful Li Changqing, their hearts became more confident. Yan family, Changqing Township. Li Changqing was currently in the bamboo forest behind him, carving the everlasting wood according to what he had in mind. Before, he was just being spontaneous. But this time, after listening to Yin Shuyu's words, Li Changqing directly set a goal of wood carving in his mind before he started carving. However, this time, something that made Li Changqing himself feel surprised happened. Carving yourself gets so tough. The work that is so familiar to me on a regular basis is now so difficult that even dropping the knife to remove a piece of wood chip takes a lot of effort. Not only that, after carving 2 incense sticks of time, even a rough shape has not been carved out yet. Li Changqing felt very tired mentally. Eyelids fighting. Drowsiness, as if at any time can lie down on the ground to fall asleep. This feeling of exhaustion was not there before. Ever since he came to the Tsong Yuan realm, Li Changqing had never felt his divine soul consumed so quickly. Carving was difficult and particularly taxing. Li Changqing seemed to understand at this point. Could it be that it was so difficult because the carving of this wooden sculpture was just a bit anticlimactic? What is holding you back? Is it called the way of heaven? Or is it the rules of this Tsong Yuan realm? But no matter what, even if the progress is a little slower, Li Changqing intends to get this carving out, to add a touch of security for his son. After feeling that this carving was tough, Li Changqing was not discouraged. Since he could carve it, he could definitely make it. It's just a matter of time. They slowly carve the previous lifetime also once for a huge wood carving. Rush to work busy for half a year of time are the case. Carving is sleepy. So it's good to take a nap to replenish your spirit. So Li Changqing simply let Zhang Fuguang build a simple hut in the middle of the bamboo forest. Then he himself stayed here, letting Fei guard the outside. By the way, he told Zhang Fuguang that he was going to be in seclusion for a period of time, and that it would be fine to have Zhang Fuguang send his daily meal to the outside of the bamboo forest. Zhang Fuguang nodded his head in understanding. Zhang Fuguang was also a bit curious about what exactly Li Changqing was cultivating, but did not pry much. It was as if although Li Changqing had taken in the father and daughter, he had not asked them why they had come to Minghang Prefecture from the Daiyuan dynasty. Zhang Fuguang was also thankful in his heart that Li Changqing did not ask. Because of this, Zhang Fuguang didn't really want to talk about it. He still cleaned the yard every day on time and then lived a quiet life with his daughter. On the Mukai Peak, After this period of recuperation, Li Hongsheng's body had completely recovered. Learning that it was Li Jinsong who had saved him, Li Hongsheng, after waking up, also made a special trip to the floating pavilion to find Li Jinsong to thank him specially. After all, Li Jinsong was the owner of the floating pavilion. Such an identity also saved himself. Not to properly thank a turn really cannot be said. No need to be polite. You're a disciple of my Daoshan ancient land. It's only right to save you, Li Jinsong said with a smile. He loved this child, Li Hongsheng, from the bottom of his heart. But be careful in everything in the future, Li Jinsong exhorted. You have great potential and overwhelming enlightenment. You definitely have a good future ahead. But you don't have enough experience in the Jianghu. So in the future, pay more attention to everything. The ghost race is keeping a close eye on our human race's geniuses, just for fear that our human race will rise again with some strong person. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. I will pay more attention in the future, Li Hongsheng suddenly said curiously. After I woke up, I also heard that something seemed to have happened to the sect a few days ago. Even the sect's grand formation was turned on, as if someone had broken in. What's going on? Chapter 106, Don't be angry, Your Highness. He will have a son with no asshole. Li Hongsheng's words caused Li Jinsong to frown lightly, and he couldn't help but think of Li Changqing's figure. It was someone who trespassed into the Daoshan ancient land overnight, and was discovered by a few of our Daoshan ancient land's peak masters, who then made a big fuss in the Daoshan ancient land, but did not cause much damage, and then the person left without hurting anyone. Li Jinsong didn't say much, just a brief stroke. This person is also too bold, Li Hongsheng exclaimed. He even dares to break into the Dao Mountain ancient land. Do you know what kind of person he is? That's not known for a while. This person is extremely strong and his methods are endless. Even I couldn't take him down and let him run away in the end. Li Jinsong spoke in a muffled voice. Don't you ask? Humph. Not a good person anyway. Previously, Sumai had specifically explained that he should not talk to Li Hongsheng about Li Changqing. Li Jinsong said he was too lazy to talk about Li Changqing. Defeated in the hands of Li Changqing. What is there to say about this kind of thing? And although Li Jinsong didn't ask the reason, he also knew that Li Changqing was so powerful. But he didn't tell his own son. Maybe there were his own reasons, and surely it was also for the purpose of protecting Li Hengsheng. Maybe it could bring danger to Li Hengsheng. Then he was even more not going to say it. Seeing that Li Jinsong seemed to be depressed, Li Hengsheng also fought for Li Jinsong and directly opened his mouth to say, what the Pavilion Master said is that, what kind of good person can it be to intrude into the ancient land of my Daoshan in the middle of the night? Li Pavilion Master, you just don't have any general knowledge of him. If you get serious, it's not a piece of cake to pack up this kind of hairy thief? That's right, I just didn't see eye to eye with him. It's still you kid who has eyesight. Come on, drink tea, Li Jinsong said happily. Perhaps if others kissed ass and said so, Li Jinsong would not feel anything. But Li Changqing's son so flattered that he was better than his father, which made Li Jinsong feel a lot more comfortable. Even the tea in the cup felt sweet. Seeing Li Jinsong in a better mood, Li Hengsheng took advantage of the situation to say a few more words. That's right. This kind of evil person definitely won't have a good ending, and in the future, he will have a son who probably doesn't even have an asshole. Put. With these words, Li Jinsong really couldn't help himself and directly sprayed a mouthful of tea directly onto Li Hengsheng's face. Being sprayed in the face, Li Hengsheng was dumbfounded. What? Did you flatter yourself too much? Sorry. Li Jinsong was also embarrassed and hurriedly took out a towel for Li Hengsheng to wipe his face. Then hurriedly said, that intruder is not a thing on the line. In fact, his son is not necessary. Maybe the son is a good boy. Pavilion Master, you are just too kind. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. A rat's son can make holes. He is not a good person. His son may not be a good thing either. Li Hongsheng shook his head to express his disagreement with what Li Jinsong said. Nice guy. The father is a ruthless man. But the son is not weak at all. Ruthless even to himself. No less. The son of a mouse can make a hole. Right. Li Jinsong suddenly spoke up and asked, where is your hometown? Minghongzhou, Changqing town. Li Hengsheng said, is your father from Long Pavilion? 2. This shouldn't be it. I remember it seems like I moved to Changqing town when I was small. I can't remember where I was before. I also once asked my father, and my father refused to tell me. Li Hengsheng shook his head. The previous memories are all very fuzzy. Pavilion Master Li, what are you asking about this matter for? Nothing, just poking around. Idle chatter. Li Jinsong's mind muttered. That Li Changqing was likewise at the cultivation level of a painting saint, and the back of the one in the tree that day really looks too much like Yu Hanjun. Plus if you extrapolate with Li Hengsheng's age, it was indeed around the time of Moon Hanjun's accident. Could it be that he's really Moon Hankuan? too bad I didn't get to see his face that day. If it was true, then why had Yu Hanjun appeared in Minghong Prefecture? And what had he gone through? And how did he not even recognize himself? Why had he offended the Song Yuan realm lord back then? So many mysteries that Li Jinsong would love to know. If he had been back then, he would have gone to Heavenly Sea City for his brother to ask for an explanation, and would have definitely investigated this matter to the bottom. Not to mention that he would have done it even for Yu Hankuan's sake. But since he almost died on the Void Dragon Island, he was seriously injured, and his divine soul was frustrated, and his divine soul was irreversible, and he fell from the Painting Saint realm, and he was never able to step into the level of the Painting Saint in this life. Li Jinsong sank into desolation for 10 years. For the past 10 years, he didn't want to interact with anyone, stayed away from his family, his friends, hiding out in the ancient land of Daoshan. He painted some paintings for Daoshan ancient land, and afterward, he hid in the floating pavilion and drank. That period of time was truly the darkest time in his life, and when he finally slowly soothed the hurt in his heart, it was also beyond his reach. Moon Hanjun had already been suppressed by the Song Yuan realm lord, with him being a senior painter. What can he do? After chatting for a while longer, Li Hengsheng took his leave first. When Li Hengsheng is gone, Li Jinsong was silent there for a long time, and what always lingered in his mind was that figure of Li Changqing. Eventually, Li Jinsong walked to the depths of the floating pavilion and took out a wooden box from a hidden compartment, which was already very old and had a full layer of dust on it. He opened the box and inside it was a letter. The envelope is yellowed, and I don't know how long it's been in here. It's a letter that's been written for years, but it was never mailed. Recipient. The moon dances lightly. Light dance. Li Jinsong reached out his hand and caressed the 3 words moonlight dance on top of the envelope, his eyes showing a touch of tenderness. Yu Light Dance was Yu Hanjuan's younger sister and once Li Jinsong's favorite woman. He could still remember Moonlight Dance's knitted brows and smile to this day. Watching the corners of her mouth rise, that was Li Jinsong's most heartwarming moment. Once upon a time, he and Yu Hanjun were arch rivals, neither one of them serving the other, and the 2 youngest painting saints competed for the title of who was the first genius. And once when he was competing with Moon Hankuan again, he met her. That smile directly made Li Jinsong sink. Every time he and Yu Hanjun were painting outside, Yu Light Dance would quietly watch from the side and prepare refreshments for them. Li Jinsong, your drawings just aren't as good as my brother's. My brother's paintings are the best in the world. You're not convinced? So what if you don't? Just hold it in. You still want to rebel against me? Beneath the starry sky, on the quiet grass, the 2 lay staring up at the winking firmament, the wind blowing, but it was that silent. The only thing that came from the distance was the babbling of the brook. The youth's fingers paced the grass, wanting to run to the maiden's jade palm. It was only a few inches away, but it was like the end of the world. He was tense in his mind. Li Jinsong, I heard that there are dragons in this world that can cross the sun and the moon, and turn over the clouds and the sea. But are there really? The young girl asked curiously. A dragon? The youth said in surprise. That naturally exists. It's recorded in the book, and it had injured countless people and plagued the world, and was later repelled by the Song Yuan realm lord. Is the dragon nice? The young girl sidled over to look at the youth. This side face directly made the youth look dumbfounded. His eyes were more sparkling than the stars in the starry river. His long eyelashes, and his exquisite face made everything in this world seem to be dimmed in color. Good looking, he said obsessively. You've seen it? That I haven't seen. How do you know it's pretty if you haven't seen it? I knew it. It's not just a dragon. Light Dance, you want to see it? I'll draw it for you someday. Really? You can draw dragons? How can you draw a dragon if you haven't seen one yet? Then you don't have to care. I can draw it for you is all. The youth had a confident look on his face. When the time comes, I'll carry the dragon work and propose marriage to your Yu family. Yes, my lady is waiting for you. Thoughts drifted back and Li Jinsong touched the letter, his eyes getting lost. More than 10 years have passed. I wonder how she is today, and does she know anything about Moon Hanjun? Li Hengsheng went to the reflecting heart lake and challenged the scholar of the 9 battle pavilion once again. The result is still a fiasco. Despite the fact that his cultivation level had gone from the 7th level of the mortal transformation realm to the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm, the ending remained unchanged, and even the process was the same as the last time, without the slightest change. The scholar's sword. Too fast. It was so fast that Li Hengsheng didn't even have a chance to block it and directly severed his head. Moreover, his attacks were broken in the eyes of the scholar, and he was unable to hurt the scholar in the slightest. Originally, I wanted to go find Zhou Jun for a cup of tea, and then ask Zhou Jun what happened to the realm of the sword following the heart that he talked about last time. However, Zhou Jun was not in the Dao Mountain ancient land because he was doing his prototypal task. Li Hengsheng could only return to Mohai Peak to come and question Su Mohai. The sword follows the heart? When Su Mohai heard Li Hengsheng ask this question, but he laughed, then said, to reach this realm, you basically need to have Hotian realm cultivation as well, and you're still far away from this realm. Although you are now at the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm, but you have a strong physique, there is still room for improvement, and you have not yet reached the time for a breakthrough. When you reach the Hotian realm, it is not too late to want to perceive this realm. Su Mohai felt that Li Hengsheng was more or less overambitious. But you want to know? Come with me. Su Mohai still brought Li Hengsheng to the outside and found a random tree in the mountain. Then Su Mohai said, the so-called sword moves with the heart. The one that uses the sword and the one that you use is the gun. But the overall is the same. It's nothing more than just a name. The real point of this is to move with the heart. But this so-called heart is not the one you understand the meaning of, Su Mohai said with a smile. Li Hengsheng didn't really understand. Not the heart that he understood. Then what other heart could it be? Can a person not have two hearts? Use your gun to stab these leaves and see how many you can pierce. Su Mohai spoke to Li Hengsheng before pointing at the tree beside him. After saying that, Su Mohai was casually striking out a palm. A seemingly casual palm. But the palm force was particularly vast. The ancient tree rumbled and trembled, followed by dense leaves falling from the tree. Seeing this, Li Hengsheng's gaze condensed, and the immortal by immortal gun in his hand directly struck out. Li Hengsheng's physical body was very strong, so the speed of his gun was very fast, especially after Li Hengsheng cultivated the 9 true divine gun diagram. When his wrist shook, it was all about gun shadows. Wow! An unknown number of leaves were pierced through a hole by Li Hengsheng, until the leaves all fell to the ground. Su Mohai also glanced at Li Hengsheng unexpectedly, because he didn't expect Li Hengsheng to actually cultivate other spear techniques. When did you realize another one? This enlightenment is really sick. With a wave of Su Mohai's big hand, those leaves flew up and were directly fixed in mid-air. This hand also made Li Hengsheng greatly surprised. This should be the 5 seals of destruction. Only to see that at least 70 to 80 leaves out of the hundreds of leaves were all penetrated with a hole by Li Hengsheng. This was already the limit of Li Hengsheng. Not bad. The marksmanship is indeed good. Su Mohai also let out a sigh of praise. Master's father is being overly complimentary. Li Hengsheng also said politely, give it to me. Su Mohai held out his hand, and Li Hengsheng handed over the immortal expelling gun in his hand, only to see Su Mohai's arm wave. Another ancient tree rumbled, and another large amount of leaves fell down. And right at this moment, Su Mohai's lazy aura instantly changed, becoming as if it was a sharp knife. Li Hengsheng didn't even react before he saw Su Mohai pull out his gun. The movement was extremely fast, and even his eyes didn't look at it carefully, as if he had stabbed out haphazardly. The quickness of the gun coming out gave birth to densely packed gunshots. In less than a breath of time, Li Hengsheng didn't even see clearly how many shots Su Mohai had actually stabbed out. This kind of speed of the gun, in Li Hengsheng's opinion, was even faster than that 9 heavy battle pavilion's second-rank scribe sword. Here, Su Mohai threw the immortal expelling gun back to Li Hengsheng. Master teacher's shooting skills are also this powerful? This was something Li Hengsheng had not expected. However, Su Mohai shook his head. I've never practiced spearmanship, but all paths lead to the same thing. The same reasoning. At my realm, all these things don't matter. Just like our vice-patriarch, Xue Qianbai, even though his strongest skill is swordmanship, if you give him a sword, he'll be just as strong at the top. Hearing Su Mohai say this, Li Hengsheng understood. Then he looked to the leaves on the ground. He crouched down and picked up a few of them with his hands and realized that they all had a hole in them. Li Hengsheng grabbed another random handful, and the same were all holes, all stabbed out by the immortal gun. I can't believe none of them were missed. What's more, each hole is fixed in place, unlike your own, and it's not even close to being neatly organized. Seeing this scene, Li Hengsheng's heart was very shocked. When you see a leaf fall with your eyes pass it on to your conscious mind, which in turn gives commands to your limbs, and you fire the gun. It's already too late. That's why you can't block Shushing's sword every time, because you're much slower. Su Mohai looked at the shocked Li Hengsheng and said, the so-called moving with the heart is not done with the eyes, but with the help of the divine soul. When you can get used to the pairing of the divine soul and the body, you'll be able to step into the realm of the gun moving with the heart. Chapter 107, Think everyone is as perverted as your father? With a divine soul? Li Hengsheng didn't expect the so-called moving with the heart to actually do this with the power of the divine soul rather than with the heart. But from the time Li Hengsheng had cultivated until now, he really hadn't paid any attention to how to move his divine soul, and hadn't even observed his own divine soul. Master, we martial artists also cultivate divine souls? Isn't the divine soul something that only painters can cultivate? Li Hengsheng didn't understand it very well. He had only heard from Li Changqing since he was a child that a painter cultivates the divine soul and a martial artist practices the physical body. A strong divine soul can only paint better paintings, and the best way to cultivate the divine soul is to paint, which is why Li Changqing spends so much money to keep painting. It's a pity that painters seem to have talent limitations. Their own martial arts cultivation talent is poor. Their own dad's painting talent is no better. A typical pair of scrappy father and son. The divine soul is something that all people have. It's just that we martial artists and painters don't use our divine souls in the same way. Painters cultivate their divine souls and we martial artists borrow our divine souls. To be precise, we don't have as high an application of our divine souls. And most of us martial artists don't have the qualifications of a painter. So it's no use even if we force ourselves to learn how to paint. That's why the vast majority of us, in our entire lives, won't be able to promote our divine souls to the divine soul realm. This is decided from the time of birth. And the moment you hold the brush you know whether you have the stature of a painter or not. Sumai explained to Li Hengsheng. In fact, if you now fall silent and perceive yourself in the way of sensation, you will be able to see your divine soul. Hearing Sumai say this, Li Hengsheng sank his heart down and then tried to sense himself. A moment later, the wind died down, as if the world outside had been cut off. Even if time had stopped flowing, Li Hengsheng felt the world around him fall silent, and opened his eyes to see that everything around him had gone black, as if he had fallen into an abyss. With all the endless darkness in front of him, Li Hengsheng was not afraid because he could feel that he had entered into a world of his own, and when he looked around, he realized that there was a slight light in the darkness in one direction. The light was faint, but especially noticeable in this darkness. The bright light was a small ball of light. Said small ball of light, but it was only the size of a soybean, very small. Trying to touch it with his hand, but Li Hengsheng realized that it was as if that thing could never be touched. Only as big as a bean grain? Li Hengsheng said with a frown as he freed himself from the darkness. Master's divine souls are the same. They are all the size of a bean grain, Sumai said with a smile. Although some martial artists' divine souls may change, the end result will at most become the size of an apricot, and it's impossible to get any bigger. So for us martial artists, although the divine soul is important, the requirement for the divine soul realm isn't that high, whereas painters are different. They follow the path of soul cultivation, and the stronger the divine soul cultivation is, the stronger they themselves become. But I've heard that painter can also use our martial artists' moves, and even the feats we perform they can learn them just by looking at them. Is that true? Li Hengsheng couldn't help but ask. That's right, Sumai nodded. It's basically about the same. Although the statement is a bit exaggerated, the general statement is right. How can this be? If they don't cultivate martial arts, how are they going to execute moves if they don't have true essence of their own? Li Hengsheng felt that this question was a bit unbelievable. This is the benefit of a strong divine soul. A strong divine soul can replace the power of true essence, so the painter can simulate a martial artist's moves when he looks at them. Sumai lamented. But the painters are not omnipotent. They can certainly simulate the moves of the martial artists, but the requirements of the divine soul are very harsh. They are destined to be unable to simulate those top martial arts. So although the painters are powerful, but their achievements are limited. Even the strongest painters who have the title of painting immortal on the martial arts cultivation is also unable to rival the land immortals among the martial artists, but it still feels a little playful. Li Hengsheng sighed lightly. To be able to learn by looking at it, the painter is also too powerful. Even if a very powerful martial art can't be learned, that's absolutely fine. Besides, even if it's one of us in the martial arts path, how many of us can reach the realm of the land immortals? Saying that, Li Hengsheng looked at Sumai and said, moreover, I heard that the person who broke into the Daoshan ancient land a few days ago was also a painter, and it said that he even learned the Daoshan ancient land's 5 extreme seal characteristics. It's reasonable to say that the 5 extreme seal characteristics of our Daoshan ancient land is a very powerful martial art as well. And this person was even able to learn it, so I'd say that painters really do have a great advantage. Hearing Li Hengsheng's words, Sumai simply wanted to laugh bitterly. Painter certainly has the advantage, but want to become a painter requirements are extremely high. Have the qualification to become a painter of the people itself is 1 in a million, and the cultivation of the soul is also more difficult than the cultivation of our martial arts practitioners. Want to become a senior painter or even painting saint like the powerhouse is more of a phoenix feather in the general existence. As for my Dao Mountain ancient land's 5 seals of determination, that's not something that any level of painter can simulate down. It's just a special case. After saying this, Sumai muttered in his heart, you think everyone is as perverted as your father? The 5 best seal scripts are at your fingertips. Damn it, you're more skillful than I am in using them. Li Hengsheng nodded half-heartedly. After getting the answer of sword follows heart from Sumai, Li Hengsheng returned to Qingyu Mountain. Although Sumai said it was unlikely, Li Hengsheng still wanted to try to see this gun follows Heart Realm. Only just returning, Su Kuei came up and handed Li Hengsheng a letter. No name? Li Hengsheng looked at the letter with no name or address on it. It was just addressed to Li Hengsheng. Li Hengsheng was a little curious. The letter didn't look like it was sent by his own father. Return to the house and open the letterhead. How have you been, Mr. Li? When he saw the first sentence, Li Hengsheng's entire body froze. The feeling is somewhat familiar. Dear quietly? Impossible. Wasn't Sister Dear taken away? But when Li Hengsheng read the letter, Li Hengsheng's entire body was stunned. The letter was actually really sent by the Dear quietly, although it was written by someone else. But many of the contents of the letter are things that only two people, Li Hengsheng and Dear quietly, know. And this cannot be faked. It really is a quiet letter from the Dear. Li Hengsheng's mood was a little excited, and Dear quietly said that he would continue to write letters. It was good to know that Dear quietly had no safety issues in the ancient kingdom of the Long Night. Moreover, in the letter, Dear whispering said that she had already become a Hotian realm martial artist, which made Li Hengsheng also happy for Dear whispering, and at the same time, he also lamented about his poor qualifications. Senior Sister Dear, we will definitely meet again, Li Hengsheng said with certainty. At the same time he thought of the man, Chu Changqing, that person who looked at him as if he was a mole. Li Hengsheng was juvenile and had a temper. One day, he would defeat Chu Changqing in a dignified manner and snatch back his own dear senior sister, the heaven's pride of the Long Night ancient kingdom. So what? Li Hengsheng once again closed his door. He wanted to first thoroughly impact his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. Then the hand will find a way to enter the Hotian realm. Trailblazer City. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's actions completely angered Hai Dongsheng. Learning of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's behavior, Hai Dongsheng directly laughed. No one had dared to anger him for a long time. Hai Dongsheng looked at the crippled Ho Wu, who was currently lying on a stretcher, both of his legs completely ruined. He was complaining about the arrogance of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce with a snotty nose and a tearful face, and also added fuel to the fire by saying how that Yen Buotao didn't put the Hai family in his eyes. Hearing that, Hai Dongsheng's entire face was cold and terrifying. That Yen Buotao even said that the Hai family is nothing. If he dares to come, he will kill the Hai family and slaughter the chickens and dogs for the Hai family. And he said he's going to waste your third leg. Grand Duke, Ho Wu cried. The look was simply as miserable as it could be. Shut up, useless punk. Although Hai Dongsheng was angry, he wasn't a cutie. Of course he knew that most of this was Ho Wu's haphazard fabrication, but the attitude of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was intolerable to Hai Dongsheng, seemingly breaking Ho Wu's 2 legs, but it was 2 slaps on his Hai Dongsheng's face. This was not putting his Hai family in his eyes. Hai Dongsheng's anger hadn't been this intense for a long time. In Dao Trace City, and even in the entire Minghong Prefecture, the Hai family had always spoken the truth. Who dares to resist? The Hai family has the old man in charge. That was a solid innate perfect realm powerhouse. Which family which strength dared not to give some thin face? Even if the peak master of the Dao Mountain ancient land saw it, he would speak politely. As a result, a tiny Yin family that had just advanced to the innate realm actually dared to not give face and openly fight against their Hai family? Grand Duke, don't get angry. Why don't I, the old slave, go to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and give them an ultimatum? The old man came up and said, by the way, the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce hasn't moved so far? Hai Dongsheng suddenly felt strange. Yes, the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce hasn't made any movements. The old man also felt strange. The Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce is a bit too quiet. Don't they have any thoughts about this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? That woman Lin Wanghuan is a chicken thief. Could it be that she has some other ideas? Maybe it's because she wants me, the Hai family, to be the one to stand out, and then they, the Cloud Ridge sect, will just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Hai Dongsheng muttered to himself. The Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce had naturally received word of what had happened in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in the afternoon. Is this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce really newborn? Or does it really have a background? Lin Wanghuan was also pondering over this matter. Compared to Hai Dongsheng's sharpness, Lin Wanghuan was of the steady type. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce dared to open a Chamber of Commerce in Daoxian City. It should have long investigated the situation in Daoxian City. So she let the Cloud Ridge sect investigate the background of this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in the first place, to avoid inviting trouble for herself. She wasn't that brainless guy, Hai Dongsheng, who thought he was invincible. Mississippi. At this time, Auntie Meng walked in from outside, directly handing a letter to Lin Wanghuan. This is a letter from Lord Sovereign. Expedited? Looking at the markings on the envelope, Lin Wanghuan hurriedly opened the letter. There is only one sentence on the top of the letter. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce should not be messed with. Seeing this letter, Lin Wanghuan was also stunned. confirming that it was his father Lin Xingnan's handwriting. Lin Wanghuan still felt surprised that his father had written such a sentence with such gravity. What exactly is the background of this evergreen chamber of commerce? His own father was the patriarch of the Cloud Ridge sect, and he was even so scornful of this evergreen chamber of commerce. Lin Wanghuan was a little glad for a moment that he hadn't acted impulsively like the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise there is a good chance of a major disaster. Let's wait and see what else the Hai family does. Lin Wanghuan said indifferently. She was happy to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Has the behemoth that is the Hai family messed with a character they can't afford to mess with? Thinking about the possibility of the Hai family being defeated made Lin Wanghuan happy from the bottom of his heart. Day 2. Sinking Fish Diner. You come again. The owner of the Sinking Fish Dining Hall, Zhou Wangkai, was very happy. Those pre-made dishes that he bought at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce yesterday were really a big hit. The diners were so satisfied that the turnover of his little restaurant went up quite a bit. It was at this time that a group of guests were sent away, and footsteps came again from the doorway. Zhou Wangkai thought that another guest had come to the door, and hurriedly turned back with joy and said, "Welcome," but when he just looked back, he realized that the person coming was actually a son of the Hai family. He was wearing the clothes of the Hai family and was very eye-catching. "So it's all the friends from the Hai family. Please take a seat. Please take a seat." He didn't dare to offend the people of the Hai family and hurriedly gave up his seat politely. "Do pre-made dishes sell well?" The head Hai family's son sneered. This, thanks to you, is okay." Before Zhou Wangkai could understand what was going on, the disciple lifted his finger and pointed at the things inside the store and said softly, "Smash it for me." Bang! As soon as the words fell, a son of the Hai family raised his foot and kicked a table to pieces, and the others began to smash it in the middle of the restaurant. "Don't smash! Don't!" Zhou Wangkai was stunned, but before he could step forward to stop him, he was kicked in the stomach and went into spasms of pain. Beat him. Zhou Wangkai didn't even understand what was going on. He was severely beaten, beating him so much that he cried and cried. Even the bones were broken, and the store was smashed to pieces. Even a complete bowl was not left. If you dare to buy from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce again, this is what will happen. In the future, I'll come to your store once and smash it. I'll beat you up once I see you. Do you understand? As he was leaving, the disciple of the Hai family angrily said, Got it, got it." Zhou Wangkai lay on the ground and whispered, "It's not just this diner, but anyone who had bought prepared vegetables from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce yesterday was almost always given a beating by someone from the Hai family. Several restaurants and taverns have been smashed, and the Hai family also clearly let the word out. In the future, whoever dared to cooperate with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and give orders to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce would be an enemy of their Minghai Chamber of Commerce and the Hai family. To make an enemy of their old master, a powerful person of the innate perfection realm." The moment these words came out, it could be said that the entire Dao Trace City's merchants were stunned. Is there more on the list? The Hai family's thugs walked down the street, ready to find the next one. "Boss, there's one left, and they bought the preps yesterday too." "Whose house? Go up and smash it." The leading son of the Hai family waved his hand. "Let's see. It's the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce." "Oh, go back." Chapter 108, The District of the Innate. "It's not like you haven't killed them before?" Once the news of the Hai family came out, the merchants in the entire Dao Trace City didn't dare to cooperate with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce anymore, and they had all heard that the people who had previously bought prepared vegetables from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce had all come to a terrible end. The lighter ones had been severely beaten up, and the heavier ones might even have been paralyzed in bed for the rest of their lives. The owner of the Sinking Fish Dining Hall had 3 ribs broken, and the store was smashed. It's just too tragic. What's this? I heard that not only was the Yenyun building shopkeeper badly beaten, but even his wife. Hai family's people are a bunch of Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't you want to die? This matter was already a topic of quiet discussion among the people of Dao Trace City after tea. For a while, Evergreen Chamber of Commerce even became a taboo word. Merchants who had previously come to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to order have come in to return their orders and have said they don't want their deposits and they don't want their pre-made dishes. After saying this, he left the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce as if he was fleeing. Only Lin Wangshu laughed and shook his head after hearing this news, saying, "This Hai Dongsheng really hasn't made any progress. It's always the same thing. That Hai Dongsheng is all about this, but it's always been useful." Aunt Meng poured Lin Wangshu a cup of tea, then said with a smile, "Isn't Hai Dongsheng always so overbearing just like that old thing from the Hai family?" There was also a time before when someone tried to provoke the majesty of the Hai family, only to be sanctioned by the Hai family in the same way. 3 months of time froze without even receiving a single order. No one dares to offend the Hai family. I see that this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce might end up like this as well. Not necessarily. Lin Wangshu picked up the hot tea and took a sip. My father said that this evergreen chamber of commerce is not to be messed with. Maybe the Hai family really kicked the bucket this time. Perhaps this evergreen chamber of commerce is not to be messed with and has a background that can counteract the Hai family. Aunt Meng, however, said, but a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. This Dao Trace City is, after all, the territory of our Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce and Ming Hai Chamber of Commerce. And everyone is still very scrupulous about the Hai family. So as long as the Hai family gives the word, there's still no one who dares to disregard the Hai family's face. Even if this evergreen chamber of commerce has some big backer behind it. The market is right here. They should not be able to get the order or not get the order. If they fight with the Hai family they may not be afraid, but they want to stir up the whole market towards them. It will be difficult. After all, the Hai family is already deeply rooted in Daoxian City, and it's not a problem that can be solved by force. Aunt Meng's analysis made sense, and Lin Wangshu nodded, but Lin Wangshu still wanted to see what exactly the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce could do to still resist the Hai family. Not only had all the merchants in Dao Trace City received a reminder from the Hai clan, but more importantly, this order was also given by the Hai clan's old master. There was naturally no need to say how dignified the old man of the Hai family really was. Who dares to offend? The pre-made dishes are delicious, but eat them or don't eat them. It's better than losing your life. Everyone also felt that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was really finished, just opened a few days before offending the Hai family, and it seemed that they would soon be leaving in disgrace. The sun is high. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was very cold today. The tea stalls outside the Chamber of Commerce were filled with scouts from the Hai family. I'd like to see who dares to come to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to buy things. Everyone passing by here are walking around. No one dares to enter the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Today's Evergreen Chamber of Commerce can be said to be cold to the extreme. A whole day, a guest into the store or not. Zhao Ichio and the three of them were also a bit annoyed in the face of such a situation. This Hai family is really despicable to the extreme. Bai Jingfei was extremely angry at this time. He had thought that he had a bright future, but it turned out that he was directly blocked by the Hai family. We're oversimplifying things. Zhao Ichio, on the contrary, remained calm and said, originally, we simply thought that with our innate background, we would be able to stand our ground here, and even the Hai family wouldn't dare to tear our faces off rashly. But I didn't realize that the Hai family's level of dominance was beyond our imagination. They wouldn't coerce us in force, but they used this blockade against us to make our business impossible. Brother Yen, what can we do about this? Bai Jingfei looked towards Yen Buotao who was sitting there steadily. You're still drinking in the tea now. Yen Buotao was the ally of the entire Changqing town alliance, and at this time, it was naturally necessary for Yen Buotao to make up his mind. Don't worry about it. Yen Buotao was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, the great confessor must have some countermeasures. After all, the great confessor said that there is anything with him in the back pocket. It's all fine. Such a situation is surely everything is in the great confessor's calculations. A small Hai family is just a small thing. What is it? We can't solve this matter. Arrange for someone to ask the great confessor. It can only be this way. Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei also nodded. The two of them had also dominated Changqing town for so many years, and they still had experience in doing business, and they had originally wanted to break out in this Dao Trace City with their own abilities. Try not to request Li Changqing. It turned out to be a bad idea, and just after the opening, we had to ask for Li Changqing. They were all worried that if this went on for a long time, would Li Changqing think that the two of them were wasted and then stop helping them enter the innate realm? Yen Buotao was very trusting of Li Changqing. He felt that Li Changqing must have already made a plan. There's also the fact that we can't lose our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's momentum. Even though that Ming Hai Chamber of Commerce is blockading our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, we can't do nothing. If not, let the Hai family think that our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is afraid, and they'll be even more aggressive during this period of time. Zhao Ichio analyzed and said, then what are we going to do? Bai Jingfei looked at Zhao Ichio curiously. Zhao Ichio's brain was usually better than his, so he felt that Zhao Ichio should have a solution. Put the word out. Inform the Ming Hai Chamber of Commerce with a message. Tell Hai Dongxing to wait. I hope he doesn't regret making such a decision. Our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce won't stop so simply. Make him pay for his arrogance. Zhao Ichio said coldly. Is that good? Even Yen Buotao was surprised and asked. For the time being, he didn't know what countermeasures Li Changqing had. Putting out harsh words first? Old Zhao is right. We can't lose our momentum. I'll make the arrangements. Bai Jingfei's gaze was also flinty. Then he turned around and went downstairs. Prepare to arrange for someone to give the word out. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, will answer the war. I just hope that you, the Hai family, will be able to withstand the consequences before it's too late. If Li Changqing knew that these three people were so superstitious about him, he was afraid that the entire person would be dumbfounded. We haven't done anything yet, and the words are out there first. At this time, Li Changqing was still indulging in his carving. This carving was the most difficult work that Li Changqing had ever carved in his 2 lifetimes since he had grown up, and every time, it required Li Changqing to concentrate 120,000% of his attention to do it. The slowness of the progress also left Li Changqing somewhat speechless. Is this wood carving you've made so anticlimactic? I can't believe I'm being suppressed like this. But Li Changqing is also gambling. The more you suppress me, the more I will carve this wood carving. As for the problems encountered by the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce right now, truth be told, Li Changqing really hadn't thought about it. In his previous life, Li Changqing hadn't done much business either, and after coming to the Zhang Yuan realm, Li Changqing had simply thought that with an expert in attendance, he shouldn't have encountered such a problem. He had completely underestimated the extent of the Hai family's hegemony as well, and he also felt that Yan Buotao and the others would solve most of the problems. After all, one and all of them had been in business for several generations. What couldn't be solved that he still needed to step in? Moreover, the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce had already been taken care of by Li Evergreen, and the Cloud Ridge sect had been there themselves, and knowing that they were from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, the Cloud Ridge sect would definitely not dare to move them. You can't handle the Hai family? Li Changqing had only thought before that even if he was at war with the Hai family, relying on the advantage of pre-made dishes would not be so bad that he would not have no capital to fight against the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. Even if the people of the Minghai Chamber of Commerce got anxious and wanted to make a move against the people of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, they would still have to consider Yan Buotao, the innate. Besides, it also occurred to Li Changqing that if they really started to fight, they would let Fei go over to help. So who would be afraid of who? But Li Changqing did not expect the Hai family to have such a large power in Daotre City, doing things completely out of the box. It's almost like gangster behavior. Block the business of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, not to strike at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's people, but to the other merchants, so that they wouldn't dare to cooperate with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Such despicable tactics had really left the 3 Yan Buotao people at their wits' end. So the next day, after Sun Yu and Ma Chen received the letter and learned about the situation in Daotre City, they hurriedly followed the instructions in the letter and came to the Yan family to look for Li Changqing. Although they didn't know that Li Changqing was the bottom of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, since it was Yan Buotao's instruction, they naturally did as they were told, and there were shares in that Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in which they were anxious in the face of such a situation. When the 2 came to find Li Changqing, they were met with a closed door. Mr. Evergreen is in seclusion and won't see anyone. Zhang Fuguang directly stopped the 2 outside. Retreat? The 2 men were anxious. What could they do? They were still waiting for Li Changqing to save their lives over there. But it turned out that Li Changqing had actually closed down now. Both of you, if there's anything I can help you, relay it to Mr. Evergreen the first time he comes out of the gate. Just as the 2 were anxious, Zhang Fuguang said to the 2. That would be a pleasure. The 2 of them didn't know Zhang Fuguang, but if they could do things here at Li Changqing, they should be people of trust as well. So the story was told. Got it. I'll pass it on to Sir. Zhang Fuguang nodded. The 2 of them ran and looked into the distance again, and in the end, they could only helplessly leave first, waiting for Li Changqing to come out of the gate. After the 2 had left, Zhang Fuguang also came to the bamboo forest behind him, wanting to see if Li Changqing would be able to come out of the gate. But just as he walked past, Fei stopped him. Obviously, it was Li Changqing who had no intention of coming out of the gate for the time being. Zhang Fuguang put back the dinner plate that was placed outside, then turned to leave. Noon. Zhang Fuguang brought Zhang Xiao to eat her meal. Looking at his daughter's face recently looked much better, no longer as yellow and thin as before. Zhang Fuguang also smiled heartily and touched his daughter's head. Zhang Xiao curiously raised her head to look at her dad. Xiao, father has something to go out and will be back in a couple of days. In these 2 days, you just stay home properly and help father deliver the meal to Mr. Evergreen every day. Then remember to retrieve the dinner plate. Can you do that? Zhang Fuguang asked. Can. Zhang Xiao nodded her head obediently. Well, that's good. Zhang Fuguang would only talk more when facing his daughter. When she finished eating, Zhang Xiao saw Zhang Fuguang take out his short knife from under the bed and leave the house. This scene caused Zhang Xiao to go into a bit of a trance, as if the scene in front of her had also appeared many times before. 2 days' time. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is still no move, but put out the cruel words as also let the whole city merchants surprised. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in the end were the bottom to make the C family regret. Yan Buotao and the 3 of them had also received the news that Li Changqing was in seclusion, which had caused the 3 of them to be a bit worried. Li Changqing was in seclusion, and they were still powerless in the face of this predicament. There had also been times when people were quietly sent to look for merchants to work with them, but once they saw that it was the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's people who had come, the people were afraid to do anything about it. Even the gate was closed. fearing that it would be misunderstood by the Minhai Chamber of Commerce. So 2 days in and still not a single sale. And these 2 days to see the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce surprisingly did not make any move. Just put a hard word, but also made the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce become the laughingstock of many merchants. They felt that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was completely swollen. Tianshui City. An ox cart drove slowly into town, driven by an old farmer. On top of the ox cart was some hay, and on that hay lay a man dressed all in black. Young man, Tianshui City has arrived. The old farmer turned back to the man behind him who was halfway hitchhiking. However, when he looked back, he realized that there was no one in the car, just 2 copper coins left on the edge of that car. Where are the people? The old farmer was a little curious. Halfway there, he met this strange man who asked himself where the Hai family was, and since it was on the way anyway, he happened to take him for a while. The most famous family in Tianshui City was the Hai family. The old man of the Hai family is named Hai Songtao. He was also a renowned powerhouse in the entire Minhang prefecture. When he was young, he also used to kill people like crazy, and even went on the blacklist and was hunted by countless powerful people. But with his extreme strength, he countered the many hunters and eventually survived and founded the Hai family. He later founded the Myangi Chamber of Commerce. The Hai family was very prestigious in the entire Minhang prefecture. The sons of the Hai family were also very competitive, especially Hai Dongsheng, who had become an innate before he was even 40. Achieving innate perfection in the future was possible. Hai Songtao is also the Si Dongsheng's successor to training. Now the Minhai Chamber of Commerce are also decentralized to the Si Dongsheng. Hai Dongsheng acted ruthlessly, which was very much like him, so he was deeply loved by Hai Dongsheng. When he learned that someone had provoked the majesty of the Hai family, he had directly agreed to follow Hai Dongsheng's wishes and force the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to get the hell out of Daotre City. Let them know that the majesty of the Hai family cannot be provoked. Let others also know to know who is the sky in the Daotre City. The green-tiled attic. Hai Songtao looked at the letter in his hand and couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Making my Hai family pay the price? What arrogance and ridiculousness! I have also long investigated. That Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is nothing more than a bunch of rabble. You tell Dongsheng, since they are so arrogant, let them pay the price first. Just a newly promoted innate in the district. First, send someone to smash their Chamber of Commerce. If he really dares to resist, at that time, the old man will personally travel to Daotre City. A mere innate is just a mere innate. It's not like old me hasn't killed before. Hai Songtao's killing intent was so full that even the man kneeling in front of him was jolted. Chapter 109. My family's old ancestor wants to visit in person. If you have a monthly ticket, please give it to me. As a member of the Hai family, he naturally understood how terrifying this old man in front of him had once been. When I was young, I used to be a mountain bandit, killing countless people, and eventually, by chance, I was able to capture a painting of a senior painter, and by virtue of my own talent, I stepped into the realm of the innate, and from then on, I was even more lawless. It didn't take long for it to go on the blacklist, and the hunters who came to decapitate Hai Songtao were endless, but they all ended up dying in Hai Songtao's hands. Hai Songtao has been famous in Minghongzu since then, and after he reached the innate perfect realm no one dared to mess with him again. With the matter bed set up the sea house, for those who dared to provoke the Hai family, Hai Songtao really never let go. Every cent counts, even though it is far away. For so many years, apart from the Cloud Ridge sect, no one dared to equal the Hai family at all. Feeling the old man's intense killing intent, he also felt that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was really finished. Subordinate will go inform the Grand Duke. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and hurriedly left. It really felt depressing in front of Hai Songtao. It's as if you're not in control of your own little life. Humph. Really, any cat or dog dares to provoke my Hai family? Hai Songtao looked at the letter in his hand, and with a force in his palm, he shattered the letter on the spot, and casually gave it a wave into mid-air. I, Hai Songtao, am afraid that they have already forgotten my name. It's also time for everyone to remember me. Hai Songtao's pale face was still cold and stern, his gaze condensing. This Evergreen Chamber of Commerce will be taken as a wake-up call for everyone. Hai Songtao had just gotten up, yet his afterglow was to realize that there was a shadow behind him. Someone. Hai Songtao's heart shook fiercely. How is it possible for someone to approach oneself unnoticed? One afternoon, the entire Hai family remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Until late afternoon. Is the old ancestor still upstairs and hasn't come down? Hai Mingqing of the Hai clan walked over and came under the attic, asking the guards guarding the attic. Yes, the old ancestor hasn't come down yet, the guards said truthfully. Even they felt strange. Normally Hai Songtao would not stay here for so long. How today at the top has never moved. Hai Mingqing looked up at the stairs. I'll go up and take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Hai Mingqing walked into the attic. He is the big housekeeper of the Hai family, in charge of the big and small things of the Hai family on weekdays. Today, someone sent a letter of worship. It is an old friend of Hai Songtao once. Hai Mingcheng is here to send a letter of worship. On weekdays, Hai Songtao is used to coming to this pavilion to sip tea while looking at the scenery in Tianshui City, enjoying the foundation you've laid. But it was a long day up there today. Old ancestor. Are you there, old ancestor? Hai Mingcheng knew that on weekdays, Hai Songtao was on the 4th floor, so when he walked to the 3rd floor, he lightly called up. Only no one answered. Could it be that the old man is asleep? Hai Mingcheng's mind muttered. Barf. A slight sound caught the attention of Hai Mingcheng. Hai Mingcheng suddenly saw that there was actually some kind of liquid dripping down the stairs in front of him. Hai Mingcheng bent down and looked down carefully. Although it was now evening and the light was dim, Hai Mingcheng still saw that the liquid was dark in color, and more importantly, a faint smell of blood wafted in. Hai Mingcheng's heart thumped. Is it blood? A bad feeling came over me. He hurriedly ran up, and when he reached the 4th floor, Hai Mingcheng was directly stunned by the scene in front of him. A body was lying on the ground, and it had been decapitated. Even though there was no head, the clothes and body shape of Hai Mingcheng was certainly not a mistake. It's Hai Zonto, the Hai family's oldest ancestor, was actually killed silently. Hai Mingcheng sat paralyzed on the ground on the spot. He felt his limbs tingling, completely unable to believe what he was seeing in front of him. The old ancestor of the Hai family that was an expert of the innate perfect realm. Back then, numerous hunters had failed to chop Hai Songtao under the knife. How could he be killed silently nowadays? None of the guards below had heard a sound at all, and there were no traces of a fight at any of the sites, meaning that Hai Songtao was completely decapitated without resistance. Who can do that? Could it be an expert of the innate Great Circle realm? It's over. Hai Mingcheng's throat rolled at this time. What the death of the Hai family's oldest ancestor really meant he naturally understood as the Hai family's great steward. The Hai family is finished. Without Hai Songtao sitting on the fence, is the Hai family still the Hai family? Although it was said that there was still Grand Duke Hai Dongsheng, but Hai Dongsheng was only an ordinary innate. How could he support the Hai family? What's it gonna be? Hai Mingcheng's mind was in turmoil at the moment, but he forced himself to calm down. He had to face it cautiously at this time. His first thought was that he must currently block the news that Hai Songtao had died. This news says nothing about getting out. Otherwise, the Hai family will surely fall apart in an instant. For so many years, how many people has the Hai family offended? But because Hai Songtao was sitting on the Hai family, nothing happened. If they knew that Hai Songtao was dead, then the Hai family was afraid that it would be destroyed in a minute. And at that time, all the people in the Hai family, including him, would be unable to escape death. After a long time, Hai Mingcheng walked down from the pavilion as if nothing had happened. His face as normal. You don't need to guard here anymore. Go patrol. Hai Mingcheng spoke to the few guards below. Yes, since it was Hai Ming City that gave the word, they naturally did as they were told. After a few people left, Hai Mingcheng locked the door of this pavilion. Then leave quietly. On the morning of the second day, on one side of the streets of Dao Trace City, the vast number of Hai family's children directly bombed the streets. There were dozens of people as far as the eye could see, with disciples carrying a stretcher in the center. They had only one destination, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. In the morning, Hai Dongsheng received a message sent by Hai Songtao. Hai Songtao let him rest assured boldly dry. The C family has been silent for too long. Just to take this opportunity to take this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to stand up. Let everyone remember the Hai family of Ming Hongzhou. For such a decision Hai Dongsheng was naturally happy to see. Moreover, Hai Songtao also investigated the background of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. There was nothing. It was a pure rabble. Not enough to worry about. Just one of Yan Buotao's daughters working as an outer disciple in the Daoshan ancient land was simply not enough to worry about. The letter also said that he would personally visit the Dao Trace City Minghai Chamber of Commerce a few days later. It was this last piece of news that made Hai Dongsheng even more reckless, unable to stop himself from laughing out loud with a crazy look in his eyes. Even the old man was coming, so what did he have to fear? And so it came to this. All of the Hai clan's children in the entire Dao Trace City ran towards the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. They were going to make a scene in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce today. What are they doing? The merchants on the street were all a little frightened at the sight of the Hai family's children. Although it was said that both the Minghai Chamber of Commerce and the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce were hegemonic in Dao Trace City, the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce would rarely do anything like this, and the only ones who would be emboldened by the sight of them were the people from the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. I wonder whose family is going to be in trouble again. Who else could it be? Of course it's the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Before the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce offended the Minghai Chamber of Commerce so much, and they even let out harsh words later, can the Hai family let them off the hook now? Everyone is talking about it. Hey, I originally thought that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce had some kind of strength when they let out such harsh words. Maybe they can really break their arms with the High family and then bring down the High family. But as a result, it seems that it's really just a bluff. From the time they let out their harsh words until now, they haven't done anything. Bring down the High family? You really dare to think? Looking at the entire Minhang prefecture, who can bring down the High family? As a result, this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is just cowering and doesn't dare to come out. It's really useless. That's right. And he said that he would make the High family pay some price. Where is the price? Now it's all about letting people hit the door. Many people were disappointed with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Just as the numerous High family children were about to arrive at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, the people of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce had also gotten the news a long time ago, knowing that the people of the Minghai Chamber of Commerce were going to come and cause trouble. Yan Buotao was at the head of the group, leading many of some of the clan leaders who were also stationed in Dao Tre City, as well as the children of the various clans, all walked out. Yo, President Yan. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, right? A flirty voice came, only to see that from amongst the many sons and daughters of the High family, several people carried out a stretcher, and on the stretcher sat none other than Ho Wu. Ho Wu's face was full of light at this time. Despite his legs being ruined, he was still in a good mood at this time, because he can finally get his revenge. Yan Buotao had treated him so well before, so today he could finally get a hard-on. Originally, Ho Wu didn't want to come to today's event. To Yan Buotao, he instinctively had a kind of fear anymore. The man who had 2 feet that had crushed both of his legs and caused him to lie on the ground and lick the floor. But after hearing that the High family's old man was coming to Dao Tre City in a few days, then of course Ho Wu had to hurry to show his performance. He couldn't believe that Yan Buotao really wasn't afraid of death, knowing that the High family's old man was coming, and not kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, and still daring to fight them to the death? Farewell, Ho Wu sneered. President Yan didn't expect me to come again, did he? Looks like you're really planning to lie in bed for the rest of your life? Yan Buotao stared at Ho Wu's face, his eyes particularly stern. Hey! This time Ho Wu wasn't afraid. Instead he smiled and said, President Yan, I think you might not be clear about the situation right now. Do you want me to explain it to you? It's not you who wasted me today. Rather, it's President Yan who will have to kneel down later and beg me to let me be gracious enough to keep your dog's life. Ho Wu's gaze swept over everyone present. And all of you. What your president did to me before, I will do to you as well. Not one of you will be able to escape. This person has gone mad. Zhao Ichio shook his head, then said, You guys came over today, specifically to cause trouble? Isn't Hai Dongxing coming? With you losers alone. I don't even need our chairman to make a move. I'll be able to waste you all. Zhao Ichio was a Hotian Jedi cultivation. Sweeping through these High family children was not a problem at all. Ha 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 ha. The many children of the High family, however, laughed out loud. A look of emboldened. Ho Wu even laughed. Although I don't know what your name is, I appreciate your confidence. I can tell you now that we came today to smash your store, and additionally tell you another good news. Our High clan's old ancestor will come to Dao Tre City in the next 2 days and personally come to settle the score with you. The moment these words came out, everyone present instantly changed their faces. The old man of the High family, C. Pines. The surrounding merchants were also taken aback. Hai Songtao is coming? That is a truly ruthless character. And the High family is relying on Hai Songtao to get to its current size. His cultivation was deep and his methods were ruthless. If he comes to this Dao Tre City, I'm afraid he'll go on a killing spree, right? Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei also looked grave when they heard this. A strong person of the innate perfection realm. Indeed it is not theirs to offend. Yan Buotao was only at the beginning of the innate. In front of Hai Songtao's face, he was afraid that he didn't even have the power to resist. If he really wanted to go on a killing spree, then none of them, would want to survive. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone was silent, seemingly satisfied with the expressions of everyone present. Ho Wu's expression was also grim. To tell you clearly, you, Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, are finished. Today, if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and say something soft to satisfy the Grandmaster, then I might still be able to keep your family alive at that time. Otherwise, just for those small clans in your Changqing town, as long as the High family gives the order. Chickens and dogs. In one sentence, killing intent filled the sky. Don't you dare. Bai Jingfei was furious. The Bai family was his life. There were his descendants there. His people. All his loved ones. Yan Buotao's face was also icy cold to the core. Oh, Ho Wu supported his chin with his hand, then smiled at Bai Jingfei and said, You can try it then. Let's see if you can hold back my High family with your tiny clan. Ho Wu's words caused Bai Jingfei and Zhao Ichio, as well as the many small family heads, to panic in their hearts. They all looked at Yan Buotao in succession, counting on Yan Buotao to take an idea. This evergreen chamber of commerce. This time it's really over. The Hai family has moved to true anger. The old man of the Hai family is here in person. In that case, there really is going to be bloodshed. It's true that anyone who dares to provoke the Hai family will die. Many of the surrounding merchants shook their heads while wincing a bit at the cruelty of the Hai clan. They were completely used to living under the fear of the Hai family. There was also no desire to rebel against the Hai family at all. At this time there are a lot of watching merchants are quietly into the house to go, for fear of suffering a fish pond. Ho Wu at this time looked at the crowd of evergreen chamber of commerce in front of him who did not say anything, and also knew that he moved out of the old master as completely and utterly shocked them. At this moment, the anger within Ho Wu's gaze was also on display. He raised his hand and pointed one finger at Yan Buotao. Kneel. The voice was very calm, but it was unusually cold. The other Hai clan children also looked at Yan Buotao. Master, I've never experienced what it's like to be knelt down by an innate powerhouse in my life, and I'm just here to experience it today, Ho Wu said indifferently. You'd better do as I say. You don't want your Yan family to be killed without leaving any chickens or dogs behind. Chapter 110, Who Killed Hai Santao? Requesting recommendations. The killing intent on Yan Buotao's body was similarly overflowing at this moment. It was already hard to remember how many years it had been since Yan Buotao had revealed such a thick killing intent. It had been a long time since anyone had moved Yan Buotao to kill so strongly. The ones that could cause Yan Buotao to have such a strong killing intent over the years. This Ho Wu could definitely enter the top 5. This killing intent made Zhao Yiqiu and Bai Jingfei, who were standing behind Yan Buotao, feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They looked at Yan Buotao unexpectedly. Could it be that Yan Buotao was going to make a move? Master, I'll say it again. On your knees. Ho Wu growled fiercely. His eyes suddenly turned crimson, blood filaments all coming out in a hideous manner. He was going to humiliate Yan Buotao in 100 ways today. Only then could he avenge the humiliation of Yan Buotao that day. He didn't believe that Yan Buotao would still dare to make a move. Unless he was crazy and didn't care about his family or the deaths of everyone in Changqing town. But in the next second, Ho Wu's pupils shrunk and his expression became agonized. Yan Buotao's figure suddenly arrived in front of Ho Wu. The speed was so fast that one simply could not react. And at this moment, Yan Buotao's palm had already pinched Ho Wu's neck. The pinch made Ho Wu's eyes bulge out. The surrounding Hai family's children were astonished. Yan Buotao actually did dare to make a move. Yan Buotao. You dare to. How could Ho Wu not expect Yan Buotao to actually dare to make a move against himself? Even if Yan Buotao's palm was squeezing his neck to death, Ho Wu still did not believe that Yan Buotao dared to get himself killed. Your whole family. Ka-ching. Without waiting for Ho Wu to finish his nonsense, Yan Buotao directly made his move, not bothering to say the last word. The innate true essence in the palm of his hand shook. Ho Wu's entire spine, from his neck to his entire spine, was shattered by Yan Buotao. Ho Wu died on the spot. This time, the sons of the Hai family were dumbfounded. Ho Wu died just like that. Didn't you say the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce wouldn't dare make a move? Are they out of their minds? Ho Wu was a piece of garbage to the ground. Ho Wu at this time the whole body bones broken. Thrown on the ground body seems to be a piece of rags as bowed. Posture is particularly bizarre. The pair of eyes full of unbelievable. For fear of death he did not think that Yan Buotao really killed him. And Yan Buotao's gaze swept across the 4 directions, his indifferent eyes sweeping over these Hai family children. The many sons and daughters of the Hai family couldn't help but step back and go out. A single look from Yan Buotao made them feel a chill down their backs. It was as if a bloodthirsty ferocious beast was staring at them. Those who were less courageous even had their legs and stomachs already starting to shiver. The crowd was afraid that Yan Buotao would make a move against them as well. They were only martial artists at the Hotian realm, and most of them were still at the metamorphosis realm. So if Yan Buotao really made a move against them, and made them fight against an innate, that's simply not doable. It would turn them into a field of corpses in minutes. You, don't come over. We are the sons of the Hai family. If you dare to touch us, you will. One of the Hai family's sons at the front said with a trembling voice. It's just that he couldn't even say it himself at the end, because he also realized that his threat was actually of little use. Otherwise Ho Wu wouldn't have died there. Get out. A word rolled, and a flood of bells shook out. This single word directly exploded in the ears of all the Hai family's children. In an instant, everyone's heads exploded. Boundless pain swept through their brains. Meanwhile blood was flowing from both ears. The expressions on everyone's faces were agonized, as Yan Buotao's roar was the one that shattered their eardrums. Many people lay on the ground doubled over, with splitting headaches, and there was no more sound in the whole world. All there was a buzzing in their heads. A single roar had deafened so many people, and such a terrifying strength had made all the other merchants feel the dreadfulness of the innate realm. But even Yan Buotao was so terrifying. How strong would the old man of the Hai family have to be? Let's go. Yan Botao turned to the crowd. The people from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce didn't continue to say anything more and turned around to go back to the Chamber of Commerce, leaving a group of people rolling around on the ground in pain. The scene was particularly poignant. When everyone returned to the Minhai Chamber of Commerce dragging their broken bodies, the streets in front of the Minhai Chamber of Commerce exploded, because this scene is really too shocking. Dozens of Hai family's children, their faces covered in blood, each dragging their mutilated bodies. Even the people from the Minhai Chamber of Commerce were horrified when they saw them. These people were Hai family's children? In this Dao Trace city someone actually dared to injure the Hai family's children like this. Who ate the bear heart and leopard's gall? Hai Dongsheng was also in disbelief when he heard this news. He didn't believe that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce would really do something this reckless. Were they really not afraid that the Hai family would bloodily cleanse Changqing town? Hai Dongsheng walked out of the Chamber of Commerce and saw the tragic situation of many Hai family's children, as well as the corpse of that Ho Wu. This time Hai Dongsheng was really angry to the peak. Everyone could feel the dreadfulness of Hai Dongsheng's aura at this moment. It was a stormy atmosphere. Good. Hai Dongsheng laughed back in anger at this moment. Ha 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 ha, it's really good. It seems that my Hai family has really been merciful for too long now, causing many people to have forgotten about the awesomeness of my Hai family, and the awesomeness of our Hai family's old man. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, what a great job. Hai Dongsheng laughed fiercely. Just wait. When my Hai family ancestor arrives, he will slaughter your Changqing town. Let thousands of your clansmen be buried with you. Hai Dongsheng's voice was so loud that everyone on the outside onlookers could hear it clearly. They practically felt the surging killing intent of Hai Dongsheng at this moment. The air with a kind of depression. Haze shrouded. The whole sky is going to turn into the color of blood. The smell of gunpowder in the air is even more from mixed with the smell of blood. It was as if you saw the whole street being bloodied. However, just at this time, a package suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! With a dull sound, this bundle smashed directly onto the ground, hitting the back of the many Hai family descendants. The many sons of the Hai clan were not frightened, as they were all deaf and did not hear the sound at all. But this package that fell from the sky was something that caught the attention of everyone in the room. What's this? Where did it fall from? Hai Dongsheng also had a deep frown on his face as he looked up, but he realized that there was no one above the houses. And at this time, that bundle loosened itself. The bundle's skin came off. And what appeared in front of everyone was actually a human head. The head of that person had white eyes that were not closed at all. And with its white hair, it was an old man. There was a grimace and trepidation in his expression, as if he could not rest in peace in death. It's heads! Someone exclaimed. The moment Hai Dongsheng saw this face, he was struck by lightning. It was like a tub of ice water poured down from head to toe. This face was more than familiar to Hai Dongsheng, the oldest ancestor of the Hai family, Hai Songtao. Those sons of the Hai family noticed Hai Dongsheng's expression as they twisted their heads to look behind them, and were equally dumbfounded at the sight of the head. Isn't this the old man? How did you get your head thrown in here? There were very few of the onlookers who had seen Hai Songtao, but not none. There were some people with status. They had also once done business with the Hai family. They naturally recognized who this head was at a glance. Not to mention that there were scouts from the Cloud Ridge sect in the crowd. At this moment, the crowd roared. Hai Songtao is dead. The news swept through the city like a plague. Have you heard? The Hai family's Hai Songtao is dead. What? Hai Songtao is dead? How is this possible? That's a great expert of the innate perfection realm. Who did you hear that from? You dare to talk nonsense about this kind of rumor? Aren't you afraid that the people from the Minhai Chamber of Commerce will hear about it and break a few of your ribs? Who else heard that? Hai Songtao's head has been chopped off and thrown to the entrance of the Minhai Chamber of Commerce. So many people saw it with their own eyes today. So exciting? What kind of people do that? So who knows to go? Do you think it could be? You said the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? No way. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce has this ability? I think it's entirely possible. If the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce doesn't have the ability to dare to fight the Hai family head-on, earlier, they beat Ho Wu, and later on, they even wasted so many sons and daughters of the Hai family, and the Hai family said that the Hai family ancestor was going to come in person, and they were emboldened. So if you say that they didn't do it to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, I can't think of anyone who did it. Kind of makes sense. Lin Wangshu of the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce was also filled with shock when he received this news. Aunt Meng, this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce has really stepped up. Lin Wangshu said in shock. I had thought that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce would at most use the power behind them to put pressure on the Hai family, so that the Hai family would not affect their business, but I never thought that they would be so ruthless in their actions as well, and go directly to Tianshui City to slaughter that old Bai Lantern. Hai Songtao. Getting this news, I also feel very surprised. This Hai Songtao vertical Minghan stayed so many years, but just like this was slaughtered. I think all a little unreal. After all, and the Hai family has a grudge so many people, but all take Hai Songtao cannot do anything. Aunt Meng hurriedly said, and I've also poked around and found out that the Hai family in Tianshui City hasn't made much of a move until now. Which is strange. It can't be that the Hai family hasn't realized that their old ancestor has been slaughtered until now, right? Lin Wangshu sneered. You don't say. It's really possible. Since that's the case, then of course our Cloud Ridge sect has to add more fire. Does Miss mean to spread the news? Aunt Meng asked curiously. Spread the news to those who have deep hatred with the Hai family. The Hai family has offended a lot of people over the years. In addition to letting my father take action, the Hai family has fallen. How much we can take advantage of it will depend on our skills. In addition, this matter Evergreen Chamber of Commerce will certainly not sit back and wait for death. They can kill Hai Songtao. This strength should not be underestimated. If the competition involves a dispute of interests, we Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce should prioritize the interests of Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and concede to them. Before we do not understand the strength of this opponent, we must not be offended. Otherwise, the Hai families today may not be our Cloud Ridge sects tomorrow. As Lin Wangshu said this, a flash of scorn also appeared in his eyes. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, too mysterious. He was able to take out Hai Songtao silently, without even the Hai family realizing it. Such strength actually ran to open the Chamber of Commerce. What the hell was the idea? The Minghai Chamber of Commerce was already in chaos, and the entire Dao Trace City was in chaos because of it. Only the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is steady as a rock. This made countless people feel even more mysterious about the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Not only is it strong, but it's solid enough. Outside have already made a fuss. Everyone is thinking of getting a piece of the pie in this matter. But the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, even half of the action is not. This is the big spirit. At this moment in the private room on the second floor of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, the three of them, Yen Boatao, sat together with a wisp of incense, a pot of tea, and a plate of peanut rice on the table. The three had been drinking for half a day. Only the three of them didn't speak for half a day. The three of them had been mulling over a problem all day. Who the hell did this? After hearing the news that Hai Songtao had been killed, the three people froze for a long time. Because after beating up the Hai family's children today, the three had already decided to pack up and run away. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce couldn't stay. If Hai Songtao really came, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The best thing to do by far was to run back to Long Pavilion. It's impossible for Hai Songtao to say that he's going to bloodbath Changqing town. After all, Changqing town had Li Changqing in town. Even though Li Changqing was in seclusion, if Hai Songtao really came to make a fuss in Changqing town when the time came, could Li Changqing not take action? Therefore, with Li Changqing as his backing, Yen Boatao was not that worried, which was why after hearing that Hai Songtao was coming to Dao Trace City today, Yen Boatao still dared to make a move against the Hai family's children. The big deal is to go back to Liberation overnight and return to Changqing town to continue to live. It's better than giving a knee and losing your life. So after the three of them came back, they began to pack up their things, ready to take away what they could. And what they couldn't take away, they didn't care. Their little lives mattered. It turned out that things hadn't even finished packing when it got messy outside. The three were startled, having thought that Hai Songtao had come so quickly. As a result, the men asked around. Yes, it is true that the Si Songtao came, but not complete too. Finally, when they had digested the news, they began to speculate on who had done this. Li Changqing is in seclusion. This thing shouldn't have been done by Li Changqing. As for being an enemy of the Hai family, not taking revenge sooner or later, but choosing to take revenge at this juncture, ruthlessly helping the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? I think it's still the Great Confessor's doing, Yen Boatao said gruffly. The Great Confessor should have already known about this news, and even though he has been in seclusion lately, the Great Confessor must have had some other friends come to help him set this matter right, or else this matter would have been too much of a coincidence. Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei were silent for a while and also nodded. Word to the wise. They couldn't think of anything else to say but that. The Great Confessor is surrounded by other experts. Yen Boatao recalled. Back then, that Ma San dagger, although he died in the courtyard of the Great Confessor, but the Great Confessor also said that Ma San dagger wasn't worthy of dying in his hands, so it was obviously someone else who struck. And this time, the Hai Songtao might have been this person's move as well. This made Zhao Ichio and Bai Jingfei a bit surprised. Ma Sandao actually wasn't killed by Li Changqing himself? This is the most reasonable explanation. Yen Boatao cheered up. With Hai Songtao dead, this Hai family is considered finished. Allies. The Si family is finished. Dao Trace City has been the first chaos. And so on the next thing spread. The entire Si family may be annexed by other forces. Minhong State large and small dozen of cities. There are the Si family's industry. Now it is a piece of meat and potatoes. Bai Jingfei was a bit anxious. Such a big pie. It was simply not something that a casual party could eat. even if the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce wanted to take it all by itself. This pie, won't they eat it at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Chapter 111. What was the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce thinking? The Cloud Ridge sect and the High Clan have been fighting for so many years. They have checked and balanced each other and fought openly and secretly. Do you guys think that the Cloud Ridge sect will let go of this opportunity? Zhao Ichio shook his fan at this moment and said, if I'm right, the Cloud Ridge sect has already begun to act. But this president of Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce is a very smart person. From the beginning of our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and Minghai Chamber of Commerce fighting against each other, Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce did not help each other. I guess they want to sit back and reap the benefits of the two tigers. Let us two tigers fight. One of them wants to make the Hai family suffer some losses, and on the other side, they also want to look at the strength of our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. This Lin Wangshu is a person with ambition and patience at the same time. If my expectations are good, Lin Wangshu must have already arranged to make a move against the Hai family by now. But they won't be rushing in the first echelon. She'll definitely spread the news out so that those who have a grudge against the Hai family will make the first move, and then they, the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce, come out to pick up the slack? Bai Jingfei picked up in surprise. Then this Lin Wangshu really isn't an ordinary character. Right. Zhao Ichio narrowed his eyes. The Cloud Ridge sect will definitely do this. And at this time, there are too many forces that want to divide up the Hai family's industry. If we, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, want to get involved to get a piece of the pie, we'll most likely be swept away by this force. After all, we've only been established for a few days. How are we going to compete with them? Those innate powerhouses from other clans are not simple. Our roots are too thin. We can't afford to get hurt. Zhao Ichio let out a light sigh. So we're just going to give up? White Mirror Fei was obviously a bit unwilling. Eat as much rice as you can with as big a bowl as you have. If you're too greedy you'll die if you eat too much. Zhao Ichio shook his head. Yan Botao also didn't say anything. Analyzing what Zhao Ichio said, he felt that Zhao Ichio's analysis was very reasonable and organized. If the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce wanted to insert a foot in the door, it would indeed not be easy, but instead, it would be easy to compromise themselves. If the two of you are truly unwilling and have to try to gain benefits from this, unless we ask Mr. Evergreen to make another move. Zhao Ichio looked towards Yan Botao, but when these words came out, Yan Botao and Bai Jingfei both shook their heads. The matter of the Hai family had already troubled Li Changqing once. They couldn't let Li Changqing do it again. Otherwise they're really wasted. Li Changqing would also be incredibly disappointed in them. Better this pie we can't eat than to go back to Mr. Evergreen. Bai Jingfei sighed lightly. Mr. Evergreen has already taken care of us with the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce and the Hai family. If we are still shamelessly begging for Mr. Evergreen, what's the difference between us and a waste of space? Anyway, Bai Jingfei, still wanna have a bit of a face. I don't think it's too good either. We can't give too much of an inch. If we really let Mr. Evergreen down and leave Changqing town at that time, our losses will be incalculable. Yan Botao said gruffly. Zhao Ichio similarly nodded. Our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is suitable for steady development right now. What we need to do now is to get our previous customers back, and then continue to develop new customers. The Hai family is already destined for extinction. They're no longer a threat, and were considered to be well established in Daotrace City. The customers who didn't dare to cooperate with us before because of the Hai family, we can now take them back. Zhao Ichio said with a smile. Things are moving fast in the Hai family. In just 3 days, an unknown number of groups of forces had attacked the Tianshui City Hai family. Although the Hai family had many experts, they couldn't help that the people who came were not weak either. 7 and 8 experts came alone. Overnight the entire Tianshui City Hai family was killed and bloodied, and it was heard that even the Tianshui City Lord had personally taken action, and the Minghai Chamber of Commerce in the various cities were just as massacred. The means are extremely cruel. The money and goods in the Minghai Chamber of Commerce were also looted. Even though it was said that this incident happened in Minghong Prefecture, the people of Daoshan ancient land didn't care. This kind of Jianghu enmity was originally a very normal thing. As long as it's not a wanton slaughter of the people, it's not a serious matter. It's just the cycle of heaven. Karma. This kind of thing happens almost every day. The Jianghu is so. This matter of the Hai family had shocked the entire Minghong Prefecture, and it was unknown how many forces were paying attention. Along with that, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was also famous, because the rumors are getting worse out there. It was said that Hai Songtao's death was orchestrated by the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce had gone from an obscure new Chamber of Commerce to the center of countless people's attention. And after they investigated the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, they found out that it was a Chamber of Commerce that was put together by some small families in a place called Changqing town, and the president of the chamber was called Yan Botao. It was the patriarch of the Yan family, a newly promoted innate cultivator. Although it was said that above the innate was considered an expert, but it's just a newly promoted innate. How could he be so capable? So all sorts of versions of the legend appeared. Some people say that in Changqing town there is a worldly master living in seclusion. His cultivation has reached the innate great circle. He was once seriously injured, and then when he was about to die, he received a meal from Yan Buotao, and then he came to repay the favor. Others say that it was Yan Buotao's daughter, Yan Yuruan, who befriended a Taoist couple in the ancient land of Dao Mountain, and that the Taoist couple was the personal disciple of a certain peak master, and it was Yan Yuruan who begged for her own Taoist couple, and that the Taoist couple was deeply loved by the peak master, who made a move to kill Hai Songtao, but in order not to expand the impact, so that peak master only acted in secret and did not reveal his identity. There's also a version that says that in fact the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was actually founded by a bigwig of some power, and that the Yin family and so on are puppets who work for this bigwig behind the scenes. Learning of all that the Hai family had done to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, this big brother was so enraged that he decapitated Hai Songtao and threw him outside the Minghai Chamber of Commerce, as well as various folks' increasingly outrageous versions. Even Yan Buotao and the others were crying and laughing when they heard it, although some of the versions were closer, but the others were really just away from the original spectrum, and the more they heard, the more outrageous they became. But the destruction of the Hai family in a few days' time was also out of their expectations, not realizing that the Hai family had so many enemies before, because Hai Songtao was there. They were still willing to hunker down and wait for an opportunity. Now that Hai Songtao is dead, then what do they care? Only 2 members of the Hai family are unaccounted for. One was Hai Dongshen, who disappeared the afternoon of Hai Songtao's death, and no one knew where Hai Dongsheng had gone. The other one was Hai Mingcheng, the Hai family's grand butler. There were once bad things done, and many people had a grudge against Haiyaming City, but they never found Haiyaming City, caught the people of the Hai family to ask one by one to know. Long before a few days ago, Hai Mingcheng to the various Minghai Chamber of Commerce to send payment for goods on the pretext of taking a large sum of money from the Hai family, and then disappeared. I'm afraid that I already knew that Hai Songtao was dead, and then I don't know where to run away. But Hai Dongsheng was being chased by many people. It's even been on the blacklist list. As for the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce, it could be said that it had made a fortune in this one, but this matter didn't make Lin Wangshu feel happy. She didn't even feel at ease, because there was one thing Lin Wangshu could never figure out. That is, the originator of this sensation in Minhong Prefecture, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, in this matter of dividing the Hai family, but never made a move. The interests of the C family large and small dozen of cities, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce actually did not send out a person to touch. It is reasonable to say that the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce decapitated the C Songtao. They went out to try to take the big head. Surely there will not be many people who dare to fight with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. But why the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce moved also did not move. This was something that Lin Wangshu couldn't figure out. Not only Lin Wangshu couldn't figure it out, even those lineages or sects that had gotten benefits from this incident were wondering about this. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, what does it mean? In the past few days, without the obstruction of the Hai family, the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's business expansion had been very easy. Deposits for pre-made dishes were received hand over fist. Whether it's in the way of really liking pre-made dishes, or whether it's a deterrent to the strength of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, these merchants that come to the door of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce have more or less customized their dishes. Even those restaurants that were prepared to fight against the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce are now taking the initiative to find the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and ask for cooperation. Those merchants who used to work with the Minghai Chamber of Commerce had also switched to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to get their goods. After coming here, I realized that the quality of the goods in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce were all very good, and the styles were new, and the prices were even cheaper than those in the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. In the past, they could only earn a subsistence living by taking goods from the Minghai Chamber of Commerce, but now they were finally seeing the hope of making money. Therefore, the business of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was bursting at the seams these past few days, and as for the Hai family's cake, they had all gradually given it a miss. But even Yan Buotao himself didn't expect it. Such an action on the part of their Evergreen Chamber of Commerce could be said to have caused the forces of the entire Minhong Prefecture to feel a headache. What exactly does the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce mean? They killed the Hai family Hai Songtao, and then until now the interests of the Hai family have not moved at all. It's as if this has nothing to do with them. What do you mean? The always smart and clever Lin Wangshu was worried. She also pondered for 2 days, and finally felt that she had too little experience in the jungle, and wrote to her father, Lin Shengnan. But what Lin Wangshu hadn't thought of was that his father, Lin Shengnan, had also been agonizing over this matter for the past 2 days. What is the meaning of that mysterious strong man, Li Changqing? Li Changqing himself didn't even think that by carving wood properly at home, he had inadvertently ended up making the entire Minhang Prefecture's forces have a headache for him. These days, Li Changqing's wood carving had taken shape and was now being refined. According to Li Changqing's estimation, it should be completed in another 7 days or so. Zhang Fuguang returned to the Yin family 3 days after he went out. It was as if he had gone out for a walk and hadn't changed much, and when he came back, he continued to sweep the floor, clean up the flowers and plants, and then accompanied his daughter, Zhang Xiao, for dinner. On the contrary, it was little Zhang Xiao who had recently become somewhat unable to stay in Li Changqing's small courtyard, always going out curiously and wandering around in the middle of the Yin family. When some of the slaves saw Zhang Xiao on weekdays, knowing that Zhang Xiao was a person from Li Changqing's small courtyard, they didn't make things difficult for her and let Zhang Xiao walk around. As a result, Zhang Xiao had been outside the Yin family's academy for the past few days, running curiously to look inside. In here were all the children of the Yin family. They were on the younger side, just 5 or 6 years old, about the same age as Zhang Xiao, sitting inside the academy to read and write. This could be said to make Zhang Xiao envious. She had also only attended private school for half a year since she was a child before she left there because of something, and now listening to the sound of reading inside made Zhang Xiao long for it. The gentleman of Yin Family Academy also recognized Zhang Xiao as someone from Li Changqing's side, so he didn't stop her, but without Li Changqing's permission, he couldn't let Zhang Xiao in, and just pretended not to see Zhang Xiao eavesdropping outside. Time passes slowly. Green Rain Mountain. Li Hengsheng was once again out of the gate. Li Hengsheng's cultivation level was completely stabilized at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. The appearance didn't seem to have changed much, but it was only a step away from the Hotian realm. As long as one crossed that step, one was a true martial artist of the Hotian realm. Li Hengsheng had just exited the gate when Su Kuei walked up and said, "Young lord, Junzhou has been here for a few days now, saying that he wants to wait for you to exit the gate." "Third senior brother is here?" Li Hengsheng smiled. He hadn't seen this third senior brother of his for a few days. He really missed him a bit. Just as he walked to the front yard, he heard Zhou Jun's voice. "Old fourth, you finally came out. Ha ha ha, it's been hard waiting for you." Junzhou laughed as he walked up. "Third senior brother, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I wanted to look for you before, but I heard that you went out on a mission." Li Hengsheng also felt very kind when he saw Junzhou, this lively and cheerful third senior brother who was also very nice. "Don't mention it. That bull ***** mission. It's troublesome as hell." Zhou Jun waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that for now. I've brought back a good thing for you this time I came back. Come and see." "Good stuff?" Li Hengsheng froze. "You stole second senior sister's imperial spirit chicken again?" "Che, what's an imperial spirit chicken? What I've brought you this time is something really good," Zhou Jun said, pointing to the stone table in the courtyard, but he saw a very old wine pot there. "Look dirty." Li Hengsheng went up and looked at that wine pot for half a day, and said half-heartedly, "Could this be a painting treasure? Drawing treasure, you hammer. All you know in your head is drawing treasure." Zhou Jun didn't have the heart to say, "It's a pot of wine. What's there to see in wine?" Li Hengsheng immediately lost interest. "You kid, you really don't know what's good." Zhou Jun stretched out his hand to open the lid, and in an instant, an aroma of wine wafted out, and at the same time, there was actually a mellow flavor of aura within the aroma of that wine. "This is..." Li Hengsheng's eyes lit up. The smell alone was enough to prove that the jug was good. "This is the wine made from the tiger dan of the plume Xian white tiger," Zhou Jun said with a smile. "This plume Xian white tiger itself is rare, and it's even rarer for this plume Xian white tiger to have given birth to a spirit dan, with its cultivation at the very least at the level of innate perfection." "Where did this wine come from?" Li Hengsheng asked in surprise. "A spirit beast of the innate perfection realm. That was not something that an ordinary person could get." He, "Old four, you've just closed your eyes recently. You don't know that something big has happened in Minhang Prefecture. Do you know about the Hai family?" Zhou Jun asked with a smile. Chapter 112, Li Hengsheng's suspicion rises again. The Xi family? Li Hengsheng felt that this name was a bit familiar, but immediately after Li Hengsheng came to a sudden realization. He remembered. The person that the Deer family had given Deer a quiet marriage before. Wasn't he a member of the Hai family? And he was also the second son of the Hai family. Later, because of this incident, Li Hengsheng had also learned about the Hai family, which was indeed a large family. There were many Hotian experts in the family, and there were also two ascendants. One was the Hai family's eldest son, Hai Dongsheng, and the other was the dreaded Hai family's oldest ancestor, Hai Songtao, the realm of innate perfection. In the whole of Minhongzhou, he is the one who says it all. The family has a chamber of commerce throughout the Minhang state called the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. It can be said that it is truly a matter of money and strength. I've heard about it. What big things have happened in Minhang Prefecture recently? Could it be related to this high family? Li Hongsheng sat down, also wanting to seriously listen to the recent happenings. The Hai family has been destroyed. It can be said that the Hai family no longer exists today. Zhou Jun's words caused Li Hongsheng's eyes to widen. Overwhelmed? Li Hongsheng was a bit in disbelief. The Hai family was so powerful. Who on earth could have overthrown the Hai family? Yes, the old ancestor of the Hai family, Hai Songtao, was killed. Zhou Jun smiled and said, "You should be able to understand. With Hai Songtao dead, those enemies that the Hai family had once offended would definitely not let go of this good opportunity. And all of them struck out against the Hai family. And the entire Tianshui city Hai family has been killed in a river of blood. The Hai family's chambers of commerce in the entire Minhang prefecture have also ceased to exist. And the Hai family's second male son was beheaded on his way to take up his position in Bu city. But it was heard that the Hai family's eldest son ran away. And his whereabouts are still unknown to this day. No one knows where he went. But it's still hard to catch an innate powerhouse who wants to escape big time. And our Zhou family has also reaped some benefits from this time. This plume Xian White Tiger's Tiger Dan wine was found from the Hai family in Tianshui city. I heard that before that Hai Songtao was relying on this medicinal wine to enhance his own muscular activity, allowing him to relieve his muscles from aging. So it's a good thing to say. Zhou Jun sked. Our Zhou family got a total of 3 pots. I did a mission outside and went home. Just happened to give a pot of smooth out. Hurry to find the oldest for you to come and drink together. How about it? The third elder brother is good to you. Right. There are good things the first to think of you. Li Hengsheng was still in shock from the destruction of the Hai family and had not returned to his senses. A family that powerful, gone up in smoke overnight. It's really horrible. Elder brother, if your father doesn't beat you up if you just shun out the wine like that? Li Hongsheng looked at the jug of wine and couldn't help but laugh. It's just a pot of wine. What's the point of me drinking some? Zhou Jun waved his hand, then said mysteriously, "Right, to tell you another thing that makes you feel incredible. Do you know who killed Hai Songtao? To be able to kill Hai Songtao, he must be at least an innate perfection powerhouse, or possibly even a patriarch who has reached the innate great perfection realm." Li Hongsheng guessed, in Minhang Prefecture, the one who can kill Hai Songtao. Could it be a strong person from our Daoshan ancient land? Not really. Jun Zhou shook his head. It all started with a chamber of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Li Hongsheng couldn't help but stare when he heard the name of this Chamber of Commerce. How was this name the same as his father's, who was called Li Changqing? But Li Hongsheng thought it was just a coincidence. Immediately after that, Zhou Jun gave a brief account of the feud between the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. The more he listened, the more eccentric Li Hongsheng's expression became. "Senior brother, you just said that this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was created by a few small families?" Li Hongsheng was surprised. "These few families are still from Changqing town?" "Yes." After Zhou Jun finished speaking, he first froze for a moment, and then as if he remembered something, he also looked at Li Hongsheng with an odd expression. "Old Fourth, if I remember correctly, you're from Changqing town, aren't you? Then wouldn't you know these several families very well?" "Well, I am from Changqing town and I know a little bit about these families." Li Hengsheng felt very odd at this time. If it was a chamber of commerce created by those families in Changqing town, why did this chamber use his father's name? Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? That's so weird. If the Chamber of Commerce founded by someone unrelated to Li Changqing had used this name, Li Hengsheng wouldn't have thought much about it. But wasn't his father, Li Changqing, working as an envoy for the Yan family now? That makes it mind-boggling. According to Li Hongsheng's understanding, there was no innate in Changqing town, and the 3 strongest family heads would be Zhao Yiqiu, Bai Jingfei, and Yan Buatao, who were all at the top of the Hotian cultivation level. Even if the patriarch of whichever family had recently broken through to the innate realm by fluke, it would be impossible to kill Hai Songtao. What the hell is going on in Changqing town? Maybe it's really like the rumors, that there's a hermit highness behind these small clans. Zhou Jun waved his hand and said, "What's the point of thinking so much? Come on, let's try this Plume Xian White Tiger's Tiger Dan bar." "But isn't dry drinking a bit too meaningless, Old Four? How about you go find second senior sister and ask for 2 imperial spirit chickens to go with the wine?" Saying that, Zhou Jun had already started to look at both eyes. Li Hongsheng immediately cried and laughed. Zhou Jun had been thinking about second senior sister's imperial spirit chicken all along. No wonder he came to himself with the wine. It's trying to rub the chicken. Alright, it's not easy for second senior sister to raise so many imperial spirit chickens. Let's not think about it. I'll go buy some ordinary roasted chickens and come back for you to eat as well. Li Hongsheng smiled and shook his head. Old Fourth, you really don't know how to utilize resources," Zhou Jun said helplessly. "Second senior sister has said that you can eat the imperial spirit chicken anytime you want. She can even handle it for you and send it over. If it were me, I would ask second senior sister to send me chickens to eat every day. Old fourth, you really don't know how to utilize your own resources. Jo Jun spoke with hatred. Third senior brother, I think you just haven't gotten enough beatings. Li Hongsheng laughed and shook his head before arranging for the people in his residence to go out and buy some roasted chicken and other food to come back. While waiting for the roasted chicken, Li Hengsheng also happened to have a question for Jun Zhou. Third senior brother, I am now at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. I should be able to break through to the Hotian realm. Li Hongsheng said, but I don't feel any internal energy at all right now. The qi and blood in my body is raging. I've tried to impact the sea of qi, but I've never been able to impact open the sea of qi barrier. Why is that? Unable to impact out of the qi sea barrier? Jo Jun wasn't surprised at all, as this was a very normal thing. He casually picked up an apple and took a bite, then stood up, walked behind Li Hongsheng, placed his palm on the back of Li Hongsheng's heart, and said, let me feel it, don't resist. Li Hongsheng nodded. Immediately afterward, he felt a very impactful force penetrate his body. That was Jo Jun's internal energy. The power of internal energy far exceeded the power of qi and blood. Internal energy surged out from the sinews and bones with astonishing power, and it was simply not something that the power of mobilizing qi and blood could easily counteract. After feeling Li Hongsheng's surging qi and blood, Jo Jun's originally calm face changed drastically. He had long known that the power of qi and blood within Li Hengsheng's body was powerful. However, he only realized to what extent Li Hengsheng's qi and blood power was perverted when he felt it realistically. A phrase of nationalism exploded out of Jo Jun's mouth, followed by him taking 2 steps back and looking at Li Hengsheng with a horrified expression. Old fourth, what the hell kind of martial arts are you practicing? How is the power of qi and blood so strong like this? Jo Jun had never seen such a perverted metamorphosis realm before. No wonder the 7th level of the metamorphosis realm was able to defeat the Iron Masked Man. People really have something to fall back on. Jo Jun boasted that he was a genius, but there was no comparison at all between himself and Li Hengsheng at the 9th level of the mortal transformation realm. If one compared one's qi and blood power to a small river, then Li Hongsheng's was simply an ocean. So I am having a hard time breaking through? Li Hengsheng did not answer Jo Jun's question. The Sun Moon immortal demon god body was a secret. The fewer people knew about it, the better. He was more concerned with the question of how he was going to break through. More than difficult? It is simply difficult. Jo Jun sighed lightly. When you break through the sea of qi, all of your qi and blood power will be converted into internal energy. But because your qi and blood power is too large, the conversion will be difficult. And more importantly, your physical body is too strong. And the sea of qi barrier is also very strong. So it will be difficult to impact. If an ordinary disciple cultivates to the 9th level of the metamorphosis realm, one of their realm-breaking Dan will basically take care of it and help them impact the sea of qi. But in your case, the success rate of the realm-breaking Dan is afraid to be very small. Jo Jun guessed and said, then what else can be done? Li Hengsheng frowned down, not realizing that having a fleshly body that was too strong was also a trouble. It was so difficult to enter the Hotian realm. The way, Jo Jun pondered for a while. Under normal circumstances, either with the help of pills, or try to impact open by yourself. But you are now in this situation. The possibility of impacting open the barrier by yourself is very small. But with the help of pills, ordinary boundary-breaking pills will not work, I'm afraid. Unless it is to get a high-grade boundary-breaking pill. High-grade boundary-breaking pills? Li Hengsheng curiously said. Are pills even graded? Ordinary pills are naturally not graded, like the ones you eat when you cultivate on weekdays. They're all the same, but advanced pills are naturally graded, and advanced pills can be divided into 9 grades. If it's an ordinary disciple, he can naturally break through by eating a first-ranked boundary-breaking elixir. But in your case, I'm guessing that you'll need to eat at least a 5th-ranked boundary-breaking elixir or more to make a breakthrough. Jo Jun bristled. This senior brother of his was really costly. 5th grade? Li Hengsheng froze, then said, then I'll go to the main peak later to buy it. It's not easy to buy. Jo Jun shrugged. It's not even easy to say whether we have it or not. After all the pills in our Daoshan ancient land are also refined by our alchemists here. And our Daoshan ancient land's alchemists are limited in their level of refinement. And the medicines that are refined to provide to the ordinary disciples are okay. But I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for them to refine a 5th grade elixir. And the higher the grade, the more precious the elixir is. It's hard to say exactly what the price will be to buy one. But you can go and ask the master to see if there's any other way. I can't do anything about this point. Senior brother. Li Hengsheng nodded gruffly. It didn't take long for the underlings to bring back the meat. Both of them downed the jug of wine with the roasted chicken. I have to say, this Plume Shen White Tiger's Tiger Dan wine is indeed powerful and contains much spiritual power. After drinking it down one can feel the internal energy and qi and blood in the body are in a state of agitation, even more than the impact brought by ordinary pills or even stronger. Even Li Hengsheng, who had such a physique, felt dizzy after drinking it. Can't handle the booze. Originally, he wanted to go to Sumai to ask about the breakthrough, but as a result, Li Hengsheng still huffed and puffed and slept all night. And when he woke up the next day, it was already noon. When he woke up, Zhou Jun was already gone. Li Hengsheng didn't expect that he would actually get drunk like this after only drinking half a pot of wine. That's a strong drink. Even a little bit of drink break. And later in Zhou Jun drink into what kind of Li Hengsheng or completely do not remember. Do not know whether there is no do anything embarrassing. When Li Hengsheng wanted to go to Sumai to ask about things, Su Kuei was the one who said that he had a visitor. Li Hengsheng was still curious about who had come. As a result, when the visitor appeared in front of Li Hengsheng, it made Li Hengsheng somewhat unexpected. It's actually Yan Yuruan. Senior brotherly. Yan Yenyun revealed two small tiger teeth and said with a smile, passing by my high peak, I came up to see you. Senior brother. I shouldn't have disturbed senior brother's cultivation, right? No. I also just woke up. Midas Qingyu Mountain on weekdays there are very few people to come. Yan Yun senior sister is considered a rare guest. Come and please sit down. The two were old folks, so Li Hengsheng also greeted them warmly. Besides this, Yan family was still his old man's proprietor. After sitting down and exchanging pleasantries, Yan Yenyun then said, Senior brotherly, I'm going to make a trip down the mountain. Going back to Changqing town? Li Hengsheng looked at Yan Yenyun. Yes, it's been a long time since I've gone back, so I came here to ask senior brother if he wants to go back together. Yan Yenyun said, if we go back together, we'll be on our way. Li Hengsheng was also eager to go back, but after thinking for a while, he still shook his head. What he had encountered before still had Li Hengsheng's heart palpitating. Moreover, Sumai had also said that it was dangerous for Li Hengsheng to leave the Daoshan ancient land now, and that he would be allowed to leave when he had the ability to defend himself. Li Hengsheng originally thought that if he requested the Sunhai Dart Bureau to escort him back to Changqing town, he should be able to guarantee his safety on the road. But the road is safe. What about when we get back to Changqing town? It was nothing for himself. But what if those people from the Eternal Life sect suddenly appeared and dragged the people around him down with them? Especially since Li Hengsheng didn't want to bring danger to his father, Li Changqing. The Eternal Life cult's people are heartless and may turn against father. So Li Hengsheng didn't want to go back yet. When he had the strength to guard his father, he would go back to see at that time. In that case, well then, I'll just have to go back by myself then. Yan Yenyun's eyes were more or less lost. By the way, does senior sister know about the recent events of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Li Hengsheng inquired to Yan Yuruan. Chapter 113, An Unexpected Visitor. Well, I've heard about some of it. Yan Yenyun nodded. The entire Changqing town's clans have formed an alliance and created the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, of which the president of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is my father, and the vice presidents are Zhao Yiqiu of the Zhao clan and Bai Jingfei of the Bai clan. Why is this chamber called the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Li Hengsheng didn't quite understand. Well, I'm not really sure. Yan Yenyun shook her head. My father never talks to me about things in the family. Speaking of this, Yan Yuyun sighed lightly. Who let me be a girl? My father's eyes are only for my younger brother. You sure? But you're great. To be able to rely on your own ability to enter the Dao Mountain ancient land as an outer disciple. It's very impressive. Seeing that Yan Yuruan was in a somewhat downcast mood, Li Hengsheng hurriedly comforted him. Moreover, Li Hengsheng said this from the bottom of his heart. He did feel that Yan Yenyun was very powerful now. Who knows that this is not comforting well? This comforting out. Yan Yuruan is even a face of grudges to look at Li Hengsheng. This other people say out I may be proud of a little bit, but Li senior brother you say out this words I always feel that it is in mockery of me. But you are relying on their own strength to become a pro-transmission it. I'm still mingling in the outer sect. Aha! Ahem. Li Hengsheng also felt a little awkward saying that. Right. Li Hengsheng hurriedly changed the topic and said, if senior sister goes back, she should be able to see my father. Can you help me forward a letter to my father? Just so I don't have to look for someone from the Tsan Yuan Dart Bureau to deliver the letter for me. Yeah, I'll definitely help you pass it on to Senior Evergreen. Yan Yenyun nodded. It's not like it's a hassle. Besides, how nice to be able to draw closer to Li Hengsheng. Wait for me for a moment. Li Hengsheng turned around and went inside, preparing to write a letter to Li Changqing. At this time, Li Hengsheng's heart was muttering again. The name Evergreen Chamber of Commerce made Li Hengsheng a little strange. If this matter alone, Li Hengsheng might not think too deeply, because the word evergreen was also a name with a good meaning. Perhaps Yan Buotao and the others also just thought that the word evergreen was very suitable for the name of the Chamber of Commerce. But what made Li Hengsheng suspicious was something else. That's when the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce killed the Hai family's Hai Santao. What's going on here? Although he hadn't returned to Changqing town for several years, Li Hengsheng could say with certainty that with the strength of those families in Changqing town it was impossible to shake a single hair of the Hai family. These families obviously have high-profile help behind them. Who the hell is this tall man? Li Hengsheng didn't believe that there was really any supreme expert who had come to this kind of small place like Changqing town with no one in his spare time just happened to look after these small clans and then make a guardian deity for them. Unrealistic. He also didn't know why, but Li Hengsheng always had a lingering intuition. An intuition that told him that Li Changqing had something to do with this matter. What kind of relationship is it exactly? Li Hengsheng can't say, but the feeling is strong. Could it be that his own father knew such a supreme master? Or was Li Changqing this absolute master? But looking at his father's usual drunken demeanor, it was unlikely. Li Hengsheng felt that his suspicion had returned. He also hated this feeling of suspicion in himself, but he just couldn't hold down his heart. Ever since the first time he received the money from Li Changqing, Li Hengsheng always felt that his father was not right. So Li Hengsheng was ready to do another test. A very ordinary letter from home, written without any problems. But Li Hengsheng added this passage to it. I have cultivated to the peak of the metamorphosis realm, but I have never been able to break through to the Hotian realm, and I am very distressed. I never knew what I was going to do. Then I heard my senior brother say that it would be nice to have a 5th grade realm-breaking elixir, so maybe I'd be able to break through. But this 5th grade realm-breaking dan was very difficult to get, and after trying for a long time, I didn't get it, so I didn't know what to do. But don't worry father, everything will be fine. My son will definitely break through to the Hotian realm as early as possible to show you. You take care of your health. When Li Hengsheng finished writing this paragraph, he stuffed the letter into an envelope and sealed it. The 5th grade boundary breaking pill, which he had previously heard from Jun Zhou, was that it might not even be available in the Daoshan ancient land, and it's so expensive that money can't always buy it. Previously, his own cultivation path had been too smooth. So smooth that Li Hengsheng suspected that he was all a son of good fortune. When he lacked money to buy pills, Li Changqing gave himself a large amount of money. When he himself was struggling with the lack of cultivation channels, Sumai inexplicably accepted himself as a personal disciple. When he wanted to go to the realization of the Gongfu, he got that wooden figure of Wu Daozi again, and as a result, he was magically super enlightened and directly realized the Zhaoshan looking at the immortal diagram. It's as if someone is always arranging everything for themselves in the underworld. It's a bit amazing how well it's going, and it's a complete counterpoint to those years of my own life ahead of me. So Li Hengsheng wanted to give it a try. He said that he wanted this very difficult to get the 5th grade elixir, and after he sent this letter out, if he really got the 5th grade boundary breaking elixir in the next period of time, then there's a really good chance that there's something wrong with Li Changqing. After the letter was written, Li Hengsheng walked out the door and handed the letter over to Yen Yuruan, smiling and saying, Senior sister Yen, then this letter is in your hands. Don't worry, senior brother. Yen Yenyun also agreed with a full mouth. And then after chatting for a few more sentences, Yen Yenyun left, and Li Hengsheng had no intention of continuing to go to Sumai to ask about his cultivation breakthrough. He just wanted to wait quietly for a while to see if he could get a 5th grade boundary breaking pill. 2 days later, Trailblazer City. A special guest came to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce today. The visitor was graceful, with a touch of Englishness between his eyebrows, and the whole person was magnificent, giving a person a sense of everyone's style when he looked at them. The visitor also introduced himself, Zhou Zhangfan, Lord of Tianshui City in Minhong Prefecture. Learning that such a big figure had come, Yan Leisheng also personally came out to greet him, because the business of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was on track. Yan Buotao and the three of them went back to Changqing town. After all, Changqing town was the route. They couldn't always stay here. It's fine to have Yan Leisheng here to keep an eye on things. Yan Leisheng didn't expect such a big shot to visit his door just after the three of them had left. Zhou City Lord. Yan Leisheng walked up and said respectfully, Zhou City Lord's great presence really makes the store look like a humble place. Quickly inside please. Zhou Zhengfan also politely clasped his fists before being led by Yan Leisheng into the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's VIP hall. All this way Yan Leisheng was wondering what Zhou Zhengfan came to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to do. Someone like Zhou Zhengfan was serving as a party city lord in the Minhong state, and the Minhong state was the territory of the Dao Mountain ancient land. So Zhou Zhengfan must have been a disciple of the Dao Mountain ancient land in the past as well. That's why he was able to become the city lord of Tianshui City, and his strength was naturally not weak. And the Hai family was also in Tianshui City. Could it be that Zhou Zhangfan and Hai Santao were very close? He was coming after the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce because of the recent rumor that it was the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce that killed Hai Santao? This Chamber of Commerce is still really good. Zhou Zhangfan looked around and said with a smile, It's alright, it's just a small Chamber of Commerce. Where can it enter your eyes? Yan Leisheng hurriedly said politely, bringing Zhou Zhengfan into the VIP room. Yan Leisheng personally made tea for Zhou Zhengfan. Zhou Zhengfan tasted the tea, originally wanted to say things, but the result was that after he had just taken a sip of tea, but his eyes lit up, and he picked up the teacup and took another sip. What kind of tea is this? How come it smells so fresh? Zhou Zhengfan is not exaggerating the effect, but after he took a sip he found that the tea's fragrance is abnormal. He drank a lot of tea on weekdays, but none of this tea has this strong tea fragrance. This is just some tea that our Yin family has made ourselves. It's not worth much, Yan Leisheng hurriedly said. If City Lord Zhou likes it, I'll load you up with some later. Yan Leisheng did not talk nonsense. These teas are actually very ordinary tea, but these teas in accordance with the method taught by Li Changqing before. After frying by hand, it is true that it has become a lot more fragrant. The rich aroma is out. It's just that at the moment, it's only the Yan and Bai families and the Zhao family that have them, and nowhere else. Rather, I didn't expect Zhou Zhengfan to like it so much. Boss Yan is polite. Zhou Zhengfan hurriedly politely said a few words. Then this time Zhou Zhengfan took out a piece of paper from his bosom and directly handed it to Yan Leisheng. Boss Yan, this thing is also requested to be smiled upon by the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Ha! Yan Leisheng froze. Zhou Zhenghua actually came to deliver something to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Yan Leisheng curiously took over and glanced at the piece of paper, realizing that it was actually a land deed, and this land deed is actually the Tianshui City Minghai Chamber of Commerce. This is... Yan Leisheng was shocked. The deed to the Minghai Chamber of Commerce. Why was it given to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? But this thing is really heartwarming. A piece of land deed, which is worth a lot of money. And more importantly, with this land deed, in the future, you can directly open a Chamber of Commerce in Tianshui City. This gift is too big. We at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce don't get rewarded without merit. Yan Leisheng hurriedly excused himself. Although this thing Yan Leisheng very much want, but so inexplicably will things to collect, he is also dare not. As the saying goes, take manpower short. Who knows what will happen after taking Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's credit can be said to be the biggest, right? Zhou Zhengfan said. If there is no Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to make a move, this land deed also can't fall into my hands, and the benefits from the Hai family are actually quite a lot. This land deed is just me coming to thank the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Thank you? Yan Leisheng was a little confused for a moment. Alright, the land deed will be placed here. And I also hope that Boss Yan will also open the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to Tianshui City in the future. And I, as the City Lord of Tianshui City, will surely welcome it. After Zhou Zhengfan finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. I'll see you off. Yan Leisheng hurriedly went out to pack some tea for Zhou Zhengfan, who got the tea and also laughed and left the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Sent away Zhou Zhengfan. Yan Leisheng looked at this land deed in his hand, still in a state of confusion. Is this a heavenly gift? Such a land deed. But it is worth a lot of money. This store in Dao Trace City is not very big. This is still a collection of the financial strength of several families before finally buying it. This Minghai Chamber of Commerce in Tianshui City had a better location and covered a large area, and was worth more than this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in Daoxian City. Yan Leisheng turned around and was ready to write a letter to Yan Buotao about the matter. Who knew that Yan Leisheng had just turned around when he heard someone behind him shout, "But Boss Yan of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce?" Yan Leisheng looked back, but he saw a car slowly stop, and in front of that car was actually a spotted tiger, especially huge, with purple spots flashing on its body. Many people on the surrounding streets were shocked as they looked at this purple spotted manticore, which was a spirit beast. A curtain lifted from that car and a man stepped out of it. Again, it contained an innate aura, another precursor. Yan Leisheng hurriedly walked up and respectfully cupped his fists. Forgive my poor eyesight. May I ask who you are? Boss Yan is polite. My name is Xia Yi. The man also clasped his fists and spoke. The attitude is particularly polite. Xia Yi? Yan Leisheng was a bit surprised and exclaimed. So it's the Xia Dongjia of the South Bay Cauldron, the Xia family in South Bay City. That was also a famous family, and it could be said that more than half of the ships in the entire Minhong state were under the control of the Xia family. Come in, Mr. Xia. Yan Leisheng hurriedly greeted. Yan Leisheng's heart was still muttering. What was the Xia family doing in Daotre City? Natsuno had always been polite, not at all overbearing. It was only after 2 incense sticks of time that Xia Yi came out of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and got into the car to leave. Yan Leisheng stood at the door to see him off, but his entire body was in a completely giddy state. Xia Yi came to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, actually sent 5 million taels of silver tickets, and also signed an ordering contract with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce for pre-made dishes. The demand was very large. At the same time, in the future, if the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce wanted to use a boat, they, the Xia family, could give the most favorable price and arrange it in the first place, with all customers prioritizing the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Such treatment directly Yan Leisheng smashed. Some do not know the southeast and north. Not his mental capacity is poor. Really things come too incredible. 5 million taels of silver. Such a large sum of money. How is this going to work? And at this time, Yan Leisheng also understood that this South Baixia family was also the beneficiary of this high family matter. Natsuno's brother used to be a hunter and was killed by Hai Songtao while hunting him. The purple-spotted tiger pulled the cart, and the one driving in front of the carriage was a young man, who said with a smile, "Boss, is it really worth it for us to give the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce so many benefits? It's worth it if you use it to buy your life." Xiaoye's voice came from inside. That old man Hai Songtao died so silently in the hands of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. And when the Hai family collapsed, they weren't interested in coming to get a piece of the pie. Why do you think they did? Makes sense. That young man nodded. There are so many people playing the idea of the Hai family. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is afraid that they do not want to expose their own strength. Another point: who moved the Hai family's big cake? They also have a number in mind. The reason why they have never made a move. That is ready to look at the performance of the various families. It. Understanding is good, Xia Yi said indifferently. The person behind this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is not simple. Without saying a word, waiting for us to take the initiative to come to the door. On the playing mind tricks really have a set. Chapter 114. Li Changqing is diabolized again, begging for recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Single girls. Such an opponent is terrifying. More so than the Hai family. So what we need to do now is to befriend them instead of offending them. Xia Yi slowly said. What's more, the people behind this Evergreen Chamber of Commerce are also very good at what they do, giving us quite a lot of benefits, willing to let those of us have a mouthful of soup, and also letting me take my revenge. Even though I wasn't able to kill Hai Songtao with my own hands, but for me to be able to destroy the Hai family in my lifetime, it's already enough. That young man also said. On the point of killing Hai Songtao, it's really a big deal. The purple-spotted manticore vehicle slowly left the Dao Trace City. Not only were the various forces of the various families involved this time, but even the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce was also reacting at this time. Lin Shangnan wrote a letter directly to his daughter, Lin Wangshu, asking her to arrange for the benefits to be distributed to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, to be as soon as possible. They couldn't lag too far behind others and couldn't let the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce think that they, the Cloud Ridge sect, didn't know what they were doing. Other forces might still be speculating about the forces behind the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, but Lin Shangnan had seen it with his own eyes, and Li Changqing's strength was at least at the level of the innate Great Circle in his opinion, and it was not at all something the Cloud Ridge sect could offend. Lin Wangshu read the letter, and immediately after learning about Zhou Zhangfan and Xiaoye's actions, he also came to a realization that the original Evergreen Chamber of Commerce meant this. Lin Wangshu also hurriedly prepared a gift, then hurried to visit the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in the afternoon. One family made a move, and all the other families reacted by association. These past few days, Yan Leisheng had endured an onslaught of gifts of all kinds every day, with all sorts of bigwigs coming to his door to give him gifts, and these gifts were all very exaggerated as well. Yan Leisheng had also gone from being shocked and emotional at the beginning to becoming numb, and was even able to cope with all sorts of bigwigs he encountered. That calm demeanor further convinced the later bigwigs that the bottom line of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was true. Otherwise, a small Hotian great perfection martial artist would be able to face all of them, the innate, without being humble. Meanwhile, Yan Buotao and the others in Changqing town had also received Yan Leisheng's message. Yan Buotao and Zhao Ichio by Jingfei couldn't believe their eyes when they looked at the list of gifts Yan Leisheng had sent over. There were nearly 10 deeds to properties in various cities alone. These places are perfectly suited to open chapters of the Chamber of Commerce in the future. As for the silver and other kinds of treasures are countless. The silver alone amounted to a staggering 8 million taels. The three people sat there for a long time without uttering a word. Such wealth was so exaggerated. Their entire Changqing town's family put together to buy today's Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was only able to come up with 2 million taels. So that's how it is. After a long time, Zhao Ichio murmured with a shocked expression. I didn't expect everything to be in Mr. Evergreen's plan. Mr. Evergreen thought about the fact that with our strength we wouldn't be able to compete for the Hai family stuff. So Mr. Evergreen decided to simply do nothing and then wait for them to obediently send it up. I understand. Mr. Evergreen letting someone behead that Hai Songtao didn't just exterminate the Hai family, but also gave some reminders to the other forces. It's completely made a name for our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Ichio became excited, as if he understood Li Changqing's intentions. 2 birds with 1 stone. The results are just amazing. No wonder Mr. Evergreen chose to kill that Hai Songtao by assassination. Bai Jingfei seemed to understand as well. Hai Songtao was so strong that he inexplicably died at home without anyone noticing. That's even more so for the others. they naturally understand this. So since the interests of the Hai family have been moved, that want to not go on supplying our Chamber of Commerce, then they are also worried that one day they will somehow die at home as well. The more Bai Jingfei spoke, the more excited he became. Mr. Evergreen is indeed no ordinary person. The great confessor is a great talent. Yan Buotao also let out a sigh of emotion. Although the great confessor is in seclusion, he has already arranged everything secretly. AI, Zhao Ichio at this moment was letting out a light sigh, even letting go of the feather fan in his hand. Old Zhao, what's wrong with you? Bai Jingfei said strangely. Things have developed so well. The future of our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is so bright. We're making a huge profit. Why are you sighing instead? 2. Zhao Ichio glanced at the two of them and said heavily. From the opening of the Chamber of Commerce until now, when our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce has resounded throughout the entire Minghong Prefecture. Tell me, which part of the process was done by the three of us? All of this has been in Mr. Evergreen's arrangements. Have the three of us contributed a single point? Brother Yen, you've only beheaded one Hou, but that sort of scumbag is also dispensable, and can be said to have almost no impact in Mr. Evergreen's plans. Zhao Ichio's words caused both Yan Buotao and Bai Jingfei to fall silent. One president, two vice presidents. They really can say they didn't do much. Before the Chamber of Commerce opened, Senior Evergreen took care of the Cloud Ridge sect, making the Cloud Zero Chamber of Commerce not dare to be an enemy of ours, and immediately after that on the Hai family's matter in the end. It was also Mr. Evergreen who stepped in and solved the Hai family's biggest trouble. Originally, a few of us thought that we wouldn't get involved in the matter of getting a share of the pie. We weren't strong enough. We didn't expect that in the end. Our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce didn't just get a share of the pie, but took the lion's share of the benefits of the entire Hai family event. In the end, it was the three of us who did almost nothing but sit here and watch the Chamber of Commerce grow stronger. Honestly, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself to face Mr. Evergreen. Zhao Ichu had a bitter look on his face. He boasted that he had great talent, but as a result, he didn't help with anything. How could I not be? Yan Buotao's face was filled with bitterness as he listened to what Zhao Ichu said. In the end, Mr. Evergreen is our Yin family's grand donor. And the Grand Donor has even helped me to ascend to the innate realm. So now how can I live with myself in the Yin family? How can I face the great confessor? Who isn't? Bai Jingfei was also devoid of the excitement he felt just now. We have been living in Changqing town for so many years, for several generations, and doing business for so many years, and I am still complacent and think I am very good. But as a result, I only realized how big the sky is outside when I walked out of this small place in Changqing town that is not a hole. Especially when Mr. Evergreen made his move. He felt that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. When both of our businesses were taken by your Yin family, we were still unconvinced, but now it seems that when Mr. Evergreen made his move, we had no power to fight back at all, and it's fortunate that Mr. Evergreen didn't have a general understanding with us. Otherwise, it's a toss-up whether old Zhao and I still have our heads on our heads. Bai Jingfei glanced at Zhao Ichio. Do a good job in the future. We also need to grow before we can let Mr. Evergreen be too disappointed in us. Zhao Ichio said. That's right. Our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce will also get better and better. And when we get out of Minghong Prefecture in the future, we might even be able to open up all over the Song Yuan realm. Bai Jingfei said with a smile. It was at this time that there was a knock on the door from outside. House Master, Miss is back. The voice outside spoke. Yu Yun is back? Yan Buotao raised his eyebrows, then said, got it. Tell her to wait for me in the side hall. Yes. Yen Yun sat in the side hall, also having not returned to the Yen family for a long time. Although some of the Yen family's elders were polite to Yen Yuruan, their attitude was just that, unsavory. Anyway, Yen Yun was also used to the fact that she could only wait for her father in the side hall when she came back, as the main hall was something that only the male children of the family were qualified to enter, like his own younger brother, Yen Yushur, who was qualified to enter the main hall at any time. It's now a tradition in the Yen family to favor sons over daughters in this way. Even if Yen Yun became a disciple of the Daoshan ancient land, or even entered the outer sect to become an outer sect disciple, it would be equally unchanged. After waiting for an incense stick of time, Yen Buotao finished what he was doing and came over. Yuner has returned. Seeing this daughter of his, Yen Buotao also revealed a smiling face. Despite the fact that Yen Buotao also favored sons over daughters, Yen Buotao still loved this daughter of his. Nay, there were also clan rules within the family, and daughters could only enter the side halls, and Yen Buotao was also very pleased with his daughter's achievements. When Yen Yushur was never able to enter the Dao, Yen Buotao really had the intention to let Yu Yun come back to inherit the position of patriarch, but all the elders in the family did not agree. Father, Yen Yun stood up and gave a respectful bow first. Quickly come and let father take a look. Yen Buotao carefully sized up Yen Yun, and then said with a smile, Yuner is really powerful now. It looks like you should be close to breaking through to the Hotian Great Perfection realm. When you break through to the Hotian Great Perfection, won't you be able to enter the inner sect? Say no more. Yan Yun shook her head. The criteria for entering the inner sect is not only to reach the Hotian Great Perfection in cultivation, but more importantly, the 10,000 beasts concentration has to be broken through the 10 islands in order to be able to do so, and I'm still stuck on the 9th island. Reimer's qualifications are very good. It will definitely be possible. If you are short of money you can talk to Daddy. You don't have to save Daddy on resources for cultivation. Yen Buotao was also broad. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's business is so good. Want to make money is not easy? By the way, Father, what's the deal with the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce? Yan Yun said. You only mentioned it in your letter, but didn't go into detail about how such a large chamber of commerce was suddenly created. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is an industry that the families have joined together to get. The matters involved are complicated, so a daughter should not pry into it. Before Yen Buotao could speak, two aged figures walked in outside. The man at the head had a serious face, giving off a sense of majesty. The other one also looked at Yen Yuyun calmly and said, Since Yuyun has returned, then take a good rest at home for a few days, and don't ask too many questions about things in the family. Greetings to Grand Elder. Fourth Elder. Yen Yun had long since gotten used to their attitude and did not say anything. The Grand Elder nodded. Don't forget the rules of our Yin family. If I were to say that Yuyun you should just come back from the ancient land of Daoshan, a daughter's family will be fine to marry a good family in the future. Hearing this, Yen Yun frowned, but did not retort. Father, where is offering Li Changqing? Yen Yun looked at Yen Buotao and asked, What are you asking the great confessor for? Yen Buotao froze. Senior brother Li entrusted me to bring something to offering Li Evergreen. Yen Yun said. Originally, I wanted Senior brother Li to come back with me, but Senior brother Li has been very busy lately, so he didn't come back, and entrusted me to bring something back to hand deliver to offering Li Evergreen. The moment these words came out, not only Yen Buotao, but even those two elders' faces changed. Oh Yuyun, you met the son of the grand provider in the ancient land of Daoshan? The fourth elder said in surprise at this moment. But that Li Hengsheng? I heard that Li Hengsheng is now the personal disciple of Mu Haifeng of the Dao Mountain ancient land. But is it true? Of course we know each other. Last time we even challenged the 9 Battle Pavilion and the 10,000 Beasts collection together at the Reflecting Heart Lake. Yen Yun raised her chin and said, As for the matter of a personal disciple, it is also true that Senior brother Li has superb talent. He is a recognized genius of our Daoshan ancient land, and his future achievements are unlimited. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the three people present changed as they looked at Yen Yuruan. Yuyun, the great confessor is still in seclusion and hasn't come out yet. You can look for him when he comes out, Yen Buotao said with a smile. Oh, good. Yen Yun nodded. Yuyun, let's not talk here. Not many people come here on weekdays, and it's not cleaned up much. Besides the light is not good. Go, fourth uncle will take you to the main hall. The light is good over there. The fourth elder rushed up to speak. Yen Yuruan? Yuyun, you've had a hard time coming back this way. Eldest uncle sees that your cultivation has also reached the Hotian Great Perfection. It's really impressive. I'm sure that your cultivation must have been very hard lately as well, right? Eldest uncle treasured a Jintian grass before. It's not a good thing, but it's just over 300 years old. Later on, eldest uncle will make a tea for you. You drink it to relax and unwind your body. The grand elder also revealed a kind smile. Yen Yuruan, what happened? The main hall? Is that a place you can go in by yourself? When I was a child, I sneaked to the entrance of the main hall to peek, and was even severely reprimanded by the great elder. And what the hell is a 300-year-old Jintian grass? Isn't that what you're saving for your coffin? You old beetle? Bring it out for me to make tea? Is it because he said he knew Li Hengsheng? As for such a big reaction? Yen Yun couldn't figure it out. Is it such a good deal to know a pro-disciple? It was just that Yen Yun didn't understand that what they cared about wasn't Li Hengsheng at all, and Li Hengsheng becoming a pro-disciple had little effect on them. What matters is Evergreen Li. If Yen Yun and Li Hengsheng were on good terms, then Li Changqing would naturally become more and more favorable towards their Yin family. The Yin family would grow stronger in the future. If it is, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder sized up Yen Yun. If Yen Yuruan can become Li Changqing's daughter-in-law, just by sizing up Yen Yun with such a glance. They had even come up with several names for Li Changqing's future grandson. For the next few days, Yen Yun felt like she had returned to the fake Yin family. He himself had never enjoyed such treatment since he was a child. Seeing how her sister was treated, even Yen Yushu wondered if she had fallen out of favor. And after a few days, Li Changqing finally came out of the gate. Carving that took so long really took Li Changqing a lot of effort, but it was good that in the end it was carved out. Putting the engraving into the box, Li Changqing was going to have the people from the Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau send it to Sumai, so that Sumai could transfer it to Li Hengsheng. Walking out of the bamboo forest and seeing the sun shining down outside, Li Changqing let out a sigh of relief. This time, the carving made Li Changqing feel as if his divine soul had been upgraded. The lake is much larger than it used to be. Sir, you're out of the gate. At this moment, Zhang Fuguang walked up. Well, out of the gate, Li Changqing asked, is Yan Buotao around? After being in seclusion for so long, Li Changqing always needed to understand what had happened outside during his seclusion, especially how the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce was doing. How's the Chamber of Commerce? Chapter 115, Where to buy the 5th grade boundary breaking pill. Have Yan Buotao come to me. Li Changqing moved his body a bit, then made himself a pot of tea. Yan Buotao heard that Li Changqing had come out of the gate and hurried to meet him. The recent events had really made Yan Buotao feel like he was living in a dream. He now couldn't wait to meet Li Changqing. The excitement was quite like a desire to meet his idol. Not only Yan Buotao, Zhao Yiqiu and Bai Jingfei likewise regarded Li Changqing as their idol. Zhao Yiqiu even lamented that a random thought from Mr. Evergreen was enough for the three of us to learn for a year and a half. The Great Confessor. Seeing Li Changqing, Yan Buotao gave a respectful salute. Sit down, Li Changqing said. I'm sorry for being in seclusion for so long lately. Have things been going well lately? Is the Chamber of Commerce okay? Smooth. Yan Buotao was even a bit agitated when he said this, looking at Li Changqing with a face of admiration. Great donor, your arrangements are so well thought out. It looks like a few of us didn't play any role, but everything is according to the great donor's planning, and those forces are now very knowledgeable about making offerings to our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and I've brought all of the lists with me. Evergreen Li? What are you talking about? Are we talking about the same thing? Why can't I understand? And what's with the starry-eyed adoration? You elaborate on the recent events to me in detail. Li Changqing poured himself a cup of tea, wanting to know what outrageous things had happened recently. Let Yan Buotao become what he is now. Alright, I'll report back to the Grand Confessor. Yan Buotao then narrated the whole matter, giving the cause and effect of the whole thing. At the same time it was even mixed with ass-kissing to Li Changqing. Shoot the Owi. Li Changqing was listening attentively at first, and as a result, the trajectory of the story deviated from Li Changqing's imagination as he listened, to the end of what he sent people to assassinate the Sisong Tao, and then many forces blood-washed Tianshui City Sea family, and what he transported the tent, resulting in many forces have to offer to flatter their own. Yan Buotao, are you sure you're not playing me? I'm so good, how come I didn't hear about it myself? Li Changqing's hands were shaking as he held the teacup. How in the world did things get to this point? Who really killed Song Tao? And is it really okay for you guys to be so diabolical about me? However, since Yan Buotao and the others thought so, there was nothing Li Changqing could do. Now that he was already being roasted on the fire, he couldn't say that these things had nothing to do with him, could he? That would be too demoralizing. And not only did it make the three people misunderstand, but it also made the entire Minghong state misunderstand. People have given away their money, and it's not good for them to come out and say anything at this point. Anyway, it will be beneficial to the development of Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and there are so many land deeds in the gifts sent, which can be used when Evergreen Chamber of Commerce opens a branch in the future. Alright, Li Changqing digested the news for a while, then said, you guys keep up the good work, and let me know if there's anything. Don't worry, Great Confessor, we will definitely run it with all our heart. You guys are recruiting recently, right? When recruiting, the recipe for the dish must not be leaked out. Li Changqing added, don't worry, Grand Donor, the formula is the root of our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. It will definitely not be leaked out. Speaking of the formula, Yan Buotao's face was also grave. Nowadays, those who know those cooking recipes are the cooks who are trusted by the three big families, and they are all old people in the family. As for those other people recruited to cook, they simply don't have the recipe in their hands because the seasonings used are already made up and given directly to them. They have no idea what's in the dressing. Besides, Yan Buotao and Bai Jingfei and the others were by no means good. The families of these cooks were also under the surveillance of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and if they really dared to divulge it, then they wouldn't mind letting their families meet in another world in one piece. By the way, my little daughter has returned, naming that she wants to see you, the Great Confessor, saying that your son has brought a letter back to the Great Confessor from the ancient land of Daoshan. Yan Buotao spoke at this time. Oh, Li Changqing laughed, then let her send it over. Okay, I'll have her come. After Yan Buotao finished speaking, he went to find Yan Yuruan, and at this time, Zhang Fuguang walked up and quietly poured a cup of tea for Li Changqing. Sir, Zhang Fuguang's eyes were a little hesitant. If there's something you want to say, just say it. Li Changqing could tell that this ill-spoken Hanyu seemed to have something he wanted to ask of himself. Is it money you need? I can get you some first, Li Changqing said, and was ready to get some silver for Zhang Fuguang. But Zhang Fuguang was shaking his head. Xiao wants to read and write, Zhang Fuguang said with a red face. Recently these days, Xiao has been stealing lessons outside the school hall of Yanfu. I wonder if Mr. can allow Xiao to be able to go inside the school hall and take lessons together? Zhang Fuguang had long realized that Zhang Xiao ran out every day. And again, he was also curious to follow to see what Zhang Xiao was doing. When he saw his daughter outside the school secretly lying on the window pads to watch the people inside reading, Zhang Fuguang, the Iron Man this moment feel heartache. He was an introvert, much less the type of person who could easily open his mouth to beg, but today he still couldn't help but want to beg Li Changqing for this matter. It's me who overlooked it. Li Changqing slapped his head. Zhang Xiao at such an age should indeed be at the right age to go to school and study. I can't believe I forgot about it. I'll talk to Yanbuotao later and let Xiao go to school. Li Changqing smiled and took out a silver ingot and handed it to Zhang Fuguang. It was 10 taels. Take it out and buy a nice new outfit for Xiao. And then buy a school bag. And brushes and such. So that Xiao can go to school in style. This is not necessary. Zhang Fuguang hurriedly shrugged off. Li Changqing allowed Zhang Xiao to go to school is already very good. And how to take Li Changqing's money? Zhang Fuguang's heart was already very grateful. He even felt in his heart that he owed Li Changqing another debt. It's not for you, it's for Xiao. Li Changqing stuffed the silver into Zhang Fuguang's hand, then said, the child is still small, and it costs money to go to school, so I'll take this bit of silver. Besides, this girl, Xiao, is so cute, and I like it a lot. As long as Xiao is willing to study well, it's better than anything else. Then thank you, sir. Zhang Fuguang actually knelt down at this moment and kowtowed to Li Changqing. Not so much. Li Changqing hurriedly helped Zhang Fuguang up. At this time, Yanbuotao brought Yan Yun with him. Along the way, Yanbuotao could be said to have instructed Yan Yun several times that he must be respectful and not be rude when he saw Li Changqing. Yan Yun was also curious. It was the first time she had seen her father so nervous. Isn't it Li Changqing? Isn't it just an introductory painter? As for that, however, thinking that Li Changqing was Li Hengsheng's father, Yan Yun also felt that it should be the pro-disciple's own father. Moreover, Li Hengsheng was number 1 on the mortal realm ranking. There is a high hope of stepping into the innate in the future, and Li Changqing is also a one-man wonder. It deserves to be honored. Grand donor. This is my daughter Yan Yuruan. Yanbuotao brought Yan Yuruan in and introduced her to Li Changqing. It's rather a beauty embryo. Li Changqing smiled and said, my son is really happy to be in the same sect as such a beautiful sister. Li Changqing's sentence caused Yan Yun to blush down and hurriedly cupped her fists and said, Yan Yun has met the great provider. Fine. Wata tell you something. Li Changqing beckoned to Yanbuotao. Just do as the great confessor commands. Yanbuotao said, it's not a big deal. Fuguang's daughter Zhang Xiao, the child is 5 years old. Always staying here in me with nothing to do is not a thing. Look at it to arrange for your Yin family's academy. With your Yin family's children with reading and literacy it. Li Changqing discussed. Don't worry great confessor. I'll make the arrangements. You can come to the academy tomorrow. I'll instruct with the teaching teacher later as well. Yanbuotao agreed with his mouth full. This was not much of a problem. Aha! Li Changqing nodded, then still admonished. You Yin family children are all delicate children one by one. Don't bully other people's Fuguang's daughter. This child is quite pitiful. Definitely not. Our Yin family children are not the same as other people's families' playboys. One is well behaved. Guaranteed not to bully. Especially kind. Yanbuotao smiled. Li Changqing looked at Yanbuotao's nonsense, and said that the first day he came Yin Hanzhou was not bullied into that. I really believe you ghost. You old thing is also very bad. Then, great confessor, I'll go ahead and make some arrangements, so that Yan Yun can chat with you for a while. After saying that, Yanbuotao left Li Changqing's small courtyard. Many thanks, sir, I'll go and get busy as well. Zhang Fuguang was relieved, then turned around and left. Great confessor, this is the letter that senior brother Li asked me to bring to you. Yan Yun handed Li Changqing the letter that Li Hengsheng had brought to her. How is my son doing these days? Li Changqing did not open the letter, but instead inquired with Yan Yun about Li Hengsheng's affairs in the sect. It's better to have more information about your son, so you don't have to wear out your welcome later. Yan Yun talked about what he knew for a while as well very Li Changqing, and after Yanbuotao left, he directly asked the Yan family's 7th elder to come see him. Family master, what is so urgent? The 7th elder walked in and asked curiously. 7th elder, you're in charge of this piece of education for the Yan family's children. Give you someone to stuff inside the academy. The girl in the great provider's small courtyard, Yanbuotao explained. Oh, you mean that child called Zhang Xiao? The 7th elder smiled and said, that child is not bad. She has indeed been lying outside the academy a lot lately to eavesdrop. Since the great confessor has given the word, then I will arrange for her to go in tomorrow. Not only that. Yen Buotao's voice was suddenly icy cold. You give me instructions to all the parents of the children who are attending school in the academy. They're bare children, but whenever they let me know that someone bullied that Zhang Xiao, then let their family not live in Changqing town. And in the future, the whole family will go to the South Mountain to dig for minerals. Do you understand? When these words came out, the seventh elder's face also changed slightly. Was the punishment so severe? This is the meaning of the Grand Provider. If anyone screws up at that time, don't blame me. Yen Buotao. For not remembering old times and turning the other cheek, Yen Buotao spoke indifferently. Yes. The seventh elder hurriedly agreed. No bullying Zhang Xiao, but at the same time, you mustn't leave her out in the cold. Let her comfortably attend my Yen family's academy. If one day she comes out of the academy without a smile on her face, I'll come after you. Yen Buotao stared at the seventh elder's face. I see. Although the seventh elder was helpless, he could only agree. This is a little ancestor stuffed inside the schoolhouse. Zhang Fuguang took Zhang Xiao out to buy new clothes, and Zhang Xiao smiled happily knowing that she could go to school. Seeing his daughter so happy, Zhang Fuguang was equally happy, holding Zhang Xiao's small hand, and it had been a long time since he had walked on the streets so unrestrained and assured. Li Changqing and Yen Yenyun chatted for a while before Yen Yenyun left. Open this letter and see what has happened to your son lately. The content of the letter was no different from usual, but Li Changqing read it with great interest. It wasn't until later when Li Hengsheng said that he had encountered problems with his breakthrough and needed a 5th grade elixir but couldn't get one that Li Changqing frowned. A 5th grade elixir? Is it hard to get? Li Changqing muttered. But since it's not even available in the Dao Mountain ancient land, it should be really rare. After reading the letter over, Li Changqing was filled with thoughts of where to get this 5th grade elixir from. The Valley of the Healer King should have it, right? Should we ask Mu Shanga to see if Mu Shanga can get one for us? But after thinking about it, Li Changqing decided that it was better not to owe people this favor first, and since Mu Shanga looked at himself strangely every time, it was better for him to get it from somewhere else first and see if he could get it. Second morning, Yen Buotao came to Li Changqing again. This was before Li Changqing asked Yen Buotao to see if he could get good wood. Yen Buotao delivered the wood. Great provider, this is spirit gold wood. Yen Buotao brought a very large piece of wood to Li Changqing, then said, although this spirit gold wood is not comparable to any legendary wood, this wood is also very rare because spirit gold wood contains gold water, and I heard that there is a special method to refine gold from this wood. Oh, Li Changqing didn't expect that there would be such a magical wood. Seeing this spirit gold wood, Li Changqing had an idea he intended to try. By the way Buotao, do you know where I can buy a 5th grade realm breaking pill? Li Changqing asked Yen Buotao. 5th grade? Yen Buotao was stunned. An elixir of that high grade. It would take a very powerful alchemist to be able to refine it. 5th grade pills are too high in grade. We definitely don't have them here. Even Minhang Prefecture might not have them. Yen Buotao said contemplatively. The Northern Cold Kingdom might have it. There is a black market in the Northern Cold Kingdom. It is said that you can buy all sorts of things in there. So it might be there. Black market? Li Changqing froze. Song Yuan realm also had this thing. But isn't the Northern Cold Kingdom a bit far? It would take almost a month to travel by carriage from Minhangzhou to the Northern Cold Country. How much does that thing cost roughly? Li Changqing also wanted to see if he could afford it. I wouldn't know about that. Yen Buotao said awkwardly. The highest grade elixir I've ever seen is only a 3rd grade elixir. A 5th grade one. I've never really seen. Chapter 116 New Work. Fortune Cat. Last day. Asking for monthly votes. Like the patriarch of a small family like Yen Buotao, to have seen a 3rd grade elixir once was already very good. It's something I've seen before when attending auctions elsewhere. The 5th grade was such a high grade now, and it was not something that could be accessed by someone at Yen Buotao's level. Recently, I asked the Chamber of Commerce to also ask around for me to see if I can find a 5th grade realm breaking pill. Li Changqing commanded. Yes. I'll arrange for someone to pay more attention, and then inquire with other chambers and forces as well. Regarding Li Changqing's requests, Yen Buotao naturally complied with all of them. Also if the wood comes across a good one, help me pay more attention to it. Li Changqing said, I'll leave these 2 pieces of spirit gold wood for now. Okay. Yen Buotao turned around and left after saying that. Li Changqing picked up this spirit gold wood. Into the hands of this spirit gold wood is also very heavy. This feeling is like the wood soaked in water for a night. The entire surface of the wood is also glistening with a golden sheen that looks great in the sun, with a gorgeous halo. No wonder it is said that gold can be refined out of this wood. It seems that this wood is really special. Maybe it can really make people rich overnight, but it is heavy enough. Just such a cut of wood that was about 1 meter long was surprisingly more than 500 pounds. Ordinary people simply couldn't move it. Li Changqing suddenly stared at the spirit gold wood and contemplated down at this moment. He suddenly felt that he could try other types of painting treasures, and this piece of wood was really suitable. I don't know if it's working. Li Changqing's mind was scattered at this moment, and he had a very amazing idea he wanted to try. Since he had an idea, he had to do it. So Li Changqing didn't waste any time and went straight back to the bamboo forest in the back garden, letting Fei guard the outside. He now wanted to carve out something. When Zhang Fuguang came back with Zhang Xiao and realized that Li Changqing was not there, it turned out that Li Changqing had actually closed his door again, which made Zhang Fuguang have to admire Li Changqing's diligence. No wonder people have such high cultivation. Li Changqing realized that it wasn't that difficult when he used to carve casually, but since he had carved with a purpose, it had become particularly hindering. It was true that when one specifically wanted to create a certain kind of treasure, one would be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. The speed of the carving became slow, but compared to the one that was carved for Li Hengsheng before, it was already relatively much better. 2 days later, Li Changqing finally stopped the carving knife in his hand. Looking at his work, Li Changqing also nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, Li Changqing also discovered something. Carving yourself slower and slower isn't all about being suppressed by the rules. The tools he used were made of ordinary pig iron, and after so much use, they had long since worn out and blunted at the edges, so it seemed he needed to rebuild a better set of knives. Hey, a painter needs good paper and a good pen. I also need good wood and a good carving knife. Basically they are all pretty much the same. Li Changqing sighed lightly. Recently should find some good materials to build a better set of carving knives. At least can be used for a longer time. Put the wooden carving inside a box and walked out the door. Li Changqing walked on the streets of the Yin family. Now that it was already autumn, the fallen leaves all over the ground. Stepping on them crunching, the cool wind blew, but it gave people a sense of loneliness. Li Changqing couldn't help but think that if he hadn't come to the Yin family to be the great provider, he would be drinking alone at home at this time. At this time of the year, it's a bit like eating mooncakes. Li Changqing said to himself, I don't think my son has even eaten a mooncake. The children of the Yin family as well as the slaves who came and went greeted Li Changqing very respectfully. When he passed by the school hall, Li Changqing was also curious and walked over, wanting to see how Zhang Xiao was doing in school nowadays. Through the paper window, Li Changqing saw that Zhang Xiao was sitting in a better seat, listening attentively to the lesson, and the gentleman above was explaining the contents of the book to them. The sound of reading really subdues all the clamor of the world. Seeing how Zhang Xiao was reading seriously, the atmosphere was also very cordial. Li Changqing arrived outside the door of the mansion where Yan Botao lived. Yan Botao is now looking at the account book. Thick account book let Yan Botao pain and happiness. He is the president of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. These things are necessary to see to understand. The ledger was so thick. The recent profits of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce were really quite a lot, and one entry after another indicated that each family could share a lot of money. Nowadays, Big Head isn't just about prepping vegetables anymore, but other items sell very well too. Yan Botao also had to send the account book to the Bai and Zhao families to show it to both of them after reading it, to ensure the transparency of the accounts. The guards at Yan Botao's entrance saw that Li Changqing had come. They all hurriedly saluted as well. Li Changqing nodded his head, then directly walked in. Seeing that Yan Botao's entire person was almost drowned by the account book, he also couldn't help but smile. He was really happy to be a shirker. Otherwise, if you let yourself look at this pile, you'd probably want to die. Who? Didn't I say I'm busy? Don't bother me? Yan Botao frowned and raised his eyes to see that it was actually Li Changqing. Great confessor. Yan Botao hurriedly stood up and said in a hurry, why has the great confessor personally come? If there is anything, just let someone give an order. It's just right to come out for a walk, or else your body is going to show off. Li Changqing looked at the piles of account books and couldn't help but say, business has been so good lately? Yes, the business of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce is really exceptionally good. The pre-prepared dishes are selling too hot, and since the collapse of the Minghai Chamber of Commerce, 90% of the former Minghai Chamber of Commerce's customers have come to our Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. And our merchandise is so good and the prices are so fair that they enjoy doing business with us. Recently, the orders have been signed up to the hilt, and most of us from all the clans in Changqing town have begun to get busy supplying Dao Trace City, and the industries in Changqing town have been a bit too busy lately instead, Yan Botao said with a bitter smile. Aha! Li Changqing nodded. If it doesn't involve something confidential, try to recruit as many people as possible to come in and do it. The products of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce can't simply rely on us, Changqing town, to supply these people. That way sooner or later it will be out of supply. Right now it's still just a Dao Trace City. What if the Chamber of Commerce opens a branch in the future? Wouldn't we be even more helpless then? That's true, Yan Botao said contemplatively. There has never been such a concern before, but now it must be considered. As for recruiting laborers, A batch of them will be recruited from Minghongzhou. And as for the future, if the demand is even greater, it will most likely be necessary to go outside and expand the recruiting. It's not just about recruiting laborers. There are also management types that are needed. Li Changqing glanced at Yan Buotao, Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. This is just the beginning. One Yan Leishing can still be busy. When the business expands in the future, you can't just rely on Yan Leishing alone. When other Evergreen Chambers of Commerce open up, how many elders from your Yan family can be sent over to use them? Yan Buotao was silent, seemingly pondering over what Li Changqing had said. Li Changqing was also very clear that no matter if it was on Earth or in the Songyuan realm, there were fewer talents. And although the Yan family has been doing business for several generations, but the Yan family is doing family business. The family business is only Changqing town, a small place. The family will be able to manage over completely. There is absolutely no such idea of recruiting talent. So at this moment, what Li Changqing said made Yan Buotao feel that this was the truth. But it also made Yan Buotao make a mistake. It seemed that he had never thought about it before. And now that he was asked to look for this kind of talent, he didn't even know where to look for it. After all, it's not like there's a job market or anything in this world. Looking at Yan Buotao's confused eyes, Li Changqing smiled and said, "Well, don't think bitterly here yourself. The Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, but there are 3 presidents. If you don't know how to do it, go and find them to discuss about it or not." That guy Zhao Ichio was very flexible in his brain. He surely knows where to look for the management type talents. By the way, is there any whereabouts of the 5th grade pills? The 5th grade boundary breaking Dan is still really unaccounted for. Yan Buotao said helplessly. In the past few days, I sent people out to inquire. I also inquired over at Dao Trace City, and I even asked at the various chambers of commerce. But 5th grade elixirs are really hard to find. And even though Minhong Prefecture is a state, it's also not very big. So it seems that if you want to find 5th grade elixirs, you really have to go to the Northern Cold Kingdom to make it possible. The Northern Cold Kingdom is the closest big country to us. Although the Daiyuan dynasty is also very close to us, but the Daiyuan dynasty is even more devoid of good pill refiners. Perhaps it's because of the innate geography. If the great donor needs it, I'll arrange for someone to make a trip to the Northern Cold Kingdom and take a chance to see. Yan Buotao analyzed for Li Changqing. No need. I'll make the trip myself. Li Changqing gently exhaled a breath. Since Minhong Prefecture didn't have it, what about the Northern Cold Kingdom making the trip itself? Son's breakthrough is imminent. How can you not delay your son's cultivation? By the way, this thing is for you. Have someone send it to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and place it in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, as far as possible towards the front door. Saying that, Li Changqing opened the box in his hand. This is? Yan Buotao's eyes glazed over when he saw what was in the box. What's this? The mold looks strange. Totally something he hadn't seen before. And there were even absolutely no words in his mind describing any spirit beasts that would match up with the thing in front of him. Where on earth had the great confessor seen so many strange things? This thing is similar to a painting treasure, Li Changqing explained. Painted treasure? Yan Buotao was astonished. This thing called painting treasure was a complete luxury amongst luxuries for the Yan family. Yan Buotao didn't even dare to think about this kind of thing even after stepping into the innate realm. Every painted treasure is priceless. There's no place to buy it if you want to. As a result, Li Changqing came out with a painting treasure. But this painted treasure is so strange. Why do I look at this thing like a cat? But it looks too weird. Yan Buotao carefully examined the wooden sculpture in front of him. Nice eyes. Li Changqing laughed. This thing is called a fortune cat. A beckoning cat? Yan Buotao sked. I've never heard of such a spirit beast before. What a strange cat. Surely in this world there are many strange spirit beasts that I have never heard of. Cough. Li Changqing coughed. Not to mention mud. Yan Buotao. This thing might not have been seen even by the Song Yuan realm lord when he came. But Li Changqing still said, yes, the world is big. There are many strange and weird things. When your cultivation is strong in the future, go out more, see more and recognize more. There are many types of spirit beasts in the world. What kind of beckoning cats? Robot cats? Garfield? You've never seen it. Are there so many kinds of cat-like spirit beasts? Yan Buotao looked at Li Changqing's serious nonsense with a surprised face. How come the names of all these cats were so odd? But what is the use of this fortune cat painting treasure? Yan Buotao was curious as to what this item was used for in the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. As the name suggests, a fortune cat, of course it attracts wealth. Li Changqing said, everything in heaven and earth has a special kind of qi. Like if you've been stabbed, then you're shedding your life qi. Like if you go out and step on dog, it's a sign of low luck. When making money there is naturally a flow of wealth. The people who do business are most afraid of is the collapse of wealth. This inviting cat painting treasure is used to gather wealth. Wealth is sufficient. The order is naturally more. To that time, we will only earn more and more money. Such a treasure. Yan Buotao's eyes glazed over as he listened to Li Changqing. With such a treasure, wouldn't it be hard not to make money? Send it to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and try to see how effective it is. Then I'll go to the Northern Cold Kingdom to see if I can find the 5th grade boundary breaking pill, Li Changqing explained. Yes, Yan Buotao carefully received the fortune cat, afraid of breaking it for such a treasure. Just give me this month's money first, Li Changqing said as he reached out to Yan Buotao. Yan Buotao didn't make any pretense, directly took out a bunch of silver bills and gave them to Li Changqing. I didn't sell those land deeds. I want to wait for the future when the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce opens a branch to use them. These land deeds are considered as the investment of the great donor. After all of this is done by the great donor, and we're embarrassed to part with the money. In addition, these are the 8,000,000 taels of silver bills. All of them are the great donors as well, so you can take it and use it first. 8 million taels. Even though Li Changqing's mind is now in a good place, he is still breathing heavily when he sees these 8 million taels, because it's really too much. When has one ever been in control of so much wealth? The most money he had in his hand in his previous life was just over $80,000. It's good to cross over. When he returned to the small courtyard and told Zhang Fuguang that he had to leave for a while, Zhang Fuguang hurriedly asked Li Changqing if he wanted to follow him. No, you stay at home and keep Xiao company. I'll be back soon. Li Changqing felt that going by himself would still be faster. Fei, let's go. Li Changqing called out to Fei. Fei hurriedly followed. After leaving Changqing town, Li Changqing mounted Fei and flew in the direction of the northern cold country. This time, Li Changqing had experience, and before going out, he deliberately asked Yan Buotao for a map. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing like last time. Yan Buotao entrusted the 2 copies to Tsong Yuan Dart Bureau to deliver on the same day. One of the copies was sent to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and it was the very same fortune teller. And Yan Buotao also wrote a letter to Yan Leisheng, telling him that this fortune cat must be protected, and then placed it against the doorway. This is a treasure that attracts wealth. Chapter 117 Cargo Trader from the Yuan Dynasty. The other copy was sent by Li Changqing to Yan Buotao to the ancient land of Daoshan. Mu Haifeng, to Su Muhai. Inside, there was a letter written for Su Muhai to find a way to transfer this thing to his son Li Hengsheng. The very treasure that Li Changqing had spent more than half a month carefully carving out to give Li Hengsheng to save his life. Changqing town was far away from the northern cold kingdom, and even if one rode the golden silk liner beast, it would still take about 2 days to get there. Li Changqing was simply too glad that he had saved the golden silk liner beast back in the first place. This transportation was better than anything else, not to mention being able to fly. He can fight when it counts, and even help his son suck the poison out of his body. It was Li Changqing who couldn't figure out how a painted soul could love meat bones so much. 2 are consumed over 100 kilometers. At nightfall Li Changqing did not intend to take advantage of the night to rush, because in his opinion, the nights in the metaphysical world were all very dangerous. So they just found a random town, got a room and slept for the night, and then continued their journey the next day. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in Daoxian City. Yan Leisheng received the fortune cat, and although he was curious that this thing looked so strange, he still followed Yan Buotao's words and chose a good location for it to be placed, facing the doorway. Gathering wealth? Seeing the features written in the letter, Yan Leisheng just laughed it off. Can gather wealth? This function sounds very metaphysical. In Yan Leisheng seems and pray for heavenly blessings is a reason. Right. According to the letter, this thing can bless the Chamber of Commerce with more orders. However, Yan Leisheng felt that it was unlikely, as the merchants placing orders in Dao Trace City were almost on the verge of saturation lately. There are no more merchants left to place orders. Those foreigners are also more unlikely to place too many orders. The most is to buy a few boxes to go back to the family as a specialty to taste just. These days almost all are retailers. So Yan Leisheng is also then did not care about the ability of this fortune cat, as a pendant, although strange, but also quite good looking. Today's weather in Dongard City was exceptionally good. It just rained yesterday and the air is fresh. At this time in the direction of the West City Gate, there is a team of merchants into the city. The leader of the person holding a horse, followed by a large car. The car above loaded with all the goods, perhaps because the road outside was too muddy. The animal skin boots this man was wearing were all covered in mud. He roughly rubbed the mud on the ground, then casually took off the animal skin jacket he was wearing and threw it onto the big car behind him. He was slightly built and looked very rich. The animal skins on his body were also fine skins, and the hat on his head was set with a jewel that looked to be of great price. This road is still really hard to walk. The man complained and turned back to the people in the caravan behind him. All take a good rest. Adjust the goods. Make it look good. Don't make a mess. Old mare, you take them and go and de-deliver the stuff. Then find a place to eat and rest and stay and replenish the supplies. I have something to do. After saying that, the man directly left. What did the president go off to do? A dark-skinned young man walked up and asked curiously, "What can I do?" "Going to eat." Old silence. Who was tugging on the rope glanced at him and said helplessly, "Every time he comes to Dao Trace City, the chairman has to eat hard, so I guess he's going to Refuge Immortal House again." Refugee House. It was one of the largest few restaurants in Dongate City. When the fatty walked into the restaurant, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked up and said with a smile, "Isn't this Brother Fong Yi? Really rare guest. Haven't seen you come for a long time. Old brother, I but miss you ah." The shopkeeper hurriedly came up to greet. "This is a rich master. Every time he comes there is no shortage of food." "Ha ha, come on. I don't come every month." Fong Yi found a seat and sat down, then hurriedly said, "Hurry up. I want to eat your restaurant's food or dying. Give me on the old several kinds." "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." The shopkeeper rushed off to make arrangements. Fong Yi waited for the food, looking out the window at the people coming and going, also thinking about the goods this time. Those goods that he had brought back from Dao Trace City before were no longer selling as well as before, so this time he should find some new business opportunities. Just as Fong Yi was thinking about things, a special scent drifted in. Fong Yi's nose twitched and he hurriedly looked in the direction where the scent drifted from, discovering that it was actually a table of guests diagonally behind him who were eating something. That smell was extremely tantalizing, and it was the first time that Fong Yi had ever smelled such a smell. It was a spicy aroma, a flavor that was almost like a hook and sickle to make Fong Yi fall straight into it. "Xiao air, Xiao air." Fong Yi hurriedly called out to the store assistant. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The store assistant hurriedly ran over. "What's that dish? How come I didn't know there was that dish before?" Fong Yi hurriedly pointed at the table and asked. The store assistant glanced at it, then laughed. "That one you're talking about, customer, that's boiled bullfrog. There's also boiled fish, and there's another dish that's roasted duck with konjac." "What are these dishes? Never heard of them." Fong Yi was surprised. "Your restaurant has new dishes?" "That's right. Take a look at the menu." The store assistant brought the menu up and said, "The category of these dishes is called Sichuan cuisine. Most of the Sichuan dishes are spicy, but there are also those that are not spicy, so you can see if you want to try them." "Try it. You recommend a few courses." Fong Yi was instantly interested. "Good." The store assistant followed up by recommending a few hotter dishes to Fong Yi, and then rushed off to make arrangements. Fong Yi looked back from time to time, his mouth watering. He was from the Daiyuan dynasty, and every month he had to come from the Daiyuan dynasty to Daoxian City to walk the goods, and the people of the Daiyuan dynasty loved spicy food, and this refugee immortal building had a few dishes with spicy mouths that were very delicious. In that country of the Daiyuan dynasty that rarely sold stir-fried vegetables, Fong Yi could only quench his appetite when he came to Dao Trace City every month. It didn't take long for a few dishes to come right up. So fast. Fong Yi was a little surprised. How long does a dish take to make? He was clear. As a result, these dishes in front of him were actually sent up so quickly. A few of the dishes I had ordered before these hadn't even been served yet. Your konjac roast duck, mapo tofu, boiled pork slices, boiled fish and spicy chicken are all served. Take your time to eat, the store assistant said with a smile. Fong Yi couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and take a bite of the boiled fish first. A mouthful of fish went into his mouth. Directly 4 words popped up in Fong Yi's mind. Spicy and fresh. The fish was smooth and tender, without spines, and fresh and sweet with a spicy, heavy aroma. Fong Yi is too fond of spicy food. It was so cold in the Daiyuan dynasty that eating chili peppers had become a habit, but this spicy flavor still made Fong Yi feel the impact on his taste buds. Then use a spoon to eat a bite of mapo tofu, tender hot tofu mixed with spicy flavor. Eat a bite, soft and tender in the middle of the chewy beef and a special flavor of tempeh. The meat and veggies coated in mapo tofu sauce can simply be a mouth-watering duo that delivers a delicious chapter. Obviously, each bite is so hot that when you take it into your mouth you feel your mouth being burned and need to rely on the stirring of your tongue to relieve it, but you just can't help but eat spoonful after spoonful. It's as if the boiling heat brings out the flavor of the whole mapo tofu and makes you want to eat it. When Fong Yi came back to his senses, he realized that mapo tofu had already gone into his stomach and half of the plate. It's so good. At this moment, Fong Yi's sweat was flowing down, the kind of hot feeling brought by eating into his stomach, warming from his intestines to his limbs, and even that kind of warmth swept into his soul. It was just too comfortable. And at this time, the several dishes that Fong Yi had ordered earlier also came up. Fong Yi looked at those plates of his former favorite dishes, and for some reason, he was actually a little too lazy to move his chopsticks. Picking up a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth, Fong Yi also frowned down. The flavor was like chewing wax. It does taste the same as before. No difference. But how it tastes is not good at all anymore. On the contrary, these Sichuan dishes are really amazing. Junior, check out. After half an hour, Fong Yi finally ate too much. and even gave the spicy soup a clean drink. Each of these Sichuan dishes was uniquely delicious, making Fang Yi really want to eat. He was supposed to leave from Dao Trace City tomorrow morning, but Fang Yi decided that it would be better to leave tomorrow afternoon, and come back for a meal at noon tomorrow. What will happen when we can't eat such good food after returning to the Daiyuan dynasty? Has the guest eaten yet? The store assistant asked with a smile. Delicious. Fang Yi had a satisfied expression on his face, followed by a light sigh. When we go back to the Daiyuan dynasty we won't be able to eat it again, and the next time we come to your store will be next month. Hearing Fang Yi say this, the store assistant looked around and saw that the shopkeeper was not here. While the store assistant whispered, "Customer, you can also eat it after you return to the Daiyuan dynasty. Let me tell you, this kind of dish is called a pre-prepared dish, and it's available at the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce in our Dao Trace City." Pre-made dishes? Fang Yi was a bit surprised and said hurriedly, "Tell me properly." The store assistant then told Fang Yi about the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce's pre-made dishes. The horizontal flesh on Fang Yi's face trembled with excitement after hearing this. "Are you telling the truth? That you can eat this stuff as soon as you get home and heat it up in a pan? And it can be stored for a very long time as long as it's in the ice cellar? You can take it out and eat it whenever you want?" Fang Yi's eyes lit up. "That's natural." The store assistant nodded his head repeatedly. "The ones you just ate were all taken from the ice cellar by our refugee immortal building and served up directly after being warmed up. Otherwise, how could they be made so quickly?" "Fine. I'll go to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to take a look." Fang Yi wasn't just excited that he had something delicious to eat, but mainly felt that he had discovered a business opportunity. "Guest," the store assistant hurriedly said, "when you go to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, please tell Boss Yen over there that you were introduced by Wu Xiaolu of the Refugee Immortal Building. Be sure to say that." "Don't worry," Fang Yi answered with his mouth full, and then not only paid the money, but also gave Wu Xiaolu a tip of 5 taels of silver. This was something that made Wu Xiaolu excited. 5 taels of silver. His monthly wages were just over 1 or 2 silver pieces. If Fang Yi bought pre-made vegetables from the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, he would have a share of it himself when the time came. In the various restaurants in Dao Trace City, many of the store assistants had been bribed by the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, and as long as they recommended customers to come and buy the pre-made dishes, they would be able to get a commission of 1% of the order. It's past noon. The Chamber of Commerce was slightly less crowded, and Yen Leisheng was about to go out for a walk, only to see a fat man walk in at this time. "Who is Boss Yen?" Fang Yi entered and looked around. This new Chamber of Commerce was Fang Yi's first time. "I am." Yen Leisheng walked up, equally curious as he sized up the other party, and seeing that the other party was wearing leather boots and a leather cap, he instantly recognized that the other party should be a merchant from the Daiyuan dynasty who had come to Dao Trace City to walk through the goods. "This boss, what would like to see?" Yen Leisheng smiled and said, "We have everything here at a good price. Feel free to look around. Do you have pre-made dishes here? I was introduced to you by Wu Xiaolu from Refugee Immortal House. He said that you have pre-prepared dishes for sale here." Fang Yi hurriedly asked. He wasn't interested in anything else. He just wanted to buy pre-made vegetables now. There is." Yen Leisheng didn't expect Fang Yi to actually come to buy pre-prepared vegetables. "Son too. Bring over the menu." Yen Leisheng greeted a youth who hurriedly brought over a menu and handed it to Fang Yi. Fang Yi took a serious look at the menu and realized that there were really many types of dishes on the menu, but Fang Yi was only interested in Sichuan cuisine. Fang Yi felt that this pre-made dish must be very marketable in the Daiyuan dynasty. People in the Daiyuan dynasty who love food are also very much. Stir-fried vegetables and such things are not good for sale in the Daiyuan dynasty. It is troublesome to do, but if the stir-fried vegetables are not troublesome to do, then it is much better than roasted meat or boiled meat and such things to sell. As for the comment that pre-made dishes need to have an ice cellar in order to be preserved, then Fang Yi gave a chuckle. The entire Daiyuan dynasty is in ice and snow all year round. What need is there for an ice cellar? Just about anywhere is an ice cellar. So he thinks this pre-made dish is really all add up. Mapo tofu, roasted duck with konjac, spicy diced chicken, boiled fish, boiled sliced pork. Fang Yi decided to buy these 5 that he had eaten at lunch first and go back to try the water. "Good. How much do you want?" Yen Leisheng opened his mouth and asked. "Let's have 10,000 copies of each type." Fang Yi thought about it. This time when he came to walk away, he would not buy any other goods, so he would buy this pre-made dish to go back. "You should be able to fit that much in your own fleet." The smile on Yen Leisheng's face came to an abrupt end. 10,000 copies of each? Prepared dishes aren't really cheap. It's like mapo tofu. It's sold for 50 cents a serving. The likes of konjac roasted duck and boiled fish are even more so, at 2 coins a serving. Then this order is tens of thousands of taels of silver. Yen Leisheng still rarely saw such a large order. "Our inventory is temporarily insufficient. If you need it, I'm afraid we'll have to wait a few days," Yen Leisheng hurriedly said. The inventory was there, but such a large amount would have to wait. A few days? 3 days, Yan Leisheng said contemplatively. Alright, delivery will be made 3 days later. Fang Yi directly took out a silver ticket. It was a 5,000 taels silver ticket handed to Yan Leisheng and said, "This is the deposit. Okay, you come with me. This will sign a contract with you." Yan Leisheng hurriedly signed the contract with Fang Yi, all the while waiting until Fang Yi was satisfied and left. Yan Leisheng suddenly looked towards the fortune-telling cat. In his mind, he muttered, "No way? Could it really be that this thing is working?"